Chapter 1. The sweltering heat of June was almost unbearable. Just before graduation, and you_N finally received her confirmation notice from the Yunxiang group, and she decided to celebrate. She hadn't been outside for long when she started feeling a bit dizzy. Surely, it must be heat stroke. She was about to turn back home when, with a thud, she fainted and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself in a simply yet cozy room. She wondered who had picked her up and brought her here. After rising, she made her way to the washroom. Heavens! How did her signature French-style wavy hair transform into shoulder-length sleek black straight locks? And instead of her previously playful round face, there was now an elegant oval-shaped one. But her clear almond eyes, high-bridged nose, and delicate little mouth were indeed her own facial features, except that her originally brownish-black pupils had become a faint amber color. Moreover, this petite but well-proportioned figure wasn't hers. And you_Nan's heart skipped a beat as she rolled up her left sleeve and saw the smooth, white arm devoid of any birthmark. Her mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy stick. What was going on? This body isn't mine. And you_Nan panicked, her thoughts circling around the horrifying notion of borrowing someone else's soul. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Nan, are you awake? And you_Nan stopped panicking. She couldn't let anyone discover the supernatural event occurring with her. Come in. Through the doorway entered a robot she'd never seen before, its design sleek and modern as it carried a tray inside. And you_Nan's brain seemed to crash completely as she stared blankly at the imposing figure towering at around 6 feet. Based on my examination, the toxins in your system have been eliminated. Now you need some food to replenish your nutrition. The robot's voice was calm and gentle as he handed her 2 dark vials. And you_Nan blankly accepted the 2 black vials. What were these things? I know you don't like nutritional supplements, but you shouldn't keep eating randomly. This time, you nearly didn't make it, the robotic man said kindly upon seeing her holding the vials motionless. And you_Nan felt utterly confused but still swallowed them under his intense gaze. It was as though she was signing her life away. The thick semi-liquid substance was tasteless, leaving you_Nan bewildered. She timidly asked, how long was I asleep? As the robot began tidying up the room, he answered, from 10 o'clock yesterday until now. 23 hours, 08 minutes, and 43 seconds. And then? You can't leave it at that. Can you provide more details so I know how to respond? And you_Nan felt exasperated. You should rest well. With that, he turned and left. Just as she was furrowing her brows, unsure of what to do next, a translucent, glowing circle suddenly appeared on her left forearm. Out of curiosity, and you_Nan fiddled with it endlessly. Suddenly, a light screen emerged right before her eyes, and she began to investigate this strange contraption. After delving into it thoroughly, she came to understand what this high-tech product called optical brain was all about, as well as her current predicament. The Earth had long lost its vitality due to relentless exploitation and destruction thousands of years ago. Now, it was star year 21007, and humans had already left the Milky Way to find a new habitable galaxy, known as the Second Galaxy. The planet where she was currently located, Oroda, was primarily focused on agriculture. Coincidentally, the previous host also shared her name, and you_Nan. At 16, her parents had tragically died during a trip due to space pirates. This year, at 22 and having just finished university, the original host had returned home to take over the family business, farming. According to the latest diary entry stored in the optical brain, the original host had eaten a tomato reputed to be delicious and collapsed from poisoning. Chapter 2. It's definitely a small tomato, not some poison apple, right? It turned out that after thousands of years of evolution, all animals and plants contain natural toxins and could not be cooked directly. The ingredients processed by high-tech methods had completely lost the original taste of food. This meant that she would never be able to enjoy delicious food again, but could only survive on nutrients. And Yuna felt utterly hopeless, finally understanding why the original owner of her body chose to commit suicide just to indulge in one last feast before death. Her mood went up and down all day. In the evening, and Yuna prepared to go to bed early. Perhaps when she woke up, she would discover it was just a dream. With such beautiful anticipation, she kept hypnotizing herself. Fuzzily, it seemed like she returned home, where her parents were as loving as ever, and her older sister still loved traveling around. But everything related to her dissipated like phantoms, scattered by the wind, as if she had never appeared at all. No. As in Yuna panicked helplessly, a figure resembling her appeared before her eyes. You don't belong here. Go back, please. Be sure to fulfill my wish. Retrieve the Jiang family recipe from Housen. Snap, rumble. A thunderous roar startled and Yuna awake from her dream. She bolted upright from the bed, and flashes of lightning illuminated the entire night repeatedly. For a moment, and Yuna couldn't tell where she was, whether her previous dream was real or fake, with the deafening flashes and roars of thunder outside her window. Sitting dazed on the bed, and Yuna was lost in thought, vividly remembering every detail of her past. However, everything about her in the dream seemed to have vanished without a trace. With deep worries and countless entangled thoughts, and Yuna fell asleep once more. Meanwhile, 50,000 kilometers away from the Oroda planet in outer space, 15 minutes ago, 2 teams of starships were engaged in battle. One fleet consisted of only 5 warships, while the other had more than 20. After a short yet fierce battle, the 5 warships were reduced to 3. They exchanged their damaged ships for 5 well-equipped enemy ships. Ryozi, good job, the commander on the left warship praised. This round was profitable. Next comes the real tough battle. I wonder how the general will deploy our forces. The situation was far from optimistic. They were vastly outnumbered and poorly equipped. On the central command warship stood a man with a tall, imposing figure exuding an air of coldness and intensity, handsome with rugged features, green eyes, and black hair. Calmly, without any fear, he gave orders to the remaining 2 warships amidst hundreds of enemies armed with top-tier weapons. Withdraw towards the direction of Aroda. Yes, yes. Upon receiving the order, the 2 warships immediately executed it. The 24 enemy warships immediately chased them down. Surround them immediately. Under no circumstances can we let them approach Aroda planet again. Commander Flennard bellowed on his gilded command ship. The distance between the 2 fleets rapidly closed, as the 3 resolute warships became gradually surrounded. This time we mustn't let them escape. If necessary, use the quantum bomb directly. Commander Flennard issued instructions with cruel determination in his eyes. Lieutenant Luo Yan, acting as Flennard's adjutant, reminded him, Commander, we are only tens of thousands of kilometers away from Aroda now. Using the quantum bomb might affect the residents on the planet. Flennard glared furiously at him. Then capture them immediately. Sweep both flanks with photon firearms. Chapter 3. The 3 enemy warships were dodging the dense artillery fire and continuing their rapid advance toward Aroda planet. As they were about to be surrounded, a pair of sharp, deep green eyes calmly focused on the 3D holographic control panel in front of him. Zhang Mo, AI Waika, when we get within 10,000 kilometers of Aroda, immediately accelerate in both directions and bypass Aroda from behind before leaving. Split up and head towards the interstellar boundary. Zhang Mo, AI Waika, and others immediately understood the field marshal's plan. He intended to stay behind and distract the enemy so they could escape. No, Field Marshal, we cannot leave. If they use quantum cannon shells, none of us will survive. It might be better if we cover your escape. At least there's still a chance for survival. I am confident I can break free. You must carry out my orders immediately. The clear and piercing emerald gaze allowed no room for argument. He decisively cut off communication just as they reached exactly 10,000 kilometers away from Aroda. He halted the warship, concentrating its firepower to open a gap. Zhang Mo and AI Waika instantly broke through the encirclement and fled in different directions. Although they didn't want to abandon their field marshal, they could not disobey military orders or waste the lifeline that the marshal had fought hard to create for them. At this moment, Furinade was ecstatic, tightly focusing on the trapped warship. Even at this point, you're still considering the safety of your subordinates. I truly admire that, but this time, you're going to fall into my hands. The already damaged warship was now riddled with more damage. Warning, warning, warship YX-1007 central braking system is damaged by 53%, came one alarm. Warning, warning, warship YX-1007 weapon bay depleted, announced another. But the man standing by the control console showed no sign of panic. Calmly, he switched off the holographic control screen, walked over to a corner of the control room, opened a safe, and dragged out a backpack, holding it firmly against his chest. Meanwhile, the surrounding circle of enemy warships temporarily stopped firing. Furinade knew his adversary was in an impossible situation. Having chased him day and night for 5 days with no supplies or reinforcements, he couldn't help but acknowledge how resilient the opponent was. Contact him for me. I want to have a conversation. Twice, the contact requests were rejected, causing Furinade to erupt in anger once again. Damn Bian Shengzhou. Even at the end, you dare to provoke me. Bring him here right now. As the hovering armor vehicles approached, they heard an earth-shattering boom. Flames erupted from the center of the warship, instantly illuminating the pitch-black starry sky, distorting the surrounding space with the force of the explosion. Furinade's eyes blazed furiously as he stared at the holographic projection in the control center, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged from his forearms. He slammed one hand onto the side of the cabin wall. He actually detonated the quantum cannon shell. A lunatic. The aftermath of the explosion continued in front of them, pushing the attacking warships far away from the explosion's epicenter. Everyone found it hard to believe that he would choose to self-destruct to conclude the battle. A short while later, Luo Yin asked hesitantly, "Shall we search for his remains?" Furinade felt deeply conflicted. He had wanted desperately to capture the other party to prove his own abilities, but he had never intended to kill him outright. After all, the deceased had once been the pride of the entire Star Alliance Republic. Did the other 2 warships get captured? No, they jumped across 2 spatial points and escaped. Don't chase them anymore. Withdraw the troops, and gather all the remnants floating in the air. Furinade's face turned somber, mourning the fall of the Star Alliance's shining beacon. To become a field marshal at the young age of 30, in an era where the average lifespan exceeded 200 years, was an unprecedented feat in history. Chapter 4. After cleaning up the battlefield, more than 10 warships had suffered varying degrees of damage. However, since this mission was confidential and could not be disclosed to the public, Furinade's team could only hurriedly return with the wreckage to report back. The next morning, the warm sunlight had just begun to appear, and Yuanan's eyelids were lightly rolling as she lay in her soft bed. After struggling mentally for a few minutes, she decided to face reality. She forced down 2 nutritionless supplements and accepted the facts that went against socialist core values. She vaguely remembered the previous owner asking her to help retrieve some recipe, but even herself was still confused about it all, so other matters would have to wait. Since things had turned out this way, she wanted to casually walk around and organize what happened over the last 2 days. And Rue was worried about her going alone, so he arranged for Big Head to follow. Oh, and Rue was the family's robot butler, and Big Head was another one of their robots, mainly responsible for planting work. Stepping out of the villa, the large patch of colorful plants ahead should have been her family's farmland. Looking at the dozens of acres of colorful plants before her eyes, and Yuan felt utterly incredulous. If she hadn't seen wrong, this gray lump-like thing looked somewhat like an eggplant, and this pink strip resembled a cucumber. And Yuan stared open-mouthed. Big Head, tell me honestly, am I suffering from something like color disorder syndrome? Big Head seriously informed her that nothing was wrong. Fine, nothing to worry too much about. She'd already experienced crossing through time, so minor plant mutations weren't worth being alarmed about. And Yuan opened her light brain terminal and reviewed the plants in the field, treating it like an exploration game. Suddenly, Big Head extended his iron arm in front of her. Wait, there's something ahead. Scanning indicates it might be a person. Big Head stopped her with his left hand while transforming his right into an electronic tranquilizer gun. There lay a robust man with tattered clothing, covered in injuries, unconscious on the ground, holding tightly to a large cat carrier in his arms. And Yuan walked around Big Head and gently pushed the man a couple of times, but got no response. There are still signs of life, said Big Head. And Yuan motioned for Big Head to carry him back first, and then reached out to grab the cat carrier in his arms, tugging several times. Even though unconscious, the man's hands were clutched firmly around it. So this person must be a cat lover, thought Yuan. Although unable to see his face clearly, she found him trustworthy for this gesture alone. Big Head carried him home, wherein Rue was surprised, and quickly sent the man to the treatment pod. Thanks to Yuan, they had splurged on a high-grade treatment pod years ago. It almost took breaking the fingers of the unconscious man for Rue and Big Head to pry the cat carrier from his grasp. And Yuan was very curious about what kind of pet he cherished so much. This cat carrier was one-way visible. She couldn't see inside, and its anti-theft system was highly advanced. If needed, she'd forcibly dismantle it, but before she could act, there came a click-click, and the cat carrier opened by itself. Out emerged what appeared initially as a fluffy pink round ball. No, it was actually a round head. Then two chubby little paws. No, they were white tender chubby baby hands sticking out. Inside was a toddler. Pink curly hair, round chubby face, emerald green eyes, and a chubby 3-head-sized body looking to be only 3 or 4 years old. The sight made Yuan glow with excitement, resisting the urge to immediately reach out and cuddle him. Chapter 5. Meng Xiaopeng climbed out and sat on the ground, looking around, and Yuan's heart tightened. Was he looking for his mom? Please don't cry. Hungry, wanna eat, said a soft, babyish voice that made anyone melt. And Yuan patted the shoulder of Rue beside her, signaling him to hurry up and prepare something to eat. She cautiously extended her hand and coaxed, "Sister will hold you." Meng Xiaopeng obediently stretched out his arms for a hug. Excitedly, and Yuan lifted him up. Ah, so soft, plump, life was truly beautiful. My name is Yuan, you can call me Sister Nanan. What about you, little cutie? Nanan sister, hello. My name is Yang. I am 3.5 years old. And Yuan carried him to the dining room. Yang, can Nanan's sister touch your curly hair? The feeling of those cute pink curls must be fantastic. Meng Xiaopeng nodded. Touch, in a cool but childish tone. And Rue prepared various flavored nutritional supplements for him to choose from. Yang frowned as if he didn't like them much, but still picked up a colorless one to drink. Meng Xiaopeng rubbed his eyes as if he was getting sleepy. After Yuan lulled him to sleep, she bought several sets of children's clothing online. Inadvertently, she discovered that interstellar life wasn't just about drinking nutritional supplements. It also included restaurants where you could have meals. Whoosh. One moment later, she got excited and started browsing the menu of a Rota restaurant. Good grief. A bowl of plain congee cost over 1,000 star coins. It was basically highway robbery. Rolling up her sleeves, and Yuan headed to the kitchen determined to make it herself, and that expensive white congee at that. Rinse the rice, soak for half an hour, add a scoop, and boil slowly for another half an hour. Not long after, the rich aroma of grain began to waft through the air, and Yuan noticed a pot of lettuce on the windowsill, picked some, washed, chopped it finely, and threw it into the pot. Meng Xiaopeng followed the smell inside. Nanan sister, what are you cooking? Smells so good. And Yuan turned off the stove and carefully served a bowl. Fresh vegetable porridge I just boiled, let it cool down before eating. The refreshing scent of vegetables mingling with the fragrant rice drifted toward them. The thick porridge dotted with scattered vegetable bits looked incredibly tempting. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Wait, didn't lettuce contain poison? Turning around to discard the bowl already placed on the table, she found Meng Xiaopeng had already taken a few bites. And Rue, Big Head, help! And Yuan quickly snatched away the bowl from his mouth. And Rue and Big Head arrived in seconds. I added lettuce to the porridge, and he ate it. And Yuan hurriedly explained the situation. Big Head extended his iron arm, forming a loose circle behind Yang, ready to catch him if he fell. And Rue turned around and rushed to grab the first aid box, which always contained antidotes. And Yuan anxiously held his little hand. Yang, do you feel unwell now? Does your stomach hurt? Where does it hurt? Yang shook his head innocently. I'm fine. And Yuan felt guilty, while Rue carrying the first aid box arrived. He seems okay. That's right, his body didn't show any reaction. And Rue pondered for a moment, and took out a detector to check the porridge in the bowl. Strange, this porridge contains no toxic components at all. Really? And Yuan scooped up a spoonful of the porridge on the table and carefully ate it. 2 minutes later, I'm fine too. And Rue and Big Head also wore expressions of disbelief. Nanan's genius gene must have mutated suddenly, changing from recessive to dominant. Such cases do exist, but they're almost one-off. The two robots were analyzing nearby. Chapter 6. Only now did Yuanan realize that the toxins in ingredients weren't only handled by technological means. People in the galaxy with the visible genius gene could also remove toxins from food. When these people came into contact with ingredients, a special magnetic field would be emitted from their bodies, which could completely cleanse the food of toxins. This was why only they could become chefs. According to Enrue, among hundreds of billions of people in the galaxy, there were only tens of thousands of people with the visible genius gene. Thus, the most noble and rarest profession in the galaxy was being a chef. Nan, don't you always want to become a chef? Perhaps it's the frequent tasting of toxic foods that triggered a gene mutation. Now you can finally take the chef certification exam as you wish. Enrue looked extremely excited. And Yuanan, however, knew it was because her core had been replaced, leading to this genius gene mutation. But she couldn't tell anyone else. Moreover, she felt that this matter would be very helpful for the original host to recover the recipe. But wasn't her family actually the infamily? There weren't any recipes at home. Enrue, I seem to have never seen my grandparents or maternal grandparents. And Yuanan thought it best to inquire directly from Enrue. I knew sooner or later you'd ask about your father. Enrue was unsurprisingly nonchalant about her inquiry. Since you didn't have the visible genius gene before, telling you wouldn't have done any good. If I don't tell you now, you might be in danger in the future. Fang Jian never expected that there could be a risk to life. It was simply a huge trap. Your father is the third son of Hong, the current head of the Yin family. 30 years ago, an incident happened, after which your father left the Yin family with your mother and settled down here. Uncle Enrue, do you know why my parents left the Yin family? I've heard rumors that the Yin family has an extraordinary recipe. Not many people know the specifics of what happened, but it should have something to do with your mother. The recipe does indeed exist. Enrue was someone who came out of the Yin family with her parents, so if even he didn't know, then it seemed like she'd have to conduct her own investigation. Upon learning that the Yin family was one of the 5 great families on Shangyong Star, the capital planet, she realized it was a hell mode task. Anything involving these wealthy and powerful families was never simple. Why did the original owner intend to get hold of this recipe? What would happen afterward? These mysteries remained to be unraveled by herself. The next morning, Yuanan woke up at 6 o'clock, lost in thought all night over how to reclaim the recipe. But thinking about it for a long time didn't yield any results. A sudden thought came to mind. She could now cook herself without having to endure sticky, tasteless nutrition anymore, and she immediately cast aside her troubles, deciding to fill her stomach first. There were a variety of ingredients already prepared in the kitchen thanks to Enrue's thoughtfulness. When Yuanan saw the fresh beef, she suddenly got the urge for dumplings. She chopped the beef into pieces, added green onions, salt, and pepper powder, and mixed them together. With a food processor, she processed the flour into dumpling wrappers. While waiting for the water to boil, she began wrapping dumplings. Once the water boiled, she gently threw in the plump little gold ingots, one by one. She prepared 2 bowls of seasoning, and soon steaming plates of small dumplings were ready. Meng Xiaopeng seemed to have woken up following the delicious smell. His eyes were glued to the bowl she carried. Yang, good morning. Did you sleep well? Asked Yuanan as she placed the 2 bowls on the table. Good morning, Sister Nanan. I slept well. It smells really good. What is this? It's called dumplings. Be careful not to burn your mouth when eating them, replied Yuanan, fondly watching Yang. She liked him not only because he was adorable, but also because he was obedient and independent, never needing help for meals or baths. Chapter 7. Meng Xiaopeng climbed onto the chair and first thanked Yuanan, then scooped up a small ingot-shaped dumpling. After gently blowing on it a few times, he sent it into his mouth. The thin wrapper was packed with plenty of filling. The meat juice was deliciously savory. One bite after another, he ate to his heart's content, feeling comfortable all over. After finishing the wontons, Meng Xiaopeng gulped down a good amount of the soup while hugging the bowl. And Yuanan quickly intervened. You can't eat anymore. Your little tummy is going to burst. After eating, the two went out for a walk to aid digestion and picked some vegetables from the field along the way. They planned to make a hearty lunch of fish and meat. Whenever Yuanan had something on her mind, she liked to relieve stress by cooking. Sister Yuanan, what are we having for lunch? Yang, who was holding his round little belly, was already dreaming about the noon feast. And Yuanan patted his watermelon-shaped stomach. It's good that we ate breakfast early. Walk more. So if you haven't digested properly by noon, we'll skip the big meal, she said. Hearing this, Meng Xiaopeng immediately started moving again, striving to digest the little ingots he'd eaten before. And Yuanan covered her lips and giggled softly. The wobbly little one was incredibly soothing. Back home, and Yuanan showed her prowess in the kitchen. She sliced top-quality pork belly into pieces, frying them in a pan to release their oil, which she then removed. After adding an appropriate amount of rock sugar, she caramelized it before tossing in the meat chunks to coat them evenly. She added star anise and other spices to season the dish, then added hot water until it just covered the ingredients. Switching to low heat, she slowly stewed the mixture. She originally wanted to cook poached fish but decided to steam a perch instead due to the young child present. It was simple, convenient, and tasty. After marinating the bass, she inserted strips of ginger into the fish cavity and placed it in the smart oven cabinet. It would take only 6 or 7 minutes to cook. Next, she quickly prepared a cold cucumber salad, where pink cucumbers beautifully paired with the milky white porcelain plate, making it look elegant and tempting. Finally, came the stir-fries, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, broccoli with shrimp, sweet and sour spare ribs, and simply sautéed seasonal greens. Each of these aromatic dishes was placed on the dining table. Yang Yang, seated at the edge of the table since long ago, kept wiggling his nose, almost drooling cutely. When the last dish, red braised pork with a glossy red hue, was brought to the table, the steamed base was drizzled with a special seasoning mix, fried in scalding oil, emitting faint whiffs of chive aroma. Oh, the mushroom soup in the pot was almost forgotten. The four sat around the table. Although Rue and Dottie couldn't eat, as they were robots, they could simulate the data through the aromas as if they could taste the food. And Yuan still set the utensils for them. Her family should be complete. Wow, such an extravagant feast could only be found in the capital star. Yang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his baby cheeks trembling happily. Let's start. And Yuan declared once all the dishes were well placed. Meng Xiaoping held his arms up, unsure of which dish to try first. Seeing this, and Yuan put a piece of fish into his bowl. Eat the fish while it's hot. Give it a try. Just as everyone was about to pick up their chopsticks, and Rue suddenly stood up. Following his gaze, and Yuan saw a tall man with a handsome, rugged face standing at the dining room door. This handsome man seemed somewhat familiar. Big brother, you finally woke up. The nearby Meng Xiaoping jumped off the chair like a cannonball rushing toward the man's legs. The man lifted the little bean-sized figure and examined him up and down. Not bad. He looked rosy and healthy, with a rounded little tummy, indicating he'd been living well these past few days. Oh, it was him. Only now did Yuan recall the person she had rescued 2 days prior. Back then, he had looked quite disheveled, yet turned out to be extraordinarily handsome. With distinct features that weren't overly sharp, his luminous emerald green eyes appeared both approachable and mesmerizing, yet also carried a piercing, deep-sea-like danger. Yang Yang tightly embraced the man with his chubby arms, repeatedly rubbing his pink curls against his neck. Big brother, I missed you so much. Chapter 8. The tall and strong man gently patted the little curly hair in his arms. Is that so? I thought you were so satisfied just now, and forgot you had an older brother. Meng Xiaoping's round face turned red. I didn't forget at all. Brother, come on. Nan sister's cooking is super-duper delicious. You've definitely never tasted it. As he said this, he wriggled to get down. The man carried him to the dining table. Only then did Yuan notice how tall he was. She herself was originally 172 centimeters. Now her body was 175 centimeters. But this man was a full head taller than her, easily estimated at least 190 centimeters. Thank you for saving me, and also for taking care of Yang Yang these past few days. I'm his brother Qingzhou. The man placed Yang Yang on the chair and earnestly thanked Yuan. It was no trouble at all. I'm in Yuan, he's in Rue, and that one is Dudu. If there are no issues with Mr. Cheng's health, why don't you sit down and have a meal together? The rich aroma of food kept drifting into his nose. Despite his remarkable self-control making efforts to restrain himself, his throat couldn't help but swallow once involuntarily. Thank you for your hospitality, Missin. He gracefully sat down with calm elegance. This table was filled with delicacies, visually and olfactorily stunning, their flavors seemingly richer and more aromatic than even those prepared by the capital planet's top-level chefs previously. He wondered who exactly she had learned cooking from. Brother, try it quickly. I've never tasted vegetables this delicious. Yang Yang extended his little short hand, picking a piece of braised pork for Qingzhou. Qingzhou looked at this soft and tender morsel of meat hesitantly. Although he had eaten similar dishes before at restaurants, the fatty richness had been hard to swallow. Yet, the piece in the bowl appeared distinctly different. Unable to resist any longer, he took it into his mouth. It melted instantly upon contact with his taste buds, releasing layers of savory fragrance. Fatty, yet not greasy. Lean, but never tough. After swallowing, the flavor lingered delightfully in his mouth, leaving him yearning for more. He immediately used chopsticks to pick up several more servings before pausing. He realized the young one hadn't exaggerated at all. This dish indeed was exceptionally tasty. In the middle of the table stood a fish dish that seemed quite plain. However, Yang Yang appeared to adore it greatly, skillfully scooping out a small piece of belly meat. It slid smoothly across his tongue, its texture refreshingly tender, bursting with an indescribably fresh sweetness. Each bite of delicate and fragrant fish meat brought a hint of faint leek aroma, without a trace of raw fishy scent. The cucumber salad was refreshingly sour and invigorated one's appetite, crisp and fresh. The sweet and sour ribs had a bright red luster, crunchy outside and tender inside, creating a mouth-watering sensation. Even the scrambled eggs with tomatoes exuded a balance of acidity and sweetness that was exquisite. Every dish held an element of delightful surprise, causing none of them to find words to speak between bites. Even Yuan hadn't tasted such substantial meals in a long while, the daily intake of nutrient supplements almost driving her mad. She tasted a little of every dish, noting how, though some of the vegetable colors looked peculiar, their tastes remained intact. Miss N's culinary skills are truly unsurpassed. It was an immense honor to enjoy such a fine array of delicious foods. By the end, all several generous portions were nearly finished, only a bit of soup left at the bottom of the plates. Qingzhou consumed a significant portion, eating copiously, yet maintaining an elegant bearing throughout. It was simply a casual preparation. Mr. Qing flatters too much. And Yuan's cooking was the result of over a decade learning under her father. Though not professionally trained, if it could earn praise from the picky gourmet critic, her mother, then undoubtedly it reached a fairly high level. By the way, how did you end up collapsing covered in injuries in my vegetable patch? And Yuan asked about their origins. Qingzhou's eyes sparkled faintly with amusement. This girl had casually brought strangers back home and treated them warmly as guests. We came here on vacation, our self-driving hover car broke down, and I had no choice but to abandon the car and escape with Yang Yang. That must be why his injuries were so severe. It was due to a car accident. And Yuan had not a shred of suspicion, given the current level of technology wouldn't easily result in such mishaps. Chapter 9. So, have you contacted your family yet? Yang Yang doesn't have a light brain. Chengzhou paused for a moment with a hint of an inexplicable and chilling gleam in his eyes. I've already reported safety. We would like to stay at Miss N's house for a few more days. Would that be convenient? Of course, I will pay for the food and accommodation. The situation outside was still unclear, so staying here was the best choice. Anyway, this girl cooked well, and he was confident no one would refuse someone as handsome and charming as him. In fact, and Yuan didn't refuse. She just liked Meng Xiaobang, who was soft and adorable, which is why she didn't turn down the man. Of course, it's fine, but there's no need for payment for food and accommodation. And Yuan currently had no extra expenses, so she wasn't too concerned about money. Meng Xiaobang was thrilled to know they could stay longer, and Yuan prepared a guest room next to the treatment room on the third floor for them. After returning to the room, Chengzhou opened the light brain and received an encrypted file, which automatically destroyed itself after he read it. He stood by the window with an unfathomable expression, his eyes flashing dangerously. Moen, arrange a new identity for me. As soon as the message was sent, the other party replied almost instantly. I knew you were still alive. Where are you now? Are you safe? Should I send people secretly to bring you back? Ignoring the other party's over-concerned response, since the reply meant the demand was received, Chengzhou recut off the signal of the light brain. From what he could tell so far, there wasn't much danger on the other side yet, but he still didn't know how many people had started realigning themselves. He couldn't show up just yet. It was better to see from the shadows who was causing trouble behind the scenes. Looking out the window, he saw a laughing young girl leading a pink curly-haired child running freely in the fields, inexplicably calming his irritable mood. Chengzhou had already checked this family's background upon waking up. According to the information, her parents died when she was 16, and now she's 22, just an adult. According to Yang Yang, she only recently experienced a genius gene mutation, so where did she learn such high-level culinary skills? To his knowledge, those famous star chefs never took in such a student. Although this girl posed a slight potential hazard, currently staying here was the safest choice. He then took out a mini communicator and secretly sent several commands. It was time to see how far their ambitions had inflated. And Yuan took a fully fed Meng Xiaobang for a stroll outside and returned shortly. Nan, the star chef assessment is starting soon. Keep an eye on the news online. And Rue reminded her enthusiastically, knowing how much she wanted to be a chef. And Yuan opened the light brain and a popular piece of news caught her attention. The 23rd star chef assessment will officially begin next week. If she wanted to get the recipes, it definitely wouldn't be smart to directly approach the Yin family. Instead, it might be better to let them come to her. The Yin family's biggest industry was nutritional agents and the catering business, owning numerous chain restaurants. And Yuan was very confident in her cooking skills. In this future world where chefs were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, she was sure she'd rank highly. At that point, the Yin family would surely seek her out. She then checked the registration details. The exam was divided into 4 stages. First was the screening test. Due to the large number of applicants, most of whom were ordinary people without the genius gene, the first test aimed to filter out those who were merely hopeful. Chapter 10. This examination was extremely simple and easy, merely requiring the cleaning of ingredients. For those with genius genes that are dominant, their special magnetic fields will automatically clear toxins upon contact with the ingredients. Those who pass this part will directly receive a chef certificate. The second part is an elementary chef assessment, the third part intermediate, the fourth part advanced, and the fifth part supergrade assessment. Currently, only the content of the first part is visible. The rest will only be announced on the day of the test, leaving nothing to prepare for in advance. After dinner, Yuna boiled some digestive water, and the 3 of them carried green-hued hawthorn sugar water to the living room, just in time to catch the interstellar broadcast. And Yuna quickly found a comfortable position to sit down. She was eager to understand this era. According to the latest news from our station, Vice Admiral Froenard has safely returned the remains of the Star Alliance Republic's Marshal. In the near future, a state funeral will be held for our youngest border marshal. And Yuna felt a bit saddened in her heart. The fall of a hero always brings regret. Alas, it's another case of heaven envying talent. I wonder how old this young marshal was and what he looked like. Beside her, Meng Xiaobang drank the sour and sweet hawthorn sugar water attentively. Chengzhou smirked contemptuously at the holographic projection of a man in military uniform, his emerald eyes flickering with a chilling gaze. Though he leaned casually against the sofa, appearing relaxed, a glance would reveal his straight posture. President Bian, overcome by the loss of his beloved son, is temporarily disinterested in state affairs, thus transferring all matters to Secretary General Bo Wei-tae for temporary management. At this moment, Chengzhou's gaze became icy and bone-chilling, causing Yuna beside him to mysteriously feel a chilling tension in the atmosphere. Hey, isn't that uncle? Just then, Yang Yang lifted his head and saw the person on the projection. And Yuna turned her head. What uncle? Chengzhou picked up Meng Xiaobang and cradled him in his arms, collecting himself, saying, he means there's an uncle on the projection. After finishing the hawthorn water and watching the news, the 3 of them each returned to their respective rooms. In 3 days would be the preliminary trial of the competition. Although the first round was very simple, and Yuna remained highly cautious. During these few days, Yuna practiced cooking in various ways every mealtime to regain her cooking feeling, and the happiest ones were the two brothers temporarily residing in her home. Meng Xiaopeng worriedly patted his little watermelon-like belly after each meal. If I keep eating like this, am I going to become a ball? And Yuna stifled her laughter and comforted him. It's okay, you're still growing. But Chengzhou wasn't as lenient. Without a doubt, you're already a chubby little ball. While thinking inwardly that he needed to increase his daily training intensity and avoid ending up like a soft little fatty, Chengzhou asked, Yuna, have you signed up for the Star Chef competition? And Yuna nodded. Yes, I've just graduated and didn't know what to do. I happened to see this competition with a rather generous prize. Chengzhou, having spent several days getting to know the exceptionally skilled cook, found her to be quite simple-minded and sometimes slightly lacking in common sense. He wondered how she developed such a personality after losing both parents. He liked her skills and couldn't help but give her some advice. With your culinary skills, theoretically obtaining a super-grade chef certification should be no problem, but in reality, it's not so simple. And Yuna also knew that chefs with even a bit of talent often ended up under the patronage of major families or prestigious restaurants, although she was unclear about the exact division of powers. Chapter 11. So, does this mean that hosting the Star Chef competition is actually about selecting talent for the powerful families? Chengzhou was somewhat surprised by her wisdom and keenness. Exactly. Although the organizer of the competition is the Chef Association of the Star Alliance Republic, it is actually jointly funded by the 5 great families and the Shengshi Group. And Yuna mysteriously sensed that this Shengshi Group seemed to be no simple organization. It could stand alongside the 5 great families and even seemed, by his tone, opposed to them. Chengzhou continued enlightening her. As long as you can pass the second round and get a Chuji certificate, countless people will throw opportunities your way. And Yuna looked astonished. They start recruiting just for being a junior chef? Chengzhou helplessly replied. You don't know how scarce chefs are in the Star Alliance. They're practically considered national treasures. Not only do they scramble to recruit them, but they'll also nurture them with all their might. Countless top resources are provided without charge. At that moment, and Yuna felt somewhat amazed. Did having explicit genius genes equate to owning endless wealth and power? Instead of feeling delighted at possessing these genius genes, she found it rather absurd. Basic survival skills like cooking had somehow become tools for gaining influence and power, turning daily meals into pastimes for the rich. And Yuna felt slightly oppressed and saddened. She remembered those astronomical price menus she once saw. Perhaps many people had never had the chance to taste the flavors of normal food. From the ever-changing expressions on her face, Chengzhou easily deduced her thoughts, which made him appreciate this girl even more. Despite possessing skills worth a fortune, she showed no interest and could even perceive the adverse effects brought by capital monopolization. Though he appreciated her, Chengzhou didn't offer any comforting words. He hoped she would understand reality and not act rashly. Most people, after passing the intermediate examination, choose to join one of the families or groups. Only by joining them can you proceed to the next round. And Yuna strongly opposed such actions. Although joining these powers brings numerous benefits, there must be costs involved too. At this point, Chengzhou admired her almost completely. So many others were blinded by money and benefits, yearning to join these influential groups. Yet, she could see the price that had to be paid. You're right. No one provides these resources without expecting something in return. Chefs who join the families usually serve them for life, generating more wealth for them. And Yuna felt frustrated. If I don't join any side, I'll probably be harassed endlessly. Seeing her cynical expression, Chengzhou hurried to defend. Not all interest groups exploit the citizens so much. For example, Shengshi recruits chefs, but they maintain merely an employer-employee relationship. And prices at Shengshi's restaurants are quite affordable. And Yuna's mood brightened instantly. Sounds like a company with a conscience. Chengzhou's eyes brimmed with pride. There's simply no better company than Shengshi in considering the welfare of its people. If she could avoid it, and Yuna wouldn't want to have anything to do with these intricate webs of interest, but now it seemed impossible. So, Shengshi looked like a good choice. Chengzhou, noticing her apparent decision-making, secretly began paying attention to her. For a while, the living room was quiet and harmonious as each person lost themselves in thought, interrupted only by Meng Xiaopeng snoring soundly between them after eating until he fell asleep. Chapter 12. The first round of screening exams arrived soon, and Yuan opened her light brain with great excitement. And according to the message sent by the host, she entered the Star Chef Network platform specifically established for the competition. There was still half an hour before it officially started. The total number of registered participants approached 5 million people, and nearly 100 million people surged into the Star Chef Network at that moment. My goodness, how could there be so many people? And Yuan was greatly shocked by these numbers. The number of viewers for the preliminary contest is considered relatively small. The more we progress, the more attention we will attract, Chengzhou said while browsing the details of this year's competition on his light brain beside her. Seeing so many people paying attention, and Yuan couldn't help but start to feel nervous. Chengzhou saw her tension and wanted to lighten the mood. He picked up Meng Xiaopeng who was playing nearby. Let's cheer for Sister Yuan. Meng Xiaopeng immediately rolled over to Yuan and grabbed her hand. In a childish voice, he said earnestly, Sister is the most powerful cook I've ever seen, and also the most beautiful chef. You're the best. And Yuan was touched by his serious, yet cute tone, and felt her mood relax. She hugged him and patted his soft little curls, Thank you Yang Yang for your encouragement. Sister will do her best. The competition is about to start. Pay attention to the official messages they send you. Chengzhou reminded her in time. And Yuan saw the latest notice sent from the back end. To prevent various forms of cheating, this test will take place in a virtual kitchen. Please confirm within 3 minutes whether you wish to participate. And Yuan didn't know what a virtual kitchen was and stared blankly at the light screen in front of her. Chengzhou figured out the change in the rules from the comment section as well. This year's rule changes are fairly reasonable and advantageous for you. Why such a puzzled expression? What is a virtual kitchen? And Yuan looked utterly confused. This time, even Yang Yang had an expression as if to say, you don't even know what this is? He asked her, Sister, the virtual kitchen is just a simulated kitchen. Of course, she knew it was a simulated kitchen, but the question was, where was this virtual kitchen? And Yuan's mind raced with anxiety. You should quickly confirm your participation. Chengzhou interrupted these two. Right. She hadn't confirmed her participation yet. As soon as she clicked to confirm, her surroundings changed instantly, as if she had entered an unfamiliar kitchen. So this was the virtual kitchen, causing her a false alarm unnecessarily. Following the glowing text floating around in the room, and Yuan washed a bunch of grapes and some tomatoes. After placing them on a fruit plate, a flash surrounded her, and she was back sitting on the couch. Is it over? Someone beside her asked. Dazed, and Yuan nodded, finding this experience curious, more bizarre than a dream. The beeping prompt sound on her light brain pulled her wandering thoughts back. Congratulations, and Yuan successfully passed the primary examination and became a chef. Would you like to continue to the next exam? On Chengzhou's side, he also saw the list of those who passed the preliminary exam on the Star Chef Network. Congratulations, you've officially become a chef. At this moment, and Yuan felt somewhat awkward, thinking that washing a plate of fruit to obtain a chef certificate sounded like a fairy tale. She laughed somewhat embarrassingly, haha. The second exam would be held 3 days later, again in the virtual kitchen. During these few days, and Yuan received invitations from many restaurants offering all sorts of privileges hoping she would work at their establishments. Especially the manager of a Rota restaurant, who personally showed up. We can invite the head chef from our restaurant to give Miss and special training for half a day. With the guidance of this senior chef, there will be no problem for Miss and to obtain the Chuji Chu Shizheng beginner chef certification. Chapter 13. The location of the Rota planet is relatively remote, and the only restaurant here was founded by Leda, the richest man on the planet. And Yuan didn't want to offend the local powerful figure, but if she accepted help, it would mean being labeled as someone affiliated with the restaurant. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Leda, but Yuan has already received an invitation from Shengshi Group and may not be able to accept your restaurant's goodwill. Chengzhou said loftily as he descended the stairs, exuding arrogance. Leda hadn't expected that an orphan girl from such a remote planet could be chosen by the top conglomerate. Though skeptical inside, he observed the distinguished demeanor of the man before him, a man clearly not ordinary. Is that so? Then let me congratulate Miss in advance. His tone betrayed his dissatisfaction. Chengzhou's emerald eyes gleamed knowingly. Someone had definitely been eyeing her closely, but his timing had been impeccable. Yuan, haven't we analyzed this? Haven't I told you not to accept their advances lightly? Haven't there been many people contacting you recently? I know. I plan to agree with him, and Yuan sighed. She had been pondering how to turn them down politely. What I'm telling you is to stay vigilant, so no one tricks you. My subordinates might really question my usual aloof nature if they see how much I nag, Chengzhou emphasized again, stressing her caution. He couldn't let her be deceived unknowingly. And Yuan looked up curiously at him, narrowing her eyes on his bright green ones. Why does it feel like you're favoring Shengshi Group's offer? Are you two related somehow? Meeting her gaze unflustered, Chengzhou replied calmly. I do indeed wish to establish some connection with Shengshi Group, which means those sinister figures won't dare bother you anymore. Back in the restaurant, Leda became more and more convinced something wasn't right. An orphan girl who just started couldn't possibly gain the attention of Shengshi Group. It must be some excuse. There were 2 participants from Rota Planet passing the preliminary test. The other was Sai Chi, last year's junior chef, already recruited by the restaurant. After a year of training, this time she aimed for the senior chef position. Originally, Leda had planned for Sai Chi to mentor in Yuan, but after being refused, Sai Chi sneered inwardly. What nerve? That girl dares look down on our restaurant. Wait until she's rejected, then we'll deal with her. Sai Chi deeply resented spending time mentoring others, yet secretly cursed the girl for rejecting their offer, wishing she'd fail as soon as possible. Soon enough, the second exam arrived, still taking place in the virtual kitchen. This time, the test finally involved actual cooking. Each candidate was required to cook one dish without restrictions on cuisine type. As long as it tasted normal, they would proceed. After reading this vague rule, and Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. Normal taste was all it took. Cutting a cucumber and sprinkling some salt counted too. It seemed the standard for the junior certification was far too low. As she had predicted, many candidates, including Sa Chi from the Rota restaurant, cheated the system in exactly this manner. And Yuan didn't aim for any overly complicated dish either. Instead, she simply prepared a plate of tangy, spicy stir-fried shredded potatoes. First, peel and shred the potato and wash it several times under cold water. Cut green and red bell peppers into shreds, heat oil in the pot, and sauté the scallions, ginger, dried chilies, and the pepper strips until fragrant. Toss in the potato shreds to fry and change color, then add aged vinegar, minced garlic, and seasoning, creating a refreshing, zesty dish. All ingredients and tools in the virtual kitchen were merely data simulations, but visually and tactily, they mimicked reality perfectly. Chapter 14. First, this phase would see the appearance of many bizarre dark cuisines. Second, the participants came from various planets. The virtual kitchen could not only detect the taste of the food, but also conveniently connect participants from all corners of the star system. The first 2 rounds of exams were judged directly by the data from the virtual kitchen, and out of 5 million participants, now only more than 1,000 remained. Needless to say, Yunan definitely obtained the Chuji certificate. After the second round of evaluation was completed, the list of successful candidates was immediately posted on the homepage of the Star Chef website. And Yunan was preparing her things and getting ready to head for capital Star Shangyong, where 1 month later, the third intermediate chef examination would be held. It takes 10 days traveling on an interstellar spacecraft from Oroda to Shangyong. This trip was not just for the competition, but for something much more difficult that would take time, and it might be hard to come back in the short term. She felt comfortable leaving home affairs in the hands of Enrue and Big Head. After packing up her luggage, she set off with Chengzhou and Yang Yang aboard the interstellar spacecraft. Coincidentally, Chengzhou had also received messages from various places indicating it was time to return to assume command. "I'm back." A message sent somewhere unknown. Before departure, Chengzhou trimmed Yang Yang's cute and soft pink curly hair and dyed it black, claiming that it would be obvious to others that this was his family member, making it less likely for him to be taken away. Little Fatso, Yang Yang, had been puffing his cheeks in protest until he heard his brother's explanation, which reassured him. However, Yunan thought this behavior was odd. Since the ship ticket was provided by the organizer, and Yunan's room happened to be next to Sai Chi's, they didn't know each other before. But Lita the manager was also following along. "What a coincidence, Missin is here too. Looks like you barely made it through, congratulations," greeted him sarcastically in the hallway. Thinking about how this girl dared to reject him, and even managed to get the beginner chef certification, Lita felt extremely displeased and wanted to boot her out of the contest immediately. This person was truly petty. Is manager Lita recruiting talents for the restaurant? I suggest your restaurant raise the stakes. After all, Shanyong isn't comparable to Oroda. Mocking others is no big deal. What with their arrogant attitude, let alone the stingy offer, it's no wonder they couldn't recruit chefs. Having said that, and Yunan returned to her room first. Initially planning to go to the observation deck to admire the vast space outside, she lost all interest now. "Is she the girl who rejected us?" asked neighbor Sai Chi, witnessing the dialogue between them. "That stinky girl probably passed through some loophole. Next test won't be so easy. Anyway, I'll teach her a lesson." Lita grew even angrier being mocked by the stubborn girl. Sai Chi recalled the delicate and attractive face, paired with an enviable figure. Her jealousy welled up uncontrollably, and she didn't mind fueling Lita's fire. Another person also strangely disliked Yunan. On Shangyong planet, at the In family estate. Huh, this person is also surnamed in TCH. What kind of broken planet does he hail from to dare call himself in? In a luxuriously extravagant villa hall, a beautiful yet haughty woman flipped through the holographic screen, full of disdain and contempt. And Yunan, without any knowledge or reason, successfully caught the attention of the In family, albeit filled with malice. At least they knew such a person existed. Meanwhile, Yunan chatted idly and played around with little Fatso, whose curls had been cut into a buzz cut. Chengzhou sat straight upright on the sofa nearby, looking serious, seemingly busy doing something. "Yunan, we will change rooms soon. Lita is probably up to mischief," Chengzhou suddenly said. Chapter 15. You just heard. What if you change rooms? How will you handle it? "You take Yang Yang to my room, and I'll stay here. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Looking at his strong and robust figure was indeed convincing. "All right, I won't hesitate then. Thank you." Lita did indeed want to find an opportunity to deal with Yunan, but his previous impulsiveness had inevitably put people on guard. So these few days, he waited patiently for the right moment. With 10 more days to stay on this starship, he was sure that he would eventually find an opportunity. Recently, Chengzhou seemed very busy. He spent every day in the room processing messages. In the first few days, Yunan could stay in the room with Yang Yang without getting bored. However, later on, they couldn't resist going out for a stroll due to sheer boredom. This civilian starship was incredibly large, with complete internal facilities including several exhibition halls and entertainment venues for leisure. The two of them were thoroughly engrossed in their amusement. Chengzhou contacted his good friend Mayan, who arranged a secluded place for him to stay. Then, he continued to contact the subordinates who had been separated from him earlier that day. After sending out the information, there was no immediate response, but he believed in their abilities and was certain nothing untoward would happen. After finishing the work at hand, Chengzhou realized that the two of them had been outside for quite some time. He sent a message via his light brain, but received no reply, so he hurriedly went out to look for them. He first searched around the entertainment center, but found no trace of them. Next, he arrived at the Earth Creatures exhibition hall, which was where Yang Yang loved exploring ancient Earth's animals most. Indeed, the pair was having fun there. Upon seeing familiar animals like cats, dogs, tigers, and lions, Yunan became so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, though they were all holographic three-dimensional virtual beings. Yunan meticulously introduced these animals to Yang Yang. Seeing that the two of them were bright and adorable and genuinely fond of the creatures, the staff members presented them with 2 sets of animal mascot costumes. Yang Yang eagerly pulled Yunan into the restroom to change, after which they frolicked about joyfully. Chengzhou took a full walk through the venue but didn't spot anyone. As he turned around, he caught sight of a plump little penguin and grabbed it. "Where is your sister Nanan?" "Wow, brother, you're really good. How did you recognize me?" It's hard not to recognize you with your round belly. Quickly tell me where Yuan is. Chengzhou was growing increasingly irritable. Little penguin Yang Yang sensed the danger and promptly answered prudently. Sister's mascot got accidentally torn, so she's changing clothes over there. Something felt off to Chengzhou. Considering the durability of the polynitrile fibers of Yang Yang's costume, it seemed impossible for it to have been damaged. He carried the chubby penguin and hurried over. And Yuan was heading towards the dressing room when she noticed Yang Yang wasn't following her. She grew concerned and intended to turn back. The fitting room is just next door. Change your clothes first. It's safe aboard the starship, so the child being out there alone is fine. The staff urged, immediately supporting her forward as she paused. And Yuan felt a bit odd inside but couldn't politely refuse someone else's kindness. She dragged herself to follow her. Just as she was about to open the dressing room door, she heard someone calling her. Yuan. Chengzhou strode toward her in 2 long steps. Hey, Chengzhou, when did you come out? Since Yang Yang is with you, I feel relieved now, said Yuan. She then addressed Yang Yang. Little penguin, next time, make sure to stay close to sister. The staff member beside her noted, this dressing room seems occupied. Let me show you another one. And with that, she led them away. As Chengzhou passed by, his keen ears caught 2 breaths restrained behind the door, one male, one female. His piercing gaze momentarily swept over the door as if it could pierce through. The 2 people inside experienced a sudden chill. Chapter 16. Damn it, that girl has such good luck, Sei-Chi cursed inwardly. She and Lita accidentally saw Yuan enjoying herself here without a care in the world. Lita bribed a staff member at the venue to teach that girl a lesson. She planned to disfigure her face so that people would feel nauseated when they saw her during the competition. These next few days we shouldn't make a move. That man earlier felt dangerous. Lita had a bit of sense left in her. Sei-Chi was not willing to let this go. If we let that girl obtain the intermediate chef certificate, surely Xingshi will value her. If we don't stop her now, after she gets powerful backing, there's a chance she'll come back to deal with us. Lita thought about the mysterious and dangerous man by Yunan's side. He was very likely someone from Xingshi. This girl was just a beginner chef. After rendering her useless, Xingshi wouldn't probably make too much trouble over it. With that thought, Lita's expression darkened as she firmly decided to cripple that girl's hands before the starship landed, leaving her no opportunity for a comeback. The journey had only passed halfway, the last time at the exhibition hall, and Yunan noticed something suspicious. Now she didn't dare wander aimlessly, bringing along Meng Xiaopeng to enjoy the scenery on the viewing platform. Outside stretched an expansive, pitch-black void dotted with a few sparkling bright stars. Even though she knew the water-blue planet had already disappeared, she still hoped its shadow lingered somewhere within those seas of stars. Yang Yang saw the deep and tranquil look on her face at that moment and fell silent accordingly. When Chengzhou came over, he rarely witnessed the 2 being so quiet. Sitting down amidst this peaceful atmosphere brought a sense of relaxation and harmony. In 2 more days, they'd reach their destination. We're almost home. Little Yang Yang began cheering early in the morning, which lightened Yunan's somewhat oppressed mood considerably. Though this kind of trip was incredibly novel to her, these 10 days were unbearably dull and long. Tonight was the last night aboard the starship. After passing through one final spacepoint tomorrow afternoon, they'd arrive at Shangyang. Tossing and turning, and Yunan couldn't sleep. A reminder over the starship's broadcast asked everyone to prepare safety precautions since they were about to cross the spacepoint. And Yunan stood up to check Yang Yang's safety straps before returning to her bed and securing hers. Once prepared, the starship started shaking, beginning its entry into the spacepoint. Since this was a civilian starship and quite large, the crossing process took longer, accompanied by rather severe vibrations. Half a minute later, the starship shook violently. However, all passengers having gone through this numerous times before remained calm, undisturbed while sleeping. Suddenly, Yunan's safety strap fell off, and she nearly rolled away. In a hurry, she activated the backup safety mechanism, and in an instant, a tether tightly bound her hands. Her hands were securely tied, but her body spun and collided everywhere as the starship flipped 360 degrees with loud crashes. She believed she had already suffered a concussion and that her arm had dislocated. If another hit came, she might be dead. A loud crash resonated as the door was kicked open. Chengzhou, seeing her bloodied head and restrained hands, looked furious. He steadied himself against the wall and moved toward her despite the difficulties. He managed to rescue Yunan in time, but couldn't yet evacuate the ship before entering the center of the spacepoint. The most intense tremor arrived. Chengzhou could only pin Yunan under him, his hands gripping the bed frame tightly, while his legs wedged against the wall to anchor them both as best as a safety harness could. And Yunan, lifting her near-useless arms, hugged the person above her, also wrapping her legs around him, fixing herself onto Chengzhou and thereby reducing the pressure for the other party. Chapter 17. The starship violently rocked back and forth. Chengzhou's muscles were taut, his hands showing prominent veins as he bent down to support Yunan's head. The person in his arms clung to him tightly, though despite Yunan's best efforts to stabilize herself, she couldn't help but wriggle and rub against him. What felt like a mere 2 minutes dragged on for what seemed like 2 years before the starship finally passed through the spacepoint. Just as Chengzhou let out a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat, he realized that the person in his arms had already fainted. The medical system aboard the starship also detected someone seriously injured, and the robot doctor arrived with a treatment pod. Chengzhou gently placed the unconscious person into the treatment pod, and the doctor took her to the medical bay. Chengzhou did not immediately follow. Instead, He stayed behind to check the safety latch Yuan had just used. The commonly used set had been deliberately sabotaged, and the backup system had been altered by someone. Furious with rage, Qingzhou didn't need to think twice about who was responsible. To prevent accidents, they had specifically changed rooms often. When Qingzhou noticed the loosening of his own safety tether, he suspected something was amiss and rushed to Yuan's quarters. Both rooms had been tampered with. First, he had to see how badly Yuan was hurt before dealing with these two vermin. Qingzhou grabbed Meng Xiaoping, who was curled up in a ball, and brought him along to the medical bay. Meng Xiaoping had woken up while his brother was checking the safety latch, but Qingzhou's expression was too terrifying, an icy, ominous presence that scared him into silence. He cowered on the bed like a frightened quail. In the medical bay, Yuan suffered from mild concussion, dislocated both arms, fractured her right forearm, and had numerous abrasions all over her body. After 2 hours in the treatment pod, most of her external injuries would heal. However, her fracture might still require another 2 days of immobilization. The captain casually informed Qingzhou it was an accident and offered no charges for the treatment fees. If Qingzhou wasn't satisfied, the captain suggested refunding their ticket money. Qingzhou knew the captain had been bribed, and further argument was useless. His immediate priority was in Yuan's condition. They would settle accounts after disembarking from the starship. Meanwhile, Lita learned that Yuan only sustained a broken bone without any life-threatening injuries, which infuriated him. Originally, he just wanted to cripple the girl's hands, but he had never found a chance to carry it out. By coincidence, Psyche mentioned news of a starship incident where a malfunctioning safety latch caused 5 deaths and dozens of injuries. Lita decided to act boldly and destroyed the safety latches in both neighboring rooms. Worried he hadn't done a thorough job, Psyche secretly sneaked in later to sabotage the backup system. In fact, if Qingzhou hadn't arrived in time, Yuan would have fallen to her death long ago. Both Lita and Psyche were extremely frustrated. This girl had outrageous luck, and she kept slipping out of their traps. They had thoroughly antagonized her, so now their only option was to stop her from continuing in the competition. She absolutely mustn't get the backing of the Noble House group, or else it would be them who ended up dead. As we're about to disembark, there's no more time for chances. I have an idea, Psyche said with a sinister look. Lita's heart harbored some faint regret, but at this point, there was no turning back. Enough talk. Hurry up and say it. Destroy her face directly. Even if she can undergo plastic surgery, she'll definitely miss this competition, unless she wants to compete with a repulsive face. Undeniably, this plan was quite cruel. Lita immediately agreed with the scheme, and they discussed using the crowd during disembarkation to splash corrosive agent onto Yuan's face. 2 hours later, Yuan emerged from the treatment pod. The rest of her body was fine except for the broken right hand, which still could not move. Chapter 18. It's not a big deal, just rest well after we land from the starship. It won't delay your competition. Qingzhou consoled her. Yunan's face was still somewhat pale. All right, I understand. This time, I'm really glad you were here. Thanks for saving my life. Last time, you also saved me. So let's stop thanking each other. Qingzhou supported her back to her room to rest. I always feel like you have it worse. I didn't risk my life when I saved you. When your hand is better, how about making me a good meal to thank me? Sure, no problem. Cooking is actually one of my strengths. Neither of them mentioned the few main culprits who caused this accident. Soon, the starship entered Shanyo planet, slowing down gently before finally stopping steadily at the civilian spaceport. Qingzhou helped Yunan take out her luggage. Yunan, with your condition, it's inconvenient. Why don't you come with us? At the same time, he pinched the pudgy, cute butt of the little baby in his hands. That's right, Sister Nan, come with us. We stayed at your place for so long, and now it's your turn to stay with us. And Yunan had originally planned to stay at the hotel provided by the organizer, but with her injured hand and her reluctance to part with the chubby baby, she agreed. All right, let's go home then, Yang Yang. The little one kicked his legs happily, thrilled to taste more delicious food made by his sister again. Hugging his brother, he winked mischievously at him. Are we not leaving yet? And Yunan noticed that all the surrounding cabins were almost empty. Let's wait a bit. The people next door haven't left yet. After hearing this, Yunan felt as if she had swallowed a fly. Those two truly seemed intent on killing her. Come to think of it, they didn't have much of a grudge against each other. Who could bear such hatred? After waiting for a while, even the staff came to hurry them along. Just wait a little longer. Qingzhou remained calm. A few seconds later, a message arrived on his light brain. Okay, let's go. Qingzhou held Meng Xiaoping in one arm and shielded Yunan with the other, ensuring she wouldn't be jostled. As they walked a few steps, a set of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and Yunan's heart clenched. Would they dare to charge forward? With Qingzhou protecting the little one and herself being injured, it would be tough. The footsteps drew nearer and closer, and Yunan's heartbeat accelerated. Who are you people? What do you want? Let me go. Behind them, someone screamed, and Yunan turned around and saw Psyche and Lita being forcibly held by 4 burly bald-headed men. These men appeared to be holding something in their hands. Psyche continued to shout insults, but one of the men pulled out a piece of paper and slapped it over her mouth, rendering her silent just like Lita. And Yunan stared wide-eyed at this scene, utterly confused. Was this a kidnapping? In broad daylight too? Would the 3 of them, as witnesses, be taken away together? She took a small step back and pressed tightly against Qingzhou, grabbing his arm with her left hand, ready to run at any moment. Qingzhou, noticing the situation, shot a fierce glare at those men. The strong men startled slightly and tried to flash what they considered friendly smiles, revealing rows of white teeth towards Yunan. This frightened Yunan into shaking all over. Their smiles were terrifying, and they were fixating on her with shining eyes. Qingzhou was exasperated and tilted his chin, signaling them to leave immediately. Before anyone knew it, the four men disappeared with their captives struggling and wailing all the way. Damn, they barely got to see the boss again without saying hello, but the boss stare was killing them. At this moment, Meng Xiaoping suddenly cried out, it's brother Liangzi. Chapter 19. And Yuan asked him, who is Liangzi, brother? Do you know those people just now? Qingzhou took the lead in responding. Those four are my friends who came to pick me up. Cough cough, sorry to scare you. Only now did Yuan come to her senses. She should have guessed it already. Judging by how the hairstyles of those four people were almost identical to Qingzhou and his brothers, she should have known. I'm fine, I was just too nervous just now. I hope your friends don't think I'm a coward. They're the ones being too bandit-like. Look how they even made Yang hesitate in fright. Meng Xiaoping wanted to hit his brother at that moment. Was he scared? It was clearly the hand on his, but threatening him. He was about to speak when he got pinched. What a lousy brother. After the three came out, there was only one glowing flying machine left. Where did your friends go? I had them send those two Oroda guys to the interstellar police station first. And Yuan vaguely felt that Qingzhou was not an ordinary person. She noticed from their very first meeting how noble and elegant his demeanor was. Since he was handling the situation, she didn't ask any more questions. Sitting inside the flying machine, she couldn't help but marvel again as she looked at the neatly arranged skyscrapers in the air. The term Sky City indeed described this scene perfectly. The scattered floating buildings in the sky that Yuan had seen in Oroda had already amazed her greatly. But the towering skyscrapers in the capital star system were even more stunning, making her feel as if she was in a dream. Qingzhou, seeing her full of curiosity, slowed down the speed and detoured around some famous scenic spots for her to enjoy to her heart's content. Traversing through such a dreamlike world, Yuan couldn't help but start doubting whether she had been dreaming these past few days. Everything felt so unreal. It wasn't until the flying machine stopped in front of a villa with a garden that Yuan snapped back to reality. These past few days had all been in the air, making her feel like she was among the clouds. Nan's sister, we've arrived. Meng Xiaoping pulled her out. And Yuan, after such a long time away from solid ground, felt like she was still floating even though her feet were touching the ground. Qingzhou carried the luggage and led them inside. This house is closer to Yu Yan's competition venue. Come in. Meng Xiaoping originally wanted to ask why his brother didn't go home, but surprisingly, his brother explained beforehand. Humph, no need to ask then. Isn't this your house? And Yuan thought inwardly. From his words, it seemed like he owned other houses. Truly a wealthy tycoon. Ha 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 ha, of course this isn't his house. This is mine. He can't return home now and can only seek refuge here. A man with golden hair, blue eyes, a long eye shape, pale skin, and a lean build emerged from the house. You shouldn't be here. We're tired and have no time to entertain you. Don't bother coming next time. Qingzhou rolled his eyes at the man. Oh Zhou, you ungrateful one. How could you treat me like this after all my worry for you? I haven't eaten properly thinking of you, and now you drive me away when I finally see you. So heartless. The blonde man spoke dramatically as if reciting lines from a play. And Yuan could see from the smiles in their eyes that the two were actually good friends, despite one showing disdain outwardly while the other sounded frivolous. Sure enough, Qingzhou reached out and lightly punched the blonde man. That's enough, moan. I'm fine. The blonde man also reached out and gave Qingzhou a tight embrace. You good-for-nothing little brat. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan, my savior. Moan extended his right hand. Missin is indeed beautiful, kind-hearted, and skilled. I've heard that Missin has been promoted to a junior chef. I wonder if I have the honor to have Missin cook a few dishes for me. Chapter 20. Moan, didn't you see that Yunan has an injury on her hand? Qingzhou's tone carried a slight tinge of irritation. He wanted to throw this chatterbox friend out and demonstrate what it meant to be used and discarded. The blonde man playfully showed a sorrowful look, as if he was abandoned. And Yunan had been worried about whether this well-dressed, aristocratic, wealthy young man would be difficult to get along with. She didn't expect him to have such a free-spirited and unrestrained personality. After shaking hands lightly with Mon, she said, Yunan thanks Mr. Mon for arranging our accommodations. I will definitely invite Mr. Mon for a meal soon. Just call me by my name like Zhou does. From the rosy faces of these two brothers, I know Yunan's cooking must be great. The blonde man led Yunan to the living room. That's right, Sister Nan's cooking is super amazing. She makes so many delicious dishes. Meng Xiaoping spared no effort in praising others. The big two and the little one entered the house laughing and talking happily, leaving Qingzhou alone standing at the door with luggage, secretly vowing never to let the chatterbox enter again. This villa was quite spacious, with a simple yet warm decoration style. It also had a luxurious and bright kitchen, very much like in Yunan's home in Arola. She knew at a glance that this was arranged specifically for her. Contrary to the warm atmosphere here, there was another side, the interstellar police station. Ledra and Saki were directly locked up after being escorted by 4 burly men. Let us out, this is illegal. I'm going to sue you. Hey, why are we arrested? This is unlawful imprisonment. The two screamed angrily inside the cell, but no one paid attention. After half a day, they finally stopped, exhausted. What to do? Who caught us? Saki realized she was afraid now. Ledra did have some intelligence. His intuition told him that it was the man with a cold demeanor from around in Yunan who did this. At that time, he only thought that as long as they killed the girl, the man probably wouldn't interfere afterward. Manager, can you arrange for someone to release us? Our restaurant isn't poor, right? If we spend more money, we can get out, right? As the richest man in Arola, Ledra indeed had a lot of wealth and was influential in Arola. But he clearly understood that this was the capital planet. In this center of power and economy, his money and status meant nothing. Seeing the grave and gloomy expression on his face, Saki felt chilled. It seemed even the manager couldn't do anything. She muttered softly, I can't stay here. I still need to participate in the competition. I have to get out. Hearing her muttering, the man beside her saw a flash of determination in his eyes. This woman's culinary skills seemed to have improved considerably. Saki, do you have the confidence to obtain the advanced chef certificate? I am very confident. As long as I can go out and compete, I will surely get it. The disheveled woman's eyes gleamed with excitement as she swore earnestly to Ledra. The two prisoners who thought they were saved calmed down with hope and waited patiently for the opportunity. After Nan finished touring the villa, she was taken to the rehabilitation cabin to treat her right arm. Your recovery is going well. With one more treatment tomorrow, your arm will move freely. Qingzhou helped her refix her right arm. Qingzhou, thank you. Her bright almond eyes sincerely looked into the green depths of the man's eyes. She truly felt deeply grateful to this man. He was the first person she met when she came to this world, except for Meng Xiaoping. He was the person who helped her, protected her, saved her, gave her a sense of security, and made her feel a sense of belonging in this world. Chapter 21. The man was drawn to her pure and radiant eyes, ripples stirring in his heart. You. His words were cut off by cheers from behind. Wow, that's great. We'll get to eat Sister Nan's cooking tomorrow. The cheerful little chubby one didn't know when he had arrived, disrupting the soft pink atmosphere indoors. Qingzhou's mood wasn't great. He grabbed the little fatty and growled at him. All you think about is eating. Look at yourself. You're as round as a ball. The little guy retaliated fiercely. Not true. Every time Sister Nan cooks, it's always you who eats the most. You're the fat one. The two brothers started quarreling while Yuan stood on the side, watching happily. Her wandering heart gradually calmed down. 2 days later, under everyone's eager gazes, Qingzhou announced that his injured right arm had fully recovered. I know all of you have been looking forward to my hand getting better. To thank everyone for your care, I'll be preparing a sumptuous feast today. Based on the ingredients, a menu of 10 home-style dishes was planned. Official-style beef stew, crab-flavored steamed tofu, egg white prawn balls, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour mandarin fish, honey-glazed spare ribs, red braised lamb chops, vinegar and pepper steamed pork, dry-fried chili chicken, chicken oil braised baby bok choy, pulled sugar yam, and corn rib soup. First, they started with the more time-consuming beef stew and braised lamb chops, simmered in sand pots. Fatty pork belly slices were marinated briefly with seasonings, then mixed with homemade steamed meat powder and steamed. Among all, the squirrel mandarin fish was the dish that tested the most technique. After cleaning the mandarin fish, its head was cut off, and the meat separated from the bones on both sides, keeping the tail intact. Then, slanted cuts were made in a crisscross pattern on the fish meat to form diamond-shaped patterns. After the fish was slightly marinated, it was covered with starch and deep-fried in 7/10 heated oil until set. It was then refried at 8/10 heat to a golden color and drained. Finally, a cooked sauce was poured over it. And Yuan began preparations early in the morning. 3 hours later, the deliciously seasoned dishes were served. In the center, the spectacular squirrel mandarin fish left the other 4 people speechless. With its head proudly up and tail curved like a blooming chrysanthemum flower, the purple tomato sauce added an elegant touch to the dish. And Yuan tasted the sauce lightly, saying, sour, sweet, fresh, fragrant, very successful. Everyone, please taste while it's hot. Upon hearing this, Qingzhou immediately reached out to grab a piece, but was stopped by Anan, who pulled his hand back. Wait, I haven't looked enough at this beautiful masterpiece. Big brother, no eating yet. You keep looking, don't stop me. Without minding the little one's protest, Qingzhou gently picked up a piece with his chopsticks. The crispy exterior gave way to tender meat inside, slightly sour yet sweet with a lasting aftertaste. The little one grew impatient, and Yuan humorously placed some pieces in his bowl, knowing well that this sour and sweet flavor appealed the most to the child. Indeed, among all the dishes, this was his favorite. Man couldn't resist anymore and hastily reached for the bright red dry-fried chili chicken. A strong spicy aroma wafted through, crisp, tender, and spicy yet subtly sweet. It was a sensation that left Ma in wanting more. Qingzhou particularly favored the red braised lamb chops, official-style beef stew, and vinegar pepper steamed pork. The lamb chops had a rich and slightly spicy flavor, tender and chewy. The beef exuded freshness, soft and elastic. As for the steamed pork, it was even more extraordinary, soft, sticky, and flavorful, melting in your mouth. The most stunning aspect was the glossy, fragrant rice powder coating the outside. And Yuan's favorite was the egg white shrimp balls. After removing the shells, these palm-sized shrimps boasted a firm and sweet texture. With each bite, they burst with juicy tenderness, making it hard for her to stop. For a while, the only sounds at the table were those of clinking chopsticks against plates and chewing. By the end, the exquisite dinnerware sparkled like mirrors after being swept clean. This meal further solidified Qingzhou's determination to bring her into his team. He seemed convinced that during the Star Chef competition, she must not be let out of sight. Hick, mine belched ungracefully. I can't take it anymore. My stomach is about to explode. I've never eaten such delicious food before. Truth be told, everyone present was overstuffed, sprawled out, unable to move. So when Yuan returned to the kitchen to prepare hawthorn water for digestion. Before long, the Star Chef Association released the content of the 3rd exam. Contestants would need to cook one meat dish and one vegetable dish on site. Those with outstanding color, aroma, and taste would pass. TSK, this requirement should be no problem for Yuanan. Ever since last time tasting in Yuanan's cuisine, Ma Yin had shamelessly stayed despite every threat and intimidation Chengzhou threw his way. This competition seems to take place at the Star Chef Association's headquarters, Kaiji Tower, and Yuanan was browsing the latest news on the Star Chef network. After 2 rounds of selection, there were now only 1,000 participants left. She noticed that half of them already carried the names of certain restaurants or families. Especially those who bear the Yin family name seemed to be particularly numerous, and Yuanan felt a weight in her heart. It seemed the influence of this Yin family was not to be underestimated, with such ostentation. Let's head over to Kaiji Tower to check out the venue and get familiar with the environment ahead of time. Chengzhou noticed her expression had grown somewhat solemn. Yeah, alright, I heard that this Kaiji Tower used to be part of the Yin family's holdings? The discussion section on Star Chef Network was buzzing with talk, claiming that the Yin family would have an advantage in this competition. That's right. This building originally belonged to the Yin family, but was later gifted to the Chef Association as their office location. But don't worry, we trust in your culinary skills. Ma Yin thought she didn't need to be concerned at all. Sister Nan Nan is the best. This came from the encouragement of the little one. And Yuanan gave them a smile, signaling that she could handle it, but Chengzhou still detected a trace of melancholy in her eyes. That's right, she also bears the surname Yin. Could she possibly have ties to the Yin family of the 5 great houses? Previously, he only knew that her parents had passed away, without having conducted a deeper investigation into her background. However, given their current relationship, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to conduct another investigation. He'd wait until she told him herself. The Yin family now holds immense power, which must not be underestimated. Among those participating this time are several members of the Yin family's secondary branches, along with 2 members of the main line, Yin Man and Yin Zhua. Yin Man, the second daughter of Yin Hong, the head of the Yin family, is 28 years old, while Yin Zhua, the eldest son of Yin Hong's second son, is 27. Chengzhou explained the situation of the Yin family even though he wasn't clear about what connection, if any, she might have with them. Regardless of their culinary abilities, these 2 should secure a place in the competition, right? And Yuanan questioned aloud, yet her mind already had an affirmative answer. No matter how times change or how technology advances, the game of power will never go out of style, and neither will the net of self-interest. Ma Yin and Chengzhou inexplicably picked up on the mockery in her tone. Even though they disdained the Yin family as well, it was undeniable that this tree was difficult to shake. In fact, it's not just the Yin family that has privileges. All 5 families do. This is precisely why so many people try so hard to break into the competition, Chengzhou added. Why should we fear them? Before Ma Yin could finish his sentence, someone grabbed him by the neck and forced him to alter his words. We possess true skill and don't fear their underhanded tactics. Chapter 22. While Yuanan was packing her things, he asked quietly, I understand why you conceal your background, but why don't you tell her about your other identity? That way, we can use her. Chengzhou's tone was icy with an underlying warning. MON, she is my friend. I hope she chooses Shangshi because of our shared ideals, not because of our personal relationship. Of course I know. Considering she saved your life, I would never exploit her. However, I suspect she might have some secrets related to the Yin family. We must prevent them from taking the advantage first. You needn't worry, it won't happen. By the way, there has been significant fluctuation in this quarter sales share of nutrients. The Yin family seems to be planning something big. Investigate thoroughly as soon as possible. When Yuanan came downstairs, the 2 had already finished discussing. Chengzhou was waiting for her by the flyer with Yang Yang. MON originally wanted to join the one-day tour group at the Kaiji Tower, but after being rejected ruthlessly, he left angrily to complete the tasks assigned earlier. Despite having ridden many times, Yuanan still found it fascinating, marveling at the meteor-like speed through the towering buildings suspended mid-air. Soon, the flyer stopped in front of a magnificent aerial pavilion. The words Kaiji Tower floated above the roof, shining brightly. All around the tower, a full 360 degrees, there were no other buildings. In this capital star where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, its ability to occupy such a vast space alone demonstrated its formidable power. Before getting out of the car, Chengzhou handed her a pair of glasses. Today will definitely bring many participants. Wearing this will hide your true appearance and avoid unnecessary trouble. This suited Yuanan just fine. After getting out of the vehicle, the 2 started visiting, leading Meng Xiaopeng. This competition opened the 1st and 2nd floors of the tower. The 2nd floor was for judges' rest rooms and temporary conference halls on the day of the contest, off limits today. The main hall on the 1st floor now appeared rather empty, only featuring about 50 cooking stations and 5 VIP viewing areas. There wasn't much to see here. Disheartened, they prepared to leave. And Yuanan caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. When she turned her head toward the staircase, the figure was gone. Suppressing her suspicion, she concluded that she must have mistaken the person due to the unavailability of the 2nd floor. When they reached the exit, they noticed a crowd gathering on the left side. With his height advantage, Chengzhou quickly spotted several large screens displaying recruitment advertisements. Meng Xiaopeng pulled the 2 close, losing interest soon after, while the adults read attentively. Isn't this a new recruit advertisement? They've posted it here. TSK. Take a look at Incorporation's extravagant benefits. Hard not to be tempted. And Yuanan spoke with delight, though her clear almond eyes revealed a sense of calmness. Every year during the competitions, various companies place advertisements here. But this year, incorporation's conditions seem particularly generous. Cheng Zhou explained as he thought deeply. 2 days later, the third round of the Star Chef evaluation officially began. Over 1,000 contestants were divided into 20 groups, with groups 1 through 10 cooking on the first day, and the rest on the second day. I hope Yunin gets placed in the first group. As a loyal foodie, Mon naturally joined as a supporter. Meng Xiaoping may not fully understand the situation, but knowing that sister Nin was going to compete excited him, and he cheered enthusiastically for Yunin without pause. I don't care which group I'm in. Being in a later group could even give me a chance to understand the judges' preferences better. You're too naive. If you get assigned to tomorrow, you might be targeted by someone's scheme. Mon's face was full of concern. Not likely. Although this competition involves a web of interest behind it, I'm just an ordinary person after all. Don't overthink it. Mon exaggerates too much. Think about what dish you'll prepare next. Cheng Zhou cast a stern glare at the man opposite, unnoticed by Yunan. At exactly 9 o'clock, all participants were present. A huge screen began random grouping, and Yunan, initially nonchalant, became slightly nervous after hearing Mon's words, unconsciously clenching her fists. The final grouping results showed her in Group 7, scheduled for this afternoon. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed in the spectator seats. Soon, the first group of contestants took the stage. Each match lasted half an hour. Observing everyone's technique, these people evidently had experience in the kitchen. Aroma began to waft through the air, various meat scents mingling together, permeating the entire hall. Most opted for stir-frying methods, resulting in quick dishes. After plating nearly 20 dishes, robots numbered them sequentially and served them on 2 long tables. Several judges approached with utensils to sample each dish. Any dish deemed unsatisfactory by 3 or more judges would be eliminated. And Yunan appreciated the evaluation criteria for this competition, but found the tasting process to be less rigorous. Shouldn't one rinse their mouth and change utensils after tasting each dish? Otherwise, it will affect the taste of the next dish. She muttered under her breath. Cheng Zhou glanced at her with a slightly raised brow. You're right, there is some influence, but these judges aren't all professional tasters, so we shouldn't worry too much about it. All right, she thought. The 2 dishes she prepared would need to be switched. Based on this situation, it was probably best to prepare 2 flavorful dishes that could overpower the lingering taste from previous dishes. After the morning's 5 groups finished their competitions, not a single contestant was eliminated, which made Yunan highly suspicious. At this rate, it's a 100% pass rate. But how can that be possible? After reviewing the contestants' backgrounds following the first 3 rounds, Cheng Zhou discovered that half of them came from restaurants affiliated with various large corporate groups, some already recruited, and clearly having connections in high places. Someone must have given them specialized training beforehand, Mon guessed. Due to the scarcity of chefs, many ancient recipes had been lost over time. Those capable of obtaining these precious recipes were usually wealthy or influential people. For ordinary individuals, even if they happened to possess genius-level genes, they could still only learn by trial and error. Thus, anyone who could get professional guidance would surely seize the opportunity eagerly. Well, don't overthink it. Take a break and rest up for the afternoon round. Cheng Zhou interrupted their conversation, urging Yunan into the sleep pod inside the resting room. Zhou, I'm sure you did something behind the scenes to ensure that girl gets to compete on the first day. Mon speculated, thinking that today's participants all seemed to have some sort of backing. How else could a lone orphan from a remote planet manage to make it into the top 10 groups? Did you get any results from the last investigation? The tall and handsome man didn't bother with the blonde man's prying tone. Here's the thing. The current nutrient supplement market has reached saturation. The Yin family isn't satisfied with holding just 30% of the market share, yet they cannot expand further to dominate other major shares. Mon immediately grew serious when mentioning business matters. This tournament has seen frequent actions from the incorporation. I suspect they are planning to expand their food service sector. Bingo, you're correct, Zhou. I've heard that the Yin family has purchased large tracts of land on other planets, as though they're setting up restaurants. Cheng Zhou's expression turned grave. If the Yin family can acquire licenses across so many planets simultaneously, someone must be helping them from behind the scenes. Mon reflected for a moment and agreed. Since the Yin family could meddle in other factions' territories, there must indeed be some higher authority supporting them. Damn, it's probably that ungrateful bastard. The pie is only so big. Reaching too far might not lead to more gains, but instead risk being cut off entirely. A flash of danger flickered in his emerald green eyes. The 2 men whispered outside the sleep pod, while Yunan rested soundly within. After a short lunch break, the closely scheduled competition resumed. The first 2 groups in the afternoon also saw a perfect 100% passing rate. When Yunan entered the arena after switching her menu, she quickly selected her ingredients. While waiting for the robots to bring them, she looked around and noticed that almost everyone seemed confident in their abilities. She had prepared a tangy appetizer called pineapple sweet and sour pork and a savory dish known as 3 delicacies with sauce. These 2 dishes, originating from different cuisines on ancient Earth, featured vastly contrasting flavors, one being sweet and sour, the other rich and salty. Watching Yunan cook was an absolute delight. Her every movement carried a unique charm that stood out amidst the otherwise chaotic environment. Chapter 23. The audience who were unable to be present and could only watch the holographic live broadcast were immediately captivated by her graceful, fluid movements. They quickly switched from the panoramic view of the field to a close-up focused solely on her. A large, green pineapple startled in Yunnan. She cut out a fraction of its flesh into chunks and immersed them in lightly salted water. She sliced top-grade deboned pork belly, known as wu hua rou, into pieces half a centimeter thick, tenderized them slightly before marinating briefly in a bowl. Afterward, she evenly coated both sides of each slice with a thin layer of starch, formed the slices into balls, and deep-fried them twice before removing them from the pot. Next, she heated oil in a wok and stir-fried the complementary vegetables until aromatic. She then added the sauce, made from ingredients like tomato paste, sugar, and white vinegar, simmering it until sticky. The pineapple chunks and the previously fried meatballs were tossed in for a brief stir-fry, ready to serve almost immediately. Instantly, a tangy and sweet aroma spread around, emerging distinctively among the chaotic scent of cooked meat, drawing glances from neighboring competitors frequently looking this way. To let even ticket buyers inside the venue experience the smell, the site was equipped with 2 molecular diffusion devices. When this fragrance permeated every corner, everyone started craning their necks to look around. Slurp, slurp, the little chubby one in the audience couldn't help but keep swallowing saliva. It's Sister Nan's scent. Mon beside him kept sniffing. It's all your fault for insisting on the regular seats. If we had gone to our VIP section, maybe we would have tasted some. A certain person sitting steadily nearby seemed unfazed but subtly adjusted his glasses as if to cover up something while his throat moved sexily. You can always move there yourself. In the meantime, the plate of beautifully colored pineapple sweet and sour meat had already been cleared, indicating that in Yunnan had clearly passed. Ah, so fragrant. Yes, I feel my mouth is overflowing with saliva. It would be nice to taste a bite. The spectators around also voiced their sentiments. It must be incredibly delicious. Look, people in that VIP area are already going over to get that dish. Indeed, a few people emerged from several VIP rooms to take a peek at the judges' dishes. The staff, highly perceptive, brought over the appetizing and colorful dish of pineapple sweet and sour meat right away. With a generous portion, only a few scattered pieces remained of the pineapple sweet and sour meat. A few of them exchanged glances and reached for their chopsticks simultaneously. Inside the central VIP room at that moment, a fashionably dressed woman fiercely glared at those young masters eating alone outside. That Kirsten Zwit didn't even bring me a plate. The elegant middle-aged man seated in the main position reprimanded her. How do you speak, man? If you want to eat, go out yourself. And man, the pampered sole daughter of the family, said arrogantly, Father, how can you make me join them? All right, man, I'll just have someone call that chef back specifically for you. Meanwhile, Yunnan had already taken out the second dish with its rich soy aroma, tidied up the preparation station, and waited patiently. 10 minutes later, she received a message congratulating her on becoming a mid-level culinary master. Returning to the observation area, several people expressed their congratulations to her. With today's competition about to conclude, they decided to stay and watch it through. In the final group of participants, none other than Miss and Man would be competing, though Yunnan wasn't acquainted with her yet. When Miss and stepped onto the stage, several staff members deliberately shielded her spot, claiming that the young lady had skin disease and couldn't be exposed to polluted air. Everyone murmured quietly, and the participants seethed inwardly with indignation, but no one openly challenged or protested. Who is she? This is obviously unfair. How can anyone guarantee that she won't cheat? And Yunnan spoke sharply. Mon replied sarcastically. Could be anyone else? Isn't it that Miss and from the family? Ever since learning that the parents of the original host had left the family to settle on a remote planet, and Yunnan developed an unfavorable impression of the family. Later experiences with their behavior made her dislike them even more. Chengzhou often maintained a serious demeanor without revealing much emotion on his handsome face. But the emotions reflected in his emerald eyes were clear enough. The family is getting increasingly arrogant, making ordinary people dare not provoke them. As it turned out, Man was indeed cheating. Relaxed and bored, she leaned against the preparation counter. The table had already been secretly supplied by robots with 2 finished dishes. After catching a whiff of the aroma, she rolled her eyes disdainfully and pouted. While the smell was pleasant, it wasn't nearly as captivating as the previous tangy sweet scent. And Yunnan, who was unaware that she had caught the attention of the family, frowned slightly. It appeared that the familiar figure from yesterday was her. She wondered when exactly she had come out. Chengzhou occasionally glanced sideways towards the side. Following his gaze towards a corner of the competition site, it was Sasha. What was she doing here? He took out his luminous device and sent off a couple of messages, then leaned forward slightly, saying, I've sent someone to investigate. Don't worry. And Yunnan relaxed her furrowed brow slightly and nodded. It doesn't bother me, but I don't know how Leda managed to bring her out. At this very moment, Chengzhou's luminous device received a response. Boss, we did as you asked and had those people locked up in the police station to let the law take its course. After seeing that the 2 were sentenced and incarcerated, we stopped paying attention. But a few days ago, the family had them bailed out. Sorry, boss, it's our fault. It's the family again. Chengzhou's tone was icy cold as a dark storm brewed in his eyes. And Yunnan looked up despondently, her head tilted at 45 degrees. To stare at the ceiling. Sigh. This task was so arduous, she felt mentally exhausted. Since arriving at Shanyang Star, it seemed everywhere they turned there was some connection to the family. She had decided to complete the original host's wish, but first, whether the cookbook was currently with the family was still uncertain. Moreover, even if it was, she could not easily obtain it from a family at the height of its power. Why are you sighing like that? Shouldn't you be happy after just getting your certificate? Mon noticed neither of them appeared particularly joyful. You wouldn't understand. So, Tell me, and I will understand, won't I? Which event should she mention? About going to the infamily to retrieve the cookbook. No way could she tell anyone. If she started talking about Sasha escaping from the police station, it would lead back to the galactic chef competition, which was too much trouble to explain. Forget it, it's nothing. Both refused the earnest blonde man's inquiry simultaneously. You two heartless guys. How ungrateful. I kindly offered to share your worries, and you don't appreciate it. Heartless, unjust. And there goes the drama queen again, pointing fingers dramatically as though performing on stage. Being used to his occasional performances, both completely ignored him, leaving only the chubby little one providing genuine comfort. With their waning interest, they began walking back home with the little chubby one. Shall we come tomorrow? The blonde male asked. No need to. Nothing is worth watching anymore. Qingzhou spoke first. I don't want to come either. Mon continued persuading in Yunnan. Tomorrow will surely be more exciting than today. Little Nan, are you sure you won't come? You'll regret it. Oh, why will it be more interesting than today? Aren't the rules all the same? Naturally, and Yunnan perked up a bit with curiosity. Mon, don't you have something else to do? Hurry up and go handle it. Before the chatterbox blonde could answer, Qingzhou cast him a sharp glare to chase him off. Well then, I'll see what tasks await me. If you're interested, Nan, you can contact me privately, he said while fleeing under the murderous gaze aimed his way. Why didn't you let him talk? Of course, and Yunnan realized Mon had been forced away by this person. The situation here is somewhat complicated. Since you've just arrived at Shangyong, I'm worried you might get dragged into it. Qingzhou drove the spacecraft as he took the two home. I know you're doing it for my own good, but I think you should clarify it properly to me. That way, I can better avoid getting entangled in some troubles. Qingzhou thought for a moment and found her point reasonable. All right, you're very right. As I mentioned before, the real purpose of this competition is to recruit talent, and after the preliminary rounds, various factions start their actions. This much you know. Secondly, as the contest has progressed to this point, only truly skilled contestants remain. Everyone who made it to today's matches has some kind of background. When Yunnan heard this, she felt confused. Your point is that those people participating today have already been recruited by the big families. But wait, what about me? Chapter 24. The warm orange sunlight slanted across the bright, floor-to-ceiling windows. Though it was the scorching heat of midsummer, the temperature inside remained as comfortable as spring. There was a slightly awkward atmosphere between the two people on the sofa. Qingzhou avoided the girl's lively eyes like a stream and answered uncomfortably. I asked Mon to find a way to get you included. I didn't expect he's actually a powerful young master from a wealthy family. Although the blonde man's appearance and manners had a hint of nobility, his character was somewhat frivolous, talkative, and gossipy, which was not very consistent with that of an aristocrat. Buffed. Judging by her easily readable facial expression, the man sitting upright laughed out loud all at once. You're not far off. That guy is indeed a bit scattered, but he truly is the only son of the Taino family's authority holder. What? Mon is actually someone from one of the 5 great families, the Taino family. It's true, one can't judge a person by their appearance, and Yuan muttered to herself. Well then how should I repay this favor? As she spoke, she looked carefully at the person beside her. Qingzhou smirked inwardly. This mischievous girl was clearly asking him to help repay this favor. You don't need to worry about it. Since it was me who asked someone for help, naturally, it will be me who repays it. Moreover, that chatterbox really hadn't done much to assist. Thank you so much. Then am I still free now? Haven't I joined the Taino family? Of course, you can do what you want to do. Upon hearing this, and Yuan felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Had he discovered her little secret? Doing what she wanted most meant getting back the recipe. I don't really have anything I particularly want to do. I just don't like being constrained. She laughed in a manner that seemed to betray more than it concealed. All right, let me remind you, if you want to continue participating in the next event, then you must depend on a certain force. Otherwise, you will certainly be eliminated in the next test. How could it be like this? A shocked exclamation. Today's competition is equivalent to a performance. Believe it or not, right now, those contestants without any background are rushing to find themselves a patron. And Yuan pondered for a moment. The 5 great families organized this match originally to recruit talent. The pass rate for today's exam is 100%, all to force those who haven't aligned with any power yet to make a decision. If they haven't made a decision by the time tomorrow's competition starts, they probably won't have the chance to continue anymore. Qingzhou looked at her with admiration. Your analysis is spot on. So if you like freedom, you don't need to participate in the last one. If you wish to continue. What if I want to continue? Why did you stop talking? Do you have any solutions? Cough. I think you could consider Shengshi Group. The man sounded somewhat guilty, though it was agreed that she would make her own choice. Oh right, you mentioned before that Shengshi Group is a trustworthy company. I trust your judgment. This left Qingzhou with even more guilt, feeling somewhat deceptive, but he assured himself that Shengshi Group is absolutely worthy of its reputation. And Yuan opened her holographic computer to check relevant information about Shengshi Group. This recruitment information is quite similar to what it used to be. Their cooperation model doesn't come with various overbearing terms. Unlike other companies where joining feels like signing a lifelong contract. Looking at hundreds of private messages on the Star Chef network, almost all were inviting her to join some group or another business, offering extremely favorable conditions. However, there was always a minimum 100-year contract attached. Although the average lifespan currently could reach over 200 years, 100 years still sounds harsh because once signed, you'll be bound for life. And Group, Taishan Enterprises, Milanshan Industries, IMI Group. The most influential family businesses have sent me invitations. Guess I'm quite popular. SSS, why only 4 of the great families? Oh, I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I'm just curious about the 5th family. And Yuan turned her head and asked. From her online research, she understood the concept of the 5 great families, but never found clear details about the 5th family. The Yin, Taino, Mu, and Ai families are century-old prestigious families with deep historical roots. Originally, there was another family named Jiang that stood alongside these 4, making them known as the 5 great families. But 50 years ago, the Jiang family declined after Jiang Corporation went bankrupt, leaving only 4 families. Later, Shengshi Group's development gradually caught up and surpassed them, thus replacing the original position held by the Jiang family. Upon hearing the name Jiang, and Yuan became somewhat distracted. In her dreams, the original host mentioned, go to the Yin family to retrieve the Jiang Baiwei recipe. At the time, she didn't fully understand which Jiang the term Jiang Baiwei recipe referred to. But later, when she heard from Enrui that her mother's maiden name was Jiang, and considering now learning that the Jiang family was once a prestigious family, having a Jiang family recipe also makes sense. It's just unclear whether her mother had any connection to the Jiang family, and why the original host referred to the Yin family's heirloom recipe as the Jiang Baiwei recipe. Do you know how the Jiang family collapsed? Was it related to the Yin family? After Yuan voiced her question, she realized it might be inappropriate and quickly added, I just feel that the Yin family's reputation isn't very good, so I'm only making random guesses. Chengzhou had already noticed that she seemed particularly concerned about the Yin family. At that time, I wasn't born yet. It was said that there were not many people in the Jiang family, and none of them were capable enough to take on the responsibility of being the successor. Later, the person in charge made a wrong decision, which led to the swift downfall and decline of the Jiang family. If this had nothing to do with the Yin family, she didn't believe it. Then have you heard that the Yin family has an inherited recipe? Many people know about this. It should have been around 30 or so years ago when there was a power transition within the Yin family, and Hong, who is now the head of the Yin family, had just taken over control and unveiled the Yin family's century-old recipe to consolidate his authority. It appeared that the origin of the Yin family's recipe might not be entirely legitimate, but she wasn't sure if the recipe the original host called Jiang Baiwei had any connection to the one possessed by the Yin family. And Yuan's thoughts turned into a jumbled mess, with no trace of clarity. Oh, right, I didn't seem to receive any messages from Shengshi Group earlier. Should I contact them proactively? Chengzhou paused for a moment. Maybe they are just busy. You may receive their message soon. After finishing, he subtly began fiddling with the holographic computer. Before receiving news from Shengshi Group, her holographic computer suddenly popped up with a communication request. She hesitated but still answered. The holographic screen projected the image of a middle-aged man. Miss Yuan, forgive me for disturbing you. I am a manager under the Yin Group. We sent 2 job offers your way previously. When will you be available to join us? And Yuan wondered if she had lost some memories, because she couldn't recall ever accepting an offer from any company. So how could this person speak so confidently? Manager, I'm really sorry, but I don't remember agreeing to join the Yin Group. The middle-aged man's expression turned arrogant, showing disdain. Miss Yuan, our young miss likes your cooking skills very much. She's offered $1 million monthly salary. Are you trying to negotiate for more? Half an hour earlier, and man returned home, staring at the lavish dining table. Remembering the sweet sour scent from earlier, she couldn't help but complain to the refined-looking man beside her. Dad, didn't you say you would bring back that cook from this afternoon? Before the elegant middle-aged man could respond, an elderly man sitting at the head of the table, his face full of wrinkles but exuding great authority, asked in a doting tone, Man, these dishes are all your favorites. Why do you suddenly want to change chefs? Grandpa, I've grown tired of eating these dishes. During today's competition, I smelled something special, and it makes my mouth water just thinking about it, and Man said coquettishly, appealing to the patriarch and Hong seated at the head of the table. Since Man likes it so much, let your father go get that person. True to form, the elder displayed the same commanding air as his son, the elegant middle-aged man. The spacious dining room was fully occupied, originally meant to celebrate both Man and Zhua obtaining their intermediate chef certifications. Now, it seemed like the eldest daughter of the Yin family would dominate the spotlight once again. After receiving instructions from Hong, the head steward immediately arranged someone to make contact with Yuan. Learning of the potential refusal, he felt quite displeased. Missin, you shouldn't be too greedy. Besides the high salary, we also offer other benefits. Opportunities like this come only once. Chapter 25. And Yuan resisted the urge to cut off the communication. Mister, I apologize, but I have already chosen another option. I hope we might cooperate another time. It was an extremely polite way to conclude. But the other party clearly didn't get the hint and roared angrily. No company can offer a more generous reward than ours. Don't be ungrateful. There won't be any next time. Chengzhou could tell she had reached her limit, so he stood up to help her shut off the call. Don't waste any more words on him. Have you checked if there's any news from Shengshi Group? Ah, it's here. Shengshi invited me to an interview tomorrow afternoon. I'll be busy tomorrow, so I've arranged for Mon to accompany you. There's no need to trouble him. I can go by myself. I haven't used the public transportation in Shanyong yet, and tomorrow will be a good opportunity to experience it. Although Yuan refused, Chengzhou still wasn't at ease letting her go out alone. He insisted that Mon follow her closely the next day without fail. The next morning, a blond man in bright orange casual wear appeared in the living room. Hello, everyone, good morning. What are we going to have for breakfast? He acted as if he were fully welcome. Yang Yang greeted him energetically, saying that Nan Nan's sister had risen very early this morning, definitely planning a big meal, while his mouth watered uncontrollably. Mon's narrow almond-shaped eyes curved into a crescent moon as he smiled. He picked up the little chubby boy and walked towards the dining area, asking, "What do we have for breakfast today, Jojo?" The tall and robust figure did not even turn around, obviously showing no intention to deal with this overly flamboyant man. Porridge of millet with mushrooms, potato omelets, steamed dumplings filled with fresh shrimp, meat minced eggs, and spinach mixed with tofu skin. And Yuan turned while carrying a large tray of dishes. Cheng Zhou naturally went into the kitchen to help serve the food. After putting Yang Yang down, Mon also followed to assist. The thick millet porridge slightly burned the tongue. The rich and fresh taste of mushrooms perfectly complemented the faintly spicy chopped green onion sprinkled on top. As the warm porridge slid into the mouth, the stomach felt warm and satisfied. The filling of the steamed dumpling was made from minced pork seasoned with salt, minced ginger, sesame oil, etc. During the wrapping process, each dumpling was stuffed with a fresh small shrimp, though these shrimps were actually palm-sized. While enjoying the slippery, fragrant minced meat steamed egg in his bowl, Yang Yang grabbed a steamed dumpling with his hand. "Look, this one was made by brother. Haha, it looks so ugly." Cheng Zhou was just eating the crispy outside and chewy inside potato pancake in big bites when his younger brother suddenly critiqued him. He stretched his long arm to take away the inviting egg custard in front of the cute little fellow. "Brother, I'm sorry." The soft and flatteringly sensible young boy immediately apologized. "But it was useless. You know what you did wrong? Finish all the dumplings your brother made, and I'll forgive you." All along, and Yuan thought this serious and rugged man should be fairly cold, but ever since she got to know him, her perception changed. He was enthusiastic and competent, but sometimes immature. Are you really his older brother? He's too young to eat all of those. Don't let him burst. Mon, mouth full of food, spared a moment to criticize. Seeing someone backing him up, the little boy became brash. "The dumplings your brother makes are so ugly, they must not taste good. You should keep them for yourself." Cheng Zhou didn't argue back. He ate up a small bowl of steamed egg in one bite, and moved several trays of dumplings in front of him, chewing slowly and elegantly. That settled it. The little guy stopped his complaints, obediently sipped the porridge, and started eating a potato pancake. After breakfast, everyone went about their own tasks. "Be safe on your way out. Contact me if anything happens." Cheng Zhou saw the two off at the door. "Jojo, don't worry. I'll be looking after her." Mon rolled his eyes at the infamous cold-faced King Yen before pushing in Yuan onto the spacecraft. "It's still early. Let's stroll around first. I'll show you the environment of the Shengshi group, then we'll go for the interview after lunch." The blonde man looked very laid back, but his arrangement was reliable. Shengshi group is located at the center of the Shanyong economic zone, occupying 500 hectares alone. Its headquarters floated 2,000 meters above the ground, surrounded by other office buildings belonging to the Shengshi conglomerate on all sides and below. Walking around these towers took the entire morning. "It's almost 12 o'clock. Yuan, let's go eat." We should finish eating early to prepare." Originally, and Yuan planned to drink a few nutritional cans, but considering how hard Mon had worked that morning, she decided it wouldn't be fair to let him deal with it so carelessly either. "You haven't eaten in an outdoor restaurant yet, right? I'll treat you today, although your food is probably better than mine. At least it's the capital star, chefs better than you are definitely in abundance." "You're too modest. I think only those old guys can match you, but they rarely cook. They're all people who only care about their reputation." And Yuan was very curious about the skill level of the old chefs he mentioned, but hearing the mockery in his tone, she didn't dare to ask much more. "Hey, there seems to be a restaurant over there. Let's go there." Mon thought none of these restaurants could compare to Yuan's cooking skills anyway, so it didn't matter which one they chose. The decoration and location of this restaurant looked decent, but the business seemed rather quiet. "Forget it. Looks like the taste here must be pretty bad. Let's change to another one." "Wait, let's eat here." And Yuan saw the sign at the entrance of the restaurant, Jiang Family Cuisine, making her now sensitive to the character Jiang. This restaurant was quite spacious, and as soon as they entered, an 18-year-old girl came over enthusiastically. "Please come in. 2 guests. Here's the menu." "How come your dishes are more than half cheaper than others?" Mon browsed through several pages of the menu. "It's because the chef of this restaurant is my brother, who hopes more people can afford and enjoy natural food." The girl proudly explained. This idea was actually very much to Yuan's liking. "Bring us a few of your brother's specialties." After the girl left, Mon couldn't help muttering. Their ideas are too naive. No wonder the business is so bad. You think their idea is ridiculous, and Yuan became very upset. No, the idea isn't wrong, but the approach has problems. Even though they lowered the price a lot, you see that there are almost no customers here. If this keeps up, they won't last long before they have to close down. Why would that be? First, this restaurant has no reputation, and the only ones who can afford to eat in restaurants are wealthy people, who of course will choose better known places. Second, by lowering the price so drastically, they disrupted the market and are bound to be suppressed by other restaurants. There's no doubt these 2 points alone could fatally damage this store. It was already impressive how long they had managed to keep it open. Not long after, a young man in his 20s came with the girl to serve the dishes. Braised carp, eggplant pot, salt-baked meat, kung pao rabbit dices, mixed mushrooms, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a lotus root spare rib soup. "These are some of the best dishes I've made. It's also the last meal I'll make in this restaurant." The youth spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Is this restaurant closing down? And Yuan hadn't expected to catch the restaurant's final meal for closure. If you don't mind, we can share this meal together. The youth hesitated for a moment, while the girl beside him unceremoniously sat down. If you don't mind, then it's great. Without you two, my brother and I would be so lonely. So, the four of them gathered around the table. Delicious. This braised fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, perfectly seasoned. And this Kung Pao rabbit has a balance of spiciness and sweetness. Your cooking skills are impressive. Moen hadn't expected the dishes at this restaurant to be unexpectedly good, not matching in Yuan entirely, but still very commendable. The little girl also ate joyfully and immediately puffed her chest out when someone praised her brother. Of course. My brother's culinary skills were taught by my grandfather personally. He's the most famous chef in the Jiang family. And Yuan and Moen exchanged glances. The Jiang family the little girl mentioned should be the Jiang family that ranked among the 5 major families. She just wanted to know the relationship between her mother Jiang Jinhui and the Jiang family. She guessed her mother might possibly be from the Jiang family. Otherwise, why would the original host stress taking back the Jiang by way recipe? Moreover, cookbooks like this treasure aren't something every household owns in this era. Is Mr. Jiang facing any difficulties? Chapter 26. My name is Jiang Lei, and she is my sister Jiang Yan. It's my fault for poor management. The store has suffered significant losses in the past 6 months, and there's really no way to continue. The young man looked ashamed. Where are your parents? Moen noticed both of them looked very young. The sister was clearly underage, and the brother looked only around 24 or 25. And Yunin had heard that the Jiang family wasn't large, fearing that asking about their family might bring up painful memories. But this flashy young man directly asked bluntly. My grandfather is unwell and has been recuperating outside the city. Once my sister and I deal with this last restaurant, we'll go to accompany him. Jiang Lei didn't hesitate and told the 2 strangers about his family situation. It turned out the Jiang family now only had these 2 siblings and an old man. What do you plan to do with this shop? And Yunin asked. It seemed that this shop should be the last restaurant of the Jiang family. Jiang Yun pouted. Originally, the Yin family was willing to pay a high price to acquire it, but grandfather firmly refused to sell it to the Yin family. Now, those who want to buy it offer very low prices. Jiang Lei explained awkwardly. My grandfather is somewhat stubborn, but it's also because the Yin family doesn't have a good reputation. After leaving the restaurant, Moen took everyone directly to Shengshi Group. Miss and Yunnan, we've already reviewed your credentials, and we're honored that you chose Shengshi Group. With your qualifications, you can fully take on the role of head chef. By coincidence, we're currently planning several new restaurants, and you will be able to choose one to join. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Liao. Can I ask about the new restaurants? Of course. We plan to expand 5 restaurants within 2 weeks, 3 of which are newly decorated, while the other 2 have been acquired and are undergoing renovations. The addresses of these places will be sent to you shortly. Manager Liao's attitude was very friendly and patient, and Yunin thought for a moment. Since they could acquire other restaurants, would it be possible for them to take over the Jiang family's restaurant? Manager Liao, I have a favor to ask, and I hope you can consider it. Please speak, Missin. It's about one of the top 5 families, the Jiang family, who are selling their last restaurant. I hope Shengshi Group can consider acquiring it. In terms of financial capability, it should be a small matter for them, but she didn't know if they'd agree. Manager Liao adjusted his glasses. This was not a difficult request. This Miss and was someone the higher-ups specifically asked him to care for. The restaurant of the Jiang family indeed has great value, and we will take Miss N's suggestion into consideration. One more thing, the chef at that restaurant has excellent skills. If we can retain him as well, I believe you won't regret it. A chef who receives praise from Miss N must be truly talented, and we won't miss such talent. Miss N, you can rest assured and wait for our notification. So just like that, the interview ended smoothly, and it seems they've accepted her proposal to acquire the Jiang family's restaurant. And Yunin couldn't help but feel skeptical. Wasn't this all too easy? Meanwhile, Manager Liao immediately sent the details of the interview upstairs and emphasized how friendly his attitude had been. Acquire the Jiang family's restaurant and transfer it to her. Upon seeing this response, Manager Liao immediately removed his glasses, wanting to rush in front of their boss and make him see sense, though he merely thought about it. Calming down, he reluctantly started analyzing the situation for the boss. Boss, just giving away a restaurant like that could scare her off. We've worked so hard to attract this rare talent. Let's cherish her. What do you suggest then? We can't let her lose out. Manager Liao felt extremely frustrated internally. Cold-faced boss. Do you even remember you're the CEO of Shengshi Group? Do you realize how strange it is for you to sabotage your own company? We could give the management rights of the restaurant as a dividend bonus to Miss N. All right, you handle it. You mustn't make it too difficult for her. There were also people in dire straits. The Yin family mansion. In the grand and luxurious dining room, fine dishes and delicacies covered the entire table. A man glanced around. Where's the food made by that chef? The housekeeper, whose heart was already uneasy, tensed up even more, hoping all these rare wild flavors could distract this ancestor from yesterday's issue. However, that matter still hadn't been resolved. Miss, today's ingredients are rare game. Why don't you try them first? The harder it is to get something, the more it lingers in one's mind. And in Man was precisely this type of person, even if it was only about one dish. Bang! She slapped her chopsticks onto the table and shouted angrily. Is that chef not here? What are you eating? What are you doing? No one else at the table bothered to stop the spoiled miss from venting her anger. Who would dare cross the most favored granddaughter of the old master? Standing against her would never end well. You can't even handle such a small task? I don't care what methods you use, even kidnapping him today if necessary. Bring me that person. The arrogant Miss continued to berate them. The housekeeper broke into a cold sweat. Miss, that person has already signed with Shangshi Group. What's wrong with Shangshi Group? Do we, the Yin family, fear them so much that we cannot make them break the contract? I'll pay their penalty. She mentally cursed the chef for not knowing his place. Miss, a female chef joined us recently. She is from the same planet as that chef. Why don't we let her try? The housekeeper was clearly reminded of Cece, whom he had bailed out of the police station a few days ago. All right, have her cook a few dishes to try. And Man wrinkled her eyebrows, showing extreme dissatisfaction. At this moment, Cece was working in a restaurant under the incorporation. Back then, to get her out of the police station, Lita spent a lot of money and directly signed her over to the Yin family. However, she was content with joining incorporation. Upon receiving the summon from the Yin family's housekeeper, she was overjoyed. If she could satisfy Miss Yin, she wouldn't need to endure the poor conditions in this small kitchen anymore. When she was asked to make pineapple sweet and sour pork, she realized they wanted in Yunnan, that despicable woman. She had watched closely during the competition 2 days ago. That woman definitely had some skills, and the imposing man standing next to her looked trouble. However, Cece had seriously studied how in Yunnan cooked, so now she could at least give it a try. Not long after, a colorful dish was served on the table. Its appearance was appealing, but there wasn't any strong aromatic sweetness. Yet when you were slightly closer, you could smell a faint fragrance. Miss Yin, with her overly picky palate, tasted a small piece. Ugh, it made her teeth ache, and it was tough to chew. Phew, it's terrible. Take it away. After drinking several sips of water to dilute the sourness in her mouth, she angrily questioned, "Aren't you from the same place as that chef? Why is your cooking so awful?" Cece felt annoyed inside, but maintained a fearful expression. "All my culinary skills are self-taught. That in Yunnan has people from Shangshi Group to guide her." Upon hearing this name, and Man strangely felt a sense of familiarity along with irritation. Whoever said that cats or dogs can carry the surname in? All right, that's all you're worth. Leave. The person who rejected the Yin family was etched firmly in memory by the young lady. Back home, and Yunnan was in an excellent mood, wanting to share the day's events with Qingzhou. But he seemed not to be home, leaving her to cuddle the adorable little fat one instead. "Sister Nan, since you're in such a good mood today, can you fulfill a small request of mine?" A pair of round, green eyes like puppies pleaded earnestly with her, almost impossible to resist. "All right, what would you like to eat?" "I want sweet chocolate cookies and also the steamed egg custard from this morning." The little guy took the opportunity to put forward his request. "Sure, let's go to the kitchen." In the whipped cream, beaten eggs were added and mixed evenly. Then, low-gluten flour, cocoa powder, cinnamon powder, and baking soda were sifted in and stirred thoroughly to form a dough. Then, the dough was divided into small balls, flattened with a thumb, creating indented edges sprinkled with walnut crumbs. Melted chocolate was poured into the center, and finally, paper cups were placed around them before being put into the smart oven. Thinking that the little fatty wanted to eat eggs, she simply made a bunch of egg tarts too and baked them together in the oven. Half an hour later, the whole house was filled with the rich aroma of milk intertwined with the chocolate's allure. The fragrant chocolate rocks were crispy, flaky upon each bite. The rich chocolate combined perfectly with the special nut oils from walnuts. It was unbelievably delicious. The milk-rich egg tarts, with their golden hues, looked inviting and tempting. Little Fatty held one little pastry in each hand and chomped down with sounds like a little squirrel. And Yunnan squeezed 2 glasses of pear juice and cut several fruit platters, starting a simple yet delightful afternoon tea time. Chapter 27. Shangshi Group, under the pressure of the big boss, urgently discussed the acquisition plan and immediately sent people to execute it for fear of being too late. At the same time, the eldest grandson of the Yin family, and Yin, who was Man's brother, was also required by his grandfather to definitely acquire the last restaurant of the Jiang family. Shangshi acted quickly and had already negotiated the price with Jiang Lei. "Mr. Jiang, we hope you can stay and continue to work as a chef, though perhaps not as head chef, but your salary will be very competitive. I need to consider it before giving you a reply. Although the restaurant has been sold, staying would certainly be great if possible, but it's uncertain whether Grandpa would agree. All right, after we finish paying the final installment tomorrow, renovations will begin. You can contact us anytime before then." Manager Liao adjusted his glasses, and Yin only found out the next morning that the restaurant had already been acquired by Shangshi. "Mr. Jiang, our Yin family group has visited many times, and I believe you can see our sincerity. Why are you unwilling to transfer the restaurant to us? Is it because Shangshi offered a higher price?" Jiang Lei looked extremely awkward. The prices and family offered were getting higher each time they came, but Grandpa simply wouldn't agree. He was reluctantly rejecting them repeatedly, and in the eyes of outsiders, it seemed like the Jiang family was taking advantage of the situation to raise the price. "Mr. Yin, I am very sorry, but I've already signed a contract with Shangshi. We'll also be receiving the final installment today, so?" And Yin smiled gently. "Mr. Jiang, the final installment hasn't been received yet, right? If you cancel the agreement now, we can cover the penalty fee and even offer an additional 10% on top of Shangshi's acquisition price." His tone brooked no argument. Why does the Yin family have to buy this restaurant? Jiang Lei had his doubts from the beginning. Although they had offered an astronomical price, he wasn't someone obsessed with profit. "Big Master Yin, I respect contracts deeply, so all I can say is that I apologize. Thank you for Yin family's high regard for our little restaurant." Though still maintaining his polite smile, the icy undertone in Yan's voice revealed his displeasure. "Since Mr. Jiang has made up his mind, we will take our leave." and Yunnan learned that Shengshi had already incorporated the Jiang family restaurant into their holdings, and manager Liao had even invited her to participate in redesigning the restaurant. Manager Liao, isn't the design of this restaurant supposed to be handled by the group collectively? Isn't my involvement somewhat inappropriate? Haha, how could it be inappropriate? This restaurant is going to be yours anyway. We're just the tools helping out financially and logistically. Manager Liao thought this inwardly since his boss didn't want things to leak prematurely. Missin, please don't worry. As the future head chef of this place, your working environment will naturally be customized to suit your preferences to ensure your work goes smoothly. Only now did Yunnan truly appreciate how respected the profession of cooking was, seeing the deference in their attitude, which left her feeling honored. By the way, Manager Liao, has Zhang Lei agreed to stay? He agreed to stay on as a chef, but he hopes that after his sister graduates, she can also work at the restaurant. We've accepted his terms. Indeed, Shengshi Group is such a morally responsible and humane company. The restaurant, despite its large size, hadn't been maintained due to budget constraints for quite some time, making it look quite old and run down. What Yunnan valued most was the kitchen design, since this was where she'd spend most of her time moving forward. Fortunately, technology was highly developed now, resulting in a very simple and functional kitchen setup. 2 new compressed food preservation cabinets, 5 cooking stations, and 5 intelligent stove cabinets were purchased. Everything looked clean and fresh. Externally, the restaurant maintained the style of other restaurants under Shengshi's umbrella. It paid to be affiliated with a larger entity. The interior decoration, however, stayed consistently opulent, and Yunnan added numerous lively green potted plants inside the restaurant, instantly warming and softening the originally cold and elegant ambience. Wow, Sister Yunnan, the way you arranged it makes the restaurant not only look upscale and sophisticated, but also full of life and vitality. Eating here would definitely be enjoyable. Jiang Yin came along with her brother to visit the newly renovated Jiang family restaurant. No, this restaurant doesn't belong to the Jiang family anymore, but seeing such a vibrant new one brought her joy. Zhang Lei nearby felt both sorrowful and pleased. As long as you guys like it, we should hang out here more often in the future. Renovations took only 2 days. Originally, Shengshi had planned to open several restaurants simultaneously, but due to their boss's partiality, they had to choose a new date. Missin, thank you for your hard work over these past few days. The opening date can be postponed a few days. When do you think it would be appropriate? Manager Liao had just received the message from the leader today. Such renovation matters shouldn't be left to her responsibility. It seems increasingly difficult to serve him, and his nitpicking is growing unbearable. How much I miss the cold-faced king of the past. And Yunnan was startled. Could she really have the final say in such matters? It was quite surprising, although she guessed it might be due to their appreciation of her culinary skills. Manager Liao, for major decisions like this one, the group can make them, and I have no objections. How could you not object? Manager Liao adjusted his glasses. Then how about we officially open Baiweilu in a week? Of course, that's fine. All right then, Missin, take a few days off to rest over the next couple of days. Afterward, we'll discuss the opening ceremony process. For several days amidst all the busyness, she hadn't seen Xingzhou. Yang, is your brother not home these days? And Yunnan asked while holding little Meng. Oh, so Yunnan has noticed I'm not around. A deep voice from behind her startled her. His buzz cut had grown a little longer, and his gem-like eyes brimmed with mirth. I was out on some matters recently. I sent you messages, but perhaps you were too busy to notice. I haven't been frequently checking my light brain lately. For some reason, she found it difficult to look directly into his translucent green eyes. Ah, Yang said he misses you. She hastily handed the heavy item over to him. I did not miss my brother at all. I hope he goes away for a few more days so no one fights me for food. Little Ming twisted and squirmed uncontrollably. Her ears turned faintly red as her careless words were revealed, forcing her to change the subject. I haven't told you yet that I've already joined Shengshi Group, starting work next week. Everything there is great, especially Manager Liao, who is very polite, respectful toward me, and considerate. Though the renovation work wasn't strenuous these last 2 days, he still insisted that I rest properly. Do you think all high-ranking executives at Shengshi Group are so down-to-earth? Seeing her enthusiasm grow stronger, the man whose lips had just curved slightly now resumed his usual stern expression. Even his temple veins stood out, casting a cold undertone into his eyes. Didn't this guy Liao Shiji know where to draw the line? At that moment, Manager Liao, who was occupied organizing reports, shivered suddenly. This ominous premonition, what could it be? He would soon report to the boss. Could it be that this mission went awry? When Shengzhou glanced at Yunnan again, his smile returned. Is that so? Seems like you're quite satisfied with Shengshi Group. Absolutely. Manager Liao practically handed over the entire operation rights of Baiweilu to me. Do you think the name Baiweilu works well? Manager Liao asked me to come up with a new name, but he thinks this name suits it well too. Great, excellent. Those 4 words struggled painfully through clenched teeth, his temple vein twitching noticeably. It was indeed excellent. You must think it's brilliant too, right? It has deep meaning. And Yunnan, remembering her plan, opened her light brain and began tinkering with something. She intended to create something before the opening. Oh, Xingzhou, what would you like to eat tonight? Anything you cook tastes good. I'm not picky. After holding back his anger all the way back to the room, Xingzhou activated his light brain and made contact with someone. Boss, welcome back. The tasks you entrusted to me have been handled perfectly. Manager Liao's figure projected into the room, sitting upright in his office. It's been handled quite well indeed. The gritted tone sounded far from praise. Paired with a chilling smile, it was downright terrifying. Manager Liao slid straight off his chair. Boss, I was wrong. Please don't smile. His voice was utterly pitiful. So, do you realize where you've erred? Cheng Zhou reined in his expression, coldly questioning. Could Miss N have spoken ill of him behind his back? Impossible. It seemed like she was highly satisfied with him. I thought I did everything extremely properly. Could you clarify which point upset you, boss? Chapter 28. Excellent. I'm very satisfied. He emphasized the words 10 and 2. Manager Liao's eyes gleamed with understanding. This was a moment when he had upstaged the boss. In his mind, he mumbled that it wasn't like the boss didn't want to reveal his identity. All right, boss. I know I've made a mistake. Next time, I will certainly be more mindful of the boundaries. After giving his overly meddlesome subordinate a piece of his mind, the two began to discuss important matters. The 6 new restaurants our group has launched are now ready for business. To complement Miss N's Byway Tower, we've scheduled the opening time for next Tuesday. Has the N family been making any moves recently? The N family has gradually acquired and newly built 36 restaurants across various planets in the last 2 months. 8 are in Shanyong and 3 on Biensai Star. They've managed to penetrate the gateway to Biensai Star. Investigate how far their influence extends there. Yes, boss. There's one more thing. It seems the N family is very interested in the Jiang family restaurant we purchased. They have repeatedly proposed to buy it at a high price, but the Jiang family refuses every time. I fear Miss N might encounter trouble in the future. Cheng Zhou sat upright behind his desk, his eyes reflecting deep thought. It seemed that this little girl's secrets were not only related to the N family, but also tied to the Jiang family. Have someone investigate what exactly happened to the Jiang family over 50 years ago. Yes, boss. Although Liao Shiji did not understand why he needed to investigate the Jiang family, there must be a reason behind it. There is one final matter. The N family appears intent on challenging us. Our new store was supposed to open after tomorrow, and 8 of the N family's restaurants were planned for the same day as well. But since we postponed, they postponed too. Let them have their way. Invite all the key guests for the opening day to Yunnan. Boss, you can trust me. I know how to handle this. Be careful. A pair of emerald green eyes gave a warning glance. After disconnecting the communication, Cheng Zhou pondered the intelligence he had received over the past couple of days. On the other side, they were slowly minimizing the influence of the Bian family in both military and political spheres. The funeral of the general, which should have caused a sensation throughout the galaxy, under their delay, was conducted rather low-key, almost unknown to the public. The military department still fared better, as positions earned through merit couldn't be easily undermined, whereas recently, personnel changes in the political arena were happening quite frequently. But things weren't out of control yet, so they could afford to wait a bit longer. Some part of their plans on the other side hadn't fully come to light yet. An intense and complex aroma drifted into the room, interrupting Cheng Zhou's thoughts. Without realizing it, he followed the smell downstairs. In the kitchen, Yunnan moved confidently between 2 cooking stations, dishes coming off in quick succession: butter cheese lobster, lotus leaf chicken, 8 treasure duck, stir-fried squid, mappa tofu, water shield soup, and others. Finally, she instructed Cheng Zhou to bring the signature dish of the day, dompa pork knuckle, onto the table. This was the highlight because it was truly heavy. The pork knuckle was almost as large as the chubby little child, Meng Xiaobang. Just as the food hit the table, 2 uninvited guests appeared. Mon and Liao Shiji met at the door and walked in together, greeting the sharp and piercing green eyes. Why have you come? The tone was far from friendly. Ha ha, Nen invited me. Came the irreverent response everyone knew so well. Mon, as always, looked flashy, decked out in a bright red suit, holding a bouquet of pink roses in his arms. Without much patience, Cheng Zhou snatched the flowers from him and hurled them toward the neon green spacecraft outside with a graceful arc. It's fine you showed up, no need for gifts, he said smoothly, though his tone betrayed irritation. Thanks to the obnoxious guest, even though he felt upset inside, Cheng Zhou reluctantly nodded at Liao Shiji, who was dressed sensibly and carrying appropriate presents. Mon and Manager Liao, you're here at just the right time, please come in. And Yunnan heard the commotion by the door and came over promptly. I smelled the delicious food from afar. Let me see what wonders Nen has created this time. The flamboyant man ignored the death glare and sidestepped to move inward. The other one didn't have such thick skin, awkwardly following Yunnan's warm invitation while enduring the intimidating gaze of his boss. A lavish spread of 10 dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables, surrounded a huge platter at the center. The dishes, while not perfectly refined, had an undeniable visual and olfactory impact. Could Miss N possibly think they were bottomless pits? The whole pork knuckle alone was likely enough to feed them for 2 days. However, Liao Shiji clearly underestimated the allure of fine cuisine. The rich aroma of cheese-enveloped tender, juicy shrimp in a delightful pairing that immediately caught everyone's attention. The lotus leaf chicken was equally breathtaking, its soft, juicy meat laced with the delicate fragrance of the lotus leaf, leaving none feeling overwhelmed even after devouring large portions. And then there was the gargantuan pork knuckle in the center, bright in color, falling off the bone tender, melting in the mouth with each bite, the experience of chewing hearty chunks of meat satisfying beyond words. When the storm of eating subsided, leaving only 7 or 8 dishes nearly empty, Liao Shiji belched discreetly, firmly deciding to win the favor of this chef so he could frequent her gatherings. Miss N's cooking skills have truly impressed me. Having dined at so many restaurants, Miss N's dishes are by far the most abundant and delicious. This was the first step of flattery. Humph, thank you for your compliment, Manager Liao. Cheng Zhou's tone was icy, and his hand tightened around the chopsticks. bending the hard metal into a curve with a cold gleam. Hee, today's dishes really are incredibly delicious. Manager Liao's scalp tingled as his plan to freeload came to an abrupt end. He thought about visiting Byway Tower more often for work inspections. After all, the boss couldn't stop him from doing that. And Yunan was busy preventing Meng Xiaopeng from eating more food and paid no attention to the underlying tension during the meal. After dinner, she followed her usual routine and handed over the task of cleaning up to the robots. Wait. Mon struggled to stand, pulling out his portable compressed storage box. He first served 2 bowls of rice, then swept every bit of leftover pork knuckle into the container, not leaving even a drop of soup behind. Finally, he shoveled all the leftover dishes into the box. Wow, he had mastered the essence of pig trotter fried rice. And Yunan gave him a mental thumbs up. Are you taking this home as your dinner? Everyone watched as he cleaned the plates spotless, resisting the urge to call him shameless. Especially Liao Shiji, who wanted to do the same but didn't have the guts. He could only watch helplessly as the shameless man opposite continued ransacking the leftovers. Not at all. Since I've come here, it's only natural that I eat dinner here before returning home. These are for my old man, said Mon quite matter-of-factly. Ah, this isn't very good. I'll make some new dishes for your father later. Let these leftovers go unclaimed. Humph. Will your father be grateful for your filial devotion? Chengzhou openly despised him. Manager Liao seized the opportunity. Mr. Mon, how about giving these boxes of leftovers to me instead? It's better not to waste them. The flashy man took the storage boxes to the Interstellar Express delivery station at the door, swiftly mailing them back to his father. That's settled. Now my old man can enjoy this hearty meal right away. I'm being quite filial, aren't I? All right, let's leave it to you, his father. By the way, Yunan, is your Byway Tower opening next week? I'll bring my dad to celebrate when it opens. Mon leaned back on the couch, rubbing his stomach. I would be thrilled indeed. It's such an honor to invite the current ruler of Tino. And Yunan thought that although Mon seemed like a loafing rich kid, he was a great friend indeed. He sent the food to his father to tease his appetite so his dad could participate in the opening ceremony of Byway Tower, also showing great trust in her culinary skills. Meanwhile, upon receiving the lunchboxes, Mr. Tino repeatedly confirmed the contents on his optical brain before opening it, a wave of warm, inviting aroma escaping. Without hesitation, he immediately picked up his utensils and devoured the food heartily. After finishing both lunchboxes, he let out a satisfied burp and felt genuinely content. This scoundrel of a son has finally begun to care about his old man. He wasn't sure which restaurant this was, but once he had time, he'd take his son there together. If he knew those were leftovers from other people's meals, one wonders what he would think. Back in the living room, watching Yunan chatting merrily with those 2 men, Chengzhou's face grew darker and darker. His eyes turned icy, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Unable to withstand the lethal gaze of the big boss, Liao Shiji wiped sweat profusely as he bid everyone farewell. The other guy, however, was shamelessly persistent, refusing to leave. Chapter 29. These few days were supposed to be for Yuman to rest well, but she couldn't stay idle and spend her whole day in the kitchen. No one knows what she was up to. Little fatty, come over here. Do you know what your sister, Nen, is busy with? Chengzhou caught his increasingly fatter younger brother in the garden outside. Brother, you're so annoying. It's not right to randomly give people nicknames. Meng Xiaofat struggled while retorting. All right then, I'll stop calling you that next time. So tell me what she's doing. He rubbed the chubby, round face under his hand. How could there be such a mean older brother in this world? The little pitiful soul, whose cheeks were pinched red, had no way to escape from that evil hand, and could only answer the question faithfully. Sister is making food. He knew that he wouldn't get much out of this little fatty. After letting him go, he cautiously walked to the dining room to peek inside because these past 2 days, and Yunan has forbidden anyone from entering the kitchen. Yuman, do you need my help? Don't come in. I'm almost done. Then she held a dish of tasteless boiled meat and a small saucer, mysteriously said, try it. The white slices of meat seemed nothing special. It should be that there's some secret in that small bowl seasoning. Chengzhou dipped the slice of meat into the sauce and put it in his mouth. What did you add in there? It tastes so rich and delicious. There was an indescribable flavor. It's homemade soy sauce. I've tried many formulas before selecting this one. After coming here, and Yunan realized that although the current technology is ultra-developed, the dietary aspect is quite primitive. Take soy sauce for example. Previously, she thought it was due to Oroda planet being too remote. Now she knows there's only one kind available. It's just the so-called dark soy sauce. No other varieties. None of the light soy sauce, steamed fish soy sauce, let alone the extremely fresh-tasting ones, hot soy sauce, or white soy sauce. Fortunately, she once watched documentaries about the process of brewing soy sauce in great detail. This time, she wanted to try it. Although time was limited, she now had high-tech products, having purchased an environmental chamber. Inside the chamber, it's a sterile environment capable of simulating different temperature lights. Most importantly, it can compress time. She attempted several recipes and temperatures before obtaining this thin and mild, salty sweet, and savory light soy sauce. I think if I use this bowl of soy sauce with rice, I could eat several bowls. Chengzhou was still savoring after finishing everything. The dishes cooked with light soy sauce have better flavor. When I have time, I'll improve on the dark soy sauce. I feel that the dark soy sauce sold on the market tastes too rigid and lacks the lively sauce flavor. Chengzhou deeply looked at this treasure of a girl in front of him. She must not know how valuable this formula is. The current soy sauce formula was patched together long ago by several famous star chefs based on the scattered records in ancient books, which underwent multiple refinements to reach the present taste. And this formula has always been kept within the Yin family, Tino family, and Mu family. Other restaurants can only buy finished products at high prices. Those families alone earn hundreds of billions solely from this. Yvonne, if you want to use this soy sauce in the restaurant, I suggest you apply for a patent first. I do have that intention. I've decided to cooperate with Shengshi Group. I provide the formula, and they are responsible for production. What do you think? And Yumon understands that if she suddenly unveils a new product, various forces would undoubtedly covet it. Trouble will surely come knocking. Rather than doing that, it's better to find a strong backing first. Considering all factors, Shengshi Group is obviously the best choice, and manager Liao also values her highly. So cooperating with them means she doesn't have to worry too much about underhanded business tactics. You're very right. The patent matter can directly be handed over to Liao Shiji to handle. You'd better not appear in person, and later cooperation methods can also be left to him. Although sometimes dissatisfied with this meddlesome subordinate, Qing Zhou is very impressed by his workability. Hey, you seem quite familiar with manager Liao. Do you two know each other already? From his tone, it seemed like they were pretty close. Oh, does she suspect something? Actually, it wouldn't be a big deal if she found out about this identity, but he has previously said many good things about Shengshi Group. If she discovered this pseudonym now, she might definitely have a less favorable impression of Shengshi Group. Well, Moan isn't familiar with manager Liao. I met him through Moan. Moan told me this person is quite reliable. Oh, is that so? Then I'll ask manager Liao for help, and also, refer the subsequent cooperation plan to him for your review, alright? This man in front of her was the person in Yunnan trusted the most in this world. Qingzhou's left chest swelled with pride. Her almond eyes were filled with trust. Her cherry lips were attractively rosy. His gaze uncontrollably moved lower down. Though she had a petite frame and lean figure, the parts that were supposed to be plump were indeed quite full. No, I can't look anymore. I forced myself to turn my head. No problem, I'll accompany you then. After saying that, he turned around and left. And Yunnan could of course feel his gaze, and her cheeks instantly flushed red while her heartbeat began to quicken. Not knowing what to say, he then shifted his eyes away. What's going on? Does she not have any appeal at all? It put her in a very awkward position. After the Jiang family's last restaurant was acquired by Shengshi Group, the Yin family went all out to compete with them. They postponed their opening date too, and spread rumors saying Shengshi Group was avoiding their edge. How is the preparation for next week's opening ceremony? In the headquarters of An's group, and Hong sat in a grand and spacious office asking. Grandfather, please rest assured. I've arranged everything properly. Mr. Burleson and General Furinad will both be present. And Yin sat opposite respectfully reporting. Your father and your uncle will host it. If Man comes, remember to take care of her. I understand, grandfather. The power of the Yin family is basically held by the elder and Hong. The older ones are somewhat mediocre, so he decided to jump over the son generation and choose an heir from the grandson generation. The eldest grandson is meticulous and decisive, making him always seen as the next heir by him. And Man is his only beloved granddaughter, and Inzwa's culinary skills are impressive. He plans to cultivate him into the youngest star chef. That's his plan for the 3 grandsons. Shengshi Group has frequently opposed us these years. Before they had backing, but now that backing is gone, we no longer have anything to fear. Do as you please. And Hong's eyes were half closed with an enigmatic expression. I will join forces with other families to act together, making Shengshi just like that previous family, said Yin with a smile, his eyes showing his ambitious goals. At the Yin family villa, Man, our new restaurant opens in a few days. Why don't you invite Miss Bermilla over tomorrow? A well-dressed woman who looked much younger than her maternal age suggested. Mom, as long as Bermilla can come, I don't care about his sister, and Man rolled her eyes. I know you don't like her. You just need to invite her, and let your brother entertain her tomorrow. Don't worry, okay? Mrs. Mu Yin persuaded gently. All right, I don't care if she comes or not. Even if she does, I won't entertain her. The tone was quite impatient. Good. All according to your wishes. Later, I'll make you thank her properly. Mrs. Mu Yin happily showed no sign of annoyance toward her daughter's attitude. The next day, a striking dark-haired lady with deep-set features and a tall figure arrived as promised, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Miss Bermilla, hello. And Yin wore a navy blue casual suit, understated yet maturely elegant. The originally haughty woman immediately became more composed upon seeing him and greeted coyly. And Yin, it's been a while. We're so familiar, so why don't you drop the Miss honorific in the future? Then please forgive me my rudeness. Bermilla, please come in. And Yin slightly smiled. Everyone from the main house of the family except Man greeted her in the living room, while others were temporarily sent away. And Zai Tao, and Yan's father, chatted lightly. Is Secretary Bermilla still doing well recently? He must have been very busy lately. Thank you for your concern. Uncle and father is fine, and he has my brother around to help him. That's great. Bermilla is young and talented. And Yin, you should learn well from him. After exchanging a few words, and Zai Tao took his wife and left. Chapter 30. And Yin, why didn't I see your sister? My grandfather took her out to meet some friends. And Yin was somewhat dissatisfied with his spoiled younger sister. And Man particularly disliked this arrogant young noble lady and had avoided her by going out early in the morning. At that moment, she was idly cruising around in her flyer and just happened to reach the Water Sky Star building nearby. This building was the most upscale leisure shopping center in Shenyang. After coming in, and Man intended to take care of herself completely with a beauty treatment. When passing by a tea shop, she met an imposing man with short hair who exuded a stern demeanor. Although the man wore shielding goggles, obscuring his facial features, the masculinity he radiated was captivating enough to make one infatuated. and Man wanted to go up and talk to him, but the man walked too fast and was about to turn a corner, which made her secretly frustrated. However, when the man turned the corner, it seemed like Liao Zong from Shengshi Group was waving at him. Well, she could ask Liao Shiji later for more information. Judging from his air of dignity, he was not an ordinary person, so it shouldn't be hard to find him. And Man's gloomy mood from the morning swept away, and she started shopping happily. Miss and hello. Would you like me to help carry things for you? A flattering female voice came from behind her. Who are you? She said with a tone of slight disdain, truly finding it annoying to encounter such obsequious people everywhere. Missin, I am Sai Chi. I once cooked for you at the inn residence. After being driven out of the inn estate last time, she returned to the restaurant and continued working as a kitchen helper, even less favored by others now than before. Oh, it's you. Never mind then. Don't come too close to me. You reek of grease. Thinking back to what happened last time made Man irritated. The chef who lacked foresight ended up at Shengshi Group, and this woman was not only clumsy but also lacking in insight. Sai Chi had a hard time in the restaurant and today planned to buy some gifts to improve relations with the manager. Although the items were expensive, her salary wasn't bad either. Running into Man here was unexpectedly delightful. Although the other party looked disdainful, as long as they could establish some connection, the benefits would be obvious without saying much. Missin, why haven't you brought any servants out today? It's so inconvenient for you. Just let me do anything you need. Today, everyone at home was busy preparing for a reception involving Burmara, leaving no one available to accompany her. She also did not want to bring out robots, because only the poor use those cold machines. Do as you wish. Follow if you'd like, she responded offhandedly. Missin, I've been devotedly researching culinary skills lately. The dish you ordered last time has already been perfected by me, guaranteeing exquisite color, aroma, and taste. Would you like to try it? Sai Chi indeed reviewed carefully how Yunnan prepared that particular dish multiple times in private. No thanks, I've eaten everything under the sun. And Man did not want to mention that incident again. In the end, seeing how diligent Sai Chi was in running errands for her, Missin agreed to have her transferred to a soon-to-open restaurant under incorporation. Sai Chi was naturally ecstatic. It seemed she had gained a remarkable patron of high standing. Over on Yunnan's side, she was busy refining soy sauce formulas. Before Baiwei Tower opened, she wanted to produce several traditional seasonings such as light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, extra fresh soy sauce, and steamed fish soy sauce. With past experiences, the rest of the seasoning formulations were quickly successful for her. Currently, what she was most keen on making was universal sauce Douban sauce, as many dishes would lose their distinct flavor without it. She performed dozens of experiments and ultimately selected two types, one spicier and the other saltier. Phew, finally she could breathe a sigh of relief. And Yunnan handed the final product over to Liao Shiji for patent applications. Afterward, further discussions about collaboration and mass production would take place. The Chef Association received notification to send personnel for assessing a few new seasonings. This news caused quite a stir throughout the entire cooking community. At the top-floor meeting room of Kaji Tower, the association's primary members convened for a meeting. Chairman Zhao, aren't they mistaken? The condiment market is already quite complete. Who knows which family's offspring decided to cause trouble unnecessarily? Yeah, isn't this slapping the face of our Chef Association? Uffed, it must be some inexperienced young one trying to gain attention. Showboating. After all these years we've carefully researched, they dare to call themselves new inventions? So conceited and overestimating oneself. In the main seat sat Chairman Zhao Quan, a slightly graying elder. Observing all these people below discussing, his face remained serious yet dignified. He did not interrupt the various comments and kept an inscrutable expression. Chairman, should we consider rejecting their request? Vice Chairman sitting beside him appeared friendly, middle-aged man with a round face, asking with a smile. Charlotte, do you think we should refuse? The old man's eyes remained calm. This, of course, it's the chairman's decision. Charlotte couldn't figure out the elder's attitude and kicked the ball back to him. Well, since that is so, let us send someone to inspect first. After all, this is a government request. Chairman Zhao assigned 3 individuals to proceed there. The results were truly unexpected. Shengshi Group's several cans of seasonings turned out to be products not currently available on the market. The 3 individuals clearly understood the scale of the profits involved and didn't dare make a hasty judgment, only reporting back to headquarters first. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Quan came personally along with Charlotte. After appraising the seasonings, they had no choice but to admit that these were indeed very successful new products. Excitedly, Zhao Quan grabbed Liao Shiji and asked, Mr. Liao, who made these items? Where is he? Could you introduce me to him? Chairman Zhao, please calm down. I haven't received the final report yet. That's not an issue. I'll provide you the report immediately. When do you think we could arrange our meeting? Zhao Quan believed that anyone capable of producing such successful seasonings must possess highly refined culinary skills. Charlotte's eyes gleamed as he pulled Zhao Quan aside. Chairman, this is no trivial matter. We should proceed with caution. The report must also be rigorously prepared. The biggest supporter behind the Chef Association was none other than the Yin family. If Shengshi Group acquired the patents for these seasonings, it would definitely have a significant impact on incorporation's food service industries. Liao Shiji certainly understood their calculations. Vice Chairman Charlotte, do you think there's any problem with our new products? Which aspects don't meet the requirements? Or are you unwilling to issue this report? Mr. Liao, you're mistaken. It's just that there are so many new items this time. We need to compare them with the products already in the market. Charlotte knew that Shengshi Group wasn't easy to fool, so he decided to delay as much as possible. Your work is quite meticulous, and that's good. It's better to clarify the differences now and avoid future trouble from unscrupulous people. Liao Shiji gave him a knowing look, half smiling. In fact, everyone was well aware that new products were new products. However, the Chef Association was afraid of offending the Yin family, so they dared not easily reach a conclusion. When Yin was invited to the headquarters office by Yin family's elder, he learned about Shengshi Group's recent major moves. Grandfather, they probably fear that high-ranking figures will attend our opening ceremony, hence using this matter to draw attention and regain their status. And Yin shared his thoughts, not believing Shengshi had such capabilities. The information passed on by the Chef Association shows that the 5 seasonings presented by Shengshi are indeed genuine new products, with superior taste and variety, and Hong said in a calm tone. But we've never heard of Shengshi having a research team for this field. Could it be they've been hiding their strength all along? And Yin guessed. Shengshi only began shifting its focus to food and beverage over the past 2 years. It's impossible for them to have kept a secret reserve force. They most likely recruited a new team, and Hong, with his sharp business acumen, directly pointed out the truth. I'll immediately investigate who these people are. Yes, grandfather. Act quickly, they can't stall for too long. Shengshi isn't one to sit idly by. Mr. Liao himself is waiting. Yes, grandfather. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the hidden waves of movement stirred amongst the major families. Chapter 31. The sunlight outside the window was blazing high in the sky with great passion. In the courtyard, Chengzhou was taking the work of the butler robot along with Meng Xiaopeng and watering the flowers in the garden. And Yuanin had been busy for several days in a row and finally had some free time. She lazily woke up at noon, walked to the window, and just happened to see that big and little one playing around again. Her lips curled upward without her being able to control it. Ah, Sister Nan, save me. Brother is bullying me again. The soaked little guy, seeing the elegant figure on the second-floor window edge, hurriedly asked for help. The older boy who was spraying water at his younger brother immediately looked up and smiled warmly at the girl. His casual gray homeware matched perfectly with his warm smile now, making him look less sharp and more energetic. They gazed at each other from afar. Their crescent-shaped smiles made it seem like there was no one else around, only each other. Wow, little Nan, you're finally awake. The sun will be setting soon. Mon, dressed in beach pants and a floral shirt, came in from the door and interrupted the atmosphere between the two. Hey, big brother Mon, your colorful outfit today makes you look like a beggar. Meng Xiaopeng innocently gave the man a heart-piercing remark with wide eyes. Phew, and Yuanin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although she was used to his eccentric fashion choices, this time his outfit wasn't too abnormal, yet the little guy still found a way to mock him. Chengzhou's expression turned solemn at an unknown moment. He hated this childhood friend who treated his house like home. You're right, my house doesn't welcome beggars. Yang, kick him out. Wow, you two are simply inhuman. Who cared for you when you went missing? Who arranged such a comfortable and tranquil villa for you two? You're both wide-eyed wolves. Meng Xiaopeng was essentially still a very innocent child, and, hearing brother Mon's complaints, immediately hugged his leg, begging adorably for forgiveness. You two look so peaceful at home. Do you know that outside everyone is busy digging into Shengshi Group? No way. Is it really that Ajong because of those few cans? And Yuanan was startled. She didn't expect these people would pay attention to Shengshi Group, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Don't worry, Shengshi Group won't have any issues. Moreover, they definitely won't expose you at this time. Chengzhou reassured her. Originally wanting to lift his hand to console her, he decided it wouldn't be appropriate. Mon was quite contemptuous of his indecisive behavior. He quickly moved over from the couch, lightly patted Yuanan's arm, and said, Relax, Liao Shiji will handle it well. After saying that, he provocatively raised an eyebrow toward the man across the room, as if telling him, Look, this is how you do it. Don't act shy and unmanly. Chengzhou clenched his fists tightly, looking like he was about to punch someone. The flamboyant man immediately retreated, moving far away to the solitary seat, changing the subject. Yuanan, your 100 flavors building might need to delay its opening further. That's fine. It's more important to handle the immediate situation. Just in time, I can teach brother and sister Jiang how to use these seasonings. You're teaching cooking techniques so casually? We don't even know that kid's background yet. Chengzhou sounded slightly sour. They had only met once, and already she trusted him so much. He forgot how Yuanan had also let them stay in her home for a long time after their first meeting. I've asked them, and they belong to the Jiang family, so there's no problem. She believes them just because they claim to be part of the Jiang family? Perhaps they were using her skills to bring the Jiang family back to prominence. This thought angered the man, but he held his tongue, his emerald eyes turning almost black with frustration. Yuanan, although that brother and sister duo seem harmless, after all, you've only interacted with them once. I think you should wait a bit longer. Mon, now surprisingly serious, played peacemaker. You're right. We need to be responsible for Shengshi Group. If you think the young man is a good candidate, you could have Liao Shiji check his background first. If everything's fine, you can teach him later. Despite his anger over her lack of vigilance towards others, Chengzhou couldn't help but consider her needs. And Yuanan curved her almond-shaped eyes with a particularly bright and charming smile. All right, I understand. Thank you. This time, the man didn't hesitate, raising his right hand and gently stroking her head. Don't trust strangers too easily in the future. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, a soft pink ambience diffusing from the two outwards. The florally dressed person beside them, filled with destructive intent, wanted to stir things up. Before he could act, Meng Xiaopeng suddenly appeared from nowhere and dragged him away. Still, blood was thicker than water. Even if he bullied him regularly, they remained loyal brothers. Glancing at this scene, Changzhou mentally marked another note against Mon and decided to treat the little fatty better next time. Since the others in Shengshi Group didn't know where Liao's new products came from, no matter how outsiders probed, they couldn't get specific information. After repeated attempts, the inquiries gradually subsided. But there were still some who wouldn't give up, like the Yin family and Mu family who held the soy sauce formula. The Taino family had also been eyeing this greedily, but with Mon mediating, they let it go. And Yin was now a little frazzled. With the new restaurant about to open, the Yin family had already invited many prominent figures from political and business circles. They certainly couldn't change plans at will anymore. On the other hand, there was still no lead on the investigation, nor any clues as to whether Liao Shiji had hidden them too well. After a long search, the people involved were still not discovered. Shengshi Group continued applying pressure while the Chef Association struggled to withstand it. If they let them acquire the patent application, the Yin family would face enormous losses. However, this opening ceremony marked the Yin family's ascent to a higher level. After all these years of effort, they had been on par with Shengshi Group among the 5 great families. Successfully hosting this grand opening ceremony would signify that the Yin family's status would be at the top of the 5 great families. So, with his hands full, Yin could only prioritize the most important tasks first. He instructed his assistant to continue investigating every new chef hired by Shengshi Group, determined to find something useful. Liao Shiji knew those fawning individuals within the Chef Association would surely try every method possible to delay things. Therefore, he made 2 plans. If they wouldn't produce the appraisal report, he would find an alternative route, specially inviting 4 of the most famous star chefs from across the galaxy to act as appraisers, so they could still apply for the patents. The 4 star chefs happened to have all arrived just today, and Liao Shiji warmly welcomed them into the appraisal room, beginning operations in front of the staff members from the Property Rights Bureau. Half an hour later, the 4 authoritative star chefs unanimously agreed that these 5 seasonings qualified as new products and deserved to be granted patents. They even suggested that they could jointly issue reports. For esteemed gentlemen, thank you. I will make sure to entertain all of you properly tonight. I'll absolutely ensure your satisfaction, said Liao Shiji while sending them off for rest via his assistant. Can you finally file my application now, Chief Qin? Haha, President Liao, you're teasing me. These procedures are all stipulated. After completing these formalities, we'll definitely file your application. I'll take care of it right now. Please wait for a moment, replied Chief Qin, sweating profusely. He was caught between pressure and urging, truly making it difficult. President Liao, the documents have already been handed over to you. The result will come out at the latest tomorrow, and I'll be the first to deliver it to you when the time comes. I must thank you, Chief Qin. Once the patent is secured, I'll definitely express my gratitude to you. Liao Shiji said smilingly. Hee, President Liao, it's my duty, nothing to mention, replied Chief Qin politely. After the people left, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Great, now both sides are offended. It hasn't been suppressed enough, yet has been released without delay or procrastination. While the public debated, one person secretly guessed the truth behind the matter, and that person was Psyche. She naturally heard a lot of news while working under the Yin family banner. Since Shengshi Group suddenly applied for the patent, she began to pay attention to the issue. Although she dared not provoke Yuan again, if given the chance, she couldn't help but focus on that despicable woman. If that woman lived worse than her, it would be perfect. Chapter 32. Rumors had it that the Yin family had been investigating Shengshi's R&D team recently, especially the newly hired chefs. Saki had a gut feeling this must be related to Yuan. Otherwise, why would Shengshi's people go all the way to that remote little planet to find her? They seemed to protect her, as if they knew her extraordinary culinary skills. The more Saki thought about it, the more she felt convinced that those new seasonings must have been developed under Yuan's lead. As of now, no one knew this. If she reported it to the young master of Housen, he would definitely give it due attention. It was undeniable that sometimes women's intuition was frighteningly accurate. Though Yuan's encounter with Changzhou was unexpected, it reinforced Saki's belief in the situation's authenticity. Though Yin focused on the grand opening ceremony, he remained unwilling to let Liao Shiji obtain the patent so easily. In the end, he shamelessly sent someone to cause trouble. The manager of Incorporation's food department, the same person who contacted Yuan last time, led a group to intercept the patent certificate about to be issued by the Property Rights Bureau. Director Qin, I think there is still room for discussion regarding this patent. Don't rush things. Let's talk it through slowly. Managerin, this matter is almost finalized. Why didn't you raise your doubts earlier? I've already discussed everything with Mr. Liao. Director Qin nearly exploded but couldn't lose his temper. It's my fault for being uninformed. Anyway, let me not make it difficult for you. Call Mr. Liao here, and we'll discuss it face to face. Managerin pulled him back into the office. With no choice, Director Qin could only contact Mr. Liao to explain the situation. Liao Shiji didn't find this surprising at all. He turned on his optical computer, and the holographic projections of the 2 opposing parties instantly appeared before him. Managerin, let's cut to the chase. Just state your reason. Mr. Liao, as the second-in-command of Shengshi Group, certainly did not need to respect the other man. Mr. Liao, forgive me for being rude. To my knowledge, the soy sauce, dark soy sauce, extremely fresh flavor, and that oil from your company's patent belong to the same category as our soy sauces. Thus, they cannot be considered your patents. Manager seems not to recognize characters. Didn't you understand the appraisal report? In fact, Manager was just making up excuses randomly, but who could disobey the order from above? Although he shared the surname, He belonged to a very distant branch and had no connection to the main family. The evaluators don't even know the exact formulae of both sides. Perhaps these are merely improved versions of regular soy sauce. Manager stubbornly insisted. So, are you saying that someone from your incorporation leaked the secrets? Or that your family forbids others from researching new products? Liao Shiji counter-questioned. Of course not. Manager dare not admit it. He was already at a disadvantage, and now, he nearly trapped himself. The family recipe was indeed controlled by trusted insiders of incorporation, and no leaks occurred. Besides, given incorporation's tarnished reputation, he certainly couldn't acknowledge any desire to monopolize the seasoning market. That's settled then, Manager. I won't waste more words with you. Director Chin, it's unnecessary for you to personally deliver the certificate. Simply send it directly to the company. After Liao Shiji finished speaking, he cut off the communication. Manager was sweating profusely, watching as Director Chin sent out the certificate. That was it. He had no further options. On the way back, he was deep in thought about how to report this to his superior. Looking at the advertisements floating in the air, he thought of striking first. Before Shengshi released their news, they could slander them first. He opened his optical computer and posted a message on the Star Network under the name of incorporation. Congratulations to Shengshi Group for obtaining the latest patent. We look forward to the release of their new product and also anticipate everyone's evaluation of the differences between the new product and incorporation's soy sauce. This ambiguous statement quickly spread, igniting heated discussions among the public. Is this manager an undercover agent planted by Shengshi in the family? He's actually helping us build momentum. This was Yuanan's first reaction upon seeing the message. Although the latter part of the statement indirectly suggested that there wasn't much difference between Shengshi's new product and incorporation's soy sauce. Coming from someone representing incorporation, it essentially told everyone that Shengshi's new product rivaled theirs. Come and try it yourselves. TCH, if Yuan heard this, she'd probably drive him insane. This manager really acts like an idiot, Shengzhou remarked. Shengshi definitely wouldn't employ such foolish staff. Manager Liao can save some advertising fees. Who needs anyone's help? Shengshi has already been building its own momentum. Shengzhou criticized while secretly rejoicing. Wasn't this person just trying to save her money? How do you know everything? Did Manager Liao tell you? Why didn't he inform me? And Yuan looked suspicious. I asked him proactively. Isn't this because I'm concerned about causing you trouble? So I questioned him rather thoroughly. Shengzhou lied coolly. Oh, maybe I should care more. No problem. If you want to know anything, just ask me directly, Shengzhou added silently in his mind. There's no need to seek out that nosy guy. Then don't you have to go to work? I've noticed that sometimes you're so busy we can't even see you, and other times you're idle and restless. And Yunan was very curious about his job. I'm a freelancer, so my working hours aren't fixed. He was now speaking more fluently without needing to think at all. I think judging by the family's attitude, they don't seem like the type who would let go easily. The topic turned back to serious matters. They would never willingly part with benefits in the hundreds of billions. But there's nothing they can do now, so don't worry too much. How could one not be worried? Not knowing about such an enormous profit would have been fine, but now that she knew, how could she possibly rest easy? Money has always stirred hearts. For it, people will stop at nothing. If, just hypothetically speaking, if Shengshi Group doesn't want to fight to the death with the family, would I be pushed forward as a scapegoat? Shengzhou's thick eyebrows furrowed, his expression solemn as he tightly held her hand. That won't happen. As long as I'm here, that situation will never occur. And Yunan felt incredibly reassured, a tingling sensation coursing through her body like electricity. She murmured softly, I was just considering the worst-case scenario, hoping you'd comfort me a little. What are you thinking about? You should be planning how Shengshi will split the profits, what you'll do with the money once you get it, whether to buy a car or a house, and how to manage your surplus wealth. He seemed utterly determined to part with his wealth. Hey. First, I need to buy Baiwei Tower. And Yunan began daydreaming based on his painted future. Isn't Baiwei Tower already given to? Luckily, he stopped himself in time. Under Liao Shiji's advice, the restaurant had not yet officially transferred to Yunan's name. I mean, isn't Baiwei Tower under your control now? That's different. Anyway, if I have the money, I still want to buy it. Aside from them discussing this news, the family was also infuriated by this information. This idiot. Does he want Shengshi to overshadow everything even more? He actually stoked the fire. Make him delete that immediately. And Yin rubbed his forehead, looking quite distressed. Though he tried hard to prevent the patent application, he couldn't help but admit that their several seasonings tasted much better than incorporation's soy sauce, plus 2 newly appeared sauces. Anyone who has tasted them could tell the difference. That idiot actually encouraged people to compare them, and they regretted sending him to the Property Rights Bureau. Now there was only one solution, to find the members of that research team and poach them into incorporation. True to his status as the heir carefully groomed by Hong, and Yin swiftly arranged for the Star Network post to be suppressed while deploying additional personnel to continue investigating Shengshi's chefs. Actually, their investigators had looked into Yunan too. Seeing that she came from an obscure planet and hadn't undergone any professional training, they removed her from their list of suspects. The data they reviewed was indeed factual, but Shengzhou deliberately edited parts out. He replaced all content related to her culinary skills. Moreover, Yin and his team believed these new products were developed collectively by many people and never considered that one person might have done it alone, leaving them with no leads. Saki was determined to inform young master and of her conjectures, but given her current position, there was simply no way to approach him. After several unsuccessful attempts, she had no choice but to turn to Man indirectly. After great effort, she finally met Miss and Hello. I have something extremely important to discuss. Please give it due consideration. Who are you? You seem vaguely familiar, but why should I waste my time on you? With her usual disdainful look, and Man was about to walk away. Chapter 33. Miss and wait. This is a rather tricky matter for the in-group recently. Our family's business. What could you possibly do about it? Her tone grew more disdainful. How could the in-group possibly encounter serious trouble? Even if they did, it wasn't something someone of her caliber could interfere with. I know a piece of information that would be very helpful to Master in. Seeing Missin was about to leave again, Cecilia quickly spoke up. And Man turned her head and sized Cecilia up with a critical gaze. So she was scheming against her brother. Such a person like her didn't deserve to be involved. She shot her an icy glare and walked away. It's about the patent issue involving Shengshi Group. Cecilia's voice pursued urgently. And Man stopped in her tracks. Regardless of whether what Cecilia said was true, it was worth listening to. Recently, her brother had indeed been very concerned about this matter. Come with me then. Tell me what you know. The two arrived at a private cafe with secluded surroundings. Missin, I know the company has been looking for Shengshi Group's R&D team. But I think maybe such a team doesn't even exist, Cecilia hypothesized. The ANS had their doubts about this before, but how could they explain the quick emergence of a considerable number of new products? You continue. And Man crossed her arms over her chest. Missin, don't you remember the woman named Yunnan, the chef who initially refused to cook for you? Cecilia cautiously asked. After being reminded, Missin recalled that woman with the same surname who'd been so presumptuous and rude. What about her? Thinking of her always put her in a bad mood. I believe the new products from Shengshi Group are created by her. Cecilia voiced her suspicion. How could that be possible with just her alone? And Man sounded surprised and disbelieving. Missin, back when we were still on Aurora, there were people from Shengshi around her. If she weren't valuable, why would Shengshi send people all the way to such a distant planet? Cecilia stuck firmly to her theory. All right, I get it. You can go now. And Man appeared deep in thought as she believed part of what the other party had said. That chef definitely had some skill. Make sure you tell your family about this, Missin. Originally wanting to tell her to inform Master indirectly, but seeing her previous reaction, she changed the phrasing instead. Fine, no need for your unsolicited advice. If the situation turns out as you say, I won't neglect giving you your due reward. And Man dismissed her like swatting away a fly. After some consideration, she decided to go to the group headquarters to find Yin. Were all these things told to you by one of her fellow countrymen? Big Brother asked after hearing his sister's recount. Yes, she said so. However, I feel this shouldn't be wrong. We've searched for such a long time without finding any trace of that team. It's quite likely that the new product is from a single person's hands. Besides, her cooking skills are indeed outstanding, and I've seen them firsthand. Big Brother entrusted her account about 80%. Though his sister's culinary skills were nothing special, the chef she admired must have exceptional abilities. All right, I'll send someone to investigate her immediately. Go home first. Once this is taken care of, I'll surely thank you properly. At this moment, and Yunnan, who had already obtained the patent certificate, was discussing a production cooperation plan with Liao Shijie. Manager Liao, thanks to the group, my patent application process went smoothly. As such, I will exclusively authorize these new products to you guys, she declared gratefully, acknowledging that without Shingshi's assistance, she might not only fail to secure the patent, but also land in trouble. Missin, you're already one of us. There's no need to be so polite. The manager insisted respectfully with their boss sitting right next to him. It's fine as long as you can get the authorization, whether exclusive or not. We're not overly particular about it, he added. They couldn't impose too many constraints, since their boss was keeping a close eye on her. And Yunnan glanced sideways at the man beside her. Was Manager Liao secretly working for another company as a spy? Why didn't he seem at all concerned about the company's interests? Manager Liao, I believe this exclusive authorization is necessary, providing guarantees for both sides. Qingzhou silently gave him a sharp look, exasperated. Did he leave his brain at home? That's true, Manager Liao. We should sign the relevant authorization contracts later to avoid future trouble and disputes, and Yunnan felt this was the most prudent choice. Liao Shijie inwardly lamented how unpredictable the boss was. Should he just reveal the boss identity and let the two negotiate themselves? Adjusting his glasses, he still managed to smile amicably and replied, yes, we assumed Missin being our employee means we naturally provide the best conditions. The authorization contract will be sent later. For now, let's discuss the profit-sharing arrangements. The group has a few factories available, but currently only 3 can be spared for the production of new products. However, we're in the process of preparing a new location, which is expected to be ready in a month. Following that, we'll establish branches on other planets. Manager Liao briefly introduced the upcoming production scale, and Yunnan was somewhat puzzled internally. It seemed like Shengshi Group frequently gave her benefits, generous remuneration upon joining, management rights of Byway Tower, assisting with her patent application without demanding an exclusive authorization, and now detailing future plans to her. Was this them being afraid she wouldn't make bold demands? Or were they trying to prevent her from switching jobs by genuinely impressing her? That seemed unlikely. Shengshi couldn't possibly dominate the business world purely through sincerity. Qingzhou noticed the girl beside him appeared lost in thought, seemingly doubting something. Manager Liao, I think it's better if Yunnan only takes dividends and doesn't participate in any management. I know nothing about managing sales, so entrusting it to professionals like Manager Liao would be more appropriate. And Yunnan replied, snapping out of her thoughts. No problem, as long as Miss entrusts us. Regarding the dividends, Manager Liao didn't know how the boss wanted to divide them. Originally, they agreed on a 50-50 split, but he'd just been warned and now hesitated to say anything recklessly. Cheng Zhou had already discussed splitting the net profit evenly. However, this girl seemed to start suspecting Sheng Shi's intentions. If they continued giving such generous dividends, it might scare her away. Receiving a secret gesture from his boss, Manager Liao said, "How about a 40-60 split? What do you think? Is this your decision or the decision of the group?" And Yunan thought she could be lucky to get a 20% share. "This is certainly the decision of the group leader." Manager Liao intentionally glanced at someone. "Yunan, it seems Sheng Shi Group is still quite generous. Should I help you negotiate for a 50-50 split?" Cheng Zhou whispered in her ear. "No need, a 40-60 split is already exceptionally generous. We shouldn't push our luck," and Yunan, who was previously indulging in conspiracy theories, was interrupted. On the opposite side, Manager Liao desperately wanted to leave, thinking these two had forgotten he was still sitting there. "In that case, if Miss An has no objections, let's sign the contract." Ding! And Yunan's light brain received a contract. Opening it, text appeared on the screen in front of her, and she carefully reviewed it with Cheng Zhou. Although Cheng Zhou knew the contract was definitely fine, he still looked at it closely with her. After signing the contract, Manager Liao stood up immediately to take his leave, even painfully rejecting Yunan's invitation to dinner. After all, Mr. Mo wasn't here today to help shoulder the boss's anger. "TSK, I still feel something's not right. Sheng Shi Group is being too good to me. How could this girl still be thinking about it?" A certain person began to have a headache. "I think it's normal. They've seen your potential. After all, your culinary skills are worth it, and they will surely bring them more benefits." Cheng Zhou could only humbly credit himself in order to eliminate her doubts, though he was unsure of how upset she'd be when things were revealed later. What you say makes sense. For a moment, I thought Manager Liao liked me." And Yunan muttered softly. The latter half of her sentence was very quiet and blurry, but still heard by the person next to her. He began planning where to send that meddlesome subordinate. Perhaps the frontier planet needed people. A certain innocent subordinate on the spacecraft suddenly felt a chill, inwardly wondering if this spaceship was malfunctioning. But this was the latest limited edition model. In the flight cabin, a feeling of unease swept over the aforementioned unsuspecting subordinate. Chapter 34. This ceremony was held at the newly built top-tier Crown Court Hotel by the Yin family. In the very center of Shangyong Star, hovering in the sky was a dazzling hotel with golden decorations, towering into the clouds. From any angle, the radiant characters of Crown Court floated in midair. The Yin family appeared early at the hotel, dressed splendidly, as guests arrived one after another. The luxurious hall was filled with chattering and laughter, clinking glasses, and an air of vibrant festivity. Most of those who attended the celebration were people with whom they had business dealings, some uninvited individuals hoping to build connections, along with others from political circles. The Yin family assigned their collateral branches to entertain these guests. Those who could be personally greeted by the main family were naturally important dignitaries, arriving last. Around 10 minutes to 11 in the morning, several very ordinary-looking spacecraft slowly approached. The Yin branch of the Yin family was already waiting at the entrance. The first one to step out was a man with snow-white skin, striking features, standing quite tall, but somewhat slender. After getting out, he courteously extended his right hand toward a black-haired woman inside the vehicle who bore resemblance to him. "Miss Bermera, please step out." "Brother, you're so annoying," came the soft giggles from inside the car. From the subsequent spacecraft, stepped down a robust man with a somewhat fierce look. Mr. Nzitao, father of Yin, led his family forward to greet them. "Young Master Burleson, Miss Bermera, and General Flennard, please come in. It's truly an honor for our Yin family that all of you have come." "Mr. N, what you say is not right. With the relationship between our two families, speaking like this makes it seem overly formal," responded Burleson humbly. Since the esteemed guests had arrived, the Yin family proceeded to get straight to the point. This grand ceremony would be broadcasted live in full holographic form across the StarNet. And Yunan was lounging on the sofa at this moment, holding a stuffed doll named Ming Xiaopeng while watching the live stream. Isn't that a Moen? And that assistant of Manager Liao? It turns out they are also at the scene. That guy is at least related to the Tai family. So on occasions like these, the 5 major families would show up just to maintain appearances regardless of how relations stand. Cheng Zhou, sitting next to her, remarked. "I wonder if when we open our shop later, we'll be able to invite this many people. The prosperous era certainly wouldn't go for such ostentatious scenes. Your 100 Flavors Tower is a restaurant after all. It's better to invite some gourmet connoisseurs to help establish its reputation instead of mingling in those messy fame transactions." The man lazily closed half his eyelids, gazing absent-mindedly at a particular person on the projection. By evening, at the Crown Court Hotel, after a day of festivities, Yin personally escorted Bermera home before returning, massaging his forehead in relief, finally having the time to open up his optical computer to check the information sent over just now. Half an hour later, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. This information confused his thoughts. The patent for prosperous times indeed had been applied for on behalf of Yunan, meaning those new items were indeed created by her alone. However, this Yunan's father was also called Zhe, sharing the same name as his uncle. Yan's mind was muddled. He still retained faint memories of his gentle, smiling uncle when he was about 5 years old 30 years ago. At that time, Zhe had been married for only 2 years. Something unknown happened, and grandfather Hong expelled his youngest son, declaring that he was removed from the Yin family. Since then, no one ever mentioned him again. Now suddenly seeing this name made it hard for him not to speculate. After contemplating for a bit, He decided to first have someone confirm in Zhe Xian's identity before proceeding. With a heavy heart, he went to sleep, only to be woken instantly by a soft ring. And Yin anxiously opened his optical computer. Indeed, that person was his uncle, but they had unfortunately passed away a few years prior. A wave of melancholy swept over his heart momentarily. Then suddenly realizing this meant and Yu Nan was his cousin, making things much simpler. Since she was family, there was no reason for her to work for another family. It seemed uncle didn't reveal his ties to the Yin family to her. If they suddenly contacted her and revealed her background, it might cause suspicion. And Yin decided to first find someone to inquire about uncle's situation over the years. Father, there's something I want to ask you. Over the years, have you been in contact with uncle? You mean Zixin? Why bring up his news all of a sudden? And Zitao was greatly surprised. This matter was within the Yin family, a universally acknowledged taboo zone. Do you know uncle has always lived on the Arota planet? How do you know that? Are you investigating your uncle? The tone of Anne's father wasn't pleased. If Grandpa knew about this, he would definitely be angry. And Yin, do not touch on your grandfather's taboos. Be mindful of your boundaries. Yes, father, I understand. By the way, I forgot to tell you, uncle has long since passed away. After saying this, he bowed and left. For a moment, and Zitao was stunned by the news. Had that lively and mischievous younger brother really gone? The action efficiency of Prosperous Times Group was beyond reproach. Within a day, the first batch of seasonings had successfully been produced. And Yunnan conducted a sampling inspection, finding nothing wrong with either the quality or taste. The subsequent production could then be fully handed over to the robots to control. Just send 1 or 2 chefs in the first step to remove the toxins from the ingredients. This batch of new products would naturally not be sold, but instead prioritized for use in their own restaurants. Liao Shiji sent people to deliver the seasonings to various restaurants under his banner, and the head chefs had been eagerly awaiting their trial. For the more familiar dark soy sauce, everyone knew how to cook with it, but the rest would require some exploration. However, no matter the combination, the taste never seemed too bad. Thus, the chefs of the Prosperous Times Group on the Starnet absolutely blew up about their new seasonings, calling them divine water, universally versatile kings, etc. Naturally, the guests who dined at the restaurant also joined in the praise. But there were many fans and chefs from other restaurants who expressed disbelief. Anyway, regardless of the arguments, the new products of Prosperous Times successfully garnered attention from all sides. Seizing this wave of popularity, Liao Shiji began running advertisements, resulting in a flood of orders from various restaurants. And Yunnan wasn't idle either. After receiving her first dividend of over 1 million credits, she felt somewhat guilty. Originally, the first batch of products was intended for Prosperous Times restaurants, and she hadn't planned on claiming any dividends. But the company was very protective of her, settling payments according to market price. So, she taught the head chefs of each restaurant how to pair dishes with these several types of seasonings. This resulted in the sales of the catering department multiplying. Liao Shiji now basked in boundless satisfaction. In the past, many shareholders were extremely dissatisfied with the profit division of the new products, making his position as the public face of the group quite passive. Now, with the skyrocketing sales figures, no one dared to argue anymore. If there was another chance next time, he definitely would give away more benefits. Misson was truly a golden goose, and they must treat her well. Seeing such a booming business scene, how could other forces sit idly by? They began to devise ways. There were essentially 2 methods. The Tino family, due to their close relationship with the Prosperous Times Group, secured the second batch of products. With these fresh seasonings, their businesses also began to rise gradually. After observing for a while, the remaining families started placing orders one after another. Of course, the prices weren't as good, but no matter how expensive, they had to use them, right? Not long afterward, nearly every restaurant in Shangyong began using the products of Prosperous Times, and their businesses started improving, more or less. Under this situation, and family soy sauce completely couldn't sell. The food industry was originally highly profitable, but it was almost entirely monopolized by Prosperous Times, naturally causing dissatisfaction among others. With the original recipe holders, the Yin family and the Mu family, becoming restless, both families gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Due to its close relationship with Prosperous Times, the Tino family was excluded from this alliance. Both families agreed that they should start from the source, find those R&D personnel, offer them high salaries to poach them, and failing that, try to find connections to halt their production. And Yin chose not to share what he knew with others. He still intended to have a private conversation with Yunnan first. If she was willing to return to the Yin family, the problem would naturally resolve itself. Everything in her hands would then belong to the Yin family, and the Mu family and the Tino family wouldn't stand a chance to gain anything. Chapter 35. Shengshi Group was busy expanding its factory as there were too many orders to handle. Apart from the restaurant on Shangyang Star, requests for cooperation were pouring in from various other planets. Shengzhou had already decided to cooperate with Taishan Enterprises. His family already had a ready-made factory. Their soy sauce was unsold, and the factory was idle anyway. It would be better to change partners under such circumstances. As this was a mutually beneficial arrangement, both parties quickly signed a contract. Although it was a collaboration between Shengshi Group and Taishan Enterprises, in reality, Shengshi was merely acting as the intermediary. All of Taishan's dividends would go to Yuna, though she didn't know this yet. I tell you, little Zhou, when do you plan to reveal everything to that girl? The way you keep shoveling money into her pocket is becoming unbearable to watch. Mao En was representing his father at the signing ceremony. Once all matters are settled, I will speak. Chengzhou had already made up his mind. Just let her wait. One day she might be scooped up by someone else, and I'll see what you'll do then, he said while glaring elegantly at him. It won't happen. I can feel that she sees me as special, and I will resolve everything as soon as possible, Chengzhou replied with certainty. Sigh. All right, as long as you know your own heart. But I think you could confess first so she knows exactly how you feel. And Yuna, who had been busy for several days, received a message from Master and of the Yin family. He wished to meet her face to face, and she suspected the Yin family may have discovered her identity by now. After refusing in man last time, she thought they would investigate her background, but it turned out they simply didn't care. Now, it seemed the patent certificate had caught their attention again, leading them to trace it back to her, later than she anticipated. But at the moment, she did not want to meet anyone from the Yin family. In a couple of days, Bai Tower would officially open, and Liao Shiji had entirely gifted the shop to her as thanks for teaching the master chef of Shengshi those new items. As the owner, nothing was more important than the opening event, so everything else could wait. What was urgent, after all, wasn't even her responsibility. Most of the guests invited this time were food connoisseurs, so the banquet's dishes would need some attention. And Yuna started preparations several days ahead. At around 5 in the morning, as the sky was still a murky gray, and Yuna got up and went to Bai Tower. Unfortunately, the big and little ones from home couldn't make it today due to certain affairs. Jiang Yun, why are you two here so early? She asked surprised. Our brother said since he couldn't sleep anyway, we might as well come early to prepare here. The young girl yawned as she responded. You should rest a bit longer at the back, there's still plenty of time. And Yuna said noticing the girl wasn't fully awake. Inside the kitchen, Zhang Lei had already begun skillfully preparing ingredients. Yuna, you're here. I've prepared breakfast for you. Eat a little first. All right, thank you. But you don't need to tire yourself so much. These tasks can be entrusted to robots. They work quickly and cleanly, saving us effort, she said, specifically acquiring 2 kitchen assistants for handling ingredients efficiently. Breakfast consisted of simple spring onion noodles. After eating, feeling invigorated, she stretched and started bustling around, handling steamed dishes which take a long time, then instructed Zhang Lei to marinate the remaining ingredients. And Yuna began preparing the cold dishes to be served first. Preparing the bai guoti, miscellaneous hooves dish, was particularly troublesome. The pig trotters needed to be cooked until half done before extracting the tendons, all while preserving the intact appearance. Next, walnut kernels, pine nuts, peanuts, diced ham, and a small amount of diced meat and tendon were stuffed inside, then tightly bound with ropes before cooking until soft. Finally, they were immersed in aged fermented oil to soak up flavor. Yunan, why are you still in the kitchen? Come out and tidy up quickly. Our guests will arrive shortly. Liao Shiji had been admonished for half an hour by his boss early that morning. By 9 o'clock, and Yuna had finished instructing Zhang Lei and hurriedly stepped out, only to be immediately dragged away for restyling her makeup and hair. Her shoulder-length black hair was lightly curled and partially tied back with an emerald green ribbon, letting some stray locks naturally stick to her temples. Her strapless figure-hugging forked dress accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. It looked elegant and sophisticated, exuding maturity and professionalism, yet also sensuality and allure. Wow, little Nan Nan, you look absolutely stunning today. I'm practically captivated. Unfortunately, there's someone who can't see you like this. Dressed in a flashy neon green suit that had to be Moan, the ever-iconic figure of the fashion world. Liao Shiji initially found the dress selected by the boss for Miss and quite impressive, but now wondered if this garish man wasn't stealing too much attention. Mr. Moan, I think it'd be better if you changed clothes today. Yes, Mr. Moan, your attire today is really too eye-catching. I feel overshadowed by you. So please do me a favor and change. And Yuna wanted to ensure her guests wouldn't be subjected to visual pollution. Well, fine. Since today you're the star, I mustn't outshine you. The remaining 2 let out a sigh of relief together. Missin, Liao Shiji pushed his glasses up. Today I'll help you entertain the guests. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Then thank you, Mr. Liao. It was only now that Yuna realized he was actually the executive president of Shengshi Group. Before, when he introduced himself as a manager, she had thought he was just a branch manager under the group. Shengshi had launched many advertisements with the release of new products. So many people came to this opening ceremony of Bai Tower. Almost every restaurant in Shenyang sent someone to congratulate them. Regardless of whether they truly came to celebrate or had other plans, they all smiled on the surface. Liao Shiji introduced Yuna to several important figures. Mr. Liao, if you're personally introducing her, Missin must have something exceptional about her, joked a nobleman's son. I am both a friend and business partner with Mr. Liao. Helping each other among friends is nothing deep to look into. And Yuna responded with a polite smile. Hey, little Nan Nan, why are you wasting time here? My old man has arrived, and you should be kind enough to give him an audience. Mao En reappeared, wearing a silver-gray suit this time. My apologies, everyone. I must take my leave for a moment. She gracefully inclined her head in farewell. Liao Shiji, what were you thinking bringing her around those types? Watch out. You might get in trouble with someone, Mao En whispered to him while placing an arm around his shoulders. I'm the injured party here. They just jumped in on their own. I bet your boss knows by now. So you'd better start praying. Mao En's blonde hair tied in a ponytail swung back and forth as he relished in the situation. Meanwhile, a certain individual indeed wasn't fully focused during a confidential meeting, distractedly watching a holographic live stream, simultaneously regretting choosing this particular outfit. Today, she looked too alluring, making him want to rush to the scene and keep her hidden from everyone else immediately. Dad, this is Miss and Yuna, the one I mentioned before. Mao En led Yuna to his father. Yuna, this is my old man. Call him Uncle Taishan, just like Qingzhou does. Mr. Taishan, hello? It was their first formal meeting, and Yuna wasn't one to be overly familiar right off the bat, nor did she think he'd be interested in getting closer to her. It's a great honor to meet you today. Miss N is truly gifted and accomplished at such a young age. Not only are you very beautiful, but you also possess extraordinary skills that have made even me, an old man, respect you greatly, said Mr. Taishan, who resembled Mao in appearance, but carried an air of authority. That was how casual conversation worked. You exchange compliments, one humbly deflects, then gives another compliment back. Even though somewhat courteous and superficial, the atmosphere remained quite harmonious. Maoin was somewhat helpless because, prior to this, his father had heard him talk about Yuna, but clearly didn't think much of her abilities and thus wouldn't go out of his way to show extra warmth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuna naturally noticed the distance Mr. Taishan kept towards her, yet she wasn't bothered by it. As the chairman of Taishan Enterprises, it was only natural for him not to easily warm up to strangers. Miss N, these four gentlemen are renowned star chefs. Elder Chu, Elder Qian, Elder Zhou, and Elder Liu. Liao Shiji introduced the top star chefs who had previously helped at the Property Rights Bureau. And Yuna became genuinely delighted at this. These four were the most important distinguished guests today. I am Junior and Yuna. To meet the four towering figures of the culinary world fills me with indescribable joy. After being stiff-faced for the entire morning, she finally displayed an honest-to-goodness smile. Chapter 36. Little Missy here is both beautiful and skillful. Huh? You're much better than we old fellows when we were young. Chu Lao's squinting eyes made him look kind and approachable. Yes, today's youth are truly impressive, full of ideas and talent. The other elders also expressed their admiration. Please, all of you, don't praise me too much. There's no place for me to hide in this new shop. And Yuan felt extremely embarrassed. The average age of these elders was around 130, each with a youthful appearance despite their gray hair and well-maintained figures. All right, Miss has a modest side. We should stop while we're ahead. The oldest among them, Chu Lao, was easygoing. Miss, Xiao Liang said your cooking skills are extraordinary. Today, we came specifically to have a meal. Zhou Lao acted like an old child impatiently urging for dinner. Certainly, we will soon cut the ribbon, and then the banquet can start. Please give us a hand first. And Yuan invited the four elders to the entrance. Liao Shiji delivered his remarks swiftly, asking Yuan to hang up the nameplate of Bai Weilu, followed by the ribbon-cutting ceremony. At the same time, Liao Shiji formally announced that Yuan had recently successfully obtained a patent certificate for new products and officially became the research advisor for the Shengshi Group. This decision had been agreed upon after a group discussion. Their original intention to keep her out of sight was to ensure the smooth patent application. Now that the certificate was secured, it would inevitably lead to inquiries from others who would eventually find out. Hence, they decided to go public now, simultaneously boosting Bai Weilu's reputation. As they had expected, the news caused quite a stir. It turned out that Shengshi did not have any research team at all. All the new products were single-handedly created by her. And Yin, who had just arrived at the entrance, couldn't help but regret not finding Yuan earlier. Everyone would know now. Boy, you never told me how capable that girl is. Mr. Tiano glared angrily at his son beside him. I did tell you that Yuan is very talented, but you simply didn't believe me. Mon rolled his eyes at his father, who was still as power-oriented as ever. Noisy discussions rose from all around, lively chatter filled the air. As the center of conversation, Yuan maintained a graceful smile while dealing with numerous questions. Her sidelong glance had already noticed the two figures standing by the entrance. She subtly gestured for Liao Shiji to attend to them. Mr. Burson, General Manager N, what a rare visit. Sorry I couldn't personally welcome you. Liao Shiji, having received the cue, greeted them first. It's our fault for arriving late. Congratulations on your grand opening, General Manager Liao. Fortunately, we haven't missed much. Although Burson had a good relationship with the Yin family, he didn't want to offend the Shengshi Group either. Indeed, the timing is perfect. This way please. The banquet will begin shortly. Liao Shiji invited them upstairs. General Manager Liao, why haven't we seen the owner of Bai Weilu come out to greet us? And Yin cast a glance at that striking figure nearby. My apologies, General Manager N. You understand Master Chu's nature. He sees potential and can't help but engage in culinary discussions. Once there's a chance, I'll introduce you to them. Since Master Chu is here, it would be great to take greetings from my grandfather. And Yin was determined to meet the person today. And it would be troublesome for General Manager Liao to lead the way. Although Burson didn't know what Yin was thinking, since they were allies, he didn't mind joining. Liao Shiji knew at a glance what the Yin family was scheming. However, since he couldn't offend Burson yet, he could only lead the way. Coincidentally, after Yuan had accompanied the elders to their seats and was about to head to the kitchen, she met the group at the door. Yuan, this is Mr. Burson, and this is General Manager N from Yin Group Corporation. Liao Shiji introduced both sides. And this is the owner of Bai Weilu, Miss N Yuan. I never imagined that Miss N would be so young and beautiful. My respect. Burson's eye showed a hint of interest as he extended his hand. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Burson. I also appreciate you coming to support. Her tone was polite, yet distant. Miss N, your cooking skills are remarkable. Might I ask which master you studied under? And Yin suddenly asked. Thanks for your regard, General Manager N, but I hail from a remote planet where no such master exists. And Yuan remained expressionless. Oh, I see. So Miss N is a natural genius. I really look forward to the upcoming feast. Burson became increasingly intrigued. I'm not a genius, just fond of experimenting. Please join the banquet. and Yuan led them into the dining hall. You need to watch out for Yin. He seems to have some plans regarding you. Liao Shiji warned her. I will be cautious. I'll head back to the kitchen now. Please handle things here. At that moment, the assistants in the kitchen were systematically preparing dishes according to the previous instructions. After changing her clothes, Yuan entered and began arranging for the robots to serve the first course. For cold dishes, bai fruit, fresh chili double crisp, crispy fried silver fish, and mixed vegetable medley. These appetizers, from their pairings to the plating, could truly be called a feast for the eyes. As soon as an intricate aroma of intertwined flavors wafted through, attention turned to the taste. Come on, let's try them already. Zhou Lao couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. The bai fruit looked ordinary but was surprisingly soft and chewy with a hint of elasticity when bitten into, various nuts completely infused into the meat. The fruity fragrance interlaced with the meatiness without any trace of greasiness, filling the mouth with indescribable magnificence. The spicy food lovers adored the fresh chili double crisp. It was spicy yet not overbearing, refreshingly crispy and gratifyingly flavorful. As for the crispy fried silver fish, no one disliked such delicacies that were crunchy outside and tender inside with a fresh taste. And alternating with vegetarian dishes was simply an impeccable pairing. All those distinguished individuals at the table had ceased their conversations and attentively relished each delicious bite, their chopsticks moving faster later as though in competition. Given the small portions, one needed to be quick or else they'd risk missing out. And Yuan guessed it was time to bring out the main courses, starting with braised fish and mutton soup, phoenix tail shark fin, chrysanthemum chicken slices, four joy meatballs, camphor tea duck, and sautéed straw mushrooms in oil, served continuously. These were all labor-intensive dishes, among which the braised fish and mutton soup required the most skill. After washing the premium big yellow croaker, only its bones were carefully removed through its mouth without damaging the outer skin. This single step took great effort from Yuan due to the unusually large size of these big yellow croakers. Even the smallest ones were nearly as long as half her forearm. Subsequently, finely chopped lamb marinated, along with bamboo shoot dice and a little rehydrated mushroom dice, was mixed with homemade golden soup jelly dices and stuffed into the fish belly. Then it was wrapped with an oil net and placed in the oven for baking. At first glance, this seemed like an ordinary baked fish dish, but when a bit of the fish meat was lightly lifted, a robust fresh aroma burst forth, and everyone realized this dish harbored more than met the eye. Chu Lao scooped up some of the innards with a small spoon. The lamb has a unique flavor, devoid of any gaminess. Combined with the bamboo shoots, it's extremely texturally rich, and there seems to be not just the fishy smell but another kind of fragrance. This girl is truly talented. Others didn't linger to savor as he did, continuing mouthful after mouthful, losing all traces of sophistication they usually maintained. Those swift actions remained elegantly refined until the very last moment. The kitchen buzzed with busy activities as Yuan was astonished by how quickly they cleared the plates. Weren't they supposed to chat while eating? Yunnan, you haven't seen their looks while eating. Who would believe it? Every important figure here lost their decorum. Liao Shiji personally came to urge more dishes. That shows today was highly successful. Let's serve this dessert and soup next. They chatted while arranging for the next course. Each person received a dinner plate with one bowl of white jade soup, a small serving of crisp bean sprout chicken shredded spring rolls, and two petite crystal shrimp dumplings. The portion sizes were heartwarmingly generous. Zhou Lao and his wife finished the excellent thick soup, still yearning for more, complaining, "That's so little. Little miss and is being too stingy. I must go back there to talk to her." "You stop fussing. I've never seen you eat so much before." Chu Lao restrained the old child eager to rush off, painfully giving up one of his crystal shrimp dumplings to share. With that, no one needed to fight anymore as the pace finally slowed down. Normal conversations resumed around the table, everyone restoring their proper demeanor as if nothing impolite had occurred. In fact, since they had all acted similarly, there was less embarrassment now. Chapter 37. When the time was right, and Yuan came out with the last round of hot dishes, special honey barbecue roast goose, superior soup steamed prawns, braised pork with dried turnip, beef rolls with lotus leaves, boiled slices of meat, mountain ferns, assorted vegetarian delights, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and finally a large bowl of hot peppery coconut chicken soup. As soon as the dishes were served, everyone paused as if someone had pressed the pause button, their eyes drawn to the center of the table. This dish looks really appetizing. Oh, we can't miss that one either. Although they had already eaten until they were 7 or 8 parts full, who could resist such fine delicacies? Moreover, most of the dishes were ones they had never even seen before. "Missin, come sit over here, you've worked hard today." Elder Chu beckoned her from the doorway. Yes, Chef's food today has truly been an eye-opener. With your culinary skills, Missin, your business will surely flourish in the future. If earlier they had only attended for the face of Shengshi Group, now they were completely awed by her cooking. Thank you all once again for taking the time to come. I hope this banquet is to your satisfaction. Allow me to raise a glass to all of you. And Yuan lifted her glass. How can it just be satisfying? It's more than satisfying, ha ha ha. Mr. Tiano's cheeks were rosy from eating so much. Missin, let me ask you something. What's the relationship between the soup-filled fish lamb dish and the fish belly hidden lamb? Curious, Elder Chu began to quiz her. Elder Chu, your insight is sharp indeed. This dish improves on the interior filling of the fish belly lamb dish. It's called soup-filled because I added my secret golden soup jelly. During baking, the jelly melts into the stuffing. No wonder the lamb filling inside is so greasy and delicious, with an unusual savory flavor. You must have added some crab roe to your golden soup. Elder Chu's approving gaze revealed how skillful this young woman was. Your acumen is incredible, Elder Chu. I added just a little bit to enhance the flavor, and yet you managed to detect it. And Yue Yan was deeply impressed. Indeed, the man was worthy of his title as a star chef. Haha, my capabilities are entirely thanks to this highly sensitive tongue of mine. Of course I could taste it out. The crinkly-eyed Elder Chu gave himself a proud look. Enough yakking. Keep going like this, and there'll be nothing left to eat. Zhou Laosher on another side interjected, while dishing up water-boiled meat slices for him. Young miss, you've worked long enough, take a rest. Only at this point did Chu Laosher shut up and obediently pick up his chopsticks again, muttering about these slices being spicy, numbing, tender. Quiet. Just enjoy your meal. Zhou Laosher couldn't stand listening to any more chatter from him. On the other side of the dining table, Yen kept turning his head from time to time, gazing at these excellent dishes, which even the best chefs in an family could not match. While others ate heartily without much thought, Lorden was preoccupied with how to officially acknowledge his younger cousin, pondering on how to bring her back to the in-household. And Yen, she seems to have almost surpassed the level of your family's chef. How did you miss catching such a talented fish back then? Burson regretted dearly not securing her talents under Shengshi Corporation. That's fine. We still don't know who she will ultimately work for. After the remnants of the feast were cleared away, and Yue Yun arranged for the final dessert platters to arrive, almond tofu, taro cakes, mandarin duck's rolls, silver ear fungus cups, and a colorful fruit platter filled to the brim with fresh fruits. And with that, everything was complete. Taking a deep breath, and Yue Yun finally relaxed after maintaining high tension throughout the day. Gradually escorting guests out, she prepared herself to retire for the night. Missin, would you mind having a chat? And Yen stopped her. I'm unsure what President wants to discuss with me. Although feeling exhausted, and Yue Yun rallied her spirits to respond. Why don't we find somewhere quiet to talk? President, please forgive my forgetfulness. Amidst the hustle and bustle, I neglected to see you two off properly. Liao Shiji had just finished seeing a group of people off and turned around to catch this scene. He immediately raised alarms upon seeing the intent in Yan's eyes. This fellow wouldn't have taken a liking to Missin, would he? No way. If the boss discovers in giving someone else a chance to approach Missin, he'd dismember him. Our apologies for any deficiencies in today's hospitality. With an obvious signal, Liao aimed to escort the two men away. Mr. Liao, your humility is commendable. However, this visit has been anything but wasted. Burson was strongly supportive of the ANS recruiting the young woman, though now wasn't an ideal moment. Missin, until next time then. And Yen suppressed his urgency. Mr. Liao, farewell for now. Finally everyone has gone. Loosening up considerably, and Yue Yun said, I've set aside 2 tables of dishes. Everyone's worked so hard today, so it's necessary to treat them all. One table was reserved for Jiang Lei, his sister, and the kitchen assistants. Another waited for Cheng Zhou and his crew to join. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Cheng Zhou arrived at Bawei Tower with Meng Xiaoping. Yue Yan, sorry for coming late. Congratulations on opening your business. Saying this, he handed over a bunch of sunflowers to Yue Yan. Wish you sister Nan Nan a booming business and everything goes your way. Meng Xiaoping bounced and congratulated her with delight. Thank you. I've been waiting for you all day. And Yue Yan accepted the flowers, leaned down, and patted the chubby little face of the child. I am sorry that I didn't accompany you on such an important day. Cheng Zhou had been restless all day until this moment when his heart finally calmed down. Not that she minded at all, right? And Yue Nan's ears turned red, her heart feeling strange. His words were too ambiguous, so weird. It doesn't matter, you have your own things to do. But today I was distracted no matter what I did. In the future, I'd better attend such occasions with you. Cheng Zhou spoke very seriously, as if making some major decision. Well, we can talk about that later. I set aside a lot of dishes waiting for you guys to eat together. And Yue Nan felt a bit shy, but also irritated. This man always spoke so frankly. Liao Shiji had already skillfully lured Meng Xiaoping away long ago. Ha ha ha, here I come again, surprised? Just hearing the tone, one knew who it was. Little Zhou, how unfortunate you didn't see Yue Nan this morning, like a fairy. Right, the annoying person was none other than Mon. How dare you come again, not having enough free meals. A certain person was already upset all day, and now this guy was adding salt to the wound. You can leave any time. The tone was quite ferocious. I helped out a lot today, one meal is not enough. Whatever, I'm staying. The guy in neon green stubbornly sat down. If you say another word, I'll throw you out immediately, hoping you'd like to try. Cheng Zhou gritted his teeth. Dishes are ready, everyone please sit. We're among family, so be at ease. And Yue Nan led them to serve the dishes. Even though they had been set aside for half a day, these dishes looked exactly the same as when they were freshly baked. One couldn't help but admire the high-tech preservation techniques. The refrigeration cabinets in the kitchen were truly remarkable. Is this the soup-filled fish lamb dish that even Chu Lao praised so much? Cheng Zhou brought in Yue Nan's attention from the little fat boy back to the dish. Wow, how did you know? This dish is indeed Chu Lao's favorite. Needless to ask, he must have been watching the holographic live broadcast all the time. The dazzling neon green showcased its presence once again. A certain person clenched his fists tighter without changing expression, and the neon green instantly dimmed. This dish must have taken quite a bit of effort. No need to be so particular when eating alone. These demanding dishes should be done less in the future. Today is special. Those people were originally coming for Shengshi Corporation and looked down on Baiwei Tower completely. If I hadn't done something to stun them, the business would definitely be bleak in the future. Besides, there are 4-star chefs here. How could I not put in some effort? and Yuan didn't realize how soft her complaining tone sounded, almost like coquetry. You worked hard today. Isn't there a young guy surnamed Jiang in the kitchen? From now on, assign him to take care of labor-intensive tasks. Not feeling any sense of excess. Since you let him do all the work, will you just wait around to eat? And Yuan was speechless about his impudent way of assigning tasks to others. Then teach me, and I'll help you in the future. Chengzhou thought this way he could find her often. After eating their fill, Mon, as usual, took out a few lunch boxes and skillfully packed the leftovers inside. This time, Liao Shiji shamelessly followed his lead, and together they swept through the remaining dishes like a hurricane. Chapter 38. Indian family study. Did you see her? And Yin paused, surprised that his grandfather already knew. Yes, grandfather, but we haven't talked in detail yet. Although Hong entrusted many matters to this grandson, in fact, he was still fully in control of everything. I will find time again. I wonder if grandfather would allow her to return to the Yin family. And Yin had been hiding this from his family, but he didn't expect his grandfather to know everything. If she is a descendant of the Yin family, then bring her back. And Hong's tone was casual. If she agrees, Lin's would take her. Probably Yin's culinary skills couldn't compare with hers, and Yin thought silently. Yes, grandfather. However, he knew how proud his grandfather was of the people he personally trained. After the grand opening banquet at Bawei Tower, it had become famous instantly. Even though a single meal cost at least hundreds of thousands of star coins, the capital planet certainly wasn't lacking in wealthy individuals. Every day it was fully booked, and Yunnan had no choice but to start taking reservations, working tirelessly from morning till night, wishing she could live in the restaurant. Yunnan, this is too exhausting for you. Chengzhou said one evening when he came to pick her up and saw her still bustling about. I know I can't keep going like this forever, but let's talk about it after things calm down a bit. And Yunnan felt that despite the hardship, watching her earnings soar was well worth it. All right, we won't take any more reservations. After finishing the current orders, take a few days off, Chengzhou said firmly, making the decision for her. Knowing he did it for her benefit, and Yunnan didn't argue, though she muttered under her breath. Fine, but who would close down their business just after opening for a few days anyway? The others around pretended not to hear her. After this busy period ended, and Yunnan took a break and gave everyone at the store a few days off, rarely waking up until midday. She still didn't feel like getting out of bed after opening her eyes. Nan, sister, are you awake? Meng Xiaoping shouted outside the door. Yang, come in. And Yunnan sat up immediately. Sister, hurry up. Brother is going to take us out to play today. The little one urged her continuously. Where are we going? I'll be quick, and Yunnan said, still very excited about the outing. Eat lunch first. Chengzhou saw the two eager to go out. I bought food from outside. I know neither of you likes nutritional agents. He deeply felt as if he were bringing up two children. If it were before, and Yunnan would have criticized him for wasting star coins, but now that she herself was somewhat affluent, she didn't feel a thing. I still prefer Nan's sister's cooking, Meng Xiaoping pouted while shoveling rice into his mouth. Okay, sister will definitely cook something good for you tomorrow, alright? Since she had such a loyal young fan, she needed to treat them occasionally. Don't spoil him. Just rest well these couple of days. Chengzhou himself didn't even dare to order dishes, so how could he let that little one succeed? Humph. A certain little person was quite upset, but he also knew his sister was very tired recently and didn't bring it up again. And Yunnan gently tapped the little one and winked at him, the two sharing an understanding smile, while the person across could only sigh helplessly. After the meal, Chengzhou piloted the spacecraft and brought the two flying toward the outskirts of the city. Where are we going? And Yunnan was curious. There's a primitive park to the north of Shangyuan where the plants, animals, and environment are exactly like ancient Earth. Today, I'm taking you two for a visit. At this moment, and Yunnan's thoughts were complex. She never imagined she would encounter products from her hometown again. Yes, for her, the distant Earth village was a yearned-for memory that seemed impossible to reach, but now seeing it again evoked mixed feelings within her. However, no matter what, in this world there was still a place where she could reminisce about the past, which was always something to be grateful for. What are you so deep in thought about? Chengzhou noticed her complicated expression. I am imagining how vast and magical this park could possibly be. Indeed, it's very magical, and everything there leaves a feeling that's hard to express. The area of the park isn't very large, only 40 million square kilometers. Are you calling that not big? That nearly matches the size of a whole province from the old China. A more exaggerated statement would be that it's much larger than some countries' territories on the former Earth. And Yunnan felt that sometimes her worldview just couldn't match up to these natives. But then again, just look at their means of transportation. It takes only 2 hours to travel from one end of a planet to another. I found your expressions particularly vivid today. I've rarely seen such ones from you before. It's rather cute, someone commented, unable to resist glancing at her changing expressions. You just focus on driving the spacecraft. I mean, fly it properly and watch out for safety. And Yunnan's thoughts had drifted somewhere far away. When she snapped back to reality, all she could hear were the words, pretty cute, making her feel a mix of shyness and annoyance. How could this person tease her so openly in front of a child? Ha 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 ha. Yunnan, don't worry. I've set the autopilot mode. It's completely safe, guaranteed. Chengzhou didn't give much thought to her remark. He considered it just a basic concern that anyone should know, assuming her random comment was simply due to momentary shyness. When they arrived at the park entrance and began queuing up to buy tickets, entering the park brought forth a wave of nostalgia within Yunnan. The entire process felt strikingly familiar. There came first a lush green lawn interspersed with various towering trees. Ginkgos, cypresses, metasequoias, parasol trees, and even poplar trees. These trees, from different geographical areas, now stood proudly together here. Quick look! Rabbits, puppies, kittens. Meng Xiaopeng shrieked. And Yun turned around to see some little animals lazily sprawled across another patch of grass, basking under the sun. They weren't really small if compared to the creatures found in space, but their size still amazed her. Comparing them to the original Earth species, these creatures indeed weren't exactly diminutive either. Take the white rabbit for instance. Its body was almost 5 times larger than what she remembered seeing on Earth. Such monstrous sizes left Yun speechless. Is it because they're eating too well? This must be a mutation, she muttered under her breath. The environment here is worlds apart from ancient Earth, so mutation is inevitable, though thankfully their appearances haven't changed much. Cheng Zhou followed behind, having naturally overheard her muttering. You should keep an eye on Yang. What if they bite? The enlarged incisors looked pretty dangerous. Yunnan, you really are clueless. Are rabbits known for biting people? Have you ever heard of one eating grass instead? Her antics today seemed particularly endearing. He decided she should visit often to preserve her cuteness. Cheng Zhou laughed silently to himself before turning serious. Rabbits do not normally bite unless provoked. Do you really think rabbits won't ever bite when pushed? And Yunnan shot him a disapproving glance, clearly indicating that he lacked knowledge. Yang, don't get too close, stay cautious. Walking further into the park, they encountered various shrub thickets and landscapes with hills and rivers, bringing a surreal feeling of being back on Earth. The mountain nearby was covered with bamboo groves. I wonder if pandas live here. And Yunnan asked herself aloud. Do you actually want to see such ferocious beasts? Cheng Zhou, who carried Meng Xiaopeng struggling with fatigue, responded with disbelief. Didn't you show much interest in the turtles or the colorful parrots earlier? These aren't rare, they're practically pets, many of which we've owned before, she thought confidently. Then aloud. How can pandas be ferocious when they're so adorable and friendly? Don't be misled by what Starnet says about pandas. Those were treasures of ancient Earth. But the pandas here have gone through mutations, Cheng Zhou remarked, sensing her naivety. And Yunnan hadn't thought about how terrifyingly fierce these seemingly cuddly giant bundles might become. She recalled the slow-moving black and white pandas from her past zoo visits. They eat bamboo. They probably can't be too aggressive. However, they proved otherwise, exceedingly violent indeed. A double body size was somewhat expected, but why did the signature funny panda eyes appear so menacing? Within the dark fur emerged a pair of glaring, fearsome large round eyes staring right at her. Terrified, and Yunnan quickly hid behind Cheng Zhou, while Meng Xiaopeng had buried his head deep into his brother's chest. Seeing the 2 timid souls beside him, Cheng Zhou couldn't help but grin. Do you wish to continue watching? Not necessary, definitely not. The soft and gentle image of pandas in her mind couldn't be replaced by this terrifying monster. Not at all. Not cute at all. The kid had taken one look and dared not gaze again. Chapter 39. The exciting day quickly passed, and after returning home, both Cheng Zhou and Yunnan synchronously collapsed on the sofa. Rest after we finish eating. Don't fall asleep now. I will order food soon. Cheng Zhou worried like a mother. After eating a simple meal, everyone went back to sleep, exhausted from the long day. The next morning, Yunnan received another message from Yin, this time through video call. Good morning, Miss Sin. It seems Byway Tower is taking a break these past 2 days. Would you be able to meet me somewhere, or would it be convenient for me to visit you? And Yin got straight to the point, giving her no other choice. Although I don't know what Mr. N wants with me, since you have invited me earnestly, of course I cannot ignore your invitation. How about Byway Tower at 3 p.m.? Then we shall meet in the afternoon. Goodbye, Miss Sin. And Yunnan wanted to find out the truth about the recipe book in the Yin family, but she didn't want to be directly acknowledged by them yet. She had to investigate the connection between the cookbook and the Zhang family. So far, the Yin family seemed already aware of her background. Before they might not have recognized her because she was seemingly unimportant. But now that they saw her value, they repeatedly came looking for her. She thought of many ways to reject the Yin family, but doing so would ruin their relationship, which would then prevent her from investigating the matter of the cookbook. The worst-case plan was to stay at the Yin family house, but she truly did not want to do that. Yuna, you seem troubled. Would you like to talk about it? Cheng Zhou noticed that ever since she woke up, her eyebrows hadn't relaxed once. Yes, there's something significant going on. And Yunnan thought it was time to reveal her identity to him, but she wasn't sure where to start. And after concealing it for so long, she wasn't sure whether he would be angry. You can tell me. I won't be mad. The man could clearly see her hesitation. He'd always known that she had her own little secrets. Well, my surname is Yin. Actually, I am related to the Yin family. My father is the youngest son of Yin Hong, but 30 years ago, he left the Yin family with my mother and went to Aroda. I didn't know about this until recently when you all visited my house. During that time, due to the genetic mutation incident, the butler and Rue, fearing trouble from the Yin family, told me the story. And Yunnan felt much lighter after blurting it all out. Though there were still things she couldn't share, some of them she would never tell anyone else. So it's this. Are you now worried because the Yin family has discovered your identity and approached you? Cheng Zhou indeed was not overly upset since this was certainly not a small issue. Yes, actually Yin had contacted me earlier, but I ignored him because I was busy with Byway Tower's opening. Just now, he contacted me again. No matter what, I have to meet the Yin family. And Yunnan honestly stated the situation. Judging by your tone, it seems you don't want to return to the Yin family? When my dad left years ago, the Yin family declared him cut off from the family. Therefore, theoretically, I shouldn't really have any ties with the Yin family either. But the Yin family has approached you now because they probably want you to come back. I know, but I really don't want to. If possible, I'd rather go back to Aroda and farm the land. And Yuanon's face expressed frustration. Listening to this girl's words, it seemed that she neither wanted to return to the Yin family nor sever relations entirely, yet her expression suggested indifference toward familial ties. Clearly, she had more secrets she hadn't confessed. Chengzhou thought about this and quickly analyzed the situation to an extent. It's not too difficult. You can straightforwardly tell Yin that your dad has never mentioned the Yin family over these years. Though slightly bothered inside, Chengzhou reminded himself that he concealed even more things from her. He immediately started strategizing for her. You don't need to say much else. The Yin family itself has no moral high ground here. Just by saying this, they won't publicly force you to anything. Right? And Yuanon's eyes lit up. You're right. My dad never talked about the Yin family. This way, they'll assume there was some grudge on his part. It turned out her pondering was unnecessary, trying to reject Yin in a tactful way. It could just be solved by one sentence. Chengzhou looked at the cheerful face in front of him, but still had some worries deep down. This solution would only delay things temporarily. The Yin family would surely come up with other strategies. If not, should I ask Liao Shiji to accompany you this afternoon? No need. I feel quite guilty about involving him already. And Yuan surprised everyone with her comment. Why? OUHAVEWHATTOFEELGUILTY That person's suddenly lengthened hair seemed to bristle with jealousy. Struggling to suppress the rising sourness, he forced himself to inquire. What do you mean by that? I chose Shengshi while concealing my relationship with the Yin family, and this might bring a lot of trouble to Mr. Liao. I always feel somewhat guilty. You're now like a money tree, bringing enormous benefits to Shengshi. This small inconvenience is nothing compared to that. You absolutely don't need to feel sorry, especially for that guy. Chengzhou's tone was filled with jealousy. Still, I should find time to tell this matter to Mr. Liao. And Yuan didn't feel that much guilt in her heart anymore. I'll take care of it. You don't have to bother him anymore. He hoped they would never see that troublesome fellow again. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Yuan arrived at Baiwei Tower on time for their appointment. Mr. In, good afternoon. Pretending to maintain a formal business attitude. Miss In, good afternoon. The last time I came here to Baiwei Tower, I didn't get the chance to carefully tour it. Seeing you today makes me realize how unique and tasteful your restaurant is. And Yin acted as a refined gentleman. All thanks to the help of Shengshi Group for the decoration. And Yuan smiled politely. The image of Shengshi Group has always been praised by everyone. But with your abilities, they are worth satisfying all your requests. These words sounded like they were trying to cause discord, so Yuan ignored them, continuing to smile politely. This time I've invited you here for personal reasons concerning your origins. And Yin became serious and got down to business after dismissing his usual charm. My origins? Mr. In must be joking. Our whole family consists of natives from Oroda planet. And Yuan exaggeratedly expressed disbelief, widening her almond-shaped eyes. Opposite, and Yin sighed inwardly. Shouldn't a normal person have continued asking questions? After taking a deep breath, he gave a hint. You bear the surname In, and so do I. Why not take a bold guess? Not possible. I know exactly who my father is. And Yuan's voice rose with mock anger, glaring as her cheeks flushed red. This was all part of her act. She had become irritated earlier by his attempt to sow discord and decided to retaliate against him. And Yan's expression darkened. What was this girl thinking? He was only in his 30s. There was no way he could have a daughter in her 20s. Although boiling mad inside, he maintained composure on his face. You can take a look at this report yourself. He ceased beating around the bush and directly opened up a hollow computer, sharing some documents with her. 10 minutes later, after reviewing the data, and Yuan put on an astonished expression, though she'd already known the content in the report. There was nothing surprising here. Details about her father leaving 30 years ago with her mother, then genetic test results linking her father to An Hong. She had secretly hoped to uncover the reason why her father left the Yin family. Apparently, even within the Yin family, this wasn't universally known, or the reason wasn't particularly honorable. Yuan, now you understand, you're actually a member of the Yin family. And Yin gave her several minutes to absorb the revelation. And Yuan trembled slightly, startled by the sudden change in his address. But my dad has never mentioned anything, she said in a very pitiful tone. Now that uncle is gone, we're your family, and grandfather also hopes that you'll return. And Yin looked exceptionally sincere. My dad never told me about grandfather's existence. And Yuan stuck to the same response. And Yin clenched his chest once more, unclear about the past events. How could he convince this girl? The past is over. You still have us relatives. But dad has already broken ties with the Yin family long ago. No matter what you say, my reply stays the same. And Yuan used the golden line Chengzhou taught her until the end. Chapter 40. After returning home, and Yin proactively went to Grandpa and Hong's study. Grandpa, and Yuan still harbors some resentment at the moment. Maybe she just hasn't accepted it yet. Is that your opinion? And Hong's expression was as usual, revealing no changes. She seems to care a lot about Uncle. And Yin carefully probed. Did she say that Uncle and Zuxian never mentioned anyone or anything about our family in front of her? His tone remained steady without any ripples. Yes, possibly she thinks Uncle has some misunderstandings with the family. Do you think she knows nothing about her own background? And Hong suddenly asked him. And Yin indeed thought so, but based on his grandfather's implication, that girl might have known about her connection with the Yin family all along? How could this be possible? Since she doesn't want to come back, then it's settled. No need to find her anymore. And Hong instructed. This decision was quite surprising. The old master actually didn't seem to mind losing such a capable granddaughter. All right, Grandpa. I understand. Regardless, and Yin could only comply. Meanwhile, after putting down her mental burden, and Yunin worked with even more enthusiasm. The reopened 100 Taste Tower wasn't as busy as before. The restaurant now only accepted reservations, and every menu was prearranged ahead of time. To reduce the workload in the kitchen, and Yunin came up with an idea. The main dish would be determined daily by the restaurant. Guests could only choose dishes from the daily menu. For example, if today's focus is beef, they offered 1 pot whole beef, braised beef, tomato stewed brisket, 5-spice beef, married couples lung slices, lotus leaf steamed beef, rich beef pot, silver thread beef, charcoal grilled steak, clear stewed oxtail soup, and over 10 stir-fried dishes. If guests didn't feel like eating beef, they could make another reservation for another day. Each day had a different main theme, 7 days a week. Monday for beef, Tuesday for chicken, Wednesday for pork, Thursday for seafood, Friday for chicken again, Saturday for lamb, and Sunday depended on the boss's mood. This arrangement saved the kitchen quite a bit of work. More importantly, and Yunin intended to teach Jiang Lei cooking skills. He already had a basic understanding, but lacked exposure to such diverse culinary techniques. With the way the menu was planned, each day's dishes needed to be repeated several times. After Yunin demonstrated twice, she let Jiang Lei take over on his own, allowing him to cook under supervision until he produced acceptable results. As a result, Jiang Lei learned 3 to 4 dishes daily, accumulating over 20 proficient recipes in a month. Since these were being cooked repeatedly every week, his cooking grew increasingly stable. Though it was still far behind in Yunan's, it was very well received by patrons. After finishing work, Jiang Lei handed Yunin a light green gift box. Yunan, thank you for teaching me with such dedication. I don't know how else to express my gratitude, so I bought this for you. And I also thank you. Thanks to your help, business at 100 Taste Tower has been great. Since he could handle tasks himself, it certainly made things easier for Yunan. No, that's not comparable. You're paid handsomely for working here, while teaching me cooking is entirely free. To learn just one recipe elsewhere would cost a lot of money, and they might not even be willing to teach. Jiang Lei felt a bit ashamed saying this. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. It's not just you. As long as someone wants to learn, I'm happy to teach anyone. Nowadays, there are few people who know how to make these dishes, and if everyone hides their knowledge without disclosing it, soon many delicacies will only become legends. And Yunin felt melancholic. She didn't harbor grand ambitions, she just found it a pity. Originally, these very common home-cooked meals used to be trivial, but here, they were priced astronomically high. Even worse, it was sometimes the first time some diners ever tasted them. Once, when she made a simple dish of Sichuan-style shredded pork, many customers exclaimed in awe, making it the signature dish of 100 Taste Tower, which left her somewhat amused and frustrated. Yunan, you're truly extraordinary. Jiang Lei was startled by her statements, yet also deeply respected her. After listening for an unknown amount of time, Cheng Zhou finally spoke. Let's go home. As he said this, he took the gift box bag from her hand. Do you think I'm too naive? On the way back, and Yunan asked him sitting on the flying machine. No, I only think you're exceptional and selfless, and really admirable. Cheng Zhou's tone was incredibly sincere. His clear blue eyes sparkled softly. If only more people were like her. However, at this point, you should only focus on teaching Jiang Lei. Don't let too many people know about your intentions. Cheng Zhou considered her safety and believed she shouldn't draw too much attention. I know how shocking my thoughts must seem to them. I won't act rashly. And Yunin obediently nodded her head. That's good to hear. I'll talk to Jiang Lei about it. Cheng Zhou rarely saw her so compliant, and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. There are already many people scheming against you. They just don't dare to act rashly as long as you're backed by Shengshi Corporation. But if you really carry out your previous idea, it will infringe on the core interests of quite a few people and put you in great danger. Although she said she wouldn't act recklessly, Cheng Zhou still outlined the gravity of the situation for her so that she would keep it in mind. After listening, and Yunan sighed unconsciously. Sigh, I am still too weak. That's okay. It won't be long before I enable you to do whatever you want without having to worry anymore, someone promised. It was an overbearing and grand declaration, but she still found it effective. Her gloomy mood lifted at once. Her eyes curved into a crescent, her mouth turned upward with a smile as she softly responded, In the following days, and Yunan continued to teach Jiang Lei cooking wholeheartedly. The business at 100 Taste Tower remained extremely popular, and the profits were very considerable. After 1 quarter, Liao Shiji transferred the dividends into her optical brain account. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. My gosh, there's actually more than 10 million star coins. And Yunan almost fainted after checking the amount. Could this possibly be wrong? Mr. Liao, I've received the dividends for this quarter, but the figure seems a bit off. Off? Is there any problem with the accounts? However, I checked everything myself, and there didn't seem to be any issues. Liao Shiji was deeply worried, wondering if the boss was standing nearby. No problem. Just 3 months and I can receive more than 10 million. And Yunan asked him again for confirmation. There is absolutely no issue. With Shengshi Corporation's product lines added to Taishan Enterprises factories, the settlement adds up to exactly that much. Next quarter, it should double, and Shengshi has also built many more facilities on other planets. Liao Shiji breathed a sigh of relief and preemptively warned her in case she questioned the money next time. The dividends from Taishan Enterprises are directly paid to me. She only then realized that when Shengshi signed contracts with other companies, all dividends flowed straight to her. Upon realizing his slip of the tongue, Liao Shiji cursed himself. How could he fix this and save face in front of the boss? Otherwise, the boss might strip off his disguise, leaving him prone to mistakes in the future. But he only dared to think such things. He still did not want to be exiled to the frontier planet by the boss. This is all the meaning of our great boss. Although he couldn't explicitly say it, he subtly hinted. It's like this, sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Liao. Another day I'll treat you to dinner. After disconnecting the video call, and Yunan's mood skyrocketed explosively. Did this mean she became a rich woman overnight? Including the profits from 100 Tastes Tower, it totaled over 20 million. She rolled back and forth on the sofa, staring at her optical brain, thinking about how to spend so much money. Finally, she understood what it felt like to struggle with the joy of spending too much money. She couldn't be happier. When Ming Xiaopeng returned from the garden and saw her beloved sister, Nin, rolling around happily laughing, it was rather alarming. Sister, what's gotten into you? Ha ha, I'm so excited, little cutie. Come tell sister what you want, and sister will buy it all for you. And Yunnan was acting very generously now. Really? I want cake. The little guy's eyes lit up, and there seemed to be some sparkle of moisture near the corner of his mouth. Splash. All of Yunnan's enthusiasm was doused. What a waste not being able to spend money like this. Humph, little glutton, I'll make some for you another day. She couldn't bear to turn down such an adorable creature. Chapter 41. When feeling good, one naturally wants to celebrate. And Yunnan was in a great mood, and particularly fancied having hot pot. Lamb hot pot, Cantonese-style hot pot, mushroom hot pot, seafood hot pot, chrysanthemum warming pot, etc. all had their own characteristics, but what she longed for the most at this moment was undoubtedly that bright red, glossy, numbing, and spicy beef tallow hot pot. However, there was one rather dissatisfying point. The vegetables here were all very strangely colored. Although she had adapted to it for so long, sometimes she was still startled by it. The hot pot made from gray-colored peppers would surely be an unappetizing, dull grayish mess in a big pot. And Yunnan's face fell as she felt incredibly regretful. It seemed like she could no longer eat it in the future. Another major joy in life was lost. What's wrong? You were fine just now, and now you look utterly hopeless? He didn't know what this girl was thinking about again. Her mood changed so quickly. I want to eat hot pot, the kind with a red base. Is that it? That's not hard. Even though a meal might cost over 1,000,000 credits, it shouldn't make you look so down. Chengzhou thought she was reluctant to spend money. Are there any red peppers here? I've never seen them. And Yunnan only saw gray peppers in her vegetable garden before, assuming that all plants had mutated. The red peppers are transformed after being exposed to various kinds of radiation beams. This changes the genes of common peppers, causing them to appear red through mutation, Chengzhou explained. These peppers can only be planted in experimental bases. They are rare and very expensive, so it's normal that you haven't seen them. And Yunnan's face turned awkward. Was this considered a rare thing then? Where can we buy these peppers? Can we buy more? That experimental base originally belongs to the official Scientific Research Institute, but all 5 major families sponsor it. So naturally, we can also enjoy the convenience. Chengzhou said as he opened his light brain and sent a few messages. Do you think we could buy this technology from them? And Yunnan really didn't like those gray-looking colors. She couldn't add too much while cooking because a little slip could make the dish look unpleasant. Moreover, the broad bean paste available on the market now looked like concrete when opened. Initially, she made it on a whim, applied for the patent, and originally did not want it to go into production. However, under Liao Shiji's persuasion, she gave her consent and specifically switched to non-transparent packaging. If normal red chili peppers could be cultivated in large quantities, it would be excellent because she could open several more hot pot restaurants. This is not some crucial secret technology. The principle is extremely simple. If you want to grow such peppers yourself, you not only have to buy land, but also hire technical personnel. That's why no one specializes in cultivating them, Chengzhou explained. And Yunnan's heart was still restless. Didn't you say these red peppers were quite expensive? Since the profits are considerable, we could give it a try. The red peppers indeed sell at high prices, but there aren't many buyers. Apart from the color, they are no different from the ones we usually see. Why would people spend a high price on something impractical? Chengzhou respected her ideas, but he pointed out the problems they would face. If I find a way to make these red peppers worth the price, what then? And Yunnan thought inwardly. Wait till I prepare a hot pot meal, then you'll understand. You're referring to hot pot, right? Chengzhou naturally guessed her thoughts. There's a hot pot restaurant in Shanyu, but its taste is pretty ordinary, and it's super expensive, so not many people go there. Let me check if that shop is still around. As he spoke, he went online to check. That shop has already been converted into a restaurant. All right, let's stop talking about this. Do you want to help me buy back some red peppers? The more, the better. And Yunnan's enthusiasm wasn't dampened at all. She used this time to simmer beef bones for the broth and started preparing ingredients for the hot pot session. Assorted beef offal platters, thin slices of ribeye, and other cuts, lamb rolls, fresh fish slices, and so on. Just as Chengzhou walked in holding several pounds of red peppers, and Yunnan handed him the task of making ground beef balls while she began frying the base ingredients. First, she took a portion of the peppers and made them into broad bean paste. Luckily, the environment chamber purchased earlier greatly shortened the fermentation time. She intended to cook multiple batches of the base ingredients to keep for later use. Pouring large chunks of beef tallow into the pot, she rendered the oil while skimming out the remaining oil residue. After adding chopped spring onions, ginger slices, scallions, and garlic cloves, she fried them until crispy and fished them out. At this point, the beef tallow in the pot carried a hint of leek fragrance. Next, she finely chopped boiled dried chili peppers and added them to continue stir-frying. Then she added the freshly prepared broad bean paste along with star anise, cinnamon, and other spices, slow cooking everything. Achoo, achoo, sneezes echoed alternately from both people in the kitchen. This smell is so strong, yet very fragrant. It was Chengzhou's first time experiencing such a pungent yet delicious smell. Alright, if you can't stand it, go outside. And Yuan noticed that his eyes had turned red from the fumes. It's nothing, the kitchen smart system will change the air soon, and later you won't even be able to smell it if you want to. Alright, if you like it, just bear with it. After seasoning the base ingredients in the pot, they were simmered for about 10 minutes, finishing them off. And Yuan set aside today's portion and refrigerated the rest. Considering everyone's taste preferences, she quickly prepared a tomato broth as well. I've invited Mo, Mr. Liao, and a few others from the shop. Can you go remind them? When Chengzhou heard there were so many people, he became slightly unhappy. They might have something else and not come. Before his words had even faded, a voice rang out. Wow, such a fragrant smell, something I've never eaten before. Little Nan, what new delicious food have you made? The person was dressed in a bright red sportswear suit. This was Mon's usual style. Behind him came the exact group and Yuan had just invited. They had all come without a single absence. Who could possibly resist the culinary temptations of Boston? Even if one's leg broke, they'd still drag themselves here because, after all, a broken leg only needed half a day in the treatment chamber to heal. However, missing the rare delicacies personally cooked by Boss and would bring regret for much longer. Everyone put down their gifts and greeted each other in the kitchen, although most were secretly trying to figure out what they would eat. Is this hot pot? Mon tied her golden hair loosely at the back of her neck, looking significantly less jarring than her previous styles. It seems like hot pot. Liao Shiji kept his eyes firmly fixed on the pot. He tried it once before, but it hadn't been nearly as fragrant or looked so different. The siblings Jiang behind him, along with the helpers Tianwan and Dongli, seemed more restrained. They peeked at the pot briefly and quietly stood in place. Bosson, let me help you. Jiang Lei thought of Yuan as his own mentor. Besides, it didn't seem right that only she was busy while so many people watched. You arrived just in time. It's ready to be served. And Yuan poured the beef bone soup into the Yanyan Guo combination hot pot and let Chengzhou take it out. After washing their hands, the rest also helped bring the ingredients prepared in the kitchen to the table. 8 adults plus a cute chubby little one filled an entire table. On this side is the spicy and numbing beef tallow hot pot, and over there is the tomato broth. Follow your own tastes and help yourselves. And Yuan encouraged everyone to dig in. Mon and Liao Shiji wasted no time, immediately grabbing a large helping of meat slices and throwing them into the spicy pot to boil. Chengzhou gave Yuan a glance of disdain and gently blanched a few lamb slices before placing them into her bowl. Thank you. Hurry up and eat. Don't worry about me. And Yuan realized she had forgotten to serve the dipping sauces, so she went back to get the prepared plates for everyone. SSS. It's so spicy, yet so satisfying. Mon stuffed his mouth full of meat and puffed air between bites. It's too good. Spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant. How can hot pot be so delicious? Everyone else nodded in agreement, despite having red mouths from the spiciness, but continuing unabatedly. Tripe was crunchy with texture, the boiled meat slices were tender, shrimp balls, fish balls, and beef balls offered another kind of sensation. This is a long-lost flavor. And Yuan felt completely relaxed from within, feeding both herself and the adorable chubby kid from the tomato broth. Though she considered it mild, others simply weren't accustomed to eating spicy food. This sudden stimulation was thrilling, yet somewhat unbearable. Chapter 42. Everyone present was drenched in sweat, devouring one pot of spicy hot pot followed by a cup of ice-cold plum juice. Those who couldn't handle the spice anymore resorted to the tomato-based broth. However, stopping wasn't an option. They had prepared dozens of pounds of meat and over 10 pounds of seafood, all of which disappeared from the table. And Yuman then served another round of mixed mushroom platters, tofu, homemade wide noodles, and various vegetables to balance out the feast. I'm so full, but I feel like I could eat more, Mon said as he massaged his stomach while eyeing the table. Burp. With these dishes, I could eat 2 more bowls of rice. Burp, Liao Shiji added boastfully. The Jiang siblings quietly continued their meal without complaint, truly showing their resolve. Tianwan, though stuffed, still picked at her food occasionally and glanced around at others on the table. Dongli, a robust young man, worked hard and ate heartily. If you're still hungry, shall I bring out some spinach noodles? And Yuman teased, knowing the depth of these guests' appetites. Yes, burp, I did say we should have some carbs, burp, Mon replied, letting out 3 belches mid-sentence. Maybe it's better not to push further. Let's save it for next time. And Yuman interjected, worried they might burst. No problem, go ahead and bring them. Burp, I can take the leftovers home. Liao Shiji was accustomed to bringing along vacuum-sealed containers each time he visited. Impressed by their foresight, and Yuman nodded and headed toward the kitchen. Bosson, let me get those. Tianwan stood up and returned with 2 large plates filled with spinach noodles. She confidently asked, what flavor do you prefer? Let's mix both kinds, and Yuman made the decision for everyone. In the end, it was still Mon and Liao Shiji who cooked the remaining vegetables and noodles before packing them into sealed boxes. The others simply slumped back in their chairs, too full to move. Mr. Mo and Mr. Liao are indeed economical. Chef N's cooking has reached its pinnacle. Next time when I host, I'll make sure to bring 2 sealed containers. Tianwan smiled and joined the conversation. Judging by your expressions, I'd say today's hot pot met your approval. And Yuman mused, pondering something significant. If I were to open a... Her words were cut short by Cheng Zhou. Nan, everyone seems quite full. Could you brew some digestive tea? Exactly, little Nan. Every movement feels like the food is going to come back up. Mon, not knowing why Cheng Zhou interrupted, chimed in supportively anyway. You all stay seated a bit longer, seeing everyone rubbing their bellies. And Yuman feared they might puke if they moved immediately, realizing how excessive their indulgence had been. After drinking the hawthorn tea, Liao Shiji got up to bid farewell. The Jiang siblings and Dong Li soon followed suit, while Tianwan reluctantly joined the departing crowd. Tisk, can I say it now? Mon flopped onto the couch, clearly having lost any sense of guest etiquette. Oh right, I wanted to ask what you all think if I were to open a dedicated hot pot restaurant. And Yuman resumed her earlier topic. I think it's a great idea. If the hot pot tastes as good as today's, there will surely be people lining up to eat. Re-entering Liao Shiji gleamed with excitement. Well, I admit your idea does seem feasible. Cheng Zhou watched her smug expression, an unspoken challenge rising between them. Does Yunan really plan to open a hot pot restaurant? That's no small matter. Good thing little Zhou stopped you earlier from revealing it in front of everyone. Mon sat upright upon hearing this serious news. And Yuman appeared confused. Why couldn't the staff know about this? Ms. In, if word gets out today that you're opening a shop, there'll inevitably be trouble from preparation of raw materials to the new store's grand opening, Liao Shiji explained patiently. Especially someone like Tianwan. She doesn't seem trustworthy, Mon added. I see my oversight. But the people in my restaurant shouldn't be a problem, and Yuman acknowledged her mistake. No need to mention the Jiang siblings, they're loyal. As for Tianwan and Dong Li, being from Shengshi Corporation, it should be safe. Cheng Zhou shot a glance at her. Hiring whoever she wanted without proper investigation? Her recent carelessness would necessitate a stricter approach from him, perhaps assigning her to remote planets to tighten discipline. I'll take care of it, Liao Shiji shuddered, recalling his past blunders in assigning staff to Baiwei Tower, regretting ever taking shortcuts. The planting of red peppers shouldn't be done on Shangyu. Cheng Zhou, predicting her next question, said curtly. It's too far, inconvenient. And Yuman was about to suggest growing them on Aroda, but was quickly shot down. Even nearby planets to Shangyu aren't familiar territory to me. No issue, leave it to me. Liao Shiji and the other person wisely closed their mouths, somehow feeling even more full. Yunan, your Baiwei Tower has already drawn a lot of attention. Opening a hot pot restaurant might make many envious, possibly causing trouble. Mon couldn't help but interrupt the two. The hot pot restaurant should be opened under the name of Shengshi Corporation. Liao Shiji can find people to run it while Yunan remains behind the scenes, only responsible for providing the base ingredients. Cheng Zhou had considered this after seeing her prepare the hot pot earlier. And Yunan's eyes sparkled. This way she could create a chain or franchise system, an exciting thought. Then we can open several hot pot restaurants simultaneously, right? Exactly. Liao Shiji and Mon both vigorously nodded in agreement. Wouldn't that be too exhausting? The Baiwei Tower is already quite relaxed. You're giving yourself so much extra work. A certain someone felt somewhat concerned as a fleeting shadow darkened his gaze, glaring secretly at the two meddlesome individuals. No problem. Being idle would feel awkward. You saw how easy it was. Just cooking the base isn't tiring at all. Of course, she knew the man worried about her, but she really wanted more people to enjoy such delicious food. Cheng Zhou looked at her with her eyes shining brightly, sighing inwardly. Since you want to do it, why not establish your own company? There's the Baiwei Tower now and the hot pot restaurant later, and perhaps you'll have other ideas down the road. And Yunan also found this very reasonable and enticing, but she sneaked a glance at Liao Shiji. She was still an employee of Shengshi Corporation, and starting her own company might not be proper. Miss and don't worry. I fully support Mr. Cheng Zhou's suggestion. Liao Shiji almost bit his tongue. Would doing this really be okay? Would it affect the group in any way? You've already made them a lot of money, so there's no problem, Cheng Zhou added. If you were to start a company now, it'd be better to attach it to Shengshi Group. Operating under the subsidiary's name would make things much easier. And Yunan carefully observed General Manager Liao's expression. He didn't seem unhappy, though how could he say outright before others that he intended to use them? Seeing he was about to continue, she gently nudged him, signaling that the main party was still here. He needed to at least tone it down until they left. Cheng Zhou frowned slightly, glancing over casually. Liao Shiji immediately understood. Missin, when do you plan to handle the procedures? I can assist with arrangements. If manpower is needed, it can be borrowed from the group. Naturally salaries, and such will be paid by Missin. What do you think? This already began planning? And Yunan was a little confused. Thank you, General Manager Liao. I haven't decided what to do yet. I'll think about it thoroughly, and then make a decision. Saying this felt somewhat disrespectful. That's fine. Any questions you can always ask me, or Mr. Cheng Zhou. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses, finishing his act gracefully. Mon leaned on the couch like a master looking at these performances, sighing, poor little Nan being swayed back and forth by those two. Baiwei Tower can temporarily let Jiang Lei be the head chef, while Dong Li starts assisting. I want to first open 2 hot pot restaurants to build a reputation, then seek franchising opportunities, and Yunan wanted to hear everyone's thoughts on this. Good, this seems feasible, but opening just 2 stores on Shangyong Star feels too few. I suggest 20 to 50 stores. Cheng Zhou gave feedback first. Chapter 43. But I can't come up with such a large sum of money, and I also can't afford such a big market. Right now, we haven't even settled the planting of red peppers yet. And Yuan wanted to show her skills, but conditions didn't allow. The planting site for the red peppers, I've already arranged it for you. It's not far from Shanyu on Gangwon Star. Tell me how much you need to plant. Qingzhou didn't think this was an issue at all. The two, Imoen and Liao Shiji, exchanged glances nearby, somewhat surprised that he would actually let that girl grow vegetables on his private planet. But it wasn't really that shocking, was it? When did you arrange this? And Yuan was very surprised since they had been together all along. I originally had some land there, so just send 2 technicians when the time comes. With your current funds, opening 10 stores should be no problem. Let Liao Shiji and Mon handle the rest. A certain person had everything planned out well. Alright, I will join under Mount Tai Company's name and open 5 first. But I must say, I will increase the number of stores later. With such a promising market, Mon naturally wanted to be involved. Liao Shiji was also considerate. Of course, Shengshi Group is the same. Missin, if you need any help, please don't hesitate. And Yuan had a feeling of being rushed onto the stage by them. Qingzhou, why do you seem a bit in a hurry? This isn't like you usually. I'll have to go away for a few days soon, and it may take quite some time, and the place I'm going is rather far. The man wanted to resolve things for her before he left. I want to prepare the preliminary work for you as soon as possible. For a moment, and Yuan felt uneasy, an indescribable feeling, like reluctance mixed with something else. Then, when are you leaving? Her voice became somewhat despondent. Unnecessary bystanders had long since withdrawn. Although Mon tried his best to stay and watch the emotional drama unfold, he was forcibly dragged away by loyal subordinate Liao Shiji, hoping the person in question could see this and not banish him. Qingzhou was also momentarily at a loss for words. The girl beside him had her head down, and her expression was unclear. The morning after tomorrow, I'll deal with things over there as soon as possible and get back. You don't have to rush too much. And please take care of yourself. Don't be like our first meeting. And Yuan's heart ached for a while, but she adjusted quickly. Anyway, wasn't the person used to traveling often? So nothing major happened. Thinking about that time he crashed into her garden, lying that his spacecraft had an accident, and the girl really believed it, suspecting nothing until now, he became increasingly worried about whether this silly girl would be deceived in his absence. Let Mon accompany you during the days I'm out. If anything happens, tell him or Liao Shiji. Never trust anyone else, especially those from the family, he warned repeatedly. I understand, you worry about it too much. And Yuan nodded. The next day, and Yuan didn't go out but instead busied herself in the kitchen early in the morning. It wasn't until noon when the housekeeper robot retrieved several dozen compressed preservation boxes from the delivery channel that it became clear she was preparing bento. The food she had prepared in the morning was carefully divided into the boxes with a proper mix of meat and vegetables. Each box was filled to the brim, and if it weren't for convenience concerns, she might have even stewed some soup to pack. When Qingzhou returned home, he found Yuan hadn't gone out that day. Coming to the kitchen, he saw over a dozen compressed lunchboxes stacked on the table. A dainty silhouette was busy moving back and forth, affixing labels to the boxes. Seeing him return, "You're back. I prepared some bento for you. Over here is braised pork rice. Over here is 3-cup chicken, also twice-cooked pork and stir-fried beef. The boxes have labels, so you can rotate between them. Also," before she finished speaking, she was abruptly pulled into a warm embrace, slightly hard but very reliable. Stunned for 2 seconds, and Yuan's face turned red immediately, spreading down to her neck, then slowly reaching out to wrap around that sturdy waist, unable to hide her joy. Qingzhou rested his chin on the girl's head. His heart ached, with deep affection in his green eyes, an overwhelming sense of reluctance welling up in his chest, blocking his throat from making a sound. After an unknown length of time, the two were still tightly hugging each other. "Yuna, I like you, you know that, right?" A low, hoarse voice came from above, the vibration in his chest causing Yuan's already chaotic heartbeat to suddenly race even more. Qingzhou didn't wait for her to say anything before continuing. "When I come back from this trip, tell me your thoughts, all right?" The small head in his arms gently nodded twice, and then neither said anything, both quietly savoring this moment of time. In the early hours of the next morning, a somewhat large spacecraft had already stopped at the door. Qingzhou, dressed in special travel gear and carrying a small bag, slipped out silently. Before getting on, he deeply glanced at a balcony on the second floor. The 4 burly men with crew cuts on the spacecraft were the same group that had appeared earlier at the spaceport. They hadn't been seen since escorting Secretary Qi and the others into the police station. "Marshal, let me help you with your luggage," one of them offered flatteringly. After frightening someone before, they were sent out to perform a mission away from Shangyu, which was nothing short of tragic. "No need, you can't touch this bag." As he spoke, Qingzhou removed the bag from his back and held it in front of his chest protectively. He then seemed to remember something and took out a small metal chip from his pocket, tapping on it a few times. In a majestic and solemn estate, security robots patrolled everywhere. On the top floor of a villa in the middle of the courtyard, there was only one bedroom. On a soft king-sized bed, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and pulled out a coin-sized metal ring from the side of the mattress. This was an extremely old communicator. It only received one message. "We found a daughter-in-law for you. TSK, that brat," the middle-aged man muttered under his breath, though his furrowed brows suddenly relaxed and he felt much lighter. After putting away the communicator, he got back to sleep. "What's going on?" his wife whispered by his side. He patted her hand. "Nothing major. Your son has found someone." "Really?" The woman beside him immediately became more interested. Yeah, go back to sleep." He didn't say much else. At 6 o'clock, and Yuan woke up suddenly, got up, and walked to the room across from hers, knocking on the door. A while later, she pushed the door open and found the person had indeed already left. Sitting on the gray-blue bed, Her thoughts were melancholy and lost for a moment. As dawn gradually broke, she discovered a small doll on the pillow. With a slight smile curving her lips, she reached for it. The doll resembled a short-haired girl wearing a small apron around its neck. Uffed, so childish, and Yuan said, being utterly disingenuous. Hey, good morning, Nan. The doll suddenly spoke. Startled, she nearly threw it away. Due to the darkness earlier, she hadn't noticed closely. Now she realized it was actually a small robot. And Yuan turned ashen-faced, nearly scared to death. Hello, may I ask your name? The voice replied in standard broadcast tones. You can call me whatever you like. If you haven't decided yet, just call me Xiao Zhou. And Yuan rolled her eyes. I'll call you Anshin instead. Hopefully, you'll save me some trouble. Alright, that name works fine. From now on, I'm your bodyguard, and you need to carry me all the time. We'll see about that. It's getting late. I need to get busy first. With that, she rushed to leave, but thought for a second and placed the little device in Meng Xiaopong's room. Your task is to watch over this little guy for me. After this early morning incident, all traces of Yuan's sorrow vanished. After arranging everything at Beifilu for the next few days, she planned to find Liao Shiji to discuss matters. Chapter 44. The preparations on Gunhuan Star are all set. We just need to hire 2 technicians, and we can start cultivating red peppers. Liao Shiji was very committed to this matter, not to mention the stern warning someone gave him before leaving. We should take care of other things before the red peppers grow. And Yunan thought to herself, I'll leave hiring people to you. How much budget do we need? I will pay in advance. MON stopped Liao Shiji from declining. An annual salary of 4 to 5 million credits would be enough for 2 technicians. The rest of the planting and management can be handled by robots. This part of the expense could be loaned first. That's fine too. These days, I will find time to register a company. Then we can discuss where to open these 20-plus hot pot restaurants. And Yunan said to them, then I'll have someone help Mizan with the procedures. Liao Shiji called his assistant Fang Jun. Thank you, Mr. Liao. Before long, and Yunan's new company was officially established. She originally wanted Changzhou to help name it, but every video call went unanswered, so she had to come up with the name herself. But she wasn't good at naming. After pondering for half a day, she ended up randomly piecing together 2 characters, Xiwan, which seemed passable. Liao Shiji personally selected over a dozen people from Shengshi Corporation. Mizan, these people can join your new company. Here are their profiles, you can take a look. And Yunan opened her optical computer browser. It has to be admitted that manager Liao is indeed sharp. The people he chose were all ordinary employees at Shengshi, capable, but never given significant roles. In this way, she felt more at ease using them without worrying about them feeling imbalanced since opportunities like this don't usually come along. Particularly one woman named Dai Guagua, in her 40s, was the group leader of the planning department. With substantial experience, but consistently oppressed by the background-laden head of the planning department. She could temporarily serve as the manager. After Yunan reviewed the profiles of a few people, she left an impression with this competent and no-nonsense older sister type. On paper, Xiwan Company was still a branch of the Shengshi Group, and Yunan took advantage of this convenience to purchase and lease space from Shengshi's office building cluster, specifically, the upper part of the outermost building. The Shengshi Group's office areas were divided in this manner. The central building, of course, served as the headquarters, a freestanding skyscraper over 1,000 stories high. Naturally, above the headquarters there must be no other buildings. Expanding outward from the center were some subsidiaries of Shengshi, each occupying its own separate office tower. Some towers are built on the ground, while more often they float in the air. Judging by the principle that scarcity raises value, certainly buildings constructed on the ground are more expensive. And Yunan chose an airborne structure both to save money and because she found it novel. Though most people generally think that buildings on the ground seem grander, and Yunan, as a bit of an old-school person, indicated she liked the idea of floating. Watching the star coins drain from her account, like flowing water, made Yunan quite pained. Right now, her only income source was by Weilu. After a few days' absence, the business was still booming. Bossin, you're here. Zhang Lei was delighted when he saw her. Take a look if my skills have improved. He brought over a freshly stir-fried plate of scallion lamb. And Yunan also appreciated his attitude. You've done well with this dish. Although the texture was a bit dry, the timing needed improvement. Hee, I still have a long way to go. Zhang Lei smiled broadly. Just as there's nothing today, let me teach you a few dishes. And Yunan got into the kitchen and couldn't help but get her hands dirty. This is a main dish called hand grab rice. It includes rice, vegetables, and meat, with a unique flavor that I enjoy myself. As she prepared, she explained, blanch the lamb ribs and leg meat, scoop them out, and pour them into a pan to fry and extract their fat. Then add diced onion and carrot until they soften. Add cumin and other seasonings. Finally, place the remaining diced onion and carrots at the bottom of the pot. Pour in the cooked ingredients, and add pre-soaked rice on top. Cover with broth used to boil the meat earlier, covering the rice. Steam for half an hour, and it's ready. Got it. Smells delicious already. Let's eat this for lunch. Zhang Lei wondered how this meal would taste. Bossin, there's a customer who seems dissatisfied with our dishes. Tianwan suddenly rushed in, sounding distressed. What happened? Zhang Lei felt somewhat at a loss. Even though he had run a shop before, this was embarrassing being criticized under his mentor's watch. Don't rush, and Yunan consoled him. It might be someone deliberately causing trouble. Tianwan, explain what happened first. There's a customer in one of the private rooms upstairs. They say our cooking skills aren't as good as before, accusing us of false reputation. Let's go check it out. And Yunan was unhappy, directly targeting Tianwan, with no explanations offered to the customer. Speaking bluntly like this in front of Jiang Lei didn't reflect good teamwork. On the second floor, in a private room sat 5 young people, 3 men and 2 women. Brother Hao, I think today's dishes are especially delicious. Why are you being so picky? Do you think Brother Hao is like you, who can eat anything? Then can you say this table of dishes doesn't taste good? I do think they're quite good, but as all of you know, Brother Hao has an incredibly sharp palate. Even the tiniest flaw can be magnified by him. The group laughed teasingly at the man in the middle. Tap tap, a few knocks on the door interrupted their conversation. Please come in. The central Brother Hao replied, and Yunnan entered with Jiang Lei. Excuse me for interrupting, customers, I heard today's dishes don't meet your expectations? The rest of the group didn't seem particularly dissatisfied. Instead, they thought the food was actually quite tasty. Therefore, all eyes turned to the young man sitting in the middle. Looking at his age, he didn't appear very old, but his demeanor was different from ordinary people. His clothing was stylish, suggesting that he might be another spoiled rich kid. Are you Mizan, the owner of Baiweilu? The youth's expression wasn't unpleasant, and his tone was mild. Yes, I am in Yunnan. May I know which dish does not satisfy you, sir? I'd like to ask a question. The youth remained polite. Go ahead. None of today's dishes were personally cooked by Mizan, right? Though it was phrased as a question, his tone sounded sure. And Yunnan was slightly surprised at how perceptive this rich boy was. But she was also honest. That's correct. These dishes were made by another head chef, though I personally taught him. He can achieve around 80% of my level. Even though I cannot match the boss's skills, I have been personally vetted by her. Jiang Lei felt somewhat upset, yet explained patiently to the group. That means you're deceiving the consumers. Another young man quickly criticized after hearing that. We came here for Mizan's skills, and you're trying to deceive the guests just because we can't tell. Yes, exactly that, chimed in others, growing increasingly discontented. A few more young voices joined in dissatisfaction one after another. Please everyone calm down for a moment. Allow me to explain. And Yunnan held Jiang Lei back from rushing forward to argue. Firstly, I deeply thank all of you for acknowledging my culinary skills. At Baiweilu, we've clearly informed clients when making reservations. We share the menu for the day and the identity of the head chef responsible. This is simply because I can't always stay in the kitchen. After listening to her explanation, no one pressed further since it made sense. However, one girl raised a doubt. I didn't see any notice about who the head chef was during my booking. And Yunnan was a little puzzled inside. These recommendations were originally suggested by Qingzhou. He had argued her fame was both a blessing and a curse, and explicitly letting people know the name of the daily head chef could enhance Baiweilu's reputation while reducing unnecessary troubles. But why did this happen? Look, Jiang Lei pulled out his optical brain and showed it to her. On the light screen was the restaurant's reservation system. Starting from this week, the system had stopped displaying the list of the daily chefs for the booked menus, which meant the problem was there. And Yunnan got a clear understanding, decided to handle the situation first before addressing other issues. I sincerely apologize for this negligence that resulted in such a poor experience. As an apology, I would like to cook you a new meal. What do you think? Actually, everyone was already quite full except Brother Hao, who hadn't touched much. Naturally, no one wanted to miss the delicacies cooked by Boss and herself, so they watched silently as Brother Hao enjoyed them alone. Alright, if anyone here has prior commitments, feel free to visit again next time, and I will certainly attend personally. And Yunnan glanced at the leftovers on the table and could guess what they were hesitating over. Everyone was already well fed, only Brother Hao seemed to have hardly eaten, thus implying he might leave unsatisfied. Chapter 45. Everyone seemed to approve of the idea, all turning their gaze towards Brother Hao, since he was the one who could make the final decision. Seeing his friend's hopeful eyes, he could only nod in agreement. After seeing the group off at the door, Dongli came running out with an anxious look on his face. Bossin, the pot of hand-grabbed rice you just cooked, I accidentally served it already, and now many customers want to try it. Thinking something bad had happened again, and Yuman relaxed a bit. Then go ahead and serve everyone. I made quite a lot. Could Bossin spare me a portion of that hand-grabbed rice? The Brother Hao, who hadn't left yet, heard about the rice being handmade by Boss and wanted to taste it too. So he shamelessly stayed behind. Of course you can have some. If you don't mind, please come inside. And Yuman naturally didn't refuse. I suppose there's a great connection between me and Missin. My name isn't Hao. The young man followed them back into the restaurant. Upon hearing his surname was Un, her first thought was whether he could be from that family, but she rather liked this young man. There was still plenty of hand-grabbed rice left in the pot. She dished out a portion for An Hao, paired with 2 cold dishes to balance the flavors, and cooked a bowl of tomato egg flour soup. It's very simple, Mr. An. I hope you won't mind. It's already excellent. I'm the one being too shameless, said An Hao as he stuffed a big mouthful of the rice into his mouth. Tender lamb, infused with flavor from the onion and carrot's special sweetness. The grains are glossy, each soaked in the rich broth, carrying the distinctive aroma of cumin. This pairing is absolutely brilliant. He then happily wolfed down bite after bite, complimenting along the way. I truly admire Chef An's creativity. I've never eaten rice so delicious before. And Yuman felt quite guilty hearing this. This isn't even my original creation, okay? Please, after eating, don't spread it around. Haha, Mr. An, you flatter me. Please enjoy your meal slowly. If it's not enough, let us know directly. The remaining hand-grabbed rice became lunch for the employees. After lunch, Yuman gathered everyone together. Everyone saw the mistake earlier. It was my failure to properly supervise. I apologize to all of you first. Next, I'd like to hear your thoughts, and Yuman indicated starting with Jiang Lei. Each of them recounted their own work experience from the past 2 months since Baiwei Tower opened. And Yuman deeply realized how much easier things were now compared to before for the employees. Jiang Lei, as the head chef, doesn't need to wash vegetables or chop ingredients himself. All of that can be handed over to robots. Moreover, the restaurant operates on reservations, giving ample time to prepare thoroughly, and pre-prepared food can always be stored in the refrigerated cabinet. It's entirely unlike old restaurants where staff had no time to rest. Dong Li was responsible for cold dishes, since some required raw preparation. These couldn't all be assigned to robots. Tian Wan had an even more relaxing job. Unless guests specifically requested human service, all other matters such as greeting guests, serving dishes, and cleaning up after meals were fully handled by robots. Although Baiwei Tower only had 3 employees plus a boss, they completely managed well. All procurement, quality control, and finance-related tasks were given to the robot manager. Still, problems kept cropping up. The reservation system operated by the robot manager should theoretically be foolproof. Now, this only showed someone in the shop had tampered with it. She did not say much about it on the spot. After the meeting, she thought alone, deciding to assign this matter to Dai Guogua for handling. In doing so, she could also see Dai Guogua's ability and style of doing things. Not long after introducing her in, results emerged. Tian Wan from the store had used her authority to manipulate things for money. Besides high base salaries, the few individuals in the store would also get bonuses based on business performance. This is why Tian Wan entertained such an improper idea. General Manager in. The matter has been thoroughly investigated, Dai Guogua said in professional attire. I believe she cannot be allowed to stay. What do you think is the best way to handle her? And Yuman asked her opinion. She was arranged by Shangshi and can't be dismissed outright. Perhaps send her to the soon-to-open hot pot restaurant, suggested Dai Guogua. And Yuman was satisfied with this suggestion internally. It was well thought out and didn't act rashly. I agree, let's proceed this way. The revenue this week indeed improved significantly. Though no customers complained, considering the reputation of Baiwei Tower, and Yuman decided to invite all the diners who came within this week again. This task was also entrusted to Dai Guogua, whom she trusted. You must realize I place considerable importance on you. I won't say more unnecessary words. Food Edge Company is just starting, there are many things to take care of. I hope you'll become my right-hand person. During their interactions, and Yuman discovered they really clicked. The position of vice president is reserved for you, and once our company is on track, I'll promote you. Dai Guogua confidently said, Ms. In, don't worry. I will do well in this position. Her whole body radiated an ambition that was quite mature, and Yuman felt overshadowed by her, teasingly said, Sister Dai, please tone down your charm, or I'll be jealous if I keep looking at you. You're the one who's amazing, Miss In. You've achieved so much shortly after turning legal adult. How can ordinary people like us live with that? Privately, the two were very close, like friends. It took Yuman half a month to thoroughly sort out Baiwei Tower's issues. She personally cooked and invited everyone, apologized while explaining, and almost no one had complaints because they got to taste Ms. N's cooking, which even old Chu highly praised. Just as this matter was settled, another issue appeared. Yunnan, there are several new hot pot restaurants in Shangyong recently. Mon received the information first. I've eaten at 2 of them, and their flavors are quite average, far behind what you cook. But they have opened their stores earlier, which is undoubtedly an advantage, and Yuman felt uneasy inside. Besides, those who haven't tried Miss N's hot pot might think those outside ones are pretty good, Liao Shiji added. Fortunately, currently there aren't many yet. Our red peppers will arrive tomorrow, and we'll open our store officially soon. There's no other choice. And Yuman still frowned. Our factory has also been ready. I've set the cooking procedures for the base ingredients in the robot system. We only need a few hands to handle the red peppers in the first step. The 20 shops should also be fine. All decorations and arrangements have been taken care of. Mon followed up with his situation. Since these 20 stores will have exactly the same style, what name would sound striking enough? All 3 had forgotten this crucial detail, but luckily Dai Guogua reminded them. What about calling it Food Edge Hot Pot? Liao Shiji asked. Too ordinary, never heard of it. The others unanimously shook their heads to reject it. Then just call it Baiwei Tower Hot Pot, familiar to everyone, and can take advantage of Baiwei Tower's reputation to attract customers, Mon casually suggested. It sounded like a good idea, and this time everyone was satisfied. But Yuman still hesitated a bit. Isn't this too high profile? I already draw too much attention with just Baiwei Tower. Now we add more hot pot restaurants. There's nothing to worry about. Those who fear you won't relax their guard just because you're low-key. Everyone has already seen your capabilities, Mon consoled her. Moreover, we are here for you. Shangshi Group, me, and Shangzhou, we are all your supports behind the scenes. That's true. How could I shrink back because of such small things? My excellent skills definitely should let everyone taste them. And Yuman immediately became more cheerful. She originally hoped for richer cuisine options here, more people being able to eat different kinds of delicious food, and also that people can afford to eat them. But at the moment, the latter is somewhat impossible. After sorting through this matter, the group no longer dwelled on those first few open hot pot places, continuing their systematic preparation for the upcoming opening of more than 20 hot pot restaurants. Soon, the first batch of base ingredients was made. Although it was robot-operated and shouldn't have problems, and Yuman still conducted a sampling check on flavor and quality to remain rigorous. Chapter 46. Just as they were about to send out this batch of materials, Dai Guogua hurriedly came over. Ms. In, there's an issue with our store. And Yue quickly asked, what's the matter? 5 out of the 10 stores under Shuan have been forcibly sealed due to property rights disputes, Dai Guogua explained. It was originally handled by Mr. Moyen without any issues, but we received this notice when our people took over recently. So does that mean someone is deliberately targeting us? And Yuan actually wasn't too surprised. Have you found out who's behind those stores? The properties Mr. Moyen acquired were all small personal businesses without any particular background. We're investigating now. Soon after, Liao Shiji also received the news. Miss and don't worry. I have some leads here. Although it's still unclear, this matter seems to be related to the Mu family. Only now did Yuan figure it out. The patents she had previously applied for severely impacted the three original formula holders, the Yin family, Tai Nuo family, and Mu family. Since the Tai Nuo family had already collaborated with her, they didn't suffer any losses and in fact earned more. The Yin family, knowing her background, had taken no action temporarily, whereas the Mu family had suffered significant losses. Though she had also collaborated with them, because their relationship wasn't very close, the contract signed during Shengshir's time clearly showcased the capitalist nature, exploiting the Mu family extensively. Upon thinking this through, she could explain their current behavior. I guess the first few hot pot restaurants that opened were from the Mu family too. As the second in command of Shengshir, Liao Shiji, naturally, could uncover more. You're right, they are. Not only that, 5 of your Shiwan stores were operated behind the scenes by them. And, seeing his hesitance, perhaps there was something else amiss. Is there anything else? And Yuan was curious about what he left unsaid. And some members of the Yin family were also involved. Liao Shiji had heard from his boss about her relationship with the Yin family, so he spoke somewhat tentatively. I didn't think it was a big deal. In truth, I don't have any special ties with the Yin family. Before coming here, I never even knew I would have any connection to them at all. And Yuan wasn't overly concerned. She didn't particularly like that family anyway. Previously, Yin approached me wanting me to return, but I refused, though I didn't want to completely alienate them either. I'm not sure what their intentions are now. They didn't interfere too much, just provided some convenience to the Mu family. Perhaps they didn't realize the Mu family was targeting you. Dai Guogua thought that since she shares the surname and the Yin family shouldn't act this way against her. And Yuan changed the subject. What's the situation now? What exactly happened with the property rights dispute? The stores had been purchased by Moyen originally, but now someone claims the properties he bought weren't legal. Liao Shiji's tone lacked real concern. Moyen is currently very angry. It might be that the buyer being you led to these troubles, but we didn't expect to run into the heir of the Tai Nuo family. Judging by your tone, it doesn't seem like a major issue. And Yuan inwardly marveled at the omnipresence of profit networks. Though someone was already handling the matter, she felt she couldn't just sit idly by. She led Dai Guogua to see if she could help with anything. Ms. In, there's another thing, said the person beside her on the way. I had my suspicions when those stores first opened. Why were they hot pot restaurants rather than something else? Later, I paid attention and noticed Tian Wan was frequently sneaking out around that time. And Yuan suddenly understood why she had always felt something was off. Despite earlier reminders from Chengzhou, they had never officially announced plans to open hot pot restaurants. So how could anyone manage to beat them to it? Turned out, it was Tian Wan. Back then, she followed and ate at home once, and later likely guessed their next move based on her itinerary. Why didn't you say this in front of President Liao before? Dai Guogua seemed somewhat uneasy. These were all my guesses, and besides, Tian Wan was also arranged by Shengshir. You're trying to save face for Liao Shiji. And Yuan chuckled and teased her. I've always liked leaving others some leeway. Oh, is that so? Her voice inflected playfully. Within minutes, the two saw the irate Moyen and quickly composed themselves. Are you this angry? Yunan, you've come. This time it was entirely my negligence. It looks like these few stores won't make it to our expected opening date. His blonde hair seemed ready to stand on end. In that case, I'll give you the 5 stores under my name. You can start the existing dozen or so stores first. Leave this one to me. A rare somberness clouded Moyen's face. That's not acceptable. It was agreed that the 3 of us would act together. How can we proceed without you? Besides, I was counting on Mr. Tai Nuo for support, and Yuan opposed. After all, the conspiracy was directed at her. How could she shift the blame to someone else? Let's put the opening on hold for now. Tell me the current situation first. The group returned to Shiwan's office. After I bought those shops, I learned they were about to transfer the property rights to the Mu family. Moyen regretted not checking thoroughly back then. But hasn't the transfer been completed yet? And once they've taken the money, it has nothing to do with the Mu family anymore. And Yuan didn't understand why this extra step was necessary. The issue is they signed a preliminary contract with the Mu family and are now willing to pay us double the penalty fee for breach of contract. Moyen hadn't expected such underhanded tactics against him. So now we're stuck here? She also felt utterly exasperated. What's wrong with the Mu family's brains? Actually, the Mu family had no intention of doing things this way at the beginning. They had set a trap to ruin Bale Tower's reputation, but who would have thought she'd be able to get the Tai Nuo family's young master personally involved in handling the matter? So now, they were in a bind. No worries, I'll see this through till the bitter end, Moyen said, clenched teeth. Forget it. We still have important things to do. Let's table this for now. And Yuan persuaded him. We still have 15 new stores waiting. All right, let's open immediately. This young master intends to crush the Mu family's businesses. Moyen's eyes burned with fiery determination to make the Mu family pay dearly. Yuan, consider this a favor from me. After these few stores stabilize their operations, I'll return 10 more to you. Great. Then I won't turn down your offer. After much haggling, they finally resolved all the frustrating issues. Everyone unanimously decided the earlier the opening, the better, so they set the date for the next day. Despite the constant disputes in recent days, there were benefits as well. Everyone now knew the owner of Bale Tower was about to open new branches. Previously, customers had suggested that Inyuinen expand, but having only one disciple like Jiang Lei left her stretched too thin. However, things were different now. Eating hot pot primarily relied on seasoning sauces, and she had already solved this problem. So when the second day came, every branch of Bale Tower hot pot was jam-packed. Everyone came for the famous Bale Tower name. This time, Inyuinen invited 4-star chefs to grace the occasion, but she did not disclose their presence. She simply invited them to share a meal without any intention of borrowing their fame. Ha ha ha. And girl, it's rare for you to remember us oldies. We were planning to come secretly to taste the hot pot. Chu Lao still had his ever-amiable smile. Enough with the chatter, and girl, serve the dishes already. I can smell it. Zhou Lao urged eagerly. This time, Inyuinen served everyone a classic Inyang pot, a combination of numbing spicy tallow and rich broth with mushrooms. You may start with a bowl of mushroom soup to warm up your stomachs. And girl, you know you're busy. Don't bother serving us. We'll help ourselves. Zhou Lao waved her away. In fact, the store didn't really need her assistance either. Unlike at Bale Tower where she personally prepared each dish, now she didn't even need to enter the kitchen. There were only 2 or 3 helpers washing vegetables in the back. If everything goes according to plan, everything can be handed over to the fully automated robots. Chapter 47. There's no way anyone could resist the temptation of hot pot, and in no time, an upsurge swept through Shanyu. Greetings between people now had a new addition. Have you tried the hot pot at Baiwei Tower? The red and oily Sichuan spicy hot pot is absolutely incredible. Yes. My favorite is dipping mutton slices, so refreshing and chewy. I love duck intestines, yellow throat, and shrimp paste as well. Right? And the little fried pork strips. I can never have enough of them. Such conversations could be heard everywhere. Even though one meal could cost hundreds of thousands of star coins, it was still possible to treat yourself if you invited some friends along to share the bill. A few days later, Moan delivered on his promise and handed over 10 stores to Inyuinen. However, there were still many people on the StarNet who complained about not being able to get reservations. Inyuinen poured all her liquid capital into the venture, with additional funding from Shengshi and Moan, expanding to more than 50 new outlets. In just 2 months, over 80 Baiwei Tower hot pot restaurants were launched successfully in Shanyu, and their profits were undoubtedly significant. Many people want to import our base ingredients, but I haven't agreed yet. Liao Shiji had recently received numerous inquiries from potential partners. The same thing happened to me too, mostly old friends of my father. But since this business is entirely funded by myself, it hasn't been much trouble, Moan replied. I don't think it's impossible. Inyuinen had always considered franchise opportunities. We can sell them the hot pot base, but they cannot operate under the name Baiwei Tower. So Baiwei Tower will remain exclusive to us, while other stores importing our base can manage however they please. We won't interfere. Inyuinen wasn't interested in monopolizing the entire hot pot market. This might encourage others to develop new flavors. Alright, then I'll inform those who wish to collaborate and let them sign contracts, Moan said decisively. Missin, we're planning to gradually open hot pot restaurants on other planets. It may increase demand for the base ingredients. Do you think we should expand production? Liao Shiji, as a businessman, naturally had an eye for long-term development. I'll leave it to Guogua to handle it. Inyuinen nodded, seemingly lost in thought. That night, back home lying in bed, she tossed and turned, clearly preoccupied. Nan, if you can't sleep, you can chat with me. Xiaoxin had somehow sneaked into the room, laboring to climb onto the bed, propping himself up on a pillow with his small head resting next to Inyuinen. I've got something on my mind, but don't know who to talk to about it. Inyuinen turned sideways and placed her hand on the small robot. Its texture was peculiar, smooth and hard like metal, but not cold. Rather, pleasantly warm and soothing. Aren't you missing Dad Qingzhou? The little one asked knowingly. Every time I try to video call him, he doesn't answer. I have no idea what he's doing. Inyuinen said grumpily. It's been such a long time, and he hasn't even tried contacting me once. He must be very busy. He's probably trying to come back to see you soon. Xiaoxin softly consoled her. What could he possibly be doing that he doesn't even have time for a single video call? If he values you so much, he would definitely reach out unless he's insanely busy. I think you're just his undercover agent, always defending him. Inyuinen pressed Xiaoxin deep into the blanket, but felt a bit better afterward. Meanwhile, the man they were both talking about was currently stationed far away on a remote frontier planet. Frontier Planet served as the headquarters of the Star Alliance Republic's Defense Line Command Center. In reality, the defense line consisted of several planets of varying sizes. Due to prolonged conflicts with space pirates, most of these planets were irregular polyhedrons. 2 months ago, Chengzhou received news that a serious loophole had appeared in the defense line. There were also signs of increased activity among outer region pirates. As the Grand Admiral of the Star Alliance Republic, he had to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. Although most believed he had perished long ago amidst the vast cosmos, he couldn't allow certain people's schemes to succeed. He had noticed suspicious behavior from Secretary Bowen last year, but before he could investigate further, word arrived that a large number of pirate fleets were attacking Frontier Planet. Feeling uneasy, he personally traveled there. However, upon his arrival, the enemy swiftly retreated, arousing suspicion. He immediately returned to the capital planet. Unfortunately, while en route to the capital planet, his fleet was ambushed in outer space. Flennard led dozens of warships in pursuit, eventually forcing him and his secretly transferred younger brother to crash land in Inyuinen's vegetable field. At present, his identity remains undisclosed. This time, he secretly infiltrated Frontier Planet. Normally, this planet was strictly military territory, with only soldiers and their families allowed residence. However, not long after Secretary Bowen suppressed the announcement of Chungzhou's death in an attempt to weaken the influence of the former Grand Admiral, the government permitted in-family industries to expand here. Currently, the frontier planet has a mixed crowd of people. Many high-ranking officers are extremely dissatisfied with this situation. However, some officers believe that having a more relaxed atmosphere here isn't entirely bad. Months ago, Chungzhou received news that the deployment of the defense line seemed to be gradually changing. This immediately set off his highest level of alarm. During these past few days since infiltrating the area, he and 4 comrades in arms have been investigating this matter. Certainly, it's Bowen who is behind the replacement operation. However, they must determine how many members of the military department have already defected to the other side. Marshal, Flennard, that old fellow has been promoted to general now, but his authority still cannot completely alter the defenses you had previously established, reported Captain Zhou Liang, one of the 4 sturdy men who were pursued alongside Chungzhou months ago. But currently, all of the marshal's assets and powers are frozen. Flennard is now the highest commander. Once 3 more lieutenant generals agree and authorize the change, the replacement is inevitable, said his aide Wika. That won't be so easy. The marshal always held great prestige, and most in the military still trust him, Colonel Jiang Mo analyzed. The man sitting in the middle chair, Chungzhou, looked nothing like his usual self. Although his face still lacked expression, the whole person became sharper and deadlier, radiating an aura of ruthless command. Luo Yin was once his aide. He would definitely stand on their side. But as for the others, they are my former subordinates. I trust them, Chungzhou stated with piercing blue eyes flashing danger. However, there must not be the slightest deviation concerning the defense line. Contact Major Wu Chao and tell him I'm still alive. Marshal, Jiang Mo frowned. Major Wu Chao was one of those who least obeyed your orders back then, and now we don't even know where his loyalty lies. That's true, sir. You don't need to take such a big risk. Major Zenoa will handle this properly, Zhou Liang added earnestly. I want foolproof assurance. Chungzhou remained steadfast in his decision. The other 3 exchanged uneasy glances. Of course, the fewer people knowing the marshal is still alive, the better. But now he wanted to reveal himself actively. Though they didn't approve, they had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, due to Chungzhou's forethought, right after secretly contacting Wu Chao, an order came down from General Flennard, requiring the replacement of the previous marshal's defensive arrangements. Naturally, protests erupted across the military ranks. Luo Yin, the brigadier general, was the first to express approval, reasoning that the former marshal had already sacrificed himself, and while his original defense plan was perfect, no one could use it as flexibly as he did. This speech effectively subdued a lot of the opposing voices within the military department. In order to smoothly push through this replacement, they relocated Zenoa, one of the marshal's staunch supporters, away from Frontier Planet. Just as they were about to forcibly replace the defensive layout, Major Wu Chao stepped up, strongly opposing the change. This infuriated Flennard greatly, yet he could do nothing about it. To begin with, Flennard's promotion to general was not entirely legitimate in the eyes of the military department, so the instructions he issued weren't being enthusiastically executed. The marshal truly sees far into the future, Zhou Liang grinned, flattery evident in his tone. Chungzhou was incredibly angry now, and Yuanan had prepared lunchboxes especially for him. But these few had eaten all but the last one. Get out and start inspecting the other planets in the Frontier Star system immediately. Don't return until the investigation is complete. Chungzhou angrily shooed them out. Heartbroken, he picked up the last box and glanced at its label. Braised beef brisket rice. Remember to eat on time. Instantly, his stern features softened slightly, and in the end, he carefully packed the food box away. Chapter 48. The next second, he returned to his stern state. Only after dealing with the matter at hand could he rest easy about seeing her. Now, Shiwan was gaining widespread fame. Since the spicy hot pot from Bawei Tower had become popular across the entire Shanyu Star, this formerly obscure little company had begun to catch everyone's eye. Ever since it became known that Shiwan was willing to sell its hot pot base ingredients externally, countless people sought out in Yuna for partnerships. These last few days, she'd been busy to the point of exhaustion. Directorin, our raw materials have reached capacity now. We'll likely need to delay on processing later orders. Daiguo was sorted through the data in front of her. Got it. Turn down future clients for now. I'll look into expanding red pepper production. And Yuna massaged her temples. After leaving the company and boarding her spacecraft, and Yuna prepared to visit Mon. Cruising past skyscrapers along the sky streets, her mood involuntarily lightened. She loved this sense of novelty. Slowing down as she passed by a Bawei Tower hot pot restaurant. On a suspended scenic terrace, she thought she saw Yin enter with a group of people. And Yuna's eyebrows furrowed slightly. It had been months since their brief encounter, after which neither she nor the Yin family had made contact. With all her busyness, there simply wasn't time to worry about them. Seeing Yin today brought some complexity to her thoughts. Actually, continuing this unobstructed situation would be just fine, but she had promised to retrieve the Jiang family recipe, meaning she'd inevitably be tied up with the Yin family again. Moreover, with her business developing so quickly, it was impossible the Yin family didn't have certain ideas. No matter what the Yin family thought, for now, she had to focus on her own affairs. And Yuna turned and left. Mon, I've come today to discuss something with you. Nan, no need for such formalities between us, said the blonde man, who seemed quite busy lately. You know, more and more people are ordering our hot pot base ingredients. My supply of raw materials is nearly depleted. I wanted to ask if you had any land suitable for growing red peppers, and Yuna directly broached the subject with him. Let me check first. Mon opened his computer to look. We Tinos have a plot of about 50,000 hectares not far away on another planet, but this land isn't solely mine to decide on. Of course, I'm not expecting to take it for free. I want to cooperate with you guys. You provide the raw materials, and I'll handle the processing. For every product sold afterward, I'll only take 10% as a processing fee. How does that sound? Nan, isn't this too much of a loss for you? I should be taking the 10% instead. Even this way, we're making profits. That's not possible. As you said, the land isn't yours alone to make decisions on. Without a generous profit, how could we persuade others to let us use it? The reason Yuna chose to partner with Mon was twofold. One, because he and Qingzhou were childhood friends, thus his integrity was guaranteed, and two, over the years, she recognized he wasn't someone obsessed with profit. No way, that wouldn't be fair to you. Unsurprisingly, Mon still refused. How about I help you find another place instead? Alright then, let's settle for 50-50 splits. We're friends, so let's leave it at that. And Yuna decisively ended the negotiation. You really? The blonde man gave an exasperated smile. Sigh. Qingzhou will probably reprimand me once he gets back, his tone modulated up and down, hardly like someone who just scored a great deal. Cut it out already. Help resolve this immediately. I've already turned down several orders. Alright Directorin, I'll get it done right away. After teasing, Mon promptly went home to arrange things. At the same time, in a private room at Byway Tower Hot Pot restaurant, Yin led the Burleson siblings along with several other young men and women as they dined on hot pot. The owner of this Byway Tower certainly lives up to the reputation, truly skilled hands here. They all appeared very satisfied with the meal. And Yin, haven't you arranged a meeting with the beautiful bosswoman before? What happened after that? Burleson recalled him trying to court that in Yuna at the opening ceremony. Upon hearing this, Vermilla's eyes flashed with annoyance. Who was that woman? From her brother's tone, it seemed they both admired her greatly. I contacted her regarding personal matters, nothing else intended. And Yin explained with his usual polite smile. This answer dissatisfied the siblings somewhat. They were, after all, in cooperation with the Yin family, having offered the ANS many conveniences while the Yin family provided financial support. To reinforce this collaboration, both parties tacitly approved Yin and Vermilla's relationship, what was essentially an arranged marriage. But this statement of his now certainly raised suspicion. Mr. Yin, do you realize what exactly you're saying? Burleson's lips curved slightly, his seemingly offhand comment carried a sinister glint in his narrow eyes. And Yan's expression momentarily froze. Then he gave an amused smile as if in resignation. It seems I didn't explain clearly and caused your misunderstanding. Continuing with his usual polite smile. This was actually a family matter that's not convenient to discuss openly, but it's nothing scandalous. What is it really? The others urged around him. What's the last name of this Byway Tower owner? Could it be? She's from your family? Guided by Yin, everyone deduced the truth. Why haven't we heard about it before? This surprised everyone. Given how public the Yin family usually was, such an event had surprisingly been kept low-key. Miss Yin should have been my cousin. She's my uncle's daughter who has been living abroad all her life. She doesn't really have much attachment to us, and Yin explained to everyone. Although Hong previously instructed him to ignore Yuna, she had now begun affecting the Yin family's interests. First, she obtained the patent certificate, rendering the Yin family's soy sauce recipe obsolete. Then she opened a hot pot restaurant and started selling the base ingredients, collectively putting pressure on the Yin family's food industry. And that girl had business dealings with many other noble families except the Yin family. What did that mean? But Yin hadn't thought through. Since cooperation must come from initiative, no one simply hands over riches for free. After hearing his explanation, the rest didn't press further, but there was a trace of intrigue in Vermilla's eyes. It appeared the Yin family was unsettled by envy of the young lady's earning potential. If Yuna is so unwise, then you might as well treat her like a stranger. Vermilla showed no awareness of the implications. In reality, Yin wasn't very pleased with this arrogant miss. How could the future mistress of the Yin family be so short-sighted? Yet his face revealed none of this irritation. Nevertheless, she only has these remaining relatives left. Why don't you just bring her back home then? The young miss casually commented. That's enough, stop interfering. You're not even part of the Yin family yet. Burleson cut off his sister's rash words. Aren't you planning to involve yourselves in this situation? His narrow eyes partially closed. Look at how bustling the store's business is. There are still some unresolved issues in her heart. If we approach her now for cooperation, it might make it harder for her to let go of those issues. And Yin spoke, revealing a hint of worry. Do you need me to help? In Burleson's mind, a graceful silhouette emerged, his eyes flashing with intense interest. And Yin knew exactly what he was scheming, though inwardly approving. He would definitely put Yuna to use for the Yin family once Burleson succeeded. Plus, it'd give him a chance to escape this beauty with nothing more than vanity. With the assistance of Master Burleson, naturally, we would be grateful. Grandpa truly misses this granddaughter who has been abroad for so long. If you can persuade her to return home, we will naturally be very thankful, said Yin in grand and elegant tones. Not long after, the news that Yuna was from the Yin family spread everywhere. Although it fueled numerous topics of discussion, it didn't have any significant impact on either side, except that the second branch of the Yin family seemed to have different thoughts. And Ziyu, the second son of Hong, just learned about this information and scoffed. Humph, I see that the eldest brother already knew about this while we were left in the dark. Dad, is Miss Yin from Byway Tower really my cousin? The voice of excitement came from Hao, the youngest son of Ziyu. He was the young master who, during his last visit to Bawei Tower, had criticized the food with his finicky palate. Chapter 49. Last time, he shamelessly stayed and ate 2 bowls of the staff meal, hand-grabbed rice, which was by far the most delicious meal he had ever eaten. Later, Bawei Building treated them to a meal without expressing any apology, and that time it really satisfied him greatly. And Hao was deeply admiring of Mr. N, the owner of Bawei Building, and now to be told that his idol was actually his own younger cousin can only be imagined how excited he felt. What do you think? Could there be any falsehood in the news released by Yan? And Ziyu was extremely dissatisfied, as probably their family was among the last to know. In that case, I'll go find her now, perhaps I could freeload another good meal. And Hao grinned brightly, and prepared to leave. Come back. Take your brother with you. We're all family, so it's better for you youngsters to get to know each other first. Naturally, and Ziyu hoped his son would have a good relationship with that girl. Brother, let's go quickly. It's almost noon. If we're late, we won't make it in time for lunch, and Hao urged. And Zuo was helpless about his bustling foodie younger brother who loved eating, but he could only let himself be dragged onto the flying vehicle. Actually, he was also somewhat curious about the cousin that Chu Lao spoke highly of nonstop. After the last Star Chef competition, the 4th match should have continued, but everyone knew that this match was actually an internal competition among the 5 great families. So this match wasn't open to the public. And Zua, of course, successfully advanced, but he didn't know whether he passed through because of the in-family connection or due to his own real ability. Speaking of this match, and Yunnan actually did not participate. She was busy dealing with the affairs of Baiwei Building at that time, but she received the recognition of Master Chu and 4 other star chefs during the opening banquet. Therefore, the Chef Association made an exception and recognized her promotion, issuing her a senior chef certificate. When Hao and his brother arrived at the Shiwan office building, they happened to catch everyone just having lunch. As the headquarters of Baiwei Building, how could the company meals possibly be like the nutritional agents of other companies? In addition to teaching Zhang Lei how to cook, and Yunnan was also gradually teaching Dong Li some simple stir-fries. Thus, Shiwan's employee meals were handed over to him. Sometimes Yunnan would personally cook for everyone. Just today, she finished up her tasks and was feeling rather cheerful, so she went down to the kitchen to prepare a simple lunch for everyone. When those 2 brothers came in, everyone was just about to start eating. Mr. N, it's me and Hao. I'm here to see you. It wouldn't be good to just come out and say you're my cousin. Oh, it's you. Both of you, please come in. Although she didn't know why these 2 had come, and Yunnan had a good impression of Hao, he was quite handsome and polite. After leading the 2 into the office, she politely inquired, have neither of you had lunch yet? Yunnan, don't be too formal. Just give us 2 servings of the staff meal from earlier. And Hao not only shamelessly helped himself, but also acted familiar, immediately changing from calling her Mr. and Yunnan. Mr. N, forgive me for being impolite. I am his older brother, and Zua. This kid has always been powerless against good food. Having such an embarrassing younger brother, his elder brother had to at least save a bit of face. And Yunnan thought this name seemed familiar, as if she'd heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't recall right away. To create dishes that gain approval and praise from diners is the proudest thing for a chef. I'm glad to receive his recognition. So what are we having for lunch? I just caught a strong peculiar aroma earlier. There must be some complex spices involved. I'm so looking forward to it. And Hao's face was full of greed for food, and Zua simply couldn't bear to look. Well, since there was no one else around anyway, he figured his true nature would eventually be revealed. And Yunnan had a robot deliver 3 bento boxes. It's because I wanted to take a shortcut, so I made a simple beef curry rice. The 2 stopped hesitating, each grabbing a bento box. Beef, carrots, onions, potatoes, meat, and vegetables. The curry sauce was self-prepared by Yunnan with additional chili powder added. More than 10 kinds of spices blending together created this special flavor. Wow, so good. What was that curry we had before? Rubbish. And Hao's mouth was full of food. The taste is indeed very fragrant. The various spices pair perfectly, especially the chilies inside. They don't overpower but still add a hint of spiciness. And Zwa slowly took bites, clearly savoring each one carefully. Upon hearing that, and Yunnan instantly remembered, and Zwa was the other and family member who participated in the Star Chef competition alongside Man. At the time, she assumed he was similar to the family's young lady, a pretentious playboy, but meeting him today gave her a whole new perspective on him. His words and actions were cultured and courteous. Compared to Yen, who seemed to be wearing a mask, these 2 brothers were much more endearing. I could eat another portion. And how completely treated in Yunnan like family, not knowing what courtesy even meant. You'd better know your limits, and Zwa reminded, knowing how embarrassing his younger brother could be, but never expected he would embarrass himself to this extent. It's not me, it's that your cooking skills are bad. When we return, we won't get to eat such delicious food again. And Hao started complaining about his brother's culinary abilities. And Zwa internally pictured rubbing his annoying and sharp-tongued younger brother into the ground over and over again. Look at what other people who share our surname can do in the kitchen compared to you. The younger brother continued with his taunts. Struggling to control his hands, and Zwa barely resisted the urge to shove his brother's head into the food plate. After all, he didn't want to waste such a delicious meal. Shut up if you want to continue eating. And Zwa glared furiously at his younger brother, unable to comprehend why he had to endure so much embarrassment. And Hao fell silent immediately. Although his brother was terrible at cooking, his fighting skills were top-notch. And Yunnan found their bickering amusing. These 2 brothers may argue incessantly, but clearly they shared a close bond. They were much easier to get along with than Man and her sibling. After finishing the meal, the group began discussing serious matters. Yunnan, I am your cousin from the same clan. You already know this, right? And Hao said somewhat nervously, unsure of what the other party thought. Yes, actually, Yin has already come to find me before, and Yunnan liked both of them and did not intend to beat around the bush. For the last 20-odd years, I've never met anyone from the Yin family, so frankly speaking, I don't have any particular feelings for you guys. Upon hearing this, the two brothers felt somewhat disheartened. Although she was speaking the truth, it doesn't matter. We're not expecting you to treat us as your brothers right away, Enzwa comforted her. Previously, Yin hoped that I would join the Yin family, but I was unwilling deep down. I'm used to being alone and dislike feeling restrained. Even though I can't accept the Yin family all at once, I think we can become friends. And Yunnan couldn't help but feel a bit sorry when seeing their lowered spirits. You're right. It is inappropriate to call us brothers immediately. We can be friends, making everything less awkward. And Hao's mood improved quickly since becoming friends was also good. After opening up like this, the atmosphere indeed became more harmonious. Enzwa arranged to visit the Byway Building's back kitchen for learning purposes, while Hao shamelessly asked for quite a few electronic vouchers of Byway Building's hot pot restaurants. When Yin learned that his two younger cousins frequently visited in Yunnan, naturally, his heart grew restless. He had been waiting for Bursun's news, yet until now, there hadn't been any developments from that side. Waiting 2 more days, if there was still no news, then he could only let his two younger cousins persuade her to come back. He knew full well that his cousin had a closer relationship with Enzwa's brothers than with him. The delay on Bursun's side happened because he was held up. Originally, the defense replacement on Biensai Star had been meticulously planned without any flaws, but unexpectedly, things failed at the very last moment. Bursun's father, Secretary Bowen T, had a golden opportunity to gain control over most of the military department through this event, but in the end, he failed. Now they were preoccupied with investigating why General Wu Chao opposed at the final moment, leaving little time for anything else. Bursun speculated that maybe that person wasn't dead, but General Foreign Nader firmly denied this possibility. No matter what, their action ended in utter failure. Not only did they give up several promises for nothing, but they also lost a significant amount of money. Most importantly, Bowen T still could not ascend to his desired position. Chapter 50. The last person to know about in Yunnan's background turned out to be Man. She was having dinner with a group of friends at a hot pot restaurant, and the conversation eventually turned to Shiwan Company, which had recently been gaining a lot of attention. Hey, Man, is the owner of Shiwan Company, and Yunnan, really your cousin? Yes, I was just about to ask the same thing. Man, can you help us get a few VIP cards for Byway Tower from her? And Man was completely confused after hearing this. No one in the family had mentioned it, and she didn't pay much attention to family affairs either, so she wasn't clear about what had happened. Frowning, she asked unhappily, what are you talking about? After everyone chimed in to explain, she finally understood the full story. She felt angry inside. Back then, she looked down on that girl because she came from a poor planet, was upset that she rudely rejected the family's kindness, and disliked that she shared the surname. And Man already didn't like the girl very much, but later, since the girl seemed to be useful to her brother, she stopped targeting her. Now, to hear that the girl was actually her cousin made her inexplicably repulsed and angry. In a huff, she stormed into her brother's office. Brother, is that brat in Yunnan really part of our family? Man, she is Uncle Zhao's daughter. Don't be so hostile towards her. And Yin found his pampered sister quite a headache. But I just don't like her. The young Mrs. eyes were filled with deep disgust and a trace of worry that was hard to notice. If you don't like her, then stay away from her as if she doesn't exist, but remember not to provoke her. And Yin said with a tone of warning. And Man felt even more unbalanced inside. She had always been the most favored junior member of the Yin family. Whether it was her grandparents or her parents and aunts and uncles, they all doted on her with great affection because she was the only girl in the main house of the Yin family. But now another girl has appeared, who is not only more capable than her, but also very good at making money. If Yunnan were to return to the Yin family, would she still be able to live such an easy life? Definitely not. Just by looking at her brother's earlier behavior, it was obvious. Fortunately, that girl was unwilling to come back because of something involving their father, but over time, that might change, and if grandfather were to speak up, it would definitely happen. After some consideration, Man glared at her brother and turned to leave. Of course, Yin knew his sister well. From the look on her face, it was uncertain what reckless things she might do. He secretly instructed someone to follow her. Recently, Yunnan noticed a tail following her. Young master, are you really that idle, following me day and night? And Hao, shamelessly ignoring the disdainful look in her eyes, said, I'm not getting in the way of your serious work. If you need anything, you can instruct me. What a good deal. That pesky pest had stuck to her ever since eating curry rice last time. Then should I send my home-cooked meals to you in the future? I'm not following you just for the food. I want to improve our relationship. Judging by how you're following me, I fear our relationship will soon fall apart. And Yunnan said seriously, does Nan really dislike me that much? And Hao feigned being hurt and continued. Well, since that's the case, I'll go first, but don't forget to send me the meal. Understood. And Yunnan broke down in a second. Wait. She suddenly remembered something. Nan, what is it? Do you want me to stay? And Hao's eyes sparkled. Oh, it's not that. If Enzwa has free time, let him come by once. Why can't you tell me? I have some abilities too. And Yunnan made a thoughtful expression and spoke just as he was about to lose his temper. Fine, I can tell you too. What I wanted to ask Enzwa is whether you'd consider cooperating with Shiwan. Since the Yin family has stores on various planets, wouldn't it be interesting to open a Shiwan hot pot restaurant? When dealing with serious matters, and Hao remains serious and proper. Actually, my dad mentioned it to Big Brother, but I don't know why nothing has been done yet. But our second household also has its own private restaurant. I think my dad will agree. Alright, whenever you decide, come and sign the contract anytime. The reason Yunin actively suggested cooperation with the Yin family was because now everyone knows about her connection with the Yin family, yet her hot pot business hasn't cooperated with them. To avoid any negative rumors, she decided to take the initiative. Why not find an Yin who can make decisions? That's because she didn't like that masked man, and talking business with him would surely require a lot of brainpower. After returning home, and Hao discussed the matter with his father and older brother, and both of them thought it was feasible. Who doesn't know how profitable hot pot restaurants are now? It's 30 to 40% more profitable than regular restaurants. Plus, with their relationship with Yunan, the cost would be reduced significantly. Such a profitable deal, only fools would pass it up. And Zheyu allocated over 50 restaurants under his name to be converted into hot pot eateries, then sent Zhua to Xiwan for discussions on cooperation. Yunan, we're not opening too many stores this time around. It's our first attempt at a hot pot restaurant. Could you possibly give us some guidance when the time comes? And Zhua was dressed quite formally as he had come here to discuss business. No problem, I'll take a look once your renovations are done. And Yunan nodded and handed over a contract. Here, take a look at this contract first. This won't do, Yunan. The price you quoted is 40% below market value. We can't take such advantage of you. And Zhua knew that his father wanted the lowest possible cost, but he disagreed. Even more so since we're family. There's no way we would undercut ourselves like that. Let's stick to market prices. And Yunan smiled brightly, confirming her belief that these two brothers were indeed commendable. This price does not put me in a loss. Let's settle for the listed price. That still won't work. You gave us this low price today, but what if tomorrow elder brother comes along with a much larger order? How will you handle it? And Zhua revealed something private about their family dealings. You're truly. Now and Yunan believed he and Hao were real brothers. They both loved teasing their elder brother. Alright, how about this? I'll offer you a 2-point discount on your orders because of our familial connection. The two ultimately came to an agreement and arranged to meet the next day to check on the progress of the new store. The following morning, Zheyu accompanied his two sons and Yunan to observe the operations of Baiwei Tower's hot pot restaurant and gather experience. Yunan, you're a genius. How did you manage to grow your business to such scale at such a young age? And Zheyu praised her upon meeting. Your compliments are too kind. I've simply blundered my way through and relied heavily on help from friends. And Yunan really didn't know how to address him. How could Zheyu fail to notice her awkwardness? He kindly offered a solution. Just call me Uncle for now, and think of me only as Zhua and Hao's father. Ah, that's much better. And Yunan replied with relief. Uncle, please come in. I've already informed the staff, and if there's anything you'd like to learn, feel free to ask either the robots or the manager. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Yunan. And Zhua inclined his head slightly in gratitude. After accompanying them to tour several locations, and Yunan went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the group. You, go quickly and deal with that dish. An overly made-up woman stood nearby, ordering a very slim young girl to do tasks. Hurry up, the machines over there are waiting. What kind of service is this? As soon as Yunan entered, she noticed the scene and frowned deeply. The idle woman noticed her presence and immediately approached smilingly. Bossin, what brings you here to the kitchen? Is there anything you need? Arrange a private room later. I'm going to treat guests to lunch. And Yunan chose not to confront the earlier incident right away, pretending not to have seen it. Understood, Bossin. I'll have it prepared immediately. The woman felt relieved inside, thinking Yunan hadn't noticed. And Yunan tilted her head slightly toward the slender girl, but showed no expression on her face. Without saying anything further, she turned and left. She realized only now that there were such oversights occurring in her own establishment, and other branches might also be facing various problems. It seemed necessary to discuss solutions with Guogua. After lunch, after seeing off Zheyu and his companions, she returned to the kitchen once more. Chapter 51. It was just lunchtime. In the kitchen, only a slender girl remained, still working. After finishing her tasks, she came to the back door, where a little boy was sitting on a small stool outside, eating his meal. Sis, you're done. Come and eat. You eat more. The girl said as she handed over the work lunch left for her by her brother. I'm already full. You eat. Sis, you're too thin. The boy put down his chopsticks. You won't blame me, will you? If I had followed them to learn how to cook earlier, it wouldn't be like this now. There was deep self-reproach in the girl's eyes. Not at all. If you were like them, who knows which planet you would have been assigned to now. It's great that we are together as sister and brother. The boy consoled her. And besides, sis, your cooking is so delicious. When I grow up, I'll definitely open a restaurant for you. Good. I believe you, the girl smiled warmly. That way, our place mustn't be like Bai Tower where one dish is so expensive. The boy spoke with a hint of contempt. And Yunan originally wanted to talk to the girl but accidentally overheard the conversation between the siblings, which made her feel a bit heartbroken. But then she felt chest tightness. It seemed this little kid didn't understand much. However, this girl's nature somewhat resembled Zhang Lei, giving her some plans in mind. After returning to Xiwan, and Yunan summoned Dai Guagua and recounted the bullying incident she had witnessed in the kitchen today. Then she asked her to figure out how to resolve it, and also mentioned transferring that girl to Bai Tower. Let Zhang Lei mentor her. If the girl had any talent, and Yunan intended to take her as an apprentice and teach her culinary skills. The sound of the light brain notification broke the silence. Ling, come out, I'm at the gate. And Yunan was puzzled, unlocking the door lock projection, only to see Man. What was this about? Before she could speak, the other party directly said, let's chat at Shuatian Star Tower. Her face did not show the pride she used to wear before, though she wasn't particularly friendly either. The two entered a serene coffee shop. They ordered a few dishes casually and sat across from each other without anyone speaking first. And Yunnan really had nothing to say to the other person. She wondered why this young lady had found her again. Was she asking her to become a chef once more? Soft music harmonized in the quiet environment. Through walls almost transparent, they could clearly see everything outside. Towering skyscrapers floating in the air, spacecrafts weaving through the clouds. And Yunnan watched intently. After a long while, and Man broke the silence. You don't want to return to the family? Her tone was calm, devoid of emotion. I'm used to living alone, she replied briefly. Whatever, but Grandpa won't let you stay out forever. And Man wasn't kindly warning the other side. Of course, she didn't want the woman opposite to return to the family, but she knew her grandpa and brother would try every means to make that woman go back. I think my brother will come find you soon. And Man knew the other didn't want to return to live with the family. And grandfather, his 90th birthday, isn't far away. She told her these things to let her prepare countermeasures. Their thoughts aligned on this matter, didn't they? By now, and Yunnan already understood the reason for Man's visit today. As she said, regarding whether or not to return to the family, both had the same goal. Thank you for sharing this information today, Missin. I'll be prepared. And Man slightly furrowed her brows. The title Miss and sounded so grating coming from her mouth. All right, I'll leave first. If there's anything you need help with on this matter, feel free to contact me. Thank you, Missin. And Yunnan waved her hand. See you later. Although this young lady's personality was capricious and domineering, this time, she acted rather straightforwardly, clearly telling her she didn't want her back in the family. Sigh headache. She could reject Yan's request, but she couldn't avoid attending Hong's birthday banquet. What should she do? At that moment, and Yunnan missed a certain man especially dearly. Things would be fine if he were here. Carrying her heavy heart, she returned home. The laughter of Meng Xiaopeng from the garden reached her ears. These days, the robots in the house and an Xin often kept him company, and Yunnan would frequently take him out as well. However, rarely had she heard him laugh so happily. Following the sound towards the rear garden, she wondered why he seemed so cheerful today. In the colorful garden stood a tall and robust man holding a chubby little boy in his arms. He gently threw him upwards with both hands. The little guy spread his limbs, flying into the air with a squishy smile distorting his facial features. The man's arms were strong and muscular, with a smooth line of bulging muscles. For a moment, and Yunnan was dumbstruck, standing blankly as she stared at the big man and the little child, not even realizing when the two had arrived. Suddenly, something heavy weighed down on her leg. She looked down to find Meng Xiaopeng hugging her, while a big hand atop her head gently stroked her hair. Yunnan, I'm back. The long-missed voice seemed very close. Sister Nan, brother is back. A jubilant tone came from below. Chengzhou, welcome home. And Yunnan slightly tilted her head and stared at him tightly. He had lost weight. His features seemed sharper now, and there wasn't a bit of extra flesh on his cheeks. Still, he looked handsome and sexy. You've lost weight. You definitely haven't been eating properly, right? Are you too tired? Chengzhou also gazed at the girl in front of him. I'm fine. Are you done with your work? If you're not leaving again, I'll take good care of you. Indeed, and Yunnan wanted to know if he would leave again. I miss you so much. What about you? This sudden sentence from the man made Yunnan's face turn red all at once. Her entire body began to feel warm. Why had this person become so articulate after one trip abroad when he never said such revealing words before? I'm so busy, but occasionally I think of you just a little. She originally intended to say that she didn't miss him, but it felt fake. Chengzhou raised an eyebrow, smiling. He suddenly embraced the girl in front of him. Do you remember what I said before I left? Consider it my assumption you've agreed. And Yunnan quietly leaned against his chest. Of course, she knew which words he referred to. Before he left, the man had confessed his feelings to her and asked for her answer upon his return. Now, he was making unilateral decisions without hearing her response, and Yunnan gave him a light punch. She had actually planned to give him a serious reply. The man grabbed the small, white, delicate hand in front of him. Yunnan, I like you. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Chengzhou released her from his embrace and earnestly asked, gazing into his clear, deep eyes, and Yunnan could feel his affection. If you keep treating me this well, of course I will agree. Chengzhou tightened his hold on her again. Of course, I won't only treat you this way. I'll treat you even better. And Yunnan turned beet red, all the way to her toes. Ah, this couldn't be. Had this man attended some sort of sweet talk class? Such a huge change. But she mouthed off insincerely. You've become so smooth talking, it doesn't seem like you anymore. The flirtatious complaint tickled Chengzhou's heart. A man in love always undergoes changes. You'll get used to it. And Yunnan lightly hit him again after hearing his words. And you'll need to get used to being occasionally hit by a woman in love. That's exactly what I want. Chengzhou grinned brightly. An old saying goes, hitting shows intimacy, scolding shows love. So I am gladly accepting this. Oh my goodness, this smelly man was truly remarkable. Who would have thought he was such an expert in seduction? As a singleton who had been single for over 20 years, and Yunnan found herself utterly unable to handle him and decided to shift the topic. You don't even know how much my hot pot business has expanded, do you? I absolutely know. As soon as I returned, I read every piece of news related to you. My girlfriend is really talented, both at earning money and excelling in culinary skills. I envy myself so much. His pride was written all over his face. And Yunnan simply couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbing his cheek, she shouted, Who are you? Return the expressionless guy back to me. Chengzhou picked her up and carried her inside the house. Impossible. That emotionless fellow has gone to look for his wife. You'll have to make do with me. They playfully bantered their way back home under the sunset. The child who had been forgotten had already been taken away by an Xian. Chapter 52. The next day, Yuan had her first good sleep in a long time and was in a beautiful mood. She opened her light computer and exercised her boss privileges by handing over all the recent work to Vice President Dai. As for herself, she told others that she was too tired and needed a few days of rest, but only she knew the real reason. Yuan, good morning, Chengzhou said as he appeared at the door. You look great, you must have slept well last night. Is it because I'm home? And Yuan gave him an exasperated glance. I was just too busy these past few days. Now that I've finally finished, I can naturally sleep peacefully. Not because of you, narcissist. But I slept very soundly yesterday because we were under the same roof. The man seemed to be drenched in honey early in the morning, and Yuan took a deep breath. Chengzhou, can we go back to how things were before? Your way of speaking makes me feel very uncomfortable. The man's sharp eyebrows softened unprecedentedly. I am indeed being a little deliberate, because I want to remind you of our current relationship. I'm afraid you'll forget. In an instant, and Yuan blushed red and mumbled quietly. How could I forget? Then she loudly said, just go back to your old ways, adding afterwards, occasional sweet talk isn't bad. Haha, silly girl. Chengzhou laughed with pleasure. All right, I'll do what you say. After breakfast, would you like to go on a date? A date? Their first date? Sounds pretty good. Where are we going? And Yuan asked expectantly. Do you have any place or activity you're looking forward to? For someone with zero experience in romance, there wasn't any constructive input, so when Yuan shook her head, nowhere. Then let's go take a walk at the Water Sky Star Tower. Chengzhou, who also went on his first date ever yesterday, even consulted his childhood friend, but passed on his suggestions which felt too exaggerated. Why don't we go to Primitive Park? And Yuan felt this place was special to her. Although she had already accepted her current life, she still had a unique sentiment for this familiar environment. Fine, we'll go after we eat. The man naturally didn't oppose, even though as the first dating spot it seemed somewhat peculiar, but it was special and memorable nonetheless. He emphasized again, just the two of us. What about Yang? He will definitely be upset if he knows we went out without him. I sent him to the Mayan family house early this morning, and Anshin is there too, don't worry. Truly, as the elder brother, he showed no mercy to his younger sibling. Although feeling guilty towards the little fatty, and Yuan truly didn't want a small third wheel on her first date. So she could only apologize silently and resolve to make up for it by preparing a lot of good food later for the kid. Wait for me a moment, I'll change clothes. Beauty dresses for the one who pleases her heart. This saying is always true. Though saying she'd change clothes, and Yuan actually fiddled around for quite a while, even calling a stylist online to design a set. Next door, a certain individual was not idle either. Opening the star computer, he forced his buddy to choose him a suitable outfit for the date regardless of whether his friend had anything else to do. After trying on 2 sets, he angrily kicked his friend out because the clothes chosen were too embarrassing. Turning around, he questioned his all-powerful subordinate, spending a considerable amount of time before satisfactorily hanging up. When they met in the living room, both were startled for a second and then burst into laughter. Seeing each other's outfits, they naturally understood each other's thoughts. You look particularly beautiful today. Such a cliché sentence, one that most people would find cringingly rustic, yet Yuan was incredibly happy and delighted to hear it. And you look excellent, a bit more handsome than usual. Just a bit? I spent a long time on my appearance. Then I'll raise it a little more. The pink atmosphere lingered for quite some time before the two finally started their date. Coming back to this park, and Yuan was still very excited. Even though the giant panda she saw last time was a significant blow. This time, the main purpose was for the date, and hiking was clearly unsuitable since neither of them dressed casually. She was wearing a skirt, and he was clad in leather boots. Chengzhou led her to a lake with crystal clear blue water. Wow, there are boats over there. Should we try rowing? And Yuan hadn't expected to see such things here. The boats on the lake were the old-fashioned open-air boats once commonly found in parks. Now, adapted to high-tech everything in life, encountering this primitive type made it feel like seeing an antique. And Yuan pulled Chengzhou onto a small boat where 2 oars were placed. Excitedly, each of them grabbed one and started paddling. Phew, I'm exhausted. Let's take a break. And Yuan said, her hands already going limp after just a few strokes. You rest. Let me handle it. Chengzhou took the oar from her and continued rowing himself. At first, their uneven force caused the boat to spin in circles, but now Chengzhou had gotten the hang of it and was skillfully moving them along. Are you not tired? Stop and take a break. After circling around the lake for quite some time, and Yuan noticed his breathing was still steady, showing no sign of fatigue at all. I'm not tired. This amount of exercise is nothing. Then stop rowing. Let's sit quietly for a while and let it drift wherever it may. Chengzhou set down the oar and moved to Yuan's side, gently embracing her as he gazed at the distant scenery, then looked down at the girl in his arms. All his troubles temporarily faded away, and Yuan leaned against his chest, feeling an inner peace, as if she'd returned home, yet also knowing very clearly where she was. No one knew how long they stayed like that until a rumbling sound broke the silence. It turned out this sound came from Yuan's stomach. Hungry? Let's head to the shore. Chengzhou steered the boat toward the bank. How embarrassing, this being their very memorable first date. If anyone asked what made it unforgettable, she certainly couldn't say that her stomach growling was what made it so. Hurry over here. Lucky I brought some food. Chengzhou set up a small table on the shore and began pulling things out of the tiny compression backpack. Rice balls, cookies, fruits, and even sugared water. It seemed almost like they were on a picnic. When did you prepare all this? And Yuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Last night, I had Jiang Lei help me prepare it. After rejecting Mayon's extravagant dating suggestions yesterday evening, Qingzhou thought deeply about everything. No matter where they went, he couldn't let his girlfriend go hungry, so he called Zhang Lei late at night and forced him to prepare these items for them. "You've been so thoughtful," and Yuanan praised freely, knowing that appropriate encouragement could boost her boyfriend's confidence for next time. As for the disturbance caused to others, she might as well give him a raise. Boston was known for her lavish generosity after all. After the meal, it wasn't too early anymore. The two tidied up their belongings and prepared to go home, intending to pick up Yang Yang on the way. "And Yuanan, what are you doing here?" A somewhat unfriendly voice came from beside them. By the tone alone, it was clear who it belonged to, Missin Man. Actually, Missin hadn't intended to greet Yuanan upon recognizing her. However, something about the figure of the man beside her caught her eye, though his appearance was obscured by shielding goggles, making it hard to identify. "We're just playing around, and now we're heading back. Hope we don't disturb your enjoyment. Missin, goodbye." And Yuanan wanted to leave quickly, grabbing Qingzhou's hand as she spoke. Her feminine sixth sense told her that a man's gaze on her boyfriend wasn't right. She regretted letting the man dress so attractively today. Missin could easily hear the implication in Yuanan's words. Since the other party didn't want to chat further, and Missin herself wasn't someone fond of reading others' expressions either. "Oh, goodbye," she replied nonchalantly, carefully scrutinizing the man's back as he walked away, trying to recall where she'd seen him before. "Do you know her?" "On the spacecraft," and Yuanan's tone carried a tinge of irritation. "Of course I know her, Missin Man, the most favored daughter of the Yin family." Qingzhou heard the dissatisfaction in her voice. "When did you meet her? Why didn't you tell me?" Her tone grew heavier. Qingzhou's lips curled slightly but soon recovered. "We've never exchanged a word. She's the most beloved among the Yin family, and probably not many people in the star system haven't heard of her yet." Chapter 53. Only now did Yuna realize that he was teasing her. "Humph, bad taste." She glared at him fiercely as she spoke, then noticed something. I just realized that every time you go out, you seem to wear a shielding visor." "Of course it's because my appearance is too striking. I don't want people to take notice of me," Qingzhou replied seriously. Recalling the earlier scene, and Yuna felt this might not be the most important reason, but it made some sense. As for the real reason, since he didn't say, there must be his considerations. Just after they had confirmed their relationship, both naturally became extra affectionate. After 2 days of sweetness and intimacy, Mon sent a video call. "Little Jojo, you've been back for days without even mentioning meeting up. Why don't we drop by your place tomorrow?" "I'm fine. This isn't like meeting up already, so please don't come tomorrow," Qingzhou rejected outright. The person on the other end of the hollow computer pretended not to hear. "Little Nana, I've been busy to the point of going crazy and haven't tasted your cooking in a long while. Could you make something delicious tomorrow as a treat?" And Yuna nudged the man beside her, suppressing his refusal once more. "Of course, invite Liao Shiji and Dai Guo too. Everyone's been too busy recently. Let's relax properly tomorrow. Knew you'd be easy to talk to. I won't bother with your little world anymore, bye." After disconnecting the hollow computer call, Qingzhou looked thoroughly unhappy. "Bothersome. I've lost another day of being alone with you. Do you not want to tell everyone about our relationship?" And Yuna comforted him. The man who had just seemed reluctant suddenly brightened up, his eyes gleaming. "Right, we should definitely gather them all tomorrow. The best way for friends to gather is through a barbecue feast." So Yuna began preparing with Qingzhou early in the kitchen. Considering how ferocious this group could be, they specially put the whole roasted lamb into the smart oven cabinet beforehand. It wasn't long before everyone showed up one after another. Mon was the first to arrive, still dressed in a very eye-catching outfit. Fortunately, everyone was already used to it. Liao Shiji arrived together with Dai Guo. "Oh, what a coincidence," met outside the door. And Yuna asked casually. Yes. Dai Guo seemed a bit uncomfortable. "Yuna, I'll help you," she said, immediately heading toward the kitchen. Finally, Zhang Lei and his sister arrived, followed by a slim, shy girl. "Zhang Lei, Zhang Yun, and Su Miao, you're here, come in and sit down, don't be polite." And Yuna led the girl inside by hand. This girl, Su Miao, was the one Yuna had someone transfer to 100 Flavors building previously with the intention of taking her as an apprentice. Zhang Lei had told her that this girl loved cooking, so after consulting her opinion, Yuna personally started teaching her culinary skills. "Mizzen, can I go with you to the kitchen?" Su Miao was extremely introverted. "I've told you many times, call me sister." Initially, Yuna wanted her to call her master, which would sound more formal, but the master-disciple relationship today often involves exchanges of interest, so she didn't bring up the apprenticeship matter with Su Miao yet. With a helper, the preparatory work progressed much faster. Various meats such as beef, chicken, and pork were marinated and cut into skewers. They also prepared a great deal of fresh seafood along with some vegetables and fruits, and of course, plenty of drinks and alcohol. Once everything was ready, around 11 o'clock, Yuna directed the men to carry all the food out to the garden, where the pavilion was already set up. Finally, she instructed Qingzhou to fetch the lamb that had been roasting all morning. The moment it appeared, a strong and special aroma spread everywhere. "Wow, what smell, so fragrant." Mon came sniffing towards it, startled upon seeing the large creature. "Is that a whole sheep?" Barbecuing is indeed a relatively rough method of cooking, but its taste has unique advantages that cannot be replaced. After placing the roasted lamb on the table, Yuna took a small knife and carved 2 plates filled with the crispy, glossy exterior of the lamb and served it to everyone for a taste. This roasted meat is absolutely incredible, so different from those delicate, bite-sized roasted chickens and ducks. Mon didn't hold back, diving straight in. The taste really is excellent, Liao Shiji chimed in agreement. A very coarse way to eat, but doesn't it feel amazing? Starting off a little reserved, Dai Guogua eventually dug right in, holding onto a rack of ribs to gnaw on. The seasoning in the grilled meat seems a bit complex. Jiang Lei started munching vigorously, paying attention to the ingredients inside. The cumin flavor is particularly distinctive, plus chili powder. Jiang Yun joined the discussion. It should also have fennel seeds, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, and some other spices. Unable to resist discussing the topic she found interesting, Su Miao jumped into the conversation. To leave room for more food, no one drank alcohol, and drinks and juices were consumed sparingly, just a sip or two occasionally. After eating about half of the roasted lamb, and Yuna encouraged everyone to try roasting their own food, giving an example first. Those who were often in the kitchen skillfully got started immediately, while the others seemed a bit awkward. Regardless, it was everyone's job to eat what they had roasted themselves without complaints. And Yuna didn't bother with them and focused on roasting some big shrimps, placing them in the plate beside Qingzhou, then grabbed a few meat skewers and vegetables to roast as well. Qingzhou peeled the shrimp from his bowl and fed it directly into his girlfriend's mouth, one bite for her and one for him. Then he gave her sips of fruit juice, creating a truly eye-catching scene. He had been waiting for everyone to ask questions or tease them, but after glancing around, he realized that everyone's attention was on their own grilled food. No one noticed him at all. His attempt at showing off failed, leaving the man slightly upset. If he'd known this, he wouldn't have prepared a barbecue. Moan over there looked the most miserable. He held a bunch of random meat skewers, some of which were charred black, while others were still red. Some were completely covered in seasoning, while others had no flavor at all. In comparison, Liao Shiji fared much better, since Dai Guogua was helping out beside him. Even though she wasn't a chef, girls are usually more dexterous in these kinds of things. As for the rest of them, they handled everything with ease, having spent so much time dealing with such foods every day. Su Miao quite enjoyed the art of grilling, roasting batch after batch, but it seemed like she couldn't eat it all herself. Seeing the blonde man next to her struggling and sweating profusely, she gathered her courage and interrupted his disastrous operation. Mr. Moan, I accidentally grilled too much. Would you mind helping me eat a little? Salvation has come. You're truly a little angel, and I am very happy to assist, Moan said as he had already become irritable from watching all those delicious smells, but not being able to eat any. He was practically dying from hunger. Wow, so tender and tasty. Grilled beef, is this flavorful? I could eat 5 more plates. Su Miao felt satisfied seeing how happy he was while eating, so she began to continue roasting various meat skewers for him. Look at your childhood friend, bossing my beloved apprentice around like that. And Yuna grilled a skewer of squid and shared it with Qingzhou as they ate and chatted together. That girl is more than willing. Qingzhou wiped the oil from the corners of her mouth. And let me emphasize something. She's not your beloved, I am. And Yuna now no longer flustered when hearing such mushy lines. Unlike before when her face would turn bright red. That's enough. Jealousy for this? Of course, now that you've taken another treasure, shouldn't I be allowed to feel jealous? A certain someone sounded even more sour. I'll go and roast some vegetables. And Yuna didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. After 2 rounds of meat skewers, the pace finally slowed down. These last few months, thank you all for taking care of us, Yuna. Let me toast a drink with you. Qingzhou picked up the glass of orange juice beside him. Today's main purpose mustn't be forgotten. Mr. Qingzhou, please don't be so polite. It's our duty. You're acting too fake. Everyone replied in return. I am very grateful for all of you taking good care of my girlfriend. The man took the opportunity to tell everyone directly. Actually, none of them were surprised by this news, as they had seen signs earlier between the two. Now that they were officially together, it was entirely reasonable. The two of you look so well matched. Congratulations. Liao Shiji truly deserved his role as a capable assistant, quickly picking up on his boss's underlying message. The others also chimed in with blessings. Only Moan's eyes had a hint of mockery. Wishing you a long-lasting relationship. This kid had previously mentioned wanting to wait until everything settled down before making an announcement, but it looks like he couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 54. After the gathering ended, it was still Mon who packed up the remaining roasted whole lamb and kebabs. Of course, the kebabs were still the ones that Su Miao helped him grill. And Yunnan, after they left, grilled all the leftover kebabs, seafood, and vegetables in the kitchen, put them into compressed preservation boxes, and sent them out. Headquarters of Incorporation. Do you plan to find that girl recently? And Hong sat on a vintage armchair, his expression unreadable. Yes, Grandpa. And Yan's heart was somewhat uneasy. Uncle's collaboration with Yunnan on the hot pot restaurant has been very profitable. I've been thinking that since the restaurants under our banner have had poor returns lately, we might as well give it a try. After all, the old master had once said not to bother with that girl, yet he secretly let out information and even incited Borson to go look for her. If you have your own plan, then go ahead, there's no need to wait for them. They're currently busy cleaning up their own mess. And Hong certainly knew what his grandson had done. Are you saying Secretary's group's actions aren't smooth? And Yin knew that group had been secretly planning something. The Yin family, acting as their financial backer, had contributed a lot. If they failed, wouldn't the money and family invested be wasted? All right, you may leave now. And Hong didn't say more, just pointing out to the point. No wonder the old man didn't oppose him finding in Yunnan. It turns out the family had suffered heavy losses, though not fatal, still quite a significant sum. Bo White, in order to reach the presidential position that was almost within grasp, took a bold risk by collaborating with space pirates, aiming to change the defense lines at the frontier so as to secure command from the military department. Negotiating with tigers naturally came at a cost. He spent an astronomical amount of star coins to bring these pirates to the frontier for a show of force. Unexpectedly, all of them were driven back by the military department personnel. The pirates thought it would just be a sham, but did not expect them to take it seriously. Naturally, they suffered heavy losses, and this bill needed to be collected from someone. Thus, the Borway father and son duo was currently hosting secret negotiations with the representatives sent from the pirate gang, with little time to attend to other matters. In the bright and spotless office, Yunan was trying hard to overcome post-holiday syndrome. Having slacked off for a few days made her reluctant to get back to work, but alas, despite being the boss now, she still had many things waiting for her. Recently, we've received many small orders from planets further away. Shouldn't we raise prices slightly? After all, transportation costs have also increased significantly. Dai Guogua came to discuss with her. There's no need. The consumption levels on those planets are much lower than on Shangyong. If we raised prices, it would be difficult for those restaurants to maintain operations. And Yunan rejected her suggestion. Understood, Missin. As the two were busy dealing with the accumulated tasks over the past few days, they soon received news that someone from the Yin group was waiting downstairs. Please bring them up. And Yunan felt confident. Yunan, it's been a long time. Your business is developing nicely. You're very talented. And Yin smiled warmly. Recently, everything is going great. Mr. Yin is too generous with praise. And Yunan replied politely with a composed smile. It's all thanks to the help of friends. Is it Mr. Liao from Shengshi and Mon from Taino's family? I hear you're pretty close with both of them. And Yin of course knew these two families were quite near to this young lady. Not bad, considering how frequent our business interactions are. Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Yin, but young Master Yin How has come up. Shall we invite him in? An assistant knocked on the door and asked, Mr. Yin, weren't you together with him? What do you think? And Yunan deliberately asked him. Of course, let him in. And Yin gritted his teeth. This odious youth had picked the worst possible moment to come. Yunan, I've arrived. Wow, let me tell you, the roasted meat you sent that day was a feast for the senses. Why didn't you invite me over to your place? As soon as Hao opened the door, he began chattering on about a variety of topics. Oh, elder brother is here too. After finishing, Hao saw someone sitting on the sofa. You guys are having a serious discussion, right? You should continue first. I don't mind staying here for a bit, do you? Of course not. I assumed you guys came together. And Yunan took the lead in indicating it was fine. At this point, Yan's heart was boiling mad. This good-for-nothing young man only cared about food and drink since he was young, and now he had to come meddle again. Oh, that's good. Hurry up and talk. And Hao casually sat down as if he were the big boss himself. And Yin tried his best to suppress his rage. This visit is mainly regarding discussing the hot pot ingredients with Shi Yuan. Right now, only our family hasn't collaborated with you, which has sparked much speculation in public. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Elder brother, how can you say that? Didn't my dad open several hot pot stores? We are surnamed in, okay. And Hao chimed in beside him. And Yunan struggled to keep her lips from twitching upwards. She liked hearing the sound of others getting humiliated. Didn't my dad already tell you about the collaboration with Shi Yuan? If you had acted earlier, none of this nonsense would have happened. Someone was still revealing embarrassing facts. Although Hao had little interest in business, he could not help feeling angry that his father was always being suppressed. Before, Grandpa assigned me to handle other tasks, so the collaboration got postponed. Now that I've finished what I was busy with, I immediately came here. And Yan's face still wore a gentle smile, but the anger in his heart had reached its limit. If they were not in public, he might have beaten the person right there and then. This explanation without a single flaw left no room for criticism. Indeed, both others couldn't find any fault. As expected from an family's carefully trained successor. Since business is coming to the door, how could I possibly refuse it? And Yunan took over the conversation. I am sure this time Mr. Yin has brought an impressive deal. The demand of Yin Group this time is indeed significant, and Yin waited for their offer. In that case, let me be straightforward. Here's our lowest bid. Please take a look, Mr. Yin. And Yunan indicated for Dai Guogua to project the holographic screen in front of them. After checking the prices, Yin was somewhat surprised. He thought that girl would give him the same price as to Zayu, but now, it was even 0.5% lower. He didn't feel like they shared any particular relationship. Though the price was out of his expectation, it was still off from what he had in mind since bargaining is part of doing business. I can see your sincerity, Yunan. But forgive my rudeness. To my knowledge, the price offered by Shengshi Group and Taishan Enterprise are much lower than this. And Yunan anticipated the other party would negotiate further, but when she heard those words, she almost wanted to insult back. I believe Mr. Yin also knows that my raw materials are supplied entirely by those two companies. I certainly have no intention to bite the hand that feeds me. Of course, and Yin knew all these. Not only did he come here intending to collaborate with Shi Yuan, but also wanted a share of the pie. Having control over the raw materials was undoubtedly the safest choice. How about this? We'll handle the raw materials ourselves, and your Shi Yuan will be responsible for processing. We'll pay you 0.5% of profit as the processing fee. What do you think? And Yin changed the mode of cooperation on impulse. And Yunan was almost amused to anger. She once said the same thing to Mon, but he insisted on giving her 50% of the profits. Now, this guy who claimed to be part of the family wasn't even willing to shell out 1%. It was absolutely despicable. That's not fair at all, brother. Aren't you acting like begging on the street for riches? The Yin family spends way more than that amount every year on charity, let alone that Yunan is our own family member. And Hao had quietly been playing the role of a decorative presence until now. His itching tongue could not resist anymore. And Yunan decided to send some good food to this righteous youth later. He completely matched her expectations, though compared to a beggar, it didn't matter at all. At this moment, and Yan's expression lost all its composure, casting a cold glare at his meddlesome younger cousin. And how? You have never stepped into the business world. If you don't understand, don't interrupt. And Hao picked up the warning in his words. Although he sometimes disapproved of his brother's style, he was still a bit afraid of his elder cousin since all his living expenses were covered by the Yin family. Chapter 55. And Yuan watched Hao shrink to the side like a quail and quickly shot him a glance of comfort, then continued with the discussion. This price, even if I agree, others in the company will not. Mr. N should reconsider. After grinding their lips for a while, they finally negotiated from 0.5% profit to 2%. Although Yuan was already very annoyed in her heart, although 2% is low, it's still profitable. However, she couldn't compromise here. She couldn't let the Yin family get used to overstepping. Mr. N, are you unable to be the main decision maker in your household? If so, perhaps we could discuss this another day. And Yin felt extremely irritable inside. Why was this woman so difficult to deal with? As members of the Yin family, can't you take a step back? Director N, making money isn't just about this method. Your people gain 20% profit without doing anything and are still unsatisfied. Let's talk business. Mr. N is certainly more skilled in commerce than me, said Yuan, losing her patience. 40% is my biggest concession. Please consider. This meant there would be no room for compromise, something Yin had never encountered before. Who on the market wouldn't give the Yin family face? This woman was blatantly challenging their in-group corporation. Then we'll talk next time, goodbye. Parting with the last shred of dignity. Phew, he's finally gone, and Yuan slumped into her chair, utterly exhausted. Nan, you're really something. You've got Big Brother's face all twisted. And Hao revived himself, obviously older but much more energetic, surely due to being spoiled at home. I wonder how he'll retaliate against me later. And Yuan's eyes drifted aimlessly, not thinking about anything. That won't happen. After all, you share the same surname. And Hao seemed rather optimistic. Meanwhile, the furious young master and was exploding in anger in his office, determined to find someone who could create a hot pot seasoning formula on his own. Ever since Yuan's hot pot base material business reached its peak, many have tried to mix their own base materials, and other styles of hot pot bases have emerged gradually, yet none match the quality of Shiwan-produced hot pot base. The Yin Group also encourages its chefs to do research and development, but currently the results are unsatisfactory, and everyone's confidence has been worn down gradually. Still, one person continues to work hard. That person is Sai-Chi. Upon learning Yuan's identity, she had been constantly fearful because she almost caused the death of that individual. Months passed nervously before she realized that this person had no intention of returning to the Yin household. Her anxiety lessened, but she did not dare make any rash moves anymore until that girl's Shiwan suddenly appeared. The wave of hot pot enthusiasm swept across, uniquely bypassing the Yin family. Her ambitions flared up again. If she could develop hot pot seasoning herself, she would no longer live in fear, and she could reap fame and fortune. After eating at Baiweilu hot pot dozens of times, and exhausting almost all her savings, she finally stir-fried a seasoning closely resembling the taste of Shiwan's. She restrained her excitement and carefully hid her achievement, waiting for the right moment. Coincidentally, Yin decided to select some highly skilled cooks from the Yin Group's restaurants to specialize in research and development. Sai-Chi originally didn't have the qualifications to participate, but she sneaked into the headquarters of Yin Group using the excuse of delivering ingredients. It seemed her relentless determination touched heaven itself, for she unexpectedly found an opportunity to sneak into Yan's office. Of course, she took good advantage of this opportunity. Did you make this yourself? Asked Yan after tasting the food cooked with the hot pot base brought by Sai-Chi. Yes, Director. Indeed, it was handmade by me. Sai-Chi looked very excited. To be honest, the flavor was slightly inferior to Shiwan's, but it was much better than what their group had produced themselves. After pondering for a bit, he decided this would suffice. Miss Sai-Chi, please quote your price. The company is willing to pay a high price for your recipe. This means they want to directly kick her out? Sai-Chi's expression slightly changed. It was ruthless, but unfortunately, she was still an employee under the Yin Group. Strictly speaking, according to the contract, this formula inherently belonged to the company. Now, she realized just how exploitative the Yin Group's contract was. Director Yin, as part of the company, this is my responsibility, said Sai-Chi tactically retreating. For employees who make significant contributions, our Yin Group is always generous, and Yin tapped on the table. As a reward, 5 million star coins will be transferred to your Lightbrain account along with your salary next month. Thank you very much, Director Yin. Sai-Chi's face displayed excitement, but inside she seethed. This amount was merely her yearly salary. No wonder Yuan refused to return. She regretted it now severely. Even selling it privately would earn more than this. Starting today, you will come to the headquarters for work, and Yin added, seemingly noticing her dissatisfaction beneath the surface. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Yin. After obtaining the recipe, Yin immediately sent people to prepare everything from raw materials to finished products in secret without making a big announcement. Firstly, it was because Grandpa's birthday was approaching, and he wanted to give him a surprise. Secondly, he also wanted to catch that girl off guard. And Yuan returned home earlier today and then told Qingzhou about what happened in the office, complaining for half a day. You're right to worry, and Yin will definitely not let this go. You need to be more careful recently. The man patted her head patiently after listening to her. Actually, I've had an idea for a long time, but I was afraid you'd think I'm foolish if I said it. And Yuan nestled in her boyfriend's arms, looking very conflicted. Is it related to the base material recipe? Qingzhou said without surprise. How did you know? And Yuan raised her head sharply, eyes wide open, completely astonished. Because I'm your man, a certain someone said smugly. And Yuan hit him with her delicate fist. Here we go again. Yes, this matter indeed. I thought a long time ago about making the method public, and Yuan watched his expression as she spoke. Seeing no change, she continued, so that everyone can keep innovating instead of just imitating. Your idea is excellent. Qingzhou didn't hide his admiration. I think you're a pioneer model in the catering industry, leading them forward step by step. Very remarkable. And Yuan's ears turned crimson. Not as exaggerated as you say, don't flatter me too much. No exaggeration, it's the truth. Qingzhou pinched her small earlobe, white with a pink flush. My girlfriend is exceptionally talented. And Yuan felt both ashamed and deeply moved inside. He agreed with her ideas and understood her heart. I actually wanted to tell Moan and Liao Shiji this, but they were discussing the split at that time, so I couldn't bring it up. They are just two guys full of copper stink and vulgar. How could they match our enlightenment? Qingzhou denigrated his friends ruthlessly to highlight himself. Exactly, we are so extraordinary. And Yuan also grew thick-skinned. So do you think how should I mention it to them? Don't worry, leave this to me. The man looked quite charming now. Baiweilu Hot Pot's reputation is already well known. Even if we make the recipe public, the impact won't be particularly significant. At most we'll earn a little less. If necessary, I can concede more profits to them. And Yuan felt a weight lifted off her chest. Having a boyfriend who understands her is comforting. Not allowed. Those two have already earned enough. We not asking for interest from them is already meaningful enough. Why rush to give them money? Qingzhou obviously forgot he was the boss behind Shengshi. In other words, that money went straight into his own pocket. Hearing this, and Yuan also realized how disadvantageous she had been. If she knew earlier, she would have heavily exploited those two companies. This matter was actually quite easy to resolve. Qingzhou found Moan and Liao Shiji, mentioned in Yuan's thoughts. Naturally, they had no objection since the recipe originally belonged to her, and they had already made a huge profit off it. Nanan must have had this idea for a long time. Moan feigned a mournful look. Seems like she didn't consider me a friend if she didn't say it back then. Chapter 56. Qingzhou, inspired by his girlfriend, gave a punch to the overdramatic flashy guy. My Yunnan is kind-hearted and didn't want to extinguish your enthusiasm for making money. Though this punch wasn't that heavy, it still made Mon wince. Ow, it really hurts. I noticed she seemed like she wanted to say something, but didn't at the time. Now I know why. I wholeheartedly approve. Brother-in-law, Sister Chung has done such a good deed, and I absolutely support her. Liao Shiji agreed even more. He didn't have any basis for opposition. But I suggest we put this matter on hold for now. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Recently, Yin has been very active. I think we should investigate further before taking action. Find out as soon as possible. Old Mr. N's birthday is next month. It may be related to the preparations for his birthday banquet. Mo's family had already received an invitation. I don't think so, said Liao Shiji who, of course, had also received the invitation long ago. It's probably related to Yunnan. The other day their cooperation negotiations broke down. I speculate they are working on developing their own secret formula, Qingzhou analyzed. And they might have succeeded already. Well, that would be interesting then. Mon and the others looked on with anticipation in their eyes. I still don't feel comfortable showing up at An Hong's birthday banquet. You two must help me look after Yunnan carefully. There will definitely be all sorts of people there. You need to keep a close eye on what's happening around her. Qingzhou reminded them earnestly. Relax, little Zhou. Leave it to me, promised the blonde man. By the way, how's the situation on your end? When will you be able to make an appearance? This disruption has already exposed their tails. It won't take long. A few days later, and Yunnan also received an invitation from the Yin family, requiring her to attend old Mr. and Hong's 90th birthday celebration. Originally, she thought they wouldn't invite her anymore, and she was quite relieved because all she needed to do was send some congratulatory gifts. To her surprise, the invitation came anyway. In the star system, turning 90 is still considered to be in one's prime, so there's no need to make a big deal about it. But the Yin family isn't ordinary. The Tingguan Hotel of the Yin family was originally opulent, and this time, with preparation starting early to celebrate the authority figure of incorporation, everything had been meticulously organized. On the day of the birthday, the entire Yin family was mobilized. Apart from An Hong resting in his room upstairs, the rest were downstairs greeting guests. This time, those invited were all prominent upper-class individuals, figures of immense importance in both the political and business sectors. The ones receiving these VIPs naturally belonged to the main line of the Yin family. Not the slightest mistake could be tolerated, signaling the significant power and background of the Yin family. This time, An Yunnan dressed quite plain and conservative, going alone. Qingzhou personally drove her near Tingguan Hotel, only leaving after seeing her enter. As he left, he seemed to see someone familiar, a person who, under no circumstances, should be in the capital star. And Yunnan arrived neither too early nor too late. After entering, the Yin family didn't greet her, so she decided to find a corner with fewer people to pass the time. Mr. Yin, nice to meet you, greeted a middle-aged man. Mr. Xia, honored to meet you, and Yunnan responded. Having a large business meant she had many partners she had worked with, and several familiar executives came over to chat. Mr. Yin, there you are? I've been looking everywhere for you. Suddenly, Liao Shiji appeared from somewhere. Mr. Liao, I just arrived moments ago, and Yunnan sighed in relief. Dealing with these seasoned businessmen truly tired her out. Luckily, Liao Shiji arrived just in time to save her. Seeing the CEO of Shengshi Group coming over, none of them missed the opportunity and began engaging Liao Shiji in conversation. and Yunan was delighted to stand back and observe them smiling gently. In just a few minutes, she saw her vice president coming, which prompted Liao Shiji to conveniently excuse the group. Ms. Dai, were you two here together? And Yunan noticed that their outfits seemed coordinated. It was me who insistently invited Ms. Dai to be my date. Liao Shiji answered first. I was just asking casually. That's Ms. Dai's private matter, and I don't mean anything by it. And Yunan felt somewhat exasperated. She hadn't criticized them yet, but whether Mr. Liao has other meanings, I am not sure. Upon hearing Yunan's veiled remarks, Dai Guogua flushed slightly and quickly changed the subject. Yunan, let's go over there. There's a small art exhibition nearby. Yunan, you're here? Why didn't you come find me? And Hao, having spotted her, immediately snuck away from his father. Today, shouldn't everyone be busy? I don't want to trouble you. And Yunan stopped and replied. That's true. Since you're not an outsider, my dad has kept me glued to his side all day. It's been unbearable. Let's wander around together. Hearing his words, everyone internally scoffed at him, because they feared he'd cause trouble. With that mouth of his uncontrolled, they knew it was only a matter of time before he offended many important guests present today. And Zayu, seeing his troublemaking young son slip away, was somewhat anxious, but when he noticed him mingling with that girl, he felt relieved, noticing someone was keeping an eye on him. The atmosphere outside was lively in stark contrast to the elegant tranquility inside the art hall, where conversations were kept low, and Yunan and the others rather enjoyed it there, having appreciated the paintings without intending to go out again. They sat by a window to pass the time. Yunan, are you busy lately? And Hao had surprisingly been patient enough to keep their company. Not really. What's up? Do you want to come over for a free meal? And Yunan teased. Of course not. But if you were to cook personally, I wouldn't mind a free meal either. His shameless grin persisted before turning serious. But what I actually wanted to say isn't about that. And Hao set aside his playful tone, looking dead serious. After tasting your barbecue last time, I thought about opening my own place that specializes in barbecue. And Yunan was somewhat surprised. Could barbecue be so enchanting that it inspired this idler to have thoughts of starting a business? Are you serious about this? Or do you just want a convenient place for satisfying your cravings? Though his initiative was commendable, it was necessary to clarify his purpose first. Otherwise, without clear goals, he might easily give up halfway through. I am definitely serious. I believe establishments like hot pot restaurants or barbecue joints are quite rare in the star system, so competition would be minimal. Moreover, the taste is very unique and delicious. I've pondered this for a while now, and that's why I've decided to discuss it with you. And Hao said earnestly, a bright gleam lighting up his eyes, making him seem more mature than usual. And Yunan always hoped to diversify interstellar cuisine, so she naturally supported this motivated youth. Do your father and brother know about this? Do they support you? I mentioned it to my brother, and he encouraged me. And Hao scratched his head sheepishly. But I haven't told Dad yet. Could you? Yunan, help me convince him? He admires you a lot. He grinned ingratiatingly. Do it yourself, and Yunan replied dismissively. Come back after you've settled things with him. Although she had become friends with Hao and Zhua, her relationship with her nominal second uncle was still lukewarm. Though Zayu treated her kindly without forcing her into anything, his gaze always contained a trace of calculation behind it. Oh, all right, I'll talk to Dad soon. Just wait for me. And Hao hung his head dejectedly, looking pitifully wistful. For goodness sake, haven't you already grown up? And Yunan rolled her eyes skyward and gritted her teeth, muttering, You're 2 years older than me. Don't let those nobles around here stare at us. Mr. N, someone is approaching. Dai Guogua had stayed quiet until now when she noticed someone heading toward them. The two immediately composed their expressions. Sis, what brings you here? And Hao asked. It was a man who had arrived. Today, all the young ladies attending the banquet were under her charge, as she was the sole female in the Yin family. Afraid she couldn't handle everything alone, 2 junior branches accompanied her. And Yunan, you've come. This time her tone was slightly warmer. Come with me. And Hao, you should do something useful and go help Uncle Tu greet the guests. Ever since childhood, and Hao disliked this arrogant sister. Even though he was the youngest of the family, the entire family favored this elder sister 3 years his senior. Chapter 57. My father doesn't need my help at all. I'll just take care of you, Nan, since it's her first time here. Sister, you go ahead with your business. And Man did not like anyone contradicting her ideas, but today she could not lose her temper no matter what. A bit of her brow furrowed, showing a hint of anger. Big brother Hao, just listen to elder sister Man, said a girl beside her with rather ordinary looks. Miss Yunan would gladly accept the invitation. And Hao, we will catch up later, said Yunan, who didn't want to get involved and certainly did not want these two to have a conflict in front of her. And Man retracted her gaze and told her coldly, just follow. And Yunan sent Dai Guogua to find Liao Shiji and followed these few ladies outside. Along the way, those 2 girls from the minor branches stayed close to the young miss and chatting occasionally without being overly noisy. Man, let's visit the Water Sky Interstellar Tower tomorrow. There are new limited editions. Yes, let's go together tomorrow. The young misses surrounding them talked about jewelry and clothing for half an hour. And Yunan felt out of place. It was not that she wasn't interested, but she really had no idea what they were discussing. Director N, I am delighted to meet you. A miss with striking features approached her side. My name is AI Lin. Manager AI from AI May Group. Pleased to meet you. Responded in Yunan after hugging her. This impressive lady was from the lowest profile family among the 5 great families, the AI Fan family, where she was highly regarded. The previous collaboration was supposed to be discussed in person with Director N, but matters got delayed. Now finally meeting you today, I no longer have to yearn constantly, exclaimed AI Lin. And Yunin didn't expect her charm to be so big, yet the two of them instantly hit it off. Manager AI Lin, if you want to see me again, you should just come to Yuan restaurant. Don't keep missing me too much, otherwise, you might end up longing. Haha. The two couldn't help laughing aloud. Being the most capable women on the business field, naturally, the two had countless common topics. It seems we can appear together at future banquets, AI Lin remarked. I think it's also a good idea, and Yunin said, brushing away her earlier gloominess and cheerfully letting her boyfriend's position slip into someone else's hands. Manager AI, Yunan, what are you lovely ladies talking about? Are you planning to dominate the business world? Mon made his shining entrance again, barely managing to break free from a group of people trying to connect relations, and hurried over to check on his buddy's situation. You're flattering us too much, young Master Mo. AI Lin responded politely. If others heard you say this, they'd be increasing hatred against us too, and Yunin casually said. We haven't offended you, have we? Yes, it's my mistake. My words were thoughtless. Allow me to sincerely apologize. Mon raised his white flag and earnestly apologized. At such occasions, it was all about expanding one's network. The boss of Yuan restaurant, the miss of the AI fan family, and the young master of Tai Nua family were all present here. Such a great opportunity shouldn't be missed, thus more people joined the conversation gradually. And Man had a shadow of melancholy beneath her eyes. Originally, she letting Yunin follow her to keep an eye on her and prevent her from meeting the old man. However, seeing how smoothly she was blending in with that group now filled her heart with even more resentment. You two, go call Yunin over. The two girls by her side had been quietly keeping themselves low-key upon noticing her expression, not wanting to offend either side when they suddenly heard young Miss N's words. Both exchanged uneasy glances, reluctant deep down. Sister Man, I think we should walk over ourselves, cautiously suggested Intong, the relatively ordinary-looking girl. Yes, Sister Man, as the host, it's quite normal for you to go over there and greet them. Another girl, and Rome, quickly added, figuring that meeting more noble young masters wouldn't be bad. These two made some sense, and Man adjusted her skirt hem and walked proudly toward them. Dear guests, I apologize for any lack of hospitality. Her words sounded elegant, but paired with her haughty tone, they seemed somewhat incongruous. Still, all present were already familiar with this young lady's character. Plus the Yin family did indeed possess such capital right now. They all expressed gratitude and humility accordingly. With the addition of the young miss of the Yin family, the topic inevitably revolved around this pampered young lady. Her vanity satisfied, and Man glanced unintentionally at Yunan, only to see her and AI Lin whispering softly about something. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and Man, is that you? What are you chatting about with everyone? Everyone turned back and saw it was Bai Mila, Mississippi. She was truly a princess-level figure, wearing a white long gown with deep-set features and snow-white skin, looking extremely noble. Miss Bai Mila, you have arrived. The young masters all brought out their most elegant and gentlemanly sides. Today is Grandpa N's birthday. How could I miss it? Dad and my brother are also here. The princess seemed especially approachable. And Man, Grandpa N is chatting with my dad, and it's so boring for me. Can you bring me along? At this moment, Miss N still maintained her smile on the surface, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, and the curve at the corner of her mouth was a bit stiff. She really disliked this future elder sister-in-law, but she had to pretend to be courteous. Of course, I failed to greet Uncle Baiwei earlier. Please convey my apology. It's rare to see Miss N lowering herself like this. AI Lin whispered softly into Yunan's ear. Yeah, seeing her being outdone feels great. Mon said on the other side of her, silently adding in his mind that neither of them were good people. These two were truly watching a drama unfold. Well, seeing a man squirm certainly felt satisfying. Mon, you're here too. That Miss Bai Mila suddenly turned her gaze toward this side. Can't I be here? Mon counter-questioned, an implicit sense of hostility showing. The others weren't overly surprised, as this uniquely dressed young master always acted so carefree. His words might even be to draw attention from the other side. However, Yunan knew that Mon genuinely harbored emotions towards that young lady. Could there be some dramatic love triangle involved? The gossip factor in her heart stirred restlessly. Miss Bai Mila looked innocently, not even having the chance to say something when Mon turned around and left. Everyone consoled her and harshly criticized the one at fault. And Yunan and AI Lin quietly withdrew from the crowd, and when they found Mon, he was complaining furiously to Liao Shiji about something. Why does it look like the previous young lady did something unforgivable to you? She has nothing to do with me. Mon was deeply troubled inside. This was for the sake of standing up for his buddy, right? He opened his mouth, then closed it again, silently thinking, she didn't wrong me, but she betrayed your man. I hope you can still remain so relaxed when you discover the truth in the future. Missin, since you're out, we were debating whether we should go in and find you. Liao Shiji quickly changed the subject, fearing accidentally unmasking his boss's secret. That's right. Both AI Lin and I found it unbearably dull, said Yunan. Looking at the powerful woman in the suit who affectionately put her arm around Yunan's shoulder, Liao Shiji couldn't help but feel worried for his own boss. Manager AI Lin wasn't known to favor the same gender, so she wouldn't possibly become someone else's rival, would she? Do you gentlemen and ladies mind if I join? A voice interrupted their jesting abruptly. Mr. Boer-san, and also General Lin, we were just planning to visit later, didn't expect to encounter you here. It's quite impolite of us. Liao Shiji stepped forward as the spokesperson. They politely greeted each one by one. At this point, Yin was treating Yunan no differently than anyone else. behaving entirely respectfully, as if there had never been any conflict between them. Director, our last meeting was at the opening of Byway Tower. It's amazing how much your business has expanded in such a short time. Truly admirable, Boer's son casually commented. Chapter 58. It's all thanks to my friends. I just contributed a little bit, and Yunnan wanted to minimize her presence as much as possible. Oh, it seems President and General Liao and Moan have quite a good relationship. Boer's son continued his casual chat. It seemed that this woman was indeed capable, with great relations with the three families, plus her identity in the Yin family. She could be a great help. Mr. Boer's son, why don't you go deal with your circle of people? Coming here won't prevent you from getting a full body of greed. Moan rudely interrupted him. Seeing this person annoyed him, and now he was even thinking of courting his sister-in-law. Mr. Moan, please mind your words. And Yin warned the blonde man unhappily. At least this is at the Yin residence. It's fine. We've known each other for over 30 years, and he's always been like this. Boer's son spoke on behalf of Moan voluntarily. This made Yun even more curious. Moan appeared to have animosity towards both the brother and sister. Since they'd known each other so long, perhaps Qingzhou also knew this brother-sister duo. Should she ask about it when she got back? Or not? Upon reflection, she thought it was probably inappropriate to pry into others' private affairs. Yunnan, I have something I'd like to talk to you privately about. And Yin realized Boer's son intended to flirt with this girl. With so many people present, it obviously wasn't appropriate. Mr. Yin, the setting today might not be suitable. There are so many guests who need your care. Let's discuss after today. And Yunnan didn't know why he would want to find her now. President Yin, if it's about collaboration, then discussing it here isn't a problem, Liao Shiji interjected. The future mistress must be kept watchful. After all, everyone present is family. President Liao, it's better if we let them, as siblings, have their own conversation without us being involved. Boer's son's sharp eyes flashed a cold glint. The Shengshi group had never given them face. We'll see how they settle things. What I have to say is indeed some family matters, and Yan's meaning was very clear. Now there was no longer any reason for others to interfere. However, Moan wrapped an arm around Boer's son's shoulder when leaving. We haven't had a proper chat for a while. Since you're free, let's catch up. Saying so, he forcibly led the man out. Both were slim builds, neither gaining the upper hand easily. But Liao Shiji, noticing the situation, walked over with Dai Guagua and nonchalantly pushed slightly, allowing Moan to smoothly lead the person out the door. Yunnan, I'll wait for you over there. Come find me once you're done chatting. Irene gave a hint despite having only known these people for a short time. Sure, Irene, we'll continue later. And Yunnan understood immediately. And Yin felt a chest-tightening sensation watching from the side. He initially planned to create an opportunity for someone, but now the main character left. He certainly didn't want to stay with this annoying girl. Yunnan, today is Grandpa's birthday at least. Let me take you to see him first. Enduring his inner discomfort, he casually started a conversation. Today's the old man's birthday. I'm afraid I might spoil his fun if he sees me, especially since I don't know why my father was disowned by the Yin family. If it reminds him of unpleasant matters, that wouldn't be good. And Yunnan refused tactfully, using this opportunity to probe for information, trying to fish out something. And Yin knew the stubborn girl definitely didn't want to see grandfather, hence why she deliberately asked. Her response caused him no surprise, brushing it off casually. It's been such a long time, perhaps grandpa has already moved past it. But if you don't want to go now, that's fine. Thus, the conversation ended fruitlessly without much substance. Over there, Moan forcibly pulled Boer's son out and stuck by his side, preventing him from finding in Yunnan. Of course, he fully understood what Secretary General's son had in mind. Nothing more than trying to woo you, and so she could become his next money bag. That calculation couldn't have been worse, and Moan had absolutely no intention of letting him succeed. Moan, although we've been decades-old friends, my patience does have its limits. Boer's son was finally forced to show signs of anger on his face. I enjoy seeing you like this right now, Moan taunted. I know what you're planning. As long as I'm here, you won't get away with it. If you like that woman, Boer's son questioned why he protected in Yunnan. We can fairly compete. I give you this chance. I don't like her, but I enjoy going against you. Moan quickly denied. This, if found out by someone, would not merely end in a fistfight. Boer's son seethed. Just for someone who's dead, I know you were close to him, but wasn't I the same? Shut up, I don't want to hear your excuses. Moan cut him off, turning black-faced. That was it. Boer's son completely lost his patience. Do as you wish. He originally didn't want to make the relationship so strained, but since he had already been so humble, and Moan still dared to be so aggressive, this was unprecedented for him as the esteemed deputy commander of Shanyo. Seeing Yin was approaching, Moan deemed there was no longer any need to keep playing around with Boer's son, gave him a disdainful glare, and turned away. The penthouse of Guanting Hotel was where the Yin family reserved their own private room. At this moment, the host of the banquet, and Hong, was receiving Secretary General Bai Weite and General Frenard. Brother and Hong, I was really careless this time, making you bear such losses. The tone of Secretary General Bai Wei was filled with great self-reproach. The failure of this plan not only wiped out all previous investments, but also forced them to sign many unfavorable treaties. There would also be a large compensation in star coins which still needed continuous support from the Yin family. Please don't say that. Winning and losing are common matters. Secretary General, you mustn't get discouraged, and Hong said with a smile on his face as if he did not care about the losses. However, how could the old man not feel deep inside? 100 years of the Yin family's accumulation, 1/5 just like that thrown away, but there was nothing else they could do. Since they stepped onto this boat, there was no way back. they could only move forward. This is entirely due to my negligence, failing to prevent young Wu Chao. It won't happen again. Please rest assured, Mr. In Hong. General Frenard took all the blame upon himself. General, you speak too much. Who doesn't know your hard work and achievements? Compared to what you've done, I fall far behind. Against the big figures of both the political and military circles, and Hong now could only be seen as the junior member. It's good that we've spoken plainly. Only then can our cooperation become more intimate. Bai Weite recovered his bearing as an authority figure. Next, we still require both of you to continue to collaborate closely. Only then will we be able to achieve our goal earlier. I remember recently a younger generation member of the Yin family seemed quite competent, having close relationships with several other major families. To be able to cultivate such talent, young brother In Hong, we have indeed not misjudged you. It's merely childish play, don't take it seriously. Of course In Hong knew who the other party referred to, and Yunin certainly wasn't someone to underestimate. It looked like it was time to let her come back. You needn't be modest. Having such an outstanding junior member will surely gain strength akin to tigers growing wings. Naturally, Bai Weite was aware of the conflict between the boss of Shi Yuan and the Yin family. Speaking this way was to remind him not to waste such a good chess piece. In that case, I won't decline anymore. Kids don't understand so much, so I'll decide for her. And Hong had long considered Shi Yuan as part of his family business. As for the secretive discussions here, naturally the others were unaware. But in Yunnan felt an inexplicable chill, making her neck hair stand up. With only half an hour left until the official start of the banquet, everyone gradually began gathering towards the reception hall. Irene originally intended to lead her to sit at their table, but Moan urged his father, personally inviting In Yun to join their side, promising solemnly to someone else to stay by her side every step of the way. Mr. In, my son often receives your kind care and hasn't had the chance to chat properly with you. Let's take this opportunity to sit together today. The head of the Tai Nu family spoke up, and Yunnan naturally couldn't refuse. In that case, thank you, Mr. Tai Nu. Since you're a good friend of Moan, you may call me uncle. Moan beside her covered his face. This old man was truly something. Before, he didn't care much for anyone, but now he hurried to establish relations. Chapter 59. At banquets like this, seating arrangements are extremely important. One's identity, status, and power all play a role in deciding their seat. Although In Yunnan is a newcomer, her close ties with other families ensure that no one objects to her sitting at the table of the 5 major families, as she is part of the Yin family. Naturally, the main table hosts In Hong and the bigwigs from military and political sectors, while other members of the Yin family are distributed among various other high-status tables. In Yunnan's table mainly consists of a few key figures from the Tai Nua family, along with some officials from military and political circles. And Man, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, accompanies them. She switched places with Nzua herself because she needed to keep an eye on someone across the table today, preventing that person from returning to the Yin household. Xiao Nan Nan. After it, Ins Cheng Zhou will be waiting for you at the entrance. Mon whispers quietly. He also entrusted me to keep an eye on you. No drinking, no eating indiscriminately, and go home immediately after the banquet. A wave of sweetness washes over in Yunnan's heart, causing her face to instinctively take on a gentle smile. TSK. You two really are ridiculous. Can't you leave me alone? As she says this, she shows a look filled with grievances. The person isn't even around. Yet please control yourselves a little. You could find someone yourself too, then flaunt it in front of us every day. I wouldn't mind at all. And Yunnan retorts. While these two were chatting happily, the sight of it irked certain individuals, such as Burson. He was unintentionally drawn to her exceptionally bright smile earlier, but upon realizing it was directed at Mon, jealousy and anger began brewing uncontrollably inside him. And then there's a man across the dining table, whose jealousy had doubled. Everyone seemed to be charmed by this girl. First Liao Shijie from Shengshi, then Mon from Tai Nua family, followed by that mysterious man from Primal Park. Then came her 2 incompetent cousins, and now even Ifan's woman fell under her spell. Yet these very people have substantial backgrounds and strength, making the situation more infuriating. Another person looked somewhat amused. This person was General Wu Chao. A while ago, he disrupted the plans of the secretary's party, so the higher-ups reassigned him away from the Border Star back to Shangyong Star. On the surface, this seems like a signal of entrusting him with a significant mission, but in reality, it's about keeping a close watch on him. Although his rank hasn't changed, his actual power has been significantly weakened. Initially, he wasn't invited to this banquet, but being bored in Shangyong, plus hearing that the Barrack family would all be present, he decided to join the fray anyway, following General Frelnard inside. Of course, he knew about Mon, good friend and childhood companion of that person. The woman beside him was rumored to be a rising star among powerful women, and her background seemed rather complicated. This must be Miss In Yunnan. Mon, care to introduce me? Wu Chao sat next to them despite not originally being seated there. The blonde man saw his seat taken, though he didn't know this general well. He was aware that this individual recently did Chengzhou a great favor, so rudeness wasn't an option. General Wu Chao, what brings you here? I'm specifically here to chat with you too. This general was direct. Missin, pleased to meet you. I am Wu Chao. Perhaps we could become friends. And Yunnan naturally heard Mon's reference to him. This general certainly possessed unique traits typical of soldiers, although his demeanor suggested a carefree and casual air. General Wu, pleased to meet you. Suddenly, she recalled their first meeting where Chengzhou carried a somewhat deadly aura, quite similar to soldiers, yet there was more nobility to his bearing. So, until now, she assumed he was a fallen aristocrat's son. However, seeing this general today sparked a small curiosity about Cheng Zhou's origins. Yunnan, what are you thinking about? Seeing her constantly staring at the man next to her, Mon grew uneasy. How could she possibly be fixated on another man for so long? What would happen if the jealous type found out? My apologies, General Wu. My behavior was inappropriate. Realizing her mistake, and Yunnan quickly apologized. I was just reminiscing about a friend. Looks like your friend must be pretty much like me, or they wouldn't make you lose focus, Wu Chao picked up sharply. Yes, there are some aspects of him that resemble you, and Yunnan acknowledged with a nod. Seeing things weren't going well, Mon interjected before anyone slipped further. Although he often teased and waited for entertainment, he knew that absolutely shouldn't happen now. General Wu Chao, you haven't spent much time in Shangyong, right? If you're free, come find me, and I'll show you around properly. All right, I'll accept your offer, and see you tomorrow. The general intended to get closer, hoping for a chance to meet that person. No problem, I'll take care of everything. Eating, drinking, and playing. As long as it didn't delve too deep into probing, that's fine. I really want to have a meal at Byway Tower, but it seems the reservation is already booked 2 months ahead, Wu Chao said with feigned regret. Since the owner of Byway Tower is here, I wonder if I could shamelessly cut in line. And Yunnan's lips twitched. This major general sure spoke directly without even dressing up the word cutting in. Of course you can. We are always ready to welcome you, General. Mon continued to interject. I'll take care of this. I'm familiar with Byway Tower. Let me bring you there tomorrow. And Yunnan didn't have any objection. She actually appreciated someone helping her out as she wasn't particularly skilled at dealing with people like him. Wu Chao vaguely sensed that Mon seemed to deliberately block his interaction with Miss N, yet he also assumed that it might be because Mon fancied Miss N and therefore didn't want them too close. When the time reached exactly on point, all the guests had arrived, and Hong stood up and gave some polite remarks, thanking everyone for coming to celebrate his birthday despite their busy schedules. There was a harmonious atmosphere. After finishing his speech, other members of the Yin family stood up one by one to express their wishes and birthday blessings. And Yunnan remained seated on her chair, and Man casually glanced at her, feeling satisfied in her heart, since such an impolite act would certainly ensure Yunnan wouldn't be welcomed back home by Grandpa. And Hong sat in the main position, smiling benevolently. To outsiders, it looked like a happy family gathering. The Bertweet father and son did notice the subtleties, but both acted as if they knew nothing. Then, more guests came forward to wish Hong a long life. At a certain moment, and Hong's eyes slightly scanned afar, and Yin nodded and headed towards that direction. Yunnan, just now we should have congratulated Grandpa together. It's my fault for not reminding you earlier. But it doesn't matter. I'll take you now so you can personally wish Grandpa with some kind words. And Yin said this in front of everyone at the table. And Yunnan's brain buzzed with confusion. Since her identity was revealed, Grandpa hadn't met her once. Suddenly, asking her to toast to him now truly baffled her, though she couldn't refuse given the situation. All right, I'll go with you. Grandpa, happy birthday. I wish you good health and everlasting happiness. And Yunnan found it hard to see him as her real grandpa. First because she wasn't the original host, and secondly, she didn't feel fondness towards this patriarch of the Yin family, so she treated him merely as a regular elder. Good. Thank you, Yunnan. I know there's still something unresolved in your heart. It's fine. Grandpa won't blame you. And Hong smiled kindly at her. You don't need to move over. Stay right where you are. And Yin understood well enough and willingly vacated his seat. Now, and Yunnan felt genuinely suffocated. She could only put up a modest smile toward Hong and sat down again reluctantly at the table. Mr. N, today the chefs invited by your family truly displayed their exceptional skills. Why not give it a try? Burton happened to sit beside her. Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. N is indeed proficient in cooking, but trying others' culinary techniques isn't that more inspiring or revealing about one's own inadequacies? Burton took the initiative to discuss something Yunnan was familiar with, and Yunnan found herself able to chat somewhat freely with him, but sitting there all along made her uncomfortable. And looking at Bermilla beside, acting haughty, made her tired just watching. Far away, and Man burned with anger inside. How dare that stinking girl sit at Grandpa's table? Not even she had the privilege. What justified that girl sitting there? Chapter 60. Since everyone is here today, I would like to take the opportunity to announce some good news. And Hong stood up with a glowing face after receiving everyone's toast. Our family's eldest grandson, and Yin, is about to become engaged to Bermilla. We will invite all of you to bear witness to the occasion. And Yuan put down half of her anxiety. At least it didn't have anything to do with her. And Yin had an epiphany internally. Why did the old master decide to make this public announcement today? He had clearly mentioned earlier that they should not rush into deepening relations with them yet. Could it be Secretary General spoke privately with the old man earlier? Despite this realization, he kept his radiant smile on his face, accepting well wishes and banter from everyone alongside Bermilla. When he glanced towards Berward, everything became clear. It could only be him who fulfilled the marital relationship between the Yin family and theirs. After all, Burson's marriage must certainly be within political or military circles. Realizing this, his heart sank further. The conversation now smoothly transitioned onto the youths present, which turned into a perfect opportunity for matchmaking discussions as everyone began inquiring about eligible prospects among those attending. Mr. N, I truly believe your family has a knack for cultivating talent. Look how every one of your grandsons is an outstanding individual. That's true. Mr. N, others might be happy if they have just one shining star in their family, but yours is far superior to others. And Hong naturally basked in the multiple praises showered upon him. Everyone wanted to somehow get closer to the Yin family. Though forming in-laws might be unlikely, who knows what opportunities may arise. Mr. Yin, given such an excellent granddaughter like yourself, what kind of qualities are you seeking in a suitable partner for her? Suddenly, the conversation steered toward Yuan since her current seating position was too conspicuous. In fact, everyone here who wanted to connect relations had this question on their mind. That director Yin, known as a golden money-making charm, was quite desirable indeed. But it seemed inappropriate to ask outright. So having Secretary General Berwert bring up the matter was more tactful. After all, they were official in-laws now. Naturally, I seek an excellent, capable match for her. In Hong replied with affection while looking at Yuan. But the girl is still young, so we're in no hurry. She'll look slowly. If you know any exceptional young men, Brother Berwert, please feel free to recommend them to me. And Yuan almost exploded with anger. What nonsense was this? Hadn't she been consulted? Besides, she already had a boyfriend and certainly didn't need that old man's concern. Grandfatherin, as you say, I'm still young. If there are fitting talents, wouldn't it be better to consider Miss and Man first? This response was already extremely polite and indirect. And Yuan exercised tremendous self-restraint because she understood that in such situations, overstepping was ill-advised. However, she knew if she didn't express her stance clearly, the Yin family might act foolishly in the future. Everyone present fully understood the situation concerning this late-emerged granddaughter of the Yin family. Seeing her reluctance to accept Hong's well-meaning proposal, most people found themselves pleased. After all, collaborations would become smoother if she remained outside the family fold, knowing very well that partnering with the Yin family wasn't exactly advantageous. All right then, everything will go as you wish, and Hong maintained his appearance of doting grandfather. However, you should pack up your things soon. In a few days, I'll send Yin to pick you up. It doesn't seem safe for someone your age living alone. Seeing the unwavering resolution in his eyes and the non-negotiable tone in his voice, and Yuan bit her tongue. Her frustration intensified internally as she thought to herself, going back? We'll see about that. She was entirely disengaged for the rest of the banquet. By the time it was closing, she bid farewell to Mon and prepared to return. All she wanted right now was to see him. Hardly taking a couple of steps, someone forcefully grabbed her wrist. You're quite something, aren't you? Didn't you vow never to return to the Yin family? And Man yelled furiously, already agitated, and Yuan lost more of her patience. Missin, if you're truly competent, go find your grandfather instead of throwing your weight around here. Then, pulling her hand back, she added mockingly, oh, by the way, kindly tell your brother that I have a grand gift for him. No need to thank me too much. Stepping outside, she headed straight to where she had been that morning when suddenly another call stopped her. Missin. Forcing patience, she turned around to find Zhang Lei, much to her surprise. I'm here on behalf of my grandfather, Zhang Lei explained. Grandpa isn't really fond of the Yin family, but he feared that not showing up might affect Baidu Tower, so he sent me to go through the motions. And Yuan nodded. Initially, she planned to meet Grandpa Jiang sometime, but the old man repeatedly avoided the meeting, leading to the matter being dropped. With today's mention, she once again thought about seeking him out. But currently, my thoughts are rather messy. Anyway, excuse me, I feel dizzy, so I will leave first. After saying her farewells, she headed towards the familiar aircraft. Once inside, she flung herself into the warm, solid embrace without a word. Chengzhou gently stroked her back without asking anything, switching the vehicle to autopilot mode and carrying her home in silence all the way. I hate the Yin family, said Yuan as she was carried all the way to the house and now nestled in her boyfriend's arms. The couple sat quietly on the sofa. Anything you'd like to tell me about what happened today? Chengzhou held her soft little hand, pinching it back and forth, and Yuan recounted everything that had transpired at the banquet. Do you think Grandpa is overstepping? He didn't care for decades about his own son, but now he's pushing hard to force me back. I don't believe he has good intentions. After spilling out all her frustrations, she immediately felt much better, her head rubbing against the man's chest. You mean he also tried setting you up with men? Chengzhou's tone suddenly shot up, wanting nothing more than to grab that old man and beat him up. Did you not say that you already have a boyfriend? His tone carried a tinge of jealousy. I wanted to mention it, but aren't you the one who doesn't want others to know your identity? And Yuan voiced her complaint here too, as there were still so many little secrets kept from her. Chengzhou suddenly became uneasy, cautiously lowering his gaze to check her expression, seeing that she wasn't particularly mad. There are some things I haven't told you, but before long I will reveal everything, alright? I trust you. It doesn't matter if you're not ready to tell. Just don't deceive me. And Yuan did not press any further. After all, who hasn't hidden some unspeakable matters? Hadn't she done the same by keeping so many secrets? After hearing this, Chengzhou's heart didn't settle at all. Wasn't the Shengshi Group incident a deception of sorts? His mind grew increasingly uneasy. By the way, we were talking about the Yin family. I always feel they're after my ability to make money, and Yuan steered the topic back. Am I being too narrow-minded? Do you think it's just because I have biases against the Yin family that I twisted their good intentions? No, I agree with your thinking. Chengzhou set aside his inner conflicts. As you said, they didn't even know you existed until you started showing promise. And only when they realized your abilities did they try to bring you back. With that logic, the Yin family appeared even more hypocritical and greedy. It seems like the Yin family is very eager for me to return. Normally, they should slowly win my favor and make me willing instead. It's because the Yin family recently lost a large sum of money and urgently needs to make up for this gap. You happen to be a cash cow. Chengzhou provided an explanation for her. That explains why they insisted despite knowing it would upset me. And Yuan did not question how he knew these details. Do you want to give the family a lesson? Cheng Zhou continued hugging her while playing with her. Do you have any good ideas? And Yuan's eyes sparkled. She definitely wanted the family to understand she was no easy target they could manipulate however they pleased. Didn't Liao Shiji find out that Yin is working on a new hot pot seasoning? I guess he's already succeeded and planned to announce it today. I thought he was still in the R&D phase. However, he did seem smugly satisfied looking at me today. Now that you mentioned it, that makes sense. Regardless of why he didn't disclose it today, we can release Yuan's base recipe formula publicly in the next few days. Cheng Zhou smirked wickedly. Chapter 61. Let's just say we're on the same wavelength. And Yuna's head rubbed against his chin. When I went out, I bumped into Man and told her something nasty. At that moment, I thought that after we publish the recipe, they'll be infuriated. If you look at your previous analysis, and family has already developed the recipe, if we announce Yuan's recipe before them, wouldn't they explode in anger? Her smug boyfriend squirmed around in her arms. Cheng Zhou held on to the restless person in his arms. You're right. This is a loss they will eat in silence. But at the same time, they will think this is your provocation against them, and they might retaliate against Yuan in the future. Would they? And Yuna felt that even though she hasn't returned to family, they still share some blood relations. In business dealings with family, she has let go of many benefits too. They shouldn't come after her. The man patted her head. If you cannot create value for them, then you are no different from a stranger. Moreover, we're about to cause family quite a bit of trouble, so they will surely consider you a rival in business. And Yuna thought it over carefully and agreed. The reason why they haven't acted against her before was because things were peaceful. Now that she would become their obstacle, she can no longer count on their mercy despite her partnership with Ziyu's family. But I've been thinking of revealing the recipe for a long time. Now that it's released, it's only because they kept making things difficult for me. Otherwise, I might have considered delaying it. Although she was somewhat worried inside, what needed to be done must still be done. After all, her earlier harsh words would otherwise turn into jokes, and family would consider her nothing more than a paper tiger. I'm telling you these things so you have a mental preparation, not to see you worrying. Cheng Zhou just wanted her to know the situation clearly. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Don't overthink it. I'm not worried at all. Doing business is never smooth sailing, and I've already prepared myself for setbacks. And Yuna listened to the strong heartbeat beside her ear, feeling calm. Without delay, the next day, the two of them invited Mon and Liao Shiji to discuss the matter of disclosing the recipe. I think this is simple. Just let Yuna record a video and release it on StarNet. The blonde man had been called early in the morning, his brain still somewhat foggy. Why don't we release a detailed video showing the production process of the factory under Yuan's name? Liao Shiji pushed up his glasses and suggested another option. Everyone agreed with this plan, and Cheng Zhou added, Yuna, 30 minutes before releasing the projection, preview it online. Mo's mind finally rebooted. Yes. Let everyone be prepared. Also, clarify that this decision is well thought out. Avoid any conspiracy theories. Decisions made. Everyone got to work. Mon obtained authorization and headed to the factory to prepare the video projections. Liao Shiji returned to Shengshi to prepare for coordination, while Yuna and Cheng Zhou also arrived at Yuan. The executives within the company were already briefed, so the events happening today wouldn't stir too much commotion internally. Miss, now is the most active period for StarNet users. We can start preparing. Dai Guoguo reminded the two. And Yuna posted an announcement through Yuan's official platform, and in less than a minute, her private starbrain started ringing non-stop. Ling ling ling. Is the information on StarNet true, Missin? Is there an internal issue within your company? Missin, are you really going to disclose the hot pot seasoning recipe? Missin, was your company's security system hacked? Can I help? Video calls came one after another, either directly or indirectly probing for the truth until 10 minutes later. Yuan's official website officially disclosed the detailed process of producing the hot pot base, including ingredient ratios, which finally settled the matter down. Phew, finally resolved, and Yuna sighed in relief. Now, I feel lighter. Cheng Zhou teased her. Missin, with this revelation, the business of 100 Flavors hot pot shop will definitely take a hit. Won't those factories end up idle? Aren't you heartbroken? It's okay. The business won't suffer too much anyway since 100 Flavors' reputation has already been established, and Yuna wasn't the least bit worried, even if earning less money. As for those factories, they will eventually be useful. As long as you're happy inside, that's all I care about. I don't want you to feel any discomfort. Cheng Zhou liked her broad-minded nature. At the group headquarters, Yin originally planned to publicly disclose family's latest R&D formula at the old master's birthday banquet, but had her plans interrupted by a sudden announcement of engagement. Early in the day, while attending a meeting with several managers, the assistant suddenly broke in to inform them about the message circulating on StarNet. A surge of anger shot to his head. That damn smelly girl. Was she deliberately opposing the group? Was she not afraid of losing 1,000 enemies and harming herself just as much? Wasn't she worried that Yuan's business would collapse from this? Actually, he was being narrow-minded. The real intention was originally about promoting culinary diversity, and it just so happened that they clashed. Moreover, even if the recipe was disclosed, many small-scale restaurants would still choose to cooperate with Yuan because the raw materials weren't something you could buy easily in the market. The group's latest launch plan had thus quietly failed, and Hong knew everything about the family's operations. He expected that the girl wouldn't behave obediently, but he didn't foresee her making such a huge loss for their family. Grandpa, I think that girl is basically showing off her defiance towards us, and Yin was called to the top floor office. That girl isn't on the same side as us anymore, and Hong still looked calm, not displaying any signs of anger. Should we give her a lesson? And Yan's mind was stirring with excitement. He couldn't wait to deal with that smelly girl. There's no need to specifically do anything. Focus on maximizing the value of Bai Wei building hot pot's recipe. And Hong wanted to completely monopolize this market, which would make Shi Yuan's survival more difficult. Since Yunnan made the recipe public, Shi Yuan's orders rapidly decreased, and many factories had already temporarily closed down, except for the 2 large contracts with Shengshi and Tainhua. The rest were just some scattered smaller orders. And the 2 large groups' orders resulted from a lot of help Mon and Liao Shiji gave at that time. So she only collected 20% profit. Now Shi Yuan's income reduced by half. Company employees became somewhat restless. Despite Dai Guoguo's efforts, there was no effect, so she had no choice but to report the situation to Yunnan. I invite all of you to carefully consider, how are Shi Yuan's net earnings now? Will any of you be eating northwest wind, a Chinese idiom implying poverty? I know you're concerned about your own interests, but I guarantee to each of you that the company's various benefits will be no worse than before, and working longer at Shi Yuan means richer salaries and better benefits. And Yunnan specially convened a meeting for the employees. I'll have Ms. Dai consolidate the commitments made in the meeting, and they'll be fulfilled one by one. Now everyone was completely reassured. To be honest, although Shi Yuan's profits had been cut by half, it was still very substantial. But the employees feared that their benefits and salaries would be discounted. With the director's assurance, they were relieved. Now the work was also much easier. Why not enjoy it? Ever since coming to Shangyong, you haven't rested properly, right? Now take this time to relax well. Don't worry or care about anything, okay? Cheng Zhou accompanied Yunnan for a walk in the garden. All right, I'll listen to you. In the past year or so, it indeed passed in a hurry. It's now time to change moods and think about what the future path might look like. By the way, I suddenly remember that Star Chef competition. There seemed to be some sort of continuation after that. Cheng Zhou smiled slightly. You've already obtained the final advanced certificate. What else is there? I remember you once said that after the Star Chef competition, there was an even tougher competition. Chapter 62. I said it before, and you remembered everything. Cheng Zhou sincerely rejoiced. After obtaining the advanced certificate through the Star Chef exam, you can continue to participate in the Star Chef evaluation without time limit. Is that the level of Master Chu and his peers? And Yuman asked. That must be so difficult. It is considered the top exam in the chef world. Therefore, there is no time limit. Some people spend their whole lives unable to pass this exam. Cheng Zhou held her hand. But I know you can. You shouldn't flatter me like this. After hearing this from you, I don't even plan on attending in the next few years. And Yuman was quite self-aware. Indeed, she still had a long way to go and could only focus on studying her culinary skills after completing a certain task. As the two were enjoying a relaxed day at home, the hot pot craze outside surged again, with intense competition gradually unfolding. However, Baiweilu Hot Pot Store remained universally recognized as the original hot pot shop in Kaituan, despite a drop in business, but still generating considerable profit. Yunnan, now that you've shared the recipe for the base ingredients, aren't you feeling rather idle? And Hao's video call disrupted their tranquil moment. Why don't we discuss something from before? Knew this guy wouldn't approach without a reason, and Yunnan, who had already formed an enmity with the Yin family, thus didn't wish to get involved in his business anymore. I will directly give you the secrets of barbecue making, and won't participate in any other part. No, this is my own undertaking, completely unrelated to the Yin family, and Hao knew he couldn't possibly manage everything alone. I thought about working with you since I could leverage the fame of Baiweilu as well. Truly worthy being from the Yin family, however pure they seem. Deep down they have the innate guile to hurt others. Nonetheless, he was relatively honest. And Yunnan responded frankly, you know my current situation. Collaborating with me might lead to dissatisfaction within the Yin family, so think it through. Don't worry, I've already considered the consequences. After all these years, I've finally found what I truly want to do, and I don't want to give up. And Hao's tone was resolute. Since this was the case, and Yunnan didn't feel any reason to refuse, she quickly regained her vigor after a brief rest. Compile the performance report of Baiweilu Hot Pot Store for the past 2 months and give it to me. Dai Guogua instructed her assistant. Have you heard? Mr. N seems to be considering eliminating stores with lower performance. I also heard about that. Do you think closing shops would lead to layoffs? Please no. Shiwan has such great benefits. Where else could one find a company with conditions this good if they're let go? In a short while, everyone tightened up significantly out of fear of making even the slightest mistake. Miss Dai, I really haven't underestimated your ability to inspire our employees so positively. And Yunnan teased while flipping through the reports. Dai Guogua internally added a remark. They were all afraid of being fired by you. If you knew that their motivation stems entirely from your single statement, I wonder whether you'd still feel so pleased. Mr. N Hao will come over this afternoon to discuss cooperation. Prepare accordingly. Understood, Mr. N. Dai Guogua seemed as if she had more to say. What is it? Is there anything uncomfortable to talk about? It's just that the hot pot shop cooperated by Shengshi Group has also been affected to some extent in terms of business. Should we notify them this time? Dai Guogua glanced cautiously at her expression, and Yunnan's smile disappeared immediately as she put down her work. Did Liao Shiji send you here? Her tone turned serious. No, Mr. N, you've misunderstood. Mr. Liao doesn't even know about this matter. Dai Guogua hurriedly explained. It's completely my suggestion. Wearing Miss Dai, it looks like Liao Shiji might harbor feelings for you, and judging by your reaction, you aren't indifferent to him either. And Yunnan's facial expression softened. I won't interfere in matters between you two, but I expect you not to mix public affairs with personal emotions. Ms. N, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Dai Guogua appeared full of shame. Wearing sister, love easily makes a person lose themselves. Your intention to help him is commendable, but using the wrong method will create rifts in your relationship, and Yunin continued her analysis. If he wants to cooperate with Shi Yuan, he should simply come himself. What he says versus what he conveys to you are fundamentally different in nature. You understand this, right? I see now. Recently, I have gotten too close to him, and I've become somewhat unfocused. From now on, I'll be mindful and control myself. Dai Guogua did not find it odd being lectured by someone nearly 20 years younger than herself. On the contrary, she was grateful that the other had timely alerted her. Thank you, Yunan. From your words, Liao Shiji hasn't formally declared his love to you yet. And Yunan started probing into gossip. No, Dai Guogua blushed slightly. Possibly, he feels that our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. Isn't he just incapable? This spontaneous comment from Yunan made the office silent for a few minutes. Cough. President, I'll go prepare the materials we'll need later, Dai Guogua said casually before leaving. The afternoon's cooperation went smoothly, and Hao put all his savings and the rewards he begged from his father and brother into leasing dozens of shops. Shi Yuan would only provide a team of chefs. After that, there wouldn't be further participation in management. At the same time, Yunan decided to convert some Shi Yuan hot pot stores into Beowulf barbecue stores, also as an effort to help Hao establish his brand. There's one more thing I need to make clear to you. I've given you the recipes and the chefs. Whether you want to do it alone or find someone else as a partner, I will not care. There might be new partners on my side later on, and at that point everyone will have to compete fairly. That Shengshi group and the Taino family's folks, and Hao didn't mind at all. What a fair competition, bring it on. He was exuding the arrogance typical of adolescence. And Yunan did not grant Hao the Beowulf brand name, hoping he could carve out his own piece of heaven and earth. The next collaborators were definitely going to include Mon and Liao Shiji. These few had collaborated many times already, and the two always steadfastly followed in Yunan's lead. Shengshi and Taishan's hot pot stores were already under severe threat, and now with Yunan transforming her hot pot stores into barbecue ones, who knew what kind of craze this would spark? As the Yin family was wildly expanding its hot pot store chain, Shi Yuan brought something fresh, barbecue, which everybody has tasted, but certainly not anything like Beowulf. This time, Shi Yuan did not do much advertising. They simply announced the latest opening time and location on StarNet, and casually mentioned the same barbecue stores co-branded by Hao, Shengshi Group, and Taishan Enterprises. No ceremony was held during the opening. They just opened the doors at the appointed time, and naturally, customers flooded in to try Beowulf level. I must say this kid and Hao is cunning, Mon observed while looking at each shop's revenue figures. Clearly, and Hao's Juesheng barbecue store performances matched closely with Beowulf's. What can you expect from such a shameless kid? Liao Shiji also wore an expression of helplessness, and Yunan chuckled, thinking that he indeed had talent. Although all stores opened simultaneously, and Hao not only placed barbecue grills right outside his shop, but also hired people to promote his roasted skewers on the street. Such tactics wouldn't come easy for them. Isn't this great? Everyone comes up with their unique moves. If you're stuck, why don't you attempt some innovation? President and really doesn't know how hard it is. Mon shook his head and felt one word summarized his feelings. Difficult. His eyes then darted mischievously. But if you're willing to lend me your young apprentice, I'd give you an extra 10% profit. In your dreams. And Yunan glared at him fiercely. Don't even think about involving Su Miao. Nanny Nan, at least we are such good friends. Can you let Su Miao help me? The blonde man flattered earnestly. If it's a private favor, I obviously can't control that. You should talk to her yourself. That little girl won't budge unless you agree first. Mon wore a face full of grievances. No wonder she's my excellent disciple. And Yunan gave her an approving nod in her heart. I warn you better not harbor any crooked ideas. Despite hearing no scandals related to him, his playboy looks were hard to fully trust. Chapter 63. Liao Shiji, on the other side, pushed up his glasses, a sharp glint flashing through his eyes. The future boss lady seemed overly protective, making things difficult. Recently, the culinary world had been rolling out new items one after another. First the hot pot shops, then the barbecue places. It was unclear what other surprises were yet to come. As a newcomer, Shi Yuan quickly secured its place in the catering industry. Although it was far from matching the strength of those heritage-rich families, there was no denying that it was a promising dark horse with a bright future. Shi Yuan had already shed its label as part of Shengshi subsidiary and become an independent enterprise. Despite its youth, no one dared to underestimate it. And Yunan felt a great sense of accomplishment recently, not because she had developed Shi Yuan to this scale, but because various hot pot shops had appeared on the market. It seemed that people had started learning how to innovate independently, which was a good sign. In light of such promising prospects, it was necessary to mention Yin family's current situation. Previously, Yin had led the Yin family to capture 30% of the hot pot market, still expanding continuously, bringing profit that had multiplied several times over. However, everyone's enthusiasm suddenly shifted to the new barbecue introduced by Shi Yuan. Though many people still liked hot pot, at this rate, Yin's family would be forced to close or transition many stores. And Yin sincerely thought that the brat in Yunan was born just to counter him. Before they could teach her a lesson, she was already miles ahead, and it felt like they were being toyed around by her. Grandfather, do you think we should continue expanding our store network? This conversation was taking place once again in the top floor office of Incorporation. And Hong gazed at the distant scenery outside the window, unfathomable. Why not? Be it hot pot shops or barbecue shops, why turn away money? That wench is clearly going head to head with us, and Yin said angrily. As long as we make a move, it won't be hard to hit such a small new company. And Hong turned his gaze toward his talented grandson. And Yin, where's your reason? I'm sorry, grandfather, I lost my composure. We haven't even seen all of that girl's abilities. But based on these 2 tricks she's shown so far, she has already impacted the entire catering industry. Let me see what else she has up her sleeve. I understand, grandfather. I will continue with what I planned earlier. Also, treat Burmala kindly, and don't let me remind you again. Recently, and Hong seemed somewhat disappointed in him. And Hong continued aggressively expanding An's business. Even though he didn't want to follow behind in Yunnan's footsteps, barbecue's allure was something no one could resist. As a result, barbecue restaurants sprang up like mushrooms after the rain throughout the galaxy. Each of them had their unique flavors, starting a positive competitive environment, much to Yunnan's satisfaction. She did not disclose the recipe this time because food has no set flavor. Especially for grilled skewers, the proportion of spices varied infinitely. Some preferred spiciness, others preferred cumin, while some favored a sweet spicy taste. Preferences differed greatly depending on the diner. As long as there was a unique feature, business couldn't possibly go wrong. And Yunnan was very busy lately, but also very happy. As soon as she was pleased, she decided to splash some cash. Sister Dai, everyone has worked hard recently. After work, let's all go eat barbecue together. Also, this month's bonus will be doubled. President and Manager Dai has gone to Shengshi Group. The junior assistant replied beside her. Oh, I almost forgot. Delegate the task to you then. And Yunnan remembered Liao Shiji asking her to send someone over to Shengshi the other day. Will President and join us? The junior assistant asked. I'll pass. Have fun, guys. She realized going along would make employees feel awkward, so she chose tactfully not to go. After work, Shi Yuan's employees joined the staff from Baiwei building rushing to the nearest Baiwei barbecue shop. As usual, and Yunnan headed home in Cheng Zhou's flying vehicle. It feels like it's been ages since I tasted your homemade cuisine. A man spoke, sounding somewhat like a disgruntled housewife. Haha, alright, my fault. Tomorrow, I won't leave the house. I'll properly reward my boyfriend. And Yunnan grinned mischievously at him. I'd love for you never to step out, spending every day by my side. Cheng Zhou smiled affectionately. That wouldn't work. Being too attached to each other might lead to fatigue quickly, thus reducing attraction. A little distance could enhance the bond. Cheng Zhou chuckled and teased her. We've only been dating for how long? Yet you're already tired of me. I can't seem to get enough. Could it be that my charm is less than yours? Exactly, that's precisely it. This celestial maiden's charm is boundless, far beyond ordinary humans' comprehension. And Yunnan, slightly thick-skinned, tossed off some literary phrases. Cheng Zhou gently pinched her cheeks. You used to blush furiously hearing sweet talk. How come now you've learned to tease me back? Isn't that because of you? There's no way to avoid it. This is what they call if you lie with dogs, you rise with fleas. Cheng Zhou felt like he was beyond saving. He liked her in every form, and it seemed as if he wanted to pinch her and hold her close. And Yunnan had already planned to take a day off, but early the next morning, she was forcibly awakened by the continuous ringing of her communication device. Daijia, I'm not going to the company today. If anything comes up, handle it first. After saying this, she tried to fall back asleep. President In, there's been an incident, Daiguo was said with great urgency. Yesterday's gathering resulted in several employees being hospitalized due to poisoning. Several customers from the store were also poisoned, and the matter is already spreading widely on Starnet. After hearing this, and Yunnan immediately sat up straight, wondering how such an event could have occurred. Are they out of danger? Fortunately, we always have antidotes stocked at the store, so everyone who was poisoned is fine. Alright, I'll be there right away. I'll meet you at the store. 10 minutes later, and Yunnan and Daiguo both arrived at the scene. President In, the Food Safety Bureau has already sealed this location. The cause of the poisoning is currently under investigation. Among those who attended yesterday's dinner, how many are affected? What did they eat? And how does it differ from others? And Yunnan asked while walking. 3 people were poisoned. They are waiting at home to cooperate with the investigation. Daiguo responded. Upon arrival at the store, all staff members were temporarily placed under supervision while the Food Safety Bureau staff checked each ingredient in the kitchen one by one. And Yunnan, the results of the investigation into this incident will be announced within 24 hours. All stores under Shi Yuan must undergo another inspection as required, said a man in work attire, sticking strictly to protocol. Alright, I'll ensure their cooperation with the inspections. Please let me know as soon as there is any update. After speaking, and Yunnan stepped aside, showing that she would not interfere with their work. President Un, I suspect foul play, Daiguo whispered in her ear. Otherwise, why would our over 100 other stores need to go through another quality check? And Yunnan maintained a calm exterior but had no leads in her mind. Let's go talk to the employees who suffered food poisoning and see what we can find out. Chapter 64. Mr. and Ms. Dai, that's how it happened. Yesterday's assistant, Xiao Yao, summarized the events. You mean everything was just like any other day yesterday? Daiguo couldn't believe it. Yes, Ms. Dai. In theory, even if a couple of dishes had issues, since everyone eats from the same pot, logically we should not be the only ones affected. Xiao Yao also could not figure this out. Food safety is an especially serious issue in the galaxy. One misstep and not only would the hard-earned reputation be destroyed, but there could also be legal consequences. Our kitchen equipment and the service robots in the store have shown no problems, which means the problem lies with humans. And Yunnan thought deeply. There are 3 detection procedures in the restaurant. The first one is after cleaning the ingredients. If machine washed, it will prompt if toxins in the ingredients haven't been cleared. The second step happens when the dish is ready, where the cleaned ingredients are either manually placed or cooked by the kitchen staff. After placing on the plates, the kitchen's self-inspection system automatically checks again, generally solving all food issues at this stage. Finally, when the robot serves the dish, another check occurs to ensure absolute safety. All restaurants follow these detection procedures, and Yunnan even specifically installed a monitoring device in her restaurant since raw ingredients are served for hot pot. Some customers may doubt the quality. Such a machine can help alleviate their concerns. No one understood how the toxic ingredients were mixed in, as the event left everyone perplexed. Yunnan, don't rush yet. Qingzhou is already helping you investigate. MON arrived with Su Miao borrowed from Baiweilu. If the Safety Bureau reports that this incident was caused by human interference, we'll only have 2 days to find the culprit. Otherwise, Sister-in will get into trouble. Su Miao didn't have time to be shy now. There's no need to wait for their report. This is clearly intentional sabotage. And Yunnan carefully reviewed what Xiao Yao said earlier. Everyone is questioning Baiweilu now. Shall we explain it to them? Zhang Lei is now in charge of the Baiweilu restaurant. Don't bother explaining. We'll directly announce that Shi Yuan accepts the investigation of the Food Safety Bureau and share the subsequent results openly. And Yunnan knew that their explanation wouldn't resonate with the public right now. That's correct. The more explanations now, the more people perceive it as shirking responsibility. MON agreed. For a few days, let's close down to accept inspections from the Safety Bureau. Don't worry too much. You'll all be on paid leave, and Yunnan announced. Could this be the doing of the family? Dai Guo was speculated. It's still unclear. The pressing matter now is to investigate whether the toxic ingredients came from the kitchen, and Yunnan didn't want to believe her employees would do such a thing. The food poisoning incident at Shi Yuan has already caused a big stir on the galactic web. Doubts about Baiweilu's brand are growing, making people question whether Baiweilu can maintain its quality after such a severe oversight. Qingzhou, are you here? Yes, I'm here. Don't panic. Qingzhou comforted Yunnan by gently patting her head. I've asked someone to look into the employees of the problematic store, and so far, nothing suspicious. And Yunnan felt a bit better. Thankfully, her employees hadn't betrayed Shi Yuan. Can we thoroughly examine the quality control systems in the store? What if it wasn't human-related? Not possible. Neither the kitchen nor the robots could have failed this way, and I've confirmed that it wasn't a system malfunction. Qingzhou fully understood her concerns. Yunnan, have you considered that besides the restaurant employees, some other employees of your company were also present that day? MON pointed out another possibility. Are you suggesting suspicion falls on employees within the company? Dai Guo was startled. Such possibilities cannot be ruled out. Qingzhou looked at Yunnan. You must mentally prepare yourself. Indeed, when an incident occurs in the restaurant, those responsible for the store are held accountable first, meaning others' suspicions are lessened. Liao Shiji also patted Dai Guo, and Yunnan closed her eyes briefly. I understand. Start investigating with Xiao Yao. My decision to hold the dinner was made last minute, and she was the first to know. Therefore, she had time to prepare. All right, Mizzen. This task is entrusted to me, as she is my assistant. Dai Guo nodded immediately and went to work. I'll assist her. Liao Shiji followed along. I'll go check if the family has taken any recent actions. MON also left, leaving the two to talk. In business, things like this happen regularly. It proves you're successful. Qingzhou hugged her tightly, gently stroking her head, leaning on the man's chest, and Yunnan felt her heart calm down instantly. All right, I know. If it comes to it, we can start over. That won't be necessary. I wouldn't let your hard work go to waste like that. Qingzhou pinched her cheeks. And after this incident, you could transform Baiweilu into a high-end restaurant. This way, the impact from this period will completely disappear, and Baiweilu's reputation will elevate further. And Yunnan looked up at him with bright eyes. You really are clever. And how else would I be worthy of you, my fairy? He praised himself while also lifting up his girlfriend. After receiving the results from the Safety Bureau's investigation, as expected, there were no issues found with system or machinery failures. The accident was deemed human-caused. Within 48 hours, they needed to pay a hefty fine and find the suspect for further investigation, otherwise, and Yunnan would be detained. The catering industry has been growing too fast recently, and the government has emphasized food safety multiple times. Let's see how they handle this. A middle-aged man smirked mischievously. Who made them so flashy and annoying? And Yunnan first went to personally apologize to each customer who suffered from poisoning. Although their attitudes weren't great, seeing her courage to take responsibility, they expressed forgiveness. In the afternoon, a group gathered together. Nan, don't worry. We definitely won't let you go to jail. MON spoke first to ease the atmosphere. I've checked Xiao Yao's recent schedule and accounts, but haven't found any problems. The others who attended the company gathering also currently have no issues discovered. Dai Guo appeared somewhat anxious. Dai, I'm not worried, so stop stressing out on my behalf. And Yunnan wasn't actually concerned. She had so many friends who would help her figure something out. I've already contacted people above. We can investigate slowly without rushing. Liao Shiji explained after smoothing relations, ensuring there would be no significant issues in the short term. But this matter shouldn't drag on too long. Qingzhou actually could resolve this issue immediately, but he knew she wouldn't agree. Let's carefully review it from the beginning. First, Yunnan arranged the company gathering temporarily, so it isn't necessarily an inside job. Therefore, we need to check if any customers that day had suspicious activities. Second, the exact cause of poisoning must be confirmed again. Although it's categorized as food poisoning, it's possible someone extracted toxins from ingredients to deliberately mislead us. After his explanation, everyone gained a few more leads. Regardless of how it played out, it was clear someone was secretly sabotaging Shi Yuan, though it was unclear who this person was yet. Since Baiweilu had always enjoyed excellent public praise, this event caused people's enthusiasm for hot pot and barbecue foods to fade considerably. Now that Baiweilu was temporarily closed, other hot pot and barbecue restaurants were also suffering significantly, which demonstrated just how much influence the place held. And Yin finally got an eye-opener now. He never imagined that even when Yunnan got into trouble, it would still involve the Yin family. His newly expanded stores hadn't started making profits yet, and business began dropping severely. When he was summoned to the top floor again, he felt a rare sense of fear creep into his heart. "Grandfather, you wanted me? Haven't I told you not to make hasty moves?" And Hong sharply stared at the person standing before him. "Grandfather, this isn't my doing." And Yin quickly defended himself. "So, you didn't send anyone to step in? Didn't ask anyone to pressure the safety bureau? None of those things you did." And Hong's voice abruptly increased in volume. Chapter 65. Grandpa, I was wrong. And Yin lowered his head to apologize, his heart shocked as he realized Grandpa had known everything he had done. "This matter ends here. Clean up your own mess." And Hong sighed inwardly. If that girl found out the Yin family was also involved, her wings would have to be completely broken. "Grandpa, rest assured, I will definitely handle it well." And Yin didn't dare to entertain any more ideas. There was no need for him to make a move anymore. That girl had surely suffered a big blow and must already be greatly weakened. "Yunnan, don't worry, my father is also helping find connections. You won't have problems." And Hao had originally been focusing on his career, but recently he couldn't even focus on his work. "Thank you. I will invite Uncle Lin and Nzua for dinner another day." And Yunnan was grateful. "At that time, I will order myself. I won't be polite." The shameless one still didn't know what politeness was. Since cooperating with Yunnan, and Zayu's private funds of the second house had increased significantly. Now that she was in trouble, they should help according to reason and emotion. Although he didn't have much real power in the Yin family, he was at least the second uncle of the Yin family, and his network was quite extensive. When he found out about Yan's involvement in this matter, the first thing he did was to cover for his good nephew. In his mind, those who shared the Yin surname were always family, while Yunnan was just a business partner. The next day, Liao Shiji managed to find a clue. This seems to be the doing of the Mu family. Several major families have collaborated with Shi Yuan to some extent, but only the Mu family has had conflicts with Shi Yuan due to an issue with a few storefronts last time. Dai Guoguo reported further. "Through our covert investigation, we discovered that the Mu family hired people online to incite everyone to boycott Baiwei Tower. We followed the trail and found this person, and he confessed that an assistant from Mu Lin's Sun Industry asked him to do it. It turns out the Mus are the culprits." Mon was enraged. "A bunch of cowards, not daring to come directly after me, only picking on soft targets." "I'm not a soft target. Wait and see." And Yunnan was angry too. "By the way, did you find out how the Mu family tampered with things inside the restaurant?" "We are still investigating. The customers that day were all regulars of Baiwei Tower. We checked the surveillance and didn't find anything abnormal." Dai Guo shook her head. "Why don't we change our line of thought?" Cheng Zhou offered a new direction at a critical moment. "I got their analysis report for the poisoning case, which clearly pointed out that the toxin came from potatoes and was of very high purity. But we checked the leftover ingredients from the tables afterward, and they were all fine." And Yunnan raised a question. "So I suspect someone specifically prepared highly purified toxins in advance." How infuriating. And Yunnan was furious, gritting her teeth. They treat human lives like a game. If anything serious had happened, Yunnan would have likely faced jail time, Dai Guogua said anxiously. "Fortunately, the shop keeps antidotes as a matter of course. The Mu family will surely pay for what they've done." Cheng Zhou's eyes glimmered with an unsettling chill. "And there is yet another lurking deeper." "What do you mean?" And Yunnan was puzzled. "It seems like the Yin family also stuck their hands into this." Liao Shiji explained for their leader. "Shi Yuan has excellent relations with Tai Nuo and Sheng Shi. The Mu family alone wouldn't be able to get the Security Bureau to pressure you." Since the incident began, the Food Safety Bureau had been pushing hard to create urgency. It was thanks to Cheng Zhou secretly holding them off, giving them time to investigate properly. And Yunnan felt strange inside, feeling disappointed but also thinking it wasn't a big deal. She wasn't related to the original owner, so she didn't really have ties with the Yin family. But why did she feel so complex now? Seeing the look of disappointment and loneliness on her face, everyone became uncomfortable, especially Cheng Zhou, who felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He took one hand to hold hers, and used the other to pinch her cheeks gently. "I'll be with you. Always with you." "I'm fine." And Yunnan smiled at him. "But I'll remember what you said." How about we finish discussing the main issues before you two continue?" Moen looked left, then right, noticing two pairs staring back. Suddenly, a shy little face popped into his mind. All four others gave him a glare. That insensible guy truly made a bad impression. The Yin family is currently tidying up loose ends. This seems to be in Yan's own doing. Grandpa and doesn't want to become enemies with Yunnan. Liao Shiji's intelligence network was pretty remarkable. The Yin family has announced an engagement with the Secretary General's daughter. We can't confront them directly. Since they want to leave some room, then I will pretend I don't know. And Yunnan didn't want to get anyone else involved because of her personal matters. You shouldn't be so compromising. I'll be your support. Cheng Zhou absolutely wouldn't let his girlfriend endure such grievances. Yeah, I've long been tired of their behavior. If you want to settle accounts with them, I will definitely support you all the way. Mon was highly loyal. Sheng Shi Group is willing to serve you. Liao Shiji followed closely. You guys are possessed or something. You're scaring me, making me feel like a cult leader. Let's be rational, okay? And Yunnan was moved in her heart, but their unwavering support made her seem somewhat crazy. Cheng Zhou gave those two an angry glare for stealing his thunder. Yunnan, I know your limits, and trust me, you won't have to endure such grievances again. The business world is full of deceit. How can this be considered a grievance? It's just that I don't know how to handle it yet because I lack experience. But I'm very fortunate to have all of your help, and Yunnan smiled warmly. Hey, what kind of relationship do we share? No need to be so formal. Moen looked a little shy for once. That's only proper. I'm just following someone's orders. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses, hinting indirectly at someone. All right, we're done with serious matters, you can leave now. Cheng Zhou was eager to get rid of them. What did Liao Shiji mean by that? Something he's supposed to do? Was it because of Daijia? After the three left, and Yunnan was still muttering to herself. After hearing the first half of her sentence, Cheng Zhou had braced himself for embarrassment, but then the girl found another excuse on her own and strayed from uncovering the truth, relieving him while leaving a faint sense of loss. Daijia has quite the ability. And Yunnan muttered to herself again. Liao Shiji doesn't seem like someone who could be swayed by feelings. Cheng Zhou's heart rose and fell with her speculations, more tense than going into battle. Is this punishment for his own actions? Or would it have been better to face it clearly? Yunnan, about that Liao Shiji. Before he finished, and Yunnan hastily cut in, asking, do you think Liao Shiji might lose control over Daiguawa? Does this indicate that he likes Daijia very much? If so, then I can rest assured. I always thought it was Daijia taking the initiative, but judging by this, Liao Shiji is not bad after all. The unsaid words were swallowed back, ready to confess, but never finding the right moment. Cheng Zhou never realized he could be so timid. Ring a video call request popped up on the holographic communicator. Yunnan, it's me. I found out. That thing was done by Mu Haitian from Mu Lin Sin Industry. And Hao appeared proudly on the projection. It was him. Thanks for letting me know. And Yunnan momentarily paused, as in Hao didn't know what In Family had done, but she had already learned of In Zayu's actions. So she didn't know how to face this well-meaning person. Do you want me to help punish the Muse? And Hao continued with indignation. I can handle it myself. I'll come to you if I need anything. And Yunnan hurriedly declined. She assumed he wasn't aware that the In family also participated in this. It was rare to find such a pure-hearted person in the In family, and she wanted him to stay innocent. Why do I feel like you're treating me politely now? You're imagining things. I just want to handle this matter myself. After hanging up, and Yunnan sighed deeply. Sigh. I wonder how the In family produced such a white rabbit. Well, stop thinking about others. All afternoon, you've been mumbling about other men. Cheng Zhou's tone turned sour. He reached out and pinched her cheeks, originally wanting to use some force, but subconsciously, he eased off. Chapter 66. Since they already knew the mastermind behind it, the subsequent progress was much faster. Mr. In, she's disappeared. Dai Guoguo felt extremely anxious. This morning, she received the news that the mole in Shi Yuan was actually her assistant, Xiao Yao. In a state of shock and anger, she volunteered to lead people to find this traitor, but they came up empty-handed. I understand, Sister Dai, you go back for now. And yet Nan's face didn't show any displeasure as she stood by the window staring at the clouds outside. The Mu family is the last among the 5 major families, and the rise of Shi Yuan over the past year made them feel a slight sense of threat. Although its background was rather ordinary, the support behind it couldn't be underestimated. Its complex relationships with the other 4 major families suggested that it would eventually replace the position of the Mu family. Last time, using several stores to probe Shi Yuan's abilities ended up attracting the direct involvement of the Tino family's young master. Because of such a minor matter, the Prosperous Era Group also expressed their unwillingness to cooperate further with the Mu Lin Sin Industry. Initially, the Mu family dared not take any extreme actions, but after the conclusion of Grandpa N's birthday banquet, seeing in Yunnan's apparent estrangement from the In family, Mu Hai Tian's restless heart became reinvigorated. Not long ago, he met a strange woman who asked, "Do you dislike Shi Yuan?" That single sentence led him into dining with her under some inexplicable influence. I have a way to severely damage Shi Yuan, or even make it bankrupt. The mysterious woman spoke confidently. Tell me more. Mu Hai Tian knew she had come prepared. He didn't care about the woman's identity. Shi Yuan depends entirely on Bai Wei Tower's reputation. What I have can help you. She then handed him a transparent small bottle filled with white powder and said, I trust Mr. Mu will know what to do with this. And then she left. This bottle of powder was a toxin extracted from potatoes. Upon receiving it, Mu Hai Tian naturally understood the meaning behind the woman's actions. It happened during a strict crackdown on food safety. He had a nephew whose new girlfriend just happened to be an assistant to the vice president of Shi Yuan. This seemed like an opportunity delivered right to his door. Xiao Yao refused at first. She dared not and did not wish to do such things, but seduced by her boyfriend and tempted by a high reward, she finally took the small bottle. Initially, Xiao Yao was struggling with how to mix the substance into the ingredients without arousing suspicion when she suddenly received a message about a dinner gathering. Taking advantage of organizing the gathering, she arrived at Bai Wei hot pot early, carefully observing the environment. She then took out a few pairs of chopsticks and coated them with the white powder from the bottle. After work, when everyone returned to the hot pot restaurant together, she casually observed other guests while eating. There were 2 tables where customers with children seemed especially unruly. Seizing the chance to get drinks, Xiao Yao accidentally knocked a few pairs of chopsticks to the ground, then helped the affected customers exchange the used chopsticks for the ones she had brought out earlier. To eliminate any suspicion against herself, she deliberately left a few pairs of chopsticks for her own use since she knew the restaurant had an antidote. Thus, she wasn't worried about endangering her life. When the scheme was discovered, Xiao Yao was terrified inside, but realizing there was no turning back, she tried to remain calm until she was found out. For the whole night, Xiao Yao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her video call to her boyfriend was disconnected, making her increasingly nervous. Early in the morning, she packed her things and prepared to leave Shangyu. Yunnan, don't worry, I've arranged people at all the airports and alleyways in Shangyu. She won't escape. Cheng Zhou hugged in Yunnan from behind. I know. She relaxed her body and leaned on the chest of the person behind her. It's just frustrating. Xiao Yao is actually very smart and capable. You shouldn't pity her. Since this was her choice, she has to bear the corresponding consequences. What will happen to her? And Yunnan asked softly. Fines and imprisonment. Cheng Zhou gently rested his chin on her head. Will the Mu family save her? And Yunnan immediately regretted asking the question because she obviously knew the answer. Sigh. The Mu family will certainly use her as a scapegoat, but rest assured, the Mu family won't get off easy either. Alright, never mind them. I should think about how to restore Bai Wei Tower's reputation now. And Yunnan furrowed her brows slightly. It wouldn't be an easy task. Don't rush. Take your time. Those food lovers are the ones who are now feeling anxious. Cheng Zhou turned her around. You don't know how many people are messaging you on StarNet asking when Bai Wei Tower will resume operations. Is that so? I really didn't know. It seems my influence is quite significant, but the decision to reopen depends on my mood. And Yunnan's face brightened with a smile once again. Ignore them. We should keep them hanging and let them regret for joining the chaos next time. Cheng Zhou was still holding a grudge over the nasty comments those people made on StarNet back then. Now we'll make them feel unworthy of our presence. Alright, I'll do as you say. Her mood immediately brightened as she smiled contentedly, being comforted by her boyfriend. Sure enough, not long after, they caught Xiao Yao at port number 1 who was attempting to escape. Boss, mission completed. Should we send her to Shiyuan or the security bureau? Send her to the security bureau, then you all can leave. After sending this message, Cheng Zhou turned off his optical computer. Yunnan, we've captured her, and she's now in the security bureau. Do you want to go see her? And Yurtnan shook her head. No, let Sister Dai handle it. Upon receiving the news, Dai Guo stormed angrily to the security bureau. When she saw that once lively and cheerful girl, now looking haggard with repentant tears in her eyes, their gazes met, but neither spoke a word. I'm representing Shiyuan to fully manage this case. We expect the security bureau to be impartial and help clarify this matter promptly. Dai Guo approached the officer in charge to relay the company's stance. It was still the serious man from that day, but today he seemed like a different person, plastering on a smile filled with flattery and obsequiousness. Thank you for taking the time to come here, Ms. Dai. Rest assured, we will conduct a fair and thorough investigation. I hope your actions match your words. Dai Guo was still boiling with anger. What a spineless opportunist. Absolutely, absolutely. His ingratiating smile didn't fade. He couldn't afford to offend this formidable woman, nor could he ignore the influential man waiting outside, none other than Liao Zong of Prosperous Era Group. Each of these figures commanded respect, like ancient patriarchs. Not long ago, the Yin family had ordered harsh suppression against them, yet they soon withdrew completely, leaving these officials between a rock and a hard place. They lost both face and allies in the process. Chapter 67. Previously, the Security Bureau had people from the Yin family and higher-ups backing them, but now that the higher-ups have completely withdrawn their support, it was necessary to quickly ingratiate themselves with Shiyuan, which also has an impressive background. On the day when Xiao Yao was arrested, the Security Bureau quickly fined and sentenced her according to regulations, and made this incident public on the StarNet. The language used largely served as an explanation for Shiyuan, though the main conspirator, the Mu family, was not implicated. As one of the powerful 5 great families, the Mu family successfully shifted all responsibility onto Xiao Yao. Given that the event gained significant public attention, the punishment was especially severe this time. Normally, a fine of 300,000 to 1 million was specified, but now it was directly set at 1 million. The 3 to 5 years of imprisonment were also directly sentenced as 5 years. The food poisoning incident involving Shiyuan came to an end. Publicly, the criminal had been punished by law, and netizens expressed various feelings online, criticizing Xiao Yao as an ungrateful wolf. Some also said it was all because Yunnan lacked the ability to judge people, though these opinions were criticized by other netizens. More people offered comfort to Yunnan, hoping that Mizzen would become motivated again and reopen the business. Meanwhile, Yunnan, who was being missed by many, was hiding at home and spying on a holographic computer screen, watching everyone console her while urging the reopening under Shiyuan's official website. Arg, I haven't eaten braised pork in 7 days, I miss it. Same here, wailing. Sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed fish, my babies, I haven't seen you for so long. Braised meatballs, lotus leaf powder steamed meat, fried beef slices, spicy mutton trotters, scallion oiled chicken, 8 treasure duck, sour cabbage fish. I can't live without you guys. Hey up there, be human, don't go through dishes like that. Mozzarella shrimp, kung pao chicken, tea-smoked duck, hand-torn rabbit, roast goose, honey barbecue fork, fermented black bean ribs, double flavor crab roe, and pot dishes. Help me, beg owner to open soon. Help me, ask owner to resume operations. Help +1. At least opening 2 hot pot restaurants would do well. Only now realize Baiweilu's hot pot is the classic. If barbecues could open too. I have a suggestion, can Baiweilu add 2 more branches? Only 1 store is very hard to reserve. Request boss and opens branches. Branches +1. And Yunnan was thrilled inside. Knowing how important sister was now, she let them initially question her sisterhood. Humph. Sisterin, when are we reopening? Jiang Lei, the manager of Baiweilu, sent a video call. Not until 2 days later, no rush. Anyway, do you have time over these 2 days? My grandfather would like to invite you for dinner. Jiang Lei felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they, brother and sister, have received her care for so long, and it's time to express some gratitude. When Jiang Lei initially told his grandfather that it was in Yunnan who persuaded Shengshi to acquire their restaurant, the old man showed obvious displeasure upon hearing the last name. Later, when the matter was explained clearly, his attitude didn't improve much. Then came in Yunnan selflessly teaching Jiang Lei culinary skills, and that's when Jiang's grandfather started to look favorably on this mission. However, once it was known about in Yunnan's ties to the Yin family, any goodwill instantly dropped back to zero. There were whispers that the girl seemed to be opposing the Yin family, at which point Jiang's grandfather inwardly cheered her on. In recent days, Jiang Lei had stayed at home, where he and his grandfather often chatted about in Yunnan. This is when the elder Mr. Jiang truly began to respect this young woman, even developing a certain admiration and wanting to meet her, thus asking his grandson to invite her over for dinner. Jiang Lei was quite helpless. He didn't want to disturb Sisterin at this time, but his grandfather was staring at him intently. Of course, I do have time. How can I miss such an invitation from Grandpa Jiang? When will it be? And Yunnan had long wanted to meet Mr. Jiang from the Jiang family, and now that the opportunity was presented, she wasn't going to miss it. How about noon tomorrow? Jiang Lei was slightly surprised by her eagerness. Grandpa Jiang frowned and scolded him for taking too long. Sure, I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. And Yunnan's tone was cheerful. All right, Sisterin, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Jiang Lei endured his grandfather's sharp glare. No need, just send me the address. I'll come over myself tomorrow. After saying this, and Yunnan happily hung up the video call. Now, she needed to buy gifts immediately. Etiquette for the first meeting couldn't be ignored. On the other side, Mr. Jiang kept reproaching his grandson for not setting the date today, grumbling incessantly for half a day. Grandfather, I didn't prepare anything today. It might not be proper to invite her suddenly. Guess you did think things through, Grandpa Jiang responded stiffly, adding, looks like you've learned something from that girl. Jiang Lei had no choice but to humor his grandfather. You're absolutely right. Now I'll go and prepare some ingredients myself, and properly thank her tomorrow. That should work, right? Go, buy more. The ingredients need to be abundant, and I will cook personally tomorrow, Grandpa Jiang instructed. On this side, and Yunnan threw everything online out of her mind and drove a spacecraft to Shuatian Stellar Building for a shopping spree, still thinking about whether she could obtain information about her mother's background from Grandpa Jiang tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Mu family's business suffered heavy losses. Shengshi Group would rather pay the penalty fee than continue their contract with them. Tainua family, while not terminating the contract immediately, clearly indicated that there would be no possibility of further cooperation in the future. Even AI Fan family, who were usually low profile, intentionally made things difficult during their collaboration now. Everyone wanted to kick the Mu family when they were down. Mr. In, you know the state of the Mu family's business without me telling you. I'll come straight to the point. I hope our cooperation within family can continue. Mu Haitian had no choice but to approach Yin. Mr. Mu, aren't you making it hard for me? And Yin smiled, looking completely uninvolved. You know very well the relationship between Shi Yuan's owner and our family. I certainly know that in Yunnan is the old man's biological granddaughter and your own cousin. Mu Haitian was full of hatred inside, but still maintained a smile on the surface. However, it seems Mr. In doesn't like this new cousin. Upon hearing these insinuating words, and Yin remained completely unfazed because since the old man already knew the situation and didn't say anything, there wasn't much he needed to worry about. I don't fully understand what you mean, Mr. Mu, nor do I wish to. Wasn't that bottle of white powder delivered by someone from your side? Mu Haitian didn't have time to hold back now. The Mu family's losses weren't too significant yet, but if the other three families continued their united pressure campaign, the Mu family would soon be in peril. And Yan's smile faded as he issued a warning. Mr. Mu, does this mean you're planning for the Mu family to withdraw from the 5 great families? Mu Haitian was intimidated for a moment by this inheritor of an family, who was 20 years younger than himself, but quickly recovered. Chapter 68. Mr. In, you've misunderstood me. I just want to continue maintaining a good cooperative relationship with the Yin family. That's all. And Yin didn't respond, continuing to look at the other person expressionlessly. That bottle of white powder was delivered by a Miss Saji, if I'm not mistaken. According to my understanding, this young lady was originally from the same hometown as Mr. In and now works at In Group. Mu Haitian continued to elaborate. So what? She almost got Mr. In killed once. How could you not know that? This matter Yin certainly knew about. It happened when Shengshi Group was applying for a patent before. And man had received information from Saji and told him. During the investigation of Yuna's activities, details regarding Saji's past were also uncovered. At that time, he didn't have much resentment toward his unseen cousin yet. Knowing that Saji had done such a thing but was still hired by the In Group made him quite uncomfortable. He deliberately transferred her to a more remote restaurant where she would work as a kitchen assistant. But now, seeing how disagreeable Yuna had become, he no longer saw any reason to make things difficult for the woman who shared his animosity, and even came to some understanding with her. After Saji handed over the hot pot base recipe to Mr. In, even though it did not yield the desired results, being transferred to work at the headquarters was still a good outcome. However, before she could be reassigned, Shi Yuan decided to disclose their own recipe publicly, which naturally brought in Yan's plans to naught. As a result, not only was there no reassignment, even the promised bonus disappeared. Naturally furious with Mr. In for breaking his word, Saji also held a grudge against Yuna, who constantly opposed her. Since they still had nearly 100 years left on her contract with the incorporation, All she could do was think up ways to take revenge on Inyuna. Since Saji found out that the girl seemingly had no intention of returning to the Yin family, and that Inyen seemed hostile towards this younger cousin, certain ideas began to germinate in her mind. Working continuously in the kitchen meant that the head chef often intentionally assigned her dirty or strenuous tasks. One day, she was even asked to peel potatoes herself, building up a great deal of resentment. After work, she extracted the toxin from the remaining potatoes in an attempt to retaliate against the chief. But on the second day, fear overtook her. Not long after, by chance, she saw Inyen inspecting work at the restaurant, cursing the young girl Inyuna. Taking this opportunity, she proactively approached him with suggestions. The woman Mu Haitian encountered that day was none other than Saji, and their meeting was a carefully orchestrated trap, through which the Mu clan indeed sought retribution against Shi Yuan. However, how could Mu Haitian easily trust a stranger? After acquiring the toxic powder, he naturally sent people to tail and investigate Saji. I wonder if Grandpa knows about this. Mu Haitian hinted meaningfully, and Yan's eyes grew cloudy with a hint of shadow. Judging from the look on his grandfather's face, it seemed he didn't want to break off completely with that girl. The old man was already starting to get annoyed with her. Thus, this incident couldn't be discovered again. Mr. Mu is a longtime partner of our incorporation. If it's not something of grave principle, we naturally won't lightly terminate the agreement. In the end, he compromised with Mu Haitian. In that case, thank you, Mr. N. Please continue to show your care and support. Despite the Mu and N families continuing their cooperation, the situation remained less than optimistic. Mulinson Industries was gradually tightening its operations. After all, the N family wasn't willing to aggravate relations with Inyuna too much, so they couldn't openly and shamelessly support the Mu family. Early the next morning, Inyuna prepared everything neatly and set off for the home of Jiang Lei's grandfather. The old man resided in the farthest outskirts of Shangyou, where the air and environment were extremely pleasant. Jiang Lei was dragged out of bed early while it was still dark by his grandpa, still sleeping. Is this beautiful moment meant to be wasted like this? No wonder you can't compare to the little girl. Just look at her. She's 2 years younger than you. Grandpa, I'm getting up. What choice do I have? This day was bound to be full of complaints. After breakfast, Jiang Lei was instructed by his grandpa again, preparing lunch. All this is your fault. If only you had mentioned it earlier. Given enough time, I'd already want to show that girl my secret tricks. His grandpa stood beside him watching him handle ingredients. Grandpa, I've already said I'd invite her over. Didn't you disagree? That's all because you didn't explain clearly enough. He struck his grandson's back of the head. Hurry up. I only have one pair of hands, Grandpa. Ask Sister Jiang Yun to help out. How can that happen? It's rare for Yun Yun to return from vacation. How can we let her do these menial jobs? Grandpa Jiang glared with his puffed-up cheeks. A girl needs to be spoiled more. Do you even resemble a brother? At this point, Jiang Lei felt entirely disheartened. Either way, it was all his fault, right? Fine, no more talking then. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Inyuna arrived in the suburbs driving her aircraft. The endless green fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and scattered throughout were well-arranged estates, giving her momentarily the feeling of returning to Alarada. Sister, and you're here. Come in quickly. Grandpa and brother are busy in the kitchen. Jiang Yun greeted her today, especially from school to indulge herself in some culinary pleasures. Sister Yun, it's been a long time. Are you doing well in school? And Yun carried the gifts into the house. Everything is good except the nutrient liquid doesn't taste very good. Jiang Yun held her arm. Grandpa, brother, Sister N has arrived. And Yunnan saw Jiang Lei's grandfather come out of the kitchen and hurried to greet him. Hello, Grandpa Jiang. I am Yunnan. Sorry to disturb you today. The venerable man looked around 40 rather than close to 100. With few wrinkles and a head full of black hair, his laugh lines gave him an air of elegance despite being anything but stern. Oh, so you're the owner of Shi Yuan, Mizan. You're young, beautiful, and talented. Thank you for taking care of my grandchildren. I call you Grandpa Jiang, so you can call me Yunnan. Otherwise, I would seem impolite. And Yunnan naturally felt an affinity for this elder. Very good, Yunnan. I already feel close to you. I've heard you're an exceptional chef. Would you like to cook us a couple of dishes? Brother Jiang, I'm your guest today. How can I ask you to cook? Jiang Lei tried to stop her. It's no trouble at all. In fact, I'd love to learn from Grandpa Jiang. This is an opportunity one don't want to miss, and Yunnan was eager. After all, the old master was one of the stellar chefs, though he remained modest and out of the public eye. Humph. Boy, if only you had half of Yunnan's talent, I'd laugh in my dreams. The old master waved his grandson away as he walked toward the kitchen. Boy, you come in too, and help us. Wow, what a wonderful smell. Must be dompa pork. Just by the door, and Yunnan caught the familiar aroma of stewed meat. You're right. It's been braising for over an hour now. Quite a good aroma, isn't it? Grandpa, you're too modest. This is not just quite nice. It's enough to make anyone drool. Ha ha, little girl, you're very likable. The old man liked what he saw more and more. Come on, show me your skills. Well then, let me take a chance to embarrass myself. Without hesitation, and Yunnan looked at the ingredients beside her, picked up a mandarin fish to prepare a soup. After steaming the fish, she carefully removed the skin and bones before adding shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots and broth, continuing to simmer it until its color became a bright, translucent yellow, resembling crystal jelly. Then she made lotus leaf beef rolls, turning the front brisket of a cow into minced meat, mixing it with salt and eggs to increase texture, sautéing minced garlic and butter, adding oyster sauce, salt, sugar, lemongrass, and blending them into the filling. She washed fresh lotus leaves, put a proper amount of the filling inside, wrapping them into rectangular shapes, and baked them. Lastly, she steamed taro cakes, first stirring glutinous rice flour with water to form dough-like paste, then kneading it further with boiling water to create a cooked raw batter. She added oil, salt, and sugar, chopped taro cubes stir-fried briefly with water, seasoned with salt until they turned soft and mushy, finally mixing them into the batter and steaming until fully cooked. Within less than an hour, Yunin had completed 3 dishes, during which time the old man frequently nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied. Zhang Lei initially didn't want to embarrass himself in front of these 2 grandmasters, but his grandfather spared him no face at all, slapping the back of his head. Hurry up and cook something to let your master see if you've improved. Didn't you say you were cooking today? Guess you were just kidding around. While muttering to himself, Zhang Lei rolled up his sleeves to start cooking. Later, even Zhang Yun came to join in the kitchen and made several dishes, resulting in an exuberant feast where 4 hands worked together. Grandpa Zhang prepared a series of heavy courses: dompa pork, crispy pig feet, sweet osmanthus honey-braised duckling. Zhang Lei made medley shrimp slices and fermented black bean chicken claws, while Zhang Yun made a simple dry pot potato. Adding to that, Yunan's fish soup, lotus leaf beef rolls, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and taro cake completed their sumptuous lunch. Chapter 69. A very abundant 10 dishes were served, and Grandpa Jiang took out a small white porcelain wine bottle. Let's try the peach blossom wine I've been treasuring today. Grandpa, didn't you say this was to be taken out when Yun comes of age? Zhang Lei joked. I still have one for Yun, but this one is for Yena. In that case, I will definitely taste it thoroughly, and Grandpa Jiang, don't regret later. And Yena was not being polite. Zhang Lei took the small white bottle and poured a small cup first for Grandpa, and in Yena, then he poured himself one. Kid, you should drink less. You're taking advantage of Yena's good fortune today. Grandpa Jiang felt a little heartache. Originally, only 20 bottles were brewed, half of which went bad, leaving just a few bottles. You are truly my real grandfather. Even though Zhang Lei was used to his grandfather's disdain for him, he couldn't help but complain about this level of favoritism. Grandpa Jiang, eat some dishes first to pad your stomach. And Yena reminded him. Good, good, good. Let me taste if it really is as delicious as old Chu said. First, a bowl of fish soup was served. Upon tasting it, its fresh and smooth flavor revealed a hint of crab rose deliciousness. This is great. Girl, this bowl of soup you made is excellent. The ingredients are perfectly paired. No wonder old Chu appreciates you so much. The lotus leaf beef rolls were entirely meat-filling, yet extraordinarily fresh and elegant. During the baking process, the fat in the meat would slowly infiltrate under heat, while the fresh lotus leaves would release their fragrance into the meat, making the filling chewy and refreshing. Zhang Lei, this kid is lucky to be able to learn from you, said Grandpa Jiang, completely impressed by these dishes. Although not overly complicated, just from these 4 dishes, one could see that this girl's cooking skills were remarkable and her mind was clever. These 4 dishes had meat and vegetables, soup and desserts. She only needed to look at the ingredients once to make such perfect pairings, clearly showing that her skill was no ordinary. Grandpa Jiang, you are too kind. Compared to you, I am far behind. And Yena wasn't being modest. After tasting the dompa pork made by the old man, she sincerely admired this star chef master who not only excels in color, aroma, and taste, but also has a unique personal style. I didn't have your abilities at your age. Girl, your future is boundless. Grandpa Jiang looked thoughtful. This girl was only 23 this year, right? Brother and sister Zhang Lei and Zhang Yun just kept eating quietly so that their grandfather wouldn't compare them to others again. How did you learn your culinary skills, Yena? Grandpa Jiang was somewhat curious. I'm just asking casually. Feel free to skip if it's inconvenient. I used to often watch my mom cook, but back then my genius gene was dormant, so I could only watch. Later, after a genetic mutation, I started to experiment on my own. And Yena wanted to inquire with Grandpa Jiang about her mother's origins, so she answered every question willingly. Fortunately, she had detailedly investigated from Enrui before. Oh, I see. Do you know your mother's surname? Asked Grandpa Jiang following her words. Grandpa, Zhang Lei, of course, knew that his sister's mother was no longer alive. It's fine. Interestingly, my mom's surname was also Jiang, called Jiang Jinhui, but later she changed her name. And Yena interrupted Zhang Lei. Whoosh. Grandpa Jiang accidentally knocked over the wine glass beside him. He didn't bother to pick it up, standing excitedly instead. Is your mother Jinhui? Jiang Jinhui. His face showed immense excitement. And Yena was also delighted inside. As she expected, her mother was indeed related to the Jiang family. Yes, my mother was once called Jiang Jinhui, though that was 30 years ago. After leaving Shangyou, she changed her name. Grandpa Jiang, do you know my mom? Old Mr. Jiang's face showed both sorrow and a dazed expression as he muttered. It's like this. Brother and sister Zhang Lei were completely baffled, looking at each other cluelessly without knowing what was going on. And Yena was somewhat anxious. She urgently wanted to know what exactly happened, about that cookbook, about the family, and what occurred 30 years ago. Your father is in Zixin? Old Mr. Jiang continued without waiting for her reply. Where are they now? Are they already gone? Yes, several years ago, my parents encountered space pirates while traveling, and unfortunately both met with a tragic end. And Yena's voice was slightly choked up. Even though they weren't her biological parents, she possessed the body of the original host, and thus naturally shared some feelings for them. They are already gone, huh? The old gentleman seemed lost in thought. After quite a long while, he spoke again. Jinhui is the only daughter of my elder brother. Technically speaking, you should call me little maternal grandfather. Looking at the elderly man's hopeful eyes, and Yena hesitated. Little maternal grandfather, my mother. Jinhui was a stubborn child. Despite the family's opposition, she insisted on marrying and Zuxian. My brother couldn't dissuade her and said if she dared to marry, he wouldn't recognize her as his daughter. But Jean Hui still married against his will, and my brother severed ties with her. We've been looking for Jean Hui these years. Second grandfather, I'm sorry. And Yuna could only apologize on behalf of her mother. My mom actually feels very guilty. This was her guess. According to Enrue, her mother often took out the light brain and watched some videos. Did Jean Hui never mention anything about her past to you? Mr. Zhang looked at her and knew that Jean Hui didn't want to involve her daughter in the old affairs. Yes, my parents have never told me anything about their past, and Yuna nodded. Little maternal grandfather, why did my grandpa not agree with my parents getting married? Why did my dad take my mom to a remote planet? She also wanted to ask if there was a Jiang family recipe called Jiang Baiwei. Alas, my brother passed away 10 years ago. Mr. Jiang had deep regret in his eyes. I'll take you to visit him another day. Okay, little maternal grandfather. And Yuna realized he didn't want to say more. Zhang Lei and Zhang Yun were stunned by this news. So and sister is our real cousin. Zhang Yun blinked, surprised. Then it might be inappropriate for me to call her in Jia anymore. Zhang Lei's face was full of confusion. These two managed to lighten the somber atmosphere. Now everyone was truly a close-knit family. After dinner, and Yuna continued chatting with Mr. Jiang, telling him everything she had learned from Enrue. For a moment, the atmosphere became very warm. That night, the old man insisted she stay over for one night. Since Qingzhou was busy outside recently, Meng Xiaopeng was sent to a boarding school, so staying overnight would work fine, and she could continue inquiring tomorrow. The next day, Grandpa Jiang took them to her grandpa's grave, wherein Yuna paid respects for Jiang Jinhui and the original host. After returning to the Jiang residence, she tried asking the old man more about the previous events, but no matter what, her maternal grandfather wouldn't tell her. This left her extremely frustrated. Well, look at all those people waiting for you to reopen your shop online. I won't keep you any longer. Grandpa Jiang began dismissing her. Come see me when you have time later, hurry back. In that case, little maternal grandfather, I'll come see you again later. And Yuna decided to take Jiang Yun back to the city together. After returning home, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, she sighed. Her guess was right. Her mother was indeed from the Jiang family, which gave her reason to suspect that the cookbook from the Yin family originally belonged to the Jiangs. This explained why her grandpa firmly opposed her mother marrying into the Yin family, and it clarified why her father took her mother away from the Yin family. It seems her father chose beauty over wealth. She casually opened her light brain intending to receive praise, but instead, everything was talking about the Yin group. Some claimed in-style hot pot shops or barbecue stores were the most authentic. Others said the Yin flavor was the inheritance of centuries, and how Crown Court Hotel was the best restaurant. Anyway, they praised the chain restaurants under the Yin group in different ways. Occasionally, comparisons were made between the 100 Flavors building and Yin family restaurant, clearly showing the latter was slightly better after being endorsed by star chefs, though this information disappeared quickly. Subsequently, every post comparing the two soon sank like a passing flower. Isn't this obviously someone controlling the reviews? Is the Yin family planning something big? Yunnan, have you seen the messages online? What do you think? Dai Guoguo, knowing she returned today, eagerly sent a video message. Recently, the Yin family has gained a strong momentum and opened many branches at once. If we don't reopen our 100 Flavors building soon, we'll be forgotten. And Yuna started calculating the plan for reorganizing the troops mentally. Chairmanin, don't worry, I have faith in our 100 Flavors building. The general manager sounded excited upon hearing about the reopening. I also have confidence. Let's discuss the specifics at the company tomorrow. Chapter 70. Xiao Nan Nan, you discuss things without inviting me. Mon came early in the morning upon hearing the news. Do you consider me an outsider? Liao Shiji is your man. Am I the only one who's an outsider? And Yunin naturally took him as a friend, but this matter was after all her family affair, so she didn't feel comfortable to open her mouth actively. Even Liao Shiji followed Dai Guoguo here. I would rather have you help. Chengzhou will be here soon. Let's wait a little longer. Liao Shiji secretly gave an eye roll to the flashy blonde man dressed up like a show-off. Ah, yes. He should arrive at the entrance any moment now. The blonde man quickly laughed nervously, realizing he said too much. How come I feel that both of you know more about my boyfriend's whereabouts than I do? And Yunin had no idea her man was coming. He wants to give you a surprise. Liao Shiji pushed his glasses. Yes. We originally didn't want to say anything, but we were worried you might overthink it. The blonde man added. There's a strange feeling, but she can't quite put her finger on it. I'm here. Qingzhou walked in as if they had agreed on timing with those two people who just finished talking. Are you done with your business? And Yunin stepped forward and smoothed out an inconspicuous wrinkle at his collar. How could I miss your event? Originally wanting to hug his girlfriend, but there are 3 third wheels standing around. He had to suppress himself and pinched her cheeks lightly. Cough. Let's discuss serious matters now. The show-off couldn't resist the urge to disrupt them flaunting their affections right in front of him. The 5 sat around on the couch and began discussing serious matters. Since this time we are creating a high-end store, I think the restaurant should change inside and out, and Yunin shared her thoughts. Just make minor changes to the decoration, and I have also invited Mr. Jiang to help redesign the menu. Not bad at all. Your preparation work is well done. Mon felt there wasn't much he could contribute anymore. Hey, how did you manage to get Mr. Jiang involved? And Yunin explained to everyone that her mother is the nephew of Grandpa Jiang, not elaborating on other things since those were merely her speculations. Yunin, I discovered you are the one who has been hiding the deepest. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. You really deserve each other. What do you mean? And Yunin was confused. The internal issues have been arranged properly. Let's discuss now whom we need to invite for the banquet. Qingzhou forcibly shifted the topic. If it was in the past, Zhanu, referring to Qingzhou, you alone could handle it just fine. Mon enjoys stirring trouble, continuing to dig deeper into hidden details. Why do I feel like you guys are keeping some secrets from me? And Yunan's doubts were growing bigger. Could it be that her boyfriend used to be an extremely awesome person before he fell on hard times? It's all history. Qingzhou gritted his teeth and wished he could strangle those two blabbermouths. Let's continue talking about serious matters then. And Yunnan saw his gloomy face and thought they might have touched upon a sorrowful part of his past, thus hurriedly changing the subject to protect her boyfriend's fragile heart. That guy Wu Chao has nothing to do in Shangyu recently. We could invite him. Mon knew when to stop, or else he would be severely dealt with. This idea isn't bad. General Wu Chao holds a status and identity that stands out. We can send invitations based on this standard. Liao Shiji resumed his elite mode. My thoughts exactly. Qingzhou decided to let them off the hook temporarily. This task is assigned to you too. If you can't complete it, you know the consequences. The last half sentence was spoken quietly. Actually, I don't think we need to be this ostentatious. And Yunnan looked at these men. They so casually determined someone's political itinerary, which made her momentarily speechless. Xiananan, rest assured, leave this matter to us. The blonde man seemed very carefree, not treating it as a big deal at all. In reality, this wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Qingzhou and others also wanted to take this opportunity to probe the bottom line. It is common knowledge across the stars that young master of Tai No House, Mon, and the head of Shengshi Group, Liao Shiji, were die-hard loyal supporters of the former marshal. Even though the marshal is already gone, these two still firmly uphold that individual. Since the president couple and the marshal retreated from the political stage, this pool of murky water became even more turbulent. The last incident involving the change of guard at the border star further implicated pirate forces. They currently have no idea how many stand by their side or whether their people have wavered. Therefore, asking Mon and Liao Shiji to invite these people is also testing their political stance. Then okay, but I'm not good at dealing with people like that. And Yunnan is somewhat worried because they aren't ordinary people after all. No worries, sooner or later you'll have to get used to associating with people from the official circles. Consider this as practice. The blonde man dropped some cryptic hints again. And Yunnan didn't catch his ulterior meaning and continued speaking. Also, this Baiwei Tower will be the first restaurant of our food affinity chain, after which I plan to open 2 more branches of Baiwei Tower. Jiang Lei will still be in charge of this first restaurant, while Dong Li and Su Miao will each manage a branch. Are you asking Miao Miao to take charge of a branch? Mon exclaimed in surprise. That girl is so introverted, can she handle it? Why not? Her cooking skills were taught by me, and I know for sure she has the ability. Besides, though she may be shy, she's actually a girl with strong opinions. I've personally discussed this with her, and she's willing to give it a try. And Yunnan knew that Su Miao had been borrowed to work at this man's restaurant for a while. I'm saying, Su Miao is my apprentice. You'd better not have any funny ideas. Nan, what are you thinking? I regard her as my younger sister. Okay. Mon rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat annoyed deep down because even that young girl hadn't mentioned it to him beforehand. Have the locations for the branches been chosen? When do you plan to start business? Qingzhou asked her. I've selected several spots. Would you all help take a look? And the opening time is yet to be determined. Not necessary to rush. We can discuss further once the current store is settled. The harder to obtain something, the more unforgettable it is. A flash of intelligence crossed those emerald green eyes. After the grand opening of this elder-level Baiwei Tower, why not switch to a membership system? Previously, Yunnan detested such capitalist airs very much. However, now that it was her turn to manage things, she realized how difficult it was. Yes, that's also my plan. This first Baiwei Tower will only serve VIPs. As for the other 2 branches, they'll operate on an appointment system. Mizin, shall I begin arranging the tasks on my end? Dai Guogua looked full of energy. In that case, let's proceed with what we just talked about. Liao Shiji and Dai Guogua stood up together and left. I wanted to ask what's going on between them. And Yunnan watched as the 2 came and went together, muttering quietly. There's no need to ask, isn't it obvious? The blonde man remained seated as if everything was under control. Still sitting there? Are you too idle? Qingzhou couldn't resist the urge to physically toss the man out. Once all the extra people were gone, he immediately pulled the girl beside him into his embrace and lightly kissed her forehead. How have these few days been? Have you missed me? They've been great, and I even found my little grandfather, so there wasn't time to miss you. Bad girl, I've been thinking about you nonstop these 3 days. The man pinched her ears like a punishment. You never tell me where you go or what you do. And Yunnan's tone carried a hint of unhappiness as she raised her hand and tapped the man lightly. Qingzhou fell silent momentarily, pausing for a couple of seconds. I won't tell you. It's for your own good. And Yunnan cut him off and completed the sentence herself. I already know it's always some excuse like that. Nan, I genuinely consider your safety. Alright, I understand. I don't have to pry into your secrets either, but since you don't tell me anything, I naturally worry about you. Trust me, nothing will happen to me. I'll take good care of myself. Chapter 71. General Wu Chao, I've been saying for a while that you should try the fresh flavors at 100 Taste Tower. In a few days, they're reopening with Chef Shi Yuan in charge of the kitchen. Would you have time to honor us with your presence? Mon immediately started contacting people after he returned. Minister Chao, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been? Liao Shiji also sprang into action. It's been a while since our last meeting. The 100 Taste Tower will be reopening soon. Why don't we gather together then? The Yin family learned the news as soon as possible. Boston, the 100 Taste Tower Hot Pot and Barbecue Shop has resumed normal operations, and the restaurant branch will officially reopen in a couple of days. And Yin listened to his assistant's report without changing expression. I understand. Who was invited? Assistant Zhang continued. There are General Wu Chao, Minister Chao, Director Sua Likong, Bureau Chief Kiliai, etc. Currently, we only know about these individuals. Not long after, Belson's video call came through. And Yin, you've already received the news, right? Your cousin is not an ordinary person. I just found out myself. And Yin smiled faintly. So, did she not invite you? Now that the two families were related by marriage, their communication was more relaxed than before. So that's why I'm here asking you for an invitation. Belson also wanted to see who else was continuing to support that family. Oh, if you can't get one, I would certainly be unable to. Haven't you forgotten the last incident? Both you and I had some involvement. And Yin knew that girl definitely wouldn't actively invite people from the Yin family. Although Mu Haitian had ordered the poison, the one who later kept pressuring the Food Safety Bureau was him and Belson. Although he tried to cover it up afterward, he knew that Liao Shiji and Tenno could still uncover some traces. This meant that all he and Yuan shared was a superficial relationship. Realistically, there was likely mutual dissatisfaction between them. What I mean is that Miss and Man represents the Yin family at this event. After all, Old Master and still wishes to maintain this relationship, doesn't he? And Yin thought about it, and this indeed seemed like a good method. He knew his younger sister's temperament well. She surely wouldn't want to go. Grandpa, in a couple of days, it'll be the day when 100 Taste Tower reopens. Although Yuan didn't send us an invitation, we cannot pretend we didn't know. And Yin proactively approached Grandpa's office. I think letting Man represent our family to congratulate them would be appropriate. What do you think? You making such a thoughtful suggestion shows real progress. There was some admiration in Hong's eyes despite his previous extreme measures being impulsive decisions. That girl is no ordinary talent. Have you noticed her subtle influence in the food industry? And Hong once again prompted his personally tutored grandson. Previously, everyone was used to eating nutritional supplements, with low expectations for fine dining. But now, in just a year's time, the number of restaurants across the entire star system has multiplied several times over. Have you thoroughly considered these changes? And Yin was shocked. He had never thought about these aspects. Even though the Yin family business expanded by more than double that year, he hadn't associated it with that troublesome girl. After hearing what Grandpa said today, he couldn't help but feel unprecedented anxiety. After returning home, he informed Man to represent the Yin family at the banquet at 100 Taste Tower. Initially, she was reluctant, but upon learning it was Grandfather An's wish, she had no choice but to agree. In no time, 100 Taste Tower finished its renovation. Below its gilded ancient sign, two new glossy black large characters, Kai Yuan, were added, completely transforming its tone into a stately elegance. Besides significant partners in the business world, like the Tenno family and the Yifun family, the major guests arriving today were mainly politicians from the political arena. And Yuna primarily handled the commercial guests, while the rest were taken over voluntarily by Mon and Liao Shiji. Originally, most of those people came for the sake of these two men. Mon, you little brat didn't bring me here just for a meal, right? General Wu Chao met many influential government officials at the door. Although he had known beforehand, still feeling played, he wasn't entirely happy. It's not my plan. Mon, wearing a bright yellow suit, quickly shifted the blame seeing the smug look on the general's face. You should know whose it is, right? Alright, but I need to see him later. Last time, Wu Chao helped that person but got himself into trouble, without even getting to meet the person face to face. I can relay your message to him. Mon still avoided giving direct answers. Huh. Wu Chao laughed, almost annoyed to turn around and leave. But thinking back to the beautiful face he saw last time, he stepped inside nonetheless. It was about time. Some of the invited people had yet to arrive, but this was somewhat expected. Today my main job is to cook. You guys figure out the rest yourselves. And Yunnan was about to leave after saying this. Nanyu, you're the boss. You at least need to come with us and greet some people. The flashy yellow-suited Mon quickly stopped her. It makes no difference whether I go or not. They've all come for you two anyway. Go ahead and talk things over yourselves. The yellow-suited man and Liao Shiji exchanged a glance, surprised that she had figured it out. Those important political figures who had come today indeed had ulterior motives, and 100 Taste Tower was inadvertently basking in their glory. Hey, aren't you even going to say hello? I have no interest in chatting with those people. Just go. And Yunnan said and went to the kitchen. What do you think will happen if she ever finds out about Zai Zhaozu's identity? The yellow-suited man nudged the person beside him. I think these matters shouldn't concern us. Liao Shiji pushed his glasses up, eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. There'll be quite a show then. They smiled at each other, both with an unspoken understanding on their faces. Liao General, something's wrong. And Man and Belson are here. They've just landed. Assistant Fong Jun rushed over. How did they get back? Moen's face immediately became serious. Belson coming now was clearly with ill intentions. Although the secretary certainly knew which officials were attending today, bumping into them would be problematic. With the loss of the marshal and the president retreating to the background, these officials supporting the Bien family were already facing difficulties, constantly oppressed, and excluded by the secretary's faction. Gathering today was also an opportunity to discuss their next moves. Seeing the son of the secretary right now wouldn't just be awkward, it might affect their entire future. Let's intercept them first. You go find Yunnan. After giving orders to Fong Jun, Liao Shiji quickly followed Mon out. Miss and Master Belson, how do the two of you have time to come over today? Yellow-suited Mon intercepted them at the helipad entrance. How can she, as a member of the Yin family, represent the Yin family and give support? There's nothing wrong with that, is there? And Man slightly raised her chin, a faint smile playing on her lips. Although she didn't want to make this trip, these three people in front of her were all outstanding young talents, so she naturally had to maintain a proper demeanor. Yes, an old master worries about his granddaughter and specifically invited me along. Belson brought up in Hong, leaving no room for refusal. The two of you are under old master An's instruction, and Yunin hurried over. In that case, why don't I accompany you back to the Yin household and personally prepare a meal to thank Grandpa? Though unsure why Fong Jun had insisted she prevent these two from entering at any cost, considering that today's plan was proposed by her boyfriend, she decided to support it. Anyway, the restaurant is already full, so I'll just go back to the Yin house with you. As in Yunan was about to walk into the helipad. Wait. A man quickly called her back. How could she let her go home? This troublemaker obviously wanted to use this chance to return to the Yin family. This couldn't be allowed. Grandpa has been busy lately and won't be home these few days. Chapter 72. It doesn't matter if you're not there. Isn't Uncle An still around? We can't possibly neglect Mr. Burleson. And Yuan seemed determined to follow the two back to the Yin family residence. Mr. An, today is the grand opening of your esteemed restaurant. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to be absent. We are not strangers after all, so just finding a random spot would be fine. Maybe even a chair placed in the kitchen would work, said Burleson with a hint of confidence in his narrow eyes. How could I let you endure such inconvenience? Let me make arrangements for you in our #1 private room, especially for your visit. And Yuan suggested tactfully. Indeed. How could we allow the son of the Secretary General and our Deputy Commander of Shangyong to eat in the kitchen? Fong Jun, go clear out the people from the #1 private room immediately. Mon chimed in sarcastically, subtly belittling them. Ordinarily, someone hearing that would likely decline voluntarily. However, these two were no ordinary individuals. It's not necessary to go through all this trouble. Adding an extra chair will do. And Man, standing nearby, had already lost her patience, seething with anger. She realized they clearly didn't want to entertain them today, but Burleson insisted on entering, leaving her no choice but to reluctantly stay put. Deputy Commander, given your humility, how could we possibly slight you? Please come in. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses and extended an invitation to both. Given the current situation, there was no way to stop them from entering now. Fortunately, he'd already made his own plans, hoping everything on Daigua's end was ready. Hey, isn't that the eldest son of the Secretary General? How convenient. Come along. I need to speak with you. The group hadn't even reached the door when General Wu Chao walked up and immediately pulled Burleson back towards the direction they came from. Mr. Lieutenant General, I have other matters today. Why don't we reschedule? The lanky young man staggered under the firm pull of the robust soldier. TCH, Byway Tower's grand opening won't miss one person like you. I called you here for official business, for the safety of Shangyong Star. Surely, Mr. An wouldn't object, right? Wu Chao added, directing a questioning glance at Yuan. Certainly not. Mr. Burleson, please don't feel guilty. How can my insignificant banquet compare to state affairs? Please proceed as needed. And Yuan responded with sincere eyes fixed on him. Burleson's gentle smile finally couldn't hold, glancing around emotionlessly, silently acknowledging how remarkable this group truly was. Then I will take my leave. He managed to maintain composure before stepping away. General Wu Chao quickly followed behind him. Even though everyone knew it was all pretense, face-saving gestures were important. Mr. An, do remember to cook a personal meal for me another day. Passing in Yuan, Burleson sent a flirty look. Certainly, definitely. After all, they had helped them out. With only a man left, she gave an indifferent roll of her eyes and proudly turned to leave. As Yuan glanced back at those two men, doubts remained in her mind. Why was it inconvenient for Burleson to enter? What exactly were the officials doing today? Neither Mon nor Liao Shiji knew what to say next, unable to fully explain the events of earlier. Why are you all still outside? How did General Wu Chao come out? Liao Shiji asked. It was Mr. Qingzhou. He instructed that the room assignment remain unchanged. Then General Wu Chao appeared. Dai Guogua explained. Mon, scratching his head nervously, stole a few cautious glances at those around him. Should they or shouldn't they mention it? You don't have to struggle like that. I know you're helping Mr. Qingzhou. And Yuan, observing his uneasy demeanor for some time, mercifully let it slide. Yes, perhaps it's better to wait until he tells you himself. The big yellow-skinned man sighed in relief, regretting befriending such a devious acquaintance. Meanwhile, Liao Shiji also quietly exhaled a breath of relief. Being stuck between the boss and his future daughter-in-law, he couldn't afford to offend either side. Life sure was tough these days. After this incident, things went much smoother, and Yuan returned to busy herself in the kitchen. The two men went to the reserved room to carry out their plan, and Dai Guogua helped manage the guests. Afterwards, everyone stayed glued to their light brains, ready to secure their reservation slots at Byway Tower for the next day. Some had even mentally planned the menu. However, Byway Tower unexpectedly issued a new announcement. Starting today, Byway Tower's Yuan restaurant would adopt a membership system, no longer accepting reservations. For more details about becoming a member, interested parties should visit the official Food Fate network. In addition, preparations for branch locations of Byway Tower were underway. Stay tuned. Upon seeing this news, enthusiastic food lovers reacted with initial surprise, quickly switching their focus to the Food Fate network. After learning the entry requirements, netizens erupted with indignation across social platforms. Yet another restaurant infiltrated by capitalism. Why? Are we commoners unworthy? Big sisterin, have you also been blinded by money? We all know that once these restaurants gain some fame, they can't wait to become lapdogs of bureaucratic capitalism. The floor above is being too judgmental. They have made the hot pot recipe freely available. Yes, their restaurant was harmed so severely because it lacked a background. This move is quite normal. My big sister and is beautiful and kind-hearted. She has been forced into this situation. I now hate the person who poisoned the Bawei Tower hot pot store. I want to beat him. Me too. If it wasn't for that ingrate, how would big sister and be so disheartened? Do you believe that the little assistant would do such a self-destructive act? There must be some hidden conspiracy. Correct, the assistant must be a spy sent from another company. By elimination, I think the Move family did it. Blind guess, Move family. Move family +1. I think it's the In family. Isn't big sister In just part of the In family? I think it's AI Fan's family. Woman powerhouse AI Lin is jealous of newcomer big sister In. Nonsense, don't you know how well they get along, like sisters? Big sister In, please love us one more time. Big sister In, give us a chance to survive. The messages on StarNet were varied, true and false, but no matter how everyone tried to retain them, Bawei Tower resolutely continued down its aloof path. Chairman In, our membership system at Kaiyuan has been thoroughly solidified. Revenue has increased by 15% compared to before. Dai Guohua excitedly reported. About what I expected. And Yuan In smirked slightly. Not robbing these powerful folks would make a mockery of our name Kaiyuan. There are many netizens leaving comments on our official StarNet page, urging us to open branches quickly. Soon. And Yuan In took out her light brain and started browsing. And group headquarters. Grandfather, you heard about the incident a few days ago, right? Burleson sat across from Grandpa and your precious granddaughter and Yuan In seems to have allied with our rivals. That girl knows nothing of Shangyong's situation. She has been deceived by the young master of the Taino family and Shengshi groups, Liao Shiji. And Hong appeared unbothered. Of course, I know she doesn't know the full story, but if she continues to meddle with those people, extricating herself in the future will not be as easy. Burleson reminded. You're right, I'll handle it accordingly. And Hong's expression showed little fluctuation. I hope next time when I'm facing someone, her pretty face won't appear again. His narrow eyes emitted a cold chill. Grandfather, is there anything wrong? And Yin came up after Burleson left. Investigate the connection between that girl and Mon and Liao Shiji. Find out how they met. And Hong ordered with half-closed eyes. Weren't they introduced at the Star Chef competition? And Yin remembered that In family wanted to sign that stubborn girl back then, but Shengshi had beaten them to it. She already had someone secretly helping her during the competition. As one of the organizers of the competition, and Hong knew very well about every under-the-table deal. Chapter 73. The reason why Yunnan was able to draw the first day was that someone had been manipulating behind the scenes. At that time, she had just arrived in Shangyu, and it was unlikely for her to know Liao Zong from Shengshi. All right, Grandpa, I will investigate immediately. And Yin slightly furrowed his brows. This troublesome girl again. Why does her name keep coming up recently? With a gentle morning breeze, a red light gradually became dazzling. And Yunnan turned over forcefully and tore herself out of bed. Today Meng Xiaopeng is on holiday, and she had already promised to pick him up. Her boyfriend, who's always busy, has left his younger brother entirely in her care. After tidying up, she set off with almond crackers, black sugar stew, and other small cookies prepared for the little foodie. Yang, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? And Yunnan caught the running round ball. This little guy is 4 years old this year. How come he's growing wider instead of taller? Sister, I miss you so much, saying so while kissing her face as a sign of sincerity. I don't miss the bad older brother at all. However, those big round eyes were looking around everywhere, the dark green pupils clearly dimmed down to the naked eye. Older brother will be back tomorrow, we'll see him tomorrow. And Yunnan pinched his chubby little face comfortingly. I don't want to see him. The little guy rubbed his head against Yunnan's neck. I really don't. He continued mumbling, as if emphasizing. All right, let's ignore him. Today sister will take you out. No, to play. She originally wanted to bounce the little guy in her arms, but due to limited strength, she could barely hold on to him. Sister, put me down please. Meng Xiaopeng's face turned red, shyly twisting to get down. He also knew that Nannin's sister is a girl and not as strong as the older brother. Can you hold my hand then? And Yunnan put him down, then extended her hand. Sister, let's go home. I want to eat the food you cook. I can eat 5 big bowls. Small hands pulled big hands as they jumped joyfully out of school. I have small cookies on the spacecraft. You can have some first. After returning home, and Yunnan let Anshin accompany him while she went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Sister, Brother Liao sent a video message, said Meng Xiaopeng pulling Anshin towards the kitchen. Since she was cooking, she didn't notice the dynamics on the optical computer. As her maid manager, Anshin was about to dutifully remind her when she was noticed by Meng Xiaopeng right away. All right, thank you Yang. A few minutes later, and Yunnan hung up the video message and continued cooking. Meng Xiaopeng wandered back and forth outside the kitchen door, occasionally glancing at her. Yang, is there something? Sister, what did Brother Liao find you for? The little one's cute big eyes kept turning around. Just some work stuff, what's wrong? And Yunnan was extremely surprised. Why would the kid ask such a question? Did he mention anything about the older brother? Meng Xiaopeng continued gazing at her earnestly. No, the older brother will be back tomorrow. How could Brother Liao know his whereabouts? And Yunnan couldn't withstand such an intense gaze. Brother Liao definitely knows, he used to tell me. The little one thought Brother Liao came to tell them news about the older brother. Are they on such good terms? And Yunnan was extremely astonished. Brother Liao is the older brother's good friend, and also his assistant. Of course, their relationship is very good. Meng Xiaopeng surprisingly said. and Yunin felt blank in her mind. What does this mean? This kid surely wouldn't talk nonsense. Do you mean to say the big boss of Shengshi Group is Changzhou? Sister, what are you talking about? The little guy didn't know what happened. Sister looked strange now. Brother Liao also often calls the older brother boss. That settles it. A certain person's identity can't be hidden anymore. You, the real boss behind Shengshi Group. A few words that squeezed through her teeth brought a murderous intent. Meng Xiaoping was scared away by her ferocious look. Gradually, clarity dawned upon in Yunnan's mind. No wonder that stinky man frequently praised Shengshi Group in front of her. No wonder she always felt there was something weird between Liao Shiji and that wretched man. It turns out all Moen and Liao Shiji had hinted multiple times were leading to this. If it weren't for this accidental discovery today, who knows how long he'd still try to hide it. A feeling of frustration swelled in Yunnan's chest. Although her mood wasn't very pleasant, she still made a table full of dishes that Meng Xiaoping liked. Tomato scrambled eggs, sweet and sour spare ribs, milk shrimp balls, and Westlake vinegar fish. There was one last dish she had specially prepared for the little guy, a small pumpkin pot. It was made using minced meat of fatty and lean portions, seasoned with salt, soy sauce, fruit fragrance powder, egg whites, and oil for marination, mixed with diced carrots and lotus root, stuffed into a small pumpkin after scooping out its pulp, and then steamed until cooked. Afterward, it was taken out, topped with an egg, and steamed again for 3 minutes. Sure enough, this red little lantern was very popular with Meng Xiaoping. Wow, what a beautiful little pumpkin, sister. What's inside? Why don't you try it yourself? And Yunan handed him a small spoon. Let the sister eat first. The little one scooped up a spoonful and offered it to her mouth. All right, thank you, Yang Yang. How could there be such a considerate and adorable little guy? The two enjoyed their meal happily and sweetly. After the meal, and Yunan sat on the sofa with him, chatting about life and fun things at school. Sister, why were you like that earlier? Are you mad at the older brother? Meng Xiaoping suddenly said. Why would you ask that? This little guy is too smart. Because when we mentioned the older brother earlier, your expression seemed off. Meng Xiaoping looked serious, his big watery eyes twinkling. I am mad at him. And Yunan replied seriously while also teasing him to see his reaction. Oh, the older brother must have done something wrong. He often makes me mad too. He sounded like a little adult. Sister, you'll get used to him. Looking at this experienced little guy, and Yunan burst out laughing on the sofa. You're right, your older brother is a liar. That's correct. The older brother always lies. He promised to take me out to play, but it only happened a few times. The little guy puffed his cheeks as if scolding his own brother. That's because he's too busy. Yang Yang, don't blame him. And Yunan worried it might affect their brotherly relationship, so she quickly defended him. I know. The little guy wiggled closer to her side, then threw himself into her arms. So sister, please stop being angry at the older brother, alright? We're all magnanimous people, aren't we? This little thing was cleverly saying good words for his older brother, truly a crafty kid. Alright, the soft lump hugged her neck, cooing and cajoling in a cute way, his green eyes clearer and brighter than the others, making her heart melt into a spring of water. If he sincerely apologizes to me, I will consider forgiving him. And Yunan said seriously, she didn't want to casually fool with children, especially such a smart little thing. In the vast universe, a civilian spacecraft was traveling according to its route toward Wenyong Star. Inside a guest room, several tall men were still discussing something. The leader with green eyes and black hair was Chingzhou. He had felt restless all day, and with his astonishing intuition and judgment, it seemed like some unusual crisis was approaching. Meanwhile, Yunan spent the whole night dreaming. Although the details were not clear, there were vague violent scenes lingering in her mind. Perhaps the only one who slept soundly and worry-free was Meng Xiaoping. Chapter 74. After a night's sleep, Yannan was still exhausted, with low energy all over her body in the early morning. It was all that dog of a man's fault. After making a simple breakfast for Meng Xiaoping, she planned to go back to sleep. When Chengzhou returned home, there was an eerie silence. Meng Xiaoping was playing outside in the garden with an Xian. He paused his steps on the way upstairs and turned to walk outside instead. Big brother, the little one ran towards him when he saw him. Little fatty, you've gained some weight again. The man scooped up the little one and flipped him around, then pinched his soft, plump flesh. Giggle giggle. The little one wriggled in his hands, trying to escape from his tormentor. Big brother, haha, don't pinch me. After playing with his little brother for a while, he asked, why don't I see your sister Nannan? She should not be out if the little one is at home. Sister is very tired and is sleeping. Chengzhou felt sorry for her, realizing how hard she had been working recently. He decided to spend more time with her these few days. Big brother, did you do something wrong to sister? The little one in his arms remembered yesterday's event. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? If you continue speaking nonsense, I will beat you. Does this little guy even understand what's going on? Saying such things recklessly like that. He must want a beating. Humph. Meng Xiaoping hugged his chubby little arms to his chest. Yesterday, sister was extremely mad, but it was me who said good things about you. You mean she is angry with me? The man could hardly believe it. Why? Meng Xiaoping recounted the entire conversation he had with Yuan the day before, and of course, an Xian supplemented the details as well. After hearing the entire story, Chengzhou's heart suddenly felt heavy, realizing without warning that the unease from yesterday stemmed from this situation. She is really extremely mad. He had made multiple attempts previously to confess everything to her, but he missed each opportunity. Now, he does not know whether his heart feels a bit lighter or worries a little more. Yesterday, sister looked so scary. The little one nodded heavily. Big brother, did you really do something wrong? For a moment, Chengzhou regretted not speaking up earlier. Whatever happens now, he must calm her down. Sister promised me yesterday that if you sincerely apologize, she will forgive you. Meng Xiaopeng pinched his older brother's handsome face and gave him advice. Yang, if your sister decides to kick me out, remember to speak good things about me. The man thought that his younger brother might be a good helper and finally called his pet name once. Meng Xiaopeng patted his chest confidently and agreed. Big brother, relax. Sister likes me the most, I'll help you. Finally hearing his big brother call him by his pet name. This small favor is no problem at all. Chengzhou took a deep breath, changed into a serious expression as if ready for sacrifice, and walked back. After taking a few steps, he stopped again. Anxin, is she awake? As the private caretaker, Anxin naturally can monitor the condition of the master. Miss Sin is in deep sleep. It is recommended not to disturb her. Phew, the man slightly relaxed, thinking, well, then let's go back later. The two brothers returned to the garden. Meng Xiaopeng pulled his older brother to play with him, but obviously, the older one was not in the mood at all. And Yuanan slept until noon. She stretched lazily and got up, walking to the window. In the garden behind, there was a lively child and a handsome and dashing man. Finally back, huh? Her mood immediately became unpleasant again. She changed clothes and went downstairs with a stern face, preparing to settle accounts with someone. Suddenly, the man in the garden felt a chill down his neck. Looking up quickly, he only saw a flash of clothing disappear by the second-floor window. Sigh, here she comes, she has arrived. Chengzhou panicked for 2 seconds, then grabbed the little fatty running past. Remember what you just said? While saying this, he walked toward the house. After slowly reaching the living room, they saw Yuanan sitting emotionlessly on the sofa, staring at the holographic computer screen in front of her without any discernible emotions. The two brothers looked at each other, then the man put down the child in his hand, patting his butt to signal him to go and console her first. Sister, you're working too hard. The sweet voice was melting people's hearts, and being cuddled by the chubby baby was unbelievably comfortable. Even though Yuanan knew that this was the foul man's sugar-coated cannonball, she still fell for it. Yang's mouth is so sweet. Her facial expressions involuntarily softened, and she started rubbing the little one. Cough. The lonely man beside stood and cleared his throat, showing his presence. Little darling, sister made some small cakes and kept them in the kitchen. Let Anxin take you there to get some. And Yuanan let go of the little one and let him go play. Wow, thank you, sister. Meng Xiaopeng ran away happily. Chengzhou watched his little helper leave so joyfully, not looking back once. This little fatty knows he can't be relied on, so she'll have to do it herself. Yunan, is the company very busy? You didn't sleep well last night, did you? After sending off the irrelevant people, and Yuanan's lips tightened as her face turned back to a serious expression. Her gaze returned to the holographic screen in front of her. How could it be? I reckon even if I abandon everything, sure Yuan wouldn't have any problems, right? Her voice was cold and emotionless. The man's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, unsure whether he should apologize or explain first. He'd never seen her like this before, his heart getting more nervous by the second. Realizing that he couldn't delay any longer, he hurriedly sat beside her. Nan, I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to hide this from you. There were many times I wanted to tell you, but I never found the right moment. Only then did Yuanan turn her eyes towards his face, seeing how tightly wounded he was. His emerald pupils slightly contracted with an anxious demeanor. Her anger diminished just a little bit. Fine, I want to hear you tell me yourself. Chengzhou's heart felt a tiny bit lighter as he spoke. The controlling shareholder behind Shengshi Group is me. No more than 10 people know about this. The affairs of the group are basically handled fully by Liao Shiji. I didn't tell you at first because there was no need, and later when I frequently talked up the good aspects of Shengshi in front of you, you ended up joining us. You overthink things. My decision to join Shengshi was thoroughly thought out. Your persuasion had barely any influence, and Yuanan's face remained emotionless. Continue. The man paused briefly, gathering his thoughts before continuing. Later, you set up Shi Yuan, making Shengshi your business partner. I thought the matter didn't seem too impactful, so I decided to slowly tell you later. And then after we pledged our lifelong commitment to each other, I felt like there was a photon cannon bomb inside me. And Yuanan immediately countered furiously. Who said we made lifelong pledges? Don't make things up, followed by a loud and sharp question. Do you think I would explode like a bomb? Bombs are nothing. How could they compare to the might of a photon cannon? Chengzhou thought this silently, but his body still reacted with survival instincts, shaking his head vigorously. How could that happen? It's just that I was too guilty and too cowardly. I've been making excuses for myself all along, delaying everything. In fact, I've already prepared myself for you to be angry. You can punish me however you want, but please don't bring up breaking up. We are meant to spend our whole lives together. And Yuanan was almost amused to exasperation by this guy. The earlier words sounded sincere, and it seemed like he was seriously reflecting, but wasn't that last sentence actually putting conditions on her? Are you afraid of splitting up with me? You're the great boss of Shengshi Group. You can find whoever you want. No, I only want you. Always only you. The person quickly reached out to hold her delicate hands, almost swearing under the heavens. Chapter 75. And Yuanan used all her strength to pull her hands out, thinking that even if the man said countless sweet words, she would still have to give him a lesson. It seems like you still haven't realized your current situation. Nan, darling, sweetheart, love of my life, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Or you can hit me. Just go ahead and hit me as hard as you want, as long as it helps you calm down. The man stood up and looked around for something useful. Sister, this cake is really good. Meng Xiaopeng finished eating and then went back to his room with a tap-tap-tap sound to grab a children's metal baseball bat, preparing to do some exercises. He felt that if he kept gaining weight, his sister wouldn't be able to carry him anymore in the future. The two people in the living room followed the little one's movements with their eyes. More accurately, they were staring at the bat. Qingzhou's lips twitched slightly, but not noticeably. This was truly his younger brother. Originally, Qingzhou thought he was on his side, but unexpectedly, he turned against him. Never mind, as long as it could help vent his girlfriend's anger, hitting was acceptable. This pain wasn't much anyway. Thus, he stepped forward, took the baseball bat from the child's hand, and handed it over to Yuanan. And Yuanan looked at the metal bat in her hand and was utterly speechless. What kind of brain did this guy have? Was he actually encouraging domestic violence? Considering his usual intelligence and emotional quotient, both seemed to be at normal levels. So how did such a crude solution come about? Although she had been dreaming of beating up this guy last night, that didn't mean she'd actually do it. She returned the baseball bat to the little guy beside her, instructing him to go outside and exercise with an Xian. By the way, sister, are you still mad at brother? Meng Xiaopeng finally remembered to say a good word for his brother. What do you want to say? Sister, please don't drive brother away, okay? His big, sparkling eyes blinked rapidly. Go and digest your food with Anshin first, and I'll cook something delicious for lunch. And Yuanan did not answer directly, coaxing him out, and then glanced at someone with an ambiguous smile. So it turns out you're worried about being kicked out? Qingzhou felt an ominous vibe brewing. Nan, don't listen to his nonsense. Hit me again if you need to. If once isn't enough, we can do it a few more times. I actually haven't decided what to do yet. But you've given me a bit of inspiration. If you don't want to break up, move out. No, honey, who would protect you if I leave? I'm not comfortable leaving you alone. I'm not moving out. Qingzhou sat right back onto the sofa with speed. Nan, I was really wrong. Can you forgive me this time? And Yuanan was seeing him showing a teasing expression for the first time ever, truly worthy of being Meng Xiaopeng's older brother. In his emerald green eyes, which were lighter than jade itself, reflected her face clearly like in a clear spring pool. Her heart thudded erratically. I just can't let this pass easily. For some inexplicable reason, her tone got somewhat stuttery. She mentally cursed herself inwardly. What a shame. It's all because of this dog man messing things up with his allure. However, Qingzhou's eyes lit up immediately as he leaned closer to her, his voice sounding lighthearted beyond compare. Of course, as long as we don't break up and you don't drive me out, anything goes. Whatever you desire will be done according to your wish. At this moment, and Yuanan was infuriated internally. Misjudged the situation. How did this rotten man get into her mind with only a few simple sentences? As soon as her dominance weakened slightly, he seized the opportunity, making her seethe with rage. Nan, why don't we go out this afternoon? Where would you like to go? Qingzhou tried coaxing further. How about the primitive park? You always seem to be happy for quite a while when we visit there. No, I'm not going. And Yuanan was still feeling bitter inside. What sort of thing was this? Would she let him off so easily? I know you're still angry deep down. Tell me what you want. I don't want you to suppress your feelings. That person continued, soothing her gently. It's clearly your fault. Initially, I wanted you to properly apologize, and then punish you accordingly, so that you'd remember well never to deceive me in the future. And Yuanan pouted her lips and complained in frustration. But now, you managed to fool me with mere talk. Qingzhou embraced her, kissed her forehead, pinched her cheeks and smoothed out her puckered lips, speaking with unimaginable gentleness. Tell me how you'd like me to admit my mistake, and what punishment you have in mind. Anything you demand, I'll comply with, alright. You should tell me beforehand whenever you plan to go far somewhere in the future. Don't make me worry, and stop lying to me. And Yuanan curled into his embrace, gradually dissolving her annoyance. Alright, I will inform you wherever I go in the future, my dear little housekeeper. Qingzhou's tone remained tender, though deep in his eyes lay a trace of worry. There was another thing he hadn't told her yet. He didn't know how she would react when she eventually found out. Instinctively, his hands tightened. I'll let you off this time. And Yuanan felt the pressure on her arms and immediately felt very smug. So this dogman still cared about her after all. And just like that, an intense emotional drama came to an end, with the two reconciling as they went to the kitchen to prepare lunch together. This morning, I had someone send over a lot of seafood. The man wore a look asking for praise. And Yuanan found it amusing, but at the same time felt a pang of jealousy. I originally planned to make rice wine braised pork, which tastes better than red braised pork, but now I've canceled that. Instead, we'll make lychee flavored pork for Yang Yang since he likes it. No way, you don't have to make it for me, but the little fatso is gaining weight too fast and can't be fed like this anymore. Today he's only allowed to eat vegetables. The man looked like he was genuinely concerned about his brother's health. Oh really? Isn't it because he caused trouble for you? And Yuanan didn't believe this noble-sounding excuse for a second. Let's have a seafood feast then. Don't you love it so much? Qingzhou continued trying to win her favor. In the end, and Yuanan still made the flour carver pork stewed in yellow wine. She chopped the pork belly into small pieces, cooked them in rice wine until the juice became thick and gooey. The alcohol aroma fully seeped into the meat, giving it a glossy appearance and a lingering taste that surpassed ordinary braised pork. They also had steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, the rich garlic fragrance standing out brightly, crimson-colored soy-braised prawns, fresh steamed crabs retaining their original flavors, refreshing dressed squids, indispensable stir-fried hollow-stem greens, and a stomach-soothing soup. At Qingzhou's persistent request, she also made a dish of something the little one disliked most, stir-fried carrots. Little Meng Xiaopeng, eagerly awaiting the start of the meal, saw the dish he'd rather eat nutritional supplements than touch placed right in front of him, and pouted unhappily as he looked at Yuanan. and Yuan immediately melted at the cuteness and promptly picked up the dish to place it in front of someone else. Qingzhou. Okay, Yang, hurry and eat. Tell sister what you want. While the two were enjoying each bite from each other's plates happily, they both turned and glanced at the poor man next to them, whereupon Yuan lightly transferred a piece of braised pork into his bowl. Qingzhou instantly beamed and nibbled carefully on the thumb-sized piece of meat on the plate, as if it was the greatest treasure. And Yuan couldn't help but laugh, while putting even more dishes onto his plate. Sister, I want some of that. The little guy pointed to the meat on his big brother's chopsticks. You have to grow a bit more before eating that kind. Would you like a big shrimp instead? Well then, big shrimps are good too. The cute chubby boy seemed content easily. As Yuan was about to put the peeled shrimp into his bowl, a pair of chopsticks flashed, and the food in her hands disappeared. Turning around, she noticed that only half a shrimp tail was left sticking out from a certain bad man's mouth. Humph, stinky big brother, you're terrible. How dare you snatch a kid's food? She sighed, unsure what to say to him. If you want to eat, take care of yourself. Qingzhou quickly peeled several shrimps and put them in a nearby bowl, then glanced provocatively toward the little one opposite. And Yuan suddenly felt like she was taking care of two kids as she ate the shrimp meatballs in her bowl. Eat well, she said sternly, resembling a strict kindergarten teacher. Qingzhou, meanwhile, rapidly grabbed more shrimp and started peeling them himself to fill up the adjacent bowls while glancing challengingly across the table at the little boy. And Yuan decided not to let these antics bother her and focus back on the delicious lunch. Chapter 76. After overcoming the difficulties, Qingzhou was in high spirits for a while. This trip to the Border Star allowed him to regain control of the defensive line once again. However, the management of the Border Star was still not as strict as it used to be. Especially since the Family Group expanded their business here, the military stronghold has become more mixed in terms of personnel coming and going, with inadequate management, which would inevitably lead to serious problems over time. In an unnamed star domain, a fleet of more than 1,000 starships was weaving through the area. Secretary Balvite, it's been a long time, said a man with a gentlemanly beard and brown hair in the center of a beautifully adorned warship, speaking to someone via a video call. Mr. Abedu, we are not the kind of friends who can greet each other casually, replied the stern middle-aged man in the office, quickly locking the doors and windows to prevent others from suddenly entering. Oh, Mr. Secretary, you're being too formal. After all, we are partners who frequently collaborate. Have you already forgotten so soon? The sharp look in the brown-haired man's eyes disappeared in an instant. Balvite was very angry at the implications in his words a moment ago, showing a displeased expression on his face. Mr. Abedu, please get straight to the point. Your Star Alliance Republic has made quite a few significant breakthroughs in dining recently, haven't they? It truly is enviable, said Abedu, sitting on a retro leather sofa and playing with a valuable porcelain cup in his hand. I wonder if Secretary could send a couple of chefs over to me. I think the Yin family has plenty of chefs. Balvite stared silently at the other side. The Yin family was, after all, related by marriage to him. Was it too presumptuous to come up with such ideas? Ha ha, it was just a joke, said the brown-haired man with an exaggerated smile, and continued probing. Recently, a large amount of nutrient liquid from the Yin group has been unsold, with a lot in stock. Since that's the case, why not give some to us wandering nomads? The veins on Balvite's forehead were pulsing wildly. This was simply outrageous. Are you asleep? Thanks to your help, my gang suffered heavy losses on your defense line when I last helped you fight for the Army Department's power. Every time I think about it, it breaks my heart, said Abedu, leader of the space pirates, putting his hand on his chest to feign emotion. I remember you sent people over last time, and we showed enough sincerity. Your current request is probably unreasonable. If he hadn't held any leverage over him, how would Balvite have wasted his time here negotiating? In that case, fine. If you can't give them, sell them to me instead. But as you know, we space wanderers don't own much property, said Abedu in a manner of a rogue or hooligan. His tone grew heavier, revealing an enigmatic ferocity. You'll surely agree to this request, right? Balvite certainly understood his meaning. Once tangled with these people, one must be prepared to be continuously drained. Ignoring the priceless antique in his hand, suppressing the anger in his heart, he changed into a gentle smile. Of course. The Yin group are businessmen after all. Selling to anyone is no different. I will negotiate the price well for you. Thank you then. I need 50 million nutrient agents, and regarding the price, I can't let them lose out too much either. So let's say 10,000 star coins, concluded Abedu, leaving no room for bargaining. Balvite was almost spitting blood. 10,000 star coins. Were they treating him like a beggar? It didn't even cover half of the production cost. These were indeed bandits, completely unreasonable. Before Balvite could say anything, the other side spoke again. I believe you, Secretary Balvite, have the skills for such things. After all, you are the one who controls even the president. Abedu, watch your tongue. A fierce blade of intent shot out from the narrow slit of Balvite's eyes, nearing the end of his patience. Sorry, my mistake. Then I won't disturb you further, and I will await your good news, said Abedu, knowing it wouldn't do to continue provoking. Otherwise, once the other side lost temper, it would cause trouble. After cutting off the video call, the secretary glared darkly at the untraceable signal source on his optical computer. Damn space pirates. As soon as he had absolute power, his first task would be to send troops to annihilate them. Father, what just happened? Burson entered the room and immediately noticed something wasn't right. Balvite briefly recounted the demands of that person, then asked his son's opinion. Do you have any good ideas? The Yin family has already spent a substantial amount of money recently. Asking them to deliver another large batch of supplies at this moment seems unlikely, unless what? Unless there's an equivalent exchange of benefits. Bursin's slim eyes were filled with calculation. Then this matter is handed over to you. Although he hasn't specified the exact time, you know how impatient he always is. Balvite had full confidence in his son's ability to handle matters. I understand, father. At the same time, in the study of the in-family villa, Grandpa, I found some leads on the thing you asked me to investigate, and Yin said as he transmitted the data from his optical computer to the other party. And Yunin experienced a genius gene mutation more than a year ago, then met a distant cousin of the Tai family, in Aroda. After that, she started participating in the Star Chef competition and went to Shangyong. Through this distant cousin, she got acquainted with Mon and Liao Shiji. Basically, that's all. As An Hong listened to him and looked over the information on the optical computer, he asked, have we not found out who taught her cooking skills? According to her own statement, she used to frequently watch her mother cook meals, and after her genius gene mutation, she began studying on her own without any guidance from others. And Yin conducted a thorough investigation. Isn't she living with that young man from the Tai family now? And how come there's also a child? And Hong unintentionally caught sight of Yunan's recent circumstances. Yes, ever since she came to Shangyong, she's been living with that kid. Supposedly, this child is supposedly his biological younger brother. And Yin subtly hinted at it. Why isn't there any data on that boy? And Hong casually asked. I think he isn't anyone important. And Yin hurriedly added. Mon and Liao Shiji both seem quite concerned about that girl, but they don't appear to be pursuing her. Grandpa unfolded up the light screen, deep in thought, finding it very suspicious that her culinary artistry had improved so much in merely 1 year. All the previous cases of food poisoning indicate that her genius gene mutation indeed occurred later in life. Could it possibly be the talent inherited from that woman? That girl also visited the old Jiang gentleman in the suburbs just last week. That old codger probably wouldn't have told her about the past events. Oh, Grandpa, our 30-plus shops in the Border Star are now steadily making profits. It won't take long for us to make back the losses we suffered, along with interest, and Yin continued reporting. To plot with tigers means being prepared to be bitten anytime. As long as they're still courteous towards us now, we need to expedite strengthening the in-family group. And Hong was contemplating his plans while simultaneously not forgetting his ambitions. I understand. Next time we can ask the Mu family to lend a hand as well. And Yan's eyes gleamed with determination. Be cautious. Under no circumstances should we allow the Mu family to surpass us. And Hong did not oppose enlisting the Mu family, but absolutely couldn't let them get too closely tied to those people. There is another matter to assign to you. Over the years, Yuan has almost been forgotten. It's time to revive its reputation. The elder's expression became somewhat complicated at the moment. Yuan was a century-old restaurant passed down through generations within the Yin family. 50 years ago, the elder had gained immense fame for Yuan using an ancient cookbook, and the business of the Yin family started to expand rapidly. Due to this, and Hong managed to smoothly take control of the Yin family affairs, after which Yuan faded from public view like a fleeting blossom. Yet the Yin family group ascended fiercely and firmly secured its place among the top 4 families. The present-day Yuan resembled more of a private scenic spot, a small courtyard exuding ancient charm, with very few people knowing that this was actually a dining venue. Grandpa, do you plan on retrieving that ancient cookbook? And Yin had always known that the Yin family possessed such a cookbook, but ever since he was born, he had never seen it. Chapter 77. Yulitans would take charge of the kitchen at Yuan Garden and transfer the senior chefs from a group over there. And Hong seemed to have no intention of taking out the family cookbook. Grandpa, Baiweilu has quite a reputation now. We might not be able to compete with them for the time being. And Yin cautiously probed. Just go ahead and handle it. The old man didn't give any additional explanation. Reopening Yuan Garden was to test that girl and see if she knows anything about that recipe book. Also, by reopening, they could remind everyone what level Yuan Garden was as a restaurant, and which one was the true Yuan restaurant. What did that girl owe her current achievements to? On this side, and Yunnan was deciding the opening times for the 2 new branches of Baiweilu. If not, we can just do next weekend. Post an announcement on the Star Network, then open the reservation system directly. And President, Shiwan's Star Network feed has been dominated by netizens for 2 weeks straight. They keep pushing us every day. So exaggerated. Let me check, she said, opening her light brain terminal. Since so many people are praising me for my beauty and competence, I shouldn't disappoint them, right? Can we officially start business in 2 days? Even starting today is possible, Dai Guogua answered with a smile. President, you shine brilliantly today. Your elegance surpasses the flowers of the nation, beautiful in appearance and wise within. Stop. What's up, Daigich? Trying to flatter me? And Yunnan was completely puzzled. Aren't you fond of hearing nice words? I've said so much already. Are you not delighted beyond measure? And could you maybe consider giving me a raise or something? Oh, so that's what you're after, huh? I happen to know someone willing to pay double salary to lure you back. Don't tell me. Our director Dai isn't tempted? TSK, I went through a lot in Shangshi before. Only a fool would go back there. Dai Guogua looked utterly dismissive. How about your progress with Liao Shiji? And Yunnan gave her a mischievous glance. Has he confessed yet? He did say something, but I haven't agreed. Dai Guogua interjected before she could ask further. Previously, I had been more proactive, but after your comment last time, I think girls should experience the feeling of being cherished. And Yunnan gave her a thumbs up. Exactly. In love, you need to act cold and distant sometimes, making him always feel uncertain, keeping him anxious and longing for you. Do you and Qingzhou operate like that too? You advance, he retreats, and vice versa? Our situation is a bit different, reflecting on their relationship which seemingly lacked twists and turns. Everything just naturally fell into place. However, you must always maintain a sense of ceremony. It's the secret to keeping love fresh. For some reason, the two began sharing their dating tips. Two people with zero romantic experience. One dared to blurt things out while the other dared to experiment. No one knew whether their emotional journey would proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, Qingzhou, who had just confessed another layer of his identity to his girlfriend, was discussing serious matters with several close aides. Our trip to the Frontier Star involved rearranging the defensive deployment of the border defense system. Major Sonoya Station there will alert us of any unusual movements, reported Captain Zhou. Luoyan is also over there now. While Sonoya can hold out for a short period, if Flennard gets too aggressive, it might get tough for him. Mine appeared nothing like his usual laid-back self. No problem. I met Wu Chao once. I'll find a way to have that guy return to Frontier Star. Qingzhou sat in the main seat, listening to updates from various quarters. Next came Assistant Iwaika. The last incident was indeed orchestrated by Bo Wei and those space pirates aiming to seize control of the military department. But we lack solid evidence. There are also 30-plus stores recently transporting massive quantities of materials to Frontier Star far exceeding its demand. Colonel Jiang Mo added. Looks like Bo Wei promised a lot to Abedu this time, and family probably spent a fortune. Qingzhou instantly grasped the situation upon hearing. Should we intercept these shipments? Mayan appeared eager to move. Of course we should. Why waste such a good opportunity? Let Wu Chao handle this task. He's the best fit. Qingzhou's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a mischievous grin imbued with a touch of rebellion. Besides, Mayan and Shiji, I hope you both can establish careers on Frontier Star. Boss, you mean for Shengshi Group to also set up its base on Frontier Star? Liao Shiji immediately understood his superior's intentions. No problem. If an family can do it, why can't we? Little Zhou wants to stir up trouble on Frontier Star. Huh? That's exactly the thing I like doing most. Mayan's eyes sparkled brightly. Zhou Liang, Jiang Mo, you two go back and continue with the previous tasks. Iwaika, stay behind and help me with something. Qingzhou dismissed the others. Boss, there's one more thing. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. The Yin family recently reinvestigated in Yunnan's records and inadvertently uncovered your fake identity. Wow, your distant cousin, and's old man knows you're cohabiting with his granddaughter. Mayan returned to his usual mischief-loving self, clearly amused by the situation. Sigh, that old man. He didn't investigate when all the preparations were made earlier, and now, without any backup plans, he plays this card. There are no major flaws in my fake identity, but if she asks, should I lie to her? Qingzhou felt a fleeting annoyance. Judging by how intimate you sound, you must have passed her test already. The blonde man couldn't contain his schadenfreude. A few days ago, this guy rushed home only to urgently find him and Liao Shiji, asking for advice on how to handle the fact that Yunnan had discovered he was the big boss of Shengshi Group. One issue just subsides, and another pops up. Liao Shiji couldn't help but feel sympathy for their boss. Well, let's see what happens. Qingzhou sighed deeply, almost contemplating revealing everything to her. But it remained an imagination. Telling her would only put her in danger. All right, we've got things under control here. These next few days, you should spend more time with Nan and cheer her up, so maybe she'll hit you less later. Mayan displayed genuine brotherly concern despite his teasing. That's true. She's been busy recently with Baiweilu's new branches. Why don't you visit her more often to boost your favorability? Liao Shiji joined in, swayed slightly by Mayan's tone. Qingzhou patted the shoulders of both men, thinking their suggestion was somewhat reliable. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to ask Iwaika to keep track of the Yin family's moves and those of Bo Wei. By the end of the meeting, it was around 5 or 6 p.m. Qingzhou quickly headed out and piloted his flying craft towards Shiyuan. He glanced left and saw a steady-looking craft, which obviously belonged to a bespectacled guy, while on his right stood a bright yellow model, an unmistakable signature of that flashy dude. The three arrived at the parking pad simultaneously. After disembarking, they silently exchanged glances, then proceeded towards the entrance in mutual understanding. Director In, President Dai, and Manager Su. Outside is a group of handsome gentlemen waiting to take you all home. The newly hired assistant, Ting, beamed as she announced to the women inside the office. Today, Yunan was finalizing details for the branch opening with Jiang Lei, Dong Li, and Su Miao. They had just wrapped up the discussion and were about to invite them out for dinner when Assistant Ting came rushing in excitedly. The two gentlemen politely excused themselves. Meanwhile, the three women shared looks before turning their attention toward the petite Su Miao, cornering her into an awkward position. Come on, spill. What's going on between you and Mayan? Director and President Dai, you've misunderstood. Su Miao nervously stepped backward, her face blushing crimson. Mayan and I are just friends. He's definitely here for some help. Last time, he invited me over to assist at his restaurant for a few days. Stopping mid-step, Yunan and Dai Guagua turned back and mentally lit 2 candles for a certain gentleman. The little girl clearly wanted nothing more than to distance herself from him. It seemed she hadn't realized her own feelings yet. Chapter 78. When the 6 people met, Yunan and Dai Guagua were the first to give a sympathetic glance at a certain blonde man. Though his clothes often hurt the eyes, he still had good looks. He appeared a bit unreliable, but was actually somewhat dependable. Mr. Moan, I will soon start working, so I won't have time to help you anymore, Su Miao said upon seeing him. Haha, Mr. Qingzhou chuckled softly near Yunan's ear. Another pair also looked on as if watching a joke, their gaze fixed on these two. Su Miao, this time I'm not here asking for your help. The blonde man seemed utterly helpless for the first time. I came today to properly thank you. Oh, no need to be so formal. You're a friend of my master. It's only natural that I should help you. The usually introverted and shy girl had recently become more open. No, 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 you're you, she's her. Since you've helped, I naturally must thank you. Moan cut her off before she could refuse. I've already booked a restaurant. What restaurant can match Byway Tower? The straightforward girl Su Miao looked rather unhappy. Why don't you go try the food with him and see if there's anything to learn? And Yunin couldn't resist assisting. All right, I'll follow what Sisterin says, though I think no one can surpass Master. This fangirl thought no one in the world could rival her goddess. Su Miao, cooking is inherently about taste without boundaries, methods without fixed rules. Only that which pleases the palate matters. Everyone has different preferences. You might find something delicious, but someone else might not. Although I possess some culinary skills, in this vast world, there are countless masters better than me, and I still have much to learn. It's crucial that you avoid being like a frog at the bottom of the well and expand your horizons further. And Yunnan, of course, knew this girl didn't mean any harm. She just greatly admired her. These words were ones Yunnan had wanted to warn her about for quite some time. If she didn't say it now, and Yunnan feared that the girl's narrow views would affect her future achievements. Fortunately, everyone present was trustworthy and familiar with each other. I know I've erred, Master. The little girl lowered her head sadly, unsure if she really did make a mistake. Sisterin had never spoken to her so sternly. Salmon, Yunnan only does this for your own good. Don't take it to heart. Moan quickly patted her shoulder. My words may sound a bit harsh, but if you understand them, your future achievements will surely not fall short of mine. And Yunnan pinched the little girl's cheeks. All right, I'll reflect seriously. I'll remember your words today. Su Miao nodded, looking into her eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, the blonde man pulled the little girl out. All right, listen to your master. Let's go eat outside first. Let's go back too. Xingzhou put his arm around Yunnan's waist. Don't worry, she will understand your efforts. Sister Dai, see you tomorrow. And Yunnan waved goodbye to the others while teasing them. Boss Liao, we still have work tomorrow, so don't overdo it. Madam, rest assured I won't. Liao Shiji teased her right back. And Yunnan choked on her words, turning back to glare at someone. What a hypocrite. When they got home, they found a very familiar figure standing at the door. It was Hao, whom they hadn't been in touch with for a long time. Yunnan, Grandpa wants to reopen Yuan Garden, and it's my brother in charge. The chatterbox person today seemed unusually awkward. And Hao, come in and talk if there's anything. And Yunnan invited him in. Chengzhou took the initiative to step aside and look for Xiao Pongzi, little fatso, in the back. Sorry, the incident before also had members of our family involved, and Hao thought he uncovered an incredible conspiracy by finding the Mu family behind the scenes last time. Furious, he went directly to his father wanting retribution for the Mu family, only to unexpectedly discover that his father was covering up for Yan's misdeeds. He truly couldn't accept this situation. How could his elder brother dare to pull such dirty tricks on their own family? And even more astonishingly, his father, who always seemed amiable towards Yunnan, could actually do such a thing behind her back. But he had no way to stop his older brother or his father, nor could he disclose everything to Yunnan. Depressed, he lost all motivation even for the chain restaurants he himself had founded. Yesterday, Enzwa suddenly informed him that the old man decided to rejuvenate Yuan Garden, which would certainly clash with Byway Tower. So, he must prepare mentally. After thinking it through overnight, and Hao still decided to inform Yunnan. I feel really embarrassed to face you. My dad started a hot pot store, and when buying base ingredients from you, you only charged us cost price. Then you let my brother frequently visit Byway Tower to study culinary art. Moreover, you invested significant effort in my own business opening. But my father treated you like this, and now my brother is responsible for Yuan Garden. There's bound to be a showdown between it and Byway Tower. As he continued speaking, he felt more and more ashamed. Hearing what you said, I feel sorry for myself. Yunnan looked relaxed, not thinking that he was talking about something important. In fact, I don't care too much. I did those things because I truly consider you a friend. It has little to do with others. But we are still a family after all, and what they have done definitely hurt you. Howen felt increasingly guilty. Frankly speaking, I never really thought of the Yin family as my own relatives. Yunnan decided she should clarify this point to him. For more than 20 years in my life, besides my father, no one else from the Yin family has appeared. Emotionally, we're almost like strangers to each other, and I'm used to living alone. If the Yin family really cared about me, they wouldn't interfere in my life. But in reality, the Yin family cannot resist getting involved. I sincerely wish for you to be my sister. Howen felt a pang of sadness in his heart. But after that incident, he was no longer the young man who only knew how to indulge in food, drinks, and pleasures. He finally realized that if Yunnan were an ordinary person, then to the Yin family, she would be dispensable. But because she stood out so much, the Yin family would certainly not let go of such an excellent younger generation member. No matter what others think or do, I will never hurt you. Howen could only make her this promise. Yes, I believe you. Haven't I already told you that even if we can't be siblings, you'll still be my good friend, and you can come find me anytime. Then, can my fragrant rose shop still seek your advice? With renewed energy, the talkative sidekick also restored his past shameless face. Sure, no problem. Can I come over for free meals? Or can you pack some good food for me when you cook? You really don't know how to hold back, do you? Yunnan glanced at him without much patience. These days I've been restless day and night. How about you let me stay for dinner tonight? If I kick you out, will you leave? Nope. His answer was decisive. That evening, Yunnan simply made a few small dishes and colorful whole grain pancakes. At the dining table, Howen suddenly asked, are you the distant relative of the Tai Nua family? Pill. Zhou Qing's heart clenched, but his expression remained calm. I'm Yunan's boyfriend. He secretly cast a sidelong glance towards the side. Yunan was somewhat surprised that he had any connection with the Tai Nuo family, and combining this with his childhood relationship with Moan, she automatically brain supplemented a backstory for her boyfriend. A bright-eyed black-haired boy, in his naive and unknowing years, was sent to a powerful main house to be the playmate of the noble young master. Later, growing up, he achieved success through his own efforts. To avoid being burdened by his origins, he chose to hide the fact that he was the boss of Shengshi Group. With this supplement, Yunan naturally wanted to protect her boyfriend's tragic past. Yes, haven't you met before? Haowen stepped into the role of older brother-in-law. How old are you this year? Where do you work? How is your income? What about savings? Humph, probably scared you would die hearing it. Cheng Zhou smirked, exuding an air of superiority. 30 years old, freelance career, decent income, slightly rich, assets roughly equivalent to the market value of Group. Chapter 79. And Yuan was speechless after listening. It wasn't a free job at all. Everything was left to Liao Shiji while she acted as an absentee boss. Humph. Although he answered every question patiently, and Hao felt very unhappy and audacious inside. How dare you? Before he finished his sentence, he was interrupted by the man who just talked big. On what grounds do you question me? As a member of the Yin family? Nan's cousin? Or a friend? He was directly asked till he was full of shame. Although it wasn't him who did it, he hadn't informed Yuan in time, which is equivalent to concealing from her. Given what the Yin family had done, how could they expect Yuan to treat them like family? Fortunately, she still regarded him as a friend. Alright, stop talking and have your meal. Seeing his despondent face, and Yuan quickly stopped her boyfriend who was about to fan the flames. Oh well, let him off this time. Cheng Zhou originally wanted to criticize him further, but since his superior had spoken, he had to obey. And Hao, don't pay attention to him. The food is getting cold, let's eat. Saying this, she reached out to serve him some dishes, then served Meng Xiaoping too. The man beside her also put his plate in front of her, and Yuan gave him a glance, but thinking of his pitiful circumstances when he lived under someone else's roof, she filled his plate with plenty of food. Cheng Zhou immediately became haughty and teased the opposite side by raising his eyebrows. And Hao, feeling angry, grabbed away half of the roasted pork. Looking at the two men behaving like naive kids, and Yuan simply ignored them and slowly chewed her food with Meng Xiaoping. After finishing their meal, the table was a mess, and Yuan rubbed her temple and chased the two culprits to clean up the aftermath. After breaking 2 bowls and 3 plates, she finally regretted it and let the robot at home clean up. After seeing off and Hao, she returned to the living room and saw someone holding a familiar metal children's baseball bat. What was going on here? Nan, I was wrong not to tell you. Hit me. Unexpectedly, his loving girlfriend didn't blame him at all but embraced him with compassion, even kissing his forehead unexpectedly. Well, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. Anyone wouldn't be comfortable facing such matters. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand. And Yuan thought that she had been quite considerate. Cheng Zhou instinctively hugged his sweet and soft girlfriend, his brain full of questions. Stupefied for a second, he realized that she might have misunderstood something and was about to explain. However, the well-proportioned body in his embrace and its fragrant tenderness had a fatal attraction. The warm and soft sensation on his forehead was almost unbearable. So the man said nothing, hung a disappointed look on his face, and gazed at his girlfriend in his arms in an aggrieved way, hoping to receive another consoling kiss. Sure enough, and Yuan was deeply touched by his expression. She had never seen him look so fragile, and it was evident that his childhood experiences had greatly affected him. In the future, she shouldn't bring up these matters again. She tiptoed and gently patted the seemingly hard yet non-abrasive black hair, saying, "Don't be sad. I'm here, and I will always be by your side." The scheming man quietly tightened his hands around her slender waist, making it easier for his girlfriend to stand on tiptoe. He placed his head on her shoulder and sneaked a smile, saying, "Could you give me one more kiss?" At this moment, and Yuan was emotionally softened and almost complied with all his requests. All right. Saying this, she turned her head and kissed his thin cheek. Someone took advantage of the situation, puckering his lips shamelessly. The meaning was quite clear. This made her somewhat hesitant, not because she was unwilling, but because this was supposed to be her first kiss. Shouldn't she be more reserved if she initiated it? But now, her dear vulnerable boyfriend deserved consideration. Cheng Zhou secretly watched her little face turn bright red, fluctuating in various emotions. Immediately recognizing his inner beastliness, he was about to retract. But just then, his girlfriend approached hesitantly like a little rabbit. All the rationality that just emerged was thrown into some unknown galaxy, and he held his breath waiting for the favor of the beauty. The two were getting closer, each other's breathing lightly touching the other's face. And Yuan didn't know how chaotic her own breathing was. She felt herself go limp, and her head was probably smoking. Staring at the green eyes before her, she saw only her reflection in them, looking unusually affectionate and brimming with anticipation. Trying her best to suppress her shyness, she continued advancing. Cheng Zhou found the ordeal agonizing, yet hoped this moment would last forever. Her current appearance was something he had never seen before. Her bashful face flushed, and although there was inner conflict, she still intended to comfort herself. An unknown amount of time passed, and a tender warmth spread from her lips. A rich aroma followed, making its way into her mouth. And Yuan felt like her heart was about to explode. Her breathing had gone haywire, her mind blanked out, yet she could still distinctly feel the warm, slightly dry touch on her lips. She felt as though she were about to suffocate and unconsciously opened her lips for air. only to allow someone to misinterpret the gesture, or perhaps he took it intentionally. Cheng Zhou was savoring every moment of the exquisite sensation that traveled from his lips, his head buzzing with fireworks. Sensing that the softness before him had parted slightly, without hesitation, he pressed closer. And Yuan realized something had slipped into her mouth, and her brain short-circuited. This dog of a man. She struggled for air, trapped by a firm hand gripping the back of her head. For an endless span of time, a fierce battle of tongues unfolded. When they finally parted, a trace of their intimate struggle lingered at the corners of their mouths. Now able to breathe fresh air, and Yuan wasted no time gulping in deep breaths. Seeing her disheveled state, Cheng Zhou couldn't resist teasingly pecking her lips. Chew. Her wide-eyed indignation only inspired another chew. By the time Yuan caught her breath, she'd already been pecked countless times. Meanwhile, that formerly crestfallen man now radiated with unbridled joy and vigor, cradling her tightly in his strong arms. He pinched her cheeks one moment, then her palm the next, exclaiming, Nan, I'm so happy. And as he leaned in for another peck, Yuan quickly raised a hand to block his smug grin. Her lips felt chapped, her mouth tingling uncomfortably. Enough. If you keep going, I'll make sure you experience what it's like when happiness turns to sorrow. All right then, we'll continue next time. Cheng Zhou feigned regret, but unable to contain himself, added cunningly. Next time, the schedule will be set by me since this time was your decision. This way, tomorrow would bring more kisses, he thought deviously. And Yuan's brow furrowed sharply. The audacity of this man truly knew no bounds. He seemed to think a little indulgence gave him carte blanche. Her eyes fell upon the nearby baseball bat, which she grabbed, brandishing it at the presumptuous fiend. Speak up. What else do you plan to do? The man immediately silenced, shaking his head repeatedly. Even if being hit felt like scratching an itch, it wasn't worth exhausting his beloved sweetheart or provoking her temper further. Nan, today is a memorable day. Please don't be mad. With that, Cheng Zhou fished a jewel-green box from his pocket. From within, he produced a delicate bracelet, presenting it gravely to her left wrist. Chapter 80. A warm sensation spread through her wrist, and Yuman lifted her hand to carefully stroke and admire the bracelet. The centerpiece of this bracelet was a small, transparent bead that encased swirling emerald-green lines, making it look refreshingly unique. The bracelet was made of an unknown moon-white metal, smooth and warm to the touch. It also featured scattered fragments of tiny stones, both original in design and elegantly beautiful. This bead is something I came across accidentally when I first ventured into outer space beyond the frontier star. As for the fragmented meteorites on it, these were collected from unnamed planets in outer space during my subsequent voyages. I then personally polished them into their current form. Cheng Zhou gently rubbed her wrist with his thumb as he spoke. This moon-white bracelet suited his girlfriend perfectly, and it wasn't without reason that he had spent so long personally designing and crafting it. These raw materials were some meteorites he casually gathered each time he went into battle. Giving it to her certainly made it a meaningful gift. I love it so much, and Yuman beamed with joy. How cool was this bracelet? Not to mention that it was handmade by him. I will treasure it. As she said this, she carefully touched it and gently put her left hand down again. She couldn't help but glance at it twice, and she didn't want anyone else to touch her left hand anymore. Cheng Zhou looked amused. Relax, whether it's the chain or the bead. They are extremely hard and wear-resistant. You could hack away at it without worrying. No need to be so cautious. Back then, he had put in tremendous effort to polish those meteorites. Is that true? Then I'll still take good care of it. Although her left hand wasn't as stiff as before, the man furrowed his brows slightly. I regret it now, as he forcibly pulled her hand into his. Since you got this ugly bracelet, you don't even let me hold your hand anymore. And Yuman rolled her eyes. Then what are you doing now? Have I really stopped letting you? Pucker up, he raised her hand to his lips. I can't kiss you enough. It sounded like he was talking to himself, which left her blushing red all over. 2 days later, the branch of Byway Tower officially opened for business. There was no ostentatious opening ceremony, just flower baskets and banners set up at the entrance. Both branches adopted a reservation system. Just moments after Shi Yuan's reservation system opened, food enthusiasts had booked up the entire month within less than 2 seconds. However, on the day of the opening, there were suddenly many cancellations, which panicked the head chefs Dong Li and Su Miao for a moment. And Yuman thought about it for a second and knew what happened. You two don't have to worry, just carry on with your work. Since there are fewer guests, make sure every dish is done properly. All right, Miss Sin will manage. I trust you both. After thinking for a while, she added, today's sudden drop in customer flow is because in Family's Yuan Garden has reopened. We may continue to be affected in the future, but you don't need to worry too much about it. Leave it to me. With her reassurance, the two head chefs quickly regained their composure and began to carefully prepare dishes according to the previously agreed upon menu. Although a part of the customers canceled their reservations, a large number of Byway Tower's loyal fans still showed up as scheduled. Besides, knowing that the Yin family was back at its tricks, Imo had brought along a large group of people to boost their presence. Little Meow Meow, am I not generous enough? Imo, Mister, I'm already busy enough. Are you here to add to the trouble? Unexpectedly adding extra tables had thrown Su Miao into chaos, leaving her with no patience for the source of the problem. But a certain blonde-haired man broke out into a smile. Finally, the little girl was speaking without the courtesy she previously exhibited. That kind of unrestrained talk was only possible with close ones. In that case, I'll have them leave now. He couldn't bear to see the little girl get overly tired. Come back, Su Miao called out to stop someone just about to act. Customers are honored guests. How can you drive them away? Go outside and rest. Don't come interfering with me. Faced with her completely uncaring behavior, Mon felt overjoyed inside. This girl considered him one of her own. If the family chose the same day as Byway Tower to open, it couldn't possibly just be for show, regardless of whatever plans Old Master might have in mind, and Yunin decided to stay calm and respond accordingly. On this side, Yuan Garden was bustling with high-ranking guests coming and going continuously. Renowned Galaxy chef Chu Lao and Zhou Lao had arrived, along with main members of the Chef Association. Enzwa led several veteran chefs busily working in the backyard, while Yin took care of greeting guests at the front. The spacious and rustic retro courtyard was beautifully landscaped, and the Yin family splurged by purchasing several lush shrubs from Primitive Park to replicate the ancient style as closely as possible. Middle-aged adults, 70 or 80 years old and above, still remembered the prestige of Yuan Garden. 50 years ago, it had been unrivaled. Later, it gradually faded from view until it abruptly closed one day. And now, 50 years later, it had reopened. Everyone was naturally very curious about how good the celebrated and family recipes truly tasted back in the day. And Man was also present today, responsible for welcoming the female guests. As in Yan's fiancée, Burmala was considered half of the host this time, and thus wasn't at Man's side, but stayed within Yin. I invited Uncle Flennard. Yin, you won't blame me for taking the liberty, will you? Burmala asked gently in her crimson, high-waisted slit skirt. Of course not. You're the host too, and you can invite anyone. Moreover, inviting a general is all you're doing. I thank you for that. And Yan's gaze softened, feeling that this woman wasn't as ignorant as she seemed. From observing how she conducted herself alongside him today, it was clear she wasn't as naive and clueless as he had thought before. On the contrary, her emotional intelligence was strong, and her social skills were quite polished, suggesting that the real her had only emerged after their engagement. Shall we go together to greet him? Yes, let's go together. The beautiful couple chatted amiably as they walked out, drawing envious looks from the handsome men and attractive women around them, who could only watch helplessly. Uncle, you've come. Please come inside. Burmala warmly welcomed General Flennard. It's an honor for us that General Flennard could grace us with his presence today, and Yin greeted respectfully. You are just like this girl. Calling me uncle is enough. There's no need for such formalities among family, said the imposing figure of General Flennard, appearing stern yet showing kindness towards the younger generation through his eyes. At noon, Enzwa instructed the dishes to be served on time. Chu Lao, Zhou Lao, and several members of the Chef Association sat at one table. Each dish presented with meticulous artistry, thoughtful color combinations immediately captured everyone's attention. First came the universal praise for the appearance, aroma, and taste. Then, people began to sample each dish with their chopsticks. Enzwa, slightly nervous, watched the expressions on their faces from the far end of the table. Chu Lao tasted the deep-fried quail without comment, then continued onto the next courses: pickled vegetable with yellow croaker, duck slices with slippery sea cucumber, clear stewed fin, goose liver and liquor. As they went through more than 20 dishes on the table, there was still no immediate reaction or comment. Zhou Lao beside him had also tasted every single one, ready to voice something, but upon glancing at Chu Lao, closed his mouth instead. On the other side, the members of the Chef Association nodded and praised while eating. Delicacies like these can only be found in Yuan Garden passed down year after year. Vice President Charlie specially congratulated Enzwa with a broad smile. The taste really is good. Some of the dishes use condiments from Sure Yuan, isn't it? Director Zhao bluntly exclaimed. Other members nearby looked somewhat embarrassed by his words. In Charlie's heart, though, he secretly rejoiced. The old man, Zhao, certainly wouldn't last long at his post. Enzwa felt deeply disappointed. He had been secretly observing Chu Lao and Zhou Lao's reactions all along. Normally enthusiastic about discussing cooking techniques with chefs, Chu Lao hadn't spoken a word today, and even the straightforward Zhou Lao remained silent. As for the words from the Chef Association, they didn't count as much, considering they were practically insiders. For today's meal, he and the master chefs behind the scenes had put in their full efforts, but it appeared that even so, they failed to satisfy these two top-star chefs completely. That's right. We do use Sure Yuan seasonings, Enzwa openly admitted without hesitation. Falling short technically wasn't something shameful to admit, but our master chefs also have their own genuine skills, don't they? Impressed by his sincerity, Chu Lao and Zhou Lao's faces faintly revealed approval. Second young master is too humble. Every aspect of the colors, aromas, and tastes in this set of dishes is exquisite. It shows that your chefs have put in considerable effort into refining their culinary arts. Chapter 81. After hearing Mr. Chu's words, Enzwa was very surprised. Just now, he didn't see any extra expressions on the faces of the two, but now these words indicated that today's dishes were indeed a success. But I thought you two didn't seem to. He didn't finish his sentence. Mr. Zhou was impatient with their roundabout conversation and spoke directly. The chef you invited today made the dishes according to the recipe book from your own family, right? Enzwa was stunned for a moment. The head chef today, also surnamed In, but he had a distant relationship with the In family. He was an elderly man in his 80s who was obsessed with cooking and had been studying culinary arts at the In family. Outsiders should not know him. How did you know, Mr. Zhou? Humph, because these dishes taste exactly the same as 50 years ago, without any changes, let alone innovation. The old man rolled his eyes rudely. But it's done according to a recipe book that has been passed down for 100 years. Enzwa was somewhat confused. How could innovative dishes compare with the flavor that had been passed down for 100 years? Mr. Chu immediately saw through his thoughts. Young master, which is better received, the seasonings we used before or the new products from Xuan? Enzwa showed a thoughtful look. He had spent a few days in the kitchen of Byway Building before, and also listened to Nguyen teaching a few chefs in the store how to cook. Her teaching wasn't systematic. She taught whatever dish she had at hand, then discussed related dishes and ingredient combinations, letting her apprentices figure it out themselves. This impromptu teaching style made him feel unreliable, so after going a few times, he didn't go back again. Now, thinking about it, perhaps he had been too narrow-minded and limited. But shouldn't a recipe book passed down for 100 years be flawless? Mr. Chu shook his head. This kid was stuck in a dead end again. Your family's recipe book is naturally a treasure, but it was created based on the preferences of the ancients and the ingredients available back then. Enzwa realized there might be something wrong with his own thoughts, which also explained why his culinary skills couldn't improve. Now that 2-star chefs were willing to guide him, he certainly wanted to listen attentively. Take the fried quail for instance. What we're eating is the crispy exterior and tender interior texture, but today's quails are more than double the size of those from before, naturally making it impossible to recreate that taste. By this point, Mr. Chu seemed unable to stop. The pickled vegetable yellow fish and clear-stewed golden hook fins have the same problem. He paused for breath and continued. As for the duck strips with sea cucumber, this is where your chef shows a real lack of flexibility. That sea cucumber is so large, can't he adjust the cutting method? Must he strictly follow the recipe for the whole one? It won't be flavorful, nor easy to divide. Mr. Zhou chuckled beside him and added, fortunately, he didn't strictly follow the one-per-person rule in the recipe. Otherwise, this table would only have this one dish. Enzwa felt both ashamed and enlightened. In the kitchen, he once heard some suggestions, but was firmly rebuffed by the head chef, who told him that strictly following the steps in the recipe was the only way to become an excellent chef. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhou. I will remember your words well. In another private room of Yuan Tower, the guests enjoyed their meal thoroughly. With Admiral Frenard present, everyone was exchanging pleasant words. Mr. N, Lieutenant Colonel Wu Chao, is at the door. Suddenly, a message popped up on Yan's brain computer. He was quite puzzled. The Yin family had no acquaintance with this person. Strictly speaking, they even belonged to different camps. However, regardless of anything, the other party's identity demanded respect. Leaning slightly, he whispered into Bermilla's ear, I'll go out front to meet someone. Who? Lieutenant Colonel Wu Chao. How could he come? I don't know either. I'll go check first. Saying this, Yan stood up, greeted everyone, and went outside. Mr. N, forgive my uninvited arrival. Wu Chao was dressed impeccably today and brought gifts for the host. Not at all. Please come in, General. The other party's attitude was very friendly, so Yan could only welcome him with a smile. Back in the private room, Wu Chao naturally approached Admiral Frenard's side and saluted in an unorthodox manner, saying, Chief, greetings. There's no need to be so formal when outside. Frenard also disliked this careless subordinate but couldn't do anything about it. Besides, the Secretary General was trying to win him over. Wu Chao paid no attention to his superior officer's reaction and sat casually in an empty seat, previously occupied by Yan. Chief, forgive me, I was idle in Shanyo and heard there's good food here, so I came along for the fun. Frenard knew he wanted to return to the frontier garrison star, but the time wasn't right yet. You've worked hard before, and calling you back was also to let you rest properly. Wu Chao was not discouraged, knowing well that they wouldn't let him go back easily. I've rested for long enough. I see Chief Luoyan. Oh sorry, now General Luoyan, he probably doesn't fit in at the frontier garrison star. Why don't we swap places? It was good to give the other guy some troubles. Mr. Frenard was furious because neither his promotion nor that of his aide was based on military merit. That bad boy was openly or secretly ridiculing Luoyan, but in his view, it was a veiled reproach to him. This is a soldier's mission, and he has to get used to it. His tone was hard as stone and left no room for debate. All right then, thanks for your care, Commander, Wu Chao said regretfully. Then he turned his attention to the delicious delicacies on the table. There were dozens of dishes, indeed very pleasing to the eye. Not bad for a recipe passed down for hundreds of years. I've never seen these dishes before. Yes, so delicious I don't know how to describe it. All due to our limited knowledge. We thought Byway Building had good food before today, but now we know what a real feast is. Indeed, compared to you and Yuan, Byway Building is far inferior. After Wu Chao tasted all the dishes on the table, he found that people around him were pulling down others while boosting themselves. He put down his chopsticks, looked disdainfully around and asked, Why aren't you picking up your chopsticks? Are you full? The high officials present immediately froze like someone had pressed the pause button, falling silent instantly. Before anyone could react, the young general continued his question. I remember at the banquet in Byway Building, everyone ate from start to finish without stopping. Why did you stop so early today? Is it because the taste isn't to your liking? Startled, everyone shook their heads repeatedly. How could it be not to our liking? It is extremely to our liking. I just want to digest a bit before continuing. Yes, such delicious food. How could we miss it? We will eat it so clean that not even a drop of soup will be left. While speaking, everyone started grabbing chopsticks and shoving more into their stomachs. Everyone present had dignity and hadn't eaten less fine food, but frankly, this meal could be considered a gustatory feast. However, eating too much made it cloying. The dishes at Byway Building, although not luxurious, were carefully paired. Each bite of every dish revealed a different flavor, reflecting the chef's personal style. Yuan was undeniably delicious, delicate, and sophisticated, but it lacked a certain soul. It was the kind of impeccable good taste that felt rigid and lifeless. But the young general wasn't about to let them off easy. You all look so miserable. If you don't want to eat anymore, then don't. Why torture yourselves? Who invited this guy? Was he here to ruin the occasion? What good did it do him to make everyone lose face? Does it seem our family's cuisine doesn't suit the tastes of the general? And Yin suppressed the anger in his heart and acted like he didn't really care. After all, Wu Chao was not a man who followed convention. With an expression of obvious agreement, he nodded and said, "Indeed, it doesn't compare to Baiwei building. I just heard all of you endlessly praising it and thought your senses of taste were malfunctioning." Everyone wished they could sew his mouth shut right there and then. This sir had indeed dragged everyone down with him. Could it be that Lieutenant Colonel Wu is here to disrupt our event on behalf of Baiwei building? Chairman and is truly talented. Vermilla chuckled coquettishly, her implication being that he was supporting everyone. Although I have only met the owner of Shiwan twice, I must admit she is a very charming woman. It was rare to see Wu Chao being so polite and gentlemanly, showing appreciation for Yuan while maintaining a certain distance. Chapter 82. Vermilla was deeply displeased. Speaking of which, Anong is also my cousin. I can introduce you to her then. She originally wanted to expose the fake image that the Yin family had created, but Mr. Xiaoguan restrained himself as he thought it would be rude toward a lady. Thank you, but there's no need. Today's banquet saw everyone, except for the certain talkative young general, look like survivors of a disaster. They came here originally to curry favor with the Yin family, but almost ended up making enemies. General Wu Chao drove his aircraft away in high spirits, while others were watching him go with expressions akin to seeing off a plague deity. Yuan was quite disrupted by me today. How does the respected former marshal plan to thank me? A message was sent to a special encrypted communication channel. A reply came back moments later. You're only useful for this much now. Huh. Truly worthy of being someone who could become a marshal, capable of suppressing people to the utmost. All of Wu Chao's previous good mood vanished instantly, and he decided he must get revenge on him next time. And Yunnan was at the company reviewing the booking situation and customer feedback of those two branch stores. From what she currently observed, though the foot traffic wasn't as high as before when they opened the Yuan store, it was still very impressive. Moreover, all their reviews were full of positive remarks. Nan, work hours are over. Why haven't you come out yet? Chengzhou, waiting at the entrance of Shiwan for an entire hour, finally called her. Sorry, I lost track of time. Coming out right now. She quickly gathered her things and headed out. Be assured, Yuan wouldn't have any spare time to make trouble today. A proud expression appeared on her face as she claimed her merit as a girlfriend. Naturally, and Yunan became very curious. What happened? Was it something you did? I hired someone to create chaos, he said with a mischievous smirk curling the corner of his mouth. It was the first time she witnessed such a side of her boyfriend, feeling quite novel, even with some rogue charm. So she couldn't help pinching his slim cheeks while asking, who was it? Wasn't he driven out and beaten? Who it was doesn't matter. The crucial point is that today Yuan's feast didn't go smoothly at all. Seeing his delight at another person's misfortune, and Yunan couldn't help but feel happy too. It was gratifying to know that there was someone always thinking of her, willing to do anything for her. In the following days, the Starnet started gradually having discussions comparing Bai Weilu and Yuan. Both sides had plenty of hardcore fans. The online controversy grew increasingly louder, yet neither the Yin family nor Shi Yuan came forward to speak actively about it. Headquarters of Yin family group. Grandpa, Yuan building's reputation has started to rise now. I believe it won't take long to restore its previous status, and Yin reported while standing opposite a red willow wood desk. After hearing and Hong remained silent, causing the air to immediately stiffen. He then redirected his gaze to another grandson. And Zhua tensed up significantly. Master and Yuan's cooking skills have been polished for more than a decade. Guests have shown satisfaction, and I've been learning from him. Is that so? What was Master Tsulau's review on the opening day? The old man's tone was flat, completely unreadable, and Zhua felt uneasy and conflicted inside, whether or not he should answer truthfully. Master Tsulao and Master Zhoulao indeed offered some constructive suggestions. What exactly did they say? The elderly man slightly furrowed his brows, projecting a commanding presence that made others feel pressured. They found our dishes just as delicious as those served 50 years ago, and Zhua hurriedly replied, his heart filled with fear, but they lacked some innovation. Upon hearing this, and Yin immediately refuted, if innovation was added, how could it still be called heritage cuisine? It's not meant in that way, just flexible handling is needed, and Zhua couldn't help but explain aloud. Weren't those two old fellows saying that Bai Weilu is superior after all? The old man continued questioning, and Yin also sharply glanced at him inquisitively. Judging from their meaning, our two restaurants each have their strengths, and Zhua dared not tell the truth. Indeed, Master Chu meant that, but the straightforward Master Zhou ungraciously mentioned it was merely due to saving face for the Yin family. In reality, Bai Weilu was more favored by everyone. Still, and Yin was extremely dissatisfied. What right did that girl have to be compared with their Yin family chefs who had meticulously studied culinary arts for decades? But since the old master hadn't said anything, he could only vent his frustrations internally. So what about you? What do you think? And Hong intensely focused on the second grandson before him. After listening to Master Chu and Master Zhou's words, Enz was certainly agreed they made sense. However, facing the authority at home, he didn't dare to tell the truth and dodged his eyes around. I think our Yin family definitely has more credentials. After all, Yunan, that girl only has over a year of experience. The old man stared at him until he felt entirely limp before speaking, letting him off. You may leave now. But deep down, he was rather disappointed in this grandson who couldn't even conceal his real thoughts well. Grandpa, are we going to open a branch of Yulong Garden? I think we can expand our business, and Yin suggested to the old man. No need. And Hong rejected the idea outright, and then suddenly asked him, "What's going on with General Wu Chao?" Hesitating for a second before realizing what the old man was referring to from that day, he approached us on his own. During the banquet, he indeed said some impolite things. But I think it was because he was dissatisfied with the Secretary General, so he came to cause trouble for us. After all, everyone knows that the Yin family and the Secretary General are one and the same now. Making things unpleasant for us was just to send a message to them. The old man nodded in obvious approval of this analysis. We don't need to be too accommodating to him, but we also can't offend him. After finishing these words, and Hong shifted the topic, Purwit suddenly brought up the military supplies for the Frontier Star a few days ago. He hinted that he hopes we could donate some nutritional supplements. We've always been trading with them at cost price. Now Secretary General is trying to get everything for free. And Yin was somewhat upset, as doing business with them wasn't profitable to begin with. The margin went straight into the pockets of Secretary General's cronies. And now they were being even more greedy. He didn't explicitly say it, but since he mentioned it, he must be hoping we'll willingly offer something. Grandpa Yin's expression carried a tinge of mockery. Are we just supposed to go along with it then? And Yin looked reluctant. There's no need to pay attention for now. Delay them. The old man looked extremely confident. The military supplies for the Frontier Star are just an excuse. Our Secretary General must have another reason, or maybe has some other deal going on. You have to admit, experience truly makes a difference. One could infer the truth almost perfectly from scattered hints. All right, Grandpa, I understand. And Yin finally nodded obediently. Also, if Bimala comes looking for you, be extra cautious. And Hong continued to remind his grandson. This woman is not someone to underestimate. I will be, and Yin replied. Chapter 83. Ever since the opening of Yuan Garden, the internet has been buzzing with excitement. Most people knew that Yuman was a member of the Yin family. No wonder my older sister and is such a skilled chef. She must have learned from the Yin family's heirloom recipes. The Yin family's heirloom recipes? Sounds impressive. It has to be this way. No wonder the dishes at Bai Wei Tower are so delicious. I heard that recipe book is the Yin family's secret treasure. But isn't it inappropriate for sister and to start her own branch? Humph. And Yuman is such an ingrate, learning the Yin family's skills and then denying them afterwards. Exactly. How could there be someone so ungrateful? If it's a treasured heirloom, Sister Yin definitely wouldn't have access to it, right? Certain keyboard warriors need to wake up and smell the coffee. How did Sister Yin acquire those culinary skills? Besides the Yin family, who else has the capability? Is the person upstairs a lackey of the Yin family? Sister Yin mentioned before that she learned by watching her mother cook when she was young. Who's her mother? Can she compare to the chefs of the Yin family? Hey, does everyone know that Sister Yin only found out about her ancestry this year? She wasn't even in the Yin household before. Exactly, except for her surname. Our Sister Yin has nothing to do with the Yin family. Please don't try to drag her down unnecessarily. Perhaps the Yin family gave her the heirloom to make amends? Why is it so difficult for you all to simply acknowledge that our Sister Yin is just excellent? Regardless, Yuan Garden is still a restaurant with profound heritage. It's not something a beginner restaurant can compare to. Hey, does the person upstairs not understand human language? Our Sister Yin hasn't said anything, yet some of you insist on comparing two families and stepping on her. It's already the year 21008 of the star calendar. How can some people still have no manners? And Yuman was holding her light brain device, browsing through the hot topics online. She had always loved the way people addressed her as Sister Yin. It sounded very affectionate. And most netizens were actually quite lovely, while she chose to ignore the haters. Sister Yin. Cheng Zhou nearby spoke sarcastically to grab her attention. What's so interesting about that light brain device? Why don't you look at me instead? Aren't you supposed to leave soon? Go quickly, or Mayan will have to wait for you too long. And Yuman glanced at him and dismissively shooed him away. Just then, she heard Mayan calling from the other end. The man's green eyes darkened gradually. Has his charm failed to attract her attention now? This simply would not do. Thinking this, the man forcibly turned her head toward him and began slowly approaching her. You, what are you trying to? And Yunan looked at the handsome and manly face inching closer, which caused her heartbeat to quicken and disrupted her thoughts. Her brain went blank as her words became soft and teasing. Seeing her flushed face and incoherent speech, Cheng Zhou's satisfaction soared. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he stared intently at her and continued moving forward. And Yuman's mind was struck with confusion again. Could he possibly be intending to? Finally, the man's nose touched hers. I want your eyes to see only me. He gently pressed his lips against hers, his long, lean hand slowly moving to the back of her head to deepen the kiss. Little Zhou, you were never late before. Mao En waited for a long time. The boss can come later if he wants. We're not in a hurry. Liao Shiji glanced at their boss and immediately noticed the unusually red lips, leaving little doubt about what had just happened. Although Officer AI Waika had never seen their general be late before, it was rumored that having a girlfriend could significantly change a person. Perhaps that was the case with their general as well. That might happen more often going forward, so you'd better get used to it, Cheng Zhou said without shame. Seems like you're about to join the ranks of kings who don't attend early morning court sessions. The blonde man teased further after catching the sly expression on Cheng Zhou's face. General, as a soldier, you should possess unwavering conviction. I believe in your willpower. The serious officer concluded this topic. Burson has shown some unusual movements recently. He seems to be in contact with quite a few wealthy tycoons. It's unclear what his conspiracy is. I've received some news. Burson appears to be stockpiling nutrient liquid. He also approached our Shengshi group to test the waters. Liao Shiji, as the second in command of Shengshi group, was very well informed in business matters. I have another lead. Mayan, being the crown prince of the Taino family, also had many information channels. That guy is secretly transporting batches of nutrient liquid to the border star, but we're unsure what his plan is. If they were just shipping nutritional agents, why couldn't they do it openly? AI Waika was puzzled. Moreover, the resources on the border star have always been very stable, with no shortages reported. Unless, Liao Shiji seemed lost in thought. Unless this batch of nutrient liquid isn't for the military department on border star, Mao In completed the thought. Then who is it for? The others all fell into deep contemplation. Cheng Zhou's eyes slightly blurred as an intense gaze flew out like a blade toward that distant direction. Isn't there still a large group of people on the border? You mean those star pirates? The adjutant appeared very surprised, his face showing disbelief. Well, this does explain many puzzles, Mao In agreed after this hint. Suddenly, silence fell over the meeting hall. If the secretary had colluded with the star pirates from the beginning, then when the marshal left his elite guards to resist the star pirates alone on the border star and returned to Shangyong alone later encountering danger, it was all part of their plan. So how do we stop them now? The adjutant looked very serious. No rush. Let them transport the supplies first. Cheng Zhou quickly made a decision. Mao In and Shiji, if Burson comes again asking for nutrient agents, agree and take the chance to demand market access on border star. Marshal, General Zenoa has difficulty handling Luo Yin by himself. There's no way he can help us stop Burson's deal with the star pirates. AI Waika was not optimistic about the current situation on the border star. No problem. Soon we'll have some help arriving there. Cheng Zhou's eyes flashed with a cunning light. The other three exchanged glances, unsure which unfortunate person had been roped in by the marshal. Who is so lucky to gain your favor? Mao In couldn't help but ask. Wu Chao. Cheng Zhou didn't keep them guessing. It's him. AI Waika exclaimed in surprise. He used to be always against the marshal. Oh, that might just be his way of expressing respect for strength, the blonde man casually remarked. I'm afraid Secretary Berwitt won't let such a troublemaker easily return to the border star. Liao Shiji returned to the main topic. I will make them release him willingly. Cheng Zhou grinned mischievously. I get it. That time Wu Chao caused a disturbance at Yuan Garden must have been your idea, huh? Mao In lived up to his childhood friendship with this cunning man. After a little thought, he figured it out. You don't think I want Wu Chao to make life difficult for Berwitt's gang up in Shangyong, can't you? Well, it's a pretty good plan, just a bit underhanded. Mao In silently felt relieved that he was on the same side as this man. A simple utterance from him would likely get that certain General Mister into quite a tangle with Berwitt's bunch. Including Mao In's immediate superior officer, it was clear that Wu Chao's days ahead wouldn't be easy either. He has already been trying hard to transfer back to the border star. I merely helped him along. Whatever consequences come afterward, he knows clearly himself. Cheng Zhou saw the fearful looks on his colleagues' and subordinates' faces and hurriedly defended himself, fearing they might say something bad about him to Nan Nan. The other three nodded quickly in agreement, claiming it was all according to General Wu Chao's own wishes and completely unrelated to the marshal. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed as usual, following the pre-discussed plans. Chapter 84. Njia's Yuan Garden was supposed to rise in prominence immediately after its opening, overshadowing all rivals. However, due to an unexpected guest at the banquet on opening day, their family was heavily mocked and criticized. As a result, Yan's plan to use Baidu Tower as a stepping stone to establish the family name was put on hold. But it seemed that the old patriarch of Njia wasn't concerned with whether Yuan Garden would achieve fame or not, for he had barely interfered with matters since then. Recently, Yan had been troubled by Burmala asking about internal affairs of the Yan group. He politely declined her several invitations, claiming that he needed to revive the reputation of Yuan Garden. Subsequently, he encouraged people online to disparage Baidu Tower while promoting the praises from the Chef Association regarding Yuan Garden. This successfully brought them back into a prosperous period. True connoisseurs, however, were aware that this popularity had its flaws. They weren't nearly as good as in Yunnan's cooking skills since she had earned high praise from top chefs like Old Chu and others from four-dimensional cuisine. However, the current head chefs of Baidu Tower were students of Yunnan. Compared to their mentor, they still had some catching up to do, putting them at roughly the same level as Yuan Garden. And Yunnan had been closely monitoring developments online. It wasn't out of concern for netizens' comments, but rather to gather information about that mysterious recipe book of Njia. She was now certain that what they claimed as a family heirloom couldn't possibly be something passed down through generations in the Yan family. First off, this recipe book only appeared 50 years ago. Despite rumors circulating for a long time, she asked and how and even reached out through Moan's father and grandfather. Few within the Yan family had seen it firsthand. At first, Yunnan assumed the book might not exist and was fabricated by Njia. But during a visit with Jiang Lei to see Grandpa Jiang, her maternal grandfather, he showcased his culinary prowess out of sudden inspiration. Several complex dishes coincidentally matched the new signature dishes introduced at Yuan Garden. Netizens often shared holographic images of these dishes online, which piqued her interest and made her keenly observe them before. After watching Grandpa Jiang skillfully cook those same dishes, she instantly recognized them. Although she hadn't tasted any dishes from Yuan Garden, having watched her maternal grandfather cook gave her confidence that their chefs weren't anywhere near his level. This also confirmed the existence of the recipe book within the Yan family and hinted that it likely belonged originally to the Jiang family. She wasn't sure how it ended up with Njia. Her maternal grandfather didn't seem too concerned, suggesting there may have been some kind of agreement between the families. And Yunnan realized things might not be as simple as she thought. Without more clarity on the truth, it might be best not to further inquire into the Yin family's cookbook. On the other side, the Yin family elder wanted to see if the girl was interested in their cookbook, but from her behavior, it seemed like she knew nothing about it. However, based on his knowledge of Jiang Jinhui, would she truly give up so easily? The fervent online discussion about the Yin family's ancestral cookbook abruptly quieted down. One day Qingzhou had to leave Shangyong again for business, and in Yunnan prepared many boxed meals for him, just like before. I've prepared a month's worth of food for you. When will you return? Within a month at most. The man embraced her slender waist from behind. I feel like I could carry you in my pocket wherever I go. Next time, it won't be such a hassle, and you'll save yourself from exhaustion. You should cherish this moment while it lasts. Once the novelty wears off, maybe you won't get to enjoy my cooking anymore. Initially, Yunnan wanted to say she enjoyed making these for him, but found herself stopping before uttering such mushy words. That won't happen. I'll make sure you always stay fresh for me. Chengzhou playfully pinched her sides where she was ticklish. If only we had convenient foods that could be mass-produced, it'd save you all this trouble. Upon hearing this, Yunnan lit up with excitement. It was instant noodles. Why hadn't she thought of it before? These types of quick foods are cheap to produce and would surely become popular among the masses. Most importantly, it would offer another option for daily meals instead of solely relying on nutrient supplements. Dear, wait a second. I'll make you something special. And Yunnan's whole body radiated with excited joy. Even the normally embarrassing term of endearment slipped naturally from her lips. You call me what? Repeat it again. Chengzhou was completely distracted, utterly captivated by the few sweet words she said. But Yunnan didn't wait for her boyfriend's reaction. She turned around quickly and headed back into the kitchen to experiment, leaving the disappointed man following closely behind, pleading her. Nan, say it again. Say it again, will you? Under the man's incessant chatter, Yunnan focused on her task without being disturbed, mixing flour and water in the right proportions into the smart cooking appliance. 10 minutes later, a successfully dehydrated instant noodle block emerged. She broke off a small piece to taste. It was crispy but flavorless. However, in regular conditions, it would last for 8 months with no preservatives or oil frying. Next, she started preparing the seasoning packets. Instant noodles without these were soulless. Yunnan's favorite flavor used to be aged pickled cabbage and beef noodles. Without ready-made pickled cabbage now, she decided to make classic braised beef noodles instead. Soon, an overpowering aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen. Chengzhou swallowed his saliva, quietly halting his monk-like chatter as he craned his neck to peer into the pot. Despite having eaten plenty at noon, he still found it hard to resist the allure of this magical food called instant noodles. Yunnan placed the previously made noodle cakes into a large bowl, adding her homemade seasoning packets inside. 2 minutes later, the space-age version of braised beef noodles was ready to serve. Chengzhou eagerly stared at the bowl, chopsticks in hand, and as soon as she nodded, the man devoured a mouthful at lightning speed. Ouch! It's delicious. He was so hot that he was puffing out air while simultaneously refusing to let go of what was in his mouth. You should slow down. You might burn yourself, Yunnan worriedly said, reaching over to snatch the bowl, but the man blocked it with one hand, making it impossible for her to move it. She could feel the heat, even looking at it. Her boyfriend's reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. Was he putting on a show just for her? Is it really that good? Chengzhou shoved another big bite into his mouth. Too good. Fine. It looked like she'd have to wait until he finished before continuing their conversation. In 3 bites, the man ate up the whole bowl of noodles along with all the soup. Yunnan didn't need to ask anymore. Seeing his still unsatisfied expression, she knew she had succeeded. I'll send a few packages to Mon, Liao Shiji, and Hao, Daijia, and a few apprentices after, to see how everyone reacts. Yunnan muttered to herself. There's no need to send them. Isn't me testing it enough? Chengzhou belched, his tone slightly sour. You can't represent the tastes of the majority. She wanted to try it within a smaller circle first to see if it would be generally accepted. Chapter 85. I consider myself to be someone who has eaten quite a bit of fine cuisine, and I think this is very delicious. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't like it. Chengzhou continued to try and stop his girlfriend. I'm alright, I trust your taste. Yunnan thought about it for a while, and then nodded in agreement, because she realized that this held immense business potential. She understood that her boyfriend's insistence wasn't entirely out of jealousy, but rather from protecting her. So, Mr. Chengzhou, the big boss of Shengshi Group, do you think we could promote this food across the entire Star Alliance Republic? The girl, with her hands supporting her chin, leaned toward her boyfriend, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Gulping, a certain man stared at the charming little face right in front of him and unconsciously swallowed several times. Her clear almond eyes were free of any impurity, her faint amber-colored irises shining brightly, drawing him in. Big boss, I'm asking you something. Her sweet voice pulled him back. Chengzhou felt somewhat out of sorts, but decided this also proved that he had excellent taste. His future wife really was charming. I think your idea is very good. Yunnan was slightly mesmerized by him as they locked eyes, but she couldn't let him know that. She maintained an air of calmness despite her earlobes turning red. But, honey, I don't suggest you take on this project now, Chengzhou said, regaining his rationality. Instant noodles have an extremely high cost-performance ratio. If they go to market, they could completely replace the demand for nutritional agents. But you should know that nutritional agents as essential products have been around for over 100 years, and the foundations of several major families are built on them. Chengzhou paused briefly, giving her time to process. They monopolize the entire interstellar market for nutritional agents, controlling the lifeline of the Star Alliance Republic. If you suddenly introduce a food that can shake their foundation, you probably know the consequences already, right? It was only then that Yuan realized how difficult this would be. If she had sent the instant noodles to those few people earlier, and if someone had caught sight of them unintentionally, she might have run into trouble. What if we cooperate with the government? She still felt somewhat unwilling to give up. It was clearly possible to allow everyone to enjoy such delicacies, yet because of some people's vested interests and selfishness, everyone must forego this opportunity, and she truly didn't want to compromise. Cheng Zhou fell silent after hearing her question. The government would definitely not be happy to see these noble families control the country's survival essentials. Many attempts had been made to change this situation, but no one had succeeded so far, including his family. It was precisely due to people like Bao Weidi, who were thoroughly self-serving individuals, that he chose to collude with those aristocratic families for his own personal desires. From appearances alone, the next president of the Star Alliance Republic was almost undoubtedly going to be Bao Weidi. Thus, cooperating with the government at this moment would be akin to walking straight into a tiger's mouth. I just got carried away earlier and spoke without thinking. You don't need to take it seriously. And Yuan noticed that he remained silent. After carefully considering the current political landscape, she soon came to the same conclusion. Cooperation with the government would not be wise since Bao Weidi and the Yan family were so closely connected. Nan, don't worry, your idea will come true. Cheng Zhou furrowed his brows. He seemed to have said something similar before, but still hadn't fulfilled it. He mentally scorned himself. He must stop making empty promises. Feeling somewhat guilty towards her, he considered himself unworthy of her love, quickly voicing his sincere feelings. I truly admire your generous heart. You always think about bringing benefits to everyone within your capabilities. I deeply respect you. And Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably. Why did they suddenly start talking about such awkward and embarrassing things? Me? I'm nowhere near that good or great. You are. Haven't you noticed, ever since you arrived at Shanyu, all the things you've done one after another have enriched interstellar cuisine, not to mention sparking everyone's innovation. A certain man earnestly cited examples of what his girlfriend had achieved to express his admiration. Without realizing it, the Star Alliance Republic had undergone such significant changes, which made Yuan dare not take all the credit herself. Though she had made some contributions, it wasn't right to claim all the merits solely for herself. It must be the lover's filter making her appear extraordinary in his eyes. Well, you're making me feel embarrassed. And Yuan blushed crimson and coquettishly scolded. Cheng Zhou finally added, anyway, my girlfriend is the best. She had wanted to make more instant noodles for her boyfriend, but he declined. Before leaving, Cheng Zhou worried about her being alone and decided to leave his aide, AI Waika, behind. Considering AI's straightforward personality, Cheng Zhou only asked him to protect her from a distance, warning him not to get too close. Otherwise, if his girlfriend found out, it would be the end of him. With her grand plan put on hold, and without her boyfriend around, and Yuan lacked motivation at work. Even when Zhuo came to see her, she turned him away. Lately, she didn't want to see anyone from the Yan family. And Zhuo was actually sent by the old man himself, as grandfather and still doubted that Yuan knew nothing about the recipe book. He ordered someone to spread rumors online claiming that her culinary skills originated from that book, yet she did not offer any explanation. Thus, the old man planned to send his second grandson to inquire about the matter since Zhuo was also a chef and maintained decent relations with her. This way, he could probe the girl's true knowledge. Unexpectedly, Yuan refused to see Zhuo, making the old man suspect deeper inside. After all, Jiang Jinhui, the mother, wouldn't let go so easily. And Yuan must have learned something from her mother. Otherwise, why would she refuse to return to the Yan family and consistently oppose them? It appeared there was no need to show her mercy anymore. On the other hand, Hao discovered that his older brother went to visit Yuan but failed to meet her. When interrogating his brother, Zhuo admitted that the old man instructed him to investigate Yuan about something. Although unwilling, Zhuo admired that capable cousin of his, but he dared not defy their grandfather. Fortunately, Hao could give her a hint. Sure enough, upon learning that his grandfather orchestrated this move, Hao immediately contacted Yuan via video call to inform her and advise her to watch out for grandfather. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Hao. Yuan realized how hard this must have been for him, given that it was his own grandfather on the other side. Please convey my apology to your brother. I truly had another commitment yesterday. And by the way, you don't need to tell me about these things in the future. She didn't want him stuck in the middle, torn between both sides. Given the current situation, sooner or later she would confront incorporation. With Hao's simpler nature, there was no reason to drag him into the mess. For Hao, both were his family members. However, seeing his cousin struggle outside on her own while dealing with their cunning grandfather made him reluctant to see either party harmed. Yet, all he could do now was this much. Chapter 86. Belson was at Mount Tai Corporation negotiating business with Mr. Taino. Moan had already informed his father and got him to agree to cooperate with the young man, but on the condition that Mount Tai Corporation's business would enter the border star. Although he didn't know why his good-for-nothing son insisted on developing on that distant military planet, since the Yan family continued to expand there, it must be profitable. Thus, Mr. Taino took his son's advice and agreed to exchange 3 million doses of nutrients for the right to enter border star. Belson was still unsatisfied with this amount, and given the current situation, allowing others to enter or exit border star at will was impossible, otherwise the things they were hiding would risk being exposed. Mr. Taino, you are truly a businessman who knows how to pick stakes. However, border star is no ordinary planet. Perhaps we should consider other terms. I'm willing to add 2 million more doses. I hope Vice Commander will reconsider. This isn't a small sum. Old Tino increasingly desired to enter Border Star. 5 million doses of nutrients was indeed a large number. But at this critical juncture, he was extremely conflicted, especially worried about whether the young Moan would cause trouble later. But then he thought he could delay the Tino family's entry until after they finished their affairs. Old Tino wasn't aware of what his son intended to do. He felt delaying by a month or two wouldn't make much difference. When Moan learned of this, he regretted not realizing how devious the young man was. However, Qingzhou showed no surprise after finding out. This works just fine. Your relationship with him is strained, so naturally, he won't let you go over easily to create trouble. Qingzhou communicated via video link while traveling in a starship bound for Border Star. Then we can only place our hopes on Shiji. The blonde man seemed concerned. Don't worry. It will be easier on his side. I've made the necessary arrangements. His determined green eyes made everyone feel automatically reassured. Headquarters of Shengshi Group. How rare it is to see the vice commander visiting Shengshi. This makes me quite nervous. Liao Shiji appeared surprised, though deep down he had long awaited this visit. Today's unexpected visit is due to my impatience. Belson was particularly humble today. After some polite exchanges about various trivial matters, the topic gradually shifted from business acumen to the current political situation. Shengshi Group has always acted as if it were an outsider. Is General Liao still of the same opinion? Shengshi Group previously maintained a nearly neutral stance and even stood up to the Yin Group, but now with their support, the Yin family was starting to become the implicit leader among the 5 great families. By saying this, Belson wanted to see if Liao Shiji was interested in joining forces. If they could support the Shengshi Group, they wouldn't have to endure the constraints imposed by the Yin family. It has been hard for Shengshi to develop to this point. I am truly afraid one momentary lapse could bring this edifice crumbling down. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses and played the game of diplomacy. Mr. Liao is indeed cautious. Belson knew this was his way of dodging the issue, but as long as such thoughts crossed his mind, it was feasible to work together. This kind of matter certainly cannot be rushed. Today, I mainly wish to discuss a deal with you. Oh, what needs does Vice Commander have? Let me be direct. I need a large quantity of nutrients. Liao Shiji feigned shock briefly before asking. I wonder what the specific amount is. Belson appreciated dealing with these intelligent people because they knew what questions were appropriate and which were not. How many doses can Mr. Liao provide? And what price is the Vice Commander prepared to offer? He displayed a sharp image of a seasoned businessman. I remember Shengshi planned to establish a private plantation base on a remote planet. I can contribute in my own small way. Liao Shiji had already planned ahead. This project was merely a facade created for him to think he could solve this major problem. In reality, Shengshi never intended to pursue such a plan. I fear I must disappoint Vice Commander with my intentions. This project has been cancelled. How unfortunate it is. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Belson's eyes. Although he began to doubt momentarily, he quickly reasoned it unlikely, since he hadn't expected he'd come back for another attempt. Mr. Liao, that is indeed very unfortunate. It seems we couldn't reach a cooperation this time. Liao Shiji pretended to try saving the situation. How could that be? Let's continue discussing. Shengshi can offer 6 million doses of nutrients. I hope you'll reconsider. With narrow eyes looking rather reluctant, Belson pondered for a while before responding. 10 million doses. During earlier discussions, Qingzhou had estimated exactly 10 million doses of nutrients. Now, Liao Shiji mentally confirmed the calculation but wore an appearance of deep hesitation. After a moment of stalemate, neither side spoke. Finally, Liao Shiji cautiously asked, Vice Commander, do you think this quantity might be a bit excessive? How about 8 million? Our factory has already started tightening operations. Such a large quantity is already very urgent. I have faith in the substantial strength of Shengshi Group. 10 million doses should be no problem. Belson didn't expect to secure 1/5 of the needed amount here, and he certainly wasn't going to let such an opportunity slip away. Liao Shiji gritted his teeth, putting on a show of great difficulty. I'll take the liberty of accepting your compliment, but I hope that our Shengshi can explore larger and wider horizons. Of course, I also look forward to Shengshi's future. As far as I know, the Yin family recently dominates Border Star. Shengshi just wants to get a taste. I wonder if Vice Commander could provide any assistance. Belson did not particularly suspect his ulterior motives. After all, everyone in the business world was cunning and profit-driven. They would never miss any hint of opportunity. Border Star isn't an ordinary place. Mr. Liao is truly skilled at making deals. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. Alas, with such fierce competition these days, I can only try thinking of other ways. Belson wasn't opposed to Shengshi Group entering Border Star. After all, they didn't want to see the Yin family completely dominating it either. But Taishan Corporation probably wasn't powerful enough to deter the Yin family. Now allowing Shengshi to enter Border Star would perfectly create a balance among the 3 parties, though they could only proceed after matters were resolved. Since Mr. Liao mentioned it, I must find some way to help. Thank you very much then. Now, I will immediately instruct my subordinates to speed up production of the nutrients. When Vice Commander receives the permit for Border Star, we should have roughly produced 1 million doses. Liao Shiji effectively blocked his path of receiving goods first. Belson paused. He had indeed intended for Shengshi to deliver the goods first before discussing the matter of entering later, which was exactly how it went down with Taishan Corporation. Chapter 87. But now, it turns out this guy has completely blocked me. It seems that he is indeed a capable person to have developed the Shengshi Group to its current scale. Mr. Liao, are you afraid I'll run away? Berson's tone was slightly unhappy. What kind of talk is this? For such a large quantity of nutritional agents, how could we possibly have ready inventory? Besides, our entry into Borderline Star isn't just your one-word decision. What I'm saying is meant to reassure you, Liao Shiji explained calmly. I can agree to Shengshi Group's request to enter Borderline Star right now, but there will be some delay in time. Burson decided straightforwardly. Well, approximately when? At the latest, 1 month later. I heard that the deputy commander recently also had some business dealings with Taishan Corporation. Liao Shiji suddenly said this. Burson paused for a moment. It must be more, that meddling guy who said this. So what if we do? I hope we can enter earlier than Taishan Corporation, seizing the first opportunity. You know what I mean. Liao Shiji's suggestion made sense, and Burson thought secretly that that kid, seemed to have a good relationship with Liao Shiji. If that kid were to find out his good friend actually stabbed him in the back, what would be his reaction? That's something he would look forward to. For this matter, I think there won't be any issues. Finally, the two parties reached an agreement. Shengshi Group would provide 10 million nutritional agents, delivered within 3 days. Burson would provide convenience to Shengshi Group for their entry into Borderline Star in half a month. Secretary Bo Wheat planned to gather 50 million nutritional agents within half a month, which would then be sent by family's transport ships on Borderline Star to the person in question. 2 million had already been resolved, and handing over the rest to the family should not pose much of a problem. Brother and Hong, as today is free, I've invited Brother and over so we can chat properly. Berwitt specially arranged for Burson to invite Elder into his home that day. That's true, it's been a while since we last sat together and chatted. And Hong smiled broadly and joined in conversation. A necessary part of catching up always involves talking about each other's younger generations. And Yan's really making great progress these days. TCH, he can only manage small businesses. How can he compare to Burson? After a series of mutual compliments, Berwitt finally brought up the main issue. Brother and Hong, your son Yin and my daughter have been engaged for quite a while now. I think it's time to move their marriage onto the schedule, don't you agree? Of course, and Hong knew that those two father-son figures had invited him over today because of some major matter. Was it about this marriage proposal? He couldn't believe it. Just a few days ago, he received word that Burson was stockpiling nutritional agents everywhere and had cooperated with Taishan Enterprises and Shengshi Group. In the future, Borderline Star might no longer be exclusively dominated by their family. Upon knowing this, Eldarin felt deeply uncomfortable. The relationship between the family and the secretary faction was almost common knowledge. For them to bypass the family and collaborate with other entities, it was akin to publicly slapping the family in the face. Though he knew the Berwitt father-son pair would certainly extract benefits severely, he still felt unsettled. Could they be worried about offending the family, and therefore using marriage as a way to show slight humility and apologize? This wasn't like the arrogant nature of Berwitt. You're truly thoughtful, brother. I too think it's necessary to hurry things along, regardless of how Hong speculated inside. And Yin and Bimala's marriage was already set in stone. Whether earlier or later didn't matter much. Anyway, that father-son duo would surely take advantage of the situation to make demands. So since you feel the same way, I'll have Burson start preparing? Berwitt definitely had his own plan. Directly asking the family for 30 million nutritional agents would definitely result in numerous requests. However, framing it as a dowry, the family wouldn't have a choice but to hand them over willingly. It was truly regrettable. Such a great chance to squeeze the family was wasted on this matter. Thinking about it filled him with resentment. Sure enough, a couple of days later, Hong received a list of dowries. The jewelry and valuable items were one thing, but those 30 million nutritional agents were clearly the real objective. How could grandfather not understand the intention behind Berwitt inviting him for tea that day? Grandpa, they've gone too far, daring to demand exorbitant terms. And Yin, after looking at the string of items on the light screen, immediately became furious. I'd rather not get married. What nonsense. And Hong shot his grandson a glare. In his opinion, although the dowry list was indeed excessive, this was the greedy nature of Berwitt. Therefore, he wasn't particularly surprised. But they actually had the nerve to ask for 30 million nutritional agents, which is worth 60 million star coins, isn't it? And Yin gasped angrily. Not to mention they also want so much gold, silver, and jewels, as well as some shops. And Yin, you should be grateful that all they want this time are nutritional agents. Otherwise, this list would have been even longer, grandfather said with an expression as calm as usual. After hearing his grandfather's words, and Yan's lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. He couldn't help but begin to waver. Was the choice he made at first really correct? Would their family continue to grow peacefully while riding on Secretary Berwitt's power? You go to the Mu family once and let them contribute a bit. And Hong had long intended to bring the Mu family into this. I understand, Grandpa. The next day, Yin went to the Mu family and found Mu Haitian, hoping that the Mu family could lend 1 million nutritional agents to help out the family during this difficult time. The Mu family, currently in a passive situation, desperately wanted to hitch a ride on the large ship that was en route. However, the Mu family could only provide half of the required number at most. More than that might cause discontent. In the end, Yin still managed to obtain 8 million nutritional agents for free from the Mu family. Just as the family was busy preparing the enormous bridal gift, Vice Chairman Berwitt was being harassed by a certain Brigadier General. Mr. Secretary, as a military officer of the Star Alliance Republic, please allow me to temporarily take charge of the Upper Yong Star Public Security Department. General Wu Chao lowered his status because he no longer wanted to do nothing. Berwitt had been harassed by this person for several days, unable to do anything conveniently. Seeing that he wasn't asking for anything too outrageous right now, he simply agreed. As long as your superior allows it, I certainly have no issues. After all, the deputy captain could keep an eye on him. Then thank you, Mr. Secretary. Wu Chao paid his respects in a very casual manner. Everyone knew that Furinade was his man, and as long as Secretary Berwitt nodded, that admiral absolutely wouldn't say no. Chapter 88. And Yuna had been feeling a bit dispirited lately. She handed all the work at Shi Yuan over to Dai Guoguo and went back to working as a chef at Baiwei Tower. The head store and 2 branch stores, all 3 store managers hoped she could come to their respective shops, so she decided to use an extremely fair, impartial, and public method, drawing lots, to decide which shop she would go to each day. Recently, food enthusiasts in Shangyong heard that the founder of Baiwei Tower was personally cooking, and they tried every possible way to enjoy the delicious dishes said to be even better than those at Yuan Garden, such as sharing tables with others or buying reserved seats at high prices from other people. Today, Yuna was going to the branch managed by Su Miao. With many troubles recently, and no one around who could listen to her troubles or help her ease her worries, she could only focus her attention on cooking. The menu had already been planned the day before. She just happened to want to practice her culinary skills recently. Since there was no one at home, she didn't need to cook, and her skills were starting to get rusty. It was just the weekend today, and she spontaneously wanted to prepare a fully vegetarian feast. Oil salt fried goji shoots, jade bamboo ferns, ginger juice cabbage, first-class tofu, cherry condensed honeydew, fragrant lotus, clear dragon's whisker vegetables, wild delicacy thorny young buds, wild mushroom mixed vegetable soup, and 7 emerald purees. These 10 dishes were all vegetarian, but their preparation methods were no less complicated than those for meat-heavy dishes. They might even require more effort. To maintain the original flavor, timing and control over heat were crucial. Too much or too little would not yield the best taste. While cooking, Yuna was teaching her apprentice Su Miao about experience related to ingredients properties, suitable pairings, and the appropriate fire levels. Both beauties have worked hard. The golden-haired man Mo En, dressed in a bright purple jacket, suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. I say, Mr. Rich Boy, our kitchen at Baiwei Tower is almost becoming your personal kitchen. And Yuna joked, I've opened the kitchen access to you. Before the golden-haired man could say anything, the apprentice Su Miao quickly explained, Sisin, I'm sorry. I gave him permission to enter the kitchen because he often brings rare ingredients here, and I think he's a good friend of yours, so I applied to Sis Dai for his entry. Silly girl, didn't you hear that I was just joking with him? And Yuna promptly explained, fearing that if she waited any longer, the girl might kick the person out, while secretly lighting a candle in her heart for a certain man in the kitchen. Sigh, it seems my efforts these days have been useless, Mo En muttered to himself, looking utterly dejected. He wasn't even in the mood to argue with little Nanan. Su Miao, follow me on the adjacent cooking station. And Yuna decided to help this pitiful person dressed up like a peacock. Master, what if I don't do well? After all, these vegetarian dishes are harder than meat-based ones. Su Miao was somewhat worried about her skills, even though everyone said she had talent. The difficulty level of the dishes today was rather high. No problem, Su Miao. The dishes you make today will be for me. Mo En understood immediately, knowing that Yuna was helping him. I just happen to have reserved a table today, so I'll eat what you make. Well then, just so you know, it definitely won't taste as good as what Sisin cooks. Su Miao relaxed upon hearing that the dish was for the golden-haired man. Not true, I think what you cook tastes the best. The golden-haired man quickly expressed his preference. After hearing this, the little girl's face turned beet red, and her heartbeat quickened significantly, but she didn't know why, assuming it was merely due to excitement. Feeling redundant nearby, and Yuna became a bit envious in her heart, as her boyfriend was still somewhere wandering among the stars, and these two were already talking such mushy words without a care for others around them. Seeing the apprentice's flushed cheeks, she thought the girl had finally grown up, but upon closer inspection of her innocent and confused eyes, she realized the girl hadn't quite figured it out yet. Inside, she quietly rejoiced. Then, Su Miao started cooking with Yuna step by step, and the finished product turned out to be quite decent. Her first try at oil salt fried goji shoots reached 80% of her master's standard. This greatly boosted the confidence of the little girl, making Yuna very pleased as well. Her small apprentice had made truly tremendous progress, and obviously remembered what she had previously told her. Buoyed by confidence, Su Miao completed all 10 vegetarian dishes of the day in one breath. Although a few dishes did not fully meet expectations, being able to achieve this level the first time was already considered highly skilled. As the entire vegetarian feast was laid out on the table, Mo En began his exaggerated praise even before lifting his chopsticks, making everyone extremely uncomfortable. Oh, and director, young master Mo En, and this little cutie, do we have the honor to share the table? A familiar guest rudely pushed the door open and walked in. Wu Chao Xiao, I heard that you recently took on the additional role of security captain. How can you still be so relaxed? The golden-haired man spoke with a bit of an edge in his voice. The term little cutie wasn't something just anyone could use, not even him who hadn't dared to call her that yet. With this much leisure, I owe it all to someone. Sigh, if only I had. Wu Chao Xiao feigned profound regret. Please sit. Mo En gritted his teeth as he spoke, though I'm unsure whether this table of vegetarian dishes will suit the lieutenant general's taste. Although they were now on the same team, he simply couldn't stand the rogue. If it weren't for the fear of revealing certain secrets about others, he wouldn't tolerate eating at the same table as the lieutenant general. Lieutenant General Wu, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare a few more dishes. And Yuna didn't know this lieutenant general very well, and thought his earlier response was too rude. It wouldn't do to offend such a person, so she decided to apologize with a few additional dishes. It shouldn't have been necessary to bother Director In, but the food you made last time is unforgettable. especially the charcoal grilled venison and dompa pork knuckle. So here I am, shamelessly coming over for a meal. Despite facing a world-renowned chef, Wu Chaoxiao remained courteous and polite. The honor is mine if the lieutenant general doesn't mind. Please take a seat. And Yuna didn't remember ever inviting him for dinner. She recalled that the charcoal grilled venison and dompa pork knuckle were from the previous month, prepared specially to celebrate Meng Xiaopeng's vacation, resulting in a large feast. In the end, there was leftover food, which Chengzhou packed up and sent away. At the time, she thought it might have been sent to Mon or Liao Shiji, but never imagined it was actually for him. Feeling somewhat apologetic, and Yuna decided to make a couple more dishes later. I say, Your Highness, I'm about to leave Shangyou. Can't you just let me have this? After the two chefs left, the two big men immediately began picking up their chopsticks. Just as Wu Chaoxiao reached out, Mon started to block him. Chapter 89. These primitive dishes you would definitely not be used to. Just wait for your charcoal grilled venison and dompa pork elbow. The blonde man stood guard as if defending a fortress. After all, the girl had made these dishes personally, so they absolutely could not allow anyone else to touch them. Having a little bite first is fine too, said Wu Chao, and with that, he was about to pick up his chopsticks again. The two of them exchanged a series of maneuvers, Wu Chao's strength and speed proving superior to an average person's, as expected of a soldier. Although Mon had trained with Chengzhou for several years, it was apparent he was still no match. Seeing that he couldn't hold off that rascal any longer, the blonde man simply began shoveling mouthfuls into his own stomach. When Yuna and Su Miao returned to the room, they found the table completely cleared, to which the young chef smiled brightly with a sense of great accomplishment. Meow meow, I told you your dishes would surely be appetizing, aromatic, and flavorful. I really like them, Mon said immediately upon their entrance, starting to flatter the young girl again. That's right, truly talented students come from outstanding teachers. Miss Su's skills are exceptionally brilliant. During dinner, Wu Chao had noticed faintly that this meal's taste seemed slightly inferior, probably because it wasn't fully prepared by Yuna herself. But the blonde man warned him. Later on, he must certainly praise the chef, Miss Su Miao. General has been generous with praise. It's all due to my teacher's excellent tutelage, Su Miao said excitedly, her face flushed red. Originally, if it were only Mon complimenting her, there would be no need to take it seriously, but this was a general, a soldier, and his words certainly held credibility. The blonde man watched as the girl smiled merrily at the rascal beside her, his heart twisting painfully. It was clearly him who forced the rascal to say such things. But even then, Miss Su has great talent, isn't it? It's your first time cooking this dish set, and the taste is really excellent. Wu Chao of course picked up on Mon's feelings towards the young girl. Therefore, he deliberately engaged in pleasant banter with her, intending to infuriate that blonde man. If General truly likes it, you can always visit often in the future, Su Miao genuinely responded, feeling very happy. Isn't the greatest satisfaction for a cook getting acknowledged by customers? Great, I will. Wu Chao now liked chatting with this pure-hearted little girl as well. And Yuna enjoyed watching the show on the side while Mon attempted several times to interject, only to be cut off by those two each time. He nudged the silent observer lightly with his finger, signaling it was her turn. Let's eat and chat at the same time. All the dishes have been served already. She wanted to watch more fun unfold, but feared friendship's small boat might capsize if it continued. Yes, sit down quickly. You've worked hard for so long. Mon pulled Su Miao to sit next to him, separating her from the rogue. He wanted to see how much they could still enthusiastically chat. As the go-between, and Yuna could only seat herself. Apart from the charcoal roasted venison and dompa pork elbows, I added a few other dishes. General, please don't hesitate. That is truly a feast for the palate. I really shouldn't hold back then. Wu Chao eyed the dishes on the table as he spoke, many unfamiliar to him. Truly, this day wouldn't pass without something memorable. What is this dish? Its flavor is incredibly delicious. Even before Yuna, its creator, could speak, the little girl seated next to the blonde man stood up enthusiastically. This is clear stewed crab meat lion's head. Doesn't it have a special taste? This is one of my master's signature dishes. Naturally, every dish made by my master is a signature dish. This is the one I like best. Don't underestimate these large meatballs. They're extremely delicate in material selection and cooking. Su Miao started elaborating nonstop, praising her master as unmatched in heaven and earth. A certain lieutenant general ate along while chiming in agreement, making the little girl talk even more enthusiastically, explaining every dish in detail. Mon sitting in the middle could do nothing to contain the passionate Su Miao, who filled so much space between them. After the meal, and Yuna and Su Miao saw the two others out. They all left laughing and chatting, except for the blonde man. For the other three, this meal had been very enjoyable, and Yuna was elated with pride at being praised by her apprentice. Wu Chao felt unprecedented satisfaction from eating such a good meal, and Su Miao believed she had met a friend who truly appreciated her. A scene observed by a woman behind, with striking beauty, darkened her slender eyes with foreboding thoughts. Mon appeared utterly disheartened after leaving the restaurant. Without hesitation, he sat forcefully into Wu Chao's flight pod. I think our plan needs to move forward sooner rather than later. Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Is it because of that little cutie from earlier? Mr. Lieutenant General grinned slyly and mocked. Wu Chao, I solemnly warn you. If you have no intention towards Su Miao, then stop doing things that create misunderstandings. She still understands nothing now. Best you keep your distance from her. The expression on the blonde man's face turned grave and sharp. All right, I got it. Anyway, I'm about to leave, and we likely won't meet again in the future, so just relax. For several consecutive days, Wu Chao visited Baiwei Building, Yuan Garden, and many other restaurants under the guise of checking for safety hazards. In reality, he caused chaos in these restaurants. Either the building structure was found to be non-compliant or there were alleged hidden dangers present, going as far as overstepping into the Food Bureau's duties. Especially for the restaurants under in group, within just 3 days, half had been ordered to close for rectification. Once they had finished fixing issues, problems cropped up again at the other half of their restaurants. Pearson, you have seen the state of our group. If we continue to be messed around with by that lunatic, bankruptcy may not be too far off. And Yen, unable to bear it any longer, went to consult his soon-to-be brother-in-law. The reason Wu Chao was targeting the Yin family like this wasn't because the Secretary General and his clique wouldn't let them return to Border Star, right? The purpose of these people had been achieved, but must they drag others down with them? I know you might have suffered some losses, but surely these losses cannot compare with the profits in group makes on Border Star, correct? Pearson was a bit dissatisfied with Yan's tone just now. With his calm, yet firm sentence, Yan felt a lump in his chest. He was increasingly regretful about teaming up with such greedy, shameless people. While Wu Chao may be acting somewhat deliberately, he indeed hasn't violated any procedures. Thus, we can't suddenly dismiss him from his position. Pearson eased his tone to reasonably explain the situation. But isn't the deputy captain one of your people? And Yen followed up swiftly. The deputy captain has been ousted by Wu Chao's tricks, and the person newly in charge simply can't control him. Pearson mentioned this with evident anger since Wu Chao had long grasped some leverage over the deputy captain and dismissed him upon taking office. What I want to warn is, if he continues like this, I'm afraid he will investigate our factory. Then, the 30 million units of nutrients requested by the vice commander would probably face delays. And Yen could only use the things important to the other side to negotiate. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. N. Pearson replied coldly. Chapter 90. After an unpleasant conversation, the two parted ways. Father, I think we should reclaim Wu Chao's position as the head of public security. If we let him continue investigating like this, our plans may be ruined, Pearson suggested to his father. The little brat's goal is to be transferred back to the Border Star. If we can't transfer him back now, he probably won't agree to step down from his position, Burwet said regretfully for agreeing to let him take on this duty. But the Yin family has already announced that if Wu Chao keeps finding trouble, they will indefinitely extend the delivery date. The longer this drags on, the more likely it is to be discovered by others. They in the incorporation just don't want to get their hands dirty. You really think they can't handle a situation like this at their level? Burwet furrowed his brows. Now they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They couldn't let Wu Chao return to the Border Star, yet they still wanted the Yin family to deliver on time. It would be best if Old Man and Hong could deal with Wu Chao himself. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the incorporation, Grandpa, from what Burson said today, it's clear he doesn't intend to manage that crazy young general, and Yin said in a calm tone, revealing no emotion. In reality, ever since starting the discussion with that man, his anger had been building. Afterward, he nearly erupted, and after venting his frustrations, all he felt was deep disappointment in that group of people. They're waiting for us to make the first move, and Hong picked up an antique teacup and handed it to his grandson across from him. Since they're not in a rush, then we can afford to wait too. And Yen took the teacup and sipped lightly. He thought exactly the same thing. Repeated compromises only made them more brazen. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't help asking. Then Grandpa, does that mean the stores we temporarily closed have no choice but to remain closed? This loss isn't a big deal, but we can't be the only ones suffering. Prosperity Group, Mount Tai Enterprises, AI May Group, and even Sure Yuan, they need to feel the pain too. And Grandpa said these words as casually as drinking water. That's right. Once Wu Chao manages to offend all noble families, there won't be a need for us to do anything. And Yen harbored some resentment in his heart because he couldn't get those father and son pair to act. The next day, news broke out on the Star Network saying that a certain young general flew into a rage for his beloved lady. In the past week, restaurants under the incorporation have been forced to renovate one after another. Allegedly, the reason is that this certain young general wants to stand up for an employee with the surname and at Sure Yuan. Huh. Everyone knows that person with the surname and is actually director in Jia. Your attempt to cover it half-heartedly might as well be called out directly. Not possible, and sister never targeted the incorporation. This must have nothing to do with her. It's exactly as the floor poster said. Why are only other companies being ordered to renovate while restaurants under Sure Yuan remain untouched? That's true. Such obvious favoritism should be pretty clear to everyone, but some people only believe what they want to believe rather than evidence. While it's evident that safety measures in Sure Yuan are quite strict, unlike in other restaurants which have problems, well, I refuse to believe there's nothing going on between that young general and the owner of Sure Yuan. You see right away, there's something shady happening between these two. I once saw both of them laughing and walking out of Baiwei Tower together. Their relationship clearly isn't ordinary. If you ask me, that woman with the surname and is truly skilled. She has the air of the Taino family chasing after her, followed by Liao Zong of the Shengshi Corporation, and now even a young general. TSK. Now that you mention it, it's exactly like that. Somebody, let me clarify. The Taino heir and Mr. Liao are good friends and partners with our Jia. Oh, so according to the above floor, the young general must be romantically involved with your Jia. The person upstairs needs to be careful with their words. Even if something happens between them, how does it affect you? Can you control whether or not they fall in love? Exactly. The young general has defended the Border Star for many years, finally returning to Yan. If he encounters someone he loves, shouldn't we offer blessings? Yes, let's wish for the young general to soon embrace his beauty. Let's wish for the young general to soon embrace his beauty. Let's wish for the young general to soon embrace his beauty. Excuse me for interrupting briefly, although I also hope that our young general embraces his beauty sooner rather than later, but still, must he target the incorporation to impress a girl? Yeah, look at how the restaurants owned by incorporation have almost all gone out of business. For a time, and Yuan found herself once again at the center of heated debate. Nan, don't worry. We all know those rumors online are obviously released by the Yin family, just ignore them, Mon said, as he was afraid his sister-in-law would become sick with melancholy. I know, but it's just too annoying. And Yuan didn't want to get involved with any other men because she already had a boyfriend. Shall we respond on Starnet? Liao Shiji thought that if their leader came back and found out he'd been cuckolded without his intervention, he would surely punish him severely. How can we explain this? It would be hard for such matters to be fully understood, and Yuan felt a little resentful about her boyfriend's absence when she needed him. Then we should find the other party involved. Mon thought it would be best for that unpleasant fellow to voluntarily dispel the rumors. Oh, by the way, I heard some stores from Shengshi Group and Mount Tai Enterprises were sealed too. So she began doubting whether General Wu Chao actually liked her. There are a few of them indeed, but it doesn't affect much. That guy is really not humble at all. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. Although those sealed shops did have minor flaws, considering they were allies, couldn't the general let them off easily? Exactly, that nasty kid must have done it deliberately. Mon got angry at that scoundrel who first disturbed his chosen girl, now involving his sister-in-law, truly a calamity. We should kick him out of Shangyou. Or I should close a few shops as well. And Yuan thought there was nothing wrong with Shi Yuan, but standing out wasn't good either, better to avoid the spotlight for a while. Agreed, Liao Shiji showed his approval. The Yin family spread these rumors aiming to unite our forces against Wu Chao. Fearing the Mu family and AI Fan family won't hold still. The Mu family is already under Yin's thumb, they will surely support the Yin family. The AI Fan family always stays low profile and likely won't interfere this time, Mon analyzed. Chapter 91. So, from what you're saying, we're going to help General Wu Chao? And Yuna wasn't fully aware of their plan, but she could pick up a few things from their conversation. He wants to return to Border Star? She combined the events that had transpired over the past few days with the nostalgic tone the general once used when talking about the border. Wasn't it obvious? Xiaonan, you're truly smart. Indeed worthy of being the future boss lady of our Shengshi group. The two men were slightly surprised for a moment. In fact, their plan wasn't deliberately hidden from her. Chengzhou's identity was of grave importance, and it was better if fewer people knew. Alright, I know you're doing something secretive. I won't ask further. If there's anything I can help or cooperate with, let me know. And Yuna didn't intend to press the matter. Thank you. Liao Shiji sincerely admired his boss. Even the choice of partner was so discerning. How considerate and understanding a companion. We certainly won't hesitate to ask. Mayan thought enviously of his childhood friend who had found such a perfect soulmate. Unlike himself, the girl he liked still hadn't realized his feelings. Meanwhile, in the faraway Border Star, the man everyone mentioned, Qingzhou, was currently secretly infiltrating the second most important planet with his subordinate Zhou Liang. Border Star served as the command center, while the second star was the logistics base, an important supply hub, guarded extremely tightly. Not even members of the military could enter freely. Especially in the past half-month, apart from General Luo Shi, no one else had been allowed entry. Changzhou and Zhou Liang had been observing from the nearest planet for several days, noticing numerous warships arriving. After a few observations, it seemed something was being transported to this particular planet. Boss, these are probably the nutritional supplements stockpiled by Borvite. Zhou Liang stared at the surveillance screen before him. Judging by the quantity, there are likely around 20 million units. I suspect there's an even larger batch yet to come. Chingzhou closed his eyes, conserving energy. How did you guess that? The reason is simple. Furinard hasn't arrived yet. If they're planning to deal with those pirates, they'll definitely send Furinard to oversee the transaction. I see. Zhou Liang nodded, muttering under his breath. I wonder how things are going on Shanyong's side. These two were completely cut off from the outside world, receiving no news. Chingzhou glanced down at the portable backpack by his feet, his eyes filled with tenderness. It was packed with bento boxes she had made by hand. Boss, why don't you head back to Border Star first? I can keep watch here. No need. We'll go together. Yin's family wouldn't hand over so many nutritional supplements without putting up a fight. We've already figured out the situation here. There's no need for us to stay any longer. Thus, the two returned secretly to Border Star. Commander-in-Chief, you're back so soon? Jiang Mo quickly put away the optical computer in front of him, surprisedly asking. We have a full grasp of the situation on the second star. You can rest assured. Zhou Liang patted Jiang Mo's shoulder and then asked, anything noteworthy recently? The plan on Shanyong's side is proceeding smoothly. Jiang Mo hesitated whether he should tell his boss about that matter now. So there's something else? Chengzhou immediately picked up on his implication. Boss, take a look at this first. Jiang Mo reopened the optical computer he'd hastily shut moments ago. Bang! A loud noise echoed. Chengzhou's face flushed with anger. Someone dared to slander his beloved like this? Truly bold. And that damn kid dared not come forward to clarify, and was trying to horn in. Have someone suppress this message immediately. It's also high time the Yin family learned a lesson. The man looked dangerously icy. Far away in Shanyong, Liao Shiji, Ma Yin, and Wu Chao suddenly felt their neck hairs stand on end for no apparent reason. The next day, all rumors about Yuna disappeared from the Star Network. Then, General Wu Chao used his personal Star Network account to post 3 messages. My relationship with President N is purely platonic. Please do not believe or spread unfounded rumors. The honor of soldiers must be respected. And courtship isn't easy. Who knows, my own love might be waiting for me to find her, only to be scared off by seeing all this nonsense online. How do you plan to compensate me? Lastly, I really enjoy President N's cooking, and I wanted to cultivate a good relationship with her just so I could mooch some meals. Now, she will surely avoid me like the plague. How do you plan to make up for this? With these posts, the public shifted its focus onto this unpredictable young general instead of the original rumors. After General Wu Chao clarified the situation, he didn't stay idle. Since the N family was still playing these little tricks, it seemed they weren't busy enough yet. So, he continued to head towards the largest factory base of the N family group. President N, bad news. That Major General Wu Chao has arrived at our factory with his people and is about to enter. The base manager reported anxiously to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately stood up to prepare heading over. You lead them around the outer area first. I'll be there soon. As for why no one blocked him at the gate, it was because after the last time they tried stopping someone, that Major General directly seized that restaurant. The reason given was that they had refused to cooperate with the inspection work of the law and order personnel, raising suspicion of significant hazards. After a series of such bold seizures involving dozens of restaurants, almost no one dared to turn this Major General away anymore. Captain Wu is really surprising us with a sudden inspection today, the manager greeted with a broad smile. Please come in. Where would you like to start checking? Though he asked that, he started leading them directly toward the side areas. Manager, it's unnecessary for you to guide us specially. Wu Chao appeared polite, as always. Captain Wu, please don't say that. It's my duty. What I mean is, we prefer to look around on our own rather than following you around outside. Wu Chao's tone remained relatively gentle, but his words were blunt without any beating around the bush. Allow me to remind you, this is the core factory base of our family group. Some areas might not be open for random visits. The manager surnamed and grew firmer in his tone. Oh, rest assured, I have absolutely no interest in your so-called secret recipes or family culinary heritage. This sentence was filled with sarcasm. The manager was choked, unsure how to retort. However, Wu Chao and his team completely ignored him, changing direction resolutely toward the central area. Chapter 92. The manager surnamed and had no choice but to hurry and keep praying that Mr. N would arrive soon. Of course, Wu Chao and others were not clear about the entire factory's terrain. When encountering a fork in the road, they naturally chose one randomly. However, he noticed that sometimes the expression on Manager N's face didn't seem too good. Therefore, based on the mood changes of the said manager, they finally arrived at one of the factory's most important warehouses. General Wu Chao, this warehouse cannot be open to the public. Please go elsewhere. The manager immediately stopped them as they were about to enter. Oh, is that so? Then we won't go inside. The general seemed quite reasonable. However, since we've come, we'll just do a random check on whether the things inside are qualified. After all, the food here will be sold across the entire Star Alliance Republic. After these words were spoken, the responsible person's face instantly turned pale from dark. Wu Chao added considerately, we don't need to go inside. You can send someone in to grab a few boxes of samples out. That should be fine, right? It looked like an understanding suggestion, but in reality, it left the manager with no room for retreat. The head of the department surnamed and was already sweating cold sweat on his forehead. Oh Lord, how has Mr. N not arrived yet, when we're about to collapse? General Wu Chao, you truly are devoted to your duty. Having been the captain for such a short time, and you've sealed off nearly half of Shangyang's shops. At a critical moment, Yin finally arrived. Facing the mockery of Master N, our general retorted directly. Can't help it, civil servants can't be as idle as young masters who can leisurely surf the stellar net and chat about gossip every day. And Yin, of course, knew that this referred to the rumors spread by the N family. Originally, they planned to drag all 5 major families into the water. Since the Mu family now depends on the N family without saying much, if the AI fan family kept silent as usual, it would be fine. They assumed that since Taishan Enterprise and Sheng Shi Group have cooperated with Borson, then letting Borson persuade those two to help deal with Wu Chao shouldn't be difficult. But who knew that that little guy refused cooperation due to personal grudges against Borson, while Sheng Shi Group remained completely speechless. It was rumored that Liao Shiji's girlfriend was the general manager of Shi Yuan. To thank General Wu Chao for helping clarify the scandal, Shi Yuan firmly stood on the side of the gentleman. This Miss Liao, for her boyfriend's happiness, rejected Borson's request. So now, the N group not only failed to find allies, but also greatly offended this General Wu Chao. Since Mr. General is so patriotic and dedicated, we certainly need to actively cooperate. And Yin knew the best situation now would be to let them inspect voluntarily, because only insiders know what's inside. Manager N, you personally go in and bring out a few crates. All right, Mr. N. After the manager went in, and Yin did not invite everyone to sit down in the office, so the group waited at the entrance of the warehouse. A few minutes later, the manager came out carrying 4 crates of nutrients. Here are the items, please inspect them, Mr. General. Wu Chao glanced back briefly at the vast warehouse behind, which obviously extended far both horizontally and vertically. Clearly, that manager should not have gone to the back or upper parts. Stopping them earlier clearly meant there was something suspicious, but now openly allowing them to inspect suggests that whatever has been taken out are likely to be the qualified products, implying there are unqualified ones inside. The corner of the general's mouth curved slightly, revealing a playful smile. He randomly pulled out several nutrition agents and handed them over to the accompanying personnel for inspection. Mr. N, There must be more warehouses like this in the base. I wonder if we could check them. And Yin frowned. This Wu Chao was being unreasonable. It was he who insisted on the random inspection earlier, yet he ended up doing it haphazardly. Though he hoped the other party's inspection would be as lax as possible, asking to personally visit the warehouse wouldn't be very convenient now. Our group, of course, has many warehouses that can be opened for public visits. Gentlemen, please follow me. Direct refusal might provoke further sealing actions from this crazy man, and even though it wouldn't succeed, it would still cause some impact. It would be better to take them around. Anyway, he had already made arrangements, and Yin led them towards another warehouse himself. This is the largest production center of our group in Shangyou. Today, I will slowly show all of you around. The staff originally intended to board the portable flying vehicles, but swallowed their words at this sight. General Wu Chao cast a casual glance at Mr. and beside him. He understood well that the other party was buying time, but said nothing more. After wandering around for over an hour, and Yin, drenched in sweat, stopped. Among the group, only the gentlemen remained composed, while the rest were rather disheveled. We're here, and I've already had someone open the door. Please make yourselves at home, said young Masterin. After finishing his sentence, he asked the supervisor to accompany them inside while he went to the nearest office. Lieutenant General Wu Chao first took a look around the area surrounding the warehouse before heading inside. Once in, he noticed that the warehouse only stored less than 1/5 of its capacity. With the recent market contraction, the demand for nutrient agents has sharply decreased, so our production has also been reduced accordingly. The supervisor offered an explanation for the scarcity of goods voluntarily. This reason sounded quite plausible, and the group nodded without giving it much thought. Wu Chao signaled his subordinates behind him to take a look. He began wandering around aimlessly among the empty spaces. There were faint new scratch marks where the place had been cleaned recently, and outside there were traces of large transport starships having been parked. Additionally, earlier he had vaguely heard the sound of a large flying vessel, indicating clearly that Yin delayed time to transfer everything out. The newly moved-in nutrient agents were probably fine and meant to deal with their inspection. However, those previously stored in this warehouse were likely problematic nutrient agents, numbering approximately 5 million units. Thinking about this, Lieutenant General Wu Chao's anger surged as the Yin group dared to tamper with something so crucial to life itself, yet he was unsure when they had started such immoral acts. Suppressing the urge to kill, Lieutenant General Wu Chao gave the order, "Pack up," then left wordlessly with his team, a grimace clouding his face. Phew. Finally gone, sighed the supervisor remaining behind, letting out a relieved breath. Despite leaving the premises, Wu Chao still felt furious inside. He must figure out where the Yin family planned to ship these defective items. I need to know the current location of the transport starships that departed from An's factory base earlier. A coded message was sent through a special channel. Chapter 93. At the same time, Qingzhou, far away at the border star, received the message and immediately understood what was going on. Although he had guessed that the Bao White faction was colluding with the pirates outside, and that this batch of goods from the Yin family was probably related, Wu Chao currently still did not know about this. However, judging from his latest message, it seemed there might be an issue with this shipment. It was good to have him investigate further. Perhaps it could even accelerate their plans so Qingzhou could return to Border Star earlier, avoiding unnecessary entanglement with his girlfriend. Let Iwaika send the message, Qingzhou ordered while deep in thought. And meanwhile, have him keep an eye on Wu Chao to see if any problems can be uncovered. Yes, boss. Zhou Liang immediately carried out the order. Boss, Lieutenant General Zenoya has sent a secret message saying that Luo Yin will begin thoroughly inspecting the security along the border at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Zhang Yimou hurriedly entered from outside. Is it possible our movements have been exposed? Don't panic. Is this order issued by Furinade or voluntarily requested by Luo Yin? Qingzhou remained calm as he asked the question. Lieutenant General Zenoya said it was Luo Yin's active request. Originally, Luo Yin intended for him to conduct the inspection, but Zenoya refused due to mistrust of us. Zhang Yimou also calmed down accordingly. Why would Luo Yin leave Border Star at such a crucial moment? Doesn't he fear that all the influence he painstakingly accumulated could be ruined by Zenoya? Zhou Liang couldn't comprehend their scheme. They must be preparing in advance. After all, when dealing with lawless pirates, they naturally need to make early arrangements. Chengzhou's voice carried a strong note of sarcasm, a flash of bloodthirsty malice in his eyes. This is a perfect opportunity. With Luo Yin gone, let Zenoya find a way to investigate on planet number 2. Yes, Marshal. To conceal his identity, Qingzhou made all subordinates call him boss. However, during missions, they instinctively referred to him by his official rank. After the 2 subordinates left, Qingzhou stared at a cabinet by the door where a portable backpack lay. A gentle figure surfaced in his mind, reminding him insistently about having 3 meals a day. On Upper Youngstar, and Yunnan was again preparing to pick up Meng Xiaobang and, as usual, brought many homemade snacks. When she went to pick up the little guy today, she noticed his spirits seemed unusually low. Yang, sister brought your favorite egg tarts and beef jerky. Would you like to eat something? Meng Xiaobang, uncharacteristically gloomy, didn't show his usual greedy excitement. Sister Nan, I haven't seen my mom and dad for a long time now, and even my older brother won't come to see me. Why don't they come for me? Tears welled in his round eyes, forming a golden halo, but he managed to hold them back after circling a few times. And Yunnan suddenly felt heartbroken. Ever since she had imagined Qingzhou's pitiful and tragic childhood life, she never dared to bring up their parents' affairs, believing such parents to be surely inadequate. But this child was barely 5 years old, and in his young mind, his parents were undoubtedly indispensable. She didn't want to tarnish the image of those irresponsible parents in Meng Xiaopeng's heart. She squatted down, gently touched his plump and soft little cheeks, and spoke softly to him. It's all Sister Nan's fault for being too busy and forgetting to ask for your parents' contact information. When your brother returns, we'll have him take you to see your parents, all right? It's not Sister's fault. It's all brothers and my parents' faults, said the little one who, although no longer sad, was still a bit upset with his parents and brother. Although a year ago, when he was sent to his brother, his parents had told him they might not see each other for a long time. But nearly a year had passed, and he was beginning to forget what his parents looked like. If they didn't come soon, he was going to be truly mad. That's right, Yang Yang is correct. We'll make sure they sincerely apologize to you later, said Yunnan as she struggled to carry the little one in her arms. Yes, unless they properly apologize, I will not forgive them. The childish tone delivered a surprisingly mature sentence, making people both laugh and cry. Sister, can I eat 5 egg tarts? Restored to his nature as a glutton, the little one raised his tiny fingers, flashing puppy eyes at Yunnan. Of course, there's also some delicious beef jerky. And Yunnan, dazzled by the cuteness, nodded in agreement without any principles. And Jiejia, is that really you? Suddenly came a shout from behind. I really admire you. Your skills are extraordinary, and it's always so hard to get a seat at Byway Tower. Can you take a photo with me? A girl in her early 20s excitedly ran up to her. Thank you for your admiration, but I'm sorry I can't take a photo with you today. Although Yunnan liked these cute kids, she was holding Meng Xiaopeng in her arms and naturally wouldn't agree to the young girl's request. And sister, is he yours? The enthusiastic young girl stared curiously at the little boy in her arms. This is my younger brother. The boyfriend's younger brother could also be considered her own brother, right? Worthy of being in sister's younger brother. How adorable. The girl gleefully showed a friendly smile toward Meng Xiaopeng. And Yunnan had never encountered one of her fans before, so she was quite delighted inside. Feeling somewhat guilty for rejecting such a small request, she proactively offered to reserve a private room for the girl at Byway Tower. Wow, and sister, you're so nice. You're a kind and beautiful fairy. I really like you. The girl excitedly hugged her. The Meng Xiaopeng in her arms, however, became secretly wary inside. Before his brother left, he had told him that Nan's sister would become his future sister-in-law and asked him to help take care of her. Of course, the clever little fellow knew what his sister-in-law meant. When he first learned that Nan's sister was his brother's girlfriend, he was upset for a while because he also wanted her to be his girlfriend. Although he had come to accept it now, when someone said they liked Sister Nan, Meng Xiaopeng immediately felt uneasy. Sister, I'm hungry. Let's go home quickly. With the brother absent, it was up to him to prevent any more developments. Sorry, we might need to leave. And Yunnan had no choice but to end the pleasant chat with the cute young girl. It's fine. I've already delayed you both. The young girl seemed regretful, but felt lucky to have spoken a few words with her idol. Goodbye, cutie. Goodbye, and sister. See you again if we're destined to meet. After saying their farewells, and Yunnan hurriedly took the little one onto the flying vehicle. Everything is in the box. Eat up. However, Meng Xiaopeng didn't reach out to grab the snacks. Instead, he looked at her very seriously. Sister, do you like my brother? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? And Yunnan's earlobes instantly turned scarlet. Sister, please answer me honestly. The little guy began to look a bit anxious. She hesitated for a few seconds, then answered the question. Yes, I do. She would never treat the kid condescendingly just because of his young age. Phew, upon hearing her response, the small thing immediately sighed in relief and patted his little chest. Then I can relax. Speaking in a precocious tone. What are you relaxing about? Sister is brother's girlfriend, so you cannot fall in love with anyone else. Was Chengzhou the one who taught you this? And Yunnan was extremely surprised and questioned him. This irresponsible man wasn't afraid of corrupting children. Chapter 94. On the second day after retrieving Meng Xiaopeng, and Yunnan once again became a hot topic on Starnet. Hashtag the youngest female boss surnamed and turns out to be married with kids, already hashtag. Hashtag unveiling the man behind the successful career woman hashtag. Hashtag the youngest female boss in Shangyong spotted at a private kindergarten hashtag. One scandal after another scrolled by, accompanied by many pictures. A few clear frontal shots showed her face, while many others captured her carrying Meng Xiaopeng from behind. Fortunately, all the photos only showed the little guy's silhouette. His small face did not appear in any of them. This news must be immediately suppressed, Mayan said when he saw the message and rushed to her house. Liao Shiji sat solemnly on the couch. It must be taken down within today. We absolutely cannot let anyone delve deeply into Yang Yang's background. Of course, and Yunnan didn't want the child to be under everyone's spotlight like this. However, why did she feel these two looked as if they were in a state of imminent danger? Was it somewhat exaggerated? Or was there some hidden issue she didn't know about? The fastest way is to find something even more eye-catching to overshadow this. The blonde man was unusually serious today. But what if people still refuse to let go? And Yunnan thought the reactions of netizens couldn't be predicted. Yunnan has a point. Everyone always likes digging deep into such gossip. Liao Shiji pushed his glasses. But even if we contact the Starnet Management Bureau now, it would probably be too late. I think if we could expose a major event that captures the nation's attention, maybe that can suppress my incident. And Yunnan thought the suggestion from the blonde man might also be worth trying. But how could such a coincidence happen right now? Mine's long hair was messed up in his agitation, showing just how restless and frustrated he was. No matter what, we have to take action now. Liao Shiji appeared very composed. Yunnan, please make sure Yang Yang doesn't leave home in the coming days. Yes, school matters will be handled by me, and you hand over Shuan's affairs to your general manager Dai for now. Mine quickly regained his calmness. You can rest assured, I'll take good care of him. And Yunnan wanted to ask why they seemed so tense, but seeing their urgency, she refrained from asking. We will each collect intelligence separately. If nothing major happens, then we'll have to create an incident ourselves. Liao Shiji made the worst-case scenario plan. Mine nodded seriously. No matter the method, no information about Yang Yang could be leaked, or Chengzhou's identity would be exposed as well. Even if people keep making rumors, wouldn't it be enough to just admit that Yang Yang is my son? There's no need to make such a big commotion, right? And Yunnan was shocked by their all-or-nothing attitude. After hearing her words, the two men's eyes lit up briefly, but they shook their heads soon afterward. They hadn't intentionally hidden Yang Yang's appearance before, because he was either at home or at school, not meeting too many people. Moreover, the boy's striking pink hair had been dyed black by Chengzhou already, so no one worried that he'd be recognized. But now that he was being closely watched, once his photos got exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In short, Yang Yang must not appear in front of everyone. Mayan spoke seriously to Yunnan. I'll explain the details later. The house where you live now happens to be under my name and relatively safe. Don't leave the house these days. And don't worry, someone is secretly protecting you. Alright, let's stay in touch anytime. And Yunnan nodded at both of them. Ding. The prompt sound of a light brain rang out. After quickly scanning through this very timely message, Liao Shiji, who was about to get up to leave, sat back down. Chengzhou sent a message. These 6 simple words froze the other two in place. Mayan relaxed after recovering from his stupor, and fell back onto the sofa with a grin. Xiao Zhozhou is reliable. And Yunnan was a bit miffed. Since he could send messages, why didn't he send a few to her as well? What a smelly man. The boss says he's already aware of the situation here and told us not to worry. A huge explosion-like news will come out shortly, and we just need to wait and see. Liao Shiji conveyed the earlier message with a relaxed face. Then fine, let's just wait and see. The blonde man stopped worrying at all now, grabbing the snack basket on the table and munching away. Nan, these little snacks are really tasty. Can you make some more later? No. And Yunnan was quite upset in her heart right now. That scoundrel of a man had told her before that the place he was going to might have no signal, so he couldn't send her messages. What a bunch of lies. Then teach little Miss Meow Meow how to do it. This way, I won't bother you anymore in the future. Still thinking about taking advantage of my little apprentice? Let me tell you, it's not happening. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Truly, like attracts like. When she looked at this group of sly friends, none of them seemed to be good people. After saying that, she also glared at the bespectacled man pretending to look composed. Nan, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly mad? Mon carefully asked, completely lost. Liao Shiji didn't say a word after being glared at, but a flicker of amusement passed through his eyes. Apparently, he had already figured out what was going on and could now watch the show put on by their leader. I'm fine. And Yunnan quickly calmed herself, adjusting her emotions effortlessly. Let's check if there's any new information on the light brain. Wow, my goodness. Chengzhou is truly capable. This news is explosive. With the blonde man's exclamation, everyone quickly scanned through the latest headline dominating Starnet. According to reports, Lieutenant General Wu Chao yesterday intercepted a large batch of nutritional supplements at the 7th spacecraft port on Shanyong Star that were about to be exported, and subsequent spot checks revealed that these nutritional supplements did not meet standards. Lieutenant General Wu Chao is currently sealing off the shipment and stated that he will investigate the matter thoroughly. After reading the message, the three exchanged looks, utterly shocked. How could someone tamper with nutritional supplements? This matter concerning people's livelihood can't possibly be something made up by Chengzhou, right? And Yunnan believed that the dog of a man she knew definitely wasn't capable of such a thing. Little Zhozhou sure has guts, striking a blow to the infamily at a time like this. The blonde man said in admiration. You mean these nutritional supplements are produced by the infamily group? And Yunnan was surprised once again. The 7th spacecraft port is one frequently used by the infamily group, and Lieutenant General Wu Chao has been tracking a batch of export goods from the infamily group for the past couple of days. Liao Shiji explained to her. So many nutritional supplements, we don't know which planet they were bound for, nor whether there are problems with the nutritional supplements they've previously produced. And Yunnan's tone carried a tinge of melancholy. This was the drawback of monopolistic capital, no assurance of quality or safety. Don't worry, there shouldn't have been any problems earlier, otherwise, it would have been exposed long ago. The blonde man comforted her. Why would they suddenly do this? Is there some urgent need behind this? And Yunnan didn't understand at all. Although these matters weren't directly related to her, since she still shared the surname, events like this made her uneasy. Chapter 95. What are you people doing? Someone stopped us on our own territory. This is simply. At the headquarters of N Group, and Yin was raging in his office. He knew that Wu Chao's actions against the infamily were meant to demonstrate against the Secretary General's party. What he didn't expect was that the guy would not let go of them, and even managed to find out the location of the shipment within just 2 days. Now the situation had become so serious that if it wasn't handled well, it would certainly affect the foundation of N Group. After venting his anger, Yin calmed down a bit and walked upstairs. Grandfather, I'm sorry. It's all because I underestimated the seriousness resulting in this happening. And Hong sat stably in the antique redwood armchair as calm as a monk meditating, with no ripples on his face for a long time until he finally spoke. So what are your plans to deal with this now? The most urgent thing right now is to immediately repair N Group's public image. Denying the matter directly will probably backfire and cause more problems. After saying these words, and Yin carefully observed the elder's reaction. Seeing there was no objection, he continued. I think we should say that this batch of nutritional agents is for donation to the poorest planet of the Star Alliance Republic, which is a charity donation. Grandpa looked at him after hearing this. Go on. And Yin could only come up with so much for now, but seeing those deep eyes of his grandfather, he thought further. It's best to have the support from official authorities. Only then can we make the statement more credible. This time, the old man nodded. The method is viable, but lacks precision. If Major General Wu Chao insists that these nutritional agents are harmful to humans, what should they do? Or if he exposes that these goods were actually intended for delivery to the border area, how would they handle that? After discussing for over 10 minutes, both grandpa and grandson reached a conclusion, and Yin immediately approached Barizan, hoping to use the government's credibility to help resolve the issue for Group. These shipments were originally delivered according to your requirements. I'm sorry for such incidents happening, but the biggest culprit is Major General Wu Chao, who meddles in unnecessary affairs. What do you think about handling this case, Vice Commander? This is indeed somewhat tricky, but with the century-long reputation of Group, the problem still can be solved. Of course, my side will cooperate with you since we will become one family eventually, said Barizan while also feeling troubled. There were a few essential trace elements missing from these nutritional agents. Initially, the plan was to save a lot of costs while making those space pirates eat silently the loss. But after the news broke, those people must have seen it already and probably will raise some even more outrageous demands in the future. Having cooperation from the authorities is definitely the best option, but has Vice Commander considered Major General Wu Chao? He will surely continue to oppose us through and through, reminded in Yin. The hardest part of the entire matter was solving this issue, and things would go smoothly if he could get removed. Barizan frowned deeply. This troublesome individual was unsuitable wherever he was placed. We need to consider thoroughly. You go back first. I look forward to Vice Commander's good news, and Yin got up and left. At the same time, Secretary General Bai White received a message sent from an unknown star region. Oh, beloved Secretary General, it's been bustling recently in Shangyou. I'll visit here in a few days, eh? Bang! A loud sound followed, as Bai White slammed a punch onto his desk, immediately triggering the sharp alarms of drip, drip, drip. After calming down from a brief panic, the Secretary General regained composure and summoned both Barizan and General Furinade. Wu Chao cannot stay in Shangyou anymore. We need to transfer him away immediately. But father, if we send him back to the border region, Major General Luoyan may not be able to stand against Zenoa and Wu Chao together, Barizan expressed concern. So General Furinade will go along with him. Bai White slightly turned his head and looked at the other person. Rest assured, Secretary General. I will closely monitor the situation there, replied General Furinade, promptly signifying absolute obedience. This matter must be dealt with immediately, General Furinade. Go and issue the order right now. Yes. After the general left, Bai White showed the previous message to Barizan. Father, based on this time a Bai will personally show up? Not necessarily, but there will definitely be someone coming from there. They will definitely try to extort as much as possible this time. Father, we're too passive. Bai White rubbed his temples and sighed. What can we do? I haven't ascended to that position yet. If we provoke those barbarians, and they go all out to expose us, then all our years of effort will be wasted. Burson gritted his teeth, feeling extremely irritated with no outlet for his anger. If they make any more outrageous demands this time, I'm afraid the Yin family won't be able to help easily. We'll talk about that later. If not the Yin family, there's still the Mu family, Tane family, Ifan family, and Shengshi group. If they don't see reason, I can support them to become the leading one among the 5 major families, or let them roll out of this circle. After Wu Chao exposed this batch of substandard nutritional agents from the Yin group, he originally intended to continue checking for other possible defective products, but faced strong obstruction. Within a few hours, an order came through his light brain device, revoking his current position as General Inspection Team Leader and instructing him immediately to return with General Furinade to the Frontier Star. Shit. Upon seeing the order, Wu Chao burst into flames of anger. Those conniving scoundrels were simply cunning and shameless. Damn bastards. Moan and Liao Shiji were in video communication with him at that moment. Seeing his reaction, they guessed that group must have agreed to send him back to the border area. Well, Mr. Lieutenant General, go back with peace of mind. Leave this matter to us. How do you plan to handle it? Wu Chao asked while holding back his anger. We won't let the Yin group get away easily, Moan continued to assure him. TCH, what about this batch of substandard goods? If no one takes care of them, they will definitely keep exporting these goods. If we don't pursue further investigations, they will keep doing this in the future, and maybe they've done so in the past too. Wu Chao's eyes filled with mockery. He had forgotten momentarily that these two before him were also thorough businessmen. Hey, stop talking in such an insincere tone. The blonde man was unhappy with his tone, as if they were working together with the Yin family. Lieutenant General Wu Chao, Chengzhou will be back soon. It doesn't matter if you don't believe us, but you should trust him, right? Liao Shiji pushed his glasses and responded with these words. Hearing this, the voiceless Wu Chao felt the fire in his heart slowly extinguishing. Indeed, this issue was something he couldn't put down easily. He was worried about this batch of substandard nutritional agents flooding the market. More importantly, he was worried that without anyone stopping them, the Yin group would repeatedly engage in such practices. But when he heard that person would return soon, his heart did ease down. Although he enjoyed opposing that person, he could not deny that person's abilities in all aspects. Soon, Lieutenant General Wu Chao left with General Furinade. Subsequently, the Yin group began to clarify, supported by official affirmation. Very quickly, the rumors on StarNet subsided. However, seeing the trouble in group got itself into, how could the rest of the major families not secretly step on them? Chapter 96. Although the in-group had officially clarified the situation and things on the StarNet had calmed down, new doubts suddenly arose again, pointing at the in-family once more. After General Wu Chao was sent away, the in-group raised the banner of public welfare donations, which had already shifted the focus. As for the previous random inspection results, they naturally let the relevant official people retract their statements and destroy the reports. However, before leaving, General Wu Chao sent a detailed quality inspection report to MON. Just as this wave of trouble seemed about to pass, this report suddenly reappeared on the StarNet. Humph, they love spreading rumors. Now it's their turn to feel what it's like being in the spotlight. The blonde man came to Yunan's house every day recently, partly to visit them, partly to freeload. The ANS are probably regretting their actions to death. Dai Guowa happened to be over today reporting on work. They originally wanted to drag us into trouble, but almost drowned themselves instead. The inspection report we released is probably going to get suppressed soon too, but after this event, the in-group stock prices will definitely be affected significantly. Liao Shiji came with Mrs. Dai. No matter what, our goal can be considered achieved. General Wu Chao returned as he wished, and Yunan said softly while holding Meng Xiaopeng who was sleeping in her arms, "We don't have to be overly nervous anymore. Just in case, you should still avoid going out as much as possible these days. If you do go out, remember to wear shield glasses." The blonde man reminded. "I'll be careful." Sure enough, although there were a great many objections on the StarNet, the in-group's reputation was clearly affected to a certain extent. But not long after, they forcefully produced relevant reports proving that all products under the in-group had absolutely no issues, and sternly warned the rumor-mongers. With General Wu Chao's departure, Upper Common Star seemed to return to its usual calm. After staying home for a few days, and Yunan started working normally again. Mizzen, the factory we bought previously when producing hot pot base, has been idle for several months now. Some people want to acquire these vacant spaces. Dai Guowa mentioned something recent to her. These factories will be useful in the future. I do not plan on selling them. And Yunan intended to use these factories to produce instant noodles. Do you have some new plans then? Dai Guowa lit up with excitement. It was also time for Food Edge to launch some new items. It had been a while since the last barbecue rollout. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what surprise their boss would bring this time. I haven't figured it out yet, but it will come in handy keeping the factory around. Facing such an enthusiastic employee, she felt she should try harder. Suddenly recalling the incident at home when MON and Meng Xiaopeng fought over snacks, and Yunan realized that there were hardly any ready-made snacks on the market currently. Aside from various fresh milk options, there were only a few types of biscuits, and those were hard-to-eat compressed ones at that. Extremely expensive. Since coming here, she rarely shopped at the supermarket, so hadn't noticed this until she roasted some dried meat for the little one at home, only for the blonde man to eat it all up. He casually mentioned, if only it were available at the supermarket. Thinking about it, she sympathized for the children now. They had no snacks at all, especially not spicy sticks. What kind of childhood could that be called without spicy sticks? But reflecting upon it, she could understand. After all, the environment was special now. All ingredients were naturally toxic. Furthermore, there were very few chefs capable of using raw ingredients directly. Thus there was neither the manpower nor energy to research these non-essential items. And Yunan had a new idea now. These factories were initially meant to be kept for instant noodle production, but given the current circumstances where there was still no sight of feasibility, why not convert them into snack factories first? Though she wanted to replicate all the various snacks from her childhood, if production were to begin, she would likely have to choose just 2 or 3 kinds. After all, dealing with the toxic ingredients required manual labor now. Not only was efficiency low, but there was also a lack of manpower. Sigh, less choices are fine, better than none at all. Letting the children taste some flavors would be wonderful anyway. She didn't tell anyone about this and planned to wait for the return of a smelly man to seek his opinion. After returning home from work and having dinner, she went into the kitchen with Meng Xiaopeng to start tinkering around. 2 hours later, she brought out the dozen or so homemade snacks and placed them on the table. Yang, help your sister try these out and select your favorite 3 snacks. Okay, got it. The little one drooled as he eagerly began sampling the food with his chubby hands. Tasty. Trying everything from honey pork jerky, 5-spice beef jerky, black pepper chicken slices, to salted little fish, his face displayed pure bliss. Watching him, and Yunan felt deeply satisfied. The way the little guy ate was truly soothing. The little one also readily accepted butter cookies, donuts, and fancy small biscuits. His cheeks were puffed up on both sides, bouncing up and down like a little squirrel. The most eye-catching item on the table was undoubtedly the bright red homemade spicy sticks on the side. Whether by sight or smell, it was absolutely dominant. And Yunan had not originally intended to let the little one try them considering his young age, but she couldn't resist those round, emerald green big eyes. She decided to reduce the spiciness significantly. Now, the little one grabbed a red-hot spicy stick and stuffed it into his mouth. Oof, it's so spicy, he said while sticking out his tongue to pant for air. Quickly, drink some water. And Yunan handed over the prepared lukewarm boiled water. Gulping down 2 mouthfuls of water, Meng Xiaopeng continued to stuff the spicy stick into his mouth. Yang, why are you still eating? Put it down, don't eat this anymore. Try something else. Sister, but I think these spicy sticks taste so good. Although it was a bit spicy just now, I still want to eat more. Aren't you saying it's too spicy? This little creature had truly reached the highest level of foodie status. Just a little bit of spice, I can handle it. And Yunnan looked at the little foodie whose face turned red due to spiciness, and who even broke out in sweat on his forehead with a sense of helplessness. You are only allowed to eat one. After finishing the one in your hand, you're not allowed to eat it again. The little one's intestines definitely couldn't tolerate him eating more. Okay. The little foodie nodded while still hissing through the spiciness. Finally, it was time for the selection. The little one extended his fingers and pointed to each snack on the table one by one, apparently having forgotten that he could only choose 3 kinds. Yang, which one do you think tastes the best? All of what sister makes are tasty, the little one replied without hesitation. What I mean is if you could only eat one kind from here, which one would you pick? His eyes scanned from the dried meat slices one by one. It was really hard to choose. The meat couldn't be missing, but the spicy stick flavor was truly tempting. The small cookies were so cute they couldn't be abandoned either, and there were sweet milk candies too. Sister, can I have all of them? The little foodie threw himself into Yunnan's embrace, wrapping his chubby arms around her neck, and began whining while acting cute. Of course you can. And Yunnan pinched the soft little thing in her arms and almost melted from how adorable he was. As long as Yang likes, sister will often make them for you, okay? After playing and fooling around for a while, and Yunnan slowly came back to her senses. It was another day of being captivated by this little one. Forget it. Asking this little guy was useless. As long as it was made by her, there was nothing the little foodie didn't like. In the end, it was still her own decision. 5-spice meat jerky, butter cookies, and milk candy. These 3 items. Although she wanted very much to introduce spicy sticks to the market, considering that children currently almost never came in contact with even slightly heavy-tasting foods, suddenly letting them eat spicy sticks might not be appropriate. So this time she'd skip it. But deep inside, she secretly hoped to spread spicy sticks across the entire Star Alliance Republic someday. Lying in bed, and Yunnan became more and more excited as she thought about it. She couldn't wait to get up and draft a plan right away. After calming herself down, she started counting the days on her fingers. Shouldn't a certain someone be coming back soon? Chapter 97. The next morning, the air outside the window was slightly humid. A drizzling rain had fallen all night long, so the whole planet looked especially clean. And Yuna's brain was too excited yesterday, tossing and turning until late at night to finally fall asleep. She woke up rather late today. Before she even opened her eyes, she muttered in her heart, "Oh no, I've woken up late. I haven't made breakfast for Meng Xiaoping yet." So she suddenly sat up, startling the person sitting by the bed. "Yuan, did you have a nightmare?" And Yuna, still groggy, turned her head following this familiar voice. It was Cheng Zhou, her beloved boyfriend. Before her brain could send out an instruction, she threw herself into his arms, holding his neck, and rubbed her head against his neck. "When did you come back?" Cheng Zhou also hugged her tightly. His lean but strong big hand gently caressed her back. "I came back for last night. Were you having a nightmare just now?" "It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here with you." His tone was very gentle, and he patted her like a child would be consoled. And Yuna didn't explain but instead nodded her agreement because she enjoyed this moment immensely. The month-long yearning had been alleviated, and she quietly rested in his embrace. The man bent down again and kissed her forehead. "Shall I sleep with you from now on?" With that, the ears of the person in his arms blushed red. Was he asking her if they should cohabit? She raised her head to look into his sincere green eyes without any ulterior motive. Was it her thoughts that were unhealthy? Any adult knows what will happen when 2 people live together. Although she had thought about being intimate with him, it was merely a fleeting thought. And since they had only officially become a couple for less than half a year, they had embraced each other fewer times than could be counted on one hand. Wasn't this progress a little too fast? Cheng Zhou deliberately lowered his voice and said slowly, "Nanan, what are you thinking about? Your ears and cheeks are all red." While saying this, one hand pinched her ears and kneaded them. Jerk, and Yuna lifted her delicate fists and hit him several times. This deep, sexy voice was obviously teasing her on purpose. That dog of a man teased her right after coming home. "Absolutely not sleeping with you. Ha ha ha." The sight of the bashful person in his arms brought immense joy to the man. He knew she was someone who held traditional values, indeed, very old school, and she definitely wouldn't agree to his request. He broached the subject to give her a signal and prepare her mentally. At the same time, it hinted that their relationship could deepen further. After wasting a lot of time in the bedroom, the 2 finally came out, and Meng Xiaoping had already been fed by his brother and sent to the backyard garden. "I see there are the dumplings you wrapped in the fridge. Shall I cook some for you?" As for these semi-finished products, Cheng Zhou could manage them. "Good, let's eat together, then you can go back to sleep, and I'll go to the company," said Yuna, sitting in the dining room watching him work in the kitchen. "In a bit, I'll accompany you to the company and sleep tonight." "Well then, let's go back early today." The 2 had a meal and went to Xiwan together, leaving an Xin to play with Meng Xiaoping at home. "Nanan, I should thank you properly." The man suddenly spoke on the spacecraft. "Thank you for taking care of little Fat for me, and thank you for unconditionally cooperating with Moan and others. Then I guess I should also thank you. Thank you for having Sheng always help me in secret, and also for always helping me strategize." And Yuna responded with a smile. In fact, Cheng Zhou never wanted her to get entangled in this massive turmoil. However, from the moment she arrived in Shangyang, she seemed to have already been caught up in it. Now, the 2 weren't just lovers, but also partners who could assist each other. After looking at each other for a while, they both laughed. "All right, let's continue helping each other in the future." "Good, looking forward to your guidance in the future," Cheng Zhou added. Upon hearing these words, and Yuna's heart suddenly raced. Those words seemed to carry another meaning in their world. What a flirtatious man. Once at Xiwan, she first told Cheng Zhou about her ideas from last night and asked for his opinions. I think it's excellent. I didn't let you rush into producing instant noodles earlier because it would impact the foundation of those people, but these small snacks fit perfectly. While diversifying diets, we can subtly let everyone accept more new foods. When you introduce other types of food later, people will surely like them. After hearing her boyfriend's analysis, Yuna felt happy inside. Although she hadn't thought about it so much at the time, it was still her idea, her expertise. Yes, exactly that. Then I'll call Sister Dai in for a meeting. Since Yuan had its own factory and robot equipment, there was no shortage of anything. After filing with the Food Safety Bureau, it soon began production. Upon hearing the news, various malls rushed to contact Yuan in hopes of securing an order for the first batch of snacks. But naturally, such benefits were prioritized for insiders. Shengshi Group, a conglomerate spanning numerous industries including malls and supermarkets, stood ready. Thus, Yuna ensured that wealth stayed within her inner circle, providing the first shipment entirely into the hands of her boyfriend. Cheng Zhou, as always, preferred to take a loss himself rather than deprive his girlfriend. So this time too, he charged nothing, freely helping Yuan sell their goods. Mo in nearby was eager to get involved. Tino's family also owned quite a few supermarkets, and he wanted Yuna to give him preferential treatment, but a certain domineering man didn't leave any room for others. Come on, Zhou, we've known each other for decades. You won't even spare me a sip of soup? The blonde man was dressed in a fluorescent pink leather jacket, equally eye-watering, causing everyone to keep their distance from him. Liao Shiji looked complicatedly at his shoulder and patted him. You save your energy. Right now, all he cares about is his lady. He doesn't even consider his own interests. At this point, Mr. Chung is truly the best boyfriend of our time. Dai Guo was suddenly exclaimed loudly after hearing the conversation. I'm so envious of Yuna. I bet if she wanted, he'd willingly hand over the entire Shengshi Group. Liao Shiji inwardly flinched. How had they turned the mood sour all of a sudden? Guogua, whatever you want, I can provide. Wow, Mr. Liao, saying that just moments ago, you were calculating how much star money Cheng Zhou lost, weren't you? Dai Guogua rolled her eyes, showing no mercy. Not to mention how heartbroken you seem about someone else's money, let alone your own cash. I didn't mean it that way. Guogua. Liao Shiji hurriedly walked to her side, grabbing her hand to explain. I'm worried those old-timers in the company won't approve. The rest of them stood aside enjoying the show. TSK. I've never seen him so flustered before. Mon moved closer to the other two conspiratorially. Same here. And Yuna watched with keen interest, noting, every time I see him, he's always sharp and capable. Now he's thoroughly under her thumb. That's true. Seeing how humble and submissive he looks, one can tell his future status in the household is at risk, the blonde remarked with a face full of schadenfreude. At least he has someone in charge of him. What about you? Cheng Zhou delivered a pointed blow directly. Huh. And Yuna couldn't help but laugh thinking of her innocent, unenlightened little apprentice back home. You lot are not worth the trouble. None of you are good people. Mon gritted his teeth and glared at them all, contemplating his seemingly endless journey of love, feeling a deep sense of sadness. Chapter 98. Seeing the blonde man deeply struck, and Yunnan felt a bit sorry for him. She couldn't help him with matters of love, but she could cheer him up in his career at least. Even though Yuan snacks can't be cooperative with yours, your Taishan company can produce them by itself. Maoan instantly understood her meaning. Little Nan, do you mean to teach me how to make these snacks again? Cheng Zhou interjected. It's not teaching, it's selling. Are you willing to buy? Of course I am willing. This time, I will certainly offer a satisfactory price, rest assured. The blonde man clearly understood what his childhood friend meant. Previously, whether it was the formula of soy sauce and other seasonings, or the businesses of hot pot and barbecue, and Yunnan's cooperation with Taishan and Shengshi always entailed great benefits. Cheng Zhou knew that his girlfriend didn't care much about these profits, and Maoan wasn't greedy for small gains either. However, Taishan Enterprise was still not fully under Maoan's control, and Yunnan only involved him in every new plan because of their friendship. But as the saying goes, a little kindness earns gratitude, too much leads to resentment. If Yuan does not cooperate with Taishan one day, or if the remuneration they ask for slightly exceeds their expectations, they would likely remember her earlier generosity with even more resentment. For the sake of his girlfriend's friendship with his childhood friend, Cheng Zhou believed that it was better to take preventive measures sooner rather than later. After the first batch of snacks from Yuan are launched, we'll observe the market's feedback, analyze the data, and then discuss further, said the blonde man, who had grown up in a prestigious family and thus clearly understood what had been implied earlier. All right, after some thought, and Yunnan also grasped why her boyfriend wouldn't let her good friends continue taking advantage of her easily. When I initially established Yuan, my aim was to introduce more delicious foods. Back then, bringing Mao in and Shengshi on board was to allow more people to savor these delicacies. Now, as Yuan grows stronger, various complications arise. Sigh. Don't sigh. Cheng Zhou rubbed her head gently. Just focus on what you want to do, and I'll handle everything else. Okay, I understand. And Yunnan leaned into the large hand above her head. If the first batch of snacks is well liked, I want Taishan and Shengshi to join in, since you all have industries on different planets while most of Yuan's factories are located in Shangyu. I wish for the children of the Star Alliance Republic to be able to enjoy these treats. Everyone present was deeply moved upon hearing this. For centuries, everyone had gotten used to consuming nutritional supplements as food, and regular meals were something only people with certain means could occasionally indulge in. The already extremely scarce chefs were almost entirely monopolized by the upper class, becoming tools of wealth accumulation in the hands of the elite. Although Yunnan couldn't break this monopoly yet, She was constantly influencing the food scene of the Star Alliance Republic. Her development of condiments broke the stranglehold of the noble families, and she freely contributed the recipes for hot pot and barbecue, allowing restaurants to innovate through competition while simultaneously driving down prices across the catering industry, enabling more people to afford food beyond just nutritional supplements. Yunan, don't worry, our Sheng Shi will definitely help you, Liao Shiji sincerely remarked. Cheng Zhou held her hand, proud of his girlfriend in his heart. Her magnanimity truly matched him perfectly, but before he could say anything, someone else hastily vowed loyalty to her. I'll follow you. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, he said with a glare toward the bespectacled man. Little Nan Nan, your words resonate deeply with me. I've decided. Maoen's face took on a serious expression. Everyone was hooked waiting to see what he intended to do. The blonde man took a deep breath and resolutely declared, I will take over the Tai Nuo family business. The others were immediately startled, especially Cheng Zhou and Liao Shiji, finding it quite surprising. Mr. Tai Nuo had always pressured him to manage the family business, but he flatly refused, arguing with his father for years. Afterward, it was General Cheng Zhou who mediated with Mr. Tai Nuo, and the tension between father and son gradually eased. Are you serious this time? Liao Shiji asked. Actually, my old man has recently started mentioning this again. Though he's only in his 60s, it seems he doesn't intend to have another child. Sooner or later, I'll have to take over the Tai Nuo family business. Previously, I was dodging it, but now, driven by impulse, I might as well agree to Dad's request. Just make sure you've thought it through yourself. Cheng Zhou patted his shoulder. Initially, when negotiating with Mr. Tai Nuo, he stated that one day, he would eventually voluntarily shoulder his responsibilities. I fear the carefree days ahead won't be as enjoyable anymore. Mao In touched his silky robe, realizing the end of a life without restrictions was near. The future chairman of Taishan Enterprise, please take care of me in the future, and Yunnan said lightly to brighten the atmosphere. Hey Directorin, the future Madam Chairman of Sheng Shi Group, it is I who should ask for your favor. Mao In joked back accordingly. Ha ha ha. At once, a cheerful mood enveloped the meeting room. Shi Yuan collaborated with Sheng Shi Group with great efficiency, and soon the first batch of snacks appeared on the shelves of major supermarkets and shopping malls. This time, Yunnan also maintained her usual low profile, without launching any advertisements. Similarly, she directly posted a message 2 hours in advance on the official Star Network. However, the difference was that this time Sheng Shi Group followed up by reposting the message. Now all of Sheng Shi supermarkets and shopping malls were jam-packed with people, as the quantity was limited and no home delivery service was provided. People who usually placed orders online had to venture out themselves. Almost everyone who saw the message rushed over, only to be astonished at the throng upon arrival. Many couldn't help but be deterred by such overwhelming crowds, yet many still waited eagerly to try the new products from Shi Yuan. The moment these small snacks were put on display, everyone began fervently tapping their devices. Those who succeeded were overjoyed, while those who failed could only watch wistfully as vending robots delivered the items into others' hands. Though aimed at children, and Yunnan's snacks attracted citizens of the Star Alliance Republic indiscriminately regardless of age due to the scarcity of food variety. It turned out that the majority of the purchasers of the first batch were adults. However, the feedback about these foods was uniformly positive, leading to an urgent demand for more stock. The disappointment following a taste of these snacks was much harder to bear than never having tried them at all. The Star Network quickly flooded with impatient netizens urging Shi Yuan to restock. Even if Shi Yuan produced continuously without pause, it still fell short of satisfying the insatiable cravings of its customers. Meanwhile, Yunnan hurried to negotiate cooperation terms with Taishan Enterprises and Sheng Shi Group. This time, Maoen was dressed in a regular dark gray suit, his long golden hair unchanged. He represented Taishan Enterprises formally. With an aim to save time, Shi Yuan received representatives from both Taishan Enterprises and Sheng Shi Group together. In reality, it was still the same group of people. The difference was that this time, they were truly negotiating enormous stakes involving significant profit distribution. Chapter 99. This negotiation was highly formal. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to business, said Yuan straightforwardly. Chengzhou participated in this meeting as her assistant. Here are 2 sets of cooperation plans from Shi Yuan. Please take a look at them, he said while projecting the prepared contracts to the other 2 parties. Mon represented Taishan Corporation, accompanied by his new assistant and a vice president. Liao Shiji brought along his assistant Fang Jun. All of them simultaneously opened their light screens and began reviewing. In short, one is a buyout cooperation model, and the other is a profit-sharing method. The specific price schemes for both methods are detailed in the proposal, and Yuan briefly supplemented. In fact, all those present had already cooperated many times, and there were only these 2 methods of collaboration, which didn't need much examination. What mattered most was the final amount at the end. Presidentin, we're old friends. Our Sheng Shi Group will still choose profit-sharing, following your proposed 3-7 split, as before, Liao Shiji replied with alacrity. In reality, he was merely here for formalities. The big boss at his place had already discussed everything with Presidentin. Whatever division these 2 wanted was fine, since either way it wouldn't be his but hers. Mr. Liao is very forthright. Here's the final contract. Please have a look first. Chengzhou diligently carried out the responsibilities of an assistant. I've finished looking through my side too. Since Sheng Shi Group chooses profit sharing, then our Taishan Corporation will follow suit. Mon behaved quite properly today. Master, I think we should discuss this further, said the vice president quietly beside him. You shouldn't let emotions dictate decisions. It's evident that we should choose the first plan, outright purchase. The reason why today's proceedings were so official was because Mo-on's identity wasn't just as their good friend anymore, but also as the young master of Taishan Corporation. Everyone had foreseen that he wouldn't come alone today, and indeed, the vice president was likely specially dispatched by Mr. Tai. Is it your decision, or mine? Mon gave the vice president a light glance, carrying an air of authority. And Yuan and others also understood he must face many challenges within the company now, but this was a test for him. They considerately pretended not to notice, engaging in superficial discussion regarding the contract. The vice president immediately felt his scalp tightening, but persisted stubbornly. Master, although you are currently the executive president, this cooperation falls under chairman's supervision. Therefore, I require reasonable justification for your actions. Humph. Mon responded ambiguously with a faint laugh and loosened his neatly tied tie. Do you really think they value us at Shiwan? This is a deal where one reaps enormous benefits. Every company would break its head trying to cooperate with them. What do you think qualifies you to negotiate terms? Are we negotiating because I'm a friend of theirs? Or maybe because you're important? Drenched in cold sweat due to his blunt rebuke, the vice president honestly admitted they were indeed accustomed to Shiwan's low-cost resource sharing. Every time before, it was Master who directly dealt with Shiwan. However, this time Shiwan suddenly reverted back to market price, making it hard for them to accept, and caused them to overlook how Shiwan actually had no obligation to collaborate with them. They could have opted for bidding to select the most advantageous partner. It was solely due to Mr. Mo that Taishan Corporation was directly approached. Realizing this, the vice president became restless. But seeing the other side seemingly unaware of the situation, he kept trying to persuade. Master, the profit share is fine, but can we reconsider the percentage? Oh, you also feel that our Taishan Corp is getting a raw deal? How about changing it to 4-6? Mon crossed his leg confidently and loudly asked. Young master, please lower your voice. The vice president started suspecting if his master was an undercover agent working for the opposing side, as he always seemed to support them. My intention is an 80-20 split. He initially planned for only 10%, but dared not utter it aloud. After hearing that, Mon remained silent for a moment, then stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up. Nan, I remember that woman Eileen has a close relationship with you. Her Amory group also possesses various retail channels. She will certainly seek cooperation from you soon. You might want to consider. No problem, I will. And Yuan nodded right away, secretly paying attention to their exchange. I'm sorry to let you down. I can't represent Taishan Corporation right now, so in the future, you don't need to give me any special consideration when cooperating with Taishan. Treat it as a normal business transaction, and I'll treat you to dinner some other day. With that, Mon winked and left directly. Master, please wait. The vice president turned pale and apologized politely before rushing after him. Will he be scolded by Mr. Tai? And Yuna was a little worried. Relax, he knows how to handle it. Qingzhou took off the restricting suit jacket, and Yuna was once again captivated by the firm and sexy physique revealed under his white shirt. The first time she saw him in a classic formal black suit that morning, she had been equally mesmerized. She realized her boyfriend was endlessly charming. Seeing her dazed expression, the man's heart also skipped a beat. He slowly moved closer to her, then gently pushed a strand of hair on her cheek behind her ear. Then he slowly trailed down from her creamy earlobe, along her elegant swan neck, beautiful butterfly bone, finally reaching her slender waist where he softly pinched and stroked. You let go? There's still someone else here. And Yuna felt as if his palm carried sparks of fire, passing through her body wherever it touched, leaving tingling sensations rushing to her brain, weakening her limbs and destabilizing her breathing. But upon glancing around, they were the only ones left in the meeting room. Liao Shiji had already left with the others long ago. Does having no one else here mean we can continue? Chengzhou slightly leaned down, deliberately whispering near her ear. Her limp body hadn't recovered, yet when the moist breath at her ear further scrambled her mind. No, we cannot. When would a man like him listen to her refusal? Warm lips traveled from her scarlet earlobe down to her crimson cheeks, lightly brushing before continuing lower until finally stopping at her disordered mouth corner. At this moment, Yuna was fully prepared for a kiss. The touch on her lips was intense, causing her uncontrollable heavy breathing as the burning sensation pressed over her, prompting her to subconsciously open her mouth and wrestle more air from his lips. After what felt like an endless passionate kiss, Yuna could only lean against Changzhou panting heavily. Darling, you're not ready enough. We need to practice more in the future. Get out. The calmed couple left the meeting room and returned to the office of the chairman. Sister Dai, the contract with Shangshi has been signed. Go discuss the next steps with Mr. Liao. Ideally, get the snacks on the market as soon as possible. After the two left, Yuna thought back to their earlier encounter. Can our company still cooperate with Taishan Enterprise? Will it affect Mon? Now it's them seeking your cooperation. Originally, we agreed to work with Taishan due to his personal connections. If we keep indulging them, it will inevitably harm our friendship with Mon. Therefore, maintaining clarity is better now. Chengzhou analyzed. I understand. Even among close siblings, financial matters must be clarified. Mon thought the same, so today he chose to say those words in front of the vice president. In the meeting room, Mon abandoned this collaboration to let Taishan Corporation or his father see clearly who truly held control. Shiwan Corporation doesn't lack partners. Without Mon, perhaps Taishan Corporation would find another way to collaborate, but as ordinary partners, Shiwan's price would certainly exceed what was offered today. The people in his company have become increasingly shameless, using his friendship as leverage and continuously asking for more. If things continued this way, he would eventually lose his friendship with Yuna, and even create estrangement between himself and Chengzhou. He wouldn't let that happen. Chapter 100. Since they've all agreed to not consider Mon's face, they're sure Yuan will naturally no longer chase after Mount Tai Corporation, and of course wait for them to make the first move. Next time when Mount Tai sends someone over, it probably won't be Mon. By then, you won't have to appear in person, just let your General Dai go and negotiate with them. Chengzhou said this to her. I get what you mean. This way is to tell them that we at Sure Yuan don't really value them, while also making them realize the important role Mon plays in between, right? And Yunan smiled brightly as she looked up at him. Peck. Unable to resist, the man kissed her bright red lips again. Don't look at me like this to tempt me, or else don't blame me for not being able to control myself. The temperature in the office started to inexplicably rise, and a pinkish atmosphere once again swept through the room. Director and Manager AI Lin from AI May Group has arrived. Came the voice of Jean, the assistant, from outside the door. Understood, please ask her to come up. And Yunan pushed away the man tightly embracing her, tidied up her dress, then fixed the tie of the person beside her. Will you stay here, or go home? Boss, am I not your assistant today? Or are you dissatisfied with my abilities? As Chengzhou spoke, he stared at her lips, which had gone numb from his kisses, with a profound and suggestive gaze. Slap. Boss struck her nearby assistant, then instructed, go get 2 glasses of water for me. Got it, boss. As soon as Chengzhou left, the little assistant brought AI Lin inside. Director, it's been a while since we last met. How have you been recently? Sister AI Lin, we don't need to be so formal between us. Didn't you always call me Yunan before? Are you now treating me like I'm not a sister anymore? And Yunan got up and gave her a hug by the door. It's my fault. I thought that after such a long absence, our relationship might grow distant. AI Lin shed her earlier formality, hugged back, and her smile grew more sincere. I couldn't visit you in time when you were in trouble, and I feel truly apologetic. Actually, from Yunan's exposure to the incident with incorporation, and even to Wu Chaoxiao being transferred away, everything happened suddenly and came to an end in less than a week. I know you refrained from contacting me to avoid disturbing me, and the AI May Group must have contributed quite a bit as well. I haven't even thanked you yet. It was known that the AI fan family usually stayed very low profile and wouldn't easily interfere in matters like these. It was definitely AI Lin who was helping out. Not much help was provided. Shengshi Group and Mon were the main forces, right? Don't be modest. I really need to thank you. Then, tell me, that child isn't really yours, right? AI Lin typically exuded a high-cold corporate woman image, but her current, overly gossipy demeanor was hard to accept. Sister, why are you joining in on the commotion? And Yunan felt disillusioned, but also somewhat delighted because it clearly showed that AI Lin considered her a good friend. I'm only 23, barely an adult for not too long, and Yang Yang is already 4 years old. I don't believe it either, but you mentioned he was your younger brother, leading me to suspect that the child mustn't be irrelevant to you. I feared I got deceived, that I gave birth underage. And Yunan highly admired her imagination, following it up with an educated guess. Though our Star Alliance Republic provides strong protection to underage individuals nowadays, I imagined that perhaps, given your previous location on a remote planet, you still might have been taken advantage of, explained AI Lin quickly. All right, I understand your concern. Saying this, she embraced her again. Yang Yang really is my younger brother, the younger brother of my boyfriend. Isn't he also my brother? What? You're dating? Came a high-pitched shriek, causing one's brain to go momentarily blank. AI Lin now looked serious, her eyes sparking fire slightly, her mouth downturned as if she was slightly upset. Can I date? And Yunan was puzzled by her reaction, unclear about it herself, and worriedly wondered, could AI Lin fancy her? Thus reacting so strongly to the news of her dating. However, knowing her orientation is completely normal, and liking her current boyfriend very much, how could she delicately and harmlessly refuse sister AI Lin and still preserve their friendship? Before she could come up with any plan, she felt her shoulders gripped, turning her around. Yunan, you're only 23, young, and with limited social experience. Moreover, considering your current fortune, you'll easily meet people with ill intentions. I think you shouldn't rush into things. Nan, women are easily deceived in love. Especially you, who still have a lot of romantic illusions at your young age. It's best to be deceived. I think that the optimal age to start dating should be around 40. It is indeed true, with the average interstellar life expectancy being over 200 years and adulthood starting at 22, an increasing number of people relish and fully enjoy their single lives. Marrying at over 100 isn't unusual. Lin's sister, thank you for thinking about me, but I feel that my young age doesn't matter since I've already met the right person. You need to use your heart to truly feel this out. I won't say much more. I just don't want to see you get hurt. I'll be happy, Lin's sister, and you'll also meet someone like that. And Yunan offered her blessing. Having discussed our personal issues, let's talk about business now. AI Lin immediately shifted back into business mode. The new snack line from Sure Yuan has been assessed by our AI May Group as very promising, so we would like to seek cooperation. As she spoke, she handed over a detailed report for Yunan to review. This is the comprehensive data on AI May Group's retail channels and dining sector. And Yunan was actually inclined towards cooperating with AI May due to her good relationship with AI Lin. But even so, it didn't compare to her collaboration with Shengshi Group, so she carefully scrutinized these materials nonetheless. The AI family was one of the 5 major families, often maintaining a low profile, Yet its business across the entire galaxy was genuinely impressive. Lin's sister, I am really envious of AI May's network of channels. I have 2 cooperative plans here, using the same template as what I signed with Shengshi this morning. You can take a look first. AI Lin knew that this collaboration would definitely work out fine. She hadn't expected this girl to be so straightforward. So your meaning is that we and Shengshi get the same treatment? Keep in mind, Shi Yuan reached its present position under the help of Shengshi Group. Without Shengshi's support, today's Shi Yuan might not even exist. One could imagine that Shengshi Group must be a VIP partner to Shi Yuan, surely getting an extremely preferential signing fee. Nan, doing business this way will allow others to get too greedy and eventually crush you. And Yunan felt a warmth inside. People always said merchants value profits. Yet those she encountered seemed to prioritize her well-being. Lin's sister. Actually, my purpose in founding Shi Yuan wasn't to make money, but to enable more people to enjoy a wide variety of delicious foods. So, I truly place great importance on AI May Group's channel system. You little thing. AI Lin found her words hitting deep within. And Lin's sister, don't think I'm giving Shengshi any big discounts. Look first before deciding. After checking these 2 plans, AI Lin indeed noticed how exceptionally low the pricing was, even remarkably lower than usual rates. But she questioned whether this might seem slightly inappropriate for Shengshi Group. Do you have some sort of conflict with Shengshi Group? AI Lin worried that if Shengshi Group wasn't satisfied, they might target Shi Yuan. After all, Shengshi Group was a titan capable of rivaling and corporation group. Lin's sister, please rest assured, this price was agreed upon by both parties. There'll be no problems. Actually, she had originally said an even lower price, but her boyfriend insisted he wouldn't let her lose out. Nevertheless, no matter what, she wouldn't face any losses. Besides, who doesn't enjoy being spoiled? That's good then. We'll sign the contract based on this profit-sharing agreement. You two are really something, letting such a good bargain pass. Of course, everyone knows that outright purchase agreements tend to be far more profitable compared to profit sharing, especially with businesses holding such promising prospects. However, both sides opted for a model of shared profits, warming and Yunan deeply. I just wish we could maintain this long-term cooperation, AI Lin truthfully admitted. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 101. After learning that Shi Yuan had already signed a contract with the AME Group, Taishan Enterprises began to feel a bit anxious. Master, do you think you could spare some time tomorrow to go and talk with Shi Yuan again? The vice president, acting on the instructions of several other shareholders, sought out Mon. I've already said that I will not intervene in this collaboration any further. You all should go and negotiate it by yourselves. Mon stared at the light screen in front of him, without even glancing at him. But, don't you have ties with Chairman In? If you were to take charge, things would surely get done more efficiently. Besides, you are our young master of Taishan. The vice president said with a tone of flattery. Oh, you still know who I am, but what can someone like me, who has no real power, actually do? You'd better find someone who can make decisions instead. Although Mon was Mr. Tainoa's only son, and Taishan Enterprise would certainly be under his control in the future, his sudden appointment affected many people's interests. Thus he also became constrained by various factions. You naturally have the final say, Master Mon. If you could secure this highly profitable deal, you would undoubtedly hold great influence in the boardroom later on. The vice president continued to persuade. How much did all those old men take for granted about the cooperation I previously secured for Taishan? Now that I don't meet their expectations, they're dissatisfied? Tell them that this is the Taishan Enterprise of the Tainua family. Their behavior oversteps their bounds. Mon cast a brief glance at him. The vice president instantly felt the air around him grow thin. The usually unmotivated young master had suddenly gained an imposing presence, worthy indeed of someone from the Tainua family. President, should we continue pursuing the collaboration with Shi Yuan? The tone of the vice president unconsciously turned more respectful, as he realized that the identity of this person was no longer just a young master of the Tainua family. I'll say it one last time. Handle your own reservations with Shi Yuan, and you must secure this collaboration. Yes, I'll see to it immediately. The vice president nodded dejectedly as he left, lamenting the situation, a case of lifting a rock only to drop it on oneself. If they negotiated with Shi Yuan, there would certainly be no such advantageous offer as before. Just as the vice president was anxiously reporting to other directors, Mon was having a video conversation with someone else. Nan, do me a favor. When someone from Taishan approaches you next time for a collaboration, just give them a plan where it's 46 split. This isn't good. I'm starting to wonder if you have a vendetta against Taishan. And Yunan blinked, unsure of what he was trying to accomplish. You're planning to give them a taste of their own medicine? Chengzhou held her slim waist and looked unsurprisingly at his childhood friend represented on the holographic projection before him. You always know me best. Right now, I may have a title but no real power. This is the perfect opportunity to discipline them properly. Please remember to thoroughly assist me in making their life difficult. Your high-class families sure are complicated, and Yunan sighed. Yes, my free-spirited soul feels shackled within these formal suits. Mon slumped onto his chair, showing his disapproval for living in such confines. I can tell that you're feeling uncomfortable too. You look better suited in those colorful clothes, and Yunan remarked. What if one day the man beside you becomes like me? The blonde man asked her intentionally. A sharp gaze was shot towards him by Chengzhou. You deserve your current lack of real power because you're so idle. My boyfriend looks handsome no matter what he wears. And Yunan thought he meant that her boyfriend would publicly reveal himself as the boss of Shengshi Group in the future, and then she might see him dressed in a suit every day, which would be quite a blissful prospect. Meanwhile, after the previous incident, N Corporation suffered despite their timely response to the situation. Director N, here is the total performance report from last month. The finance manager hesitantly opened the document. Net income dropped by nearly 4/10. And Yan's face darkened as if covered by heavy clouds, never expecting such substantial losses. Yes, due to the event last month, many clients canceled orders. Particularly, the other large families took advantage to suppress us. I understand, you can leave now. This time, N Corporation definitely suffered a major setback. Ever since the founding of Shiwan, it seemed like the N family couldn't find peace. Internally, Yin silently cursed that girl once again. Just as he was lost in troubled thoughts, news arrived that Belson was coming to visit, which stirred up even more frustration. He was now extremely repulsed by this family. Big brother N, sorry to disturb you. It's no problem. We are family, so let's not stand on ceremony. Please take a seat. And Yin wore a gentle and refined smile. Oh, how does N Corporation plan to deal with the batch of defective goods? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Belson raised the main topic. The goods are temporarily stored in the base. What do you think would be the appropriate handling method? Thinking of this, Yin felt another wave of anger welling up inside him. It was clear that it was they who had initially hinted that the cost of this batch of nutritional agents could be compressed, so he had someone remove the most expensive essential trace elements from them. After the incident, not only did they fail to help actively, but they also distanced themselves completely. It was only after being forced that they took action. These 30 million doses of nutritional agents are now unsellable, but they can still be remanufactured. However, judging by his tone, does that mean there is yet another complication? I think the best way to handle these defective products is to destroy them publicly under everyone's witness. This would restore the reputation of your incorporation. And Yin almost jumped up to curse after hearing this. This was about making them suffer a complete loss financially. What nonsense about restoring reputation? The matter had already been settled. If they were to go through with this destruction now, everyone would surely think that they were guilty, which would inevitably cause their stock price to plummet further. Mr. Burleson, we absolutely will not release this batch of goods to the market, so there is no need for public destruction, he said while suppressing his anger. I'm doing this for your own good. If you wish to destroy them privately, just let me know beforehand. Burleson replied amicably. It seems wasteful to destroy them directly. I believe they can still be reused somehow. And Yin had to negotiate on price and conditions. Although I had people help fabricate evidence for you, don't forget that others have the real report. My suggestion is to prevent any unforeseen issues later. And Yin couldn't argue against this as it was true. The official cover-up was provided by those people, and the actual reports were indeed in MON's possession. The best course of action really was to make sure this batch of goods disappeared completely. I will discuss this with my grandfather. And Yin ultimately had to agree. This matter shouldn't drag on too long. I await your decision. Burleson concluded before leaving the incorporation building. Actually, they didn't want to press the Yin family like this. But that person would be arriving soon, and they knew he might guess these goods belonged to the big deal they had mentioned earlier. If the shipment successfully reached him, even if something happened afterward, they could always deny responsibility. However, since the goods were exposed before shipping, it wasn't clear how difficult he might make things for them. The urgent task at hand was to destroy this batch of goods before that person arrives in Shangyu. At least they couldn't allow him to grasp such an obvious piece of evidence. Chapter 102. Not long after, Taishan Enterprise reached out to Shiwan again. Following in Yuanan's instructions, Daiguowa initially delayed them for 2 days, claiming there were too many companies seeking collaboration, and so they were scheduled for the 3rd day. So, when are we going over? Taishan Enterprise this time assigned a different manager to handle the matter. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 days from now. It was still that vice president who had just finished contacting Shiwan. What? Not today? They are such a small company, and they're acting like they own the place. The manager expressed his great dissatisfaction. It's our fault for not seizing the opportunity last time. The initiative is in their hands, so we'll have to follow what they say. The vice president was now completely siding with the young master. During these few days following the president around, he developed a new understanding of the Taiha family's son, capable, strategic, and the rightful future head of the household. Of course, he wanted to cling tightly to this golden leg. Our Taishan Enterprise is incomparable to those petty companies. To think we have to wait this long. The manager continued to complain. Allow me to remind you, we must secure this cooperation. So please be a bit more courteous when the time comes. The vice president knew that this person liked to challenge the president, and even though him messing up might be good for the president, cooperation was still more important. I won't be like some rich young master. 3 days later, the two came to Shiwan as agreed. President Dai, nice to meet you. Seeing that the manager showed no reaction, the vice president quickly stepped forward to greet her. Why isn't director in here? Our director has other matters. Today's collaboration will be handled by me in discussion with the two of you, said Dai Guogua with a slightly lessened smile on her face. President Dai, don't mind him. He really admires director and merely wishes to meet her through this opportunity. No offense intended, please understand. The vice president quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, I see. For a moment, I thought this manager looked down on me. President Dai, you shouldn't undervalue yourself. Discussing matters with someone like you, an excellent woman, makes us incredibly happy. The vice president knew she wasn't just the general manager of Shiwan, but also the girlfriend of Director Liao from the Prosperity Group. She certainly couldn't be easily offended. After exchanging pleasantries, the two entered the meeting room, leaving the self-righteous manager standing aside with airs. The proposal for this collaboration is here. Let the two of you review it first. Dai Guoguo opened the light screen. Also, here is the market analysis report for Shiwan's small snacks. Why is there only one plan this time? There were two last time. That manager took a quick look and immediately questioned. I thought you knew the reason. Dai Guoguo nonchalantly responded. The two were dumbfounded for several minutes, and then restrained themselves to continue reading. President Dai, isn't the price for this somewhat exaggerated? The vice president began negotiating after finishing the review. You've both seen this market research report, so you should know about the huge profit margin involved. The price we set isn't actually that high. As far as I know, Prosperity Group received a 3-to-7 split, which is a full tenth lower than ours. The manager's tone was cold. If you already know this, then you wouldn't be unaware of the relationship between Shiwan and Prosperity Group, would you? Dai Guoguo spoke sternly without hesitation. We certainly know. The vice president wished he could throw the guy dragging them down outside at this point. We can't compare with the Prosperity Group, but we are loyal cooperating partners. Could you consider lowering the quote a bit? I'll be honest with the two of you. This price is specifically set due to the ongoing cooperation between Shiwan and Taishan. All other partners signed agreements for a 50-to-50 split. Dai Guoguo cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. The situation she described was something they had investigated thoroughly. Indeed, the current quote was already discounted significantly compared to others. But after seeing lower prices, who wouldn't be tempted? Our Taishan enterprise is large-scale, with production chains spread across all planets in the Star Alliance Republic. If we can cooperate, it would undoubtedly mean a substantial income for Shiwan as well. Why don't we both make a compromise? The manager of Taishan finally realized that the negotiation initiative wasn't in their hands. Our small snacks from Shiwan are already online across all planets. Taishan's conditions hold no particular appeal to us. Dai Guoguo rejected making any concessions. President Dai, we're old friends. Would you reconsider letting this go through? The vice president still didn't give up. Young Master Mayan helped us before, so our previous cooperation with your company was practically a giveaway. Are you planning to keep taking advantage of us like this? No, not at all. The vice president hurriedly denied. Although Sure Yuan was just a small company, it had limitless potential. Every business deal with them turned out to be profitable. Of course, we hope for mutual benefits. If your contract is ready, we can sign immediately. Are you sure about that? Dai Guoguo inquired, noticing the unpleasant look on the face of the manager. We don't force anyone. And she wasn't pleased with his attitude either. Director Dai, please don't mind him. He probably ate too much at lunch and isn't feeling well. Let's continue. The vice president quickly rose to block her path, determined to make this collaboration happen regardless of their position differences. Dai Guoguo reluctantly sat down and continued discussing with them. Taishan Enterprises' side was entirely led by the vice president while the manager sat aside as an observer, waiting to see how they would report back to the company later. At such a high price, the board members would surely explode. After signing the contract, the vice president wanted to invite Dai Guoguo for dinner, but she declined. Seeing the other person's attitude had been enough, she didn't want to stay any longer with him. Yunnan, we've managed to close the deal with Taishan. Dai Guoguo turned back to her office to report. I bet that manager will have a tough day today. How did he offend you? And Yuan asked while sending a message to Man. Dai Guoguo recounted what had happened. Sigh. Dealing directly with Man was far more straightforward. You can rest assured that after this, future collaborations with Taishan will still be handled by Man. As they predicted, when the two returned to Taishan Group and presented the final contract. Why has it increased by another 10%? Tai Nua asked. Last time Director and said it was because of young Master Man's face that we received such a low price, but you were still dissatisfied. The vice president silently added the remainder. I think they're getting too arrogant and now daring to confront us head on. The accompanying manager was furious. The price is still 1/10 lower than others. I believe Sure Yuan still values us as old friends. The vice president tried to smooth things over since he was now aligned with Man. Since the contract has been signed, let's hurry up and start the project production. Tai Nua made no comments about these two's performance that day. However, the next day, the manager was transferred to a branch company, while that vice president replaced his position. Thank you for promoting me, President. This is what you've earned. Keep doing a good job in the future. Mayan finally showed a kind face, satisfied with this subordinate who knew the situation. Chapter 103. A very unremarkable villa was located in a bustling urban area, but despite its plain exterior, the yard was equipped with numerous micro-hidden reconnaissance devices. Boss, the star pirate leader Abaid will arrive in Shangyong in 3 days, reported Iwaka, the deputy officer. Boss, we've already dealt with the border areas. Shouldn't we counterattack now? Zhuliang was eager to take action. You forgot, the president and his wife are still in their hands. Colonel Jiangma, though somewhat restless, kept his rationality intact. I'm sorry, boss. I just got too excited. Zhuliang realized he had been impulsive. Not quite ready yet. Cheng Zhou remained calm. We've obtained evidence of Bo Wheat's collusion with the Star Pirates, but they've rallied a lot of officials. If we act directly, it could cause turmoil within the nation. That's correct. If we push them too far, they might collaborate directly with those bandits. Liao Shiji, though not from the military, had served in the political arena for a few years and had some valuable insights. We cannot allow the Star Alliance Republic to enter into conflict. Cheng Zhou's authoritative presence filled the room. We must continue to be patient. Whatever happens, we must avoid starting a war. Yes, everyone present expressed compliance. Since Abaid is coming personally, let's give him a grand gift, Jiang Ma suggested. I think that's a good idea. We can use Bo Wheat's hand to teach them a lesson and disrupt their relationship. Liao Shiji pushed up his glasses in agreement. Yes, but we must act carefully. Also, secretly inform other officials in Bo-Wheat's faction, especially those cautious and timid ones, Chengzhou added. Brilliant, boss. If they find out Bo-Wheat has cooperated with the Star Pirates, will they dare to continue following him? Your move is indeed impressive, boss. This will break their alliance from within. Iwaka looked at Chengzhou with admiration. Just this may not be enough to create chaos among them. Chengzhou understood the true nature of these people. It's only the first step. The real weapon to break their unity is benefit. Bo-Wheat has undoubtedly given them many advantages. Liao Shiji was fully aware of the financial dealings between those officials. And without a doubt, everyone knew that the Yin family group was providing them financial support from behind. Should we deal with the Yin family first as a start? Zhang Ma asked. There's no need to target them specifically. The Yin family already has a rift with Bo-Wheat, and the Yin family business will fall harder the more arrogant they get. Business matters can be left to Shiji to handle. Chengzhou highly recognized his capabilities. Boss, have you received any news about the president lately? Iwaka hesitated to ask. They're safe for now, don't worry. Bo-Wheat doesn't dare to do anything to them yet. Hearing this, the others felt reassured. Over the past year, President Bien and his wife had disappeared from public view, and they were indeed worried but didn't know how to express it. Our future actions must be extremely careful. They've already discovered someone working against them covertly, but they haven't figured out our identities yet. We absolutely cannot let them trace any of us, Jiang Ma emphasized again. On the other side, the Bertui father and son were also troubled. That Abaid would be arriving soon, but currently, there was no one in the military department capable of intimidating him in Shangyong, and everyone knew that this person's personal visit wouldn't be easy to handle. Father, why don't we bring Ferlinard back? We don't need to rush the border defenses. Zenoya and Wu Chao will definitely ensure that the Star Pirates won't have any opportunities. You're right. With Ferlinard in charge, Abaid should behave a little more. Let's bluff our way through this. Also, we need to show some goodwill to the Yin family. After all, we will still need them for much more going forward. Belason raised another point. That's simple. Haven't we already announced that Burmara and Anyan will be getting married? Although their dowry isn't fully prepared yet, we don't care about that anymore. Inform them to choose a time for the wedding. Bertui obviously had planned ahead. Just after the father-son duo finished discussing, they received a message from Anyan saying that he intended to destroy the batch of goods immediately. Father, should I go and supervise this personally? At this critical moment, we should be extra careful. Anyan, who sent the message, was already upset, and now they insisted on supervising them. Wasn't this clearly showing they didn't trust him? After Borson contacted him a few days ago, he had already informed the Yin family elder about the matter. Grandpa, isn't what they're doing a bit too extreme? It's not just about not selling this large batch of goods. We can recycle and reproduce them. But instead, they're forcing us to destroy them. Isn't that bullying us way too much? Aren't they afraid we'll stop cooperating with them? Anyan angrily complained to Anhong. Logically speaking, they really don't need to go out of their way for this. Doing so will offend us, unless there is some reason compelling them to do it. Grandpa and quickly guessed there must be some other reasons behind this. No matter what their reasons are, they shouldn't achieve their goals at the expense of our interests. I think we shouldn't keep retreating from them. Anyan felt that it was time for both sides to reassess this cooperative relationship. You have this thought, which is good. We should indeed make them rethink their attitude towards In-group, and Hong believed it was time to remind the other side who the In-group was. But you shouldn't overdo it either. After all, we're still in the same boat. All right, Grandpa, I understand. Anyan felt a little more comfortable. But, do you really think Secretary Bo-Wheat has a chance to reach that position? He asked cautiously. From the current situation, he has the biggest chance to win. However, I'm not without backup plans. Why would anyone put all their eggs in one basket? And Hong said calmly. So Grandpa, you've already made other preparations. Anyan didn't actually want Secretary Bo-Wheat to become president. Since dealing with that father-son duo, he only saw them using and squeezing them. Therefore, he no longer wanted to support him. Anyan, remember, we're in an alliance. How could Grandpa not see through his grandson's thoughts? We haven't yet found anyone capable enough to challenge him. So set aside your petty thoughts. There isn't anyone now, but surely there will be in the future, Anyan muttered under his breath as he lowered his head. That's none of your business. Let me tell you, Bo-Wheat's chances of getting promoted are as high as 80%, and you'd better not make any moves. Grandpa frowned slightly and warned seriously. How come? Doesn't half the officials hold opposing views? And Hong remained silent for a moment before speaking. Bo-Wheat and his son may be connected with the Star Pirates. This message is my guess, but it's almost certain to be true. Though he originally didn't plan on telling anyone else, he worried that this young man might mess things up. Anyan never imagined that father and son were bold enough to qualify as national traitors. At that moment, he felt incredibly complex inside, mostly filled with regret for having jumped onto their ship. Therefore, when Borson arrived at the base warehouse, he saw the face of Masterin, obviously upset. Although it wasn't their fault for being harsh, naturally seeing such obvious signs of dissatisfaction, Borson was also angry. Neither initiated conversation. Anyan merely had someone inspect the goods on site, confirmed it was the right batch, then proceeded to destroy them all on the spot. In less than 10 minutes, 30 million units of nutrition agent left no trace behind. Well, young Master Borson, you can rest assured now. The tone was quite sarcastic, and after speaking, Anyan didn't wait for Borson's response but turned around and walked away. The person left behind flashed a cold glare in his narrow eyes, huffing. There will be a day when your family begs us. What both parties assumed would end there sparked new waves outside the scene. Chapter 104. The scene of the In-group destroying a large number of nutritional supplements was suddenly exposed on the Star Network. Everyone immediately commented that it must be due to the family's uneasiness. Otherwise, why would they insist on destroying this batch of goods even after clearing up the issue? And Yin was now regretting it more than ever. He knew that Belson had initially intended to destroy the products publicly, but he never expected him to secretly expose the matter so directly. It was a clear case of repaying kindness with enmity. The family was busy trying to silence public opinion, while the Berwider father and son were busy preparing to receive someone. After things settled down again, neither side confronted the other. Both thought it was the other's doing. Boss, their conflict will only grow deeper now, Liao Shiji said as he adjusted his glasses with a look of detachment that seemed to hide great accomplishments. It turned out this recorded projection was his work. It was part of their plan to sabotage the alliance between the group and the father-son duo. Good job. Chengzhou was constantly handling something on his optical computer. Tomorrow Abadu will be logging on to Yom. You all need to watch yourselves and don't act rashly. Pirates have always been enemies of the Star Alliance Republic. Everyone present wished to eliminate Abadu, especially the military officers among them who wanted nothing more than to assassinate him outright. But for now, they couldn't reveal themselves or risk total annihilation. If you ask me, the current military department is simply useless. The enemy has marched in brazenly, and yet they haven't detected a thing. Mon couldn't help but criticize. The military department is indeed a sieve now, full of vulnerabilities. So our actions must speed up. We can't let the Berwider people continue causing chaos. Chengzhou frowned lightly as he pondered over the situation. This meeting between the two parties will be very covert. Our people may not be able to investigate specific details, reported Deputy Iwaika. It doesn't matter. We don't need to take excessive risks. We can deduce some information from their subsequent actions. Chengzhou clearly understood that with the cautious nature of that father-son pair, it would be difficult for anyone to easily discover the content of their deal, which undoubtedly revolved around money and power. Jiang Mo, did the people you told about Abadu's news receive the information? Boss, they've known already, but so far there hasn't been any movement. By tomorrow, they will naturally make their choices. They notified all officials who later joined Berwider. Once these individuals learned that the Secretary General was colluding with pirates, they would have two options: either continue following him or exit his faction. Regardless of the choice, they would first conduct personal investigations, ensuring that there would be people tasked with gathering intelligence at that time. In recent days, Yuna was busy with her company affairs. Only when she slowed down did she realize her boyfriend seemed just as preoccupied and hadn't returned home for several days. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Today, she planned to go back early to spend some time with Meng Xiaoping. This child had previously complained to her, so she frequently made sure to set aside time specifically to play with him. Just as she reached downstairs, she saw that man whom she hadn't seen for several days also walking inside. Is this what you'd call telepathy? Chengzhou smiled as he held her hand. Were you thinking about going home to accompany Yang? And Yuna intentionally asked. Isn't that fat kid well taken care of by Anshin? You clearly know my meaning and deliberately misinterpret it. He originally meant both wanting to see each other. Seeing a trace of slight displeasure in her eyes, she smiled even more brightly, shaking their clasped hands. All right, let's go home. It's still early. Why don't we go on a date? The man suggested, immediately thinking about the little light bulb waiting at home. It's not early anymore. I've already promised the little guy that I'd return early today to play with him. And Yuna pulled him outwards. Do you act like an older brother at all? Rarely seeing these two return home so early, Meng Xiaoping was naturally elated. Sister, are you back early to play with me? That's right. Didn't I promise you before? Yeah, come on, let's go play behind. The little guy pulled the two of them to the garden at the back. After a while of playful antics, and Yuna remembered it had been a long time since she cooked, so she left the two of them behind as she went to prepare a meal. Brother, when can I meet Mom and Dad? Meng Xiaoping tilted his head and blinked his big eyes at his towering brother. Soon, you'll be meeting them soon. Chengzhou gently patted the little dumpling's head, carefully observing the faint pink hairs hidden amidst his fluffy black hair. Brother, do you mean it this time? Tisk. When have I ever broken my word? As he spoke, he pinched the soft ears of the little one teasingly. Meng Xiaoping dodged his evil claws while rebutting. You often broke your promise in the past when you said you'd come back to play with me. The man paused for a moment. In the past, he had spent most of his time in border fortresses and rarely came home, so every time he video chatted with his family, this little thing would clamor for him to come back and play. Little fatty, you still hold grudges. He then continued to tickle the boy, whose chubby flesh was soft and pleasant to touch. Our brother is so mean. The little one laughed until tears streamed down his face as he wriggled out of his brother's grasp before running into the house. I won't play with you anymore. I'll go find sister. Sister, he bullied me again today. The younger one immediately started complaining upon entering. You little fatty, you don't even call your brother anymore. As the two brothers chased each other into the room, and Yunin had been watching them with amusement, despite their 20-some-year age difference. However, after hearing their conversation, she suddenly felt like she was playing the role of an old mother. A chill ran through her at the thought. She was actually a beautiful youth in full bloom. What are you thinking about? Chengzhou swiftly stepped over the playful Meng Xiaoping and arrived by his girlfriend's side. Nothing. Do you guys have any food preferences for dinner? I want to eat cake, came the sticky sweet voice from below. In a bit, Moan and others will be coming, around 5 or 6 people. Just make whatever you feel like. Just make sure it's enough for everyone. The man ignored his younger brother who was jumping around next to them. Why didn't you say that earlier? Fortunately, it's not too late yet, and Yunnan quickly began preparing while also discussing with the little one. Yang, we may not have enough time today. Can we bake the cake tomorrow? Meng Xiaopeng heard his older brother's words and nodded obediently. We can wait until you have time, sister. It's not that I really want it now. Yang Yang is such a thoughtful, warm-hearted little man. She gently pinched his plump cheeks. Nan, let me help you. Qingzhou didn't want his girlfriend to be allured by this young brat. In that case, help me prepare the meat from the refrigerator, and Yunnan ordered without hesitation. The man frowned slightly at her. Why was her voice so sweet when speaking to that little fatty, but harsh when talking to him? He wished she'd talk to him in such a sweet tone. However, Yunnan was too busy handling the other ingredients and completely missed his pitiful expression. So he had no choice but to attend to his own tasks. Little Nan, we're here. Wow, that familiar aroma again. Even before he appeared, his voice could already be heard. This described someone like Moan perfectly. Just as Yunnan finished preparing the dinner, Qingzhou led her to greet the guests by the door. Among the group, there were a few tall and imposing men with striking figures who seemed familiar to her. Hadn't she seen them somewhere before? Chapter 105. She was still staring at the three unfamiliar faces, trying hard to recall. Leader Missin. The three stood upright and greeted her loudly. Clearly, these individuals were Jiang Mo, Zhou Liang, and Ai Weikai. The one silently standing at the back was Liao Shiji. Ah, it's you. And Nan was startled by their loud voices, but quickly remembered. Weren't these the burly men who had taken away Sai Qi when she and Chengzhou first arrived in Shangyong? Missin, we've long admired you and wanted to meet you. Jiang Mo, as the strategist with high emotional intelligence, stepped forward on behalf of the group and greeted her warmly. We never got a proper chance to thank you for that event from before. Though initially frightened by these people, she later realized there was an opportunity to express her gratitude, which she missed. Missin is too polite. It was all our leader's orders. Zhou Liang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, I owe you my thanks. I'll invite you to Bai Tower another day where I'll personally cook a full-course meal. For today, we'll have to make do with this. And Nan invited them inside. We've heard of Miss Anne's exceptional cooking skills for a long time now. We've been craving your food. Ai Weikai followed her discreetly for protection, almost testing his patience with the tantalizing foods he could not taste. Certainly. Feel free to order anything then. And Nan appreciated the straightforward nature of these burly men, recognizing a similar trait in Chengzhou within them. This trait was most prominent in these three, a unique quality of soldiers. But Chengzhou also carried a notable noble elegance. She had never asked about her boyfriend's past, only guessing that he might have served in the military before, hence making it natural that he would have such friends. You guys are truly lucky to come here. Mo and impatiently followed them towards the dining room. Nanan's dishes are so rare that even lining up wouldn't guarantee you a taste. It wasn't an exaggeration. Since handing over Baiwei Tower to her apprentices, she rarely cooked anymore. So many foodies and connoisseurs longed to savor her culinary arts again. We're indeed fortunate. Jiang Mo looked forward to tonight's dinner. Catching sight of the dark figure out of the corner of his eye, he hastened to flatter. All thanks to the leader. If it weren't for him, how could we enjoy this kind of delicacy? Humph, you know your place well. Chengzhou had been ignored since they entered, especially when his own girlfriend smiled so happily at them. A guest is a guest. Why do you have such a sour face? And Nan quietly approached him, tugging at his shirt hem. Besides, they helped us before. Hearing this, Chengzhou's mood instantly improved. He reached out, pulling the small hand gripping his shirt into his and intertwining their fingers tightly, imagining themselves like a young couple entertaining guests. Let's go inside. Liao Shiji, trailing behind everyone, felt quite speechless, completely overlooked despite his large presence. Regretting not bringing his girlfriend along, he helplessly followed inside, watching enviously as others flaunted affection. Nan, hurry, what did you prepare today? Mon had already taken her seat naturally and curiously looked at the large sand pot in front of her. This is today's main dish, claypot rice. Chengzhou informed her that these people could eat a lot, and if regular dishes were prepared, not only would the time be insufficient, but it might not even satisfy them fully. Hence, she decided that claypot rice was perfectly suitable. There were also roasted lamb, boiled meat slices, sour cabbage fish, salt-baked chicken, white-boiled shrimp, soy-simmered pork knuckles, steamed preserved vegetables with pork belly, and several stir-fried vegetable dishes. Upon seeing the abundant feast spread across the dining table, the group couldn't contain their joy, totally unfazed by the use of oversized bowls and basins. Larger containers were better for them. However, Nan felt slightly embarrassed. While large bowls and basins weren't bad, exuding some rustic charm, there were also several buckets on the table that made her uneasy. Since opening her restaurant, she had gradually developed certain requirements for plating. All the dishes prepared today had such massive quantities, so she bought relatively exquisite large serving bowls last minute. But it still wasn't enough to accommodate all the food. Eventually, Chengzhou unknowingly purchased a few wooden barrels. Thus, a scene appeared on the table. This really wasn't intended to suggest they were a bunch of gluttons. I haven't cooked for a long time, and without noticing, I made too much. These utensils were used out of necessity. Please excuse me. And Nan hastily explained ahead of time. I thought you were hinting at us being a bunch of gluttons. Liao Shiji glanced around the table jokingly. Before she could respond, someone else said, whether or not you're gluttons, you know deep down. Chengzhou and Nan glared at him disapprovingly. Missin, don't be mad. What the boss said is true. We can indeed eat a lot. The straightforward Ai Weikai immediately stood up. Jiang Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, followed with, Missin, we're all good brothers with the boss, so we speak freely. We hope to also become good friends with you. Meaning that she didn't have to be too polite with them. In that case, just call me by my name directly. No need for all the formalities of Miss. In fact, the three of them would prefer calling her sister-in-law directly, but if they called her by her name without permission, they weren't sure if the boss might beat them. Thus, a few inquiring gazes were directed upward. You don't need to look at him. Don't Mo and Liao Shiji call me directly by my name as well. The group glanced at the man above, seeing that he seemed to have no objections. Yuanan, Yuanan, Yuanan. They then introduced themselves again to her. Mon, you're despicable, sneaking around behind our backs to enjoy a feast. Just after Zhou Liang finished speaking to sister-in-law, he noticed the blonde man beside him eating heartily. You're still procrastinating while everyone else is already digging in. Mon swallowed a mouthful of meat and found time to respond between bites. At this moment, apart from the clinking of chopsticks and plates and the sounds of swallowing food, there was not another sound in the restaurant. The slices of meat in this claypot rice are particularly fragrant, carrying a special aroma. And the rice underneath absorbs the oil from the meat and is enveloped in a secret sauce. It's simply exquisite. The best part is the layer of hard crust at the bottom, which is absolutely incredible. Truly worthy of being regulars who often came over to freeload, Mon and Liao Shiji could pinpoint exactly what made it special while eating. The meat in the claypot rice is called Chinese sausage, and its preparation is somewhat complex, and Yuanan was delighted that someone appreciated her work. Crunch. Chengzhou had already finished his large bowl of claypot rice. So this is the pot-baked rice you mentioned earlier? It's indeed very fragrant. You like it, right? She said to him when cooking. I'll let you have mine as well. Saying that, she pushed her bowl towards him across the table. No need, you like it too. All right then, I'll make you another serving. There was plenty of dinner prepared tonight, and there was still much more left in the kitchen. The other few watched the two acting all lovey-dovey, unanimously burying their heads and firmly refusing to look over anymore. Ai Waika, that's going too far. Leave some of the water-boiled meat for me. Mon held a lamb rib in one hand while trying to snatch some meat from others' hands. Though the hand-grabbed lamb is the most simple, it brings out the essential flavor of the meat, and there isn't even a trace of gamey taste. Liao Shiji savored it slowly like a gourmet critic. Ah, this is the flavor I tasted before in the boss's bento box. Zhou Liang directly scooped away a big piece of braised pork knuckle. Sister, I want to eat shrimp. Little Fatty sat seriously on his designated child chair. Later, every drop of soup on the table was mixed into the rice until it was eaten clean, leaving not a single grain of over 10 pounds of white rice untouched. Even the broth of the water-boiled meat and sour cabbage fish was used to soak rice. And Yuanan was genuinely astonished this time. Since she met Chengzhou, every time she cooked, the portions were always substantial, especially today. Are you full? She asked uncertainly. Burp full, too full. I'm about to burst. Seeing their state, and Yuanan went back to the kitchen and brewed some digestive tea. She thought they should always have such a drink ready at home. Chapter 106. Food Edge has now grown to be quite a large company. Although it is still far from being on par with the 5 great families, it has become a somewhat well-known company in the Star Alliance Republic. And Group had suffered continuous blows recently, which negatively impacted their reputation. But this wasn't considered a serious loss for them. However, to make people forget this incident as soon as possible, they decided to ride on a wave, the small snacks of Food Edge. New things always attracted everyone's attention. Once there was a new focus, they wouldn't keep clinging to Group anymore. Mr. N, this cooperation will be handled by Manager N. Do you think it's feasible? The president's assistant asked again. Leave it to those below me to negotiate. This deal isn't significant enough for me to personally step in. And Yin didn't want to see that girl who had no sense of belonging to the Yin family anymore. Since that was the case, he'd just treat her as a stranger. But if you don't participate, we may not get the best price. These are the quotations Food Edge provides to different partners. Please take a look. The assistant showed him the light screen. After looking at these reports, his mind slightly wavered. The catering market was originally an industry with huge profits, especially for food products with fewer types available on the market. The profits within it even made him tempted. He knew that if he let the subordinates handle the negotiation, that girl would definitely not be lenient. He also didn't think that Group would care about such a slight profit margin. However, after reviewing the materials in his hands, he changed his mind immediately. Even half a percentage point of profit was a considerable sum of money. Reschedule, make an appointment, and I will go to discuss with Food Edge. Upon receiving the news, Yuanan felt extremely uneasy. Originally, she had heard that Group would send a manager over. She thought that young Master and had finally decided to let her off easily, but unexpectedly, the decision was reversed the next day. They've arranged this earlier meeting hoping I personally meet with him for the negotiation. It's fine. Let's just treat them as ordinary business partners. This completely ruined Yunan's good mood for the day, making her very upset. She wanted to complain to her boyfriend. After sending the video call, it was surprisingly cut off by him. What's going on? Yesterday when we ate together, didn't he say they were going to rest at home these days? She muttered under her breath. At this moment, the man who cut off the video call was hiding in the 7th spacecraft port. Last night, he received news saying that the suspected leader of the Star Pirates, Ibaidu, was found on a civilian starship. They originally had no intention of taking any action, but they thought that since the person dared to appear so openly in public, there might be some conspiracy. Therefore, Chengzhou went to the port alone to check it out. When he received the video call, he was observing the crowd disembarking from the starship. A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. So he hung up the call and quietly followed behind. Although Ibaidu was wearing a screening visor that concealed his face, his sharp eyesight quickly identified him. Still, something about this Ibaidu felt unsettlingly wrong. Finally, this person got into a very ordinary flying vehicle. Before getting in, he deliberately glanced in another direction. Qingzhou turned his head following his gaze, noticing a woman wearing a shielding visor also looking that way. From their reactions, it was evident they knew each other. Qingzhou was puzzled. This woman seemed strange too. Who was she? What was her relationship with Ibedu? He hadn't heard of any female companion around Ibedu. When he got home, he recounted what happened earlier to several others. I feel like this woman seems a bit off, even giving off a slight sense of danger. It might be your imagination. That woman could just be someone Ibedu likes to fool around with in Shangyong. Mayan thought he was overly nervous. No, the boss's intuition has always been accurate. That woman's identity must not be simple. Iwaika immediately loudly disagreed. This point I fully agree with. The boss has never been wrong in judging this kind of danger. Jiang Mo confirmed. Should we send someone to investigate her background? Zhou Liang suggested. I estimate we won't find anything substantial. If she can get so close to Ibedu and still casually appear in public, it means she outwardly has an impeccable identity. Qingzhou felt this woman was quite formidable. She didn't follow Ibedu, indicating they likely have some other purpose. Rushing in with an investigation might startle the snake. Liao Shiji analyzed further down the line. We cannot act directly, but we can let Berwit investigate. Mine quickly caught on. That's indeed a good idea, but it cannot be discovered to be our doing. Jiang Mo emphasized. I'll handle this with Mayan. Liao Shiji voluntarily took the task. At the very center of Shangyong Star, there stood a majestic and solemn palace complex. The high-rise buildings in front were the office premises for government officials, while the rear courtyard was the president's residence. After Berwit sent someone to pick up Ibedu, he directly led him here. The current presidential palace was heavily guarded, especially the small building at the farthest corner, which was densely packed with robot sentries. Please come in, leader. The Secretary General is really thoughtful, entertaining us here. Ibedu smirked faintly, but it's not too surprising since this place will eventually become the Secretary General's house anyway. Why did you only bring so few people this time, leader? Berwit started a new topic. I feel quite safe on Secretary General's territory. Don't you guarantee my safety? That goes without saying. The words were almost forced out through gritted teeth. Though he wished to deal with these few right away, all he could do was fantasize about it. Clearly, as he dared to come alone, he must have left himself some backup plan. The leader has traveled a long way and should be tired, so we won't disturb you anymore. Please take a good rest first. After settling them down, Berwit left with Burson and his group. In such a place, it was impossible for them to cause any trouble. Let Flennard keep a close watch on the outer space around Shangyong Star these days. Father, please rest assured. We'll be careful. And also, take some time to look after Burmala's wedding arrangements with Yin. After all, it was still unclear what Ibedu wanted this time. Burson slightly furrowed his eyebrows. He hadn't yet had time to discuss this matter with the Yin family. All right, I understand. He also knew that the Yin group was still useful to them now. Therefore, he had to immediately smooth things over with the Yin family. This time, he directly headed to the top floor of the Yin group headquarters. Grandpa, I haven't visited you for a long time. I'm truly sorry. Borson, you've come. Grandpa warmly welcomed him inside. Come in quickly and sit. My father was supposed to visit together with me, but something urgent came up and held him back. Old master, N's eyes flickered momentarily. This young man being so polite today surely meant there was something he wanted. Of course, state affairs are more important. Anyway, I am just an idle person who should visit the Secretary General instead. Not at all. You are the elder, and under no circumstances should you bother coming to see us. Borson quickly prevented any such thoughts by the old master. Right now, his father was hosting those guests, and under no circumstance could anyone find out. Ha ha ha. There's no need for so many formalities among our family members. Old master became even more convinced that something fishy was going on between the father and son pair. Yes, you're absolutely right. Since Grandpa mentioned it, I think it's time we should start considering Burmala and Mr. Yan's wedding plans. Don't you agree? Exactly. They've been engaged for quite a long time already. That stinky kid of mine can't wait any longer. Grandpa appeared eager and impatient on the surface, but internally, he was contemplating how to delay the process. So, do you think we should begin preparations then? Borson put his mind at ease, knowing well that the Yin family would certainly want to get the wedding done as soon as possible. All right, let me and your father choose a good day first. Such an important matter cannot be taken lightly. By the way, when you return, please help me make an appointment with the Secretary General so we can jointly determine the time. Grandpa, my father might not have time available. Seeing that the other party's smile dimmed slightly, Borson quickly continued. It's said that the eldest brother is like a father. I have watched that girl grow up as well, so I'll take the liberty of representing my father to discuss this with you. What do you think? Grandpa thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then let's arrange a time and invite Burmala and Yin along. As you wish. Borson knew when to stop. Chapter 107. Though marriage discussions are significant between the Yin family and Burmala, it was more about an exchange of interests. Now, one party was eager to complete this alliance, while the other, though agreeing verbally, was actually trying every possible way to delay. Even Grandpa hadn't mentioned this matter to Yin at all. Typically, such matters should be initiated by the male side. However, with the Birdie at father-son duo showing no respect for their own girl and looking down on her so blatantly, it was understandable that the Yin family didn't take the matter seriously. Mr. Yin, the general manager of the Yin group, has arrived. I know. Please lead them to the meeting room. And Yuan straightened her appearance and walked over. Mr. Yin, long time no see. And Yin greeted her in a very natural manner. Long time no see, Mr. Yin. Since the other party had been quite friendly, she also put on a faint smile. We all know why the group is here today. This is the food connection proposal. Please take a look first. Although the young master appeared courteous today, and Yuan still didn't want to be too polite with him, especially knowing he would definitely have a price war with her shortly. As expected, after the group's people finished reading the report, they stayed silent, indicating their dissatisfaction with the current price. Director, the quotation you offered isn't very friendly towards us, said a manager first. What do you mean? We absolutely don't intend that. Otherwise, we could have directly rejected you, couldn't we? Dai Guogua immediately threw back a somewhat hard remark to the other party. Indeed, those few individuals from the other side were simultaneously left speechless. Director, our group holds the most production lines within the Star Alliance Republic. If we commit fully to production, the initial investment will definitely be in the tens of billions of star coins at least. Meanwhile, Food Connection merely provides a few recipes and then sits back to claim half of the profits. Of course, we do not mean any ill will. We just hope to have some negotiation space regarding the price. At this moment, Yen presented a completely shrewd businessman image, and Yuan actually admired his confident tycoon-like demeanor now, which was much better than when he earlier had become irate, wanting to forcibly buy and sell due to blood relations. General Manager and must have conducted market analysis as well, haven't you? Thus, you should be clear how enormous the benefit here is. Director is correct, but there is still no telling when we can recover the huge sum we initially invest. We wish to lower the risk a little bit. Then what kind of price does General Manager deem appropriate? And Yuan asked straightforwardly. And Yen paused for a moment, then spoke without hesitation, 20% of the profit or outright purchase. Tisk, and Yuan couldn't help but laugh. How shameless he was to ask for such a low price. Before she could say anything else, she heard Dai Guogua flatly rejecting it. Impossible. You should know that we currently do not have such outright purchase plans, and the price you've set far exceeds our lowest offer ever. But our group is your Food Connection's largest customer received. This still is insufficient to make us agree to your offer. There followed another round of fierce verbal sparring, with neither side willing to yield. Our bottom line is 40% of the profit. You may deliberate on it. And Yuan bluntly finalized the quote, giving them no further room for maneuver. She left the meeting room to them and temporarily took the Food Connection team out. And Yen knew this girl was stubborn, yet he never expected her to be so uncompromising. Why did the Prosperous Era Group have two options available? And why was it that Prosperous Era received 70-30 contract splits? General Manager this quotation indeed fails to meet our expectations. The aforementioned manager sounded somewhat anxious. General Manager we'd better directly purchase from them. The assistant added from the sidelines. Judging by their attitudes, direct purchase probably won't be possible. The manager's eyes lit up momentarily before shaking his head to indicate disapproval. Nevertheless, she is still surnamed in. The assistant continued. General Manager might still have some tricks up his sleeve. Hearing the discussion from these subordinates, and Yen began to muse inwardly. Initially, he only considered the girl as a common business partner, conducting himself accordingly throughout the session. However, he realized that other means might still be required to achieve the intended goal, thus causing him to start feeling uneasy again. Nonetheless, this time, he decided not to try appealing through familial bonds since the girl clearly didn't consider the Yin family important. That girl might disregard familial ties to the Yin family and show indifference to the elder grandfather, but there's no way she wouldn't care about her parents. Having made some mental calculations, Yen went alone to the chairman's office of Food Connection, getting straight to the point. I know you actually don't value money that much. What would it take for you to yield? Seeing him come alone, and Yuan thought he'd come armed with some talk of thick-as-blood kinship to morally coerce her. Unexpectedly, he refrained from doing so this time. Her heart had leapt at the very moment he spoke. The recent days had been tumultuous, and for quite some time, there had been no progress on matters weighing heavily on her mind. She originally planned to start her investigation into the Yin family recipes through Yuan Garden, but she never found the time. Moreover, Yuan Garden was currently managed by Nzua, and she didn't want to take advantage of him. However, such a great opportunity delivered to her door now. She couldn't afford to miss it. Still, she must not seem too eager. Your words leave me a bit confused. Isn't it true that merchants all value profit? She probed with a smile. Are you not curious as to why your parents were removed from the Yin family register, changed their names, and fled far away? And Yen didn't beat around the bush, directly revealing his trump card. Do you know the reason? And Yuan stood up abruptly. Her goal was indeed to obtain the Yin family recipes, but she also wanted to uncover the details, especially since her mother was from the John family. Would you like to know all about this? Grandpa should have forbidden anyone from mentioning this matter. How could you be aware of its entirety? And Yuan calmed herself slightly. I am the next person in charge of the Yin family. Naturally, I am entitled to know things others do not. Actually, and Yen wasn't particularly well informed either, but he gambled that the girl wouldn't pass up even a shred of information. Well, even if I knew, what good would it do? And Yuan sat back down, her mind now fully cooled off. She naturally wouldn't let herself be manipulated. After all, they're both gone now. Auntie's origins don't mean anything to you anymore. And Yen disliked this girl so much. She was truly cold-blooded. You mean all this is related to my mother? And Yuan pretended to look extremely astonished. Didn't you want to know? And Yen finally managed to catch her attention and confidently sat on the couch, leisurely sipping his tea. Do you really know everything about all this? And Yuan put on an anxious act, knowing full well he couldn't possibly understand everything, though he might know one or two pieces. I can tell you everything, but what will you trade in return? And Yuan took a deep breath. Tell me your terms. Complete buyout. I need to consult with others. Although Shi Yuan was under her predominant control, she couldn't outright agree right away. Otherwise, he'd surely drive the price down to the lowest later. And Yen understood her position within Shi Yuan, but didn't wish to pressure her excessively, given his continuous manipulation. Of course, President N, please feel free. Not long after, and Yuan returned to the office. We can sell the formula for this batch of snacks to you. Here are the specific contract clauses and quotations. There was already a pre-existing cooperation proposal when they negotiated with Prosperous Era. Now, she merely increased the final price several-fold. Before he could finish reviewing, she added, the pricing shown is already our absolute bottom line. There's no room for further negotiation. And Yen swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue. His first glance at the number, 5 billion star coins, was actually more economical than the profit-sharing contract. However, when he remembered spending 6 billion to monopolize the soy sauce recipe, the non-exclusive snack recipes being priced so high still left him dissatisfied. But he knew this girl always meant exactly what she said and wouldn't give up even a single star coin's worth of benefit. The contract looks fine. We'll transfer the deposit according to the agreement afterward. Then Mr. N, can you tell me the entire story now? Certainly. Let's sign the contract first, and we'll celebrate with lunch afterward. And Yuan reminded herself to endure. No problem. I hope Mr. N shares something useful. Both parties scrutinized the contract again carefully, then swiftly completed the process. Chapter 108. A courtyard within the Yuan Gardens specially reserved for VIPs. This is the legendary century-old establishment, Yuan Garden, inquired a brown-haired man with a beard. Correct. If you want to talk about the most famous and best-tasting restaurant in Shanyong, it has to be here. Bo Weibei had specially rented out the venue today from the Yin family. Oh really? I heard that the restaurant with the best reputation is Bai Wei Tower. The person being treated so courteously by the Secretary General was none other than the star pirate leader who arrived in Shanyong just the other day, Abadu. Bai Wei Tower is indeed quite good, but compared to a century-old establishment like Yuan Garden, there's still some distance, remarked Bosun, who was present as an accompanying guest. Then it seems I'll be enjoying a treat today. Abadu said nothing more and continued flipping through the menu to order dishes. At this time, another group of people also arrived at Yuan Garden, though they were in a different courtyard. You're coming here for the first time, right? You must definitely try the cuisine from our own family. It was Yen who had just signed a contract. Since he mentioned treating guests, naturally it would be at his family's prestigious Yuan Garden. Moreover, he always believed that Bai Wei Tower couldn't match his family's Yuan Garden, and this was also an opportunity to assert superiority. In that case, I won't hesitate later. And Yuan truly wanted to personally taste the delicacies listed on the cookbook. Traditional roasted duck, yandig goose breast, clear stewed crab powder lion's head, 100 flowers chicken, lychee braised lobster, fresh orange stuffed crab roe. Let's go with these. She flipped through the menu and ordered everything she was interested in. After all, this was a rare chance. The dishes you've chosen take a lot of effort, so we might have to wait a while, noted Yen after hearing her choices, sensing that she too might have an intention to compare. Now, can you tell me about my parents? When Yuan saw that only the two of them remained in the room. Actually, when I was 5 or 6 years old, I met Uncle and Auntie. Uncle liked to search for food everywhere, while Auntie possessed extraordinary culinary skills. You must have inherited her intelligence. On Yan's face, the mask-like fake smile disappeared, replaced by sincere nostalgia. Go on. Although she wasn't talking about her real biological parents, ever since occupying the host body, she gradually accepted everything about the original host, including emotions. In the past, Uncle often took me along behind Auntie, waiting for her to cook something delicious to feed us. Uncle even secretly told me that Auntie actually fell in love with him first, so she deliberately used food to capture his attention. By the time he reached this point, memories long blurred suddenly became vivid, and Yen felt unspeakable nostalgia in his heart. In fact, back then, the uncle who didn't meddle in the family business brought him around the most. His own parents were busy trying to gain favor with their grandfather. Later, after getting married, Uncle would still often bring him along to play. Uncle and Auntie had a truly great relationship. According to what you're saying, my father never managed any of the family's businesses. Then how did he manage to enrage Grandpa, and to such an extent that he disowned his own son? And Yuan pursued further. Besides Grandpa, no one should know the exact reason. Due to the earlier memories stirring emotions, and Yen didn't conceal anything or fabricate lies. After Uncle and Auntie got married, their relationship grew sweeter and sweeter until one quarrel happened half a year later. They were cold toward each other for a whole week. Later, Grandpa personally called Auntie to his study for a long talk. Uncle looked extremely anxious outside. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed into the study, and I heard him having a big argument with Grandpa. There was a cacophony of things being smashed inside the study. It was truly thrilling. I faintly heard Grandpa ordering Uncle to divorce Auntie, claiming that Auntie married into the Yin family with ulterior motives. In the end, Uncle left with Auntie, and Grandpa followed up by disowning him. After finishing recounting everything he knew, Yan's heart felt somewhat complex. He believed that even if Auntie were motivated by money or even a spy, she had not harmed the Yin family. Therefore, Grandpa shouldn't have directly forced them to move to a remote, backward planet. This incident wasn't overly complicated, and Yuan pieced together the information she knew from her maternal grandfather since childhood to deduce the truth. Her mother Jiang Jinhui was supposed to be the sole daughter of the Jiang family elder responsible for matters at the time, determined to reclaim the Jiang 100 flavors recipe belonging to the Jiang family. Initially planning to use the youngest master of the Yin family, her father, and Jixian, To achieve this goal, she ended up falling deeply in love with him instead. Eventually, the Yin family discovered her true identity, leading to an patriarch forcing them to break up. But unwilling to separate, her father chose to give up everything and flee with his lover. Her mother must have been deeply moved, as she also left everything behind to go with him. However, there was probably still some guilt in her heart. Otherwise, how would the original host have known about the recipe and made it her obsession? Also, that's how it is. Do you know my mother's true identity? And Yuan continued to inquire. Maybe something like a corporate spy. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have been so furious. Thinking of all the kindness and Zhixian had once shown him, and Yin felt more favorably toward this girl now. It seemed he didn't know about the grievances between the Yin family and the Jiang family either. Curiosity clawed at her mind. How exactly had the Jiang family's recipe ended up in the hands of the Yin family? She had already asked her maternal grandfather many times, but that old man refused to speak, clamping his mouth shut tighter than an oyster. Did my mom do anything to harm the interests of the Yin family? Little Aunt was a very good person, especially when it came to cooking, even surpassing Aunt Yuan by a bit. Even as a child, and Yin liked this little auntie, who indeed hadn't done anything to betray the Yin family, yet their grandfather surely wouldn't intentionally frame her, so he didn't lean toward either side. Is Chef and Yuan the head chef of Yuan Garden now? And Yuan's eyes brightened. That's correct. Chef has studied the Yin family recipes for years, mastering truly remarkable culinary skills. Is your family's cookbook really passed down from over 100 years ago? She put on an appearance of being extremely curious. You share the surname Un, and Yin didn't give it much thought. Grandpa said it was left by our ancestors for future generations. I heard that Grandpa publicly announced it 50 years ago. Did no one know about this book before then? And Yuan casually asked, adding, aren't you worried someone might covet such a treasure? She added this sentence to avoid arousing suspicion. They likely kept silent beforehand out of fear it might be stolen. Grandpa only made the announcement because we had the strength to safeguard this treasure. This was just in Yan's own guess. Oh, I see. This kid genuinely knew nothing related to the Jiang family, completely dispelling and Yuan's idea of extracting any information from him. The two continued chatting idly, creating a decent atmosphere. It was their most harmonious face-to-face conversation thus far. Just as they were running out of things to talk about, a voice rang out. Yuan, it's been a long time. It was Nzwa personally bringing robots with dishes. Nzwa, it's been a while. And Yuan gave him a faint smile. There are a few dishes here I prepared. Please give me your feedback later. Knowing she was present today, after learning about it, he had specially prepared some dishes to seek her advice. Big brother, don't mind having one more person join, right? We're all family. Let's sit together. And Yin hoped for an extra person, fearing another argument about business if they continued discussing those topics. This fresh orange stuffed crab roe and 100 flowers chicken are mine. Try them and let me know what you think. Nzwa eagerly looked at her. Chapter 109. And Yuan seriously sipped under the burning gaze of the other person. It's pretty good. It's clear you've put effort into it. Really? Do you really think there isn't a single issue? Go ahead and tell me. This fresh orange crab roe is indeed very good, but the cooking time was a bit too long, and the fresh orange flavor slightly overpowered the dish. For the 100 flowers chicken, did you use chicken breast meat? If handled improperly, the texture can easily become dry and coarse. Actually, I think chicken thigh meat would be more suitable. So that's how it is, I understand now. Thank you. Nzwa felt somewhat disappointed in his heart, but also a bit happy. Although he still couldn't match the other person's culinary skills, at least he knew there was room for improvement. Having tasted all the dishes on the table one by one, and Yuan thought they were indeed worthy as heirloom recipes with a deep heritage. The meal was fairly enjoyable. After finishing, she had no intention of lingering any longer, and Nzwa along with his brother personally saw her to the door. Mr. In, young Master In. Just as they reached the courtyard gate, they heard someone calling from behind. Mr. Burleson, what a coincidence. And Yin had known the Yuan garden was booked out entirely by them earlier, and he hadn't planned to show up, but he had no choice but to stop now. Mr. In was here as well. It's truly been a long time. Burleson only noticed the graceful figure obstructed earlier after stepping closer, flashing a trace of mysterious light in his eyes. Mr. Burleson, pleased to meet you. And Yuan greeted politely. And Yin, try to find some time these days. Let's have a proper chat. Apologies, I just finalized a cooperation agreement with Shiwan. I might be extremely busy recently. How about sometime later? Though Yin didn't know exactly what this was about, it definitely wasn't something good. That works too. We'll talk when you're free. Burleson was dissatisfied with his constant dodging in his heart, but talking directly with Mr. In, Grandpa, would work the same way eventually. Then he said to the opposite side. By the way, I heard Shiwan has developed new products again under Mr. N's guidance. Truly congratulations are in order. Mr. N has contributed a great deal to the food diversity of the Star Alliance Republic. Mr. Burleson flatters too much. I'm merely a humble businessman, not as competent as you say. I don't deserve such high praise. And Yuan responded calmly. Mr. N, you're being too modest. Burleson wanted to talk to her privately, but clearly today wasn't a good day. I wonder if I'd have the honor to invite Mr. N for dinner another day? The three opposite immediately looked over simultaneously. The two brothers of the Yin family knew that Yuan already had a boyfriend from a branch line of the Taino family. In the face of a seemingly interested man who suddenly popped up, all three were pondering ways to politely reject him, especially Yin, who knew that guy didn't have good intentions. Previously, he had helped create opportunities, but after seeing the true nature of the Burleson father-son duo, he had been slowly distancing himself from them. What's more, recalling those memories made him think of Nzayu's kindness toward him, so naturally, Feelings of guilt and protectiveness towards Yun arose within him. However, before they could speak up to refuse, they noticed a few more people walking over, among whom was their acquaintance, Bo White, and another middle-aged brown-haired man in his 40s with a beard. Are these your friends? The brunette scanned the trio on the other side and turned his gaze to Burleson. Why don't you introduce them? They're all surnamed in. They seem like they have business to attend to. Perhaps next time would be better to properly introduce them to you. Burleson picked up the hint from his father. Of course, he knew revealing Abedu's identity should be avoided. This was also the reason why they had reserved the entire Yuan garden today, but they hadn't expected encountering these people. Surname in? Ah, so they are young masters and miss of the Yin family. Meeting all of you here is truly an honor. Abedu ignored Burleson's words and stepped forward himself. My name is Yen Lei. Mr. Yen Lei, nice to meet you. I'm in Yen. And Yen took the initiative to shake hands and make polite conversation, sensing both respect and caution from that father-son pair. Clearly, this individual wasn't ordinary either. Long ago, I've heard that General Manager from the Yin group is exceptionally talented and elegant. Indeed, living up to the reputation. Abedu appeared to greatly admire him and then asked, could this young lady possibly be the renowned Miss Yunnan? Mr. Yen Lei speaks highly. And Yunnan slightly bowed her head without uttering another word. At first sight, she sensed some kind of killing aura emanating from him, making her feel that he was quite dangerous. I have always admired Bai Weilu of Shiwan. Would I be honored enough to ask Miss and to reserve a table for me? Abedu, alias Yen Lei, seemed evidently interested in Yunnan as well. Since you're the Secretary General's guest, I naturally should treat you as a distinguished guest too. This was giving Mr. Bo White some face. She could tell that the Secretary General didn't want the brunette to interact much with others. Thank you, Missin. I hope to have the chance to taste your personally made cuisine soon. And Yunnan nodded lightly. Certainly. In that case, we won't bother you further. See you later. And Yen could sense her growing impatience and also had no intention of being involved in those father-son matters any longer. After the trio left, the others returned to the original courtyard. The Secretary General seems to have a great relationship with the Yin family. Wasn't that person just now your future son-in-law? Why didn't you keep him around? Abedu grinned teasingly at the man across from him. And Yen has recently signed a big deal, so he's been pretty busy lately. Burleson explained. Is it the cooperation with Shiwan? The brunette smirked. That indeed is a highly profitable deal. The other two were startled inwardly by his words. How did he know about the Yin family's moves, and why did he emphasize the profit? Was he eyeing the Yin group as well? Oh, you don't need to worry. I'm merely admiring the Secretary General's vision. Your allies are truly capable. The leader is truly admirable. Rumor has it that you've developed a powerful weapon under your command. Sigh. All I've got are a bunch of brutes, unlike your Star Alliance Republic, which is full of talented individuals. Even a girl in her 20s has mastered incredible skills. Abedu shifted the conversation elsewhere again. Just a mere chef can hardly compare to the engineers under your command. Bo White flattered casually. I'd actually be willing to trade several top-notch engineers for a woman like her, who possesses both beauty and talent. It seems the leader has quite an exotic palate. Burleson didn't want to discuss matters related to Yunnan with him. How do you think the dishes are today? Yuan Garden is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. The presentation, aroma, and taste are simply marvelous. Abedu smoothly continued the topic, but couldn't help adding one more sentence at the end, which is why I would still love to try Bai Weilu, known to be even better according to Old Chu. Bai Weilu uses a reservation system. It may take a few days. Leader, do you have time to wait? I can certainly wait these few days. Didn't Miss and promise earlier to arrange it for me? Even if just for your sake, Secretary General, she wouldn't delay it for too long. Of course, you can rest assured. I won't stay in Shanyo for too long anyway. My own territory feels more secure, isn't that right? Perhaps noticing the less than pleasant expressions on the father-son pair's faces, Abedu added this sentence specially. Chapter 110. Boss, Bonite took Abedu to Yuran Garden today, and then sister-in-law went there later. When she came back to Shiwan, her face looked a little off. She must have met those people at Yuran Garden. AI Waika was assigned to continue secretly protecting in Yunnan. Did you find out when Abedu will leave? Chengzhou furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Not yet. It seems he doesn't plan to leave anytime soon. Jiang Mo had been closely monitoring the situation. What about that mysterious woman from that day? Has she made any moves? Chengzhou turned his thoughts to the woman who appeared with Abedu. With Bonite watching Abedu, he wouldn't be able to do much, which meant this woman hiding in the shadows must have some other plan. The identity of this woman has not been found, and all our tracking methods have been exposed by her. Zhou Yang sounded somewhat ashamed as he spoke. She's truly no ordinary woman. She can evade professional tracking, which means she's been trained professionally, possibly even on par with us soldiers. Jiang Mo concluded. The more so, it further indicates that Abedu's purpose for coming to Shanyo is not simple. Chengzhou paused to think for a moment and said to Liao Shiji. Then let's start from your end. Ask someone to keep an eye on whether she appears at any high-level social gatherings recently. Boss, are you suspecting they want to establish their own base in Shanyo? Exactly. Before my incident, I had already uprooted most of the Star Pirate spies in Shanyo, but now, apparently, they've recruited quite a few more people, and these require vast amounts of stellas to sustain. This woman is very likely here to win over the rich people of Shanyo and make them into their money bags. Jiang Mo analyzed according to Chengzhou's line of thinking. In such case, it would be safer to leave this matter in the hands of people experienced in business matters. Though Zhou Liang wanted to reclaim some honor, he also knew they shouldn't alert the enemy prematurely. No problem, little Zhou. This matter will be handled by me and Shiji. The always wandering Maoyin finally snapped back to reality. After finishing the arrangements, Qingzhou asked, "You seem a little off today." "Sigh, don't mention it. That old man at home keeps introducing women to me every day. It's driving me crazy. You haven't made any progress with Su Miao?" Liao Shiji had been eagerly eavesdropping. Maoyin's already unhappy face crumpled even further, his tone deeply melancholic. The girl just won't get it. The other two patted him on the shoulder from either side to show sympathy, while secretly rejoicing that they'd managed to secure their girlfriends. "Little Zhozhou, ask Yunnan to help me out, please. Such matters can only be done by oneself. Others can only create opportunities at most." Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. More opportunities would be good too. With a few more dates, that girl might understand. The blonde man dreamily envisioned the future, filled with hopeful aspirations. "Considering how pitiful you look, I'll mention it to Yunnan later." Qingzhou noticed his spirit wasn't as good as before. Clearly, he'd been tortured. After sending Maoyin away, they walked out together with the same destination in mind, Xiwan, to pick up their girlfriends after work. This time, and Yunnan didn't serendipitously meet her boyfriend at the big office building entrance. She received a message from Burson right before quitting time. He mentioned wanting to book by Weilu entirely in a couple of days, but she declined, promising instead to reserve a private room for him. "Are you busy today?" Qingzhou asked as he entered, finding her still arranging the previous matters. "Almost done. Is something bothering you? You look a bit agitated. What happened?" Having just finished her tasks, and Yunnan replied while tidying up her things. "It's just that Burson wants to entertain guests at Bai Weilu and requested I personally cook for them, but I feel the person he plans to entertain isn't simple." That stirred a small ripple in the man's heart. "Do you know who Burson plans to entertain? Have you seen him?" Despite phrasing it as a question, his tone was assertive. "Yes, I met him once today at Yuran Garden. He gave me a dangerous feeling." She honestly nodded in acknowledgement. "You should have refused him. Since you know that person is dangerous, you shouldn't associate with him anymore." Qingzhou's tone became a little stern. Since Abeidu was unpredictable in temperament, it would be best to avoid attracting his attention. "Don't talk so easily. He's the son of the Secretary General and the Deputy Commander of Shangyo Star. With power and influence, how could I dare to cross him?" And Yunnan was displeased, cursing her man for constantly giving her trouble. Hearing her barbed words, the man realized his earlier attitude was indeed a little rushed. Nan, sorry, I was just too worried about you." "Well, since you admitted your mistake promptly, I'll forgive you. Let's go home." Her emotions came quickly and disappeared just as fast. After dinner, the two sat on the couch resting. "Which day did Burson book? Which branch?" "I'll go with you then." Qingzhou was still muttering about that matter. "The day after tomorrow at noon, Su Miao's branch. You don't need to accompany me." And Yunnan replied mechanically. "No, I don't feel comfortable about it. I'll go with you the day after tomorrow." He had to keep an eye on her. Abeidu mustn't be allowed to approach her. "I can really handle this alone. I'll just cook a few dishes in the kitchen and won't go out." She didn't know when her boyfriend became so clingy. But what if Burson asked you to come out and introduce the dishes? Then let Su Miao do it. That girl always enjoyed introducing her cuisine to others. What if they insist on personally thanking the head chef? The man asked again. "Then I'll take everyone from the kitchen with me." She was indeed clever. "I still want to follow you." Qingzhou had run out of arguments, his tone slightly aggrieved. "Why don't you let me go with you? Am I that embarrassing?" And Yunnan was touched by him, his emerald green eyes now showing some disappointment which struck right into her heart. She pounced onto him, reaching up to fondly ruffle his hair. "You are irreplaceable in my heart. The reason I don't want you to go is because I noticed you always wear shielding glasses whenever you go out. I guess you probably don't want people to see your face, though I don't know why. But I don't want you to force yourself." The man also wrapped his arms tightly around her, resting his chin on her shoulder, gently rubbing his cheek against her smooth white neck, his heart melting as he realized how well she understood and respected him. How could someone understand him so much and be so accommodating? He liked her to the very core. "I really like you, more and more every day." Sweet words unexpectedly reached her ear, making half her body numb. Then they surged into her mind, completely disrupting her control over her own body, leaving her limp and curled up in his embrace, her heart thumping wildly, betraying her current discomposure. "I like you too." A particularly soft voice came from within his arms. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, and Yunnan believed that affection between lovers should be expressed openly. "I will still go with you the day after tomorrow." Qingzhou finally remained unsettled. "Whatever you say." She stopped opposing him. Chapter 111. The warm orange morning light from the horizon shone down. The gentle breeze brought a trace of comfort. The early autumn mornings were always pleasant, and Yunnan did not waste such a beautiful dawn. She got up at 7 in the morning and walked outside to the garden, preparing to stretch a bit. To her surprise, she found someone already exercising there. "Good morning, Qingzhou." Nan, good morning. You're up so early today." "Yeah, the weather is nice today. I wanted to get some exercise." While speaking, Yunan's eyes were fixed on him as the sweat-soaked t-shirt clung tightly to his body, outlining his well-defined muscles. "You should come out more often." Qingzhou seemed not to notice her fiery gaze. He pulled her body close behind him. "Stretch first, or you'll get hurt later." Even before starting the exercise, Yunnan felt flushed all over, especially her back, which was burning hot. The breath at her nose tip seemed filled with an intense smell. "You have a great figure." She unconsciously blurted out her inner thoughts. "Why don't you try it by touch? How can you tell just by looking?" The man whispered temptingly. Gulped, her throat slid up and down uncontrollably a few times. Since he had invited her, she wouldn't hesitate any longer. Her fingertips touched the damp, heated skin, and her soft little hand immediately reached out eagerly. From the taut, elastic, wheat-colored pectorals to the neatly lined abs with 8 prominent protrusions, neither too exaggerated nor insufficient, perfectly suited to what she liked most. How about it? Are you satisfied? Qingzhou's voice turned hoarse, and his tone slightly unsteady. The feel is absolutely amazing. And Yuanen's eyes sparkled, clinging to that sexy body, unwilling to let go. Though the man took pride in how mesmerized she was with his body, continuing like this could lead to trouble. Therefore, he could only grab her delicate hands wandering over his abdomen and interrupt her actions. That's enough. It's getting late. Let's go back. Oh. Although she was reluctant to stop, she thought again. It was her boyfriend after all. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead, time enough for everything. Early in the morning, the two spent a sticky moment together, then went out after breakfast. They were headed to Bai Wei Tower today. And sis, you've come. Su Miao knew she was coming, so she had been waiting at the entrance. As soon as they arrived, she rushed over, grabbed her arm, and leaned her head on her shoulder. Master, you haven't visited me in ages. Our Miao has become a top chef capable of handling everything alone, yet she's still so childlike. And Yuanen laughed and pinched her cheeks. Seeing the two of them getting along warmly, Qingzhou, standing behind, caught a flicker of displeasure in his eyes and sent a message on the light brain. Your future girlfriend might be poached. I'll be busy in a while. Let Miao take you upstairs to the office. And Yuanen didn't forget her own boyfriend. I'll go to the kitchen with you. I want to watch you. He certainly remembered why they came today. Okay. They hadn't been inside long when Burson arrived at the restaurant with a Beidou. Led by the hall manager, the group entered a private room. Where's Missin? The brown-haired man asked. Missin is preparing ingredients in the kitchen. The hall manager courteously replied. To have Missin cook personally is a rare opportunity, Mr. Yanlei. Why don't we look at some signature dishes? Burson opened the light screen on the table and inquired. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Beidou said nothing but seriously browsed the three-dimensional holographic menu in front of him. After ordering their meals, the two started chatting casually, probing each other, yet neither side offered any substantial information. Phoenix Fresh, Pipa Duck, Xiaogong Ba, Tianxiang Fish Balls, Snowflake Chicken Foam, Wangxiao Smoked Chicken, and Finchijing. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen. The food was served by Su Miao. Could we invite Missin to answer a few questions for us? Beidou looked at the delicacies on the table and was genuinely curious about their methods of preparation. The master chef is busy in the kitchen today and may not have the time to come out. Allow me to introduce these dishes to both of you instead. Su Miao spoke with excitement, as she'd seen the master prepare these dishes for the first time and couldn't wait to boast about her exquisite culinary skills. Chef Su is Miss N's most promising apprentice and reputedly possesses about 70 to 80% of her master's skill. I think she will do. Burson didn't want Yuanen to meet this person either. Beidou's eyes flashed with keen insight, carrying a hint of mysterious emotion. Then I'll bother Chef Su. Under Su Miao's passionate introduction, the two men grew increasingly convinced that the dishes before them rivaled dragon liver and phoenix marrow until they could barely fit another bite before stopping. Today's trip was truly worthwhile. The dishes today are the most delicious food I've had in my 40-plus years. Please thank Missin for me, said the brown-haired man sincerely. I will certainly convey your thanks. Burson had to admit that Yuanen's cooking was indeed slightly better than the others in her family. To be honest, it has been a long time since I have tasted such stunning cuisine. In the kitchen, Yuanen was instructing Su Miao's few young apprentices. Upon hearing that they had finished dining and were about to leave, she felt she should go and see them off as a sign of courtesy. I'll go with you. Qingzhou immediately followed. We should also take Mon and Su Miao. It's not like we're going to fight. There's no need to gather so many people. Although she silently complained inside, she still obediently followed his instructions and called the other two. Little Zhou, who exactly did you say was trying to steal my talent? Asked Mon, who had just arrived, immediately questioning Su Miao about everything. Oh, nobody. I just didn't want her pestering my girlfriend. Qingzhou replied indifferently. The blonde man immediately felt relieved, muttering under his breath. Thank goodness, before she realizes anything, I must keep an eye on her. He didn't care about having taken advantage of Qingzhou moments ago. Mr. Yanlei, Mr. Burson, were the dishes today to your liking? And Yuanen encountered the two men in the hall. In all my life, I've never tasted delicacies as fine as today's. I am extremely grateful for Miss N's hospitality. Beidou sounded genuinely appreciative. Miss N indeed lives up to her reputation. Burson quickly chimed in with praise. As a chef, I'm very happy to receive recognition from our guests, and Yuanen smiled faintly. I do hope I can often enjoy Miss N's cuisine in the future. Hearing you, Mr. Burson, even though you are the son of the Secretary General, doesn't mean you can act arrogantly. Everyone knows Miss Nanan no longer cooks personally now. What exactly do you mean by saying that? Mon flipped into attack mode. I was only making a random comment, nothing else. Burson grew increasingly irritated at seeing the blonde man every time. You're the heir to the Taishan Enterprise, Mr. Mon Tai no? Beidou suddenly interjected, introducing himself. I am Yanlei. Is Mr. Yan a friend of Burson? Mon, of course, knew this guy wearing the shielding glasses, known as Yanlei, was actually a Beidou. We are business partners. Mr. Yan, it is getting late. Burson, looking quite uncomfortable, cut into their conversation. We have some other engagements later. Let's catch up another time. Beidou, noticing that the person beside him was genuinely upset, politely took leave of Yuanen and the rest. Nan, let me tell you, don't associate with people like them in the future. That Burson is not a good man. The blonde man still hadn't satisfied his craving to nag. Take care of yourself first. Chengzhou stepped in from behind to block the long-winded person. Su Miao also tugged on Moan's sleeve. Why don't you eat something instead? You haven't had lunch yet, right? Salad. You care the most about me. The blonde man instantly widened his eyes. I just don't want you to bother others here. Su Miao gave him a wide eye and walked away, with the blonde man eagerly tagging along. Xiao Miao. Suddenly, someone behind them called out. And Yuanan, Chengzhou, Su Miao, and Moan turned curiously around to look. A tall figure entered the door, her shoulder-length brown wavy hair swaying as she walked. She had sharp, chiseled features and looked to be in her 30s. Chengzhou and Moan were both particularly surprised. How could it be her? Chapter 112. This woman was precisely the mysterious associate of Abe that they were surveilling. But how did she end up here? And how does she know Su Miao? Cousin, how did you come? Su Miao happily approached her. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd stop in to see you. The mysterious woman replied. Perfect timing, cousin. Let me introduce you. This is my master, Yuanan, the chairman of Shi Yuan Corporation, Su Miao said as she pulled the woman a few steps forward. So you're Xiao Miao's master. I've heard so much about you. Thank you for taking care of this girl, the woman said with apparent gratitude. It's all deserved. Besides, she's helped me a great deal. Yuanan quietly stepped back slightly. This cousin was so tall, almost on par with Chengzhou, and there was a faint but undeniable sense of pressure emanating from her. This girl Xiao Miao has had a hard past, thanks to your help. One day, I must express my sincere gratitude properly, the mysterious woman kindly said. No need for such formalities. I truly consider her like a younger sister, so don't be too distant. Yes, auntie, both of you are my family. Su Miao stood between them, looking happy and playful. Though chatting with Yuanan, the woman's peripheral vision would always unconsciously shift towards Chengzhou and Moan. The blonde man still felt utterly confused. Zaiza, what's going on? Didn't Zuzu say we couldn't find her identity? Interrupt them now. Don't let Yan'an have any more contact with her. Chengzhou noticed this woman was observing them carefully and was sure she harbored some ulterior motive. Since following Yuanan into the hall, he had been deliberately making himself less noticeable. Not even Abe's group noticed his presence, yet this woman somehow managed to spot him. Her familiarity made him feel uneasy, though he was certain he had never seen her before. What exactly was off about her? Miao Miao, who is this aunt of yours? Why didn't you introduce her to me? The blonde man walked over to Su Miao. Why should I introduce someone unimportant like you to my family? Little Miao, you're being rude. The mysterious woman softly reprimanded Su Miao, then turned to Moan and said, It's clear this girl values your relationship. I'm her aunt, and my surname is Chiao. Ms. Chiao, I am Moan Taino, Su Miao's good friend. The blonde man performed a gentlemanly bow, actively revealing his identity to observe her reaction. It's Master Taino of the Taino family. Seeing such exceptional people surrounding little Miao makes me genuinely glad. The mysterious woman appeared flawless, presenting an image of concern for her juniors. If not for their prior investigation of her, they might indeed believe her to be just a distant relative. Despite several rounds of probing by Moan, he found no cracks in her demeanor, nor did she show any eagerness to connect further with him. This woman hides deep. I'm out of ideas. After dismissing the woman surnamed Chiao, the blonde man admitted defeat to Chengzhou. But I confirm she's definitely working with Abe. When Burson left earlier, Abe subtly turned his head, and upon seeing that woman, his lips faintly curved upwards. Wow, Zaizuchu really observed everything thoroughly, Moan marveled aloud. Still, we still can't figure out what this woman really wants. Not to worry, sooner or later, she'll make a move. For now, our priority is to understand her relationship with Su Miao. Chengzhou frowned slightly, worried if Ms. Chiao's real target was actually Yuanan. Yeah, we should first get to the bottom of this. Saying that, he went toward the kitchen to find answers. Alone in the office, Chengzhou earnestly recollected. The more he thought about it, the more this woman seemed familiar. Yet, because he had never paid much attention to any particular female in the past, even straining his brain now yielded nothing. Moments later, Moan returned with Su Miao and Yuanan who had finished her work to the office. Sume, when did you recognize her as your aunt? How come none of us ever heard about it? Seeing the curiosity in all three people, Su Miao revealed openly, just 3 or 4 days ago. My father is the younger cousin to this aunt. After my father passed away and my mother remarried, we lost touch with those relatives. A few days ago, this aunt found us, saying she was handling some business in Shangyong and also wanted to check if my brother and I were doing well. At this point, Moan couldn't help but exclaim, You believe she's your aunt just because she said so? Did you check her identity at all? Did she offer any proof? I'm not that careless, you know. Su Miao shot him a glare and continued. She showed me an old family photo with Dad, along with a DNA identification report, and also our childhood growth records. But even with those, it's still not enough to confirm she is truly your relative. The blonde man expressed his doubt again. What are you implying? Su Miao flared up. Then why would Aunt deceive me? I have neither money nor power. Why would she do this? It seems like it's you who's full of conspiracy theories. Moan was speechless, his mouth opening but finding nothing to say. Su Miao, I know you're happy to find a caring relative, but you shouldn't talk to Moan like that. Yuanan disapproved of her behavior just now. Master, I'm sorry. Su Miao lowered her head as she spoke. She used to be a shy and timid girl until she met these people, who taught her skills and how to deal with others, helping her grow step by step to what she was now. Knowing how tolerant they were toward her, she often spoke so freely without restraint. Moan, I'm sorry for shouting at you earlier. I know you only wanted to protect me. It's okay, Miao Miao. It's my fault too. I didn't empathize with your feelings. The blonde man scratched his forehead, looking somewhat embarrassed. Su Miao had never seen him look so awkward before, and he seemed utterly foolish, which made her burst out laughing despite herself. Seeing her laugh so joyfully, Moan couldn't help but smile too, and suddenly Su Miao thought he looked quite handsome. Especially now, his smiling face shimmered so brightly that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Meow meow, why are your cheeks so red? Do you feel unwell anywhere? The blonde man reached out his hand, as if to check her temperature. I'm fine. Su Miao's face heated up even more as she quickly covered her cheeks, trying to evade that large hand reaching toward her. Anyuanin and Changzhou had been enjoying the scene as casual onlookers, but when they saw her reaction, both exchanged surprised glances. Could it be that this little miss has finally realized something? And among everyone, no one felt more delighted than the blonde man. He had always been waiting for this day because in the past, this girl had never blushed around him or refused his touch. Now her bashful, blush-inducing shyness indicated clearly that her attitude toward him had changed. Meow meow, let me see you home after work today. Moan decided to press his advantage and wanted to confirm again. Although he'd often sent her home in the past, why did he feel somewhat embarrassed about it today? Su Miao was somewhat conflicted. Let him send you. Otherwise, Yinan wouldn't be at ease. Changzhou suddenly chimed in. Yes, you being a girl living alone with your younger brother isn't safe. Let Moan go over to your place frequently. Anyuanin added while suppressing his slight discomfort that his young apprentice might soon be going elsewhere, though it was indeed safer to have a man around. I still have things to attend to in the kitchen. I'll go handle them. Su Miao swiftly lowered her head and ran away, her pink-tinted ears revealing her shyness. Ha 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 ha, Moan couldn't suppress his laughter as he gazed at her retreating figure. I've finally waited for this day. Chapter 113. Changzhou felt quite helpless. There was no way these two could continue their discussion in this state. Finally, he could only offer a reminder. Moan, make sure you keep an eye on your Sukyu, so she doesn't get taken advantage of. Do you think that cousin has issues? And Yuna immediately knew who he referred to. I always feel there's something more about that woman surnamed Xiao, Changzhou replied thoughtfully. I also have the same feeling. Just now while communicating with her, I felt this overpowering aura from her, as if she were superior, and Yuna agreed with his impression. A flash of inspiration crossed Changzhou's mind, but it slipped away just before he grasped it. I will send someone to investigate. Don't worry too much. As for the few people here trying hard to uncover the secrets of the mysterious woman surnamed Xiao, we shall leave them aside for now and turn our attention to others like Burson. Although Abedu is notorious and despised by everyone in the Star Alliance Republic for being a space pirate boss, his fake identity provided by the Secretary General made his travel through Shangyu relatively smooth. Boweet certainly wouldn't let him wander around freely. Every time he stepped out, Burson would definitely trail behind, calling it nothing more than extending hospitality. After taking Abedu to numerous parties and banquets over several consecutive days, Burson could barely hold back any longer. When would this group decide to leave? Leader Abedu, with your special status, staying any longer may not be appropriate. One day, after escorting him back to the presidential mansion, he finally spoke up. Burson, you're right. I originally planned to discuss leaving with you guys soon. My father will arrive shortly. Since there's still some time, how about we talk it through? Burson couldn't hide his eagerness. Even though he expected that the other party would undoubtedly put forth many excessive demands, wasn't it bound to happen sooner or later? At least he wouldn't have to accompany him in social gatherings everywhere. Leader, I heard from my son that you intend to leave. Is it because we didn't entertain you well enough? Boweet rushed over upon receiving the message. Although he also wanted Abeda gone, he still had to pretend to act courteous for appearances. Not at all. The deputy commander has indeed been very considerate these past few days, but my situation doesn't allow me to stay long. Abedu didn't expose them. So what exactly are your plans? My departure time depends on the progress of your handling of affairs. Abedu hinted subtly. Now they've arrived at the most crucial part. Boweet mentally prepared himself before asking directly. Leader, why don't you just tell us your terms? The Secretary General truly knows business. The previous deal stands, plus this time, include the recipe for the recently popular snacks. The last transaction was already very disadvantageous for us. What price do you plan to quote this time, leader? Burson fumed, recalling how 10,000 star coins had been used to force the purchase of a large batch of nutritional agents, which ultimately didn't succeed. Besides, surely you must know that little snacks come from Food Edges, and we don't have much of a relationship with the boss of Food Edge. Boweet added, of course I know that, but I also know that the In-Family Group has obtained the formula from Food Edges, and you should be in laws with the ANS, right? Both father and son grew solemn in heart, realizing the other side was clearly informed about such details, indicating they've embedded plenty of people within Shangyu. Even worse, they openly voiced this information, demonstrating a rather audacious manner. Even if In-Family Group bought the formula rights from Food Edge, they only have usage rights, not transfer rights. Burson tried to reason back. That's your problem to solve. Once you manage to secure those recipes, I'll leave. Abedu adjusted his chestnut brown hair casually, showing no sense of urgency at all. Actually, I only need the recipes to give a taste to my subordinates on the starship. Nothing more. We need to think about this. Boweet certainly didn't believe he would simply let go of such an opportunity. Abedu nodded lightly at them, signaling that he didn't care either way, appearing completely indifferent. After those two left, the brunette man opened his light-brain computer and sent a message through a special channel. As you foresaw, they can't help themselves anymore. I've laid down the conditions. Now we wait for their response. I see. The reply came back swiftly from the other end. At that moment, Inside the strictly guarded small building located in the corner of the presidential estate, a middle-aged gentleman with remarkable demeanor stared into an old-fashioned communication device in deep contemplation. Just earlier, the communication device detected an unknown signal channel fluctuation, which disappeared quickly afterward. And in that instant, he discovered the signal origin was actually nearby. In other words, the person sending the message was within the presidential mansion. Who could it possibly be? During the 6 months of being imprisoned by Boweet, he frequently contacted outside secretly according to schedule, so he was aware that the Secretary General hadn't truly consolidated his power yet. Thus, the presidential palace appears to outsiders as a rehabilitation center. Currently, no one can enter or exit freely. However, that fluctuation earlier clearly indicated that there are other people in the presidential palace besides them, this nominal presidential couple. Who else could possibly live inside here besides Boweet? The middle-aged man deep in thought is none other than President Bian Chi-Hui, who claims illness and stays in bed. After some contemplation, he still used this communicator to send out this matter. Qingzhou was somewhat surprised upon receiving the encrypted letter, since this wasn't their agreed-upon contact time. After reading the message, he calmed down. It was originally about this event. The person staying at the presidential palace is obviously a Beidou, but who is he contacting with? Qingzhou immediately remembered the mysterious woman's appearance in his mind. The next day, he invited Moan and Liao Shiji to his house. Have you guys investigated whether that woman has made any moves recently? She has been getting along very well within social circles these days. Many wealthy and powerful individuals have interactions with her, yet it seems they do not have any business cooperation. Liao Shiji found more the more he investigated. She seemed just like a socialite. Qingzhou silently listened without saying anything. How about your side, Moan? I have also seen her several times at the wine parties, but she never initiated greetings. By all rights, even considering Sukyu's face, she should talk to me a bit more. Moan also expressed confusion about this woman's thoughts. So Su Miao has not had any unusual moves lately? Qingzhou continued asking. Wow, little Zhou, what do you mean, suspecting Miao Miao now? Boss is worried that Su Miao might be taken advantage of. Calm down a little, Liao Shiji explained for his boss. Oh, that's how it is. Moan felt a bit embarrassed, having become a bit too agitated earlier. Now that you mention it, I remember that girl has liked attending various banquets with me recently, while she used to hate such occasions the most. Doesn't she meet the woman surnamed Xiao every time? Qingzhou quickly asked. Indeed, every time I bring her in, then I usually get detained. Su Miao gets bored and walks around, and each time she encounters her cousin aunt, then she follows that woman. Thinking about it this way, that woman isn't planning something concerning my Su Miao, is she? Moan abruptly stood up. I think she is merely using Su Miao. She must be after Yunnan, or rather Food Edge. Qingzhou's eyes were filled with ice-cold determination, exuding a freezing oppressive air. Whoever it may be, anyone daring to scheme against his girlfriend would surely regret it. The other two were overwhelmed by this dangerous atmosphere, struggling to breathe, let alone speak. They could only silently light a candle for that person in their hearts. Chapter 114. And Yuman was still working diligently in the office. Ms. In, we've received a few invitations. Mr. Dai asked me to pass them on to you. The assistant sent the invitations over using the optical computer. These kinds of business gatherings were usually ignored or delegated by an Yuman to Dai Guogua. But this time, since she had brought the invites personally here, it indicated that this wine-tasting event was no ordinary one. The organizer turned out to be the government, inviting dozens of companies. All firms participating in this economic exchange meeting were famous large enterprises within the Star Alliance Republic. Apparently, without her noticing, Shi Yuan had grown capable enough to enter this circle. Though she loathed such socializing events, she knew their importance well. Thus, she could only attend this gala herself, accompanied merely by Dai Guogua. Just after sending the invitation over, she received a reply. Yunnan, I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted me to go with you, so I've already accepted to be Ms. Liao Shiji's companion. Have you forgotten that you belong to Shi Yuan? This guy who values love over friendship is truly unrighteous. Don't be mad. I think you can let Su Miao accompany you. Dai Guogua suggested placatingly. That girl simply doesn't like such occasions. And Yunnan responded irritably as she typed and sent the message. Not really. I even saw her at the ball a few times before. That girl looked pretty happy. Is that so? Alright then, I'll ask her later if she wants to go. You just enjoy accompanying your General Liao well. After turning off her optical computer, she felt puzzled. When did Su Miao change her attitude towards these types of events? Perhaps MON convinced her. It's not impossible. After all, given MON's current status, his future partner will definitely have to attend these events frequently. So he has already started brainwashing the girl, taking her to various gatherings. And Yunnan thought her analysis was quite spot on. Though she disdained the golden-haired man's actions, since both parties were willing, there was nothing she could do about it. She was still hesitating whether or not to bring Su Miao along when she heard a familiar voice outside the door. Sisterin, I'm coming in. Su Miao, why are you here? And Yunnan raised an eyebrow. I'm resting today, and since I passed by Shi Yuan, I came to visit Master. The girl looked energetic. Oh, if you hadn't passed by, would you have gone to find a certain blonde man? And Yunnan teased her. Su Miao's cheeks turned red in an instant, and her speech became stammering. Master, don't say nonsense. How is it nonsense? Isn't he always taking you to attend banquets? Don't tell me you don't know what that means. Sister, and you've got it wrong. MON never took me to those places. Su Miao's tone carried a tinge of complaint. This man had never invited her to be his date. Hold on, I seem a bit confused. If it's not him, then why are you attending those events? Aren't you supposed to hate such environments? And Yunin was somewhat muddled, having guessed incorrectly. My aunt by marriage took me. She said it's for expanding my horizons, and now as the manager of a branch, expanding my network is important. It made sense to me. What does this relative-in-law want? And Yunin frowned deeply. Though they'd met only once, she maintained a wary stance towards that Miss Chiao. By the way, Master, I've heard that there's going to be a major economic exchange conference in a few days, right? Can I join you? Su Miao looked at her expectantly. Sure, you can come with me then. Keeping this girl under close watch would set her mind at ease. Also, she wanted to see what exactly this so-called aunt by marriage was up to. Since people here were aware of the recent actions of that mysterious woman, those keeping a close eye on her, like Qingzhou, certainly also understood, and more comprehensively. I found out why that woman has been taking Miao Miao to attend all sorts of banquets. Mon was being unusually serious. Go on. That Mrs. Chiao uses her identity as Miao Miao's aunt by marriage to mingle socially. People able to attend these gatherings are of some stature. They know that Miao Miao is the manager of Shi Yuan and also in Yunan's apprentice. Hence, this Mrs. Chiao leverages Shi Yuan's name to negotiate many private deals behind the scenes. Here, the blonde man showed some shame. These deals, although not officially handled by Shi Yuan, are indeed valid contracts, Liao Shiji added. All this was designed by Mrs. Chiao. The businessmen she brought were all arranged by her, deceiving Su Miao into signing contracts with them. That girl has never understood what was happening. She just believed her cousin would never harm her and followed her instructions blindly. When asked to use the company seal, she recklessly applied for it under her own name directly from the optical computer. Originally, Su Miao was one of the managers of Shi Yuan and in Yunan's favorite apprentice, so no one questioned why she needed the seal. Su Miao was deceived as well. I'll bring her to apologize to Yunnan. Mon quickly interjected when he saw Qingzhou's grim expression. Su Miao is spoiled by you people. Let this be a lesson. Indeed, Su Miao's background wasn't pleasant, so everyone treated her with extra tolerance and never forced her into anything, which nurtured her innocent nature and made her trust others too easily. I will teach her properly in the future. The blonde man sighed in relief quietly. From these actions of that woman, the boss's previous analysis was right. Beidou and his group not only planted quite a few people in Shangyu, but also planned to establish their own forces. Liao Shiji pulled the conversation back on topic. I suspect they intend to drag Shi Yuan into their partnership, Qingzhou analyzed. Shi Yuan's assets accumulated over just a year have already ranked among the top nationwide, and since its roots aren't very deep yet, it's relatively easy to control. Upon hearing this, the other two realized it. Creating their own forces would certainly require substantial monetary support, and Shi Yuan could be regarded as a shallow-rooted money tree. That group wanted to pocket this money tree. But merely relying on this incident involving Su Miao shouldn't shake the foundation of Shi Yuan. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. So they must have other moves. Qingzhou's eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. I will attend the upcoming economic exchange meeting as well. Mon exchanged glances and didn't know how to dissuade him. They knew he was worried about Yunnan because those dangerous pirates were secretly targeting her. But the attendees at the conference were all significant figures whose identities were well known, making it easy for his identity to be exposed inadvertently. We promised to take good care of little Nan, so you'd better not go. Yes, if you're still uneasy, I'll hire more bodyguards to follow Yunnan. Liao Shiji tried to persuade him. That would alert them prematurely. Don't worry, I won't be discovered. But the security checks on that day will be extremely strict, probably without allowing the shielding goggles, and your face is basically known by almost everyone. The economic exchange meeting was officially organized, inviting the top companies of the Star Alliance Republic. Those who could represent their respective companies at the meeting were all important individuals, hence the security measures for the meeting were very stringent. There's simply no way for an unidentified person to sneak in. I naturally have a way to get inside. Qingzhou looked confidently assured. Seeing his determined attitude, the other two realized they couldn't stop him. As for the actual planners behind this economic exchange event, it was the Borviet father and son duo. Having lost several confrontations against Beidou, they had no choice but to unwillingly agree to his unreasonable demands. 5 million nutrient agents could somehow be arranged, but another deal regarding the small snacks recipe of Shi Yuan left them at a loss. If they directly asked the Yin group to produce it, their alliance would surely collapse. After much consideration, they devised this economic exchange meeting. Chapter 115. Are you really going to accompany me? And Yuna asked again. A few days ago, Qingzhou suddenly said that he would be her escort and attend the exchange meeting with her, which surprised her greatly. A person who always wore a shielding visor when going out was actually willing to show his face. She suddenly felt sweet inside, as if she were soaking in a honey jar. She had asked the same question yesterday while picking out formal wear with him. Although she was very happy that he would accompany her, she didn't want to make it difficult for him. Yes, I am going to accompany you, Qingzhou said as he changed clothes. It's also time to declare ownership to everyone and let those people with ulterior motives know that Chairman N is already taken. A suit of dark color revealed his perfect physique completely, long, strong legs, a thick and tight chest, making Yuna dazed. She suddenly regretted agreeing to bring him along. Her boyfriend was so charming, she didn't want other women to see him. The veins on his hands slightly protruded as he awkwardly tied a navy blue tie. Then a pair of white, soft little hands reached up and skillfully helped him tidy it around his Adam's apple. In just a few seconds, the originally messy tie was neatly tied. Then, without knowing what she was thinking, she stared at his moving Adam's apple and poked it involuntarily before pinching it with her fingers. Is it fun? The man felt a soft warmth spread from his throat throughout his entire body. When you talk, my hand feels tingly. And Yuna smiled foolishly at him, tilting her head back slightly. Changzhou immediately grabbed the mischievous little hand, then bent his head quickly. A warm, moist touch pressed against her, causing a muffled sound to escape from her lips. Huff, huff, huff. And Yuna rested on the man's chest, breathing heavily. Why did she always lose control first, while this man, except for his accelerated heartbeat, could even recover his breathing so fast? Seeing the man about to approach again, she pushed him away. No more. We still have to leave soon. We don't have much time. Then should I help you change your clothes? The man's face was filled with mischief, and Yuna gave him a glare, ignoring him and turning to go to the wardrobe room, not realizing how burning the man's eyes were staring at her back. Since it was their first time attending such an important banquet together, they chose matching couples' formal wear. Her dress was a one-shoulder navy blue long gown, paired with a black belt that complemented his suit well. When leaving, Changzhou took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, completely covering her fair, beautiful neck and tender arms. And Yuna glanced at him, somewhat dissatisfied that he only wore a black shirt, making his long legs and broad shoulders even more striking. This was sure to enchant many others. This economic exchange conference was held at In Group's Tingwen Hotel. When they arrived, they saw several armed teams patrolling around the hotel and a few robots responsible for verifying identities at the entrance. At the entrance, they encountered other people. Most of those present knew each other, so while exchanging pleasantries with others, they made their way to the door. After showing their invitation cards and having the robots scan them, when it came to Changzhou, Liao Shiji, who had gone in earlier, had been watching attentively from the door. Upon seeing Yuna linked arms with a man with golden short hair, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Who was this guy? After observing for a while, he finally recognized this person as his boss. But he had only changed his hair color, concealed his pupil color, and made some minor changes to his face. This should not have fooled the identity verification robot since DNA was primarily what they checked. However, he was greatly surprised when his boss got through just like that. Truly worthy of him, though it wasn't too unexpected. Liao Shiji, why are you standing at the gate? And Yuna noticed him earlier. I'm waiting for you here. It was Dai Guogua who just finished her makeup speaking. Changzhou arched his eyebrows at the man who kept staring at him. I said there wouldn't be any problem. Liao Shiji admired his skill in fooling the world. Boss, how did you trick the robots at the entrance? He secretly asked curiously. On the other side, Dai Guogua also questioned the man beside Yuna. When she learned this person was Changzhou, she expressed that these two really knew how to play. Oh, my cousin, you look really handsome today. Mo suddenly appeared from behind with a cheeky grin. Su Miao, you've come. And Yuna greeted the newly arrived too. She was originally supposed to bring Su Miao, but since her boyfriend would be coming, she could only entrust Su Miao to Mon. Oh, I see why you're using this golden hair. It makes sense now. Liao Shiji, upon seeing the two of them with the same hair color, instantly understood. Changzhou's current identity has always been as a distant relative of the Taino family. Now, with such a disguise, it would be easy for others to believe his identity, but he still wasn't clear how Changzhou managed to bypass the DNA scan. In fact, this was something Changzhou had prepared long ago. The robots used for scanning were originally military equipment, and he naturally was very familiar with their operational programs. In the split second of the scan, he utilized high-level permissions to quickly import a forged DNA record. The six of them chatted casually in a corner. Occasionally, others from the gathering would glance over in their direction. It was obvious that everyone wanted to use this opportunity to make some connections. But judging by the atmosphere there, it seemed no one could easily join the conversation, so nobody actively interrupted. After all, those who could enter were people both intelligent and socially adept. By the way, Meow Meow, your cousin Aunt isn't coming back today, right? And Yuna casually asked. I was planning to bring her here, but my cousin Aunt said she already promised someone else. That means she will also be here. Mon exchanged glances with the other two men. That woman's deeds have not yet been exposed, and in today's setting, they didn't know what she planned to do. Meow Meow, today you should just stay with us. And Yuna was uneasy about the woman whose origins were unclear. Oh, okay. Su Miao vaguely agreed without asking too many questions. Look over there. Liao Shiji suddenly looked toward the staircase. A man and a woman came downstairs. Coincidentally, these two were known to them. The man with brown hair was none other than Beidou, and the woman accompanying him was Su Miao's cousin, Aunt surnamed Xiao. This woman is no longer hiding her relationship with that person, which might suggest their goal is almost achieved or possibly already achieved. That's what Changzhou and others thought collectively. Bowie actually dares to let him appear so openly. Mon frowned, his tone filled with extreme disdain. As the leader of space pirates, Beidou is the top enemy of the Star Alliance Republic. Although everyone has never seen this person's real face, his characteristics are well known to all. Now this person appears here brazenly. Truly a situation of irony beyond words. What did you say? Su Miao was still staring at the man beside her cousin Aunt and hadn't clearly heard the words. It doesn't matter, let's go sit over there. He didn't want the girl to have any more contact with that woman. After Mon led Su Miao away to a nearby rest area, quite a few people took the opportunity to approach. As the nominal leader of Shengshi Group, Liao Shiji, and in Yuna, the most promising young entrepreneur, naturally wouldn't let such good opportunities slip by. As in Yuna's escort, Changzhou was now completely relegated to being an ornament. But he didn't care since he was secretly observing those two. However, the more he observed, the stranger it seemed. After Beidou finished talking with Yin, He left within to socialize with others, nothing particularly unusual about that. But he noticed that Abeidu often glanced at the woman surnamed Xiao unintentionally, and there was a questioning look in his eyes. This was very suspicious since Abeidu wasn't usually someone who sought others' opinions, so why was he seeking someone else's opinion today? In a flash of lightning and thunder, he suddenly caught a fleeting thought in his mind, and then remembered the last time he had that spark of insight. Instantly, everything clicked into place. Chapter 116. That Abeidu was fake. The woman surnamed Xiao is the real one. Chengzhou pulled Moan and Liao Shiji to a corner and said, "What?" The other two were utterly incredulous, standing like statues as they processed this shocking revelation. Your implication is that Abeidu sent a fake to fool the Bo-Wheat father and son, while changing his own identity to operate in Shanyu? Liao Shiji was the first to recover. Yes, I had an inexplicable feeling of familiarity when I saw him for the first time at Shiyuan. It wasn't until today's observations that I confirmed the fact. This indeed matches Abeidu's cunning nature. Moan stroked his chin. Come to think of it, I even called him Aunt along with Meow Meow, giving me goosebumps now. Liao Shiji also remarked. He really went all out, dressing as a woman. Since he sacrificed so much, it means their plan this time isn't going to be simple. Chengzhou's tone grew somewhat grave. Abeidu's ultimate goal is none other than conquering the Star Alliance Republic. Without the National Protector, the Marshal, around, they will undoubtedly speed up their steps. Liao Shiji also felt the situation was getting bad. That idiot Berwait doesn't count. We're in a very passive position right now. The blonde man also felt things were getting tricky. Don't rush, we'll deal with this step by step. Chengzhou calmed them down. They showed up here today ultimately for money. We need to stop them from succeeding first. Although the Secretary General is incompetent, we can still make use of him. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. He probably doesn't know that this Abeidu is fake yet. We can help him out. I'll take care of this. Moan smoothed out his clothes confidently. In that case, you're in charge of it. How do you want to proceed? Liao Shiji asked, but upon hearing the boss's words, he shut up. The three returned to their female companions. At just that moment, as a representative of the hosting party, Burson appeared. He walked to the middle stage and gave a series of ceremonious official remarks. Then followed the speech by the Commerce Bureau Director who, after saying heaps of encouraging thanks, proposed a new suggestion, hoping the entrepreneurs present would join hands in progress, expecting the various groups to exchange experiences. Didn't his words sound like there's another meaning? And Yuanan whispered to the person beside her. There is indeed another meaning behind his words. Chengzhou squinted slightly, keeping his gaze fixed on the person on stage. Once the Commerce Bureau Director finished speaking, everyone once again resumed their heated discussions. Essentially, this kind of wine-tasting gala was about exchanging interests. Mr. N is certainly the most talented young person in recent years. Yes, not only does he have unmatched culinary skills, but also an amazing commercial mind. Indeed, look at how within less than 2 years, he has developed Shiyuan into such a scale. Mr. N's future potential is boundless. Many renowned entrepreneurs surrounded in Yuanan's group to chat warmly, making her head spin from the endless compliments she received. Mentioning Shiyuan, I must commend Mr. N's previous righteous deed. A 50-something-year-old man looked particularly excited. When Mr. N decisively disclosed the recipe for hot pot, it benefited all of us immensely. Yes, Mr. N truly has guts. Shiyuan is the paragon of our business community. Not at all. I'm honored by your overestimation, esteemed seniors. And Yuanan quickly declined the compliments while secretly being cautious in her heart. These people wouldn't compliment her for no reason. Sure enough, not long after, it was the same passionate speaker, mid-aged man who spoke. Have all of you tried the recent small snacks from Shiyuan? Tried them, they're excellent. Just absolutely delicious, very convenient. Right? Who knows what other brilliant ideas Mr. N's got tucked away in his brain. Yes, we are genuinely curious about how Mr. N develops these recipes. The middle-aged man expressed admiration. I usually mess around, not worth mentioning at all, and Yuanan seemed to get a hint. Actually, our company previously produced a sweet hard candy, but it didn't seem popular among everyone. Could we ask Mr. N for some guidance? The middle-aged man smoothly presented his request. Yes, my company also tried developing meat products, but failed. Would love to know why. Then, people started talking in chorus about their previous failures and asked her to correct them. All predecessors, I am not capable enough to help each of you. I apologize deeply, and Yuanan restrained the irritability inside her. Then I wonder if Mr. N could disclose the recipe like last time? Someone said this sentence, but after the sentence came out, the surroundings turned eerily silent. Even the people lurking in the background tacitly refrained from making any noise. Humph, and Yuanan wiped the smile off her face and gave a sarcastic chuckle. Do you really think that's possible? The onlookers muttered among themselves, none willing to speak up first. Abeidu, who had been observing the scene attentively, gave the Commerce Bureau Director a subtle hint. In an authoritative manner, the director strode over, saying, Chairman and has every reason to decline. It is indeed something detrimental to Shiyuan's interests. Then his tone shifted. However, since all of you have expressed this wish, if Chairman insists on refusing, it might lead to dissatisfaction among everyone present. These here are all distinguished figures in the commercial world. So perhaps Chairman could reconsider. Fulfilling everyone's desire would foster goodwill for Shiyuan's future development, only bringing benefits. At that moment, a faint smile remained on Yuanan's face, though it didn't reach her eyes. Her amber-clear eyes reflected a coldness, while inside, anger boiled like volcanic lava. It turned out this economic exchange meeting was specifically organized for her. What an elaborate move. thinking she could be bullied due to her lack of influence. Director, you must know how profitable our Sure Yuan's little snacks are. I am merely a short-sighted person with mundane desires. Shouldn't chairman and consider further? The director's expression became extremely awkward, unwilling to believe someone dared challenge him. Yes, chairman, we aren't taking advantage of you without compensation. In future cooperations, we will definitely give priority to Sure Yuan. That statement came from the head of the furniture industry, but Sure Yuan had no need for their products. His words were empty promises. Few people are shameless. Chengzhou's expressionless gaze swept across the room. You're just a bunch of bullies, thinking Sure Yuan is still young and inexperienced, so you've teamed up like bandits. Hypocrites, that describes you perfectly. This remark effectively insulted more than half the people present. His little Zhou seems ready to lose his temper. Isn't he being too conspicuous? Mon looked excited. Of course, seeing how these people bully Yuanan. How could he remain calm? Liao Shiji also admired how their leader stood up for her at such a moment. Enraged by the humiliation, everyone began lashing out at Changzhou. Who are you? It's not your place to talk here, Mr. Pretty Boy. You're not even worthy to be here. It looks like you people don't want us around anymore. Then we won't stay and bother you either. And Yuanan couldn't bear to see her boyfriend being mocked like this, grabbing his hand to leave. Think carefully. Chairman and walking out this door now means forming enmity with us. Probably, there won't be any place left for Sure Yuan in the business world in the future. The middle-aged man discarded his previous humility, speaking assertively. TCH, that's quite some arrogance, Chengzhou said lazily, staring right at him. Do you represent everyone present? Scared stiff by his piercing, intimidating eyes, the man felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cave, struggling even to breathe. Most people in attendance were only waiting to take advantage of freebies, so they implicitly approved the actions of the few leading troublemakers. However, under Chengzhou's sharp scrutiny, none dared acknowledge the behavior publicly. Chairman, don't misunderstand. Our Taishan enterprise isn't associated with them. Mon suddenly interjected. After all, Sure Yuan was once our branch company. We at Shengshi do still have some sense of propriety. Liao Shiji chimed in support. Already 2 of the 5 great families sided with her, and a Mei group certainly wouldn't involve itself in this matter. Thus, adding in family group, both sides were evenly matched, resulting in a tense standoff. Chapter 117. Mr. Burson, as the organizer of this exchange meeting, don't you have something to say? Mon suddenly directed attention to the person in the farthest corner. This matter is better put on hold for now. Everyone should calm down and not harm our harmony. His skillful words smoothed over the tension well. Everyone still had to give this man some respect, so they started chatting about other things again in small groups. Burson naturally led a Beidou and another person over. I truly apologize to President and today. I didn't expect them to have such an idea. Anyone with eyes could see that the authorities were also heavily involved in today's incident. In the past, and Yuanan would politely respond a couple of times out of respect for his status as deputy commander. But today, she was completely turned off by this man and didn't want to deal with him. Why didn't you stop those bandits just now? Chengzhou questioned. And I noticed that the director of the Commerce Bureau was involved as well. Wasn't he following your instructions? And Yuanan continued her pressing questions. Burson thought his statement would provide her an opportunity to step down gracefully, but unexpectedly, he faced a counter-question from this young man. He gave him a scornful glance. What do you know about business? If I had openly defended President, it might actually have harmed her. Then he introduced the person beside him. You already know Mr. Yan Lei and Ms. Qiao. There's no need for me to introduce them further. President and Mr. Mon, Director Liao. It's nice to see all of you again. A Beidou acted as if nothing had happened. The people on the opposite side simply asked briefly how everyone was doing without adding any more words. A mischievous glint appeared in Mon's eyes. I increasingly feel that Mr. Yan Lei and Ms. Qiao look alike. Are you two not related like brother and sister? With this sentence, everyone focused their gaze on the faces of those two people. Auntie Qiao doesn't really resemble Mr. Yan except in height, Su Miao bluntly expressed her opinion. Now that you mention it, their facial features are indeed quite similar. And Yuanan observed very carefully as a woman. If Ms. Qiao removed her makeup, perhaps there would be a resemblance, Chengzhou chimed in. Though to avoid raising suspicion, he added another sentence. Probably this is what they call couples resemblance. At this moment, Burson was also closely observing the two people's faces, unsure whether or not influenced by the others, but he found these two looking increasingly alike. If you keep saying this, I'll start getting angry. What does it mean to compare me to a man? Do you think I look too rough? The woman surnamed Qiao didn't panic at all, and cleverly diverted the attention from her face. By the way, you're Meow Meow's aunt. I haven't had the chance to properly entertain you yet, but it's not entirely my fault because you've only been here in Shangyong for 10 days, right? Why don't I treat everyone later? Mon did not back down and persisted with opening a conversation. Su Miao blushed red, pulling his clothes but still couldn't contain his enthusiasm. It hasn't been easy growing up for Su Miao. Though you haven't appeared during her 20-year life, you're still her family member, so please accept my sincere request. As soon as Burson, who had just put aside his suspicions, now arose them again. 10 days ago? That was when a Beidou suddenly showed up, and today, a Beidou casually said he met an interesting woman who wanted to come together, but judging from the current situation, these two definitely knew each other long before. Could this woman be secretly arranged by a Beidou? Now, he had already confirmed that both these individuals must be coming from that side, but he still hadn't begun to suspect a Beidou's identity. Despite Mon's extreme intention, the woman surnamed Qiao remained composed throughout, while the fake Beidou kept up polite smiles after his initial flicker of surprise. I can tell how much you care about Xiao Miao. Once your relationship becomes official, it won't be too late to invite me as a witness, Xiaorisher replied, as if she was really Su Miao's elder relative. That makes sense. It's me being too eager, Mon smoothly agreed. But it seemed Burson had already begun doubting these two individuals, although he likely wouldn't guess the fact about Abedu changing identities. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Yanlei is engaged in. Since you've become acquainted with the deputy commander, you must be someone remarkable. Qingzhou changed the topic to continue the conversation. I dabble in all sorts of businesses, but they are all on remote minor planets, so it's normal you've never heard of them. Then, Mr. Yan, this time in Shanyang, are you looking for new collaborations? Liao Shiji joined the conversation. Do you have any interest in talking to our Shengshu group? Mon immediately responded. With young Master Burson around, Mr. Yin must already be connected with the Yin family. Shiji, it would be better for you not to embarrass others. Indeed, Shiji, it's best for you not to interfere anymore. Chengzhou followed along with the other two seamlessly. Hey cousin, you don't have to be so obviously hostile to the Yin family, the blonde man interjected. You're right. The ANS already cleared up the suspicion about you and being switched last time. You shouldn't dwell on it anymore, Liao Shiji said with an undertone. Wait a moment. How come I didn't know about this? Burson looked confused. Oh, it was mentioned when Yin privately came to see Yunnan. He said Yunnan showed one face in public, but another behind closed doors, and must have swapped with someone else. Mon reiterated the statement. Chengzhou gently squeezed the hand of the person beside him. Although Yunnan didn't know what these few people were fabricating, she still helped by saying, he did say that before, said that even though I look like the NS, I don't favor them at all. At this point, Yanlei and Xiao Lady's expressions slightly changed. They certainly understood that the others across from them had figured out their identities and were exposing them. Is it appropriate to talk about personal matters directly? Xiao Lady interrupted. We're outsiders and shouldn't hear such things. You can continue your conversation. As they watched the two leaving, Burson became increasingly convinced they were hiding something. Moreover, recalling everything earlier, it seemed like the woman surnamed Xiao had been in charge while Abedu fully cooperated. Could it mean this woman was truly the decisive authority? In other words, she was the real space pirate leader, Abedu. Seeing Burson's shocked expression, Mon and the others knew their purpose had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. The identities of those two have been exposed. Their next plan should have been disrupted too. Mon sounded very relaxed. Not necessarily. They'll probably switch their identities now, and Burson wouldn't dare expose them publicly, so their plans can continue. Qingzhou wasn't as optimistic. From what happened earlier, their goals seemed to be the recipe for the snacks. Liao Shiji analyzed. You guys behaved properly today. Don't always hold secret meetings behind our backs. And Yuanin caught up. Nan, let me tell you, actually the identity information of those two is fake. We were also reminding Burson just now. Qingzhou cut off Mon's sentence before he could finish. Though not sure why little Zhou didn't want to tell Yuanan, Mon nodded anyway, indicating, yes, that was exactly what he intended to say. Actually, Qingzhou didn't want to hide it from her either. It was because he knew when Yuanan's parents died at the hands of space pirates, and he feared revealing her wounds or stirring thoughts of revenge in her mind. So what are these two up to? And Yuanan guessed somewhat. They're likely trying to collude with Food Edges, Chengzhou said bluntly. Chapter 118. Then which side do they belong to? And Yuanan quickly realized. According to his statement, those two people should be interested in the profit-making ability of Xuan and usually needed financial support for political struggles. Qingzhou didn't expect his girlfriend to be so smart, understanding the hidden situation instantly, but he couldn't tell her this group's affiliation. It doesn't matter which faction it is. You don't have to worry as long as I'm here. And Yuanan nodded at him with a look of trust. Because of that unpleasant incident earlier, no one disturbed them during the following toasts, but the restless looks of those people indicated they were not giving up. The liveliest place now was around Yin. With the current status of the Yin family's corporation, there would naturally be countless individuals trying to familiarize themselves with him. However, his thoughts were far from such concerns right now. He had been completely against these people forcing Yuanan to give out the little snack recipe. Since their incorporation had already cooperated with Xuan, if the formula was disclosed, it would result in a tremendous loss for their group too. Thus, he was firmly against such occurrences. However, before the economic exchange meeting began, Burson came to find him, urging him to cooperate or stay passive about today's affairs. Hence, he hadn't spoken for either side just then. And Yin, what did Yanli talk with those people about earlier? Burson suddenly called him over to the corner. What could it be? It's business stuff. This was the first time Yin had seen a hint of urgency in his eyes. Specifically which areas? Burson continued to inquire. There are too many people who approach me today. How can I remember them all? Inside, Yin felt rather pleased seeing his desperate inquiries now. TSK. Fine, no issues. Burson frowned and left in a hurry. Yin stared at his back and fell into deep thought. The merchant named Yanli was someone he had never even heard of, but Burson's attitude toward him was very intriguing. Cautious, yet a bit vigilant. In Shangyo, aside from his father Bert, wouldn't there be no one else who could make that young man bow respectfully? So who on earth was this newly appeared brunette man? Wait a moment, brunette? Could it be that Yanli was actually the legendary pirate leader Abidu? And Yin was startled by his own analysis. He had heard grandfather mention the connection between these two and the pirates, but he never imagined they would be so bold to directly lead the person under everyone's gaze to such a place and help build bridges with him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help feeling dizzy, wishing he could go back in time. After cursing Burson inside, he reflected on the purpose of today's exchange meeting, which probably also related to that man Abidu. The recipe was likely something he wanted. Although the Yin family now belonged to the Secretary General's faction and Grandpa had mentioned possible ties with the pirates, he had no intention of dealing with that band of thieves. And Yan's mind was chaotic now. What confused him most was whether as a high-ranking official of the Star Alliance Republic, Bert would really not know the ambitions and dishonor of the pirates. Why would they get involved with such people? He decided that whatever happened today, he mustn't let that man Abidu succeed. After composing himself, he headed toward Yuanan. Oh, Generalin, you're not here as a negotiator, are you? Moen noticed him first. But that doesn't make sense. Doing this benefits your incorporation, not one bit. Yuanan, and all of you, hello. And Yin ignored the blonde man's mockery. I'm here to help Shiwan and myself too. As Mr. Moen has pointed out, I don't want our investment wasted either. After the incorporation signed a contract with Shiwan, they immediately invested 10 billion star marks in production lines without making any profit back yet. This explanation made Yuanan somewhat convinced. After all, only the Yin family had signed a buyout contract. This sum plus early investments made it clear the Yin family indeed wanted to keep the formula private the most. In that case, I thank General in advance. Regardless of anything, it was best to agree tentatively. After explaining his intent, the group chatted casually. They were all merchants within the same circle, so they had plenty of common topics. Seeing that the Yin family seemed inclined to side with Shiwan, others felt somewhat deflated. Of the 5 great families, 3 already supported Shiwan. Leaving Afin aside, the Mu family was now fully aligned with the Yin family, so further discussion wasn't necessary. It looked like even if all of them combined forces, they still couldn't shake those 3. Thus, many lost heart and planned to simply give up. However, there were still those with flexible minds who were figuring out ways. In a guest room upstairs, the 2 individuals who had switched back their identities were now reconsidering their plans. Leader, it seems that we may not be able to get Yuanan to hand over the recipe today. Yin Lei, now dressed in the other's women's clothing, but still speaking with a male voice, said. Indeed, but it's not like we haven't gained anything else. Ms. Chiao, or rather, the real Abidu, didn't look at all like someone who had failed. Today they had managed to connect with many businessmen, especially the Afin family. Despite AI May Group being low-key in its actions, internal family struggles within the clan were actually quite chaotic, which gave him opportunities to exploit. There was another matter that caught his attention. The man standing next to Yuanan seemed oddly familiar, giving off a sense of recognition. So are we going back down? Yin Lei should now be called Ms. Chiao. Of course, why wouldn't we? Originally, we could have used that group of fools to pull the girl over to our side. However, it's fine. We still have another card up our sleeve. Abidu said, clearly feeling a bit regretful. His original plan wasn't just about a few recipes. It was about Yuanan herself, this golden goose. What if she stopped laying golden eggs? The reason he had put forth such conditions to Berwei was to leverage them into continually pressuring Yuanan, ensuring that she would have no place to stand in Shanyo. Then, he could approach her under a different identity and draw her over. What he hadn't expected was that Liao Zong from Shengshi Group and the young man from the Tainhua family would defend her so much, even to the point of directly opposing the authorities. Another point was how they managed to uncover his identity and disguise, something that even Burson, who followed Yin Lei daily, had missed. It puzzled him greatly. Leader, Burson has arrived. Please let him in. Abidu responded with calmness. Nice trick. Shall I call you leader or Ms. Chiao? Burson stormed in with fury written across his face. Deputy Commander, I don't seem to understand what you're talking about here. Isn't Ms. Chiao right over there? Abidu replied in an easygoing tone. That's true, Mr. Burson. Is something wrong? Yin Lei, disguised as Ms. Chiao, mimicked her voice perfectly. You? Very well, I know now. You two have already swapped your identities back, Burson snapped, anger driving away all rationality. We've gone out of our way to assist you, yet you treat us like puppets for your amusement. Deputy Commander, do you have evidence for what you're saying? Besides, our transactions have always been mutually agreed upon. Don't act as if you've suffered some tremendous loss. Abidu reclined on the sofa, sipping champagne calmly. After taking several deep breaths, Burson regained his composure. Indeed, there was no proof of their scheme. He might still have been completely in the dark if it weren't for Mon and others tipping him off. We both know the truth. The conference today was originally arranged to help you. However, since you concealed the facts first, I won't meddle anymore. Are you trying to break the agreement? Ms. Chiao questioned sharply. That's because you were the ones who broke the trust first. Until now, I've focused solely on how to help you obtain the recipe. Burson finally stood firm. And you aren't worried that we'll disclose your prior deeds? Ms. Chiao threatened. All right, let's just leave it at that. Abidu immediately agreed. But one condition remains unchanged. And this time, I hope there won't be any more mistakes. Burson, relieved after his heart rate settled, quickly nodded. Rest assured, there will be no problems this time. Chapter 119. Mr. N. Those people just now were truly excessive, always thinking about taking advantage of others, but never seeing them contribute their own secrets. Yes, those people are truly full of wishful thoughts. Mr. N should not mind them. These few people were the ones who wouldn't give up. They were standing against Yuna a moment ago, but now they shamelessly came to ingratiate themselves. Speaking of the people who care least about their face, these are the ones who would do anything for profit. Mr. N, this is my son, Chai Jiu, who is 28 years old and just graduated. He's also your peer. He hopes to learn from you. A middle-aged man pushed the young and handsome guy next to him forward. And my son Lu Song, who is 26 years old. You youngsters should be able to have a good chat. Mr. N is a role model for the younger generation. You two should learn from her well. Another middle-aged man quickly introduced his son to her. Mr. N, I have long heard your name. As expected, Today I see that your reputation is truly well-deserved. Chai Jiyu was a gentlemanly young man. Although Yuna didn't like the profit-driven middle-aged men, she had no complaints about this gentlemanly young man. Thus, she extended her hand politely to greet him. Mr. Chai. Hello, it's nice to meet you. The other young man named Lu Song seemed to be introverted. Mr. In, I am Lu Song, a student from Shanyang University of Science and Technology. You, Mr. Lu, Shanyang University of Science and Technology is an esteemed institute in the Star Alliance Republic. You must surely be a talent. And Yuna courteously exchanged pleasantries with him. Just as they were chatting, the temperature around them suddenly dropped. Even Yuna, who was wearing a coat, felt it. When she turned her head, she found her male companion had already become an uncontrollable cooling machine. She quickly held his arm and introduced him to everyone. This is my boyfriend Chengzhou, who also graduated from Shanyang University of Science and Technology. In an instant, the indoor temperature warmed up again. Originally, when Chengzhou saw those middle-aged men with young men come over, he immediately knew what they were up to. He wanted to see how she interacted with these peers, since he hadn't accompanied her to any banquets before. But when he saw his girlfriend allowing someone else to hold her little hand and laughing so happily, he began to regret not interrupting them right at the beginning. Actually, the handshake was very gentlemanly, just lightly touching the tips of the fingers, and Yuna's smile was only a polite one. However, all these changed meaning in Chengzhou's eyes. Mr. Chai is 26 and has graduated? Where are you currently working? He asked bluntly. Currently helping out at home. Chai Jiyu looked somewhat abashed. That means you haven't yet achieved anything substantial. But Chai family business is vast. Mr. Chai doesn't need to worry too much. Chengzhou continued to mock him. Chai Jiyu's face flushed red instantly. This person was mocking him for being completely useless, relying on his family's old capital. He was so angry he didn't know how to counterattack. Then he heard again. Mr. Lu must be quite hardworking. Lu Song, feeling uneasy after hearing Chengzhou sharply rebuke others, stammered. Oh what? My meaning is, you must have taken several attempts to get into Shanyang University of Science and Technology, right? Chengzhou explained. You're really persistent. Even though it sounded like praise, why did it feel so uncomfortable? And Yuna gently tugged at his arm, knowing that the other party was jealous. Letting off some steam was enough. Don't go too far. Of course, Chengzhou understood her intention and stopped tormenting the two blushing youths. But he continued saying, oh, by the way, you two aren't really peers with Yuna. After all, you're 5 or 6 years older than her. The complexion of the two opposing individuals changed worse, turning from red to green then to white, comparable to modern-day dramatic facial transformations. They indeed couldn't argue back, and Yuna was only 24 this year, and already the founder and chairman of a large enterprise. The gap between them and her was indeed too great. Seeing their sons being hit hard, the two middle-aged men were extremely heartbroken. Therefore, they immediately pointed their guns at the culprit. Do you have any right to speak here? Aren't you just an accompanying character? Not just an accompaniment either, just a pretty face who sells his looks. If it weren't for Mr. N, could you have entered here? A person should know their place. If you are a decoration, then you should understand the responsibility of being one. Each said one sentence at a time, verbally attacking Chengzhou. Mon, Su Miao, Liao Shiji, and Dai Guohua had all been serving as background characters enjoying the drama unfold. After hearing such an insult, they shared a common thought. These two are done for. Let me tell you both, doing business isn't done this way. If you want to act like pimps, you should still pick your targets carefully. The consequences of offending someone you can't handle will be on you. How could Yuna just sit there and let them bully her boyfriend? Poof. Poof. The bystanders couldn't help but burst into laughter at her sharp remark. Comparing those two to pimps was indeed rather fitting. Their intention in pushing their sons forward was quite clear, so Yuna wasn't really wrong in calling them out. You two would even use your own sons to achieve your goals, yet you have the audacity to speak so arrogantly here. And Yuna continued relentlessly. They have pretty similar personalities. Liao Shiji whispered to others nearby. Yeah, if we upset them, their words get sharper and sharper. Mon nodded in agreement. A warm current passed through Chengzhou's heart. He loved seeing her stand up for him. But considering her public image, he still put his arm around her shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. By now, the 4 people on the other side were utterly humiliated, wishing they could find a crack to hide in. Especially the 2 young men who were already face-conscious with thin skins. This time, they couldn't hold their heads up anymore. Although Yuna felt a bit sorry for them, she knew that when they followed their fathers over here, they should have been aware of their father's plans. Yet they still came, meaning they agreed with their parents. And what she said didn't specifically target the 2 young men anyway. Just as things began to quiet down, they heard someone else coming. What's going on here? Abedu descended along with Ms. Chiao. Mon and the others exchanged glances. Sure enough, they hadn't abandoned their plans yet. Even if their schemes were discovered by Bolson, they didn't care, truly showing how bold they were. Mr. Yen has arrived. We'd like to continue our previous discussion with you. The 2 middle-aged men quickly changed to smiles. Mr. Chai, Mr. Lu, our matters are not urgent. Aren't you discussing something with President N? Ignore me, please carry on. It was unclear whether Abedu did it on purpose or not. Noticing the expressions between the parties didn't match. A great company like Shi Yuan is far beyond us. The middle-aged man surnamed Ji sneered sarcastically. Our company Shi Yuan may be small, but we are indeed picky about our partners, especially when it comes to integrity. And Yuna wouldn't back down one bit. It seems there is some misunderstanding between the 2 of you. As businessmen, harmony leads to prosperity, right? Abedu once again took on the role of a mediator. Fine, we won't argue with a little girl. The middle-aged man, surnamed Lu, smoothly climbed down from the platform given, and Yuna didn't respond since she didn't want to argue further with them. Chengzhou sensed some prying eyes investigating him. He knew exactly who was observing him, so he remained very low-key without speaking. President, are you interested in conducting a deal with me? Abeda suddenly asked. Sorry, Mr. Yin, I'm not in the mood today. Maybe another day. And Yuna declined politely, partly because she was genuinely in a bad mood, and partly because she didn't want too much contact with this person. Looks like I chose the wrong timing. Let's make another appointment then. Abeda showed no sign of being offended by the refusal and maintained his graceful, understanding demeanor. Mr. Yan, are you interested in Taishan Enterprises? Mon asked in a carefree tone. He really admired this person's mental fortitude. Even after being dismounted, he could still pretend as if nothing happened. Of course, if I get the chance. Chapter 120. A very unpleasant economic exchange meeting finally came to an end. This is simply a banquet of hidden danger. And Yuan rolled her eyes as she looked back at the Guantang Hotel behind her. All right, in the future, no matter what occasion it is, I will always be with you. Chengzhou reached out and pinched her cheek. Upon seeing this, Mon also took Su Miao's hand with deep affection. Meow meow. In the future, I will bring you along to every gathering I attend. I don't like such smoky occasions at all. Su Miao's cheeks turned bright red, trying hard to pull her hand free from his grip, but either she lacked the strength or he held too tightly. In the end, only Liao Shiji and Dai Guoguo remained, looking at each other without words to say. After all, the two of them often appeared together in various social settings. Although this time was very uncomfortable, they still gained something, for instance, exposing Abedu's scheme and creating rifts between Yin and the Secretary General. But there were still quite a few hidden dangers left, the first point being that Abedu had previously pretended to be Su Miao's aunt and used the little girl to cause trouble. Furthermore, Abedu had already taken notice of Chengzhou. As longtime rivals, they were very familiar with each other. Chengzhou could recognize Abedu disguised as a woman, so it wasn't inconceivable that Abedu might one day recognize him too. Abedu is equivalent to an unpredictable bomb now. We need to get prepared. Still in that villa hidden within the city, Chengzhou's group was discussing something. The Bao'at father and son are definitely busy sending people away right now. Abedu probably doesn't have time to think about your matters, Mon consoled. As long as they maintain contact, we will remain in a passive position. Liao Shiji felt the matter should still be taken seriously. Leader, how about we find an opportunity to rescue the president and the first lady first? Zhou Liang suggested. Leader, I also think we can start by doing this. Military strategist Jiang Mo rarely agreed with the big roughneck's opinion. Chengzhou tapped his fingers on the table. Previously, we refrained from taking action because the president and the first lady were in their hands, afraid to expose ourselves. But now if my identity gets exposed, we must take the initiative. Isn't this what you mean? The rest of them looked at each other, then nodded in unison. Yes, leader. Your thinking is correct, and don't you also intend to use the fact that Abedu is staying in the presidential palace to frame them when we rescue people? No wonder you're the leader, really thorough in thought. Zhou Liang hadn't even considered this step, but hearing his leader explain it made him admire him endlessly. Leader, does this work? Jiang Mo indeed had this idea, but from the leader's tone, it seemed like he didn't approve. If it was someone else, it would be feasible, but using Abedu, this plan absolutely won't work. This person's heart is unfathomable, and their tactics and machinations are immeasurable. Therefore, to rescue people, we must wait until he leaves. Otherwise, any slight hint of movement will alert him. Chengzhou warned everyone not to let down their guard. Yes, leader, we understand. The others immediately reined in all their whimsical thoughts. We'll take immediate action once Abedu leaves. Chengzhou looked at everyone firmly. Yes, commander. Everyone's blood boiled instantly. And just as they guessed, after Burson informed Bao'at about Abedu's changed identity, the father and son rarely made such a firm demand that Abedu leave Shanyo immediately. The Secretary General is truly unfriendly. The attitude was nothing like this when he needed our help. Well, that would depend on what our leader himself has done. So I never mind. Master Burson prefers to trust someone who likes to argue with you rather than believe in me, his partner. It's truly heartbreaking. Abedu shook his head, pretending to look dejected. I've said it. Whether the truth is clear to you or me, we both know inside. Though Burson also disliked him and this time he did owe his reminder. All right, since the master has issued the eviction notice, we shouldn't linger any longer. I will set off soon. Are you two relieved now? Anyway, this trip to Shanyo proved fruitful, and it was time to leave. We still sincerely welcome our leader and look forward to the next time you visit us sincerely. Bao'at offered some polite words of retention. There will be an opportunity, Abedu smiled. We hope the delivery for that deal comes sooner. Definitely, by the time you reach the frontier, we might have prepared the goods already. Bao'at thought to himself that this time there had been no real losses. Originally, it was supposed to be 50 million doses of nutrient solution plus a few priceless formulas, but in the end, they only needed to deliver the first part, making it a relatively satisfactory outcome. The group, led by Zhou Liang, who were secretly following them from a distance, soon noticed Abedu and his team secretly boarding a civilian starship. Just like when he arrived, Abedu left without a sound, glancing deeply at the bustling and noisy planet before stepping aboard the spacecraft, his eyes brimming with ambition as he pondered about one day returning here in glory. Although Zhou Liang and others had witnessed his departure with their own eyes, just like Bao'at, they worried whether the cunning space pirate might have arranged some kind of decoy. Thus, in the next few days, the Secretary General's people conducted thorough checks all over Shanyo for any suspicious characters, fearful of giving him another chance. Cheng Zhou, however, firmly declared that Beidou had definitely gone. Just as the attention of Bowit and his son has been diverted, we should use this time to start our deployment. We are all familiar with the terrain of the presidential palace. The president and the first lady are currently located in the small building at the southwest corner. There are 865 intelligent reconnaissance robots around this building, providing nonstop patrols 24 hours a day without blind spots, Jiang Mo said, while opening up a three-dimensional map. In addition to that, there are 100 photon guns positioned at these places. As soon as they detect anyone entering this range, they will execute immediate elimination, Iwaika continued to add. Also, there are 30 machine soldiers inside the building and 2 explosive zones. If the system detects no one inside the building, it will automatically detonate, Cheng Zhou went on, revealing the information he had gathered covertly. Seeing everyone's slightly somber expressions, he encouraged them. It's all machines around here. Do you think we're going to be powerless against a bunch of robots? Yeah, they're just broken metal. I'm not afraid of them. Zhou Liang immediately acted like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Exactly, let's do it. Iwaika clenched her fists full of vigor. All right, calm down first. We're not actually planning to send you out there to fight with those robots. Jiang Mo held his head and waved towards the two, signaling for them to sit down. From this perspective, it's actually advantageous to us. Once we gain control of the robots, everything can be solved smoothly. Liao Shiji voiced Cheng Zhou's plan. That's right, this is currently the most feasible method. Moen nodded. Then with a smirk sarcastically added, who would have guessed that father and son duo wouldn't act like humans, too scared of being caught and unwilling to reveal what they've done. So, how are we going to get control over those machines? Iwaika scratched her head, feeling this was a tough nut to crack. The control over all surrounding areas must lie in the hands of the Bowit father and son, but they shouldn't consolidate all of it onto one person. I reckon the reconnaissance-related matters would be handled by Burson, whereas the rest are probably under Bowit's control. Cheng Zhou inferred this based on their characters and behavior styles. I think leader's analysis makes perfect sense. The other side wouldn't expect the commander to still be alive, hence such stringent defenses were merely set up to prevent the president from escaping. They wouldn't make the control mechanism overly complex. Jiang Mo made an in-depth deduction, affirming his leader's speculation. In that case, we'll follow this lead and probe into the father-son pair's weaknesses. Mon rubbed his hands, unable to resist stirring up some trouble for someone. Chapter 121. The top-floor office of Shi Yuan Company. Early in the morning, Dai Guoguo clicked her heels and rushed to the chairman's office with an unprecedentedly grim expression. Chairman, take a look at these contracts, she said as she placed some documents on his desk. And Yuan had just sat down and saw her furious face. What happened? He asked, then shifted his gaze to the holographic screen in front of him. Who did this? How could something like this happen? Her mind exploded when she saw that all these contracts were about the transfer of Shi Yuan's recipe ownership. Not only were the newly launched snack recipes involved, but also several seasoning recipes from before. All of them were sold at incredibly low prices to a few companies. Moreover, if they were to breach the contract, there would be a penalty fee reaching up to billions. But she was completely unaware of any of these contracts. I've checked it. Su Miao signed them with others. As the manager of Shi Yuan, she has the authority to do so. She even applied for the company seal herself. Dai Guoguo had already investigated everything thoroughly. Did you talk to her? At this moment, and Yuan's head was buzzing. There was no doubt that the girl had been taken advantage of. Not yet. I know she must have been deceived, but I'm still extremely angry. I'm afraid that once I see her, I won't be able to control myself. Forget her. Even in Yuan wanted to beat her. The most profitable products of Shi Yuan are its seasonings and snacks. And this girl sold everything for a mere 10,000 star coins, which was practically giving it away for free. It infuriated her. This girl has been protected too well. Apart from cooking, she doesn't understand anything else. Yunan, we need to figure out who set a trap for her, no matter what. Dai Guoguo felt sorry for her too. Being stabbed by someone close is painful. Even though the little girl didn't mean it, the damage is irreversible. I'll contact that girl through video phone and ask her to come over right away. And Yuan pinched her forehead, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Ring, ring, ring. For quite some time, there was no response from the other side. Instantly, she became worried. Had something happened to that girl? Thus, she immediately contacted Moore and also asked Dai Guoguo to get in touch with the manager of Baiwei Tower branch. But the blonde man did not answer either, and according to the manager there, Su Miao was on vacation today. You don't have to worry so much. Maybe Moore took her out on a date. The little girl rarely comes to her senses, and Moore wouldn't want anyone to interrupt. Let's contact them at noon. Dai Guoguo consoled her, and Yuan nodded and calmed down after a while, but she still felt uneasy. She opened her light computer and sent a video phone request to Cheng Zhou. She knew he had been very busy lately, but she couldn't help worrying about Su Miao. Yunan, what's wrong? Have you missed me already? An unseemly teasing voice came from the holographic projection in front of her. Is Moore with you? Where is he? Is he with Su Miao? And Yuan quickly scanned the room, which was just an ordinary one, with no one else in sight. What happened? Did something go wrong? Cheng Zhou put aside his mockery. Nothing serious. Su Miao didn't answer my video phone, so I just wanted to check if she was with Moore. She intended to solve this matter herself without troubling him since she noticed he was doing something significant recently. Although she didn't say much, the man still guessed what had happened. The woman they'd been tracking, disguised as a Baidu and impersonating Su Miao's aunt, had manipulated the girl into doing many things. It seems their plan might have been exposed now, but why did the girl disappear? She must not have been with Moore. Cheng Zhou frowned. Su Miao should be with Su Miao. I'll find them later. Don't worry about it. That's good. Please let me know when you find her. And Yuan immediately relaxed. As long as she's safe, things can be sorted out slowly. After hanging up, Cheng Zhou thought carefully for a few minutes. Moore was currently investigating the situation in Belsen. Judging by Yunan's reaction, Su Miao probably didn't know how big of an impact her previous actions had caused. So why couldn't she be reached? Jiang Mo, you all stay here. I'm going out for a bit. He decided to search himself. That little girl was not only his girlfriend's apprentice, but also someone cherished by his brother. Emotionally and logically, he couldn't sit idly by. He went to Su Miao's house first, but found no one there. Then he visited her younger brother's school intending to ask if he had noticed anything unusual about Su Miao recently, but her younger brother couldn't provide any useful information. On the other side, Moore had planned today to extract something from Burleson, ideally pulling out a few of his hairs or collecting some of his blood. With his bioinformation, they could enter and exit the small building in the presidential palace. Today, it was hard for Burleson to finally meet with Yin to discuss the pre-mentioned marriage proposal. They met specifically at the cafe in Skywata Star Tower. Just as he began speaking, he saw Moore coming over. He knew that guy would come over and needle him whenever they met. Sure enough, Moore acted as though he casually glanced over and immediately spotted them, a mischievous grin on his face as he walked over. What a coincidence. Master Burleson seems to have such leisurely time. Moore, I have serious business today. I don't want to trade barbs with you. Actually, and Yin already knew why he was asked to meet today. Frankly speaking, he deeply regretted agreeing to marry into the Burma family, which is why he kept delaying it earlier. However, there was still no way to get rid of it. Moreover, the old man wouldn't support him breaking the agreement, so today he came anyway, but the sudden appearance of Moore made his eyes brighten up. Many people knew that Burleson and this man from Taino used to be playmates, but now they were mortal enemies who always fought fiercely when they met. Since we're all acquaintances and we've met here, why not sit down and chat? And Yin hoped he'd stay, quickly giving up his seat to invite him to sit. If President has said so, then I certainly shouldn't decline. Besides, I'm free today anyway. Moore took his seat right across from Burleson. At this moment, the face of the person sitting opposite looked absolutely dreadful. These two were truly great. Seeing you are still so idle makes me relieved. The blonde man completely ignored the other's angry look, launching verbal attacks first. My efficiency is definitely not comparable to yours. Someone who's just a loafing rich kid. Burleson showed no intention of tolerating anymore today. How is efficiency related? I'm just worried that every move you make will bring another calamity to our entire stellar Union Republic. Moore retaliated sharply. Hearing these words, Burleson's face turned ashen. He stared darkly at the other person with gloomy eyes. He knew what the other was referring to, that extremely disgraceful event. Originally, he, along with Bian Qingzhou and Moore, had been childhood friends. Although their relationship wasn't as good as Bian Qingzhou's relationship with Moore, they could still be considered friends. After Bian Qingzhou became the commander-in-chief, his relationship with them gradually distanced, eventually becoming more estranged until Bian Qingzhou died in battle. The blonde boy had always suspected that Bian Qingzhou's death was planned by him and his father. Since then, the two had become sworn enemies, and they insulted each other during every meeting because of this matter. In fact, he was somewhat guilty about this and hence always gave way to the other guy. But today that little brat dared to talk without restraint. Moore, your repeated rudeness towards me proves that you think I won't do anything about it. The cold tone carried a clear warning. Moore's purpose was to provoke him. The angrier he got, the better. It would be best if he lost control and attacked him. Commander, what are you saying? I am but an insignificant civilian. How dare I oppose you? Seeing that the other's anger slightly diminished, he continued talking trash. Alas, pity my dear brother, who passed away prematurely. If he were still alive, I wouldn't have any concerns about national affairs. This sentence was undeniably harsh. Even Yin beside couldn't help but feel a sweat bead rolling down his forehead. For the Burleson family, the former commander-in-chief was taboo, yet he deliberately stepped on this landmine. Chapter 122. Clang. Burleson suddenly stood up, knocking over the teacup on the table. Ignoring the coffee spilling everywhere, he leaned down and grabbed Moan by the collar, lifting him into the air. Let me warn you again. Think before you speak. The low, fierce tone was audible only to the two of them. Moan was genuinely startled for a moment by his venomous demeanor, but quickly regained his senses. The opportunity had come. Shit. Burleson, I've put up with you for too long. Today, I'm going to unleash some pent-up frustration. He spat, then broke free from the grip on his collar and delivered a punch straight to Burleson's cheekbone. The blonde man threw all his strength into that punch, instantly toppling Burleson to the ground. After a 2-second daze, Burleson rose in a rage and swung his fists as well. Both men were trained in combat techniques, but today they resorted purely to brute force, with Burleson at a disadvantage due to the size difference. Yin was caught off guard by their sudden fight. He wanted to intervene, but couldn't find a way to break it up. Watching Burleson pinned down and bleeding from the nose made Yin hesitate further. He rushed forward, grabbing Moan from behind and pulling him away after much effort. Even with his upper body restrained, Moan continued to kick towards Burleson, who wiped his bloody face and became even angrier, trying to lunge forward again. Come on, hit me if you dare. Moan taunted loudly. You two have gone far enough. Do you want to make fools of yourselves in public? Yin held onto the blonde man while retreating step by step, attempting to reason with him. I'm going to return the favor today. Nobody can stop me. Burleson had completely lost his temper, unresponsive to any reasoning. Thankfully, there weren't many customers in the cafe, but these three were all prominent figures who were quickly recognized. Given their background, no one dared interfere. Come on, continue if you dare. The blonde man struggled free from the hold behind him. rushing forward with another powerful punch. Yanan immediately re-established control, dragging the man forcefully toward the exit. It was clear these two shouldn't be left together anymore. He pushed the still yelling blonde man out of the door. Mullen, that's enough. Leave now. He turned around to handle the other person inside. Once inside, the fiery blonde man adjusted his clothes and retrieved a handkerchief from the inner lining of his coat. Carefully, he wiped the blood from his hands and placed it carefully in a special bag. I've returned. The mission is complete. I've obtained the item. Moan showed an arrogant smile upon returning to the secret base, presenting the object confidently. Where's Jojo? Where did he go? No idea. The boss went out after receiving a video call from sis-in-law. Zhou Liang responded, taking the bag and handing it over to Jiang Mo for further analysis. Obviously family always comes first. I should also contact my sweet Meow Meow. Saying this, he opened his portable light computer and prepared to make the call. Seeing the missed video call from Yuna, he dismissed it, assuming it must be meant for Chengzhou. Ring, ring, ring. Why isn't she answering? The blonde man muttered to himself. She's on leave today. Why wouldn't she take my call? Meanwhile, after searching unsuccessfully for her, Chengzhou decided to head to Yuchuan restaurant. Yunan, have you eaten lunch yet? How did you come? We'll just go together then, said Yunan, her previously gloomy morning dissipating instantly. By the way, didn't your buddy kidnap Xiaomiao? Why are you so interested in others' affairs when your boyfriend hasn't eaten properly for days? Chengzhou purposefully changed the topic with a grumbling tone. Yes, it's my fault. Would you like to eat lunch together? Seeing his childishly competitive demeanor, she felt pleased, momentarily forgetting everything else. In the small canteen at the company, Yunan personally prepared a few quick dishes to reward her boyfriend. She pitted the man who hadn't eaten well for several meals already. Fish-flavored shredded pork, braised spare ribs, kung pao chicken, garlic greens, leek and egg stir-fry, and tomato meatball soup were served within an hour. My girlfriend has worked hard today. Chengzhou gently tucked some strands of hair falling beside her cheeks behind her ears. Eat fast. Yunan blushed faintly at her ears, slightly embarrassed, as she scooped some food onto his bowl. Eat more. Fish-flavored shredded pork is really tasty with rice. Then, they took turns feeding each other without speaking, creating a warm and harmonious scene. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the office upstairs. Weren't you extremely busy these past few days? Are you finally done today? Not really. I went to look for Su Miao before coming here, but couldn't find her. Chengzhou no longer concealed this matter. He had refrained from mentioning it earlier, so as not to have her go hungry searching for someone. And Yunan abruptly stood up. What do you mean? Isn't Meow Meow with Moan? Where did you look? Let me explain first. After our video call in the morning, I went to her place, but no one was home. Then I asked her brother, and he said there wasn't anything unusual about his sister. I'll try contacting the girl again. Ring. Still no response after a minute. What is that little devil doing? And Yunan felt both anxious and angry. Let's head over to her place and wait. Maybe she went out to play and will be back on her own tonight, Chengzhou said, holding her shoulders. All right, we can try this way first. Her brother should be coming home from school soon. By then she might return as well. She hesitated but saw no better alternative at the moment. Unable to contact anyone, Moan first went to Baiwei building, where Su Miao worked, only to learn she wasn't there. He then hurried to her home too. What are you guys doing here? They met him at the parking area of the residential complex. Chengzhou didn't bother asking about how Moan's plans progressed today. Instead, he immediately informed him that they hadn't been able to reach Su Miao. Let's wait at her place. Maybe she'll come back shortly. And Yunan quickly reassured upon noticing his anxious state. Su Miao's home was in an ordinary aerial housing community. It was Yunan who had helped her locate the place, and she conveniently possessed entry permissions for the area. The three directly entered the house, and Yunan rummaged through the living room until she found an old medical box. Did you get into a fight today? Look at those bruises on your nose and face. As she reached for a remedy to tend to the blonde man's wounds, her hand was intercepted by another. I'll help apply the medicine. Chengzhou wouldn't stand by and let his girlfriend touch another man. SSS, little Jojo, you've gone too far. Who do you think caused this situation for me? The blonde man immediately protested. Why are you treating me like this when all this pain is for your sake? All right, you do it yourself then, she said casually as if about to drop the medication. No, please give me a hand. This person was tougher when it came to endurance, but quite flexible, and Moan showed just that. Oh, SSS, be gentler, it hurts. Shut up. What kind of man are you whining like this? Isn't it easy for you to say? You're not the one being beaten. Lighten up, for crying out loud. Listening to their banter, and Yunan's heart wasn't as tense anymore. Watching them bicker gave her a chance to check the time between performances. By the time the medication application concluded, it was around children's dismissal time. The mood suddenly became somber once more as all three silently focused on the entrance. Unknown how long it lasted, still no sound came from the door. Moan couldn't help sending video calls to both siblings again, but neither picked up. It has already been an hour since the school's dismissal time. How come they can't be reached via video call? You met Su Miao's younger brother at the elementary school this morning, didn't you? Yunan anxiously asked. Yes, this morning I went to the elementary school and confirmed he was in class. Chengzhou furrowed his brow. It was his oversight not having someone watch over the school. This pair could have been kidnapped, was the immediate suspicion that arose in Yunan's mind. We still cannot confirm. I suspect this may be related to that mysterious Annie who appeared earlier. I'll immediately arrange for people to check various starship ports, Chengzhou said while activating his light computer and began coordinating manpower. Hearing this, Moan also started his light computer and used his network of connections to conduct investigations. Seeing their calm actions, and Yunan herself calmed down. She joined them and attempted contacting staff members at Byway Tower. Chapter 123. Where on earth was Su Miao, the girl who had everyone so anxious and in a frenzy? Today, after taking her brother to school on her day off, she planned to go home and further hone her culinary skills. But as soon as she got home, she received a video call from her cousin she hadn't been in touch with for days. Her cousin said there was an urgent matter and had left without being able to say goodbye to her. She also mentioned that there were some unresolved matters in Shangyo and asked Su Miao to help out. Su Miao, who had lacked and yearned for family affection since childhood, was therefore very glad to have such a caring elder, even though this cousin hadn't spent much time with her. After hanging up the call, she contacted a man named AI Hui according to what her cousin had just said. "Excuse me, Mr. AI, my cousin asked me to find you. You're Ms. Chiao's niece, right? She mentioned it to me before she left. She indeed has something to instruct you about. Let's meet to discuss it in detail." So Su Miao went straight to the agreed-upon place, which was in a serene park. The man looked like a well-mannered, handsome man. "Are you Miss Su Miao? I'm AI Hui, a good friend of your cousin. She had to leave suddenly due to an emergency at home. She asked me to convey her apologies properly." "Mr. AI, hello. Of course I won't be angry with my cousin. What things does she have yet to finish? If I can help, I will certainly assist," the little girl said sincerely. The man across from her seemed almost reluctant to speak, but since he had already reached an agreement with that person, how could he back down now? "It's like this. Didn't Ms. Chiao bring you along to help Shiwan secure a few deals? Do you remember?" "Yes, I do remember. She left abruptly and entrusted me to handle the follow-up matters. But today, I found out that you both were conned by those merchants together." AI Hui looked deeply distressed. "What happened? Please explain in detail quickly." Su Miao's mind was filled with confusion. "This is the contract signed between you and those people. Take a look. They are trying to obtain the most crucial core recipe of your Shiwan with such a low price. They are simply shameless." Although the little girl was naive, she could still understand this contract. Upon seeing that the company seal was already affixed on this contract, she recalled that it was she who applied for the official seal from the company and stamped it. With a loud thud, she felt completely dazed. "Your cousin doesn't know about this yet. She only acted as a mediator for you and never expected those people would use deceit." AI Hui continued according to his previous plan. "Yes, don't tell my cousin. She meant well. If she knew, she would definitely feel guilty." The little girl followed his lead, feeling completely lost. "All right then, we won't tell her. I'll help you with this matter. Mr. AI, do you have any way to fix it?" Su Miao immediately looked at him hopefully. "When I approached those people, they had already sent this contract to Shiwan and were just waiting for the contract to be fulfilled. So, I think Chairman N and others must have known about this matter by now." In an instant, the little girl's face turned pale, as if all her strength was drained away. She swayed unsteadily. "Does my master think I betrayed her?" the little girl murmured to herself. She already realized how much harm her foolish action would cause to Shiwan. She knew that An Yunnan's wish was for the delicious food of the Star Alliance Republic to become diverse and affordable for everyone. She thought that signing more contracts with more people would mean spreading more delicious food around. That's why she signed the contract with these people under her cousin's supervision and didn't carefully check the terms of the contract because her cousin oversaw it. Little did she know, these people were utterly devious and cunning. Even her cousin was deceived. As her spirit wandered absent-mindedly, her master's video call request appeared on her brain link. She dared not face her master, who was especially kind to her. Thus, she watched as the light display flashed repeatedly until it stopped. "Su Miao, don't panic yet. I brought you here today to resolve this matter." AI Hui spoke up when he saw her mood continue to decline and seemed about to break down. "Mr. AI, what should we do?" Su Miao clung to his words like a lifeline. "It's like this contract itself is extremely unreasonable. We can file an appeal to the Commercial Bureau for cancellation of the contract. Then let's go now." "Wait, let me finish. Filing an appeal isn't so simple. First, since you signed the contract, you need to prove that you were unaware of its contents at the time. Second, you need to explain that you signed the contract without Shiwan's knowledge." AI Hui calmly explained these 2 points to the other party. "No problem. These 2 facts are indeed true. Su Miao only wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Are you sure? Admitting the first point will affect your reputation, and admitting the second one probably means you can't stay in Shiwan anymore." As AI Hui spoke, he observed her expression. The little girl showed no sign of wavering from her initial resolve. "It's me who caused this trouble, so I must take the consequences on myself." Who would have thought that this naive girl was quite responsible after all? AI Hui started to appreciate her a little. "Would you be willing to leave Shiwan and give up the opportunity to learn Chairman and skills? What if I am not willing to give up these things? People must always take responsibility for their actions." In just one night, she seemed to have matured significantly. "If you leave Shiwan, you could go to your cousin." AI Hui tentatively suggested as part of his test, though the person had asked him to keep her at Shiwan. He wanted to see what this girl truly thought. "No thanks. It is often said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. But relatives may not be like this." Su Miao was already calm, having made up her mind to bear full responsibility for the matter. "Mr. AI, let's head to the Commerce Bureau now. Don't rush yet. I know a way to resolve the contract issue and still allow you to stay in Shiwan." After probing enough, it was time to act according to that person's plan. The little girl's eyes lit up. "Really? Is there really a perfect solution for both issues?" "There is, but it's rather complicated and might not succeed, so I didn't tell you from the start." "What is the method? What do you need me to do?" She couldn't help but ask eagerly. "The method is simple. Just make those people breach the contract willingly. But it's indeed quite challenging. AI Hui didn't hide it since the more difficult the matter, the more grateful she would feel towards him. In that case, isn't it too much trouble for you? We should find a commerce bureau then. As soon as Su Miao heard this, she knew it wouldn't work easily. If those people were likely to abandon willingly, they wouldn't have tried hard to deceive them in the first place. Everything is possible. How do you know it won't work until you try? Trust me. AI Hui appeared extremely reliable. Then I'll bother Mr. AI with this. Though it was certainly too much trouble for the other party, in order to stay at Xiuan, she would have to lose face once. Then stop addressing me as Mr. From now on, just call my name directly. Then could I call you Big Brother AI in the future? Sure, Big Brother AI suits me perfectly. Afterwards, they discussed the next steps, and time flew by till afternoon. Big Brother AI, let's call it a day here. I promised my younger brother that I'd pick him up after school this afternoon. Alright then, I'll drop you off at the elementary school. It's on the way anyway. Su Miao got into his aircraft and stared absent-mindedly at the light computer screen. It showed 10 missed video calls from Yunnan, 13 from MON, 5 from Sister Dai, 2 from Chengzhou, and also 2 messages from the restaurant manager. So everyone was actually very concerned about her. The more she thought about it, the less she felt she deserved to see them, especially her master. Little Miao, you're really making people worry. Why don't you come over to my place tonight with your brother? AI Hui had been observing her out of the corner of his eye. No, it's not necessary to bother you. Your condition right now, if your master sees it, won't it make them worry even more? AI Hui showed great concern on his face. If you don't want to go to my place, I could help book a hotel for you to clear your mind. Then thank you, Big Brother AI. Su Miao indeed felt a bit troubled at the moment, so she decided to change the environment to sort out her feelings as he suggested. What's the problem? Your cousin and I are good friends. The hotel where I usually stay has a very nice environment. While saying this, he sent her the membership card from his light computer. Thank you, Big Brother AI. We've arrived at the school. I'll take my leave. Thank you very much today. Saying this, she waved at him and got off the car. Chapter 124. After picking the person up, Su Miao took him out for dinner and then went to a hotel. Sister, are we not going home today? Sister is on leave today. I specifically brought you out to enjoy life a little. However, you still have homework, so I will control your computer. Wow, this hotel is so cool. I like it so much. Are we really staying here today? Yes, we are staying here today. The little one's face was full of excitement as he ran around everywhere, curiously playing an exploration game in the luxurious hotel, without paying any attention to his sister's mental state today. Outside the hotel, a black flyer stopped on the track. The person inside looked up at the covered window, gave a slight smile, and left shortly after starting the flyer. This person was exactly AI Hui. After dropping Su Miao off at the school gate, he did not leave directly, but secretly followed the 2 siblings until they checked into the hotel. After returning home, he sent a message to an unfamiliar ID. Mission accomplished. Less than 2 seconds later, a video call came through immediately. AI Hui locked the bedroom door and then connected his computer. I must say, Mr. Abedu, you're taking quite a risk. You should still be on the starship, right? Still within our Star Alliance Republic's star domain, right? I've always liked taking risks. Mr. AI Hui should be well aware of that. Otherwise, why would you agree to cooperate with me? AI Hui is the eldest son of the current head of the AI family, and also the biological brother of AI Lin. The 2 siblings had a good relationship when they were young. They grew up together and entered the AI May group. AI Lin has strong learning abilities and got promoted quickly. Her performance improved over time, gaining more recognition from their father within a few years. As for elder brother AI Hui, it's not that he lacks capability. However, compared to his pearl-like younger sister, his highlights just can't measure up. This caused resentment towards his own flesh and blood sister, and he tried tripping her up multiple times behind the scenes. Even when she stumbled, everyone still highly acknowledged her work. Thus, AI Hui was filled with hatred and frustration, feeling very oppressed. Just as Abedu secretly arrived at Shanyong recently, disguising himself as Ms. Chiao to move about in circles, the 2 made contact. Abedu knew long ago about AI Hui's underappreciation. He promised to help him regain control of the AI May group, while AI Hui was required to unconditionally follow his orders. Leader, everything concerning that girl Su Miao has been arranged. I know, judging by your appearance, you probably gained some additional benefits as well. Abedu slightly raised his eyebrows, unsurprised. It was just a matter of convenience, and your gain was greater anyway. Oh, tell me about it. The contract you previously signed with her, wasn't it actually a trap? Combining the economic exchange meeting, I guess she should be your backup? AI Hui confidently analyzed. You initially intended to win over in Yunnan, but failed, so you started another chess piece. Su Miao, am I right? That's correct. Please continue. Using a few contracts as the fuse could provoke conflict between that girl and Shi Yuan. Even if Yunnan forgives her this time, others may not think the same. Also, I suspect those merchants might be yours, which is why you wanted me to publicly help Su Miao resolve this issue. Clap clap clap. Abedu couldn't resist clapping from the other end, an analysis perfectly on point. I truly don't understand how someone as smart as you struggles to surpass that woman AI Lin. AI Hui's proud expression immediately fell. He considered himself no less capable than that woman, yet he never earned the old man's approval. Furthermore, he kept being told that his methods were too ruthless and profit-driven, lacking morality. But isn't such determination precisely what businessmen need? One day, he would prove to them all. Moreover, I made that little girl disappear for an entire day, which must have driven in Yunnan and others frantic with worry. As a result, there will inevitably be distrust between them. How does that sound? Quite suited to your wishes, right? AI Hui carefully controlled his emotions, adding one last sentence. Ha ha, Worthy indeed of the person I chose. You certainly know how to be cunning. Meanwhile, things were in disarray on the other side as people frantically searched for Su Miao. Chengzhou sent people to investigate all the ports, fearing that Su Miao had been deceived away by a Beidou and others. Mon went to the school and managed to access surveillance footage showing that Su Miao personally picked up the person after school. Looking at her, she seems in low spirits. Where could they have gone? The blonde man anxiously stared at the projection of the siblings. We just received feedback that none of the various ports on Shangyong show their presence. She must still be on Shangyong, said Chengzhou reassuringly. You mentioned earlier that she seemed upset. Could she have gone out to relax? Asked Yunnan. Even if she went out to relax, there was no need for her not to answer the video calls. Didn't she think about how worried we would be? Dai Guoguo had also come over after work. It's already so late, and they haven't returned home yet. Should we have someone check the hotels around the school? Chengzhou suggested. Yes. They should have gone to a hotel. I'll go find some connections right now. Mon hurried off to look for help. I will go help too. Liao Shiji, who had come along with his girlfriend, followed to offer assistance. Only Yunnan remained behind. That damn girl deserves a beating. She felt both physically and mentally exhausted. Chengzhou wanted to suspend that girl by a rope and give her a good thrashing just as much as anyone. He gently caressed his girlfriend's face, which looked unusually weary, and gave her a soft kiss on the forehead with deep care. It's too late already. Let's head home first. They won't be back tonight. With those words, he cradled her in his arms like a princess. I'll carry you home. Take a rest while I do. And Yunnan truly felt incredibly worn out. She wrapped her hands around his neck and rested her head on his firm and broad shoulder, feeling a great sense of security. Hearing the soft breaths of the woman in his arms, the man looked down at her and saw that she had fallen into a deep sleep. He kissed her lips lightly and walked even more steadily. Mon, who had been busy all night long, looked absolutely disheveled the next day with bruises all over his face, which made everyone even angrier at Su Miao, especially in Yunnan, who was anxious about the whereabouts of that girl, but also felt guilty towards the blonde man because of being overly lenient with Su Miao. Are there any other districts whose hotels we haven't checked? Leave the remaining ones to me. You go take a break. Chengzhou felt heartbroken seeing his buddy tortured like this. No problem. There are only 3 districts left. I can handle it. You have more important things to deal with. Mon's face was bruised and stubbly, hiding an unmistakable worry in his eyes. Yet he still declined the suggestion from his childhood friend, knowing that his friend's responsibilities were more critical and couldn't afford any mistakes. And Yunnan felt even worse inside. I guess this girl might be hiding herself, possibly because of these contracts. She showed yesterday's received documents to the group. And Chengzhou and others had already known that Su Miao had been deceived into signing a few contracts. Mon had even planned to abandon no effort in persuading those parties to relinquish the contracts and then bring Su Miao back to apologize, resolving the issue. But before he could communicate with Su Miao, the girl hid herself, leaving nothing for anyone to say. Given this incident, wouldn't she come to me? Don't I deserve her trust? The blonde man was simultaneously flustered and upset, concerned that the girl might get deceived again outside, and angry at being seemingly insignificant in her mind. In fact, Su Miao initially thought of approaching the blonde man after hearing the matter from Ai Hui. However, reconsidering, she decided not to tarnish his impression of her and quickly abandoned the idea. Has our relationship for so long failed to move her? The blonde man was still shouting questions. The rest didn't console or interrupt him. His nerves had been taut from yesterday till now, so releasing this frustration was beneficial. Sure enough, after venting a bit, Mon felt much better and less tense, no longer trembling with every slight movement. If she voluntarily hides herself, she should appear within today, Chengzhou told him. Chapter 125. Mao was pressed by everyone to go to the restroom. Yunnan, if that girl comes back, you must call me. All right, go to sleep quickly. After finishing her sentence, and Yunnan was pushed out by Chengzhou. After returning to the office, she still couldn't focus on doing the right thing. Liao Shiji glanced at his boss several times, wanting to say something, but stopped. Aren't you guys supposed to have important matters? Go and do them quickly. And Yunnan had, of course, noticed the spectacle of the bespectacled man. Yeah, if you have something to do, go ahead. I will stay with Yunnan, Dai Guoguo also said in support of her boyfriend. If you have anything, just video call me, whatever it is, alright? After Chengzhou finished his reminder, he left together with Liao Shiji. Comparing people makes me feel terrible. Look at your partner, how considerate they are. Look at mine, there's a world of difference in attitude. Dai Guoguo joked sourly. That's because you chose him yourself. If you were given the chance to switch now, you probably wouldn't agree. That's true too. Let's just make do for now. The two chatted idly while dealing with official business, waiting all the while for that girl who had disappeared for 24 hours. On the other hand, Su Miao in the hotel hadn't slept a wink either, tossing and turning all night. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had done something wrong. So after waking up, she decided to apologize to Shi Yuan first. After sending her younger brother to school, she mustered her courage to take a public aircraft to go to the company. But before boarding, someone called her. Xiao Miao, what a coincidence. I was just about to find you. I've made an appointment with those few people. Come with me. Su Miao immediately felt conflicted. Can I go to Shi Yuan first? When did you make the appointment, AI big brother? Ah, I see. Why don't you skip that then? Maybe I can handle it alone. You go to Shi Yuan. Leave this to me. AI Hui suggested strategically. How can I do that? It's fine if I return later. Su Miao fell for it and got on his aircraft directly. Or, you can send a message to your master first. That way, you might feel better. AI Hui kindly suggested. Yes, I can send a message to his sister first. AI Big Brother, thank you for reminding me. And upon receiving the message, and Yunnan was so angry that she fell back, pounding on the table and yelling furiously. That dead girl has been missing for a day and only sent me such a message. She didn't even mention where she is, who she is with, or what she's doing. What does she think we are? Dai Guogua approached from behind, looking at the message on her light computer. Master, I am extremely sorry for causing such a big trouble. I'm currently trying to resolve it. Please don't worry. This girl truly is. Not sure whether to call her stupid or lacking conscience. They were furious she signed contracts haphazardly, but they were more worried that she was being exploited. They wondered if she had been kidnapped, if she had been coerced. While they were searching frantically, this girl actually sent such an utterly useless message without even showing up. Isn't that infuriating? What happened? Did Xiaomei get in touch? As if equipped with radar, Moan rushed in from the outside restroom just 2 minutes after she received the news. You look for yourself. And Yunnan wore an expression indicating she didn't want to say much and activated the shared message on her light computer screen. What can she possibly do? This girl really gives us no peace. Though complaining aloud, Moan's heart did indeed ease, as it indicated that she was safe at least. This girl went too far this time. We'll leave her be. I want to see how long she will create trouble. Now, and Yunnan genuinely felt uncomfortable inside. Doesn't the little girl consider her master someone who values fame and profit above all? Someone who would lash out violently over just a few contracts? Dai Guogua also thought this time Su Mei had gone too far. The little girls simply chilled their hearts to the bone, so she didn't try to console further. The blonde man was hurt this time, but he firmly believed it was because the little girl was too naive and ignorant of human relationships. He outwardly supported what Yunnan said, but secretly planned to look for her later. Meanwhile, AI Hui had already taken Su Miao to a rather famous restaurant. Don't speak casually later, just sit quietly on the side. Okay, I understand, brother AI. The two entered, and those people were already there. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats one by one. Actually, AI Hui had coordinated things beforehand with these people since they were all working under the same person, making them part of the same team. According to the prearranged plan, initially those few people insisted that they could never cancel the order, at which point Su Miao became extremely nervous. Then AI Hui gave her a meaningful look to calm down. Then the group continued to put on a show, and after some back and forth, those few people finally agreed to loosen their stance. Originally, according to the plan, these individuals were supposed to demand an outrageous sum from AI Hui in return for letting Su Miao off the hook, so she'd remember this great favor. But one of the middle-aged men kept leering at the girl, clearly having other intentions. Since this matter was caused by Miss Su, I wonder if you'd be willing to have a private discussion with me? Although his gaze made Su Miao feel nauseated and uncomfortable, wasn't she here today to resolve the issue? Swallowing her revulsion, she stammered nervously. I. Before she could finish, a tall figure stepped in front of her. AI Hui blocked her from view and shot the lecherous middle-aged man a sharp, warning glare. The sleazy man was intimidated by AI Hui's piercing gaze and quickly shifted his eyes away, daring not to look at them anymore. Haha, just making a joke, he muttered before shutting up immediately. After the small drama unfolded, everyone else dropped their hidden agendas and stuck to the original plan, extorting a large sum of money from AI Hui before rushing off without another word. Big brother AI, thank you so much. Su Miao finally let out a sigh of relief. I'll pay this money back slowly. You should definitely repay me, but only a fifth of it. The rest has already been settled by your Aunt Xiao. It was clear that AI Hui had a high emotional quotient. Really? How did Aunt Xiao even find out? Sorry, it was me who told her. After all, both of you were involved in this matter. It wouldn't be fair for you to bear all the consequences alone, would it? Su Miao felt her heart twist painfully. Big brother AI was truly so kind-hearted. Thank you, big brother AI. Well, since everything is resolved, you can go home now. But don't tell anyone we know each other. I heard Master Tainua's young master is very possessive, and I don't want to cause trouble for myself, so you absolutely cannot reveal our connection. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Now Su Miao regarded AI Hui as her savior, and she wouldn't dare disobey him. Plus, she believed he had her best interest at heart, so it was even more important to listen to him. With her mind at ease about the situation, Su Miao eagerly wanted to return to Shuan to apologize to her master face-to-face. She left on a public aircraft, unaware that Moan had just landed, searching for her. The two missed each other dramatically, passing by like ships in the night. In front of the familiar floating building in the sky, Su Miao hesitated, her heart racing. She stood rooted in place, unable to move forward. Inside the office on the top floor, and Yunnan stood by the window looking down. Though the floor was too high to see clearly, it was only a small black dot below. Since the front desk had transmitted the image at the entrance to her screen, and Yunnan knew that the little black, standing motionlessly, was the troublesome girl who had caused them countless worries over the past couple days. She instructed the staff to ignore the girl outside and wait for her to come in on her own once she sorted things out. After hesitating for quite some time, Su Miao finally mustered her courage, walked inside, and went straight to the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone tapping on the door rang through the air, and Yunnan immediately turned around and sat back in her chair. Come in. Master, I've returned. Su Miao spoke softly, keeping her head down. Look up. Speak to me properly. And Yunnan's tone was serious. I've returned, master. I'm sorry. The little girl's eyes were red and puffy, brimming with tears that threatened to fall. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have secretly signed contracts with others without telling the company. Su Miao's voice grew quieter as she spoke. Chapter 126. After waiting a few seconds and seeing the girl keeping her head down without saying a word, and Yunnan asked again with a serious tone, "What else?" "There should be no ignoring calls, and no disappearing without notice," Su Miao said meekly. Bang, and Yunnan exploded. She slapped her hand on the table and stood up, pointing at the young girl in front of her and scolding. "You've been spoiled rotten. That's why you're so carefree and reckless. Have you thought about how worried we were? From yesterday until now, don't you know how much we've worried and agonized? We nearly turned Shangyu upside down looking for you. You don't even know. That's why when you didn't even show your face this morning but just sent a text message, we got furious. Do you know how angry we were?" Su Miao had never seen her lose her temper so much or behave so disregarding her image. She felt an extreme sense of self-reproach in her heart and burst into tears, sobbing while repeatedly apologizing. Master, I really know I've done wrong. Please don't be angry anymore." And Yunnan's rationality was already ignited by a fiery anger, but suddenly doused upon seeing her pitiful and somewhat comical expression. Now she felt somewhat caught between, extremely uncomfortable. "Master, it's all my fault. Punish me however you want." Su Miao's hiccuping cries wouldn't stop. At this point, and Yunnan was completely unable to lecture any further and could only say sternly, "Mon hasn't slept from yesterday till today searching for you. Qingzhou, Dai Guoguo, Liao Shiji, and others have spent 2 days running around for you. Go and tell them yourself." Hiccup. "I know. Master, I will sincerely apologize to them. Definitely seek their forgiveness." "That's enough. Wash your face first, then inform them you're safe." And Yunnan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable listening to her speak. And that was that. Afterward, Su Miao genuinely apologized and thanked everyone, and they also didn't criticize her too harshly. Although the matter of the contract was something the little girl insisted she resolved alone, whether others believed her was another story. No matter how they questioned her, the little girl wouldn't reveal more. And Yunnan and Dai Guoguo firmly believed it was the mysterious aunt who handled it. Chengzhou and others believed there should be someone else who helped her, but they currently had more pressing matters to deal with and hence didn't have time to investigate who was behind it. After Meng obtained the Bursan blood, Jiang Mo had already finished processing it, using the genetic information to create a special piece of clothing. Wearing this outfit would not trigger the robot alarms or attacks around the building near the presidential house, allowing them to further infiltrate inside. "Bursan won't go out soon. Burwet will leave Shangyu tomorrow. Let's act tomorrow night." Chengzhou was deploying the action plan for the next day. Jiang Mo will assist outside the small building. Zhou Liang and Iwaika will keep watch outside the presidential palace. "General, are you personally going undercover tomorrow?" Jiang Mo frowned deeply, showing complete disapproval. "No, you can't take this risk." "Yes, General, you mustn't." Zhou Liang also opposed. "General, I'll take the infiltration tomorrow." Iwaika took the initiative to offer his services. Little Zhou, reconsider it once more. Mo knew his uncompromising nature, but still thought the next day's operation was abnormally dangerous. Only Liao Shiji pushed his glasses calmly without words because he knew anything he decided was irreversible. "This is an order." "Naturally," Chengzhou affirmed decisively. "Yes, yes, yes." The 3 soldiers immediately stood straight and saluted. "Well, then, little Zhou, make sure you're safe. We believe in you." Mon could only support his childhood friend's decision. Liao Shiji didn't say much besides one sentence. "Boss, you must stay focused for Yunnan's sake." Just this sentence surpassed the rambling dozens of sentences from the rest. Chengzhou's eyes shifted slightly. Indeed, he hadn't married her yet, so whatever it takes, he must protect himself. Upon returning home in the evening, he stayed glued to Yunnan, hugging her tightly from behind regardless if she was cooking or surfing the starnet. "Why are you so clingy today?" And Yunnan felt he was acting strange. "I always wanted to hug you every day, hold you all the time. I've just been holding back before. But today, I can't help myself. I want to indulge a bit." Chengzhou looked deep into the person in his arms with a pair of clear bright eyes shimmering with a soft glow. Lying in his arms, and Yunnan looked up and was deeply drawn into his profound and affectionate gaze like deep green pools. Involuntarily, she reached out and caressed his handsome and upright face. As she watched his handsome face coming closer and closer, her breathing turned chaotic. The moment their lips met, it felt as if she were floating in a dreamlike state. It seemed that every kiss with him gave a different feeling, so each experience was shyly novel like the first time. After an entangled and sorrowful kiss, and Yunnan lay limply on Chengzhou's chest, gasping for air. "I think there is something on your mind today. I will go out tomorrow night. Are you afraid of being left alone?" The man didn't answer directly. Is tomorrow's mission very dangerous? And Yunnan's intuition was incredibly sharp, combined with his strange behavior tonight. She almost had confirmation. There is indeed some danger, but I have a 9/10 confidence. Don't worry. Chengzhou gently stroked her back to soothe her. Although he claimed to be 90% sure, she knew he was just comforting her. And Yunnan's heart became heavy, and she turned herself into his embrace, tightly hugging his lean yet powerful waist. "All right, don't worry, I'll return safely." The man continued to console her. The Yunnan in his arms suddenly pinched his side. "Don't you dare jinx things. As long as you keep me and Meng Xiaopeng in your heart, you'll know what to do." Yes, my girlfriend is absolutely right." Chengzhou lifted the person in his arms, kissing her forehead twice. "You gave Xiaofet the nickname Meng Xiaopeng?" And Yunnan realized he was trying to ease the tension, so she went along with the conversation. "Yeah, how does it sound? Isn't it more pleasant than yours?" "Not at all. If you really thought it sounded good, why haven't you called him that to his face before?" "I wouldn't call him that because I respect him, unlike you." Fine. You're the cultured one, and I'm the savage one. From now on, this savage will certainly learn from you, alright? The two began an aimless but light-hearted chat until 10 p.m. Alright, go to bed early today, take good care of yourself, and rest well. And Yuan pulled him up from the sofa and pushed him towards the stairs. Nan, can I sleep with you tonight? Chengzhou asked hopefully, turning his head. No, and Yuan firmly refused. If you sleep with me, will you even be able to get any rest? She murmured quietly after. I heard that. Nan, looks like you're not thinking pure thoughts. The man grinned slyly. I only wanted to hold you while sleeping. Are you misunderstanding me? I'm not misunderstanding anything. And Yuan blushed red as she loudly rebutted. What I mean is, if you held me, could you actually sleep? Hey, now tell me, should I answer whether I'd be able to sleep or not? Chengzhou stopped at the stairway entrance, truly stuck on a difficult question. If he answered yes, it would definitely offend his girlfriend. If he said no, then he wouldn't get to sleep holding his soft and fragrant girlfriend. So be honest, if we were to really sleep together in the same bed, would you be able to fall asleep? Though feeling deeply ashamed, and Yuan still asked shamelessly. Honestly speaking, no, I wouldn't be able to sleep, even if we were far apart in the bed, Chengzhou seriously responded. Upon hearing his answer, the corners of Yuan's mouth curved upwards immeasurably. So, she did have such charm after all. Can I sleep with you tonight? Chengzhou asked again with shining eyes. Dreaming. And Yuan climbed up the stairs past him. Stopping by the second-floor staircase, she turned around and said, if you return safely this time, I'll agree. Chengzhou's dimming eyes lit up once more, his smile wide as his heart overflowed with joy. Chapter 127. The next morning, Chengzhou as usual arrived on time in the back garden to start exercising. Not long after, and Yuna, who had slept restlessly, also got up and peered out the window. The man doing his exercises noticed this line of sight, looked up, their gazes intersecting midair. The man smiled at her slightly, and then turned back to continue. And Yuna's wandering thoughts snapped back immediately. She stretched and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. She decided to make the braised beef noodles he craved so much. First, she stewed large chunks of brisket in a pot, then began kneading dough by hand, mixing warm water with wheat flour until it formed a soft yet firm dough ball, which she kneaded repeatedly until the dough was elastic. She then rolled the dough into a long strip, folded it over, and pulled it longer, repeating several times until the noodles were about 4 millimeters in diameter, before boiling them in hot water. The cooked noodles were scooped into a large bowl, doused with oxbone soup, sprinkled with chopped green onions and cilantro, and finally topped with 2 big spoons of piping hot braised beef, thus completing the dish. The robust and aromatic bowl of braised beef noodles was placed on the dining table. Predictably, both the adult and the child sat down quickly, sniffing the air like dogs drawn to the scent. Wow, so fragrant, so fragrant. Thank you, sister. Lately, they had hired a private tutor for lessons for the young one, keeping him quite busy. You've all been working hard recently. I made this delicious meal to console you. Hurry and eat while it's hot, said Yuna as she also prepared a plate of cucumber salad and vegetable trio. After breakfast, each of the three went about their own plans. The little one bade farewell politely to his brother and sister, staying behind to await his class, while Chengzhou accompanied his girlfriend to work. You, where are you going later? And Yuna asked. I'll go talk to Jiang Mo and others shortly. He knew she wanted to ask if he could stay a little longer with her. He wished that too, but today's mission couldn't allow any errors. Okay, be careful then, she responded hesitantly, her mouth twitching slightly, as if wanting to say something more, but ultimately decided against it. Chengzhou smiled and patted her head gently. I will. I still remember what you said last night. Before she could react, the man hugged her briefly. We're here. Go to your work well. And Yuna walked to her office and gazed downward from the window, watching the familiar spacecraft leave only after a long moment. Time passed quickly. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Chengzhou and his team swiftly took their positions according to the previously planned deployment. In front of the president's mansion, lights were shining brightly, but inside was eerily silent, especially the southwest corner building, which could almost be considered desolate. AI Waika and Zhou Liang were stationed at a concealed high vantage point observing the surroundings. Jiang Mo and Chengzhou infiltrated the small building, stopping near the patrol range of surveillance robots where Jiang Mo had to halt. Boss, the father and son usually don't stay more than 30 minutes here, so it would be best to keep the action within this time limit. I know. You remain vigilant outside. Once the 30 minutes are up, evacuate immediately. This is a military order, Chengzhou commanded while putting on specially designed clothing. Yes, General. All right, let's start the operation now. Having said that, he darted towards the entrance of the small building like a cheetah. As everyone crossed through clusters of intensive surveillance bots, hearts raced except Chengzhou, who kept moving forward without pause. Not a single alarm sounded even when he reached the door of the building, signifying the successful passage of this phase. Now, there was only the lock at the door left. When former President Bien was in power, this building served as guest accommodation, and thus its security system was simple and old-fashioned, merely an ancient password lock. Chengzhou guessed that President Bowie's arrogance and grudge-bearing nature implied the password was probably the date he was confined. Chengzhou extended his hand, encased in a specialized glove, and decisively entered a string of numbers. Despite his calm appearance, his muscles were tense in alertness. Click! A faint sound, and the door opened. Jiang Mo far away instinctively wiped sweat from his forehead. Perhaps only the general could have guessed correctly. Once inside, Chengzhou saw 2 mechanical soldiers holding firearms guarding the entrance, living room, restaurant, staircase opening, etc., all equipped with weapons. After assessing the situation on the first floor, Qingzhou hastened upstairs, knowing the president and his wife were being held captive upstairs. With strides taking 2 steps at once, he arrived at the second floor. A middle-aged couple of lean figures stood arm in arm on the corridor, staring tightly at the stairwell entrance, exuding dignified airs despite their frailty. Upon seeing each other, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the moment. Time seemed to stand still as they stared at each other full of emotion, neither speaking a word. I came late. Qingzhou broke the silence finally, his voice hoarse as he approached them step by step. This seemed to break some kind of spell. Tears welled in the president's wife's eyes, uncontrollably spilling down. She choked and embraced him tightly, crying out, "You! Why didn't you call for help? Do you not miss us at all? Mom, I've missed you so much. Sorry I'm late." Qingzhou slightly bent down to give her a light hug. "Both Yang and I have missed you." And the President Bian standing beside also could not help tearing up, suppressing his excited and complicated emotions with great restraint. "It's not time for reminiscing now. Let's proceed with the next step quickly. Dad, you've both suffered." Qingzhou comforted his weeping mother and put an arm around her as he spoke to the man watching anxiously nearby. "I see you don't miss your sons at all." The president's wife gave the president across from them a stern look. "Where's Yang? Is he doing well? Has he been eating properly? Has he grown taller?" As a mother, she felt she was failing in her duty. She abandoned her younger son when he was only 3 years old and left him to her older son. Though it was a reluctant choice, she still felt immense inner turmoil. "Mom, please don't worry. The little guy is now white, chubby, and practically a round ball, and he has grown quite a bit. Better than you even took care of him." Qingzhou teased her by mentioning his brother. "That's good. I feel much more relieved, but this certainly isn't due to your upbringing." She knew her own son well enough. How could such a rough and tumble guy raise a 3-year-old to be so meticulously cared for? Qingzhou arched his eyebrows but did not deny it, and his mouth curled upward instinctively. President Bian, who had been pretending to rush them earlier, was actually all ears listening to the mother-son chat. "Dad, Mom, prepare yourselves. I'll take you out soon." After a brief reunion, there was something more important to do. Qingzhou pulled out a miniature device and began scanning the entire interior facilities of the small building. Half a minute later, the scan was complete, and looking at the 4-dimensional projection before him, his eyes instantly filled with anger. From the information they collected previously, it seemed clear that this small house indeed had 2 bombs, but now he learned these bombs were the latest development from the military department, originally intended exclusively for notorious space pirates who had been captured. But Boite actually dared to use them here. Qingzhou's rage reached its peak. These special bombs stored the genetic information of those detained, and once the system detects movement beyond the specified range, the bomb automatically tracks and detonates. This meant that President Bian and his wife couldn't leave the house, rendering all Qingzhou's prior preparation useless. "Qingzhou, that's all for today. You go back quickly." President Bian realized the function of the bomb too, handing over a small, delicate metal piece and pushing him towards the stairs. Qingzhou's eyes brimmed with unwillingness, while his heart churned with regret and fury. At the stairwell, his facial muscles tightened, making him look exceedingly twisted as he gazed at his parents locked inside that tiny room, refusing to leave. "Hurry up and go. We're waiting for you to rescue us next time." President Bian hugged his wife and waved toward his son. "Dad, Mom, wait for me." Despite his unbearable grief and reluctance, this wasn't the time to act emotionally. He took one last deep look at them, then decisively turned and rushed downstairs. "Leader, Bosun is heading this way." He had just arrived on the first floor, about to remove any traces when the communicator emitted Jiang Mo's voice. Chapter 128. Following this was Zhou Liang. "Big brother, come out quickly." Qingzhou's mind spun with a very risky plan forming in his head. After swiftly cleaning up the traces, he positioned himself by the door, but suddenly an image of Yu Nan from that morning when she bid him farewell appeared. "Big brother, Burleson is only 100 meters away from entering the patrol range." Jiang Mo couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to reveal himself to lure the oncoming person. Otherwise, there was no way his big brother could get out. "Liao Shiji, send Burleson a video call to stall him." Qingzhou pressed down hard on his earlier thoughts, suppressing the savage tendencies threatening to break out, and simultaneously said this to the other 2 standing by. The 2 people outside, who had been monitoring the situation intently, acted without a second word. Just as Burleson was about to step inside, he received the video call. Seeing the name displayed on his optical computer, he felt somewhat surprised. However, Mr. Liao from Shengshi Group had always been someone they wanted to court, so this video call had to be answered no matter what. Thus, he stopped in his tracks and connected the optical computer. "Mr. Liao, I didn't expect you to contact me first." On the other end, Liao Shiji saw this perilous scene unfold and was clutching at his hands nervously. "Apologies for disturbing you late, but it seems like you're not home?" Burleson assumed the other party must have something important, so he raised his leg intending to walk towards the small building ahead. But upon recalling the room filled with robotic soldiers, he stopped again and turned to walk outside. Everyone's heart rose and fell like a roller coaster for that fleeting moment. Qingzhou at the doorway, separated only by a single door, went through the most conflicted minute of his life. "General, come out quick." Jiang Mo continued whisper calling through the communicator. Hence, he had no choice but to completely abandon his earlier plan to kidnap Burleson, and instead reopen the door to dart out. After leaving the presidential palace, everyone returned to the secret villa. By this time, Liao Shiji had already hung up the video call. Everyone sat together, but none of them spoke. Seeing Chengzhou's expression, it was evident that the internal situation of the small building might be more complicated than they had imagined. 1 minute of silence passed before the central figure removed their clothing, revealing the four-dimensional scan results of the building's interior. Upon reviewing the structural diagram, everyone finally understood why their leader's expression had been so grim and sharp. The Berwitt father and son duo truly deserved no respect. A wave of anger coursed through everyone's hearts, but seeing their leader like this, none dared say more, and clenched fists tightened in restraint. The latest model bomb can only be controlled by officers of brigadier general rank or higher within the military, and the Berwitts. Jiang Mo calmly started analyzing since contemplating further was fruitless. There is only one possibility for control of the two bombs inside the small building. Chengzhou's meaning was clear to all. Those father and son pair would surely not dare inform others, meaning almost everything concerning the building was fully handled by them both. Next time we go, we'll need to somehow get information about Berwitt to recreate his disguise, along with figuring out how to deactivate the bombs, summarized Liao Shiji. Why couldn't they reuse the specialty clothes worn today? Since Burleson certainly wouldn't appear in the small building twice within such a short period, they'd have to switch someone next time. Alright, let's call it a day here. Everyone, rest a bit. Chengzhou observed the group's low-spirited momentum and decided to dismiss everyone early. He himself departed first, quietly returning home. After arriving, he collapsed onto the living room sofa, unmoving. Though today's mission could be considered a failure, at least it gave him some relief. He got to see his parents whom he hadn't seen for a year. While in the past he occasionally spent a year or two without returning home from assignments abroad, today made him especially heartbroken. When he saw their frail figures today, he didn't dare approach. Fortunately, their spirits were still quite good, yet being confined to a fixed room day after day would inevitably cause problems long-term, which is why swift action was essential. As ideas kept circling his brain on possible solutions, he dozed off unknowingly. The next morning, Yunin descended the stairs and immediately saw the person lying on the sofa. Her heart skipped a beat. Could he be severely injured? She hurriedly ran down the steps, ignoring even the fact that her slippers had fallen off. Reaching the individual's side, she scanned him thoroughly from head to toe without noticing any wounds. Then she began touching him with her hands. No injuries on the head. Unraveling the sports jacket revealed no bloodstains either. Great. Next, she stretched her hand around to his back, carefully palpating from shoulder to waist. Even though a thin t-shirt lay between them, she could feel the steady rise and fall of his warm muscles. After running her hands over twice, she snapped back to reality. It seemed there were no wounds. Reluctantly pulling her hand back, her actions lingered slightly in regret. Why stop? A raspy voice laced with a teasing undertone came from above, and she suddenly looked up to find Chengzhou had awoken at some unknown point. She blinked her eyes and said, "Did I wake you up?" "Yes, you touched me awake. So, are you going to compensate me?" The man said this while pulling her into his embrace in one swift motion, making her rest on top of him. And Yunin didn't resist, but instead compliantly followed his strength and collapsed onto him, letting her head press against the side of his neck as her hands encircled him, staying still and silently keeping him company. She could tell that he was somewhat melancholic and sorrowful at this moment. What he needed now wasn't comfort, but silent companionship. Thus, the two lay stacked together quietly on the sofa. However, they were disturbed by Meng Xiaopeng's arrival, clattering down the stairs like a sleepy little piglet looking for food, which startled both of them back into reality. Big sister, big brother, you're both still at home? Do you not have work today?" The little guy scratched his head and asked curiously. "But aren't you supposed to be in class today?" Chengzhou slowly sat up, returning the question lazily. "It's because I gave him the day off. I just hired him a new tutor, who won't come until tomorrow." And Yunin interjected to explain. Previously, due to certain incidents on the StarNet, Meng Xiaopeng could only study at home since the child possessed another crucial identity. Hence, the couple decided to rotate his tutors monthly. "I'm sorry, I forgot about this matter." Rarely reflecting, the man felt apologetic for not being a responsible older brother, likely having thought of his mother who deeply cared for this chubby child yesterday. Instead of heading to the dining room, the plump little guy ran to the living room, squeezed himself between the two adults, and sat down casually with an air of indifference. He waved a hand dismissively and sighed. I don't expect anything from you anyway. What apology are you talking about?" And Yunin couldn't help but burst out laughing, finding his small expression adorable. Chengzhou lifted the little guy up with one hand and pinched his chubby face with the other. "Brat, didn't even call me earlier. Don't you think you need a lesson or two?" Big brother, I'm sorry, so sorry." The little guy flailed his short and stubby limbs in midair while hollering desperately, "Sisterin, save me. Please rescue me." Ordinarily, Yunin would have taken the child back, but this time she decided to let him brighten Chengzhou's mood, acting as a little source of amusement for the elder one. Therefore, under her indulgence, Meng Xiaopeng squealed loudly, alternating between laughter and tears as he got bullied. Eventually, after venting sufficiently, the man finally let go of the kid. Seeing the boy collapse on the sofa gasping for breath, she gently picked him up and cradled him in her arms, whispering soothing words. Yang, what do you want to eat for lunch? Should I make it all for you?" The easily forgotten, yet unfailingly remembering hunger little guy instantly forgot how he was just mistreated in front of her eyes. He enthusiastically hugged her neck with excitement, staring at her with those irresistibly cute big eyes, and said, "I want sweet and sour pork ribs and sweet and sour spare ribs." Then he secretly glanced at his brother who had tormented him earlier and continued listing his order, and braised pork and beggar's chicken. And Yunin playfully smirked at the man nearby, implying that if the child was thinking of him this much, why must he always bully him? Good. Yang is such a good and considerate little one. After saying this, she handed over the little boy to the other person before heading toward the kitchen. Meng Xiaobang, now seated on the man's lap, folded his short arms across his chest and turned his neck away, letting out a humph, clearly acting as if he no longer wanted to acknowledge his older brother. Chapter 129. The kitchen was filled with the sounds of sizzling and frying, while Yunin deftly cooked while glancing out the window at the garden outside. The soft giggles characteristic of a child came from the backyard. It seemed like the little one was having a great time with his older brother. Even though the two brothers often teased each other, they still loved to play and roughhouse together. The aromas of sweet and sour pork ribs, sweet and sour spare ribs, red braised meat, and lotus leaf beggar's chicken were intertwined. The larger and smaller ones in the back had come back naturally, drawn by the smell. Today, there were no other plans for the two adults and one child, so they decided to go out and relax. Oh yeah, I haven't gone out to play in so long. The chubby toddler was the happiest. Is that so? Didn't I just take you out last week? And Yunin pretended to be unhappy. The little guy quickly hugged her and acted cute. I mean, we haven't taken brother out to play in such a long time. Isn't he feeling sorry for himself? Alright, today we'll take him out to have fun. It seems even the little one could sense his brother's slightly low mood. Brother, let's go. The little guy pulled the sister with one hand and tugged the brother with the other, running out the door. This outing was mainly for that man to get some fresh air, so Yunin prepared to take him to see some scenery. But Qingzhou had already adjusted himself the night before. He had recovered after only one night, and this morning he had been deliberately pretending to be down and out to his girlfriend. Now, he felt a bit guilty towards her and the chubby toddler, so he decided to take both of them to the amusement park. After all, Yunin was still just a 23-year-old girl who liked to have fun a lot, and she had never seen what the current amusement park was like, let alone the enthusiastic chubby toddler, who had been happily bouncing around since earlier, with his little bits of baby fat jiggling along with him. The two adults behind couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle as they watched him. Wow, it's an ultra-retro original amusement park. The chubby toddler exclaimed in awe at the entrance of the amusement park. Roller coasters, drop towers, carousel horses. And Yunin looked at the promotional screen's introductions and felt utterly speechless. How could this be? What happened to the promised high-tech entertainment facilities? Yunan, aren't you surprised? I specially chose this amusement park because I noticed how much you love these ancient things, Qingzhou said with self-satisfaction, waiting for praise. I am truly extremely surprised and happy. And Yunin thought sarcastically in her heart, but put on an exceptionally happy and moved expression on her face. Thank you, you're so thoughtful. Well, duh, I am your boyfriend. Of course I understand you the best. Hearing this, her smile almost couldn't hold up. She wondered if she had made a fake friend. Oh, yes, hee, you know me best. I found that you really like visiting old-style parks, and every time you go, you show genuine joy. So I guess you definitely have a special fondness for retro things. The man spoke eloquently, which was quite charming. It turned out he really paid attention to everything about her and remembered it so clearly. Any discomfort in Yunin felt vanished instantly, replaced by pure sweetness. As the two locked eyes affectionately, quite a few teenage boys and girls around them subtly glanced at them. For no other reason. Although both wore shield glasses, their aura, clothing style, and harmonious atmosphere were hard not to draw everyone's attention. If we don't go in soon, it'll be late. The chubby toddler standing in front of them originally didn't want to disturb his older brother, but he was genuinely getting anxious. Cough, cough. All right, we should go in, saying which, she pulled the little guy and walked ahead. Qingzhou immediately saw her red ear tips, chuckled involuntarily, and then swiftly caught up with the two in front of him, holding the chubby toddler's plump hand from the other side. By modern standards, the various facilities in this amusement park were still quite thrilling. Although current transportation could fly and dive underground astonishingly fast, due to the thorough safety measures, one wouldn't feel any fluctuations. Thus, projects like pirate ships and rotating flying chairs could still provide everyone with unique experiences. I want to play that. The little one rushed forward, pulling the two as soon as they entered. Wait, little kids can't ride the large swing hammer. And Yunin immediately stopped when she saw where the little guy was heading. It's fine, there are special seats for children up there. Qingzhou pointed to the small children sitting on the large swing hammer and explained to her. Oh my goodness, can such stimulating games really allow children this young to play? She stared wide-eyed at the toddlers screaming and laughing loudly on the big swing hammer. Before she realized it, she was already sitting in the chair with the safety harness already activated. Turning her head, she saw Meng Xiaobang in the children's special seat on the left and her boyfriend on the right. Hey, wait a minute, can the little guy really do this? Oh, warroar. As the equipment started, her voice was drowned out by everyone's screams. The man beside her thought she was scared, so he reached out to hold her hand and leaned his body toward her ear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Who's afraid? And Yunin silently rolled her eyes, but her right hand still tightly grasped his. She originally intended to lean forward to check on the little one, but she couldn't reach. However, she could constantly hear the happy laughter of the child, which set her mind at ease. Next, the energetic little one dragged the two of them through all the big, thrilling rides in the amusement park, still wanting to continue. Yang, please have mercy on your sister. I really can't play anymore. And Yunin collapsed onto the rest area, unwilling to move. Then, sister, you can rest here. I'll go with brother. The little one turned with bright eyes. Just let him go with you. She pointed her chin at the man. All right, we'll play for a bit longer and then come back. Although the sky had grown dark, the amusement park was still brightly lit. As that big and small duo walked away, she stared at their retreating backs, lost in thought. Children nowadays sure are in good shape. She couldn't help but sigh as she looked around at the tiny figures playing everywhere in the amusement park. She didn't know how much time passed, and Yunin deliberately chose a spot where she could see those two. She wondered why that little one liked playing pirate ships so much. They'd already finished several rounds. She decided not to call them back just yet, allowing them to enjoy themselves fully. Suddenly, she noticed a few girls over there trying to chat up the duo, and among them was a familiar face. With a start, she stood up, instantly shaken off her tiredness, and hurriedly strode over. "Excuse me, sir, do you think you could let us have a turn? We've been waiting for several rounds," said a stylishly dressed girl to Cheng Zhou. "Brother, then let's go." Meng Xiaopeng heard this and spoke very politely to the person next to him. "What a polite kid." Another girl laughed and reached out to pinch the boy's cheek. But the little one quickly turned his head, dodging that flashy nail-painted hand. "The little one is shy," the stylish girl joked with the long-nail woman. Cheng Zhou didn't pay any attention to these people. He opened his and the little fat one's safety straps and prepared to get down. "Am I familiar with you?" One of the three girls, the only one who hadn't spoken earlier, asked. The man glanced at her casually as he stepped down. It was her. He didn't say anything, just pressed the little head in his arms against his shoulder. "Have you guys had enough fun?" And Yunin arrived just at that moment. "It's you." The woman who spoke earlier sounded somewhat surprised and repulsed. "Oh, it's Missin, enjoy yourselves. We're leaving first." And Yunin had no fondness for this Missin man either. Though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, every time she met her, it felt like swallowing a fly. Disgusting. "Is he your boyfriend?" And man glared at Cheng Zhou and asked. "Yes, is there any problem with that?" She looped her arm around his, looking quite displeased as she replied. Chapter 130. Is he Mo and Tai Nua's distant cousin? And man seemed not to notice her expression as she asked again. "Miss and Yunin emphasized. "Are you being too nosy?" Her words carried a warning tone. "I just think I've seen him somewhere before." The Miss and rarely explained. "That pickup line is too outdated." And Yunin retorted without any courtesy, clearly eyeing someone else's boyfriend. "Let's go." Cheng Zhou held Meng Xiaopeng in one arm and took her hand with the other. Without a word, they turned around and left. Man, are you really interested in that man?" A fashionable woman saw Miss and still staring at his back and couldn't help but ask. Man, that man isn't worthy of you. It's only your inexperienced cousin who admires him." "Don't do anything foolish," said the long-nail woman, thinking she was up to something. "You're overthinking it." And man was actually looking at the chubby little kid on the man's shoulder. She had seen this man before, once at the Shui Tian Star building, and another time when he followed in Yunnan in the primitive park. Although this man always wore shielding glasses, every time she felt strangely familiar with him. When she saw the little chubby boy today, this feeling became stronger. She thought she must know him but couldn't put her finger on it, which troubled her quite a bit. That's why she didn't care about in Yunnan's disapproving face and asked anyway. "The sister over there is still looking at us." Meng Xiaopeng, lying on his brother's shoulder, looked up and saw that the woman who had upset sister was still watching them. "Just ignore them." Cheng Zhou turned the little guy around so he wouldn't look back. They had been walking so far away, and yet they are still staring. "Did you do something unforgettable to make them so persistent?" And Yunin teasingly asked him. "I haven't even exchanged a single word with her. Why does she always seem to want to get closer?" "The same thing happened last time in the primitive park. You believe me, I have never actively talked to her." He almost swore with a raised hand. "Well, I will still trust you." Of course, she knew her own boyfriend would definitely not bother others, but she still felt uncomfortable, wanting to hear some sweet talk from him. After returning home, Cheng Zhou placed the already asleep chubby little fatso into bed, pushed Yunin back to the bedroom, kissed her forehead lightly, said, "Good night, sleep early," then turned off the light and went back to his own room. Pushed by a series of smooth actions onto the bed, she blinked in the dark and several seconds later realized he had actually returned to his own room. Humph, dogman, the previous promise, overdue and void. She angrily threw a few punches at the bed, expired and cancelled. As for the man who returned to his room, he wasn't thinking about many other things right now. Today's encounter with a man made him feel uneasy. Last time, it could be regarded as her deliberately annoying Yunnan, but today's attempt at conversation wasn't that simple. She must be suspecting his identity. In the past, he often accompanied President Bien and his parents to various activities, and in Man, as the most beloved girl of the Yin family, also frequently appeared in all kinds of social venues. Although they had met a few times, they had merely exchanged polite pleasantries, so they did not know each other well. He had no idea what exactly in Man was implying with her questions earlier, but he didn't dare to underestimate a woman's intuition, especially given the connection between the Yin family and Boar White. He decided that the second operation should proceed quickly. The next morning, while Meng Xiaopeng was still sleeping, the other two got up early and met coincidentally at the stairs. "Good morning, Yunnan." Cheng Zhou wanted to hug her, but Yunnan acted like she didn't see him, directly going downstairs with her eyes fixed forward, completely ignoring him. Just what's going on? He shouldn't have had time to irritate her this morning, right? Scratching his head, the man gave up his morning exercise and followed her closely, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. "Nan, why did you ignore me just now?" "Nan, are you making wontons? Let me help with the wrapping." Saying this, he reached out to help. However, Yunnan crumpled the wonton skins processed by the multifunctional food processor together and kneaded them back into dough. "And Nan, am I the one who upset you? Can you tell me what made you unhappy?" With a bang, she slammed the dough on the kitchen counter. How was she supposed to say it? Should she tell him that she was upset because he hadn't come to sleep with her last night? Nothing, she replied, feeling extremely frustrated as she kneaded the dough harder and harder. I had an important matter to deal with last night. This matter is very serious, and I must weigh it carefully. Cheng-zhou, reviewing the clues from last night to this morning, finally figured it out. So, have you made a decision? And Yunin glanced at his sincere explanation and immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Of course I've come up with a plan after thinking about it all night. Seeing her softened expression, he quickly began to play the victim. You didn't sleep all night? Why don't you take a nap, and I'll wake you up when the food is ready. What would you like for breakfast? She indeed felt sympathy upon hearing this. Then how about those small wontons from before? He asked with a smile. And Yunin knew he had understood why she was upset, and her face flushed bright red instantly. She pushed him away. Go back to sleep for a while. Instead of heading upstairs after being pushed out, the man sat in the dining room and continued to ponder last night's events. When Yunin emerged after preparing the meal and saw his solemn face, she asked, Is it such a difficult situation? Can I help in any way? Cheng-zhou looked at her and shook his head slightly with a smile. I can handle it. You still don't want to tell me, do you? Or do you think I'll become a burden if you do? She had never actively questioned his secrets in the past. Before, she wanted to wait for him to reveal them on his own initiative, but now she didn't want to wait anymore. She didn't want to be unaware if something suddenly happened to him. She stared resolutely at him, and they stood in silence for a few minutes until the man finally gave in. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about you. His tone was filled with helplessness, as well as a hint of relief. We are planning to rescue President Bian and his wife soon. Cheng-zhou directly came to the point. They've been restricted by the Boer-white father and son. The sudden news stunned Yunan. How did they get involved in something as major as national affairs? This event wasn't less shocking than when her soul traveled here. So the other night, you went to execute this plan? Yes, yesterday I sneaked into the presidential mansion to meet the guarded president couple, but failed to rescue them. Saying this, an uncontrollable rage rose within him. Oh my goodness, her boyfriend actually got involved in these political disputes. For a moment, she didn't even notice his emotional change. So, what's the next plan? It can't drag on too long. We must save them within the next 2 weeks. He already had a new plan in mind. Though risky, it was worth trying. So, why did you fail the other day? Originally, Yunan didn't want to say anything that might discourage him, but hearing his tone, she realized how urgent this matter was and wanted to contribute. Since Cheng-zhou had started talking, he didn't mind elaborating further. We lack biometric information on Boer-white. As for the bomb part, he chose not to mention it, fearing it might scare her. Ah, so that's the reason. She nodded thoughtfully. As the current top administrative official, obtaining his blood or hair samples was indeed difficult. Ordinary people simply couldn't get close to him. I've thought of a way. Suddenly, she came up with an absolutely safe and unsuspecting idea. What is it? The man became particularly curious. First, help me check something, and then I'll let you know if it's feasible. And Yunan played coy, leaning close to whisper in his ear. That's it. Cheng-zhou was extremely puzzled. Yes, go help me check right away. Chapter 131. Why are we checking Berweit's recent diet? Zaya Zhaozu, you're not planning to tamper with his food, are you? Mon was quite puzzled by this request. To be honest, Cheng-zhou himself didn't know what his girlfriend was up to either. But since they were already monitoring the every move of that father-son pair, investigating their daily diets was just an extra step. I need it. I'll tell you later. Yes, boss. Zhou Liang didn't ask any more questions. He quickly sent a well-organized document to his boss. And Yuan, who was browsing on Food Edge's StarNet, didn't expect him to finish her assigned task so quickly. Thinking about how she could finally help him got her excited, like being injected with adrenaline. She eagerly opened her light computer. As expected, this secretary really knows how to indulge himself. Every meal is meticulously prepared by chefs. After reviewing the weekly menu, she gradually formed her own ideas. If everything went smoothly, results would be visible in 3 or 4 days. On the other hand, Cheng-zhou wasn't placing all his hopes on Yuan. Though he believed she might find a way, there was no room for failure the second time around. Therefore, he prepared 2 contingency plans according to his own strategy. With time pressing, they had to act on both fronts simultaneously. One group would seize an opportunity to get hold of Berweit's biogenetic information, while the other worked on researching how to dismantle the unique bomb. Thus, they split into 2 groups. Cheng-zhou led a few subordinates in studying weapon-related matters, and the other part was handed over to Liao Shiji and Mon, who both had widespread connections. Recently, the top headline on the news channel of Shanyong reappeared with a familiar name, Food Edge. This time, however, the company had spent money on its own publicity campaign. Mr. In, the advertising for medicinal cuisine has been launched. How much longer do we keep buying the trending slots? Dai Guoguo was recently confused by her boss's behavior. First, she suddenly took down all menus from 2 branches of 100 Flavors Tower, then taught Su Miao and Dong Li 2 people 10 kinds of nourishing medicinal cuisine, and followed up by heavily promoting these new items. Although nowadays, Star citizens are extremely robust due to very advanced medical technology, thus they aren't overly interested in dietary supplements. Let's buy another 3 days worth of front-page trends. She only realized now how deep the foundation of Food Edge had become. Though our company can afford the cost, it seems we don't reap too much benefit. Dai Guoguo tactfully reminded her, thinking if the boss has too much money to spend, why not just buy some planets to play around with? Are you thinking I am overdoing things unnecessarily? That's right. Our 100 Flavors Tower is originally based on an appointment system. Even if we suddenly switch to medicinal cuisine, customer traffic won't be affected. Why then do we still have to spend heavily on advertisements? This matter also doubles as my private agenda. This month, all employees' bonuses will be doubled. And you went and still did not explain why she was doing this. In that case, there's no reason for us to decline when you're offering cash bonuses. Allow me to thank you on behalf of everyone. Daiguo was stopped questioning. Regarding the fact that Food Edge once again appeared on the hot headlines of StarNet, everyone has gotten used to it, but that didn't stop the enthusiasm to join in on gossip. And this time, it's related to 100 Flavors Tower's sudden innovation. Did anyone draw the free tasting spots? Yeah, it's rumored that Food Edge's recent medicinal cuisines can invigorate the body. Is it true? Tisk, those are all marketing gimmicks made up by merchants. Haven't you seen their claim that consistent consumption is needed to take effect? That's clearly a ploy, isn't it? What the previous poster said makes sense. It's just another trick to make you consume repeatedly. That's not exactly true. We go to 100 Flavors Tower not necessarily for physical strength enhancement. That's right. We're just there for a meal. If it benefits our health, wouldn't that be even better? To put it plainly, I feel the medicinal dishes at 100 Flavors Tower truly work as advertised. My great-grandfather, who is 150 years old, was slightly weak. After eating their ginseng soup, he seemed to have gained more energy. You must be kidding. Aren't you hired as a plant by Food Edge? Exactly. It's ridiculous. Not even the elixir of youth could achieve such a feat. It's true. How could I use my great-grandfather's health to deceive you? I think the medicinal dishes at 100 Flavors Tower are somewhat miraculous. I'm not lacking money, and I've booked 2 days of their beauty porridge consecutively. The results of my beauty instruments analysis indicate that my skin has improved. Wow, really? I want to try it. Me too. There is never a lack of women eager for beauty in the world. Sister, post a message via the official account now. Say starting next week, we will cease serving medicinal cuisine and return to the original menu. And you went and looked at the discussions online with calculated entertainment. However, our medicinal cuisine has already become extremely popular. Everyone is fighting to get a spot. Wouldn't it be a bit unprofitable if we suddenly stopped? Daiguo thought she was planning to expand the business of 100 Flavors Tower and was merely testing the waters beforehand. Actually, the medicinal cuisine industry isn't that simple. I just happen to know a few recipes. But now, the StarNet has hyped up medicinal cuisine as something miraculous, capable of curing all diseases. If this goes on indefinitely, you know what the consequences will be. At this point, Daiguo also understood the severity of the matter. All right, I'll make sure the message gets out there, and I'll explain clearly to everyone. I trust how you handle things. She truly appreciated the efficiency of her competent assistant. After Nguyen had finished arranging everything, she took out the recipe from before, a satisfied and cunning smile appearing at the corner of her lips. It should be about time now. She pulled out her light computer and sent a message to a certain man. Make sure to watch that person today, especially after lunch. The recipient, Cheng Zhou, had been neglecting meals and sleep for the past 2 days while studying that bomb. After reading the message, he decided to personally keep an eye on Berwheat. He really wanted to know what his little girl had done. Recently, Berwheat and his son had been incredibly busy. The starship carrying Abai was about to reach the planet nearest to Biensi, leaving them only 5 days until the delivery deadline. But the 50 million doses of nutrient solution were still not ready. Previously, Burson had managed to acquire 20 million doses through deals with Taishan Corporation and Shengshi Group. Now those two companies had already moved into Biensi. Things on his side were instead deteriorating. The 30 million doses of nutrient solution from his company had been lost for no apparent reason. So this time around, they refused to give anything away for free. Thus, matters came to a standstill. Berwheat and his son were raising funds from other merchants while trying to negotiate with the Yin family, exhausting their energy completely. As Secretary Berwheat's personal chef, Sad saw all the delicious food on the table, left almost untouched, and felt truly troubled in his heart. Could it be that his cooking skills have made the secretary feel tired of his food? No, this cannot be. As the special chef for the secretary, his status equaled some officials, so he must ensure the father-son pair never developed any disdain for him. Chapter 132. How could Sad be just an ordinary person since he became the Secretary General's close associate? His emotional and intellectual intelligence must also be extraordinary. After observing and inquiring from multiple sources, he discovered that it wasn't a problem with his own skills, but rather this father-son pair seemed somewhat irritable recently. Coincidentally, he had also seen the news on the Star Network recently. Byway Tower had recently launched a range of medicinal diets, which seemingly included dishes that helped to calm the mind and provide nourishment. Regardless of whether it was truly effective or not, he still trusted Byway Tower's reputation. As a precaution, he also looked up some information. It turned out that some of the ingredients did indeed have these effects, and in ancient times, there were already records of food therapy. However, these recipes had long been lost in modern times. Although he felt a little regretful, at least his worries were put to rest. Originally, he had thought about making it himself, but after seeing the advertisement for Shi Yuan saying they discourage random attempts because some ingredients might counteract each other, he dismissed that idea. Byway Tower usually required advance reservations, but Sad utilized his connections to easily secure a spot, personally bringing back several types of medicinal diets. This novel cuisine naturally piqued the curiosity of the Berwheat father and son. The dishes with their unique aroma made their stomachs, which hadn't wanted to eat for many days, suddenly feel very hungry. Seeing this, Sad became thoroughly delighted, and for 3 consecutive days, he fetched medicinal diets from Byway Tower every mealtime. Although he was a little worried about his status, stabilizing the stomachs of these 2 men was more important now. During lunch, as usual, the Berwheat father and son went to the study to discuss matters after finishing eating. Father, the Yin family is becoming impossible to deal with. They think they are strong enough now and don't want to consider our feelings anymore. Then should we warn them? Burson had been trying to negotiate with Yin recently, and his frustration had built up over the last few days. The other party didn't explicitly refuse, but they kept finding excuses to delay. This point of his observation was accurate. When Yin learned how closely the two of them were tied to the space pirates, almost to the point of being shameless, he no longer wished to be associated with them. We need to reshuffle the 5 great families. Mr. Berwitt's eyes flashed with sharpness. Let's give the Yin family one last chance. You go directly to Hong. All right, father. I will. Suddenly, Burson rushed anxiously to the table. Father, what's wrong? Mr. Berwitt, still unaware of what happened, felt warmth under his nose, realizing something was flowing out. Instinctively, he wiped it with his hand and then brought it before his face. His hands were covered in blood. Father, are you all right? Burson used a handkerchief to cover his nose, then shouted towards the door. Quickly call a medical doctor. Within seconds, the medical robot arrived, scanning Mr. Berwitt's entire body rapidly. The results show that Mr. Berwitt is in perfect health. The nosebleed is caused by nutritional excess. Still unsure, the father and son went to the most authoritative private medical institution in Shangyo to get further checked, eventually reassured after triple confirmation. Amidst all their panic, that blood-stained handkerchief had already reached Qingzhou's hands without anyone noticing. Wow, we really got it. He looked extremely reluctant to touch it, wrapping it in 2 sheets of paper before crumpling it and shoving it into a special bag. Boss, you came here today. Did you foresee this happening? You're truly amazing. Zhuliang had been organizing a surveillance plan, but unexpectedly, his boss showed up instead. It's her foresight that amazes. Qingzhou's gaze drifted off somewhere, amazed that she hadn't been joking after all. Hand this over to Jiang Yamo. After giving the instructions, he piloted the spacecraft and left. And Yunnan, who was anxiously awaiting news, wondered if her method had worked. Did they get the thing they needed? If this mission failed, he probably wouldn't tell her such things again in the future. In the midst of her unease, someone knocked on the door. Come in. She sat back behind her desk. Hey Qingzhou, you're here. Did you get it? She ran over, slightly tilting her head upwards, with her eager eyes fixed on him. 2 seconds later, the man first kissed her forehead, then said, We've got it. You're really impressive. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Haha, I succeeded. And Yunnan hugged his waist and laughed aloud in joy. You're really brilliant. The man praised her again. Have you realized my intelligence yet? She asked proudly, looking up at him. I've always known you were smart, he affirmed confidently. If you have any issues in the future, make sure to let me know. I can definitely help. And Yunnan earnestly negotiated with him at that moment. Ripples of emotion surged in the man's heart as he gazed deeply at the girl before him. Her amber, clear eyes were filled with nothing but his reflection right now. All right, I'll tell you everything from now on. His voice sounded hoarse and unlike himself as he heard it come out. His hands seemed foreign too, tightly embracing her as if fearing she would run away. Considering how cooperative you're being, I'll be kind enough to clarify your doubts. And Yunnan feigned calmness, though her heartbeat raced wildly and her cheeks turned bright red. Luckily, she could hide all this by burying herself in his embrace. I previously asked you to find me Berwitt's recent recipe list, right? I noticed that he has been having a poor appetite lately, accompanied by an excess of liver fire. So, I came up with a way to make him have a nosebleed on his own, she said smugly, raising an eyebrow. And then, she continued, people who suffer from liver heat eating more heat-inducing or excessively nourishing foods are very likely to suffer from excessive internal heat or nutritional surplus leading to nosebleeds. Although the concept of liver fire was something he didn't fully grasp, he clearly understood the beginning to end of what happened. So, Baiwei Tower's recent launch of medicinal diets was for this? Bingo, exactly. Advertising also helped lure the chefs from the Berwitt family into the trap. Qingzhou increasingly admired her prowess. You truly are extraordinary, bold yet clever, deserving admiration. And Yunnan felt today was her shining moment. Floating high with praise, she couldn't resist uttering a self-aggrandizing phrase. Ha! I'm such a genius young lady embodying both beauty and intelligence. Seeing her bubbling with excitement, the man's gloomy mood over the past few days lightened significantly. She truly was his treasure, he thought. This time helping me must have cost you quite a lot of money. Qingzhou embraced his finally calmed-down girlfriend and asked, This amount I can. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. The girl in his arms grinned slyly. No. I got back all my investment, principal and interest included, guaranteed, not less. Her smug expression reminded him so much of an ancient little fox from Primitive Park, causing Qingzhou to uncontrollably peck at her snickering lips several times. Truly a little one who never loses. Chapter 133. Did you say this is entirely Xianan's achievement? Moen was greatly struck after knowing about the matter. They had been monitoring Bowie nonstop for several days and nights, using every possible method to fully grasp his schedule. They originally thought that they would surely be able to gather his bioinformation. But before they even acted, that girl just took a look at a few recipes and easily obtained the blood sample. Oh my goodness, I instantly feel like I'm useless. The rest of them also felt extreme admiration for Yunnan, but she didn't know about it because Qingzhou did not want her to worry about what happened next. Big brother, your wife has helped us solve half of the problem. We must hurry up with the other half, Jiang Yamo said, full of enthusiasm. There were so many of them. They couldn't allow the big sister to surpass them alone. Yes, I will carefully check the situation around the presidential mansion again. Zhuliang was also excited, and he immediately walked out of the door proudly after getting approval from the boss. Zia Zhaozu, if your girlfriend can do this much, do we still matter? The blonde man teased on the side. Big brother, you certainly have good eyesight. Yunnan is really smart. Liao Shiji sincerely expressed. Yes, this girl always brings me surprises. Chengzhou looked extremely proud. The golden-haired man who did not want to be ignored began to pour cold water. Oh, Xiao Zhou, you've already been far surpassed by Xiao Nannan. If you don't quickly defuse the bomb, where will you put your face? If you have nothing else, continue causing some trouble for that father and son duo. Humph, have I not been doing that well? I've already disrupted their cooperation several times. The blonde man argued with him. Hey, big brother, we've established part of our own force in Biensai Star. Should we continue expanding? Liao Shiji remembered another thing. Not necessary. The manpower we have now is sufficient. Soon, Biensai Star will revert to being a military planet. There's no need to waste resources anymore. Chengzhou analyzed the current situation in his mind. The Yin family will likely loosen their stance soon. We must rescue the president before Bowie and Abe finish their transaction and intercept their goods. I think the Yin family are just spineless. They lost 3 million nutritional agents before and got scammed, yet they still foolishly let themselves be exploited. They're truly embarrassing. Mon despised the Yin family and added sarcastically. Thankfully, Xiao Nannan had the foresight not to return to the Yin family's swamp. Boss, sure Yuan spent a huge amount of money this time on the hot section of Bystar Network. Should we refund? Liao Shiji suddenly remembered that his boss disliked taking advantage of the other party's generosity. Chengzhou smiled, as if remembering something. No need. She has already earned it back herself. More than enough. The other two exchanged astonished glances. What had he thought of that made him show such tender emotions? It was a bit unsettling. The two very tacitly got up and left, leaving him to reminisce alone. After a brief distraction, Chengzhou quickly switched back to a serious and dedicated attitude. Of course, he could sense that the others had already left. It was time for him to tackle the tough challenge. This bomb, although not the top-level weapon, was very complex in design due to its special function. It was created by a military department genius designer during a moment of inspiration. While Chengzhou was somewhat talented in weapons, this bomb had limited applications, few in quantity, and was completely different from other types of bombs. Therefore, it would be hard to dismantle it. Boss, how about we contact the people from the military department and have them send over the design blueprints? Zhang Yimou kept helping with the research but hasn't made any progress so far. No, we cannot mobilize the military department's people right now. Moreover, the weapon design library permissions should have been changed by Flynard. Now, they likely do not have access rights anymore. Chengzhou's brow was furrowed tightly all along. All right, boss, I'll continue to study. Both quickly returned to the intense research. And Yunnan had already known about their plan, and she was considered one of them now. She also knew the secret location of everyone. After work, she specially prepared a consolation meal, fried chicken. Considering the food intake of the men, she made a total of 10 young chickens, which weren't small at all since each one was as big as a turkey. Chengzhou, are you guys still busy? She asked just after packing up the fried chicken. There's still some stuff to take care of. I may go home late. In that case, can I come over to see you? Would it disturb you guys? She realized she might affect them, having impulsively made so much beforehand. Xiaonanan, you are always welcome to come over, said the blonde man, who suddenly appeared on the holographic projection of the light brain. Then Chengzhou kicked him out of the screen. Of course you can. I'll pick you up at the door. All right, see you later. And Yunnan put her mind at ease and arranged the things at home before heading out. A few minutes later, she arrived at the legendary secret base, which was actually just a very ordinary residential area, an unremarkable little villa. It truly gave off a sense of great concealment, with no indication that such a group of dangerous individuals were hidden inside. The reason she accepted her boyfriend so quickly, even though he was involved in this kind of power struggle, wasn't blind trust. She had long understood the style of governance by the Secretary General and the President. She believed that he was doing something significant to restore order. Yunnan, wait here for a moment while I add your access rights to the gatekeeping system. Chengzhou operated the light brain while holding her hand to prevent triggering the alarm. Oh, I understand. And Yunnan stood obediently beside him. I've brought some tasty treats for you guys, she said in a manner seeking praise, looking up at him eagerly. I guess you wouldn't come empty-handed. You've gone to a lot of trouble. The man closed the light brain and rubbed her head, his mood inexplicably lightening. What I brought might be something you haven't tasted before. It's incredibly fragrant, she smiled proudly, unaware that this appearance seemed childish and endearing in his eyes, making her quite likable. You're amazing, but next time you should only cook for me. Chengzhou pinched her cheeks gently, then couldn't resist kissing her on the cheek again. Several figures behind them were pulling and pushing each other near the flower bed to eavesdrop. Mon had wanted to rush forward to greet them, but was held back by the others who didn't want him to disturb. Now, hearing this, he finally couldn't contain himself. That's not fair. Xiao Zhou, we're decades-long brothers, and you're so stingy. I must say, you're disappointing. Startled by the commotion, and Yunnan turned red-faced, as being seen kissing by strangers she could handle, but these were all acquaintances. Everyone, hello? I brought some food. It's on the flying craft. Elder sister, good day? Thank you, elder sister. Sister-in-law is really thoughtful. That's right, sister-in-law, you must come often. We haven't tasted your delicious cooking in ages. We're starving. The group greeted her while rushing towards the flying craft to grab the food. Whoa, what is this? So fragrant. Wow, too fragrant. So tempting. The crowd gathered around the flying craft, sniffing eagerly. Thankfully, once they entered the villa, no one outside could see the scene, or else they would have wondered what was going on. Such a disgraceful show. Zhou looked down on their behavior. Speaking of fried chicken, it's definitely paired best with beer, but due to limited time, and Yunan hadn't figured out the method for brewing beer, and she herself wasn't a fan. Therefore, she brought chilled plum juice this time. Hurry up, we've been waiting for the two of you. Mon had already set the dishes on the dining table, waiting for the couple. Don't wait for us, try it already. And Yunan quickly pulled the people nearby to sit down. Once seeing the two of them seated, the others immediately reached out, picking up the meat pieces they had long desired to start munching on. Chapter 134. Crack. The crispy shell of the fried chicken burst in the mouth, releasing a rich aroma of oil, followed by delicious chicken juice that filled the entire palate. The chicken had been marinated in advance, making it both tender and juicy, simply irresistible. The surrounding was filled with the crunching sounds of chewing. And Yunan hadn't eaten fried chicken in a long time either, and now she was craving it like crazy. After finishing an oversized drumstick, she picked up the plum drink on the table to pour everyone a cup, but these carnivores were so preoccupied with eating. Yunan, let them pour it themselves, Zhou said as he put down the meat in his hand and pulled her back. Others couldn't be bothered much, but they didn't dare to trouble her either, speaking with their mouths full. Paper. We can do it ourselves, don't bother for us. Among all of them, Liao Shiji was the most attentive. Holding a drumstick in one hand and grabbing the teapot with the other, he poured drinks for everyone. Oh, this tastes great. The spicy flavor is quite exhilarating. Clove honey flavor, amazing. A competition began as there wasn't much of the two flavors available, and she was afraid they wouldn't suit everyone's taste. Zoliang, you've already had 2 pieces, leave some for others. Mao En, shameless, taking 2 pieces in each hand isn't enough for you. You're even putting one in your mouth, overdoing it. Watching everyone squabble over the food, and Yunan felt a warm sense of family-like bonding, a scene where friends fought playfully in what felt like a real party atmosphere. Suddenly, a warm, strong hand slipped into hers. Why aren't you eating? Do you feel like you don't have any appetite seeing them? Zhou keenly noticed a trace of melancholy that emanated from her. I'm fine, I've eaten enough. She tightened her hold on his hand. Their fingers were intertwined under the table. You only ate the original flavor, and you haven't tried the other 2. Don't you want to try? But, they're too big for me to finish. Of course, she wanted to see if the ones she made were successful. Zhou raised an eyebrow, calmly pulling the 2 preservation boxes toward him. The others were still discussing how to divide the last 2 different flavored fried chickens. Now they saw it. Well, no need to argue anymore. After exchanging glances for just a second, Jiang Mo and Liao Shiji quickly snatched up 2 original flavored pieces, and others, realizing the situation, quickly reached out as well. After all, the remaining fried chicken wasn't much left. Here, eat first. If you can't finish it, leave the rest to me. The man pushed the box he'd taken possession of to her. This doesn't seem right. Letting him eat leftovers in front of his buddies would embarrass him, wouldn't it? The man looked at her silently without saying anything, then directly grabbed a piece and fed it to her mouth. Let's share it together. And Yunan hesitated for a second, then glanced around at the others who were all buried in eating seriously, paying no attention here, so she quietly smiled. Bit off a big bite. Nice, really good. Mao En and a few others actually sensed the coercion in the man's eyes, so they acted as though they didn't see. In fact, even when they lowered their heads, they could catch glimpses from the corner of their eyes. Why should this make others look away? Sister-in-law's face was way too delicate. In the end, 10 enormous fried chickens were devoured clean, even the bones licked shiny. She underestimated these guys' bottomless stomachs again. Little Nan, can you bring more fried chicken tomorrow? Look at Mao En's greedy appearance. Yes, sister-in-law, after having your fried chicken, I feel full of energy all over my body. Zoliang was, as usual, straightforward. Then go do 10 sets of physical training. Zhou said coldly. This instantly silenced the others. And Yunan shook their intertwined hands, signaling him not to be so fierce. If you like, I'll come again tomorrow. That will be extremely welcome. Fried chicken is my favorite. Then tomorrow, bother sister-in-law to bring a little more. Liao Shiji seized the opportunity to add. After everyone chattered on, noticing someone clenching fists and moving wrists, they scattered in a rush and fled. You scared them all off, she laughed and accused. Yes, that's exactly what I intended. After Zhou scared them away, he hugged her tight. I want to spend some quiet time with you. It seemed things were progressing a little rough, and Yunan stroked the short hair on his shoulder. Although it looked prickly, his newly grown stubble was surprisingly soft. For such a rugged-looking person, his hair was unexpectedly gentle. What do you think about me opening a fried chicken shop? After embracing silently for a while, she began to chat casually with him. I guarantee the business would be absolutely booming. In fact, it's extremely simple to make. It's much easier than cooking or anything else. I can directly find a few beginner chefs to teach. She actually just had the idea of opening a store moments ago. You are getting more capable day by day, and I almost want to hide you away, the man teasingly said with a hint of jealousy in his voice. He truly wished he could shrink her down, tuck her in his arms wherever he went. Hee, so you really like me that much? She teased with a beaming smile. Yes, I do like you exactly this much. Zhou's emerald eyes grew deep and affectionate, utterly charming. I also like you very, very much. And Yunan felt both sour and sweet inside as she never hesitated to express herself. Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm a bit thirsty and came for some drinks. Mao En interrupted the romantic moment at an awkward time. Get out after you get what you need. Someone glared, looking darker than ever. Ho ho, I won't go, because you two still haven't solved your own issues, and you're already flirting here. The blonde man started arguing again. However, He regretted it the moment it came out of his mouth, and then gave Yunnan a look before disappearing instantly. If there's something bothering you, feel free to talk about it. Cheng Zhou wasn't actually angry at Mao An. He was just feeling frustrated. There is something left unfinished in my hands. It's not your fault at all. You're putting too much pressure on yourself, she softly consoled him. The more you rush, the less effective it becomes. You might as well relax yourself. He had tried this method, but images of his parents trapped in the little house kept floating in his mind, making him unable to calm down. If we cannot find a way from this angle, why don't you switch perspectives and start thinking from the result, using reverse logic? Maybe that will help achieve our goal. She continued, offering some practical suggestions. Starting from the result? Suddenly Cheng Zhou got new inspiration. Perhaps they didn't have to research how to dismantle the bomb. Nan, you're truly ingenious. I think I figured out a solution. I won't go back today. I'll ask them to send you home. The man's eyes were bright with vigor, calling over 2 others to send her home, while he returned to the laboratory full throttle. Jiang Mo was still working hard when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. He turned around and saw his boss heading over without even noticing him. Must be because he'd had an idea. Boss, have you figured out how to defuse the bomb? We'll try another approach. Since direct removal isn't feasible, let's destroy its triggering conditions instead. This came from the inspiration given by Yunnan. Right? How could we overlook such a simple solution? Zhou Yang, who followed inside, agreed, considering this a brilliant plan. Jiang Mo looked at their leader, who had thrown himself back into research. Normally, the marshal would definitely have thought of this under regular circumstances, but due to the matter involving the president and his wife, their marshal lost his usual composure. Lately, he noticed their leader's emotions fluctuating continuously, but he didn't know how to communicate with him. Fortunately, there was a Yunnan. Cheng Zhou himself also realized that his emotions had been off lately. Despite undergoing countless anti-pressure mental training sessions, when faced with reality, he would still be affected. But after this incident, he would ensure that this problem would never happen again. I can try to alter the bomb's sensing range. My guess is that the setting for those 2 bombs in the small house must automatically track and detonate once someone leaves its boundary. So, we can extend this range to cover the entire Shangyong star. Chapter 135. Cheng Zhou had already studied the bomb quite thoroughly, so if only this one change was to be made, it was relatively easy. Therefore, he quickly succeeded in completing the modification. Boss, we've made all necessary preparations now. When should we begin the action? Zhou Yang asked anxiously. The operation will start promptly at 8 o'clock on the evening of the day after tomorrow. The arrangement of manpower will still be the same as before. Yes, General. Yes, General. All right, little Zhou. This time I'll keep a close eye on the Burwider father and son. They won't get up to any more mischief, Mon promised. Shiji, you have to attend the banquet the day after tomorrow and see if you can find out who Abeidu is associated with. Cheng Zhou instructed. I understand, boss. Although Yuan suggested opening a fried chicken shop, she wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it. As a result, Mon, fearing that she might forget yesterday's promise, specifically sent a message to Dai Guagua asking her to help remind her. Chairmanin, what delicious food have you made that you didn't bring for us to try? To make Mon take such an interest, I must have some today. Under no choice, and Yuan ended up cooking a large batch of fried chicken in the company kitchen. Then, Dai Guagua, who couldn't stop eating, lived up to her role as the excellent second-in-command by spotting the business opportunity right away. Yuan, let's open several fried chicken stores. It would be chain stores like the hot pot restaurants. Not so fast, we'll talk about it in a few days. And Yuan was currently focused on their upcoming dangerous mission. Other matters could wait, especially money-making ones, which seemed dispensable to her. Yes, she was indeed this rich and confident now. How could that work? Such a delicious thing should naturally be shared as early as possible. Truthfully, she hadn't had enough and didn't want to bother the boss again for making more. I have something else going on recently. We'll discuss it in a few days. And Yuan still did not concede. Let me handle the preparatory work then. I'll come up with a perfect plan for you. Does that work? Fine. You foodies are really impressive. She finally gave in. Though she could delegate other tasks to her assistant, the fried chicken recipes still required her personal teaching. Thus, hiring new chefs became a complicated matter. Chairmanin, do we have specific requirements for recruiting chefs? Dai Guagua was fully motivated, not only due to the immediate prospect of enjoying delicious food, but also imagining the sound of coins filling her pockets. Anyone with visible genius genes will do. You decide the rest. And Yuan had zero requirements regarding culinary skills since she intended to teach everything from scratch anyway. Speaking of those experiencing misfortune recently, the Burwider father and son were at the top of the list. Since Abeidu and his people left, they had originally thought they could relax. However, the Yin family took a firm stance this time, refusing under any circumstance to supply another 30 million nutritional agents, even when marriage alliances were proposed. But since Burwider hadn't casually suggested breaking the engagement, the Yin family also didn't dare to completely offend them. Both sides continued to engage in diplomatic back and forth, akin to Tai Chi. During this period, Burleson wasn't without attempts to contact other manufacturers, but many inexplicably refused. This made him suspect Yan's maneuvering behind the scenes, secretly inciting these companies. Father, our time is running out. Abeidu will soon reach the border. Haven't I asked you to contact Hong before? I visited twice but failed to meet him face to face. I see his meaning now. He wants me to personally seek him out. Father and family has been excessively unreasonable recently. Now they don't even respect us. Burleson was contemplating finding a compliant source of funds again. Set an appointment with Hong for tomorrow morning. I need to have a proper discussion with him. Yes, father. This time, Hong arranged the meeting place within the Yin family estate. Apart from himself and the housekeeper, no one else was present. Berwider also came alone, and what transpired between the two men remained unknown to others. However, shortly afterward, the Yin family secretly transported the 30 million nutritional agents to the frontier according to the Secretary General's request. The premier position of the Yin group seemed to be stabilizing even further on the surface. Grandfather, why are we being the ones taking the loss? And Yin was puzzled, how the elder agreed so easily. Do you think dragging this situation out is beneficial? That doesn't mean we should just hand over another batch of supplies for free. He was still indignant inside. I've said it before, our Yin family long ago tied ourselves to the Secretary General's ship. It's best if you don't entertain extra ideas. The old man glanced at him lightly and resumed trimming the green potted plant in his hands. However, you mentioned there were other backup plans before. And Yin muttered unhappily, unwilling to let go. Looks like I gave you too much power. Starting from today, you will restart as the vice president. The old master seemed a bit upset and directly stripped away some of his authority. Yes, Grandpa. And Yin lowered his head, making it impossible to discern his current expression. After returning home, everyone else in the family had already learned of Grandpa's decision and came to console him. However, it was clear who was genuinely sympathetic and who secretly delighted in his misfortune. How could you make your grandpa so angry? And Zai Tao, also known as Yan's father, pulled him into the study and began scolding. Did you know your uncle always wanted your two cousins to enter the Yin group? How could you be so careless? That's right, find an opportunity in a couple of days to apologize to Grandpa. He values you most. He won't keep you as just a vice president forever. The matriarch of the Yin household also advised beside them. And Yin felt his head swelling with frustration. With all these troubles brewing in his heart, now it got worse. Enough. Stop interfering and leave me alone. What annoyed him most was that his own views appeared to conflict with Grandpa's wishes. He used to carry out tasks according to Grandpa's instructions without question, but this time, he had his own ideas. Still, he lacked the ability and courage to defy his grandfather's commands. As for his share in the Yin family's power, he wasn't worried about being taken over by others because his two cousins simply weren't cut out for business. One is a chef, the other a foodie. They posed no threat to him. Brother, are you alright? The one who spoke up was a man. Oh, girl, seems like you've grown up today, finally starting to care about people. And Yin indeed showed surprise. Annoying. You don't even know how to talk. The nature of Miss N immediately revealed itself once more. She had her own recent troubles on her mind. Having trouble sleeping at night, she decided to walk around a bit and found another person still awake in the garden. To her, what happened in the Yin household tonight didn't even count as significant news. Still, she decided to console her brother a bit, but judging by his reaction, it seemed like he might not need it after all. So late at night, why did you come out? Not specifically to check on me, are you? And Yin teased. As if. I came out because I couldn't sleep. And man sat on the rocking chair, gazing at the sky while sinking into deep thought. Come on, tell your brother what's on your mind. Have you seen Yunan's boyfriend yet? After a pause, she added, I mean his original look. You wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? Isn't he dating someone else already? And you? And Yin? Miss N barked loudly at her brother. Where do you get such absurd thoughts? This young lady wouldn't deign to notice someone of such low status. If you're so interested in how he looks, then... And Yin deliberately emphasized the word, other's boyfriend. Come to think of it, I really haven't seen his face either. Though Yin had met him only 2 or 3 times. Each occasion the man wore shielding goggles. Haven't you seen him either? Don't you feel like he's somewhat familiar? And man continued asking. Familiar? No, I don't think I've seen him before. Why are you so curious about someone else's boyfriend? And Yin specially pointed out the word other. My intuition tells me I've seen him before. There's no denying women's sixth sense can be spot on. It was rare that the brother and sister could talk calmly and rationally for so long, but they ended up discussing without reaching any conclusions. Chapter 136. 7 p.m., Secret Villa. Time is almost up. Check the equipment and get ready to go. Cheng Zhou and his group were preparing for the second rescue mission. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. 10 minutes later, they boarded the aircraft, and everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Moen couldn't stand the silence any longer. Originally, he should have stayed in the villa to deal with emergencies, but he really wanted to be on the front line. Thus, Cheng Zhou agreed to bring him along, leaving him on the aircraft later. By the way, little Zhou, does Yuna not yet know about your other identity? How will you introduce Uncle Bien and the others? Cheng Zhou hesitated as his eyes flickered. He had indeed forgotten about this detail. His parents' side was somewhat easier since they at least knew he had a girlfriend. But things would be more complicated with Yunnan. Whether it was his identity or his parents' identities, it would certainly shock her. He wondered if she could handle everything all at once. After 2 minutes of thought, he immediately stopped himself. He couldn't lose focus on the present situation. Other matters could be dealt with later gradually. All you need to do is take care of yourself. Everyone, concentrate now. We've already failed once, and this time I'll only accept one result, success. Right, little Zhou is correct. We can only succeed and cannot fail. The blonde man was frozen by that man's gaze and quickly followed with an encouraging slogan. Half an hour later, they arrived at the predetermined location and everyone took their respective equipment out of the car. After arriving at the presidential palace, they carefully checked the surroundings as usual. After observing for a few minutes without detecting any abnormalities, Ai Wei Ka and Zhou Liang remained behind to keep watch while the other two continued inward. They skillfully avoided all reconnaissance points and Cheng Zhou and Jiang Mo returned to the periphery of the small building once again. Boss, during this period, the Berwitt father and son haven't been here, so we can still enter according to the previous infiltration method. I understand. It's still a 30-minute operation time, and after 30 minutes, you must immediately withdraw with them. Chengzhou prepared and gave orders again while preparing. Yes, Commander. Jiang Mo solemnly saluted before speaking. This time, Commander, you must lead us out together. That's for sure. I'm going in. Having readied his gear, Chengzhou exchanged a fist bump with Jiang Mo, then quickly darted toward the building. With the experience from last time, entering this time was rather easy. The Berwitt father and son were too arrogant. They hadn't even come over periodically to check. Or perhaps they were tied up with recent events. Easily reaching the second floor, he called out, Dad, Mom, I've come to pick you up. Are you ready? The presidential couple suppressed their excitement, supporting each other. We're ready. Start now. Chengzhou had already informed them of this rescue plan through a secret channel. Although there was no need to completely dismantle the bombs this time, modifying the detonation conditions still carried a certain level of danger. Chengzhou had the pre-prepared protective gear worn by the couple. Out of caution, he once again took out a mini scanner to recheck the detailed structure inside the small building. After the inspection, he immediately started altering the program. Time was tight, and he needed to handle two within 20 minutes. Mr. and Mrs. President stood next to him the whole time, with calm expressions on their faces. They believed in their son. At this moment, Chengzhou was fully focused, staring intently at the miniature weapon in front of him. Carefully, he dismantled the hard outer shell, then used tweezers to insert a very thin wire, connecting it to the chip. Finally, he modified the program on the external control system. Sweat drops rolled down his forehead one after another, plopping onto the floor and soon forming a small puddle. All right, after 10 minutes, the first one was finally done. Without stopping, Chengzhou moved straight on to the second one. His hands were steady as ever, while both Mr. and Mrs. President's clasped hands were drenched in sweat. 20 minutes later, both bombs had been successfully modified. The presidential couple attempted to leave the bedroom. We're out. Mrs. President excitedly covered her mouth. All right, don't waste any more time. President Bien echoed the same feelings, though he kept his emotions in check, gently patting his wife's hand and guiding her downstairs. Just a moment, Mom and Dad. To prevent accidents, put on these clothes, then we'll go out one by one. Chengzhou worried about the machine soldiers downstairs and the patrol robots outside. Right? Your consideration is accurate. Berwitt probably won't let anyone besides his own son survive this place. President Bien helped his wife put on the specialized clothing. I'll go out first, then you follow me, Vivian. Jihuai, be careful. President Xiaowei gripped her husband's hand tightly. Chengzhou silently stood behind, eating the dog food that his parents had shoved at him. Jiang Mo sent a message immediately after picking up President Bien, and then Mrs. Xiaowei carefully left the small building where they had stayed for over a year. Finally, Chengzhou darted out like a leopard. With this, 80% of the rescue mission was considered complete. They owed it all to the Berwitt father and son's lack of confidence. As such, they surrounded the small building with nothing but robots. If someone were guarding here, they might not have been able to stroll in and out so easily. Uncle Bien, Aunt Xia, you two have really gone through a lot. Mon had been waiting outside ever since he received the message. It's Mon. Thank you for saving us. Mrs. Xia Wei smiled kindly. And Jiang Mo, Zhou Yang, Ai Wei Ka. Thank you all so much. Not at all, ma'am, you flatter us. It wasn't hard, we were only doing our duty. Right, it was our responsibility. Even President Bien, who was usually solemn, wore a warm smile today. For more than a year now, you all have truly endured so much. The group successfully rescued the presidential couple and returned to the secret villa by 9 o'clock in the evening. Though there was much to say, Mon politely bade farewell to the presidential couple, understanding that their family needed some private time. Mom, Dad, I'll see him out. Chengzhou followed the blonde man out unexpectedly. Why did you come out? You helped tell Yun that I won't be coming back tonight, so she doesn't worry and can go to bed early. The blonde man immediately understood but still asked, why don't you tell her yourself? You could send her a message. Why are you so chatty when I just asked for your help? Chengzhou gave the blonde man a punch straight away. Ow, you hit too hard. Mon uncovered the truth while covering his sore shoulder. You don't know how to face little Nan, do you? You're afraid she'll ask about Uncle Bien and Aunt Xia, right? Stop blabbering and just do what I told you. Chengzhou sounded a little impatient because he knew Yun must still be worrying about him. All right, I'll send her the message. The blonde man finally gave in. But Jojo, you should confess to her sooner. After all, little Fatso is still with her, and tomorrow Aunt Xia will surely want you to bring the little one over. Sooner or later, she'll find out. It's different whether she hears it from you or others. You'd better think about it carefully. Although Mon said a whole lot of things, Chengzhou felt that they made perfect sense. He couldn't understand why Mon, despite knowing so much, was progressing so slowly with Su Miao, that little girl. Chengzhou, why did you take so long talking? Mrs. Xiaowei noticed that he seemed a bit preoccupied. Is there any change in the situation? President Bien also realized that Chengzhou appeared slightly troubled, assuming it was related to work. No, it's not about that. Just stop focusing on the situation all day long. Can't we chat about family matters for a while? Mrs. Xiaowei quickly cut President Bien off before he could continue. Mom, Dad, it's not early anymore. Let's rest well first, and we can talk more tomorrow. Chengzhou observed that both of them looked a bit worn out. All right, tomorrow we'll bring Yang back and have a family reunion. Mrs. Xiaowei said happily. Seeing her eagerly anticipating face, Chengzhou could only reply, okay, we'll go pick him up tomorrow. Chapter 137. And Yuan was indeed worried the whole day today. Finally, she received a message from Mon in the evening and felt relieved. However, she was a bit puzzled why it wasn't Chengzhou who sent it. but she didn't think too much about it. The next day, she originally didn't plan to go to the company. She wanted to look for a certain man, but her deputy was simply too dedicated and had already completed the proposal in just 2 days, insisting that she review it. With reluctance, Yuan still went to the company. Ms. N, this is the proposal, and this is the new recruit I've selected. Please take a look to see if there are any places that need supplementation. Dai Guagua had been waiting at the office door since early morning. Sigh. Unexpectedly, even as the boss, one can't skip work casually. And Yuan focused seriously on reviewing these 2 documents. There's basically no major issue. But I hope we can also open stores on other planets simultaneously. Given our current capabilities, opening more than 100 fried chicken stores online at once wouldn't be an issue. However, the manpower might pose some problems. Dai Guagua hesitated. No problem. After all, teaching dozens or hundreds of people is the same. We'll train a batch first, and the rest won't be an issue later. All right, Mizzen. I will adjust the plan according to what you just said. Fine. Is there anything else? And Yuan looked at the time, which was still early. She thought it was fine to skip work now. There are these files that require your approval. In the evening, there's also a business gala hosted by Incorporation, so this time, you'd better attend personally. Dai Guagua handed over the invitation to her. Being forced to stay, and Yuan felt extremely depressed inside. Since she had no time to find that person, she could only have him come see her instead. Are you busy today? She sent a message to her boyfriend. Meanwhile, on Qingzhou's end, having made up his mind, he carried out his morning exercises step by step in the morning. When he returned, the President Bien couple had also already woken up. Qingzhou, come quickly to eat breakfast. After breakfast, go pick up Yang Yang. Xiaowei called from the dining table. He stepped closer and found it very unusual, because what they called breakfast were merely 2 nutrition agents. For almost a year, he had hardly eaten these things anymore, and suddenly eating them again was somewhat uncomfortable. How has your eating speed slowed down like this? President Bien had already finished eating and was browsing recent news on the optical computer. You don't like eating nutrition agents, do you? Still, Xiaowei was the most meticulous mother. You used to never be picky about food. Mom, what are you trying to say? Qingzhou saw the teasing smile on his mother's face and directly asked bluntly. Then I'll ask it. Did you start dating someone? Is she a chef? Did I guess correctly? Even though this was a conversation between mother and son, President Bien Shihuai beside them, who was absorbed in the news, had unknowingly turned off the optical computer and subtly shifted his attention here. Yes, your guess is entirely correct. Qingzhou briefly recounted to his parents about how he accidentally fell onto the Orota planet and was saved by Yuan, as well as subsequent events. The Yuan you mentioned, isn't she the founder of Shi Yuan, the youngest female entrepreneur in the Star Alliance Republic in nearly a century? President Bien learned of this incredible girl from yesterday's news, but didn't expect his own son to have any connection with her. Yes, that's her. Qingzhou's demeanor exuded pride, naturally able to hear the admiration in his father's tone. So, do you know her? How is this girl? Xiaowei heard the conversation between father and son and wondered why Bien Shihuai seemed familiar with that girl. President Bien was still looking at his son with complex eyes. He thought that their family pig, referring affectionately to Qingzhou, had lured another family's cute cabbage, metaphorically referring to a girl, feeling somewhat guilty. Madam, search on the optical computer and you'll understand. Qingzhou, the young lady is only around 23 or 24 years old. You didn't deceive her into being with you, right? President Bien still felt somewhat responsible since the girl's parents passed away early, making her susceptible to being swayed by their pig. Dad, I'm only 30 years old. Qingzhou felt like pulling his hair out. Was he really their biological son? Moreover, I worked hard and sincerely pursued her. At this point, Mrs. Xia, having roughly understood the situation, added her commentary. This girl is truly excellent. Qingzhou, if you break up with her, we'll adopt her as a goddaughter. She had always wanted a warm-hearted little daughter, but ended up with 2 big, drafty pants. This made her quite upset for a long time. Mom, we're getting along well, absolutely not breaking up. You can't expect a goddaughter, but a daughter-in-law is guaranteed. Qingzhou was thoroughly struck speechless by his parents. Even though I haven't met this girl, I feel that I will like her very much. You must treat her well. If you get dumped, I'll immediately ask her to be my goddaughter. Xiaowei continued searching for information online while teasing her son. Cough, cough. We don't mean anything else. President Bien Shihuai saw his son's face turning black and began to patch things up. We definitely trust your judgment. You should treat the young lady well and not bully her. Qingzhou rolled his eyes, glancing at his family status. Don't you know what kind of person I am? That was true. Mr. and Mrs. Bien were quite confident about their son's character and appearance, but they didn't know how he might behave in a relationship. So when do you plan to introduce us? Xiaowei asked impatiently. I think it's not the right time yet. Qingzhou quickly stopped his mother's thought, since Yuan didn't even know anything about them yet, and he hadn't fully explained everything to her. Yes, considering the current situation, it's really not the appropriate time for introductions, President Bien rationally analyzed. There are still many things to be resolved. It would be better to meet after all those issues are settled. You make sense. The first meeting does require some caution and showing her our respect. I was too eager. Xiaowei felt a little disappointed. Oh, is Yang Yang at Yuan's place? She finally remembered her long-unseen younger son. Should I go pick him up now? Qingzhou asked. Of course, I wonder if the little guy still remembers us. Thus, under the urging of his parents, Qingzhou prepared to pick up Yang Yang, while brainstorming in his mind how to confess everything to Yuan soon. When he received a message from her on the way, he started feeling nervous, because he wasn't sure how she would react after knowing the truth. Are you home? I'm getting ready to go back. Upon seeing this message, and Yuan felt inexplicably relieved, as she had thought earlier that he might have been injured and unable to contact her. I'm at the company, busy all day today. She subtly hinted him to come see her at Shi Yuan. But Qingzhou replied like this. You focus on work first, I'll take little fatso out to play, and come to pick you up later. He originally thought since she was so busy today, he'd just delay telling her until another day, picking a good moment when her mood was nice. That dog man. Can't he bring Mengzi Feifei, the adorable kid, to find me? And Yuan got a bit upset, realizing for the first time there was a hint of straight male behavior in him. At home, the so-called dog man was actually secretly sighing in relief, preparing to extract little fatso who was in class. Little fatso, change your clothes. I'm taking you out. Don't call me little fatso anymore. Bian Qingzhou. The little one hugged his arms tightly and protested loudly. Little fatso, are you asking for a beating? How dare you call me by my name directly? The little one regretted shouting almost instantly upon seeing his brother's stern face, which looked truly angry. Brother, I'm sorry. I was impolite. Forgive me. You indeed acted too rudely and without manners this time. Qingzhou squatted down to teach him a lesson. But it's also my fault for neglecting you recently. Brother, it's all my fault. I won't do it again. The little one immediately threw himself into the warm, solid embrace. All right, I understand. But in the future, someone will be constantly watching over your studies. Qingzhou carried him and walked out. Chapter 138. Brother, where are we going today? Are we going to find Sister Nan? Meng Xiaopeng was talking incessantly inside the spacecraft. Brother, can you ask sister to make us fried chicken later? Ever since he had tried it once, he has been craving fried chicken every day. We're not going to Xiwan today. Qingzhou's headache got worse from all the noise. I guess I won't get to eat it today. The little guy pouted and sounded quite disappointed. For the next part of the journey, he seemed completely deflated. And that man didn't pay him any attention, nor did he tell him the purpose of bringing him out. It wasn't until the spacecraft stopped in front of the secret villa that the little guy remained listless. Yang. A familiar, joyful, yet slightly trembling voice woke him up instantly. He crawled to the car door and saw a person he missed dearly standing at the door. Mom. Wow woo woo, Meng Xiaopeng cried out to Xiaowei, then ran out and hugged her tightly, crying loudly. Being hit by the heavy little meatball, Miss Yan nearly fell back. With Bian Qihuai's help, she steadied herself. She embraced the little one in her arms, feeling a pang of acid in her heart as her eyes watered. Mom. Dad. Hiccup. After venting his emotions, Meng Xiaopeng kept hiccuping. Why did you guys take so long to pick me up? You don't keep your promises. It's all our fault. We apologize to you, okay? Can you forgive us? All right. Since you've admitted your mistakes, I'll forgive you. The little one waved his hand graciously. But you two cannot leave me behind anymore. All right, Dad guarantees that we definitely won't do that again. Then the lively little one started chattering away nonstop, pulling his parents along, most often talking about what delicious things Sister Nan made, and secondly about how his brother bullied him. Mr. Bian Qihuai and Ms. Xiaowei patiently listened to his childish talk. From the little guy's descriptions, they could clearly feel that he had truly lived well over the past year. Tisk, just look at his chubby body. This little fatso must be having a great time. Qingzhou, noticing the satisfaction exchanged between his parents, already knew their thoughts. Mom, brother is awful. He gave me a nickname and called me little fatso. Humph, I hate him. Then he glared at his brother. Look at the fat around your belly, your pudgy arms, and your chubby little legs. Isn't that just a small fatso? Qingzhou kept teasing the little one. Qingzhou, you shouldn't talk to your younger brother like that. Xiaowei gave her elder son a disapproving look. No way, this is called cute. When I grow up, I will naturally lose these fatty rolls. Meng Xiaopeng was quite smug now. That's what Sister Nan said. If you keep being this fat, who would still like you? Qingzhou leaned forward and flicked his brother on the forehead. Yang. Or maybe mom will accompany you to exercise more in the future? Xiaowei used to care a lot about her image, fearing her youngest son might be teased by others in the future. I don't even care. It doesn't matter whether others like me or not, as long as mom and dad like me, and Sister Nan also likes me. The little one shook his body with a pompous expression. Yang is truly amazing. You're absolutely right. There's no need to overly concern yourself with strangers' opinions. Bian Qihuai felt deeply gratified. Evidently, the little guy had been well taught during this year. That's correct. That's exactly what Sister Nan said. A single strand of black hair bobbed up and down. Miss Ya originally had red hair, but because it was too conspicuous, she dyed it black. She rubbed the top of the little guy's head curiously. Oh, what else did she say? Sister also said I am the cutest, and that I should be confident, not to let ugly words from strangers affect my mood. After hearing Meng Xiaopeng's words, both parents were emotionally complex. These truths should have been taught by them, but seeing the youngest son becoming so open-minded and sensible, they were very grateful. Can we really not see you, Nan, in advance? Xiaowei looked hopefully at her eldest son. Mom, didn't we already agree? Now's not the right time. Qingzhou felt a headache coming on. I think Yunan shouldn't be the kind of girl who minds these details. She probably wouldn't mind our current situation. Bian Qihuai also took his wife's side at this moment. They originally planned to wait until they returned to their proper positions, then formally invite the young lady over as a guest, to emphasize how much they valued her. However, after listening to their youngest son's description, he thought the girl was already like family. Therefore, there was no need for such formality, otherwise, it would feel distant. Mom, you two want to see Sister Nan, right? I can video call her. The little guy said this, and was about to turn on his child's optical computer. Qingzhou quickly turned off Meng Xiaopeng's optical computer upon seeing this. Yunan has something urgent at the company today. Let's not disturb her. Instantly, Three pairs of eyes looked at him with suspicion. Besides, it would scare her if you suddenly appear in front of her, don't you think? We need to wait until she gets ready. That does make some sense, Xiaowei nodded understandingly. Girls always needed a long time to prepare for meeting parents. But really, haven't you two had an argument? Also, every time we mention meeting her, you always make excuses. Have you argued with Yunnan? Bian Shihuai was also very suspicious about his eldest son's attitude. We're fine. We haven't argued. He explained helplessly. Your expression tells all. Definitely you have upset Nan. That's right. Even though she hadn't met the girl yet, Mrs. Xia had already started learning the calling method from her youngest son. You shouldn't be doing nothing here. Go apologize to her quickly. I tell you, admitting mistakes requires being positive and proactive. President Bian began giving his son advice. Remember to bring a little gift when you go, like flowers or small things like that. Yes, your father is right. Don't delay any longer. Go quickly. Under the constant urging of his parents, Chengzhou finally couldn't bear it anymore. So he directly told his parents that he hadn't confessed to Yunnan. So before, didn't you say thanks to Sister Nan's help, you managed to save us so quickly? It turns out she doesn't know we are your parents? Xiaowei felt this girl was just a bit silly. At that time was tight. There was no time to mention it. Yunnan trusts you, which is why she didn't ask much. Bian Shihuai saw through it immediately. This is definitely your fault. You two have been together for such a long time. I don't believe there wasn't time. Mrs. Xia glared at him fiercely. I'm telling you, we won't help you with this. You figure it out yourself. Son, you must handle this matter properly. I like Sister Yunnan very much. Whatever happens, don't lose the daughter-in-law I've set my sights on. President Bian patted his shoulder heavily. Chengzhou immediately felt disoriented. He didn't expect them to give him absolutely no suggestions. The couple of President Bian left with their youngest son, leaving him alone in the living room. Meng Xiaopeng stopped at the door. Brother, tonight I am staying with Mom and Dad. Sister Nin will surely be scared being home alone, so you should go back and accompany her. The little guy still favors his brother. Even though he understands nothing, he knows dating needs solitude, something his good friend from kindergarten once told him. Thus, inspired by his family, Chengzhou decided to first prepare a small gift, then go pick up Yunnan after work and confess to her during the evening when only two people were left in the house. But as one saying goes, it truly makes a lot of sense. Plans can never catch up with changes fast enough. Chapter 139. Miss Sin, do you need me to accompany you to the banquet tonight? Dai Guowa asked at 3 in the afternoon. How about it? This time you don't have to accompany Mr. Liao, right? And Yunnan teased her. Distance creates beauty. Being together all the time can easily cause conflicts. It does sound like there's a bit of truth in that. She wondered if she should learn from Miss Dai. This morning, she felt a tiny bit of dissatisfaction towards her boyfriend. But, Yunnan, your partner is different. I think even if you two became conjoined twins, there would never be a case of growing tired of each other. Dai Guoguo promptly added this sentence, immediately dispelling her thoughts. Then, Sister Dai, I'll bother you to accompany me to the social engagement tonight. Huh? Won't your partner come with you? He has something today, and I didn't call him. And Yunnan wanted him to spend more time with Meng Xiaopeng. The brothers rarely had time alone together. Chengzhou, having been chased out, had never been as anxious as he was today. First, he wandered around for a while trying to pick out a small gift. But after looking for a long time, he still didn't know what to buy. Helpless, he could only seek advice from Mon and Liao Shiji. Little Zhouzhou, I think jewelry is the most appropriate. There's no girl who doesn't like these pretty things. Boss, I think giving jewelry is too vulgar. Look at how Yunnan dresses normally. She rarely wears jewelry, so I think practical things would be better. Little Zhouzhou, you must believe me. Girls are the ones least resistant to jewelry that shines, Bioling. Mon passionately urged him to choose her plan. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses and analyzed rationally. With Yunnan's current wealth, if she liked jewelry, she would have bought it herself by now. But the fact is she hasn't, which shows she doesn't like such things. Nan is probably waiting for someone else to give it to her. And giving jewelry is something only people with intimate relationships do. Of course, gifts should be what the recipient likes, showing that you've put effort into it. Listening to these two debating, Chengzhou thought he'd made the wrong decision, seeking their opinions. He ignored the two who were still arguing and turned off the light bring. His mind felt even more confused. He had previously given a handmade bracelet to Yunnan. Judging from her happy reaction at the time, it seemed like she liked jewelry. However, she indeed hadn't often purchased such items, so he couldn't quite grasp her preferences. So just prepare everything. Chengzhou happened to arrive at the jewelry store under the Shengshi group, catching sight of a set of cobalt blue star diamond necklace, earrings, and a matching hairpin. Sir, hello. This set of jewelry is a limited edition released this year, and is currently only available for display and viewing. If you like it, you can check out styles from the same series. A staff member introduced them. He instantly felt this necklace would suit his Yunnan perfectly. Its color and design really complimented her. Hearing the shop assistant's words, Chengzhou briefly glanced at other pieces from the same series, none of which caught his eye. However, he didn't trouble the shop assistant further. Wait a moment. Saying this, he sent a message to Mr. Glasses. Within 2 minutes, the exclusive limited edition jewelry set that was meant only for exhibition had already been packed up and handed over to the man. This set, Sincere Heart, had attracted many buyers before, whether it was Miss and or other upper-class ladies, but none of them managed to take it home. No one knew exactly who this man was, but his background must certainly be extremely extraordinary. Where can I pay? Chengzhou interrupted the shop assistant's days. Shengshi jewelry store used a very primitive and old-fashioned business model. There wasn't a single robot in the shop. Oh sir, this way please. The shop assistant immediately snapped back to reality, feeling slightly tense. This big shot was truly intimidating. The sense of oppression in that instant almost frightened him to death. Although Cheng Zhou was the big boss of Shengshi Group, others did not know this, so everyone in the stores secretly observed this man who had just paid 200 million stars worth without blinking an eye. Wow, so cool. What a pity he's wearing shielding goggles. His face isn't visible. From his build, he must look incredibly handsome. But judging from his demeanor, he probably already has a girlfriend. Several girls who came to see the jewelry gathered excitedly in a circle whispering about this man. Cheng Zhou, who was being watched by everyone, naturally heard the murmurs around him but cared nothing about it. However, he felt a strong gaze constantly fixed on him. He unconsciously looked toward that direction, but several girls huddled together, blocking the powerful presence of the person who was staring at him. After buying the jewelry, Cheng Zhou also planned to purchase a bouquet of flowers. His father's skills in consoling others were still worth taking a page from. At the flower shop, Cheng Zhou also took a fancy to a round cactus displayed in the showcase. This plant was split from an ancient one in the primeval forest. Its price was correspondingly expensive as well. Considering it was practically a living antique, another 300 million stars were spent. Even though the money flowed out like water, Cheng Zhou indeed felt somewhat reassured. Leading his invaluable apology gifts, he arrived at Xiwan only to be told that his girlfriend, the chairman of Xiwan, had gone to attend a banquet held by the Yin family group. Why hadn't she mentioned it earlier? Cheng Zhou turned on his optical computer and sent his girlfriend a message. Nanan, are you attending the ball? Where is it located? I'll come find you. And Yunan had just arrived at the Guantang hotel owned by the Yin group when she received this message. A wave of warmth washed over her heart. This man really cared about her after all. Thus, she directly sent the address to the other side. Look at your rosy little cheeks. It's clear that it's your sweetheart who has contacted you. Dai Guoguo teasingly said while hanging onto her arm. What? Do you feel envious? Do you want me to give your Mr. Liao a hint? The two of them walked inward chatting and laughing. Entering the hall, they both unconsciously wore standard smiles, mechanically exchanging pleasantries with the people coming and going. Yunan, Guoguo, you've arrived. AI Lin approached the pair actively upon seeing them enter. AI Linji, it's been a long time. You came quite early today. And Yunan looked at the stiff expression on the other person's face and realized that AI Lin must have been maintaining her fake smile for quite some time already. Yes, my father asked me and my brother to come today. He wanted to arrive early, AI Lin explained. Your brother? We've never heard you mention him before. Dai Guoguo was curious, thinking that the AI family must certainly keep a low profile. My brother's name is AI Hui. He only recently started working at the company. AI Lin seemed unwilling to talk much about this topic. By the way, why did the Yin family invite so many people tonight? And Yunan quickly shifted the subject. I don't know either, but Grandpa suddenly took half of the power from the eldest son, and I wonder if it's related to this matter. AI Lin also changed the subject and started talking about other things. She didn't think this was anything serious. It was inevitable for Yin to eventually take over the Yin family, so perhaps what Grandpa did was just to give him a warning. But this time, she truly hadn't guessed the old man's intentions. At 7 o'clock in the evening, when the ball officially began, and Hong made a rare appearance in front of everyone and announced that Yin would step down from his position as president and simultaneously declared that Zhua, his second grandson, would also join the company to learn the ropes. This news set off heated discussions among everyone, pondering the meaning behind Lao Shuai's actions, especially the senior executives of the Yin family group, whose reaction resembled a pot boiling over. What do you think the old man from the Yin family is up to? Is he trying to incite internal strife between these two brothers? What's his plan? I think he's decided to abandon Yin and start cultivating a new successor. After all, the old man isn't very old yet. I guess he's just trying to humble Yin. It's unlikely that he'll replace him. Yin has been with the old man since childhood. Besides, Zhua doesn't seem like someone fit for business. In any case, everyone had their own say, discussing the purpose behind Hong's actions. Do you think that the Yin family will split internally because of how the old man's acting? Dai Guoguo also started gossiping with a curious look. Judging from this, I think the old man is probably using Zhua as a whetstone, to use him to train Yin. And Yunan couldn't help but voice her opinions as well. That makes sense, AI Lin agreed. As the trio became more engrossed in their discussion, they noticed someone heading straight towards them. And Yunan, do you have time to chat with me? Without even saying hello, the miss indicated for her to follow her. Chapter 140. However, Yunan didn't even budge. She had always disliked this young lady, especially since she might still be coveting her boyfriend. After walking for a while with quick steps, a man noticed the silence behind her. Turning back, she saw that no one had followed her at all. She restrained her displeasure and walked back again. I have something to say to you privately. Her tone was as haughty as ever. Missin, I'm afraid I may not have the time right now. Despite the other's unbearable attitude, she responded with kindness in her voice. You, and man's face immediately turned unpleasant, but she did not behave rudely in public. She furrowed her brows, impatiently moving closer to Yuna's ear and quietly said, it has to do with your boyfriend, then turned and left. And Yuna changed expression. I'll chat with her for a moment. She told the two people around her and followed. All along, she kept thinking about what she wanted to do. She wasn't worried about anything else, but feared that certain matter would be known by others. Given the relationship between the Yin family and the Secretary General, if a man found out that Cheng Zhou had secretly rescued the president and his wife, the consequences would certainly be unimaginable. No matter how uneasy she felt inside, her face maintained an unfriendly expression towards strangers. Miss N directly led someone to the rooftop, going into the room specifically reserved for her by Guanting. After entering, She locked the door straight away and cut off all signals within the room. And Yuna watched everything she did without any change of expression on her face. Yet internally, she began to feel some tension. What is she up to? All kinds of messy classic novel plot twists flashed through her mind. Sit. And man suddenly spoke. Judging from her appearance, it seemed like it was just a conversation with no other actions for now. Still maintaining her composure, and Yuna sat on the sofa without saying a word, deciding to remain unmoved and wait to see what the other party actually wanted to do. Let's skip the formalities. Tell me, do you know your boyfriend's real identity? Missin indeed skipped the pleasantries, not even offering her a glass of water. This seems irrelevant to Missin, doesn't it? Could it be that she knew Qingzhou was the big boss behind Qingshi Group? That wouldn't be a major issue. Tisk, judging from your expression, you probably don't know either, or you wouldn't be so calm. And man's lips curled slightly upward at this moment, showing a bit of provocation. My calmness shows that I am good at handling things calmly. But judging from your actions earlier, I wonder who you were trying to guard against. And Yuna countered her. Now and man was a little unsure whether the other party truly knew or not. However, she was also too lazy to beat around the bush anymore. And Yuna, should I commend your good taste, or your recklessness? What does she mean? Did she find out about that matter? Judging from her previous behavior, she probably hasn't told anyone yet. So what does she want from me? You didn't call me here today just to praise me, did you? TSK, I must admit, I am a little impressed. Your boyfriend's current status can't be revealed openly, yet you're still willing to follow him. You're just like Uncle 3, such a romantic fool. How come I sense a hint of envy in your words? And Yuna continued dodging her questions while strategizing in her mind. Do I need to envy you? Joke. I feel sorry for you. Who is Bian Qingzhou anyway? The former marshal of the Star Alliance Republic and the son of President Bian Qihuai. He only looks down on you because he's temporarily using you after falling out of favor. Upon hearing these words, and Yuna's brain froze for a second. Bian Qingzhou, who is this? Why does it sound so much like her boyfriend's name? Wasn't the former marshal supposed to have already died in battle? No wonder she thought something was strange the first time she heard the name Qingzhou. She assumed that people in the future were just casual like this. It turns out he never told her his surname. No wonder he went to great lengths to rescue President Bian and his wife. They are his parents. No wonder he mentioned taking Yang Yang out today. Originally, it was for a family reunion. And Yuna's mind was chaotic like an old TV set malfunctioning, full of static noise, messy and loud, with a chilling breeze creeping into her heart. At this moment, she felt as if she had split into two halves, one part as confused as glue while the other still tried to keep a rational dialogue with her. This is just your conjecture. I don't know any marshal. At this point, you're still protecting him. Although I haven't seen his face, I've observed several times that he has a particular air about him. I thought for a long time before recognizing him. This was indeed true. And man rarely interacted with Bian Qingzhou, but the man's bearing was unique enough for her to remember. Missin, it's better not to make reckless remarks without evidence, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Moreover, your guess will bring me a lot of trouble. You are truly devoted to him. If Bo White finds out, you'll surely be dead. And man really detested her expressionless face. I still insist on the same statement. It's better not to spread things without evidence. A slip of the tongue might backfire and damage the relationship between your own family and the Secretary General. And Yuna mechanically continued the conversation, barely giving it any thought. How you're really a tough nut. I'll tell you directly. This afternoon, I happened to see your boyfriend in Shengshi Jewelry. He spent 2 billion star coins to buy a set of exclusive jewelry for viewing only. TSK. I don't think it's the one you're wearing now. I wonder which lady he will give the rare jewelry he obtained using his connections to. And man wore an air of gloating. Missin, so your purpose today was just to mock me and make me embarrassed, right? Congratulations, you've succeeded. I am indeed quite distressed right now. Can I go then? And Yuna had no mood to continue the conversation. A man opened her mouth wanting to say more, but seeing that the other person looked expressionless yet emitted a strangely low and sharp atmosphere, she felt slightly afraid. Despite being somewhat unwilling, she still opened the door and let the other person leave. Today, she finally gained some advantage over the girl. She had previously worried that Yuna would steal her grandfather's attention, so she had always guarded against her. Later, when she realized that the girl didn't care about joining their own family and started her own company instead, with Shi Yuan rising, her dislike towards the girl grew stronger. When she found out the mysterious boyfriend of that girl was actually that person, she decided to strike at the girl and hoped to completely crush her and send her spiraling down. The reason she didn't tell others is that she lacked solid evidence. Speaking rashly would certainly cause a commotion, which would be disadvantageous to her. On the other side, Yuna currently felt lightheaded, as if reality had faded. In a daze, she walked out of the main entrance, standing outside the hotel bathed in dim lights, feeling the cool breeze. Her mind flashed through every moment since she arrived in this era, as though each scene had a shadow in it. Yes, she met that person on the second day after arriving here. Whether in Aroda or Shangyong, they seemed to have never parted. She seemed to have an illusion. Without leaving that person, she couldn't live in this world. But this definitely was an illusion, right? Nan, why are you standing here like a fool? Don't you feel cold? A familiar caring voice pulled her from her reverie. Qingzhou took off his coat and wrapped it around her shoulders while guiding her toward the flying car. Is the ball over? Did you have fun today? And Yuna quietly followed his movements, listening intently to his words. Chapter 141. Surrounded by the warm air, her numb limbs gradually recovered, and she found herself gazing at the man, staring blankly at him. Nan, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Qingzhou felt that she had been acting strange since a while ago. There was an oppressive aura around her, so he reached out to touch her cheek. You. And Yunan's voice was a little hoarse. At the same time, she wasn't sure if she should ask or how she should start. What is it? The man's voice was incredibly gentle, easy to get lost in. She clenched her eyes tightly at the thought and resolved to ask, should I address you as Mr. Bien Chengzhou, or should I show respect and call you Marshall? Bang! Chengzhou's hand on her face froze suddenly, his heart stopping abruptly. How did she know? No, why did this have to happen? Nan, listen to me. I plan to confess everything to you tonight. It's not that I intended to hide it from you. When I first met you, I was being hunted down. My identity is special, and I didn't want to put you in danger. He explained incoherently, his heart filled with both urgency and fear. If you really didn't want to bring me danger, you should have stayed far away from me. And Yunan retorted loudly, feeling as if someone had just stabbed her heart, the pain unbearable. I'm sorry, Nan. It's all my fault. I'm a jerk. Please stop crying, alright? Chengzhou helplessly cupped her face, using his thumb to wipe away her incessant tears. Actually, and Yunan didn't want to cry at all. She wasn't naturally a tearful person. Even when she inexplicably landed in this strange future world, despite her inner panic and confusion, she still faced the unknown with strength and optimism. But now, she couldn't control the weight and sorrow welling up inside her. It's just a man, isn't it? Not such a big deal. With all her wealth now, she certainly didn't value this man. Though she tried to console herself internally, the tears continued flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. I'm sorry, Nan. It's all my selfishness. I don't want to leave you, but I can't abandon my responsibilities either. It's all my fault. You can punish me however you want. Just please stop crying, okay? Chengzhou experienced the feeling of heartbreak for the first time, regretting it more than ever and wanting nothing more than to beat himself up. And Yunan forcibly turned her head, pulling her face from his hands. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and felt utterly disheveled. The flying car had arrived home long ago, and without even acknowledging the person beside her, she went straight back home. The man quickly followed. His carefully prepared words from the entire day were useless now. Aside from apologizing, he had no idea what else to do. With a bang sound, the door shut him outside her bedroom, leaving him clueless about the situation inside. Nan, let's talk properly. Can you open the door, please? Nan, give me a chance to explain, okay? Nan, Chengzhou kept calling at the door. His intuition told him that if he left now, they might be over. And Yunan, lying in bed restlessly, buried her head into the blanket, trying to block out the noise from outside the door, but she could still hear everything clearly. Puff! She sat up irritably, angry, and stormed to the door, opening it abruptly. I don't want to see you right now. We'll discuss this matter after we both calm down. And with that, she slammed the door again. Chengzhou's words ready to come out got cut off immediately. Then rest well, Nan. I'll stay here accompanying you. The man felt somewhat relieved inwardly. At least she didn't break up with him outright. Thus, he sat down right by the door and quietly leaned against the doorframe to accompany her. How could Yunan sleep though, with all sorts of chaotic thoughts in her mind? Thoughts of their shared moments kept returning, then recollections of a man's words today, and finally memories of her unfinished aspirations. The man outside heard the tossing and turning inside. Nan, let me sing you a song. Then he started humming softly. The lyrics were in a language she couldn't understand, but the deep and tranquil melody was vast and profound, bringing peace and serenity to her heart. Gradually, she fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning before dawn, Chengzhou, who had been stiff all night from sitting by the door, stood up. Spending the whole night leaning against the wall corner wasn't too uncomfortable for him. Just as he was about to stretch his body, he heard the door click open. Nan, it's still early. Why don't you go back to sleep? People troubled by something can never sleep peacefully. And Yunan opened the door and saw his stiff posture, knowing he must have spent the entire night sitting outside the door. Looking down, she noticed a discarded coat lying scattered near the door. Her mouth moved slightly, but she couldn't say anything. There's nothing wrong. My physical condition is good. Not only can I stay here for one night, but even if I have to guard here every day, there's no problem. The man, seeing her action, immediately started talking, thinking he was being understanding. You're the border marshal of the Star Alliance Republic. Your physical condition is naturally beyond others' reach. After saying this, she turned around and went back into the room. The man at the door scratched his head and ears, feeling that he might have touched a sore spot again. Looking at the time, it was 6:30, so he picked up his coat and went out to buy breakfast. After buying breakfast, he found that she seemed not to have gone downstairs at all. So Chengzhou went upstairs to call her. Nan, come down and have breakfast. Nan, are you sleeping again? Get up, eat first before you sleep. After saying these two sentences, Chengzhou listened at the door and realized there wasn't a sound from inside the room. He directly opened the door and went in, indeed finding nobody there. That girl had already left for the company without a doubt. Where exactly was Yunan at this moment? She wasn't at Yuan, but at a real estate company instead. Yes, she wanted to buy a house. The current place she lived in was still provided by Mon. That blonde man had said he would give her the house as a gift, and she'd thought he was just very loyal. Now, however, she understood it was entirely due to that person's involvement. Therefore, she decided that having her own place would be much more comforting. Besides, she wasn't short on money now. What she didn't expect, though, was that this real estate company was a subsidiary of Taishan Enterprise. And since Yunan was quite well known in Shangyong, soon after she left the office, someone reported the news to Mon. Little Zhou, do you think you messed things up? I've got the latest update. Do you want to know? The gossipy blonde promptly contacted Chengzhou. Get lost. I don't have time to mess around with you right now. Qingzhou was currently planning to go to Shiyuan to look for her. TSK. Never mind. Since you're in such a pitiful state, I won't beat around the bush with you. Little Nan just came out of my real estate company. You should know what that means, right? He was cut off ruthlessly right after finishing. Qingzhou's face turned grim and almost black. Even though she hadn't explicitly said it, her actions clearly showed her resolve to distance herself from him. Her failure to inform him beforehand indicated how serious the situation had become. After leaving, Yunan visited another renowned real estate company, following the principle of comparing options carefully. Moreover, she knew that the previous company belonged to MON, and chances were high that they'd delay her request. She deliberately wanted to use their hands to tell that smelly man that she didn't cherish him at all, while at the same time, she truly intended to buy her own house. Listing her housing requirements and hoping for an arrangement to view properties as soon as possible, she only then leisurely strolled toward Shiyuan. Upon arrival, she heard the little assistant greeting her. Mizan, why aren't you together with your guy? He has been waiting in your office for quite a while. I've got something to attend to. And Yunan casually replied to the assistant, feeling hesitant inside. She wasn't sure yet how to talk with him. Nan, you're here. Whether or not he heard their conversation, Qingzhou suddenly emerged from the office. We'll talk inside. Although reluctant to discuss personal matters at work, she had no choice but to gesture for him to come in. Chapter 142. Qingzhou silently followed behind and came in. Then he opened the breakfast and placed it on the table. Eat something first. No matter what, the body is the most important. Thank you, but I've already eaten. And Yuan and looked at the several small pastries on the table. They were all her favorite types, but she indeed couldn't eat any. The man paused, stood up to the table, silently cleaned the table, and then sat down facing her. The office was filled with silence. Neither of them spoke. Both had thought a lot from yesterday till now. And Yuan was truly very angry and disappointed. She was upset that he had kept his identity hidden from her. His other identity, boss of Shengshi Group, she had learned about it from someone else. Now, it's the same situation. She has never really known this person. She could understand his decision to hide his background. It's precisely because she understood that she never questioned him. Knowing that there were many mysteries surrounding him, she still chose to support him. But her understanding and yielding seemed to not have gained corresponding trust. Without knowing anything, she risked offending the highest leader of this country just to help him. In the end, he still didn't confess to her. She not only felt heartbroken and disappointed, but also felt deceived. Nan, I've thought a lot. I'm really sorry. It's my fault. Qingzhou said earnestly, his expression serious. I never intended to deceive you. When we first met, I knew you were a simple girl. My identity is very complicated and dangerous, so at the time, I concealed my surname. You never asked me these questions, I know. It's because you trusted and respected me, and I understand that. At this point, he frowned with regret. After hitting himself mentally for a while, he continued, I really like you. I planned to tell you everything about myself, but on one hand, I was afraid of bringing danger to you, and on the other hand, I was afraid that you would be angry after finding out, so I kept delaying. After saying that, he sneakily glanced at the other party's face, which didn't seem to improve much. I am encountering someone I like for the first time. It's my first time dating a girl. I'm afraid that if I told you, you would be scared away. To sum up all that I said, it's my selfishness. I didn't consider your perspective. By the time Yuan heard this, she had already cooled down a little, but only a little. She no longer blamed him for hiding his identity, since the identity of a marshal involved too much. However, after hearing his self-analysis, she felt that he hadn't fully grasped her concerns. I really know I'm wrong. I never meant to not trust you. I originally planned to confess last night, but how coincidental it was that you found out from someone else first. Qingzhou continued to admit his mistakes. I know you'll definitely be mad after hearing it. I even prepared a small gift to comfort you. I've already told my parents about our relationship. I just wanted to let you know that I'm serious about you. I've never had any intention of deceiving you. Seeing the unchanging expression on the other party's face, he started speaking incoherently. You can be mad or ignore me, but regardless of anything, I will not let go of you. He straightforwardly started being unreasonable, directly revealing his bottom line. And Yuan still looked indifferent on the surface, but deep down, she wasn't as upset anymore. After calming down, she carefully thought about what he had just said, recalling the past bits and pieces. She could feel his sincerity towards her. At the moment, I was even thinking of breaking up when I was upset, but after cooling off, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Comparing with the people around me, I think there is no one better than this dog man. But this matter can't be easily swept under the rug. Then fine, let's separate for a while and think it through. I'm already looking for a house, and I'll move out in a few days. Her tone was quite reluctant, cold and distant, as if she really wanted to break up. After hearing this, Qingzhou stood up immediately. No, if you don't want to see me in the next few days, I will be the one moving out. You don't need to trouble yourself. Seeing her wanting to object, he quickly continued. I'm not trying to limit you. I'm considering your safety. Since my identity has been discovered, given your relationship with me, I'm worried that someone might harm you. After hesitating for a while, and Yuan nodded in agreement. In fact, she was quite attached to this small villa, and moving was such a hassle. Then I'll buy it outright later for more. No. Qingzhou originally wanted to say that there was no need for the trouble since this house had already been transferred to her name long ago. However, under the icy gaze of the other party, he closed his mouth. Let's do it your way. He still needed to inform the blonde man later. The matter has been discussed thoroughly. I am going to start working now. She began issuing the guest expulsion order. Nan, Are we still in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Then how long do you plan to ignore me? Seeing the other party about to flare up again, the man quickly stood up and prepared to leave. Then I'll go first today. Remember to eat on time. Oh, this is the little gift I bought for you yesterday. Afraid that the other party would reject it, he directly placed it down before leaving. And Yuan stared at the closed door for a while, then slowly withdrew her gaze. How long did she plan to ignore him? She hadn't decided yet. Her eyes unintentionally swept over the two small gifts that were rather prominent. The packaging of Shengshi jewelry truly exuded luxury in its understated elegance. There was probably no girl who could resist such temptation, and she was no exception, unable to help herself as she opened the packaging. Wow! What first caught her eye was the cobalt blue necklace in the middle, with dainty intricate diamonds forming a unique lily design, accompanied by a pair of matching earrings and hair clips. True Heart. This was the name of the set of jewelry. He sure knew how to pick them well. Could this be the limited edition set that Man mentioned yesterday? And Yuan searched on her light brain device and found news of a mysterious man secretly purchasing the limited edition set from Shengshi, True Heart. What shocked her more was its price. 200 million. She blurted out in surprise. This was too extravagant. The gemstones on the jewelry didn't look very large either, yet they were so expensive. She quietly complained inside. Actually, it wasn't entirely her fault. Because she really didn't know much about current gems, she rarely bought them. And because she bought few, she understood little. Therefore, she had no idea just how famous and rare cobalt star blue diamonds were. After admiring the invaluable jewels, she enthusiastically unpacked the other not-so-small gift, which turned out to be a pot of cactus. It was quite original indeed. This prickly little gift made her heart warm inexplicably. Seeing the fuzzy green plant evoked a sense of familiarity. In the past, these little decorations were something everyone in the office had on hand. She didn't know where he had gotten it from, but she could take good care of it. When this little thing grew, it could split into many smaller balls, and then they could be used as decorations outside. If she had looked it up on the Star Network right now, she would have found that this dangerous little plant was much more expensive than the limited edition jewelry set. But in Yuan, who didn't know anything, finally felt her mood brighten. It seemed girls still needed to be coaxed after all. She suddenly remembered that Man already knew about that dog man. After pondering for a moment, she sent him a message. The person who knows your identity is Man. She guessed it herself without any evidence. For now, she hasn't told anyone else. On the other side, the disheartened Chengzhou was quite troubled at this moment. If he went to the secret base, he would definitely be pestered by his parents. Finding Mon or Liao Shiji would end up similarly, so he figured he might as well go back to Yuan's place. After all, he couldn't stay long anyway. As soon as he got home, he received a message, and surprisingly, it was from Yunan. His heart lit up, and he immediately opened the light brain device to read it. Indeed, she was still concerned about him. Nan, I understand. Thank you for telling me. As a way of expressing my gratitude, I'd like to invite you for dinner. When would be a good time for you? He started climbing up the ladder step by step. Chapter 143. And Yunan didn't pay him any more attention. Humph, it seems she really has to rely on herself. Men are like fleeting clouds. She decided to still work hard and stay on the right path. Moreover, there was a matter deep in her heart that she had yet to resolve. These days have been too comfortable, and she almost forgot about the promise she made to someone else. After the family reopened Yuan Garden, it seemed they had no intention of properly managing it. Even under the guise of that cookbook's name, they could have restored Yuan Garden to its former glory, but the family did not do so. Now, they even transferred Zhua, the head of Yuan Garden and heir to the style recipes. She was becoming increasingly confused about what Grandpa truly intended to do. Did he truly not care about that cookbook? President the new proposal has been revised. Do you see anything unsatisfactory? Dai Guagua was working overtime, hoping that Shi Yuan's fried chicken stores could quickly spread throughout the entire Star Alliance Republic. There is no problem. You select a dozen new people, and I'll start teaching them how to make the food today. After signing the documents, and Yunan returned the file to her. All right, I'll have someone take care of it now. She now felt incredibly fortunate to have found such an excellent and capable helper, and began to understand why a certain smelly man chose to be the big boss behind Prosperity Group, because being a hands-off boss was really quite enjoyable. On the other hand, the ignored man, Bian Qingzhou, determined to linger at home. He could sense that Yunan was gradually calming down, and with a bit more effort, they could reconcile. However, a call disrupted his plan. Boss, we've discovered that the family transported a large amount of supplies to the border today. We suspect it may be related to transactions involving Abido and Berwet. Jiang Mo reported after receiving the message. All right, I know. Gather everyone for a meeting at the secret base. Chengzhou hung up the call, hesitated for a moment, looked at the time, feeling that he should be able to return by night, and immediately left. By the time he arrived, most of the others were already gathered. The Abido group was supposed to arrive at the border today, but we lost track of them yesterday, Bello informed after contacting the border team. But they probably haven't left the border yet. They're likely waiting for this shipment, Jiang Mo guessed. Does this shipment contain anything besides the nutritional supplements? Chengzhou suddenly asked. This cargo was urgently produced and sent directly by incorporation, so there shouldn't be any other supplies, Liao Shiji confirmed, having dispatched personnel to monitor the situation for some time. You feel something is off. President Bian Jihuai instantly understood from his expression that Chengzhou might have some suspicions. I believe it's highly unlikely for someone as cautious as Abido to simply stay within the borders just for the sake of collecting this shipment. Also, the recent actions of the family seem somewhat strange, so I think something is amiss. Chengzhou furrowed his brows, filled with doubts. The Yin family has no possible contact with Abido. Could it be that the father-son duo of the Brouet family has done something again? Ai Wei Ka rarely spoke, but he detested the ungrateful pair immensely. Whatever it is that Abido risks everything personally to obtain must be very important, and Brouet would never offer it up lightly in exchange. After all, they have yet to discover our existence. Chengzhou slowly organized his thoughts. But considering how significant this item is, the Yin family should not have obtained it either. Little Zhou, your meaning is that another force is using the incorporation to deliver an important item to Abido, right? Mon summarized concisely. Chengzhou, these are just your speculations. If there is such a power, wouldn't someone on the Brouet side have noticed? President Bien wasn't doubting his son, but felt deeply disappointed in his former right-hand man. Then let us try this out. Chengzhou tapped the table, swiftly devising a plan in his mind. Should Mon find a way to thoroughly investigate that shipment from the Yin family? Not just the goods, also investigate those responsible. Zhang Mo, contact Zenoa and have him increase vigilance at the border recently. Make sure the activity level is obvious, and inform Wu Chao about Abido's movements. Yes, Commander. The group dispersed, each executing their tasks. Lady Xiao Wei held the chubby baby and descended the stairs, seeing both father and son looking preoccupied. Their identical emerald eyes were filled with gravity. All right, no matter how big the issue is, you must wait until after the meal to think about it. The current situation is special, and we can't go outside to eat. But today is different. Today, the food is from Baiwei Tower. Daddy, big brother, come over quickly. The little one couldn't resist after having eaten several servings of the nutritional supplements. How can you order food from outside? It would be dangerous if our current address is exposed, President Bien reminded while taking a deep breath. Of course I know the importance. Today's food was specially delivered by someone. Xiaowei glanced meaningfully at her eldest son, who was walking behind. Could it be Yunnan? At this thought, Bien Qingzhou couldn't help but smile, feeling that she must have forgiven him. So there was hope for reconciliation tonight. Yes, thanks to Brother Mon. The soft and innocent childlike voice revealed the truth instantly. It's this guy then, he did a really good job. President Bien had no clue about his eldest son's broken heart and kept praising the blonde man incessantly. In an instant, Bien Qingzhou felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell, losing all appetite despite the delicious food on the table. So tasty, no wonder this restaurant has been praised by old Jiang. Its skills are indeed remarkable. Xiao Wei was now completely focused on the food, unable to stop eating and paying no attention to her dejected eldest son. This 8 treasure duck tastes just like the one I ate at the national banquet before, and the braised lion head is also delicious, not to mention those few other dishes as well. President Bien nodded approvingly. This is spicy tripe shreds, that is button mushroom with plump chicken, that over there is sandpot fish, and this is my favorite sweet and sour ribs. The chubby little one stood on the stool, introducing each dish to the parents. After biting into his favorite sweet and sour ribs, the little one wrinkled his nose in disdain, behaving like a connoisseur as he reviewed the food. Sigh not as tasty as Sister Nan Nan's cooking. Brother Jiang Lei still has a long way to go. Hey, your mouth wasn't this picky before. Xiao Wei pinched the chubby cheeks of the little one. I see you've been eating too much good food. President Bien, however, asked very interestedly. Are you saying Yunnan cooks better than this? Absolutely. Sister Nan Nan's cooking is super delicious. Everything she makes tastes amazing. The little one puffed up his chest proudly. Chengzhou, when will you bring my daughter-in-law back so we can meet her? That's right. Why don't you make some effort? You look fine enough. Yet how come you can't please a girl? Big brother, you upset sister again? I won't help you this time. The entire family criticized him, making Bien Qingzhou even more miserable. He grabbed his coat, preparing to leave and continue with his original goal, appeasing his girlfriend. Just as he reached the door, he received a message from Jiang Mo. Brouet father and son had already discovered the disappearance of the president couple and were secretly sending people to search. Ai Wei Ka, you stay here and protect the presidents. No one is allowed to approach without my order. After giving the command, he instructed others not to approach the secret base anymore. Have someone watch Miss and Man of the Yin family. Notify me immediately if any contact between her and Brouet is found. Bien Qingzhou finished these arrangements and flew off toward Yunnan's house. They had already prepared to be discovered, but in Man was an unexpected variable. Even if Brouet discovers that the president had been rescued, it would take a while for them to realize he was alive. They estimated that Brouet wouldn't discover their existence until after they stopped Abido's transaction. But now everything became uncertain. If an man accidentally disclosed something, and Yunnan would be the one in the greatest danger. With this thought, he could hardly wait to get back to her side. Chapter 144. And you_Nan spent the entire afternoon busy with teaching tasks. The most important part of making fried chicken is mastering the heat, but with today's advanced equipment, this minor detail didn't require any concern. Though the resulting fried chicken lacked a soul, it tasted just as good. Ms. N's cooking skills are so great. Do you think she would cook us a meal herself? Wow, if that wish could come true, I'd be willing to work for free at Shiwan. I'd do the same. If I could taste a meal cooked by Ms. N, I'd work there forever. Burp after eating so much fried chicken, can you still eat more? Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, and you_Nan required everyone to finish what they had cooked themselves, allowing them to better find their own problems. If it was made by Sister and personally, I could definitely eat more, burp. As everyone learned while chatting, the atmosphere remained quite relaxed and pleasant. How could an you_Nan not hear the group's chatter? It seems every one of these employees was a foodie, constantly eating and still fantasizing about her culinary skills. However, if she could win their absolute admiration with just one meal, it would certainly be a good thing. Fortunately, there were only about a dozen people. Using the fast food method, she stir-fried several dishes in a large pot. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes, quick-fried yellow beef slices, leek and egg scramble, twice-cooked pork, and sautéed seasonal vegetables. She then carried them out and let everyone choose on their own. Aware that staying might make them feel uneasy, she did not linger long. "You sisterin is so nice. I never expected Mizzen to be so approachable and without airs. She actually took the time to cook for us." Yes, she really cooked for us. The group swarmed around, crowding together with their trays to snatch some food. Even from afar, and you_Nan could still hear their praises, making her heart feel as light as a cloud in the sky. Back in the kitchen, she couldn't help herself and made a few more small dishes on her own. "What am I doing? Why am I preparing dinner for them?" She questioned herself internally. Hadn't that no good man been forgiven yet? Looking at the half-done dishes, she adjusted the seasonings slightly, either adding too much or too little, while finding excuses for herself. Meng Xiaoping must be longing for her food after such a long absence, not for the sake of gaining favor with his parents. After packing up, she immediately contacted Mon, asking him to deliver the items. Naturally, he bombarded her with questions out of curiosity, but she used her ace card, Su Miao, to get him to follow her orders quietly. She also warned him not to say anything. After handling all her affairs for the day, and you_Nan thought that the stinking man would definitely not miss the chance to pick her up from work. To express that she was still upset, she left through the back door, having no intention of giving him an opportunity. As expected, Bian Chung_Zhou was indeed on his way to Xiwan, though coincidentally. "Boss, the Boer-White father and son are heading towards the inn residence. We don't know why," Zhou Liang reported according to his boss's instructions. Once there were any signs of contact between that father-son duo and Man, he was to notify him immediately. Right now, there's only Mr. N and Man at home. Although it was 80% likely they were visiting in Hong, he couldn't gamble on the remaining 20% since it involved someone very important to her. "Keep your eyes on them. I'll be there right away." Chung_Zhou glanced at the familiar building within view and decisively changed the destination on his flying vehicle. "Missin, I heard you're very interested in my identity. How about we meet?" An unknown message was sent to Man's optical computer. She sat upright in surprise upon reading the message. Who was this person? Why would they send her such a message? As the young mistress of the Yin family, she was well accustomed to kidnappings and extortion attempts, but so far, no one dared to target her directly. Recalling recent individuals of interest, was it him? That wasn't impossible either. His audacity sure was impressive. Perhaps he had no other options now. Probably because he had been dumped by the fool in you_Nan and now wanted to seek a new benefactor. And in the Star Alliance Republic, who could possibly be better than Man? TSK. Once a celebrated hero, how did things end up like this? And Man was secretly gloating, reflecting as she selected clothing in her walk-in closet, but ultimately decided against dressing too meticulously. The location in the message was near her home. Clearly, this person had prepared well. A familiar flying car passed by her side, seemingly heading toward her house, though she paid it no mind. She deliberately drove around for 2 circles before parking her flying car at the agreed cafe. By this time, she was already half an hour late for the appointment, yet she acted as if it didn't matter. She casually glanced around and continued to head upstairs. This cafe was strategically located in the middle of a surrounding villa area, and almost all its patrons were local residents. Those who could afford living in this villa district weren't ordinary rich people. As a result, Man encountered several acquaintances here. Though she felt bothered, the basic courtesy couldn't be neglected, so she spent another half an hour exchanging pleasantries with these people. When she finally made her way upstairs, she found that the reserved private room had already been vacated. Feeling upset, she threw her handbag away but didn't leave immediately. After all, those people might still be downstairs. Meanwhile, the Boer-White father and son were in the study talking with Grandpa. "Old brotherin, I'm ashamed to say, but there's a life or death matter I need your help with." The expressions on their faces indeed looked anxious. "You're being too formal, little brother. Just tell me what happened, and if I can help, I surely will." Grandpa smiled gently while consoling them. The father and son did not answer immediately. They hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and then finally mustered up the courage to speak out. "Grandpa, you see, President Bien's couple has been unwell because of certain issues, so my father arranged for them to recover at a rehabilitation center." Borson paused briefly to organize his words before continuing. "Their health seemed gradually improving, but when we went to visit them yesterday, we discovered they had vanished." "What? How could such a thing happen?" And Hong stood up in shock. In fact, many knew that President Bien's couple had been secretly controlled by the Secretary General. Once he assumed the presidency, the former president's couple would likely die prematurely due to excessive mental strain. So, what they called a rehabilitation center was merely a pretense. However, the disappearance of the president's couple was undoubtedly real, and it was uncertain who had managed to rescue them from the Boer-White family's grasp. "Do you have any leads now?" The elder roughly understood why these two came to him today. "We suspect that the loyal supporters of President Bien are behind it. They've been testing us multiple times, so this must be their doing." Boer-White's eyes brimmed with ruthlessness and gloominess. "Well, is there anything our family can do to help?" And Hong openly declared his position since they had revealed this matter publicly. It meant he couldn't refuse. "Firstly, arrange some hands to search quietly for us, whether alive or dead. Secondly, suppress those opposing us." Boer-White bluntly put forward his demands. And Hong didn't reply immediately. Actually, Agreeing wouldn't affect the family at all. He could just let someone pretend to make an effort. But these father and son scheming against him, even calculating the family's stance, deserved to pay some price. Burson glanced at his father lightly, who nodded slightly, and then he spoke. We also realize that this matter may be somewhat tricky. Here's what we suggest. Isn't group expanding its transport industry? In this regard, we could offer a little assistance. Ho 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 ho. Then let's mutually assist each other. This back-and-forth cooperation allows us to leverage each other's advantages, right? And Hong was quite satisfied with the rewards they provided. Given the urgency of the situation, otherwise, they wouldn't have conceded so quickly. Then, we hope elder brother-in will spare no effort in helping us. Certainly. By the time Man returned home, steaming with anger, the guests had already left long ago. Chapter 145. Boss, you're really talented. Just one message and you managed to hold them back. Zhou Liang's tone was filled with admiration. He had anonymously sent a message to Miss N as per his boss's request, and sure enough, she stepped out shortly after. Miss N Man is like a ticking time bomb right now. There are too many uncertain factors. We need to hurry up and investigate that batch of goods, and at the same time, let some information slip. Bian Xingzhou planned to expose his whereabouts proactively while trying his best to avoid involving Yunnan. But isn't it a bit early to reveal ourselves now? This move came earlier than their original plan. If people like Bo White noticed, things would be hard to manage later on. That's why we need Shiji and Sonoya's side to speed up. No matter what, the news cannot leak from Man, or else Yunnan will be in great danger. Quickly assign some people to secretly protect Yunnan. Yes, General. Only now did Zhou Liang understand his intention. It was already late at night, and Chengzhou, worried about the girl at home, turned around immediately and rushed back home. Boss, I have a new discovery. There seems to be no issue with the goods and corporation transported, but the person responsible for this shipment might have problems. Liao Shiji, very inconveniently, sent a video communication at this moment. What did you find? There are two main responsible persons for this shipment, one surnamed An who is part of the An family, and another surnamed Mu who is from the Mu family. In theory, these two families are under Bo White's camp, but upon investigation, I found out that the person surnamed Mu seems to be colluding with another force. I've recently also sensed the emergence of a new rising power in Shanyang, which began to rise precisely when Abedo left. So it's 8 out of 10 chances that the mastermind behind all this is him. Chengzhou adjusted the spacecraft into self-navigation mode. The bespectacled man reacted for a moment, then continued to discuss with him. The Mu family may likely have been bought off. Therefore, your guess is correct. They definitely have other purposes related to Abedo. Did you discover any problems with the person responsible surnamed in? No. I've investigated his background. Everything appears normal, boss. Are you suspecting the An family? Liao Shiji asked somewhat uncertainly. After all, everyone knew that the An family belonged to the Secretary-General faction and were enemies of space pirates, so it was unlikely that they would collaborate with space pirates. I do have some doubts. Transporting this cargo isn't a good job, so why would the An family send one of their own members to take on such an ungrateful task? Also, if an An family member is already responsible for the goods, why appoint an outsider to stand equal with them? Upon closer reflection, one can uncover the illogical aspects. If the An family has nothing to do with Abedu, they could have just handed over the cargo to Bo White. They've already provided a large amount of material free of charge. Why keep investing more? Much of the Mu family's current business depends on support from the An family. Therefore, for the Mu family's person to become responsible means the Mu family has something that makes the An family step back. You say it like that, it indeed makes sense. It's understandable for the Mu family to choose supporting that person since they're already at the bottom end of the 5 major families. To maintain their current position, they can only take a risky alternative route. The bespectacled man pushed his glasses, issuing further confusion. However, the behavior of the An family, straddling 2 boats, I don't get it. Everyone in the entire Star Republic Alliance knows that the An family has marital relations with the Secretary-General. So even if they secretly defect to Abedu's side, they probably won't gain much benefit. On the contrary, if discovered, it could lead to trouble. And Hong, this cunning old guy, probably made contingency plans. Given that Bo White's prospects looked bleak, he decided to switch sides and perch on a better tree. Bian Xingzhou's face was full of a sarcastic expression. He was extremely grateful to his yet-to-be-met father-in-law and mother-in-law. Thankfully, they had broken ties with the An family long ago, sparing Yunnan from growing up in the dirty and corrupt world they represented. So what should we do now? Should we disclose the details to Bo White and undermine their cooperation? Liao Shiji felt his suggestion was excellent. Not now. With An man being a burden, the An family would definitely shift the blame onto us when Bo White gets angry. Naturally, Yunnan would also be implicated. The bespectacled man moved his lips slightly. He originally wanted to say that Yunnan had already been dragged into this, but what came out instead was, all right, I understand. So what should we do now? Investigate starting from the one surnamed Mu and see exactly what dealings they have with Abedu. Bian Xingzhou parked the car outside the courtyard. Looking inside the villa, it was pitch dark. She should have fallen asleep by now. In reality, Yunnan was lying in bed, unable to fall asleep. Today, she was alone at home, all by herself. In the afternoon, she deliberately went home through the back door. Once home, she carefully placed the extremely precious little cactus on the balcony of her bedroom. Then, unable to resist, she took out the set of Sincere Heart and admired it repeatedly, even trying it on for a moment. It was great. It really suited her temperament. After indulging in vanity for a while, she realized over an hour had passed. She lazily went downstairs to get a glass of water. That man still hadn't returned. That made sense. If he were home, he would have surely come up to look for her. After finishing her water, and Yunin didn't go back to her room. Instead, she naturally sat down on the sofa in the living room, browsing on her tablet computer while secretly paying attention to the front door's movements. Another hour slipped by. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, she grabbed the nearby cushion and began hammering it hard. Where in the world was that dog of a man? Whatever, she decided not to care anymore. Ding ding ding. With some annoyance, she walked into the kitchen to start making dinner. Opening the fridge, she found a few bags of dumplings from before, instinctively picking 2 bags filled with celery and beef filling. Realizing what she'd done, she irritably slapped her unhelpful right hand several times. What was she thinking? Could she show some dignity, please? After scolding herself, she swapped the bags for her favorite mixed 3-flavor dumplings. Clang. Snap. The kitchen was unusually lively today. Tools she usually handled with ease seemed to be deliberately playing tricks on her. After cooking the dumplings, she wanted to chop off her own hand in frustration. Just by looking at this enormous pot of dumplings, it was clear they were sized for someone else's appetite. She's truly beyond help. And Yunin lost her appetite entirely. She ate a few dumplings randomly, then packed the rest into preservation boxes. Maybe she'd get hungry later, right? Thinking about it, she put both boxes in the most conspicuous spot on the dining table, the fixed position of a certain person. Afterward, she told herself not to do anything undignified. But when she reached the staircase, her body seemed to act without her brain's permission, turning her toward the door. Since she'd already gone this far, moving a bit further wouldn't hurt, would it? This way, she slowly shuffled to the entrance. The sky had darkened. She looked up at the roof, expecting something above. Not a single shadow of a flying vehicle in sight. She angrily kicked the door once, then rushed back inside like lightning. That dog of a man was following orders perfectly by moving out. Great. Absolutely wonderful. Fuming inwardly, and Yunin tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. It was the first time she'd spent a night alone in such a large house. I'm not a child who needs company to sleep. Although she wasn't afraid of the dark or storms, being alone always left a hollow, lonely feeling, as though something wasn't solid or secure. Only when everything became quiet at night did she finally drift off. Meanwhile, Bian Qingzhou, delayed by various affairs, just arrived home. He quietly entered and then quietly climbed upstairs. After hesitating for a few seconds, he lightly opened her bedroom door, relieved that she hadn't locked it completely. He silently gazed at his girlfriend's sleeping face, feeling immense tenderness in his heart. Finally, he gently kissed her forehead, adjusted the blanket around her, and was about to leave when his gaze inadvertently fell on the balcony. There stood that fluffy little plant, clearly placed in a very noticeable position. It seems you really like it. Chengzhou's lips curled into a satisfied smile, thinking to himself that she'd be receiving small gifts frequently from now on. Chapter 146. After sleeping late and getting up early, Yunin decided to take a day off today. Anyway, she had no mood for work. When passing by the restaurant, she always felt that something was missing. The missing lunchbox on the table. When did he return? She went back to the living room and looked around in several rooms, but found nothing. After hesitating for a few minutes, she ran upstairs again with a loud thud, deliberately making a big sound when passing by the person's bedroom door, looking backwards while retreating. But it disappointed her again. With such a loud noise, that door still didn't open. It seemed clear that the dog man wasn't inside. He probably never returned at all. After much ado, she walked back listlessly. That's it, whatever, she was truly tired. Yunan, you're awake. Come over and have breakfast. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from downstairs. She couldn't help but be distracted. Could the stylish man standing against the light down there be just a figment of her imagination? When Bian Qingzhou saw her staying on the stairs without coming down, he thought she was still angry with him and hurriedly went up 2 steps to lead her hand down. Shall we eat first? I bought them early this morning. Eat a bit, won't you? Turnip cake, shredded chicken congee, minced meat steamed egg, fried spring rolls, soup dumplings, tofu pudding. These were all the dishes she used to make for them. They weren't available elsewhere. Did you go to Su Miao's place early this morning? She asked with furrowed brows. You came back so late last night, and then left early this morning. Your energy is boundless like a Superman, isn't it? You had so much food made. Will the 2 of us finish all that? I already checked with her. She's taking a holiday today, so I bothered her. Bian Qingzhou assumed she was blaming him for wasting others' time. You're not taking a holiday, even though she is. Look at how busy you've been these past few days. She muttered under her breath, naturally hiding the second half of that sentence in her stomach. The man's acute sense naturally picked up her words which sounded like complaints yet hid concern, causing his smile to brighten even more. I originally wanted to bring fish skin dumplings, but since we had dumplings yesterday, I changed it. Who said we? Those were my late-night snacks prepared for myself. Who asked you to take them without asking? She stood firm and confronted him directly. All right, it's my fault. I returned too late last night to eat dinner on time, so I sneaked some of your midnight snack. Today, consider these as an apology. Eat more. The man coaxed gently, and Yunin realized she sounded a little childish, with IQ declining due to his provocation these past few days. She couldn't continue arguing with him anymore. Bian Qingzhou found the mischievousness in her, contrary to her usual nature, rather amusing. Like a hedgehog in the original park, she'd prick him unexpectedly, showing a lively side that she'd never exhibited before. He stared foolishly at her side face, finding her increasingly adorable. What are you staring at? It was hard to ignore being stared at like that. She shouted angrily. Why did you order so much food? Don't waste it. You'll eat all the leftovers. All right, I'll eat all the leftovers. The man indulgently agreed. Do you have to go to the company today? He chatted with her as usual. Why do you need to tell me your schedule? Her tone carried disdain and contempt. All right, now he knew. The little hedgehog was on vacation today. It seems that my identity might be revealed. If you need anything, you can contact Ma In or Liao Shiji. Also, don't casually follow strangers to unfamiliar places. I'll be fine without you. And Yunin immediately regretted saying that after finishing. She didn't mean it that way. What she actually meant was that compared to her, that dog man should pay more attention to his own safety. But what came out turned into something completely different. Cough cough. If everyone knows that the famous and heroic former marshal is still alive, then there would be real trouble. Her implicit meaning was that she was nothing but a small character, and nobody would pay attention to her anyway. But someone does know. You're my second heart. So, I must protect you well. Unconsciously, Bian Qingzhou moved closer to her, declaring his affection deeply while lightly stroking her head. You, who allowed you to come so close? And Yunin blushed instantly, stammering softly, losing all her attack power, sounding instead like a shy complaint. However, his words really struck a chord in her heart, leaving her feeling a sour and swelling sensation inside, with her mind becoming hazy. Don't you have things to do? Why haven't you left yet? Seeing that she could no longer hold on, she quickly began chasing him away. I want to sleep a bit more upstairs. I'll stay with you a little longer. After you fall asleep, I'll leave. Can't you tell that's an excuse? If you sleep all day, what are you going to do at night? That dog man usually seems so clever, doesn't he? She glared sharply at him, then slowly prepared to climb upstairs. It's not good to sleep too much during the day. How about we chat a little more? As she started to get up, Bian Qingzhou grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the living room. Who would want to chat with you? It's annoying. And Yunan said in a tone filled with disdain, but she didn't pull away from his hand. Was that dog man just fooling her before? The two leaned on the sofa. Initially, neither of them spoke. The girl crossed her arms defiantly, looking distant and stubborn, while the man gently stared at her from the side. Nan, I know that you've actually already forgiven me. I really appreciate the meal you sent to my parents yesterday. They liked your cooking very much, but they like you even more. That traitor Ma In, how dare he sell her out? And Yunan pretended not to care, but she was listening attentively. Actually, she just wanted to curry favor with the president couple. As an excellent businessman, one should learn to seize opportunities. It had nothing to do with some dog man. Not Ma In. Bian Qingzhou noticed her shifting expression, but I figured it out myself. Although you intentionally mixed up the seasonings a bit, I've eaten your dishes for so long that of course I can recognize the difference. I don't believe it. Your taste buds aren't that sensitive. You're just saying all these pretty words because you want me to forgive you, right? Well, no way, she countered without holding back. The man looked somewhat helpless. What I said is true. Your dishes have a particular quality that isn't entirely tied to the flavor, yet has something to do with your signature style. I cannot exactly define this feeling, but I am sure I can distinguish it when eating. And Yunan now began to slightly look at him differently. Every chef has their unique cooking habits, timing for adding ingredients, sequence for seasoning, control over fire temperature, oil temperature, and other subtle differences. These elements form different styles, which produce varying flavors even with the same dish. It turned out he could truly detect her signature style from the meal she had prepared for him for over a year, meaning he wasn't being fed haphazardly after all. You recognizing it makes sense, considering you've been eating my food for such a long time. Yes, thank you for your hard work. I owe you a big thank you. Enough, stop saying mushy things. She quickly halted his flow. All right, let's talk about something else. I think my identity will be revealed in another 2 days. Bird is secretly searching for my parents' whereabouts. He went on to give her a detailed analysis of the In family's current stance. So, business circles won't be peaceful moving forward either. When you choose partners, make sure to investigate carefully, so you don't inadvertently get caught up in something bad. Bian Qingzhou instructed her meticulously. You mean you guys haven't fully uncovered the scale of the third party's involvement yet? Now serious, and Yunan stopped fussing with him and listened attentively. Yes, because they have just shown their heads. We are tracing the leads. I'll update you if anything happens. If there's anything you need, you can tell me as well. Xiwan has developed a lot by now, and we hold our ground in Shangyu too. Her tone brimmed with pride. I won't hesitate to ask for help from you. The man smiled, knowing exactly how she'd respond. If you ever want my help in the future, you better pay me. And Yunan realized she'd been too accommodating earlier, so now she decided to demand compensation. No problem. Whenever you ask, I'll agree to your terms. The two bickered lovingly all morning. After lunch, Bian Qingzhou left reluctantly, needing to attend to some external matters. Chapter 147. There had been some undercurrents of unrest on Shangyong Star recently, and many people could sense that the situation was becoming increasingly tense and serious, especially with the frequent changes among the upper echelons. Also, there seemed to be considerable changes in the business world. For instance, the Move family, which had previously struggled, suddenly regained its strength. And the AI Fan family, which had always been low-key, began acting high-profile and flamboyant. These two families were at least considered part of the top 5 major families, so their transformations naturally had a certain impact on the business community throughout the entire Stellar Republic Alliance. What's going on with the Move family? They couldn't possibly have recovered this fast just with support from the In family, right? More immediately came to Xiwan for an analysis when he smelled something fishy. Now little Zhou was too busy with his own matters, so More would keep an eye on things here on his behalf. Plus, he was now a real businessman too. This point is indeed suspicious. Could it be Bunhart's balancing move? Perhaps he feels he can't control the In family and has decided to back a more obedient family instead? And Yuanon followed up with her speculation. You're very smart, Xiao Nanan. said the blonde man while praising her, not forgetting to include himself. But unfortunately, we guessed wrong. The power behind the Move family isn't Bernhard. How do you know it's not the Secretary General? Besides him, who else could pull off something like this? Dai Guogua asked, clearly puzzled. Forget about who's behind them for now. Don't forget that the Move family should deeply resent our two families. After all, we were the ones responsible for their downfall earlier. The blonde man reminded them. With various forces entangled now, Shanyong had turned into a muddy pit where one careless step might land you splattered with mud. It was they who started it first, Dai Guogua complained angrily. If they want revenge, they'll definitely start by targeting us at Shiwan. As everyone knows, bullies pick on the weak. Don't worry, we're no longer the small company we used to be. If they want to come head-on despite knowing how hard-headed we are, then let them try. And Yuanan's tone was casual, but her presence was commanding. Daijia, you keep following up with our previous plan, don't worry. Alright, I'll go work on my tasks now. Dai Guogua realized they had other things to discuss, so she left to handle her own affairs. Only two remained in the office, and they resumed talking about the earlier topic. Do you know where the force behind the Move family comes from? The blonde man had deliberately shifted the subject earlier. Not bad. That force is extremely dangerous. Damn that Bernhard and his incompetent son. They made a pact with the tiger and invited wolves inside the gates. Now look at Shanyong. It's like a fishing net full of holes everywhere. It's the Star Pirates. And Yuanan's eyes carried deep hatred, her tone cold and filled with revulsion. She still remembered how the original owner's parents died at the hands of the Star Pirates. Having accepted this body, she also absorbed the emotions of her predecessor. When she heard information about her enemies, her deep-seated hatred became evident. This was your guess, not mine, said the blonde man somewhat regretfully. Previously, Chengzhou had deliberately prevented anyone from mentioning anything related to the Star Pirates in front of her. Judging by her appearance today, he assumed her parents' death might have had some connection to those bandits. Xiao Nanan. His comforting words were cut off. I'm fine, stop looking at me like that, and Yuanan smiled at him. The Mu family is taking an all-or-nothing gamble. They certainly show some backbone. But what's going on with the recent changes at AI Fan's place? It's related to the internal fighting within the IMA group. AI Lin and her brother AI Hui are vying for power. Luckily, my dad only had me. The blonde man spoke alternately seriously and casually. Then how do you even know whether you have any siblings out in the stars? This was what she wanted to retort, but thought better of it as it seemed unkind. So she just mused over it silently. Still, IMA placing their internal struggles out in the open at such a critical juncture seems off. She worried for her friend AI Lin. You're absolutely right. We need to be vigilant moving forward, the blonde man agreed. By the way, another thing. The engagement between the Yin family and Bomi La has been broken off. And Yuanan paused for a moment before realizing who Bomi La was. But how would Bernhard agree? Isn't the Yin family their largest economic pillar? And as for the Yin family, why would they let go of such a golden opportunity? Indeed, the collaboration between the Yin family and Bernhard was a mutually beneficial relationship. Originally, both sides had tightened their grip on each other through the arranged marriage of Yin and Bomi La. It's probably because both sides have other ideas. Otherwise, after such a long delay, they should have held the wedding already, said the blonde man indifferently. In fact, this was indeed the truth, but in reality, it was much more complicated than they imagined. And Hong was a man with intricate and complex thoughts. Initially, when he chose to support Berwitt, though it provided them with substantial financial and material resources, it also elevated the Yin family to the top position among the 5 major families, and the benefits that came with it far outweighed what he had invested. But the Berwitt father and son were naturally greedy and cunning. To stabilize the Yin family's position, he agreed to their arranged marriage with the Yin family. As the pair continued their endless exploitation, and Hong began to have other plans, as these two were not only cowardly but also foolish, and staying tied to them would eventually lead to ruin. He had long suspected that the Berwitts were secretly colluding with the Star Pirates, knowing that such people would undoubtedly be exploited by Abedu. Thus, he secretly connected with them. And how could Abedu possibly give up such a capable helper? And Hong removed Yin from his post, so that his own grandson wouldn't interfere with his plans. He knew everything about Yan's abilities, except for having a pure business heart. Everything revolved around profit. Hence, to temper Yan, he deliberately brought in Zuo into the fold, using his second grandson to influence him. When Berwitt found out about Hong's moves, he actually came directly to question the reasons, as Bomi La could only marry the future head of the Yin group. If Zua entered the elder An's eyes later on, then wouldn't they have wasted a daughter? This simply couldn't happen. Little brotherin, what do you mean by this? Did that young man and Yin make any mistakes? Young people are bound to be impulsive sometimes. So, when do you plan to restore his position? Berwitt appeared to be pleading on behalf of Yin, but in fact, he was applying pressure in secret. I've realized that my eldest grandson might not really be suited to lead our family. At least, he isn't qualified yet. However, grandfather paid no heed to the implied threat. Chapter 148. Isn't he the one you've raised since childhood? He's not suitable. And how could Zua, who only knows how to cook, be qualified to become the successor of the Yin family? Bo White was getting anxious. This wasn't the outcome he desired. And Hong thought for a moment and decided to play along. I just want to nurture the most suitable successor. Whether it's in Yin or in Zua, they are both my grandsons and have the qualifications. However, I do realize this goes against our initial agreement. So what do you think about this proposal? Let's delay the engagement between Yin and Bo Mira until I choose the most appropriate heir. It seemed that Hong wouldn't change his mind. The succession issue in the Yin family was indeed a matter of great importance, and Bo White couldn't interfere too strongly either. Moreover, hunting down the Biens would require the help of the Yin family, so this plan was the best option available at present. Aren't you just making us sad for no reason, Bomira? Bo White said, though reluctantly accepting the suggestion, he still refused to yield verbally. In the end, and Hong, of course, promised numerous apologies as gifts, but being able to further distance themselves from them was worth it. Thus, publicly, the ANS were still partners with the Secretary-General faction, but secretly, they began assisting the other side. How could the sudden rise of the Mu family escape Bo White's notice? In reality, it was a trap set up jointly by the Un and Mu families. After offending Shi Yuan, the Mu family had been squeezed out by Taishan Enterprises and Shengshi Group. There were no shortage of people on the business scene who change alliances depending on circumstances, and several small companies that wanted to establish relationships started to squeeze the Mu family. Seeing that the Mu family was about to fall out of the ranks of the top 5 families, Mu Haitian had no choice but to rely on the Yin group. But they knew the Yin family would eventually swallow them up. Just at this tricky time, a mysterious person approached him and proposed a deal. Though he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, the Mu family was already at its last breath. He had no choice but to take a risk. Later, Mu Haitian learned that the person he negotiated with was Baidu, but he didn't regret it one bit. Rather, he felt quite fortunate. He believed that if the Mu family could assist him, by the time it reached Mulinson Industries, it would definitely become another Yin group. To avoid drawing the attention of Bo White and others, Mu Haitian took the initiative to find Bo Urson. Mr. Bo Urson, I invited you here today because the Mu family is in a desperate situation, and I hope you can help us. Mr. Mu, we've always been partners, haven't we? But bypassing the Yin family and coming directly to me might not be appropriate. Bo Urson already knew their intention. Yes, it's inappropriate, but we have no other options. Mu Haitian presented an image of someone fighting for survival. The Yin family plans to merge with the Mu family, but I can't let our 100-year-old business collapse right before my eyes. Therefore, I humbly ask for your assistance. In fact, Bo White and his son had long been dissatisfied with the actions of the Yin family. Adding to that, their engagement was almost cancelled, strengthening their resolve to cultivate new influential families. Now, having a ready-made opportunity like this sent right to their doorstep suited their intentions perfectly, but they didn't want to become the next Yin family. Mr. Mu, you know the relationship between us and the Yin family. Thus, I might not be able to help you with this matter. As long as we can preserve our family business, everything is negotiable. Mu Haitian knew all too well about the greed of the other party. Bo Urson came to take advantage of the fire sale. Though the Mu family still bore the name Mu, all decision-making power was completely in their hands, completely different from the Yin family. What Bo Urson didn't know was that all this was already agreed upon by the Mu and Yin families. The Mu family exploited their conflict with the ANS, using Bo White's power to turn things around, while the Yin family used the Mu family to naturally distance themselves from their prior associations. Unbeknownst to Bo White and his son, who thought they'd made a huge profit, these two families had actually slipped out of their control long ago. On the other side, the second secret base was located in a densely populated residential area, yet even with the large population, the buildings remained individual small villas. Boss, we found out that this time its transportation involves more than just these batches of nutrients. It also includes an important document, the specific content of which is still unclear, Liao Shiji solemnly reported. Is the document on the responsible person from the Mu family? Bian Qingzhou seemed unsurprised. Who gave it to him? The bespectacled man continued to answer. It was given by the president of the Mu family, Mu Haitian. The source hasn't been traced yet, so we don't know the content of the file. Should we send people to intercept directly? Arrest the person from the Mu family? Jiang Mo asked. First establish surveillance. There are still a few days before reaching the border. We'll investigate further. If we alert them prematurely, it will be hard to extract the spy embedded in Shangro. Yes, boss. How's Bo White's investigation going? Bian Qingzhou continued to inquire about the other side situation. They don't dare to make too much noise, and with limited manpower, they've asked for help from the Yin family and Mu family. But boss, rest assured, the president is absolutely safe. Zhou Liang seriously guaranteed. That's enough. Forget about these two guys. Now, we need to focus on finding Abeda's cronies, especially those hidden in the political circles. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Boss, Mon asked me to pass along a message, the bespectacled man said as he followed Bian Qingzhou out. He said Yunin has learned something about the space pirates and that you should take some time to comfort her when you can. He actually wanted to ask what exactly happened, but after considering the possible matters involving the space pirates, most likely being issues of life and death vendettas, he decided it was best not to inquire. TCH, when I get the chance, I'm gonna beat him up. Bian Qingzhou gritted his teeth, thinking about how that so-called brother of his was just asking for it. While discussing some matters with his father at the secret base, he kept checking the time all the while. What's up with you today? Can't focus one bit. President Bian gave him a slap directly. Dad, everything's already been reported to you clearly. If there's no other orders, I'll take my leave. All right. The look on your face tells me where you're headed. For the sake of my future daughter-in-law, I'll let you go. So Bian Qingzhou came in a rush and left just as hurriedly, staying less than an hour without even eating the dinner Xia Wei had prepared. After leaving, he immediately got into his flying vehicle to pick up his girlfriend after work, and if he timed it right, he could also give that childhood friend of his a sound scolding. However, the person in question had already realized they let something slip and, after wrapping up their main business, quickly made their escape, even painfully declining Yu Nan's invitation to dinner. Nan, I'm here to pick you up from work. This bouquet is for you. Bien Qingzhou specially went back to the same flower shop as last time, purchasing a bunch of sunflowers, hoping to make her a little happier and brighten her mood. Chapter 149. Although the sunflowers here symbolize calmness with their blue color, their message has never changed, still brimming with vitality and hope. Thank you, I really like it. And Yuan said, wondering how he had become so good at pleasing people. Nonetheless, she felt quite delighted inside. Seeing her smile brightly, he finally relaxed, thinking that she might blame him for concealing another thing from her. Thankfully, that didn't happen. So after Mon told you today, did you blame me? Bien Qingzhou asked again, after hearing what Mon said before, and Yunan realized they actually knew long ago about the pirate leader's visit to Shangyou. They never mentioned it in front of her due to this man's prevention. She understood his intention of not telling her was to prevent her from impulsively seeking revenge for her parents. He also cared about her safety. Therefore, this time she didn't blame him. No, if I had known back then, maybe I would have thought of ways to seek revenge. But now, I think if I went there at that time, I probably wouldn't have been able to save my own life. So I don't blame you. I will protect you, no matter when. He sincerely promised her. And Yuan couldn't help but recall a long time ago, when they first came to Shangyou. That time, he disregarded danger and saved her. Now recalling his firm hold on her onto the bed frame, it seemed funny, though that time he likely saved her life. I hope we can both stay safe and sound. She responded earnestly too, although she knew it was hard for him given his position. One day it will happen. He reassured her once more. The content of that document has been found. It contains detailed information on all upper-level officials of the Star Alliance Republic, as well as background data on all powerful families in Shangyou. Jiang Mo hurriedly reported the news to the boss. This who leaked it out. Zhou Yang was greatly surprised. The most important thing now is to make sure Beidou doesn't get this information. Bien Qingzhou's eyes flashed coldly. This traitor would be exposed sooner or later. Capture them at the next port directly, and we must find this set of information. Yes, Marshal. Zhou Yang immediately arranged for the action. Boss, it's undoubtedly someone high up who did this. Where should we start looking? Jiang Mo asked. There is someone who knows how to find this out fastest. Bien Qingzhou smirked slightly. President Bien even said he's about to grow mold from idleness. So handing over this task to him is perfect. That might seem like a waste of talent, but speaking frankly, President Bien indeed understands the intricacies within the system the best. Having him help will definitely multiply our efficiency. Has General Xinyue discovered any traces of Beidou's group? Although he didn't have much hope, he still wanted to know about their recent situation there. Not yet. However, General Xinyue noticed that Luo Yin has recently gone on frequent patrol cruises. His trackers found nothing. Jiang Mo just had to report this matter. Have him investigate whether the 2 batches of nutrients secretly sent to the Biensai star are still there. Bien Qingzhou guessed that Luo Yin might be delivering goods as agreed upon. Yes, boss. I'll notify him right away. You should also contact Wu Chao. Tell him to quietly follow Luo Yin. There will be a surprise. He was unwilling to let a single nutrient go to the pirates. All right, boss. The food in Shangyou has become increasingly diverse, and prices aren't as sky-high as they used to be. However, because the number of chefs remains sparse, the catering industry continues to be a highly profitable business. But now, the recruitment frenzy for chefs isn't as exaggerated as before. This can be attributed to Shi Yuan's contribution. After Yuan made public the recipes for hot pot and barbecue, many chefs who were less skilled could find new career paths. Thus, many culinary giants no longer needed to spend big money training or recruiting potential chefs, as such simple cooking techniques could almost be learned by just watching. Recently, Shi Yuan developed a new delicacy, fried chicken. People had already gotten used to the periodic surprises brought by their family. If Shi Yuan hadn't come up with something new during one of those periods, people would likely form lines directly outside their headquarters to inquire. Therefore, without advertising, and Yuan released fried chicken similarly. Dai Guogua took some responsibility seriously at least, as she didn't forget to have someone announce on the official website. In fact, even without prior announcement, everyone had already known. During the renovation of their fried chicken store, passers-by helped promote it widely. Yuan, I truly admire your foresight. Back then, you united all of Shi Yuan's businesses under one trademark. Now, when people see our exclusive logo on street-side shops, they know we have new products available without any need for advertisement. This approach has pros and cons. You're only seeing the good side now. If even a minor accident happens, it could ruin everything under Shi Yuan. And Yuan quickly reminded Dai Guogua of the truth. You're right, so we must be especially careful. Dai Guogua understood the risks involved. In fact, I've been considering reorganizing our business, categorizing them, and registering new trademarks separately, and Yuan indeed had concerns about being hit all at once. I agree. As Shi Yuan expands, some will surely target us, so it's wise to prepare early. Dai Guogua acknowledged her point. Baiweilu was Shi Yuan's first signboard, so we'll keep Baiweilu. The restaurants and hot pot stores can continue using the Baiweilu trademark. For others like the barbecue shop and small snacks, we'll apply for new trademarks individually. Okay, and boss, I'll handle it right away. What about the fried chicken store that is opening soon? Would you like to come up with a unique name? How about Haoko Fu Chicken? And Yuan actually wasn't very skilled at naming. Sure, the meaning is great and fitting. I'll go apply for it now. With that, she disappeared from the office like the wind. Ever since she learned from Mo and a few days ago that the pirate leader Beidou had influence in Shangyou too, she began paying close attention to the commercial situation, hoping to root them out completely. Although Qingzhou last time only mentioned the Mu family, she faintly sensed something amiss with the Yin family. Firstly, How could the Yin family so easily break their engagement with Berwitt? Furthermore, the Yin family's attitude towards the Mu family, regardless of which side Mu supports, it posed a significant threat to Yin logically, and group should have suppressed Mulinson industry before they gained power, but the Yin family not only didn't do that, they also helped Mu overcome many issues. So, and suspected that the Yin family also probably had connections with Ibeta's faction. This could explain why Yin would distance themselves from Berwitt and secretly assist the Mu family. Chapter 150. And Yuan took the time to analyze her thoughts for Bian Qingzhou and others. Wow, Nan, you're really good. It's not that we didn't want to tell you, but it was hard to bring it up. After all, the Yin family. You know, Mo enthusiastically chimed in first. I wonder if the patriarch of the Yin family, Mr. Yin Hong, the chairman of Incorporation, knows who exactly killed his younger son. She smiled with disdain, her eyes cold, her words dripping with sarcasm. Nan, you don't need to worry about someone like him. And Hong only cares about interests, not family ties. Don't let such people bother you. Bian Qingzhou gently squeezed her hand to calm her. I feel no attachment toward those people from the Yin family either. Don't worry. It's just ridiculous how he acts. If Yin Hong didn't know how his younger son died, no one would believe it. When the Yin family investigated her background, knowing she was a member of their bloodline, they must have found out about Yin Zixian. And surely, they knew Yin Zixian and his wife were killed by space pirates during a trip. And now Grandpa is willing to help the person responsible for killing his own son. So he's right. This man only has interests of the Yin family in mind. Well, stop being upset. What Yin Hong values most is Incorporation. Why don't we dismantle it together and destroy what he holds most dear? What do you think? Bian Qingzhou spoke softly but cruelly. We certainly should. Publicly, Incorporation has betrayed the country. Privately, I need justice for Mom and Dad. And Yuan clenched her fists. She also wanted to figure out the truth about the cookbook. Liao Shiji and Mon exchanged glances, feeling rather redundant. After confirming the allegiance of the Incorporation, she now paid close attention to their every move, especially the ticking time bomb in their family and man. But speaking of the Yin family, things at home had recently become lively. Since Yin was demoted to vice president, the formerly harmonious large family started turning chaotic. Especially after Grandpa handed over everything in the company to Zhua while assigning Yin to other irrelevant tasks. The spark in Zheyu, Zhua's father, which had been extinguished, suddenly blazed again as he assumed the Grandpa was beginning to nurture another talent. For years, Zhe Tao had been suppressing his younger brother and could not be content to be surpassed. Therefore, he went all out and used connections to support his own son. Yin actually understood his grandfather's intention, but somewhat disapproved of it. No matter what, the Yin family shouldn't have anything to do with space pirates. Moreover, he had some confidence that among this generation of the Yin family, no one was more capable than him to take over Incorporation. So even though Zhuo was on equal footing with him, or even outranked him, he wasn't worried. He believed that his grandfather clearly understood this point too. And Yin, what did you do to irritate your grandfather? Look at how many businesses Zhuo is already handling. You don't even know what meaningless running around errand you've been assigned. And Zhe Tao couldn't hide his anxiety. Dad, stop worrying so much and quit doing all those unnecessary things. And Yin naturally knew what his father was scheming against Zhuo behind the scenes. Honestly, he thought it was foolish. You? Aren't I doing all this to help you? I don't need your help. All your actions affect not Zhuo, but our Incorporation. In the end, it's still me who will have to clean up the mess. This finally reassured Zhe Tao. Alright, I understand. I'll get them to stop. After dismissing his hindering father, and Yin encountered in man. Because their last conversation was pleasant, today he didn't send her away immediately. What's up, big sister? Are you here to lecture me too? He joked lightly with an easy expression. Just looking at you, I can see you don't need any lecturing. Originally Yin Man wanted to plead on his behalf with their grandpa, but seeing her brother like this made her realize there was no need. Hey, when did you start reading people's expressions? You're improving. And Yin found it quite relaxing chatting with her this way. Shut up if you can't say anything meaningful. And here I thought of helping you. Alright, thank you, but don't underestimate your big brother. I don't need your help persuading Grandpa. Of course, he knew her pleading wouldn't be more than sweet-talking and coaxing Grandpa. It was useless. I'm too lazy to deal with you. And Man rolled her eyes but didn't turn and leave. I know Grandpa's orders must be far more important than what Ins was working on. I'll keep an eye on Mom and Dad for you. And Yin was genuinely surprised this time. The task that Lao Zhu had instructed him to do was indeed of great importance, and it must be kept confidential from everyone. So none of the Yin family knew what he had been up to recently. Even his father and his second uncle hadn't noticed. However, somehow, his sister who seemed to do nothing but love spending money had spotted a clue. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light. Man, I can't believe how smart you've become. But, don't mention this to anyone else. Tisk, I've always been smart. And of course, I won't go around telling others. Missin still maintained her arrogant demeanor. Alright, you're truly worthy of being my sister. And Yin laughed as he teased her. The siblings quietly sat in the garden gazing at the sky for quite a while. The atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable. After a moment, and Man hesitated before opening her mouth. Brother, there's something I want to tell you. Go ahead, I'm listening. It's just that. She actually didn't know how to say it, or whether she should say it at all. But within this family, she could only talk about such things with this brother. I encountered Yuan's boyfriend several times before, and I feel like he gives me a familiar feeling, some. Ring and Yan's optic computer happened to ring at this time. Man, I've got something urgent to attend to. We'll chat later. With that, he stood up and returned. Fine, she wasn't sure either what would happen if she told this story now. She decided to bring it up next time. And Man didn't continue to dwell on it. Mr. In, the Secretary General has been urging us every day, and today they required us to definitely find the person within a week. All right, I know. You just keep going at your current speed. The rest isn't your concern. After cutting off the video call, Yin fell into deep thought. When his grandfather first asked him to secretly find someone, he reminded him not to take it too seriously, just to make a show of it to Bo Yi-tae and others, which also aligned with his thoughts. After all, President Bien Chi-huai was still the president, and a highly respected one at that. Even though their own family had helped Bo Yi-tae a lot, it was after President Bien disappeared. Now, although President Bien had lost influence, he absolutely did not wish to assist Bo Yi-tae in finding them. However, even if he did nothing, Mu family and Bo Yi-tae's people were working tirelessly to find them. And Yin could only ensure that the Yin family would not get involved, but he could neither stop others nor assist President Bien Chi-huai. After all, they had to prioritize incorporation. Chapter 151. Father, I always feel that the situation in Shangyong recently is a bit strange. Bolson had been busy searching for the whereabouts of those two people and noticed something unusual while rushing around. I know. A few old guys have already begun to waver, so we must act decisively. Bowen's eyes were filled with intrigue, as if he had made some decision. There are only 3 months left until the next election, and we can't wait any longer. We must start preparations immediately, arrange for immediate momentum, and I need to quickly ascend to the position of president. After making this decision, both father and son's eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. Although now wasn't the most appropriate time, they had done too much for this day, so no matter what, they had to continue. Father, I will do my utmost. Yes, regardless of the cost, I must become the next president. Thus, very soon, the news of the Star Alliance Republic began reporting arrangements regarding the next presidential election, and many key political figures started voicing their own opinions. Secretary General Bowen thought that at least half of the people would support the early election, but unexpectedly, his supporters numbered less than 10. Damn it, hadn't they already agreed before? And now they're reneging in front of the public, simply showing disrespect for me. Father, could it be that they've secretly found Bien Chi-huai? Otherwise, why would everyone suddenly change their minds? The task of finding him cannot slacken. Once found, deal with him immediately. Bowie was no longer concerned about anything else. As long as he could ascend to the presidency, all problems would resolve naturally. Because of the election, the planet Shangyong, indeed the entire Star Alliance Republic, began to grow restless. Progress was also not going well on the other side. Report, General, we have captured both responsible parties, but we haven't found that confidential document. Zhou Liang's subordinates intercepted the Yin family group's transport starship according to plan and immediately controlled the 2 responsible individuals, sending people to thoroughly search the entire ship. However, nothing had been discovered yet. What about the interrogation results? Bien Qingzhou did not believe they would find it so easily. The Yin family member confessed everything honestly, but he seems unaware of matters related to the documents. The Mu family member keeps his mouth tightly shut, saying nothing. Closely monitor these two until I send someone over, especially the Yin family member. After instructing here, he dispatched Jiang Mo personally to investigate, ensuring that these materials wouldn't leak out. Yes, General, I will complete the task as soon as possible. Jiang Mo knew the situation in Shangyong was complicated, and the general had a heavy burden. He must return as soon as possible. Zhou Liang, contact Zenoa. Yes, General. They had always relayed the general's orders, but now the general himself wanted to see General Zenoa, which indicated a grave situation. Zhou Liang complied without hesitation. They connected very soon through an encrypted channel. General Zenoa sounded somewhat excited. His hand trembled slightly during the salute. He knew the general was alive, but never had he felt this real before, even though it was just the 3-dimensional hologram from the neural computer. Zenoa, I want you to start putting the entire army on alert, prepare for combat, and moreover, a Beidou is lurking at the border. You must prepare for attacks from both fronts. Bowen is now fixated solely on that position, ignoring the nation's safety, while the space pirates have already infiltrated inside. The current situation is indeed unfavorable. Yes, General, I will be prepared. General Zenoa's eyes were resolute. This person before him was their mainstay. As long as he was there, every difficulty would be overcome. What has Wu Chao been up to recently? Bien Qingzhou inquired about another general. He seems to be clashing with Luo Yin lately. Somehow, he's brought back a large batch of military rations, about 20 million nutrient injections. Zenoa also asked about the source, but didn't get an answer. TSK, he knew Wu Chao would intercept the entire shipment. But given the rogue nature of that young man, how would he ever turn over the supplies? His typical practice was to retain them within his 4th Army Corps. You pass on a message to him, too. Tell him to prepare, and also pay attention to Luo Yan's movements. Yes, General. We look forward to the day of fighting alongside you. After arranging both sides, Bien Qingzhou proceeded to handle the incessant flow of incoming messages. After consolidating the information in hand, he uncovered a clue that was easily overlooked. The power held by the Bowen family seemed almost entirely hollowed out. However, they themselves seemed completely oblivious. This manipulator behind the scenes should belong to the space pirate faction, and this person must be on Shangyong, possessing extraordinary strategy and tactics. This person is deeply concealed, leaving no trace on the surface. Who could it possibly be? It seems we need to come up with a plan to flesh out this snake. At this moment, in the headquarters building of the Amy Group, originally an entire middle floor was the general manager's office, but now it's still called the general manager's office. The whole floor has been split into 2. each half occupied by one of the two general managers surnamed AI. Chengzhou Bian hasn't died, he's in Shangyou. A message from an unknown channel arrived at the general manager's light brain in one of the offices. 10 seconds later, the message self-destructed. So he's not dead. Huh, interesting. It seems the couple by Qihui was saved by him. The owner of the light brain was momentarily surprised, but thought it only normal that this war god-like man had survived. However, the plans for the future might need some readjustments. The very next day, news stunning the entire galaxy spread everywhere. War god General Bian Chengzhou was still alive. Wah, it's so good that General is still alive. I knew our war god wouldn't leave us so easily. Ewa, my idol, he's finally back. Our shining star. The general truly returned. Honey, I've thought about you so much over the past year, lost my appetite and focus. Ewa, when will I see you? General disappeared more than a year ago. Where has he been all this time? He must have been captured by those despicable space pirates, enduring daily torture. Oh, just thinking about it makes me unable to breathe. I curse those wretched pirates for daring to treat my male god like this. Thinking about what our war god has suffered, I can hardly bear it. I'd willingly use a quantum photon bomb to take them all down with me. Anyway, everyone simultaneously unleashed their excitement and anticipation on the StarNet, almost universally celebrating Bian Chengzhou's miraculous return from death. Yunnan, Yu, your boyfriend, is actually Chengzhou Bian, the youngest war god of the Star Alliance Republic? Dai Guogua, her face drained of color, burst into the top-floor office, speaking nonsensically. Yeah, I only found out recently too. And Yunnan continued scrolling through comments on the StarNet. The man who had been busy for days and hadn't seen her last night came home and told her that the next morning, they would spread the word that he was still alive. So since early morning, she kept monitoring the reactions on the StarNet. So far, it was pretty much unanimous joyous cheering, showing the immense admiration and respect everyone felt toward this war god. I actually had intimate contact with the war god. Am I dreaming? Dai Guogua stared blankly, acting nothing like her usually calm and rational self. Even though she knew at the time that Yunnan's boyfriend was named Chengzhou, and he had close ties with her family, who would have thought he was none other than the once fierce war god Chengzhou Bian. Hey Dai Jia, are you okay? Fine, I'm perfectly fine. I actually know the war god's girlfriend well. It's so lucky. Dai Guogua tightly grasped her hands, her eyes sparkling brightly. If I ever get a chance, even just a glimpse of my male idol, that'd be amazing. Though they had met before, she had never seen his face. Dai Jia, please let go. And Yunnan didn't realize her grip was so strong. When he's free, I'll definitely invite you over to my place, alright? Really, it's a promise. Dai Guogua became even more excited, tightening her grip further. Pain. Sister, let go, let go. She had fully experienced how crazy the war god's passionate fans could be. Chapter 152. Bang. A series of clattering sounds from overturning boxes and drawers could be heard clearly even through the doors. He didn't die? Why is he still alive? Bounet's eyes were bloodshot, his anger burning intensely, his teeth clenched tightly. The veins on his forehead bulged as his once neat suit was now in disarray due to the destruction he had caused earlier. Frenade, that useless man, wasn't he the one who confidently assured me? Tell him to roll over here now. The normally courteous Secretary General had completely lost his composure today. Father, please calm down first. As of now, it's just spreading on the StarNet. But Bian Chengzhou himself hasn't appeared yet. Perhaps this is a plot by Bian Qihui. We cannot easily fall into their trap. Burson's heart churned with both fear and trepidation. But at this point, they had no other choice. After taking a deep breath, Bounett gradually calmed his chest, which was rising and falling uncontrollably. His son was right. They must not let themselves lose control first. We need to accelerate our actions. I will go find those old men now. And you have someone make the news on the StarNet appear like rumors. Understood, father. The two hurried off in different directions, their anxious steps matched by another person in their home, Formula. She initially felt ecstatic upon seeing the news, but was quickly overtaken by baseless fear. She feared that the person would detest her and refuse to see her again. In a single day, the news that Marshal Zhan Shun had not perished spread across the entire Stellar Alliance Republic. Although no one knew where this piece of information originated from, there was not a single soul who doubted its veracity. Marshal, what should our next step be? Zhou Liang switched back into his military uniform, standing tall and confident. Finally, they could wear their battle attire once more. In the coming days, I need to personally show myself. Otherwise, someone will soon stir up the masses, Bian Chengzhou stated wisely. Chengzhou, don't reveal yourself yet. Allow me to take action first. Bian Qihui offered a differing viewpoint. Don't worry about my safety. Our top priority now is to bring this unrest to an end as quickly as possible. Of course, he understood his father's intentions. With President Bian stepping forward to openly acknowledge his survival, the general public and supporters of President Bian would undoubtedly not question this claim. However, those with sinister motives would likely doubt whether this was a deception orchestrated by the Bian family, after which they would surely inquire about the truth. At that time, Chengzhou needed to secretly follow leads to uncover these corrupt elements. This plan was undoubtedly the most suitable and efficient course of action, but if President Bian stepped forward, he would immediately become a target. Both Bowie Party and the space pirates would closely monitor him, especially that pair of ungrateful father and son. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't recklessly instigate a coup. All right, Marshal Bian, proceed as I've instructed, and waste no time. President Bian spoke seriously, projecting an imposing presence without needing anger. Yes, Mr. President. I will arrange for 2 guard teams to escort you at all times. Chengzhou acknowledged the responsibility of being a president and thus aimed to do everything within his power to protect his father. They won't dare act rashly, so you must properly protect your mother and younger brother. They are far more vulnerable than me. President Bien patted his son's shoulder and added after thinking a moment longer, and my future daughter-in-law. She has been dragged into this situation by us as well. You need to protect her too. I will, father. Rest assured. To avoid pushing Bounet's faction to desperate measures, Bian's Chengzhou decided to reclaim their command authority within the military department first. At present, the highest commander of the Stellar Alliance Republic military department was still General Furenida. However, since the news of the Marshal's survival began to circulate, his authority had started to be implicitly sidelined. Everyone was waiting for the Marshal's return to re-establish his leadership, though naturally some people might harbor other ideas. Yet, under overwhelming agreement, these few dissenting opinions became almost indiscernible. Politics and business are always intertwined. Therefore, at this moment, the market world also experienced unpredictable shifts and volatility. Previously Red Hot and Family Group now stood almost desolate, devoid of visitors. As for Taishan Enterprise, which had always seemed steadfast as a rock, it became the coveted treasure everyone scrambled to associate with, because everyone knew Master Mayan of the Tai family was a good friend of Commander Bian's Chengzhou. In recent days, the threshold of the Tai residence had nearly been worn out by countless guests trying to connect with Mayan Tai directly, though he remained elusive despite his father dismissing each wave of them with a few curt words. Nan, I'm currently unable to return home thanks to your husband, dragging me into trouble so deeply that I even need to carry shielding glasses when I step outside now. The blonde man showed no desire to go home to face the socializing. Just wait, it'll be only a couple more days. Chengzhou will resolve things over there soon, and then no one will bother you anymore asking for updates. And Yunin replied distractedly, her eyes glued to the light screen before her. Hey, if it weren't for Zhouzhou stirring up this whole mess, the top headline on the Star Net right now should have been your beloved Daji, fried chicken, of good fortune chicken. The blonde man said casually while browsing through the Star Net. Yes, our war god's charm is truly immense. It can even suppress a foodie's nature. All the foodies who were originally promoting good fortune chicken online had now turned into fervent fans of Bian Chengzhou. Isn't your business suffering a bit because of this? Do you need help? The blonde man asked offhandedly. It's slightly worse than expected. We estimated that we would make 5 times more profit than 100 flavor building, but we fell 2 points short. But don't worry, I'm not concerned about it. And Yunin replied nonchalantly. Maoan couldn't help but twitch his mouth at her response. With someone making over tens of millions in star coins daily as net profit, how dare he say he could offer help? Clearly, she was helping him. Missin really has become so rich and powerful. Oh, by the way, I noticed the In-family group isn't having an easy time recently. I guess the In-family might soon step down from the ranks of the 5 great families. Little Nan, are you interested in joining them? Huh? Are you talking nonsense again? Even if the In-family drops out of the 5 great families, it still wouldn't be our food bond's turn. I have no such ambition. Just from the name, one could tell that a great family must have a certain level of wealth, background, and heritage. Food Bond hadn't even existed for 2 years yet, and Yunin absolutely didn't want to get involved in any scheming for such illusory titles. TSK, I was just saying it casually. Still, hasn't your Food Bond been affected by the In-family's problems? The blonde man's words weren't baseless. Sooner or later, the 5 great families would be reshuffled, and what it would turn into remained unclear. Yeah, although I don't consider myself part of the In-family, I can't control how others think. With President Bien about to regain control, supporters of Secretary General and would definitely face a reckoning. Therefore, opportunistic people were quickly severing ties with the In-family. Food Bond's position became rather delicate. After all, regardless of anything else, and Yunnan was surnamed In, but her close relationship with Tai noble family's young master Mao In was also known. As such, many people were uncertain how to approach Food Bond. Some thought In Yunnan wasn't very close to the In family, plus her connection with young master Tai, so they decided to maintain previous dealings. Others, however, feared being implicated and even breached contracts to keep their distance from Food Bond. These people are truly foolish and short-sighted. I think Xiao Nanan should put them on a blacklist in the future. The blonde man scoffed with disdain. Some people avoided something so precious, even those golden legs that he personally treasured, yet they kept their distance, showing extreme idiocy. That's exactly what I'll do. I hate such opportunists without principles. In the future, I will firmly avoid cooperating with them. She had her pride too. Bien Zhouzhou probably won't see you again for some time. It's for your safety. If you need anything, contact me or Shiji directly. Also, be careful when you go out. Although Zhouzhou has sent someone to secretly protect you, you yourself still need to be cautious. The blonde man mentioned this before leaving after chatting for a while. I will. Thank you, Mao In. And Yunin sincerely thanked him. Among friends, there's no need to be so polite. I'm going. See you later. Goodbye. Chapter 153. On a small planet at the border of the Star Alliance Republic, there were several mysterious people discussing something. Leader, should we continue to stay here? The one who spoke was Yen Lei, the person who had previously disguised himself as the leader of the space pirates. Abedu leaned back on the sofa carelessly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He murmured to himself with a smile. No wonder what I was waiting for hasn't been obtained yet. It's because of him. However, this smile looked quite unsettling. It seems that young Bian Chengzhou is still one step ahead of me, and I just recognized him now. Nevertheless, we are not without gains. Most importantly, we have discovered his weak point, haven't we? It was unclear whom he was asking. Leader, now those batches of nutrients have also been intercepted, and the data can't be retrieved. Shouldn't we evacuate immediately for safety? Yin Lei continued questioning. The 50 million doses of nutrients could not be retrieved anymore, and the crucial confidential files were detained halfway. At present, they had no reason to take unnecessary risks by staying here. Not in a hurry. The defenses on the frontier are currently tight, making it hard to leave right now. We'll depart in a few days, Abedu said without any trace of anxiety. But if Bian Qingzhou comes back, all he would do is tighten up the defense line even further. Leader, I don't understand your intentions. You've forgotten about the pair of stupid father and son standing in front of him. Although Berwheat doesn't serve much purpose, his ambition could become our advantage. Yin Lei thought for a moment and immediately understood. Still, leader, you see far ahead. Who knows how chaotic the Star Alliance Republic will get by then? We might watch an excellent free show. You tell them over there not to make any more moves recently. They must not raise Bian Qingzhou's suspicions, Abedu specially reminded. Yes, I'll handle it now. However, the person who received the warning seemed rather unconcerned. Watching the message fading away on the optical computer, he couldn't help but dismiss it with contempt. This was precisely their opportunity during such a chaotic time. Staying hidden all the time would only cause them to miss their chance. Each faction had its own calculations, and the already murky water became increasingly deep. However, no matter how chaotic the situation, there would always be someone standing up to take charge. The beloved former president, Bian Qihui, suddenly reappeared in public. But due to concerns about provoking Berwheat, fearing that he might go for a desperate fight, President Bian merely declared that his body had gradually recovered after seeing his surviving son, and did not expose the crimes of the Secretary-General clique. So, logically speaking, since Bian Qihui is still the president, he should be the undoubted #1 leader of the country at the moment. In reality, though he has the support of the people, he holds no actual power. All loyal members to President Bian have been reassigned by the Secretary-General to positions with no significance. However, most of the neutral party at the moment wisely chose the side of the president. Mr. President, we've already uncovered part of the enemy agents lying dormant within the government, and we need you to keep playing chess with Berwheat for a while longer. Bian Qingzhou never made a public appearance, secretly investigating suspicious political elites. Okay, I understand. Remember to take care of your mother, your younger brother, and Yunnan. President Bian didn't look up from the documents on his desk. Such a caring father, completely unbothered about his eldest son. By the way, do you have any clues about the leakage of the confidential files? No, the current situation is too complex, with too many suspicious individuals, and it's impossible to lock down the suspect for the time being. The two spent a few more hours analyzing the current situation and planning their next move. Now, the Star Alliance Republic faced internal strife as well as external problems. The pressing task was to swiftly eliminate the Berwheat family, followed by cleaning up the mess brought by the space pirates. The most troublesome part is the army under Furlanard's control. We must not let them start a civil war at all costs. President Bian furrowed his brows. He would absolutely not allow compatriots to wage war against each other. Furlanard can command only the 2nd Army Corps, led by Luo Yan. My original direct command 1st Corps has already been withdrawn. If they wish to start a war, they can only contact Luo Yan's troops stationed at the frontier. General Bian Qingzhou reported the current state of the military headquarters. Good. It seems you have already made the arrangements. Then I won't say much. Just remember, under no circumstances can we let our citizens suffer the ravages of war. Yes, Mr. President, please rest assured. With their plans meticulously set in place, it signified that the Berwheat father-son duo had nowhere left to turn. However, the two were still putting up a fight despite being cornered. Father, perhaps we should leave here first, Burson cautiously suggested. No. A hysterical roar erupted as Berwheat's eyes turned bloodshot, his forehead veins bulged, and his features contorted grotesquely, making him look especially terrifying. I've worked so hard to get to this point. I absolutely cannot give up now. Burson was also frightened by his appearance and dared not meet his gaze directly. Then what should we do now? Though he had begun retreating in his heart, a glimmer of hope still lingered. I'll think. Yes, contact Abedu. That's right, only he can help us now. Go ahead and contact him immediately. Berwheat, grasping at straws like a lifeline, fumbled with his light computer, sending out a message on an unknown channel. After waiting for quite some time without receiving a reply, the two began to feel uneasy, unsure whether the other side hadn't received it or simply didn't wish to offer assistance this time. No, we can't rely solely on him. You personally go ask Furlanard to come over. I need to have a serious conversation with him. Berwheat suddenly calmed down, realizing that President Bian Qihui would never want to see the suffering of the common people, leaving them with some leeway to negotiate. All right, father, I'll go right away. Burson had lost all ability to think for himself, merely following orders. There were still many people in Shanyong anxiously pacing back and forth, the most flustered being the foremost among the 5 great families, the Yin family. Ever since the news broke that Bian Qingzhou was still alive, followed shortly thereafter by President Bian Qihui's sudden reappearance, the Yin family instantly exploded into chaos. It could be said that the Yin family had put in significant effort to enable Berwheat's successful conspiracy against the Bian family, and now that they had returned unharmed and quickly regained control of the situation, their day of reckoning was surely drawing near. Grandfather, even though we've already severed ties with the Secretary-General clique, the Bian family will certainly not let us off scot-free, and Yin appeared relatively composed. Yes, grandfather, How are we going to protect the 100-year-old foundation of the Yin group? The confusion in Inzwa's eyes was evident. What do you both think? And Hong, as usual, remained unfazed, his tone casual, yet his impenetrable black eyes betrayed no trace of thought. There's nothing we can do at this point. Instead of striving fruitlessly, we should act low profile and try our best to preserve our strength. And Yin believed this time the Yin family would undoubtedly take a heavy blow, but he trusted that with their capabilities, they could maintain the fundamental integrity of the Yin group. And grandfather didn't voice any opinion but turned to look at another grandson, wanting to hear his thoughts. I believe the Bien family will not move against us immediately. Given the Yin group's influence across the entire Star Alliance Republic is well known, during this period, we can use it to negotiate with the Bien family. Inzwa finished hesitantly looking across, then stealing a glance at his cousin beside him, truly feeling unsure. And Yin, what do you think? And Hong asked. If it were any other ruler, we might stand a chance, but the Bien family will absolutely not give us an opportunity. And Yin briefly stated his position first. Seeing Inzwa still seemed unclear, he elaborated further. The Bien family differs from other presidents in history, as they have always aimed to weaken the power of the aristocratic families, which gave opportunists like Berwheat their opening. Hence, our family has no possibility of negotiation with them. Though Yin grandfather did not critique their opinions directly, he looked at Yin with slight satisfaction in his eyes. Do as you suggested. From now on, all actions of the Yin family must remain low-key. Yes, grandfather, I will pass your instructions immediately. Understood, grandfather. At this moment, Inzwa felt immensely defeated, realizing he really lacked the talent for business. Chapter 154. After Inzwa left, and Yin returned to Hong's study. Grandfather, the Yin group may really suffer an unprecedented blow this time. Should we prepare in advance? For instance, transferring assets. He began to think of ways in his heart. You are worthy of being the heir I've chosen. Your crisis awareness makes me very pleased, but it's already too late to transfer assets now. Bian Shihuai and his people are waiting for us to send more leverage into their hands, so we can't act rashly right now. I understand. Just as Inzwa said, the Bian family would also need to weigh the consequences before moving against us. During this period, we can still make some preparations. And Yin considered whether they could unite the forces of other noble families to jointly resist the Bian family. Are you thinking of ways to counter the Bian family? Tell me about it. And Hong asked with interest. He thought this eldest grandson was becoming more to his liking every day. Since the Bian family wants to dissolve the power of the noble families, I imagine the other few houses won't be willing. We can unite with the other families while the Bian family has yet to firmly establish itself, and have good discussions with them. Do you think the other families will agree? The elder tapped his fingers on the table and continued to guide him. Then analyze the situation of the other families first. All right, grandfather. And Yin didn't quite understand at first. First, the Tainua family. Because of Ma En, it is likely that they will not get involved. Then there's the Shengshi group. They are not traditional noble enterprises, so it is unlikely they will side with us either. The Afin family used to be relatively low profile. Aline probably won't get involved, but their internal fighting is severe right now. If we talk to Ai Hui, he should not refuse. Lastly, the Mu family. They will definitely stand by our side. After analyzing, he realized that the 5 noble families didn't necessarily all share the same views. It seems this method won't work. Our family has weathered many storms over the centuries, yet we remain where we are today. You don't need to worry too much. Rarely did Hong offer words of comfort. I will focus on what's in front of me. And Yin suddenly relaxed a great deal. Seeing the stability of the figure opposite him, he suddenly asked, Grandfather, do you have any other preparations? You little brat, you're quite perceptive, but it's not the right time yet. You'll know when the time comes. The elder laughed and scolded him, then shooed him out. As Yin had just walked down from upstairs to the 2nd floor, he was immediately dragged back into her room by a man who had been lying in wait. She locked all the doors and windows after entering. Man, what are you doing? I'm busy. I don't have time to keep you company today. Brother, I have something important to tell you. The young miss wore a serious expression. I wanted to say this earlier, but never had the chance. Today you must hear me out. All right, hurry up and say it, my schedule is tight. And Yin was utterly helpless, but since he was already here, these few minutes wouldn't make much difference. Didn't you know that Bian Qingzhou isn't dead? He's actually the boyfriend who's been lurking by in Yuanan's side. A man got straight to the point. What? Your meaning is, Bian Qingzhou is in Yuanan's boyfriend, the distant cousin of Tainua Mayan? And Yan's mind exploded upon hearing this news. It shocked him deeply. He had met that person before. At the time, it was said that the man was in Yuanan's boyfriend, and they had investigated his identity. Indeed, he was Mayan's distant cousin. But now to suddenly be told that this man was actually the legendary General Bian Qingzhou reported to have died in action. This information was something he truly couldn't accept right away. Yes, and Yuanan's boyfriend is Bian Qingzhou. A man reiterated again. Though she rarely cared about family matters, she knew the conflict between the incorporation and the Bian family. She hadn't spoken earlier because she lacked evidence, fearing unnecessary trouble. Are they real lovers, or just mutually exploiting each other? And Yin slightly calmed himself and began contemplating the connection between the two. Otherwise, let me investigate. The young miss naturally believed that the two were exploiting each other. However, if that girl really had ties with Bian Qingzhou, perhaps she could ask for leniency on behalf of the Yin family. Despite disliking Yuanan greatly, she still proposed the idea of investigating the situation. After all, if anything happened to the Yin family, she, as the young miss, wouldn't fare well either. Once decided, the young miss acted without delay. Without even saying goodbye, She directly piloted her bright red spacecraft to Shiwan. And director, the young miss of the incorporation, is visiting. She's currently downstairs. And Yuna was completely puzzled. Why would a man come find her and, strangely enough, not immediately rush at her? Please escort her upstairs. Although she found her annoying, she couldn't exactly refuse someone who had already arrived. Missin, please have a seat. Is there something you need from me? Oh, I was just passing by Shiwan and thought I'd drop in for a visit. And Man didn't know how to begin, so she made up some excuse. Huh, are you serious? When did they become this familiar? They clearly loathed each other. And Yuna barely resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Did everyone think they were as idle as this young miss? Our humble little business at Shiwan isn't worthy of your grand tour. If you wish to see around, I can arrange someone to show you. Good idea too. Perhaps she could glean some information from Shiwan's staff. All right then, let your assistant take me around. The young miss commanded with an air of authority. TCH, and Yuna was really tempted to throw her out right now. What kind of nonsense was this, rampaging on her own turf for no reason? She is my assistant and owes you no such duty. Once you've rested enough, you should leave. And Man's face turned ugly. Is this how you treat your elder cousin? You're utterly without manners. This remark enraged her completely. Humph, what do you mean elder cousin? I don't even have a cent's worth of relation with your own family. Miss and don't misappropriate connections lightly. And speaking of manners, it's truly a waste on people like you. So kindly, have some self-awareness going forward. You trash from that backwater planet, talking so insolently. Humph, no wonder General Bien Qingzhou dumped you. You couldn't possibly belong in our upper-class circle. Seated calmly in her chair, arms crossed over her chest, and Yuna paid little attention to the torrent of insults. She realized the unpleasant ghost had come today to probe her connection with Bien Qingzhou. TSK. It seemed things weren't going well for the Yin family, if even the never-caring young miss couldn't help but inquire personally about group affairs. As sharp stares silenced in Man, the girl felt more irritable inside. She never expected this brat to possess such overwhelming presence. Those piercing eyes made her feel slightly scared. Moreover, what had she just said? Recalling her words, she became somewhat regretful, but knew very well she'd never apologize. Humph. Missin, you seem to know about my relationship with General Bien Qingzhou too. Regardless of whatever assumptions you make, I do share some rapport with him. Today, you've displeased me greatly, so tell me, how shall I exact my revenge? Isn't the title of Miss and something precious to you? I would love nothing more than to watch you lose this glory. You dare? Our family won't fall so easily. And Man instantly panicked. It wasn't her intention to offend others. Surely the in-group wouldn't be brought down. After saying that, she nervously fled, fumbling with the door. Her mental fortitude is truly poor. She just meant to intimidate her a little, yet the disliked ghost ended up looking like this. And Yuna couldn't figure out how the household managed to train their people into such behavior. However, judging from her reaction, they probably feared retaliation from Bien Qingzhou indeed. Nonetheless, everything resulted from the family's wrongdoing. They deserved retribution. She hoped for nothing less for them. But from her performance, it appeared true that they dreaded being cleaned up by Qingzhou. Still, all these stemmed from their own faults, and she wished nothing more than for the family to get the punishment they deserved. Chapter 155. Marshal, after Furinard came out from the Secretary General's house, he immediately contacted Luo Yan at the border. Zhou Liang reported. Let's Inoya closely monitor Luo Yan's movements. Also, help me arrange a meeting with Furinard. Bien Qingzhou had already taken over the military department and was in the process of reorganizing it. Yes, Marshal. The Bouvet father and son obviously had no way out, but they still did not seem willing to surrender. Moreover, just yesterday, they intercepted a very hidden signal that originated from the Secretary General's house. Due to its short duration, the direction of the signal could not be traced. However, he guessed it must have been a distress call sent to a Beidou. But so far, there has been no response from them. He wondered what other tricks this father-son duo had up their sleeves. Keep an eye on them. Yes, Marshal. At this point, Zhou Liang returned after completing his mission. Marshal, General Furinard refused to meet with you for discussion. Bien Qingzhou's gaze shifted slightly. All right, I understand. Dispatch more people to keep an eye on him. This was his final opportunity offered to Furinard, but the latter seemed resolute to share the same fate as the father-son pair. Although he felt very regretful inside, how rare was it to come across such a capable general who ended up making the wrong choice clouded by jealousy. Actually, how unaware was Furinard himself of this? But the broader someone else appeared to him, the worse it made him feel. His pride and dignity wouldn't let him turn back even though he knew his choices were wrong. Under no circumstances would he lower himself before someone who always outshone him. He thought the Bouvet father and son should currently be anxious and unsettled. Yet, the two squads stationed around detected nothing but silence from the Secretary General's home. The situation doesn't seem right. Squad 1 continues guarding here, while Squad 2 goes inside for a look. The captain commanded. Following orders, the 8 members of Squad 2 quietly infiltrated the villa. Not long after, they withdrew. Report. There's not a single person in the villa. After careful searching, we found a secret passage on the 2nd floor. They might have escaped through there, the squad leader reported. Report to higher-ups immediately, and seal off this area, starting now. After receiving the information, Bien Qingzhou pondered for a moment. If Bouvet managed to escape, someone must have come to pick them up, but it wasn't someone dispatched by Furinard. At this point, only people from a Beidou would dare snatch individuals directly in front of him. It appears there's still a group hidden deeply within Shanyo. However, the most urgent task at hand is assisting President Bien in regaining his position to take control of the situation. As for the Bouvet father and son, since they've clearly decided to flee, an open arrest warrant can now be issued. Hashtag extraordinary news of the Star Alliance Republic. President Bien has recovered in health and will resume handling official duties from today onwards. Hashtag former Secretary General Bouvet and former Deputy Commander of Shanyong, Burleson, during their time in office, both repeatedly used their positions for bribes. With solid evidence confirmed, the State Committee unanimously voted to revoke all their positions. Hashtag former Secretary General Bouvet father and son refusing to cooperate with the investigation of the State Committee, having fled due to fear of punishment. An order to capture them has now been issued for an interstellar manhunt. Hashtag. After official confirmation, these three pieces of news instantly spread to every household. Instead of causing uproar, these announcements sparked cheers throughout the populace. Everyone wholeheartedly welcomed President Bien's return. In the year that Bouvet temporarily held office, there were no accomplishments, focusing solely on forming factions and consolidating power. His method of doing so didn't rely on personal capabilities, but rather on enticing others with benefits. Hence, when President Bien returned, his clique was easily dismantled. And due to such behavior being mimicked by those beneath, many officials across various planets also started indulging in private interests and neglecting their duties, leaving the common citizens with no affection towards him. Bien Qingzhou not only had to help his father clean up the mess, but also had to keep track of Bouvet's whereabouts while simultaneously being vigilant against space pirates, truly burning the candle at both ends. Of course, and Yunin was aware of the urgency of the recent situation. These past days, the two had basically not met face-to-face, exchanging brief video calls that lasted mere minutes. Despite this, she was no shallow-minded girlfriend. Qingzhou had suddenly transformed into the universally admired Marshal of the Star Alliance Republic. When she initially learned that he was the real boss of Prosperity Group, she never perceived a disparity in status between them. However, things were different now. It wasn't because she thought herself unworthy of him, nor did she harbor any trace of inferiority, just a slight sense of crisis. After all, her boyfriend was a publicly acclaimed national heartthrob, the ideal lover in the hearts of billions of women, naturally causing her a tiny bit of nervousness. Yet, she had great confidence in her boyfriend. Perhaps it was due to accompanying him during his life's lowest ebb, witnessing aspects of him that others never got to see. Mizin, something's wrong. Our good fortune fried chicken is in trouble. Dai Guoguo walked into the office with a somber expression, interrupting her leisure. Take it slow, what happened? And Yunan immediately sat up straight and began looking at the holoscreen shared with her by the other person. Our fried chicken stores were warmly welcomed upon launch. But yesterday, suddenly several stores were exposed to have food safety issues all at once. Some said that the staff lacked skill, leading to inconsistent taste, while others accused us of using questionable food sources. However, these weren't the most serious. Isn't it this one, claiming our workers are not properly trained chefs? And Yunan had already finished reading the report. The last point was the most severe. On the StarNet, some even claimed this was tantamount to poisoning or attempted murder. Has the specific investigation results come out yet? With so many problems happening simultaneously, it shows we're not entirely innocent. Now, announce immediately that the Good Fortune Fried Chicken will halt operations for a comprehensive investigation and give the public an explanation, she admitted. She indeed hadn't focused on her work recently, resulting in such a major blunder. Mizin, I'm sorry. I confidently took full responsibility for the fried chicken store initially, but ended up like this. Dai Guoguo felt deeply remorseful, even beginning to doubt her own capabilities. Ms. Dai, you did fail in your duty, and so did I. But now is not the time for reflection. What matters most is taking immediate action and investigating the situation as soon as possible. Your handling ability has never been in question by me. I understand, Mizin. Dai Guoguo quickly regained her spirits, thinking fast about emergency solutions. All right, let's divide the work. I'll be responsible for investigating all employees, and you'll focus on our supply chain. And Yunan first went to check the problematic finished products. All Good Fortune fried chicken shops had closed. She directly headed over to the stores where the biggest issues occurred. Since her previous hot pot restaurant had experienced a food safety issue, she imposed strict requirements on all establishments under the Food Edge Corporation. Where are the foods from the day of the incident? She stipulated that every day a sample must be kept, and its preservation period was 1 month. Mizin, that day business was booming, and raw materials couldn't keep up. The customers begged incessantly, forcing us to sell them the reserved samples. The manager was extremely uneasy, realizing he had violated the regulations. Didn't you restock afterward? Afterward. We got too busy. So, we forgot. The manager's voice grew quieter. All right, I get it. For this period, you need to cooperate with the company's investigation. Don't worry. Your salaries will still be paid. And Yunin remained amiable, but radiated an authoritative aura that made everyone feel naturally pressured, on the condition that none of you have done anything against the company. Thank you, Mizin. We will cooperate. Then she visited several other stores. Fortunately, samples were still available in those places. She used a detector to test the safety of the food. The results showed no toxins, but that didn't guarantee that there wasn't an issue with her employees. Who cooked these fried chickens? This shop was relatively large, having double the staff of other branches. 5 employees looked at each other, but no one volunteered information. She didn't want to embarrass everyone by checking the surveillance footage. All right then, all staff members should go to headquarters this afternoon for the investigation. This includes more than just your branch. Next, she tasted the samples from consecutive days. Indeed, the flavor was inconsistent, sometimes lighter, sometimes heavier. Clearly, the online comments on StarNet were justified. Which staff prepared these portions? No one answered. Without further delay, and Yunan stated, Alright. This afternoon, every employee needs to head to the headquarters to assist in the investigation, not only limited to this store. Chapter 156. After running around all morning, and Yuan not only visited the shop where the problem occurred, but also some other branches, and she really did find quite a few issues. She didn't even have time to eat lunch, hastily swallowing a difficult-to-eat nutritional agent, then calling back all the employees of the Yongsun chain stores in batches. I believe everyone knows what has happened. This time, we've called everyone back to headquarters so that you can cooperate with the investigation and give our customers an explanation. Of course, during the closure period, your salaries will still be paid as usual, so don't worry too much. Below, please use the raw ingredients here to showcase your skills. The assistant finished speaking and retreated to stand by Yuna's side. Ms. In, should we ask Manager Su Miao or Manager Zhang Lei to come back and help? With so many people, if you try everything yourself, it might be a bit challenging. You're right. Check who's free and have them bring a few assistants over. And Yuna massaged her temples, her head slightly aching as she wondered how many were merely going through the motions. Soon, the entire canteen was filled with the strong aroma of fried food. But at this moment, no one present was thinking about the delicious food. The staff nervously followed the procedures they had learned before, fearing any mistakes. After the first batch of fried chicken was done, the assistant instructed them to leave information on their own products before dismissing them. Once everyone had left, and Yuna began tasting each item one by one. Frowning, she looked at the long line of fried chickens. I'll probably eat all the fried chicken in my life today. After her assistant went through them individually, she very reluctantly began working. After tasting several portions of fried chicken, she felt nauseous and said, "Go check if my helpers have arrived yet." This was just the first group of employees. There were more groups waiting, and Yuna could barely continue eating. After noting down the list of problematic items from the 20-some fried chicken samples, she let in the second batch of employees. At this point, she couldn't help but regret why she opened so many stores initially, knowing these hundreds of people were only from Yongsun planet. Other planets hadn't even been considered. Before the second batch of fried chicken was ready, her helpers, Zhang Lei and Su Miao, arrived with a few assistants. You came just in time. She directly handed over the tasting work without exchanging pleasantries. I've also taught you guys how to make fried chicken. Record the names of the employees whose taste is significantly off. Don't worry, master. Leave it to us. Su Miao seriously nodded. Knowing that previously in training, she had also taught many employees, she considered herself a strict teacher and believed her apprentices were skilled. All right, leave the situation here to us. Go rest a while. Once we're done, we'll come find you. Zhang Lei, originally her cousin, naturally worried about her after the well-known good-taste fried chicken incident. Well then, I'll leave this to you too, and I'll handle something else upstairs. And Yuna didn't bother being overly polite. Back in her office, she reviewed the events again. These food lovers were truly cute. Although everyone kept pointing out various problems under the official platform of Shi Yuan, not many people reported to the authorities against Shi Yuan. Instead, after the fried chicken store closed for reorganization, some were urging for it to reopen, indicating complete indifference to minor issues, completely able to carry detox agents themselves. Seeing this, she realized that their food should indeed have some problems. Could it really be that there are ordinary employee mistakes, which Guguo would never make such low-level errors by hiring someone whose genius gene was recessive? Could it be that someone had tampered behind the scenes? But if so, why haven't they blown the case wide open or alerted the Food Safety Bureau? What exactly does this person want? Hey, little Nan, heard you've gotten into trouble again. I came by to see if there's anything I can help with. Mon suddenly appeared at the office door, leaning against the doorframe instead of entering directly as he normally would. Hearing that tone, you sound like you're here for entertainment, and Yuna gave him a slight glare. Do I need to personally invite you to sit? Just tell me straight if there's anything you need me to do. He still did not enter. Why are you so decisive today? Normally, wouldn't you ask about the situation in detail and chat for a bit before helping? Oh, I get it. You're looking for Su Miao, aren't you? That explained why he didn't even step into the room. Don't expose the truth. So how can I help this time? This matter isn't very serious. I can handle it myself. But don't harass my apprentice. She has to help me these next few days. Don't worry, I'll just stay by her side. Won't cause any trouble. Finishing, he turned to leave the office. And Yuna had a sudden flash of inspiration. Wait. Well, is there anything else? Mon retracted his foot that had just stepped out. Come in and close the door. She beckoned to him. How mysterious. After locking the door as she instructed, he still sat down on the sofa. Do Qingzhou know about this matter? She asked with a serious face. What do you mean? Little Zhou has been so busy lately that his feet don't even touch the ground. This event isn't a big deal, so he should not know about it. It's better if he doesn't. I was just worried this matter might be targeting him. And Yuna felt much more at ease instantly. But not many people know about your relationship with Little Zhou. Besides us, even Dai Guo only found out recently. That girl Miao probably still doesn't know now. We are discussing serious matters. Can you put your romance brain aside for a moment? That's because I haven't seen my girlfriend for such a long time. Mon said in an exaggerated tone. And Yuna rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Can we speak normally? Anyway, when did Xiao Miao agree to you? And why didn't she tell us? Tisk, it's bound to happen sooner or later. She will definitely become my girlfriend. And Yuna? Alright, let's get back to the main topic. She decided not to continue chatting nonsense with him. Actually, many people know our relationship. And Man has probably already told the Yin family. But currently, the Yin family is keeping their heads down and would not dare to make trouble knowing your connection with Little Zhou. Mon finally turned serious. I don't think it's the Yin family either. A few days ago, and man came to me trying to inquire about our relationship. The Yin family wants to use me to plead for mercy from Bien Qingzhou, so they wouldn't expose my relationship with Qingzhou. That's right. By doing so, they would offend the Bien family even more. So if no one else knows, could it be that this is directly targeting your restaurant Shi Yuan? Mo and guessed. I wish it were targeted at Shi Yuan, but I feel it's not that simple. Don't forget there's another person who knows about my relationship with Qingzhou. And Yuna reminded. You mean a Beidou? Yes, since little Zhou can recognize his disguise, it's possible a Beidou can also identify little Zhou. In that case, you should now be his focus of attention. No, I have to tell little Zhou immediately. The blonde man acted on impulse and immediately opened his holographic communication device to contact someone. No need. Qingzhou has already arranged for someone to secretly protect me. Can you stop overreacting? A Beidou is cunning and cannot be underestimated. I think it is necessary to inform him. Don't. Really unnecessary. Do you know why Qingzhou assigned people to protect me? He must be guarding against a Beidou's moves. The sooner President Bien and his team eliminate the chaos, the safer I'll be. There is absolutely no need to bother him. And Yuna managed to hold the other party off after some effortful persuasion. Now Qingzhou must surely be busy chasing after that pair of fugitive father and son. She didn't want to bother him over her minor issue. Let her handle it herself. You've made some good points. Then this time, I will follow you fully. After all, you're going to be my sister-in-law in the future. Mo returned to being informal in a second. Until the evening shift ended, he never found a chance to go hang around his future girlfriend. Chapter 157. Mr. AI, Shiwan reacted very quickly. Now Hakufu fried chicken has completely shut down for rectification, so our plan might not work. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Mr. AI, with a gentle demeanor and scholarly appearance, gave a slight smile that added a touch of mischief to his aura. No, my goal has never been to strike against Shiwan because she will eventually be useful to us in the future. If those two don't turn on each other, it's likely Yuanin won't join us. I know that already, but she is not indispensable. We are more interested in her culinary skills. As for her as a person, she might actually be more of a trouble to us. This Mr. AI was none other than AI Hui, the eldest son of the AI family and older brother of AI Lin. He had long chosen to side with the Beidou. But didn't our move this time warn them prematurely? And we haven't caused them much trouble yet, said an assistant, somewhat puzzled. I've said that our real purpose was not against Shiwan. This action was just to cooperate with their side strategy. As AI Hui spoke, there was a hint of approval in his eyes. Initially, they planned to create a big disturbance, plunging the whole Shiwan into crisis to achieve multiple objectives. But before they could execute their plan, and Yuanin reshuffled all the brands under her control and rebranded them under new registered names. So even if there was a major upheaval, they would only need to abandon 1 or 2 brands at most to protect the rest of their business. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon this plan. However, in order to cooperate with the operation led by people in the borderlands, he still interfered with Shiwan's operations, but he was confident that they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. After 2 days of investigation, and Yuanin realized just how serious the management flaws were within Shiwan this time, let alone the number of staff who were hired without sufficient technical qualifications. What alarmed her more was the fact that there were actually 2 people who couldn't qualify as chefs at all. Mizzen, I admit this is entirely my fault. After dealing with the matter, I will request my resignation, said Dai Guogui guiltily, as she was personally responsible for the Hakufu fried chicken brand. Hadn't Yuanin not reorganized and rebranded all the products under her portfolio earlier, the issue might have dragged down the entire company. Ms. Dai, you did commit a grave mistake, but precisely because of this, I'm even more suspicious that this event was intentionally orchestrated. So, if you leave Shiwan now, wouldn't that exactly meet their expectations? And Yuanin did not try to console her, but instead seriously analyzed the illogicalities behind the events. Yuanin, do you mean someone is targeting us again? Dai Guogui felt slightly better after hearing this, and immediately understood. Since they managed to plant people within our organization, it shows they've been preparing this for a while. There's another thing I haven't had the chance to report to you. Over the past few days, while investigating the ingredients, I also found something wrong. Some suppliers were providing subpar quality ingredients with inadequate preservation technology, often giving us ingredients nearing expiration dates. Who gave them the audacity to dare such actions? Publish what these several suppliers did on the official website. Besides, though they are at fault, we are far from innocent too. How did so many problematic ingredients get into the warehouse without anyone noticing? This time Yuanin was genuinely furious. She considered herself kind enough to her employees, but it proved her methods weren't strict enough. After resolving this issue, our rules within Shiwan must be reconsidered and redefined. Dai Guogui was also irritated. She hadn't expected so many employees eating inside out. Yes, I previously thought the Shengshi group was too cold-hearted sometimes. Now I understand. It's because we were too lenient. Sigh. And Yuanin couldn't help but pinch her forehead. Actually, when she founded Shiwan, it was originally to promote gourmet food. But now, as the enterprise grew, the time she spent managing it far exceeded her time spent researching food. But if there was no Shiwan to act as a pillar, then her creation of fine cuisine would never spread. Therefore, she must make Shiwan great. Adjusting her emotions, she continued asking, did you find out how these people slipped through? The dozen-odd technicians who failed to meet the standards bribed other store employees to help them cheat, while the 2 without genius genes, how they infiltrated hasn't been figured out yet. No matter how those 2 managed to infiltrate, they've ultimately committed illegal acts. Report them directly to the police. As for those who cheated and helped others cheat, penalize and dismiss them all. consideration for rehiring will not be given. Because currently, people with dominant genius genes in the star system are very few. So the chef profession is not only well paid, but also highly regarded. Several decades ago, there were attempts made by some individuals to take shortcuts and disguise themselves as chefs. However, people with recessive genius genes do not possess any natural special magnetic field that can remove toxins from ingredients. Therefore, at that time, it caused many diners to be poisoned and die. Since then, the star system has established an exceptionally strict food safety law. Forgery of chefs by individuals with recessive genius genes is directly treated as a murder offense, and restaurants or enterprises covering up for such criminals are also punished as accomplices. Yuan, if we report it to the police, we will also bear legal responsibility. Why don't we resolve it privately? Dai Guogua felt uneasy in her heart. She disagreed with such an approach. Do you think they won't report us just because we don't call the police? Those two knew full well the severe consequences of impersonating chefs, but still went ahead with it, which means whoever instructed them surely offered them tempting remuneration. So do you think the person behind this would easily let us get away? Mizzen, I understand all you've said, but if we are found guilty of covering up for criminals, the unsaid words were, then even you might be sentenced. So, we must quickly report the case to the police and cooperate with the investigation actively. As long as we're proven to be unaware, we only need to pay fines. It wasn't that she was optimistic, but this was the only option she had now. If those two surrender first, and then smear us, our situation will become truly impossible to clear. She couldn't afford to remain so passive. Alright, I'll go take care of it right away. Dai Guogua now finally understood her intentions. To stay ahead of those two, and Yuan specially instructed her assistant to directly post this matter on Hakufu Fried Chicken's official platform, emphasizing that the police had been informed, and the company would fully cooperate with the investigation and take no excuses. At this point, the two imposters had been hiding for 2 days and were prepared to surrender at the police station under orders. But upon seeing the latest Star Network hotspot topic, #Hakufu Fried Chicken suspected of hiring people with recessive genius genes, they started panicking immediately. They were originally just ordinary workers who got into serious debt due to bad luck. A few weeks ago, someone approached them, urging them to infiltrate Shiwan to become employees at Hakufu Fried Chicken. At first, they firmly refused, but the individual promised to help them pay off their debts and even give them a large sum of star coins, eventually convincing them with the allure of money. Under this person's arrangement, they managed to pass through successfully despite knowing they weren't qualified chefs. To avoid drawing attention, they deliberately broke their hands repeatedly because current medical technology requires a few days of rest for hand injuries, whereas minor injuries recover instantly. Moreover, Shiwan was particularly humanistic. They even had treatment chambers within the store. Additionally, these two gave all their salaries to other employees in the store, thus eliminating complaints or the possibility of being reported. Thinking they had escaped unscathed, the two received another order to sabotage things within the store. With no choice, they reluctantly followed through but secretly slipped antidotes into customers' packaging bags to prevent fatalities. Until now, there indeed had been no loss of life. When Hakufu Fried Chicken underwent suspension for rectification, the two began to feel uneasy and didn't return to the headquarters for investigation. Now, they were forced to go to the police station, but discovered Shiwan had already filed a report. Now, the nature of their crime had changed. They were fugitives. Panic and fear flashed in both their eyes. Tisk, no wonder she's a self-made businesswoman. Reacting this quickly is impressive. This admiring tone came from the mastermind behind the scenes. Mr. AI, those two good-for-nothings couldn't even handle this little task. Should we just make them disappear to ensure they don't lead anyone back to us? No, leave them alone. Don't interfere anymore in this matter. No one will trace this back to me. Chapter 158. Zionanan, how could this matter escalate so much? Should we inform Zaizuchu? Mon anxiously arrived at Yuan. No, absolutely don't tell him. I've already handled it pretty well. Let's not distract him anymore. And Yuan once again stopped him from doing so. But you still have to cooperate with the police investigation. I think it's better if Zaizuchu greets them beforehand. You underestimate me too much. I'm no longer the naive girl who used to be taken advantage of back then. She couldn't help but recall when she first came to Shangyo. Back then, having narrowly escaped death, Chengzhou had personally sent people to put the mastermind behind bars in the police station, but those two soon walked out unscathed. Thus, she recognized the importance of power early on. But now, she has become someone whose every move slightly shakes the ground. Naturally, she isn't worried about those who would handle matters lightly. Yes, there's no need to bother the boss then. I and Mon will greet the higher-ups. And when the time comes, don't be too polite. There are all types of people who act based on others' intentions. Liao Shiji also specifically visited today to see the situation. In that case, I thank you both. After this incident, I plan to operate Kofu Chicken using a franchise model. Are you interested in joining? And Yuan was already considering this while the problem occurred. Sure, Yuan will only be responsible for supplying semi-finished products, which is the marinating of ingredients, whereas the rest of the operations will be handed over to another cooperating business. Of course, I want to open a special store just for myself. The blonde man's eyes sparkled brightly. Making money might be secondary. The main thing is that he can eat fried chicken his heart's content afterward. I don't have any issues either. After all, why let profits flow outside of our circle? A sharp light flashed through Liao Shiji's glasses. This future boss truly is a bringer of fortune. Everything originating from her hands brings nothing but profit. In that case, we'll discuss the cooperation later. Thanks to Yuan's full cooperation and entirely open approach, Everyone held a forgiving attitude towards such a conscientious company. They can change if they realize their mistakes. Moreover, under the covert pressure from Mount Tai Enterprises and Shengshi Group, other commercial rivals intending to take advantage of the situation all lowered their flags and dared not make trouble. Although many still firmly demanded severe punishment, they were quickly overwhelmed by other food enthusiasts, as they hoped the chicken shop could recover operations soon. The next day, Shi Yuan received a summons from the police bureau. Originally, Dai Guohua should have been assigned to assist with the investigation. However, for some unknown reason, they explicitly requested that Yuan come down herself. Ms. N, isn't this a bit odd? You might want to contact someone regarding this matter, said Dai Guohua, extremely concerned. There's no need. You stay here and deal with the follow-up issues. I'll be fine. It probably involves confirming some results, and Yuan comforted her. However, deep down, she knew this wouldn't be that simple. It was unclear who was behind it or what they intended. As soon as she entered the police station, her shadow was immediately transmitted on a starnet, spreading like wildfire. Within half an hour, it made its way to the top trending topics. Regardless of everyone else's opinions, even Bian Xingzhou, who hadn't rested properly for days, received the news this time. Commander, the latest news on Starnet. Something I believe you should take a look at. Zhou Liang immediately notified the other party upon seeing the message on the optical brain. If Jiang Mo were present, this would never have happened. What is it? While processing documents, Bian Xingzhou casually opened the optical brain for a glance. What exactly was going on? Why is Yunnan at the police station? What happened all of a sudden? He immediately stopped his work after seeing the video. Why did he know nothing about this? Moen, tell me exactly what happened. Well, little Zhoucho, calm down. We've resolved everything already. We can chat more when you're done with your tasks. Moen felt something ominous as soon as he picked up the visual communication, and under the glare that could pierce through steel, he had no choice but to fully explain the whole situation. So, you didn't tell me when she ran into trouble, and you weren't planning to tell me when she went to the police station? His chilly tone clearly announced his fury. Well, Xiaonan didn't want to bother you. She said she can't rely on you every time she encounters an issue. I feel you should trust her. She's capable of handling this matter well. Moen spoke cautiously, paying attention to the other side's mood. After hearing the golden-haired man's words, Bian Xingzhou fell silent for quite a while. Indeed, he knew the kind of person Yunnan was. Intelligent, resolute, decisive, and resilient. I understand that she can solve the problem, but that doesn't mean I won't worry about her. Alright, you found out now. If there's any new progress, I'll let you know. Therefore, you should just go about your business and not let Zainan's kindness be wasted. After disconnecting the optical brain, he frowned and resisted the impulse to go find her. But in the next moment, he immediately stood up and walked out. It wasn't right. Why would she personally go to the police station? Normally, these kinds of matters were handled by a deputy, and it only required her personal appearance if it was specifically requested by the police. Currently, the situation in Shanyong was still relatively chaotic, with a complex mix of personnel at the police station. He really didn't feel comfortable letting her go alone to such a place, but he had forgotten that, given her current social status, probably no one would dare mess with her casually. Just as he impulsively drove his flying vehicle to the entrance of the police station, he realized his identity made him unsuitable to appear here. So, he had to ask others to help investigate the situation inside. At this same time, Yunnan was being treated like an honored guest in the reception room of the police station, accompanied by two people responsible for the case this time. One of them was the deputy captain in charge of criminal cases. Mizzen, thank you very much for your cooperation. We have invited you here today to inform you of the final punishment decision. The two individuals involved have already been captured, and they admitted to their twisted thoughts, driven by gambling debts which led them to the high salaries at Shi Yuan. They fully confessed to all charges against Shi Yuan. The two will be initially charged with attempted murder, receiving a sentence of 30 years in prison. Because of its proactive reporting, Shi Yuan does not commit the crime of harboring criminals, but due to managerial negligence, a fine of 20 million star coins must be paid. Ms. N, the above is the final resolution of this case. Do you have any objections? The deputy captain's tone was extremely courteous throughout. How much gambling debt did these two owe, and has it all been repaid? And Yunnan also didn't mince words, directly asking about what she wanted to know. They've both confessed, and they won't pose any further issues for your company. Between the lines, it meant there wasn't anything more to question. Oh, do your investigations at the police station require no evidence at all? Everything said is taken as gospel truth. Seems like your job is pretty easy after all. It's just hard to say how many wrongful or fabricated cases come from your methods of work. She sarcastically ridiculed without any restraint. Mizzen, please be careful with your words. Another officer couldn't hold back his reprimand. This gentleman, it's not that I'm speaking disrespectfully, but listen to your own closing report. Are these glaring gaps something I should overlook because I'm blind? Although Yunnan could now control her expressions perfectly, she spoke with the most derisive tone while displaying the gentlest smile. The other two exchanged uneasy glances. Actually, we weren't exactly ignoring verification of their testimonies. Gambling debts were indeed present, and the amounts were large. We simply didn't want Ms. N getting into too much trouble, so chose not to tell her. TSK, saying that was really treating her like some 20-something little girl. In the end, they still hadn't told her whether the debt had been repaid, who paid it, and when it was paid. I see. Then it was my misunderstanding. Please accept my apology. And Yunnan didn't wish to waste more words with them. This time Shi Yuan suffered significant losses. I have a few questions I'd like to ask those two myself. Is this request reasonable? Of course, after paying the fine, You can submit an application yourself. The deputy captain didn't interfere anymore. Why did they agree so easily? Wasn't there someone behind the scenes pulling strings to get the police on their side? Why were they trying to cover things up earlier? Chapter 159. Actually, someone did contact the police station, but that person only specified that she must be the one to come today, and didn't do anything else. The reason the police investigation was so vague is because of the recent internal power struggles. The people who actually get things done have been swamped with work for a long time. So even though her identity is here, the capable people were already assigned tasks. In order to resolve this as soon as possible without offending her, the police department has already tried its best. After paying the fine, and Yunin directly submitted an application. While waiting, she received a video call from Bian Chengzhou. She greeted him first. Hi, it's been a long time. Aren't you busy today? Where are you now? The other party's expression was somewhat serious. I'm out doing some things. Did you go look for me? Then I'll come back right away. Seeing her current state, it seemed like she was free. The man immediately relaxed. I'm at the helipad outside the police station. You already know? She glanced at him nervously, not sure which gossip-loving person revealed her secret. It's already on the front page. Do you think I wouldn't see it? The man now had a blank expression, clearly angry. Wow, you still have time to browse Starnet. I thought you were super busy. While dodging his questions, she quietly browsed messages on her light brain. Damn it. She said that person wouldn't come over. Apparently once she entered the police station, someone uploaded the video to the internet. When will you come out? Bian Chengzhou pretended not to see her nervous little expression. I still need to meet two people and ask them something. Why don't you go busy yourself, and I'll find you later? She asked cautiously. No need. I'll wait for you. Or should I just come in and find you? The man gave her a half smile while waiting for her decision. Wait just a moment. I'll be quick. And Yunan's voice suddenly went higher. He couldn't possibly come inside. Because someone was waiting outside. After seeing the two individuals, she wasted no time asking. Who instructed you? It wasn't really expected that she'd get an answer from these two, but she wanted to confirm whether there was any puppet master behind the scenes. Mizzen, all this is our own idea. We were too greedy. One of them admitted, while the other remained silent. Do you think that person really paid off all your gambling debts? How naive. He only paid a few months' interest. After you're released from prison, you'll have no idea how much principal and interest you'll have to repay. She didn't hesitate to deceive them. No, it's impossible. I personally confirmed it with him. There's no way it's fake. The person who hadn't spoken before became especially agitated and rushed to the window wanting to confirm something. You're lying. I paid it myself. The other person initially looked shocked, but quickly reacted. That's true. I indeed framed you. If you disclose the person behind all this, the punishment would be reduced significantly, and I promise not to pursue further accountability. And Yunin tempted them patiently. The other two exchanged glances, unsure of what they were planning. You only have one chance. Speak or not, it's up to you. However, given the massive losses incurred by Shi Yuan this time, I will settle accounts with each of you. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you go either, so you'd better think carefully before answering. A minute passed, and the two still didn't speak. And Yunan, remembering someone was waiting for her outside, stood up to leave without a second word. This made the two inside extremely anxious. Mizzen, please wait. It's not that we don't want to say. We're thinking carefully about the features of that person. Please wait a bit longer. Both of them rushed to the window, pleading her to stay. Never mind. It seemed she couldn't get much information from these two. That person must have prepared thoroughly, probably leaving no trace. I guess you wouldn't be able to tell me anything useful. So both of you, go to where you belong and reflect well. Afterwards, she hurried straight to the helipad. Although he was likely still upset, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she still wanted to see him. Chengzhou, I'm here. Her cheerful tone immediately burst through the grumpy mood of the man. He caught the girl rushing towards him and instantly extinguished the small flame of anger in his heart. Hugging her tightly around the waist, his head buried in her neck, much of his recent fatigue disappeared. Well, let's go inside first. Otherwise, we'll be recognized. And Yunin patted his back, indicating for him to return to the car first. Bian Chengzhou obediently loosened his grip and got into the flying vehicle. Then he pulled her again, embracing her in his arms, lightly rubbing her cheek, pinching her arm, and caressing her waist. Itchy. The person in his arms couldn't help but twist, then instinctively began to feel around. The firm and broad shoulder blades, straight and solid back, then the perfectly aligned abs with an excellent texture. She mischievously prodded with her fingers. Wow, truly rock hard. And then her entire hand began to wander over him, feeling warm and elastic. She was acting like a hooligan, one hand not enough, so without realizing it, the other hand joined in as well, these two delicate little hands practically sparking with friction against him. That's enough. A hoarse, restrained male baritone sounded from above, and the man could no longer endure, taking the two mischief-making little hands out of his shirt. He was also quite impressed by how long he managed to restrain himself. And Yunan reluctantly pulled her hands away, looked up at the stingy man, only to see that his once light green eyes had become deep and filled with a blazing heat, burning her so she dared not look directly at him. She belatedly realized something, and stopped moving around anymore, obediently lowering her head to play with her fingers. Hee, little girl, why are you being so sensible this time? Bian Chengzhou tried hard to suppress the impulse in his heart, staring at the top of her head visible only to him, and couldn't help but laugh. This sexy, deep voice shot directly into her ears, making them turn red, pricking her heart with an itch. We should go back quickly. If we stop for so long, people will see us. The man didn't tease her anymore. After calming the agitation in his heart, he started driving the flying car away. Then where do we go now? Back to your company. The girl nodded. I still have a few things to handle. Just drop me off at the door. She knew the other party must be busy as well. How's the matter dealt with? Did you get any clues on the black hand behind it all? He didn't ask her again why she didn't tell him, believing she had the ability to solve the problem. The matter is basically settled. The rest is just tidying up the internal affairs of the company. But who's actually playing tricks behind the scenes, I still haven't found out. This person is too slippery. And even after all the trouble they've caused, there hasn't been much damage to cheer you on. So I suspect their target might not be me but you. This was in Yunan's greatest concern. Your guess makes perfect sense. I'll be extra cautious. You should too, understand? Since the other side wants to use you to control me, it shows they already know about our relationship. They're likely people connected to Abedu, so they definitely know how important you are to me. Even though they were talking seriously, the unexpected last sentence of sweet words disrupted her thoughts. I am also not someone who lets themselves be bullied, so you don't have to worry too much. Nan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be so much danger around you. So now are you regretting? And Yunan's eyes narrowed slightly, carrying an imperceptible hint of killing intent. Of course not. I'm just blaming myself for not being able to take care of you well, and for bringing you so much trouble. But if I had to start over, I still wouldn't let go. So please forgive my selfishness. I'll spend my whole life making amends to you. TSK, you still plan to trap me for a lifetime? Though the girl's mouth expressed extreme disdain, her upward curving lips suggested otherwise. After silently rejoicing inside, she seriously looked at the other party. I chose to be with you because I like you as a person. It has nothing to do with identity or anything else, so you don't need to apologize to me. No matter what happens, I won't retreat. Nan. Bian Shengzhou felt his heart turn soft like a spring pond. Unable to contain the joy in his heart, he hugged the other party tightly. How can you be so good? I really like you. Chapter 160. Marshal, something's wrong. Jiang Mo has gone missing. Zhou Liang rushed to the presidential palace early in the morning. Yesterday, after Bian Shengzhou spent a night with his girlfriend exchanging sweet words, he returned to the presidential palace this morning to change clothes and head to the main political building for work when he received an urgent report from his subordinates. What's the specific situation? 4 days ago, Jiang Mo arrived at the Solon planet to start investigating the leak of classified documents. He reported back to us every day, but yesterday, he didn't contact us on time. I sent him several messages, but there was no response. Zhou Liang provided a detailed explanation. It's too coincidental that this happened exactly when I was away. Could they have created a distraction at Shiwan so that something could go wrong with Jiang Mo? But somehow, it doesn't feel right. Lock down Solon planet and conduct a full search for Jiang Mo and other missing persons. The shipment of the family and those two responsible parties should remain temporarily detained. Yes, Marshal. Although he wanted to lead the search party himself, there were still piles of official duties awaiting him in Shangyo. The Burwet father and son were still missing, Flennard was restlessly moving, and Abayidu's cohorts were still hiding in the shadows. After enduring that year of confinement, President Bian's body had healed without major issues, but his mental vigor was far worse than before. So, all these matters now weighed heavily on him. At the same moment in another office building, AI President, our people have located the Burwet father and son as well as his daughter, but Shangyong is under strict control. We currently have no way to bring them back. Who said we need to bring them back? Just send them directly to Flennard. Oh no, it seems the defenses over there are even tighter. Let's secretly help pass on their message then. AI we instructed while handling paperwork. Is this enough? If they can't get in touch with the army stationed at the border, everything might be for naught. You shouldn't underestimate Burwet too much. Although he's not particularly strategic, he's not completely foolish either. I bet he still has some cards up his sleeve. As it turned out, AI Hui wasn't wrong. After he arranged for someone to secretly deliver the message between Burwet and Flennard, the group quickly vanished from Shangyong. At that moment, these four were preparing to leave Shangyong and head toward the border. After all, being at the pinnacle of power even for just a short period meant Burwet still managed to secure a private starship and a few legal passes. However, there were 4 of them, but only 3 valid passes. Thus, the safest option would be to abandon one person, though taking the risk and going together was also possible, albeit with significantly higher detection risks. They fell silent momentarily. No matter what, let's first make our way there, implying that Burwet didn't plan to abandon anyone. Burson looked at his father with surprise, his lips moving slightly before settling back into calmness. Flennard seemed highly satisfied with this decision, while Burmilla was the most anxious, knowing she was probably the least useful among them, yet she hadn't been abandoned by her father. The 4 continued their silent journey. This flying vehicle had been provided by an unknown source, but since these people were able to assist with the covert communication, they likely weren't allies of the Bian family. After leaving Shangyong, we must hurry directly to the border. Therefore, we must prepare meticulously. There are no nutrient agents on the starship. We need to purchase them here. Burwet suddenly declared. But none of us can appear openly. Surveillance cameras are everywhere, and once spotted, the police will automatically be alerted. Burson thought this proposal was equivalent to walking straight into a trap. All 4 of them had already been issued arrest warrants, and as soon as surveillance captured their faces, an automatic alert would notify the police bureau, which would subsequently continuously track them via the Star network. We'll give it a try? The 3 men will split up to procure supplies, while Burmilla stays here waiting for us. Don't wander around. Burwet concluded and pushed the other 2 men out of the vehicle. That you must be careful. Remember to come back quickly. Vermilla felt a slight uneasiness but couldn't think of anything else to do. After exiting the vehicle, the three men did not act separately as planned. Instead, they quietly slipped on 3 specially designed signal-blocking glasses and proceeded forward together. Brouette, are you planning to leave her behind alone? Flehnard exclaimed in shock. Bringing her along may very well prevent us from escaping Shanyo. Burson explained on behalf of his silent father, recalling the subtle glance he'd caught earlier, realizing that his father had plotted everything out from the start. But Flehnard hesitated for a long while but couldn't finish his sentence. Despite feeling torn inside, he lacked the courage to stop them. In the end, he could only console himself that if even her father and brother didn't care about her, then he, as an outsider, really had no standing to help her. When they were far enough away, Brouette activated something on his light brain. At this moment, the spacecraft waiting in place suddenly started up. Vermilla panicked instantly, lost and flailing. She rushed to the pilot's seat and discovered that the craft was set to children's autopilot mode, meaning she was now trapped inside unless she called the police, which was the only way out of this mode. Haha, so it turns out they decided early on to abandon me. It finally dawned on her that her father never intended to take her along. Keeping her behind probably aimed to distract others. For a time, anger, sorrow, and disappointment surged within her. After wallowing in self-pity for several minutes, she forced herself to calm down. She glanced at the final destination displayed on the control panel, the most remote suburbs of Shanyo. Humph, should she actually thank her good-for-nothing father for not directly setting the destination to the police station? Since you've treated me like this, don't blame me for not cherishing family ties. Vermilla's eyes brimmed with resentment, and she sent a message through her light brain to an unknown recipient. Upon receiving the message, AI Hui was astonished. It's her. I would have never expected this. He then dispatched people to bring the woman back secretly. Miss Vermilla, you certainly give me a surprise by managing to get hold of such confidential files. Same here. I wouldn't have thought the forces A by kept in Shangyong were in the hands of Mr. AI Fan, the eldest son of the AI family. Vermilla also found it hard to believe when she met him. Then we might as well consider ourselves allies. Miss Vermilla, feel free to stay here. Much obliged, Mr. AI Hui. Oh, one more thing. I need to remind you, Mississippi. The group, led by Brouette, needs to reach the frontier safely. I hope you can wait. Don't worry, I won't act rashly because I believe those chess pieces of theirs won't come to a good end. Vermilla said emotionlessly. The two didn't exchange many more words. Meanwhile, the trio on the other side arrived with trepidation at the secret location where their starship was parked. They carefully boarded it and immediately set off. They held their breaths tightly as their vessel underwent checks at the port. For what felt like an endless minute, not daring to exhale even slightly. After passing through uneventfully albeit nerve-wrackingly, sweat drenched all over their foreheads and backs. Immediately upon exiting Shangyong Star, Flehnard steered the military starship at full speed. Phew, we finally escaped. Burson's muscles had been tensely wound up, and now with relaxation, he realized how achingly sore his entire body was. I'll be back before long. With fierce determination filling Brouette's eyes, there was still raw defiance against losing the presidency by mere inches. I will make them pay. But Flehnard sitting at the helm stayed silent. He knew deep down that his actions were increasingly wrong, just like the man driven mad by ambition, planning to leverage Lilian's troops to spark war. He couldn't tolerate seeing compatriots battling themselves, but simultaneously, a quiet voice deep inside him told him this was likely the last chance for a showdown with that man, although the chances of his own victory were close to nil. Still, he wanted to stake everything in this desperate fight. Chapter 161. How's the Poland planet side? Bian Qingzhou trusted Jiang Mo's abilities, but he was still a little worried about his sudden disappearance. General, there's no news from that side yet. However, there's been no discovery of pirates there. I guess he discovered something and didn't have time to contact us. Perhaps we'll have news soon, Zhou Liang analyzed. I understand. Come with me. Flehnard has disappeared. What? He's also gone. He must be with Bo White, but we don't know if they're still in Shanyu. Not there. From yesterday when a few people were found missing until now, they've had enough time to escape. General, should we immediately send someone to chase them? Let's check Flehnard's house first. I'd like to know who's helping them. As for those fugitives, I've already arranged for Zenoa to intercept them around the frontier. Flehnard's high-end villa had already been strictly sealed off. When Bian Qingzhou and the other person entered, everything in the house was still as it was when the owner left. He didn't leave in a hurry, which means it wasn't an impromptu decision but rather a planned escape. It seems someone passed him a message. How did you figure that out, General? Zhou Liang was full of questions. Since his home has a secret room that went unnoticed, it shows he could leave at any time. And since he was very compliant before, but suddenly disappeared yesterday, merging with another group in a short period and escaping quickly from Shanyu. Do you think he figured all that out himself? The general is right. After carefully searching the house, they indeed found signs of others having been inside. But this person was careful and left no useful information behind. Retreat. There was no longer any need to keep guarding here. Who exactly was the person helping them from behind? Being so meticulous, they were certainly not just some nobody. Furthermore, they clearly understood the situation in Shanyu well. The first thing Bian Qingzhou thought of were the 5 major families. But even narrowing the scope down to these families, finding the person would not be easy because of the complex network of interpersonal relationships within these great families. Plus, after the chaos stirred up by Abedu last time, things were now completely disordered. And family and Mu families' every move were already under his control. During this period, these 2 families had been deterred and showed no abnormal behavior. It was the usually low-profile AI fan family that seemed a bit unusual, but taking advantage of the chaos to vie for power was understandable. However, he really didn't know much about the AI fan family people, except that both siblings probably had strong capabilities. The three fugitives, including Bo Wei-tae, on their escape route were constantly traveling day after day. Because their privately piloted starship was several times faster than a civilian one, they would arrive at the military-controlled star domain near the border in only 3 days. We'll stop here first. Let's wait until we contact Luo Yan. Flehnard speculated that approaching the border now was very dangerous, so waiting for them to come over was safer. You're right. Let Luo Yan bring the second core over immediately. Bo Wei-tae's face was full of gloom and had a hint of madness in his eyes. My lord, don't worry. With the general here, we don't need to worry too much. Sin noticed his father's words carried commanding tones, quickly glancing at the other person with a somewhat unpleasant look, and reminded cautiously. Good. Everything depends on you, General. Bo Wei-tae knew that everything now relied on that hothead, and he had to suppress his inner humiliation. Naturally, Secretary General, please don't be so polite. Flehnard also mocked back with words, and actually bore some resentment toward the other party. If it weren't for that person's incitement back then, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. Currently, the 3 individuals aboard the starship had all become wanted criminals. Calling each other by their former official titles was nothing short of ridicule. For a moment, the atmosphere became unbearably cold. Time is pressing. We should hurry and contact Lieutenant General Luo Yan now. Sun struggled between the 2 conflicting parties, attempting to break the awkwardness with current matters. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the 2 stopped confronting each other, turning their heads and doing their own things without acknowledging one another. Luo Yan, who received the message, was also caught in a severe dilemma. He knew that Zenoya had recently been keeping an eye on him. No doubt it was the general's order, meaning his actions must have already been exposed. Thus, he was now a sinner. If he continued following Flehnard, they might possibly survive, though he secretly knew they would never be a match for Bianqingzhou. If he were to switch sides now, perhaps he could save his life, but he'd surely end up facing a military tribunal. The rest of his life would likely be spent in prison. While hesitating, the other side secretly sent him a final ultimatum, ordering him to immediately lead the second corps to rendezvous with them. Otherwise his family would be in danger. Now, he had no other choice but to follow through. However, how could he take the army away without raising suspicion with the other 2 major generals? Just then, an alarm suddenly rang on the Biensai star. Could this mean there was an enemy situation up ahead? How could it happen so suddenly? Report to Colonel Zenoya. A suspicious fleet of pirates detected in outer space near defensive planet number 23. Report to Colonel Luo Yan. A suspicious fleet of pirates detected in outer space near defensive planet number 46. Report to Colonel Wu Chao. A suspicious fleet of pirates detected in outer space near defensive planet number 57. Simultaneously, signs of enemy forces were spotted within the defensive star sectors each of the 3 colonels was responsible for. The updates also instantly transmitted to Shan Yu. It didn't take long for the 3 colonels to gather in the operations room, where Bianqingzhou's holographic projection was already waiting for them. Commander, the pirates this time have come without any warning. It's too strange, and probably a trap. Colonel Zenoya spoke first. That may not necessarily be true. When I was out capturing that batch of supplies earlier, I noticed some suspicious activity. It's likely they've been lurking in the shadows all along. Wu Chao retained his nonchalant demeanor. Pirate leader Abedu is still within our borders. Bianqingzhou didn't offer much analysis. He simply pointed out the objective target directly. Luo Yan had remained outwardly calm, while seated quietly there without speaking until hearing these words. A jolt of fear pierced through him as he contemplated sneaking off with his troops under this pretense. But now, he started hesitating again. If the pirates indeed came for Abedu, their attack would certainly be aggressive. If he pulled out 1/3 of the troops now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you have any plans, Colonel Luo Yan? Even though only a projection of the man stood before them, the commanding presence emanating from it was undiminished. Everything will proceed according to the commander's orders. Striving to keep his expression steady, Luo Yan forced himself to relax, though his tightly clenched fists, damp with sweat, betrayed his inner tension. The operations room fell silent for a moment. 4th and 2nd Corps will immediately mobilize. The 3rd Corps will remain stationed at the rear. Bianqingzhou gave the final instructions. No detailed plan was provided, only directions for the movement of the 3 battalions, which meant the subsequent combat plans would all be decided independently by the 3 frontline commanders. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. All 3 saluted promptly and carried out their orders. Chapter 162. After leaving the operations room, the 3 split up and went their separate ways. Zenoya looked at Luo Yan's retreating figure with a complex expression, only hoping that he wouldn't let down the marshal. Compared to these 2, General Wu Chao was evidently much more excited. He had been looking forward to another real battle against the Star Pirates, and this time his wish came true as he rushed with the 3rd Army Corps toward the front line. Luo Yan, on the other hand, slowly mobilized his troops, taking quite a while to gather everyone together. It wasn't until boarding the warship that he still hesitated. Finally, after they left the border star, he made his final decision. The 7 ships on the left flank will be commanded by the deputy officer, heading to the 46th star to annihilate the enemy. The remaining 8 ships will come with me. According to information received from the front, there were 10 starships at the 46th star. Leaving behind 7 ships should suffice to withstand the opposing offensive. As he divided his forces, the military headquarters on the border star received the message. Zenoya felt deeply disappointed and regretful. Marshall had clearly given him an opportunity, but he had failed to seize it. Zenoya, send 5 more ships over. Bianqingzhou had never cut off the communication. Yes, Marshal. Starting now, all 117 stars in the border area will be placed under strict quarantine. No one is allowed to enter or leave. What about Luo Yin? Are we just going to ignore him? Zenoya asked hesitantly. We'll net them all together once he reunites with Berwider and the others. He had already made all the necessary arrangements. Wu Chao, who had just encountered the star pirates, was brimming with energy, but the enemy seemed not inclined to open fire. Upon detecting the situation, they immediately dispersed and retreated. A cat-and-mouse game unfolded across the vast expanse of space, where these star pirates didn't run too far, simply moving randomly along the border lines. Damn, these flies are really annoying. Wu Chao cursed, chasing them furiously. After quite some time, he finally destroyed one of their ships. Calming down, he ordered the warship to stop pursuing. It was obvious these pirates weren't here for a fight. Their aim was merely to retrieve a beta. So, he might as well tighten security around each of the border planets. He began patrolling the several locations where Luo Yin had previously deployed nutritional agents, as those were the places most familiar to the star pirates, making them most likely to break through there. The warship, currently the fastest means of transportation in interstellar space, eventually brought Luo Yin to meet up with Berwider and others. Fernand saw that only half the team was present, and his eyebrows knitted tightly. Where are the rest? A star pirate attack. Half of them are holding off the enemy, so I could only bring this many. Idiot. How could you miss such a good opportunity to bring the entire First Army Corps? Berwider shouted angrily. If everyone had been brought, with the help of the star pirates, their chances of victory would have greatly increased. You're utterly stupid. This double-pronged ambush chance has been ruined because of your mistake. All our advantages are gone. I went through great efforts to barely persuade a beta. Luo Yan's mind went blank. He hadn't expected that these men would have nothing good to say to him, nor had he imagined that they mistakenly assumed the star pirates were allies. You've been used by him, he murmured softly. Waste. Idiot. Berwider continued yelling. That's enough. Even if we're short by half, we must continue. Fernand roared suddenly. Opportunities do not come again. We set off immediately and head to the border region, catching them off guard. As soon as the 4 boarded the command ship, a small team immediately rushed over and restrained them, handcuffing them. As the swift-acting Fernand felled 2 soldiers and prepared to flee, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his forehead. His body froze uncontrollably. Turning back, he saw rows of weapons pointed at him. There was no point in struggling anymore. With a dead heart, he allowed himself to be locked up. Release me. How dare you disrespect your superior officer? I order you to untie me. Only Berwider was still resisting fiercely, but no one on the ship paid any attention to him. The captain leading the team earlier seemed annoyed by his babbling and activated the silent button on the handcuffs. Very quickly, silence returned inside the warship. Every time Berwider tried to roar further, even the slightest sound triggered an electric shock. After being punished a few times, he soon clamped his mouth shut. The hanging head Fernand turned his head slightly to glance at Luo Yin beside him, as if asking if it was he who betrayed them. Luo Yin paused for a second and shook his head dejectedly. Hadn't he noticed that he was treated the same way as they were? And he just realized. Marshall obviously knew something was wrong with him, but still allowed him to lead the First Army Corps into battle. This was clearly giving him a last chance. If he chose to resist the enemies, he wouldn't be in this situation now. But he had made the wrong choice. It wasn't just because his family was in their hands, but also due to Fernand's past kindness towards him that made it impossible for him to refuse this final request. Regardless of the guilt these few individuals were now feeling, the root cause of the internal conflict had been fully identified. What should have been a fierce battlefield at the frontier was not as dire as expected, with neither side engaging much. The star pirates' ships roamed around aimlessly like headless flies. Rather than continuing the chase, Wu Chao decided to stay and guard along the borderline. As soon as they showed up, he would open fire to eliminate them. After a day of back-and-forth skirmishing, the star pirates suddenly began a full-speed retreat. This time, it wasn't fooling around. It was a true withdrawal from this star region, returning to their own territory. Are they really leaving? Wu Chao received orders not to pursue. So, does that mean a beta has already left? General Zenoya remained silent, carrying some guilt within himself. All planets in the border area had been put under strict lockdown, yet someone had still managed to escape. This was something they planned long ago. You don't need to think too much about it. Bianqingzhou didn't intend to console him. He merely stated facts. Berwider, Buer's son, Fernand, and Luo Yin have all been captured. From now on, the responsibility of guarding the border will be handed over to you two. Yes, Marshal. Zenoya understood his task had become heavier. He couldn't betray the trust placed in him by the Marshal. No problem, you can rest assured. Wu Chao gave a rather informal salute and then asked, should I send a few more people to escort those 4 to Shangyong? There's no need. Keep them imprisoned on the border star for now. We'll conduct a public trial after we resolve matters here. Now that Berwider's gang had been caught and Abita had successfully left, there was still no news from Jiangmo. The mole hidden in Shangyong star hadn't been removed yet, so the Stellar Republic was still far from peaceful. Bianqingzhou had plenty of work ahead of him. Mr. AI, the operation over there went exceptionally smoothly. You can finally relax. TCH relax? No, the real contest is just beginning. I must say, I'm getting more and more excited. AI Huey's usually gentle demeanor looked somewhat sinister at the moment. Chapter 163. The brief experience at the frontier did not reach Shangyu, and the chaos brought by Bo Wheat and others began to slowly dissipate. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, and Yuan used decisive measures to rectify internal issues at Shi Yuan. The incident with how Kofu fried chicken had served as a wake-up call, revealing that severe problems still existed within the company. Mr. N, previously responsible for evaluating the new employees, was Xiao Miao. She might have been deceived by those people. Dai Guoguo presented the investigation results before her. The ones she handled were almost all trainees she personally taught, so it is possible she was misled by these people colluding, but the issue still stems from herself, and this time she must bear the consequences. There could no longer be blind tolerance for her actions. I understand. She indeed needs a lesson learned, said Dai Guoguo without pleading on her behalf. Have the two from the police station been thoroughly investigated? How did they manage to get in? And Yuan continued to inquire. In the initial test, there were no problems found with these two individuals. Their junior chef certificates were confirmed to be genuine. During the retest phase, which was overseen by Xiao Miao, she claimed the dishes made by these two individuals were indeed problem-free. Dai Guo said, looking uncertainly at the boss across from her since she handled the initial test, and Su Miao managed the retest, unsure how the boss would feel about this. Do these two individuals have contact with any other company staff? Besides having close relationships with their respective store colleagues, they are also responsible to the manager of Hao Kofu. This manager I remember is Yang Xiaoxua, who initially joined the company with you. And Yuan recalled this employee who also transferred from the Shengshi Group. Shi Yuan used to be a small subsidiary under Shengshi Group, and Liao Shiji specifically sent her a batch of personnel from headquarters, only later realizing that it was all arranged by Bian Qingzhou. Half of this group left after Shi Yuan detached from Shengshi, but the few remaining ones she all remembered, including Yang Xiaoxua, whose competence didn't match Dai Guoguo, but who was undoubtedly astute and capable. Therefore, the occurrence of this accident led her to highly suspect that Yang Xiaoxua might have been bribed. Otherwise, such numerous issues wouldn't have surfaced. Mr. N, I never thought she'd do something like this. Had I known she's such a greed-driven person, I would never have let her be in charge of Hao Kofu, said Dai Guoguo, both urgently anxious and angry. Her trust in Yang Xiaoxua was due to their long acquaintance, which is why she assigned this brand to Yang Xiaoxua's responsibility, unaware of what kind of person she truly was. Yang Xiaoxua entered the company together with you. You've already become the second-in-command at Shi Yuan, while she remains merely a manager, inevitably breeding jealousy in her heart. Once such thoughts arise, it becomes easy for her to be manipulated, and Yuan recalled a period when she often encountered Yang Xiaoxua, casually showing off in front of her. If there's a possibility she has been bribed, should we not investigate her to uncover some clues? Most likely, she won't confess voluntarily. Since she has already proactively resigned due to blame, we lack leverage to make her talk. So, shall we just let this go? Dai Guoguo felt particularly frustrated, but Yang Xiaoxua, even after causing a major mistake at work, can only face penalties like fines since there's no evidence proving that she intentionally harmed the company's interests. I will have someone secretly investigate her accounts and her social interactions over this period. Don't worry about it anymore. And Yuan had her own considerations. And as for you and Su Miao, regardless, you have committed significant errors. Thus, you too will be punished. Mr. N, I understand. I accept the punishment. All your bonuses for the entire year will be cancelled. As for Su Miao, besides cancelling her bonuses, she will also be stripped of her managerial position. In my view, this young lady shouldn't hold any power in her hands. Thank you, Mr. N, for your leniency. In the future, I will certainly be diligent and meticulous. Despite losing a lot of money, Dai Guoguo was still grateful and relieved inside, realizing that she remained highly valued by the boss. Therefore, she reminded herself that she couldn't fail in Yuan again in the future. I still have high expectations for you. I'll handle the situation with Su Miao myself. Also, revise the company's regulations and procedures. Finally, the matter of Hao Kofu was concluded. Shi Yuan disclosed the course of events and investigation results entirely on the official website, prompting excited food lovers to start flooding the comments section, urging the fried chicken shop to reopen quickly. However, Yuan, who had worked around the clock for several days, originally planned to rest well for a couple of days. Even summoning Fairy Sister wouldn't work, as she had already developed immunity. But today, as soon as she took her own day off hoping to sleep late, her light brain started ringing persistently early in the morning. Who is it? What's going on? She angrily connected the video call. Hey, good morning little Nan Nan. Can you open the door for us first? It turned out to be Mon, who had pressed the doorbell for a long time without any response and finally contacted her through his optical brain. She really wanted to punch someone. Why did they come so early? It was absolutely annoying. And Yuan, with half-open eyes, glanced at that golden head before closing her eyes again. After rolling in bed for a while reluctantly, she got up irritably, washed her face, and then went to open the door. What's so important that you must come this early in the morning? Little Nan Nan, it's already past 10 o'clock. That's not too early, the blonde man said with absolutely no awareness of disturbing her sleep. I didn't want to bother your rest, but he insisted on dragging me here. Liao Shiji immediately betrayed his partner in crime by pointing his finger at the person beside him. Hey, like you're so reluctant or something. You can leave right now if you'd like. I won't stop you. The blonde retaliated with a punch to the bespectacled man. So, what exactly brought you here today? And Yuan finally woke up fully and realized they were likely here for something. Oh, this is how it goes. A few days ago, you mentioned wanting to cooperate with us, right? Shiji asked Guowu yesterday and found out you were free today. Luckily, both of us also have time, so we came directly over. The blonde summarized the situation simply. I originally planned to come in the afternoon or tomorrow, but Mon insisted on coming in the morning. The bespectacled man quickly deflected responsibility, as he could tell she still had some lingering annoyance from being woken up. Didn't you agree? Or do you think I'd force you here against your will? The blonde angrily glared at him, calling him cunning and sly. All right, since you're both here, let's just cut to the chase. She interrupted their actions, wondering why these two seemed so wary of offending her. Actually, the two were worried about someone else, Bian Qingzhou. They had been tasked by him to help in Yuanan, but during this time, they hadn't done much to assist her, and now they were disturbing her rest. If Bian Qingzhou found out, he would surely reprimand them. Haha, alright, let's talk business. We couldn't bear making everyone wait any longer. The tantalizing aroma of fried chicken that we see but can't taste. It's cruel, don't you think? Hence, we rushed to find you immediately. I reckon you're just hungry yourself. And Yuanan bluntly exposed the blonde man's excuse. Cough, little Nan, you previously said you'd provide semi-finished products. So, are you still keeping your fried chicken shop open? Mon acted as though he hadn't heard her teasing and went straight to the point. Chapter 164. I plan to give up on the Hao Kofu brand and only be a supplier behind the scenes. So, the fried chicken store will depend on the two of you. She had made this decision after careful consideration. Hao Kofu fried chicken experienced such a major accident in just 2 months. Even if she restarted it, there would be many doubts and even risks affecting other brands under Shi Yuan. Therefore, cutting losses promptly was currently the wisest choice. Moreover, shifting to become a supplier of semi-finished products would give her greater profit margins and fewer worries. The other two quickly grasped her decision as well. Yunan, you're becoming more seasoned at handling affairs. I truly admire you. Liao Shiji thought she really lived up to her reputation as someone's chosen partner. Exactly, Xiaonan Nan. Your style is more decisive than many seasoned veterans who have been in business for years. I must learn from you. Mon followed with his admiration. I'm still a rookie. Aren't the two of you exaggerating a bit? But no matter how much you flatter me now, I won't go easy on pricing later. And Yunan admitted privately that she had already been swayed by their compliments, but remained outwardly humble. Hey, now even telling the truth gets questioned. I'm really sad about that. The blonde man began putting on a theatrical performance. Xiaonan Nan, you should trust that every word I just said came from the heart. Shiji, did you bring the project proposal over? Let's take a look. That's right. We've already done the planning. Help us see if there are any areas we can improve. The other two ignored the blonde man completely and focused on discussing matters related to their cooperation. Left unattended, the blonde man could only put away his exaggerated act and quietly blend back in. Since these three had collaborated numerous times before, they quickly settled on the final plan. Liao Shiji and Mon would each represent the Shengshi Group and Taishan Enterprises to create new fried chicken brands, while in Yunnan Shi Yuan would handle supplying ingredients. So, Yunan, will your processing plant suffice? And what do you plan to do with those closed stores? The bespectacled man thought if his boss were here, he would definitely offer help. So, he now wanted to proactively think for the future, madam. Conveniently, we bid on several parcels of air land recently. We can use them to build processing plants. As for those shops, I have other plans. Xiaonan Nan, tell us quickly, what else do you have in mind? You have quite a few fried chicken stores left, so what do you intend to do? The blonde man was surprised that she already had another new idea. I plan to develop these stores into quick service restaurants, places that sell items like noodles, buns, dumplings, fried rice, etc. But this project might take some time. And Yunan also formulated this plan based on Shi Yuan's development needs. Currently, Shi Yuan already had a presence in the high-end dining market with Baiwei Tower and mid-range hot pot and barbecue restaurants. Next, all that was missing was an affordable and accessible little diner. However, due to various restrictions of this era, the simplest yet most difficult to manage segment of the catering market was the plain, low-cost dining scene. There were simply too few chefs available, and they were almost entirely monopolized by capital, making meals extremely extravagant affairs. This is why her ultimate wish of spreading delicious food widely required a long-term effort. But wouldn't this plan potentially lead to losses? The blonde man knew her ambitions, but couldn't simply throw money at it without restraint. Even with something as straightforward as a single small restaurant offering a regular clear broth noodle, prices were exorbitantly high. Wealthy individuals wouldn't go to such places, and ordinary people lacked the ability to frequent them regularly. So if she planned to operate such simple eateries, breaking even would be nearly impossible. Instead, it would likely require constant financial input. Such an obvious future scenario, she certainly wouldn't have overlooked. Wasn't Yunan unaware? Of course not. She understood perfectly well, but hesitation would only prevent taking that first step. That's why I plan to adjust prices. If prices drop, how can customers be scarce? However, doing this carries significant risks. Yunan, relying solely on your capabilities, it's hard to influence the entire market price. Furthermore, it may cause more trouble and danger for yourself. Liao Shiji seriously analyzed the potential consequences with her. I'm not rash either. Let me ask both of you. Are there many such small diners in the Star Alliance Republic? She knew these two cared about her, but she wasn't the type to joke with her own safety either. Not really, I haven't seen one. The blonde man cooperatively reflected. If there's no reference point, isn't it logical that the pricing remains my call? Isn't it normal for lower-end establishments to have lower prices than upscale ones? And Yunan coaxed patiently. And have either of you ever compared food industry prices over the last few years? We did make reports not long ago, and found that the price of goods in the catering industry has been on a downward trend, especially in the last 2 years. It fell sharply. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. He seemed to have started understanding her intention. Then that's settled. I don't expect these small restaurants to make a huge profit anyway. As long as they can be self-sufficient and keep the balance between income and expenditure, that's fine. The other two both saw disbelief in each other's eyes. She actually had this kind of thought, which wasn't something a regular merchant could come up with. Xiao Nan Nan, right now I sincerely feel that you and Xiao Zhozhou are a match made in heaven. The blonde man's tone and look were more sincere than ever. What does he have to do with this? And Yunan didn't understand. This was clearly her own matter, right? He means that actions like this for the country and its people without expecting any returns aren't things that ordinary people can do. You possess the grace and audacity worthy of the First Lady. Liao Shiji explained her doubts. What? The First Lady? Wait a minute. Isn't that the title for the president's wife? Isn't the current First Lady President Bian Qi wife and Bian Qingzhou's mother? How did it get linked to her? She felt a bit muddled. Your words are all over the place. Look how you've scared Xiao Nan Nan. Mon shot the bespectacled man a glance before starting to explain again. In 2 months, it'll be the new session of the election conference. Uncle Bian, President Bian's health is unsuitable for him to run for re-election as the next president, so there will be a new president to take over. But in the end, it still had nothing to do with her, did it? The bespectacled man continued. During the year Berwick governed, the political world was in chaos. So, the presidential candidate now, favored by public sentiment, is the god of war, Bian Qingzhou. I know nothing about this. Totally confused, and Yunan's brain crashed and lost the ability to think. She originally thought her boyfriend was just the big boss of one of the 5 great families, Shengshi Group. But it turned out he was also the youngest and most popular god of war marshal in the Star Alliance Republic. Now she was being told that after 2 months, he might even become the highest leader of the country. Am I dreaming, right? This morning, I didn't open the door for anyone else, right? It's all my imagination in the dream, right? And Yunan spaced out for a moment feeling rather lost, but eventually accepted this shocking fact. All right, since there's nothing else, I won't keep you here. See you later, no need to see you out. She wanted to be alone to think about the future. Xiao Nan Nan, are you okay? You seem unhappy. Mon couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Shouldn't she be happy for Xiao Zhozhou? I'm sleepy. Who asked you guys to bother me so early in the morning? She glared at them rudely. All right, we're leaving then. You rest well, goodbye. Liao Shiji hooked the neck of the blonde man and walked out. After stepping outside, the blonde man nudged the person beside him and asked, Hey, I somehow feel that something's off? Things like this require them to communicate and resolve it themselves. Let's go. Chapter 165. Shi Yuan announced on their official platform the cancellation of the Hao Kou Fu brand and expressed that they would collaborate with other companies in another way. They asked everyone to patiently wait for a while. Although it was very regrettable for everyone that they couldn't eat Hao Kou Fu fried chicken in the future, there would still be other places to eat it later. Although they had to wait, there were no other options. And Yunan reinvestigated all the original employees and kept those without issues. Some were assigned to work in the newly built factories, while others were planned for retraining. Talented chefs were very rare, so she intended to teach them some simple recipes so they could manage the small restaurants that were previously planned. However, due to her limited time and energy, she couldn't teach everyone individually, so she sought help from Jiang Lei. Actually, Su Miao's skills were better, but Yunan thought she wasn't reliable enough. Yunan, are you really planning to expand the operation of the small restaurants? Jiang Lei asked with some worry. Yes, so you need to help guide them well. And Yunan also shared her plans with this cousin. I think you should reconsider. Our family actually had a similar plan before, but you know the result. Jiang Lei did not want to mention this failed history again, but since she wasn't an outsider, he hoped Shi Yuan wouldn't follow in the footsteps of the Jiang family. Don't worry, things are different now. And Yunan knew the other party didn't treat her as an outsider, so she explained her previous analysis to him again. Moreover, now with the chaotic situation, everyone is busy dealing with their own affairs and has no time to target us, so now is the best time. Jiang Lei was convinced by what she said. When the Jiang family wanted to launch a popular restaurant before, they faced opposition and strikes from various forces. But now it was different. Shi Yuan had the support of the Shengshi Group and Mount Tai Enterprises, while the An and Mu families were too busy handling their own problems. So indeed, as she said, the timing was perfect. Okay, I support you. By the way, you haven't visited Grandpa for a long time. He's mentioned you several times. Oh, sorry, I've been very busy recently. Once I finish these tasks, I'll spend a few days with my maternal grandfather. Please say something good about me. Grandpa won't blame you. I'll let him know. Su Miao had taken a leave from the company to have a rest for a while. A few days ago, her master called her to headquarters, bluntly pointing out her mistakes in work, and revoked her managerial position. This made her very uncomfortable, sad, resentful, and guilty. She knew it was her fault, but she didn't expect her master to show no mercy. Actually, she wasn't deliberately lenient with those few people. Their techniques were personally taught by her. She only thought they were nervous during the final evaluation and performed abnormally. And since she promised someone to take care of them, she just turned a blind eye and let them pass. She didn't expect her master to be such a profit-driven person. Shi Yuan's finances were already very robust, and the issue was just a few small stores. At worst, she could close them directly. However, because of such minor profits, she was penalized severely. The more Su Miao thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She thought AI brother was right. No matter how you look at it, she single-handedly propped up half of Bai Wei Lu. Her master obviously wasn't treating her like one of her own people. She was merely using her. Miao Miao, do you have time today? Would you like me to take you out for a walk? Mon heard in Yunnan say this girl took a few days off, and was somewhat worried. so he wanted to hang out with her. I don't feel like going out today. Would it be convenient for me to come see you? Sure, come if you want. I need to talk to someone anyway. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. 10 minutes later, Mon, dressed in a dark green suit, held a bouquet of sunflowers in his left hand and a large bundle of perfume lilies in his right when he arrived at Su Miao's doorstep. Here, which kind do you like? Su Miao was a little surprised. This man was dressed normally today, and the flowers he sent were very low-key. I thought you would send me red roses. Ah, so you prefer roses. Got it. I'll make sure next time to get it right. No. I prefer the flowers you sent today. Although roses were nice too, they were the flowers couples usually gave each other. She thought their relationship still lacked a little bit. However, the arrival of the blonde man improved her mood a lot. She could tell he came especially to accompany her. Meow, why not take a vacation with me since you've taken so much time off? He'd heard that double-person travel was one of the most effective ways to enhance feelings. Going on a trip, I'll pass. If I leave, there will be no one to take care of my younger brother. Although she was tempted, she was worried about her younger brother. Is that a problem? Can't you and help look after him for a while? Moreover, your younger brother likes her quite a bit. The blonde man had clearly thought through everything. No way, I don't feel comfortable leaving him. Su Miao's expression immediately turned sour. She had an unreasonable stubbornness right now. What's there to worry about? Yunin can take great care of toddlers. Your brother is not a problem. No need, I don't want to go on a trip. She refused coldly. At this moment, the blonde man noticed there was an issue and realized the girl was upset with her master. Meow, are you mad at Yunan because she cut your bonus and removed you from your position? The girl sitting on the couch didn't say anything, but her face clearly showed she was pouting. Meow, you should also think from your master's perspective. Managing such a big company is hard already, and she needs to give the company an explanation for this incident. She cannot just shield you because she's your master. How would she manage Shi Yuan then? After hearing this, Su Miao flared up again. Because I'm her apprentice, do I have to be the example for discipline? Dai Guoguo was only penalized in terms of her bonus, but I got demoted. Haven't you always said you didn't care about being a manager? Besides, this time was indeed your fault. Since I don't care, does that mean she could take back this title so easily? Did she just do it as a formality to show others? Negligence? Yes, we both neglected our duties, but because Dai Guoguo is more useful than me, she lets her off easily. Mon was utterly stunned. Was this roaring girl really the shy, single-minded little lass he used to know? The innocent and grateful girl of the past has changed into someone selfish and narrow-minded, and even made baseless accusations against her best mentor. Slap. The blonde man couldn't help himself and slapped her across the face. He never hit women. That was on behalf of your master. Are you clear-headed now? Su Miao turned her head, holding her left cheek with her eyelids drooping, making it impossible to see her expression. 2 minutes later, water pools began forming on the white floor and grew larger. Her soft sobs gradually turned into loud crying. The blonde man, feeling helpless, pulled her into his arms and awkwardly patted her back. All right, cry it out. That's good. Wah, I'm sorry to my master. If it wasn't for her teaching me skills, I'd probably still be wandering around looking for jobs. While last time I misused the company seal, causing such a huge trouble for the company, Hiccup Master didn't blame me. Hiccup now committing such a grave error again. Hiccup and even dared to criticize my master rudely. Hiccup, why I'm such a terrible person. Hiccup, I don't have the face to see master anymore. You did scare me just now, but I believe Yunin won't hold it against you. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. The blonde man carefully wiped away her tears, deeply regretful upon seeing the swollen left cheek. Thank you, Mon. I will properly apologize and make amends to my master. Su Miao's emotions slowly calmed down as she sobbed, the fiery pain in her left cheek clearly perceptible, yet she held no resentment towards him. You sit first. I'll go get the first aid kit. Saying this, he turned around to fetch things, not daring to look back, feeling guilty and pitying her simultaneously. Chapter 166. Shengshi Group and Taishan Corporation moved quickly, soon implementing the plan, and thus the two new fried chicken brands of the Star Alliance Republic rapidly spread across the country. Although both companies' suppliers were Shuan Group, the later stage finished products and flavors were determined after multiple experiments by each company's respective R&D teams. Therefore, the fried chicken from the two brands did not taste exactly the same. This not only met various customer needs, but also promoted healthy competition among peers. The introduction of these two fried chicken stores gave other companies a glimpse of opportunity, and another wave of companies seeking cooperation flooded into Xiwan. Sai, why don't they just try it themselves? Fried chicken is such a simple food. With a few more attempts, they should be able to make it eventually. And Yuanan said as she slumped into her boss chair, exhausted. Heaven knows she had no intention of cooperating with others in the first place. Perhaps they feel that Xiwan's products have a guaranteed flavor, similar to our previous hot pot base seasoning. Dai Guo said with a sense of pride. The recipe for the hot pot base is indeed somewhat complex, but after I disclosed the formula, many restaurants still conducted their own research and developed new flavors. I believe this kind of practice is worth promoting. Then should we cooperate with them this time? No, reject them all. They need to learn how to develop their own products instead of always counting on us revealing the methods. Mizzen, if others heard this, they might resent you. Who pushes away profitable business like that? The star coins are never ending, but my ambition is not merely about making money. Now that I have the ability to do what I want, why can't I indulge myself a little? This isn't indulgence, you're benefiting humanity. Dai Guo sincerely admired this young lady. Hey Sister Dai, your words give me goosebumps. Am I really as great as you say? Please don't say that outside. I have a reputation to uphold. The two laughed off topic for a moment. Oh right, I almost forgot. Does Ms. AI from IMA Group have the intention to cooperate this time? Were they rejected too? And Yuan paused for a second. Her collaborations with the AI family weren't frequent, but each time, she directly negotiated with AI Lin. Was it still her this time? Which Mr. AI is this? It's the new executive president of IMA Group, AI Hui, Miss AI Lin's brother. Then let's turn him down as well. If AI Lin came, I would have something meaningful to discuss with her, but with AI Hui, it's fine to decline. After all, we don't really have any relationship. Alright, I know what to do. At the same time, at the headquarters of IMA Group, Mr. AI, Shiwan politely declined our cooperation invitation. Not only ours, apart from Shengshi Group and Taishan Corporation, everyone else was also rejected. The assistant cautiously reported. After hearing this, AI Hui didn't say anything immediately. His half-closed eyes revealed a contemplative look. Were their actions unintentional, or did they know something and intentionally reject all offers? Let AI Lin handle this matter. Finally, he decided to let his younger sister try since she had a unique relationship with that person. Understood, Mr. AI. Later that afternoon, just as Yuan was preparing to leave work early, her assistant asked, Miss AI Lin from IMA Group is downstairs. Shall we invite her up? Of course, please bring her in. She was curious why AI Lin would visit at this time. AI Lin, nice to see you. Come in and sit down. Yuan, sorry to bother you. AI Lin, dressed as neatly and sharply as before, appeared to carry a hint of difficulty in her eyes. You make it sound distant. Aren't we good friends? Besides, to be honest, I'm quite free at the moment, and Yuan naturally noticed the worry in AI Lin's eyes. Recently, the internal strife within the AI fan group has been making waves, and undoubtedly, as one of the parties involved, AI Lin must have been greatly affected. But Yuan wasn't intending to interfere in someone else's family matters, and she knew AI Lin had her own pride. AI Lin couldn't help but smile faintly. Actually, I was very conflicted before coming here, but now I feel much calmer. This time I am here for cooperation matters. As you might already know, my brother AI Hui is now the executive president of IMA Group. He has gained recognition from most of the senior executives in the company, and this collaboration with you is my last chance. I neither want to put you in a difficult position, nor am I willing to simply give up. Is it wrong for me to be greedy? That's human nature, isn't it? Most people would choose the win-win solution, wouldn't they? And Yuan was glad that AI Lin could openly share the reasons and consequences of the situation with her. Is there still a win-win way out? Certainly, Sister AI Lin. Have you considered developing everything from raw materials to finished products entirely on your own? But we don't have experience in this area. Experience is something that will always be zero if you don't take action. Don't you have a research team at your AI fan family? You buy all the fried chicken on the market and let them try it, then attempt to do it yourselves, and you'll succeed eventually. And Yuan encouraged her. Is it really that simple? It's exactly that simple. Let me tell you, I also tried several times before I could make it. So I'm telling you, failure isn't scary. What's scary is if you lack the courage to even try. That's right. Yuan, you're absolutely correct. I'll go back now and get them to start trying immediately. AI Lin clenched her fists, brimming with energy. She gave the other person a hearty embrace and immediately left the room with hurried footsteps. If you run into any problems, come find me anytime, and Yuan shouted toward her back. She felt as if she were doing network marketing. She hadn't realized how effective her persuasion skills were. Nevertheless, regardless of anything, as long as the AI fan family led by developing their own products, others would definitely follow soon after. So she truly worried about these people so much. Feeling extremely satisfied with her contribution, and Yuan went home early with a great mood. Meanwhile, AI Lin rushed back to the company and ignored all the inquiries along the way. She directly summoned the R&D team who had been idling away their time, instructing them to try making the simplest fried chicken. At first, everyone was dispirited, believing it was an impossible task. However, after hearing about Yuan's innovative process, they became highly motivated, unanimously stating that they could do it. That's right, Mizzen started from blowing up the kitchen, and we are definitely stronger than her. That's true, the fried chicken Mizzen made initially wasn't even edible for dogs. I believe we couldn't possibly be worse than her. Just like that, Mizzen sacrificed her looks multiple times due to oil splatters while perfecting the recipe. We must learn from her. Listening to such spirited and passionate comments, AI Lin felt both comforted and slightly apologetic towards her friend. Yuan, I am really sorry for fabricating your story of innovation, but it can't be helped. Good friends support each other through thick and thin, right? She silently vowed in her heart that she would return the favor one day. Oh, is your dear sister leading her team in development? AI Hui was greatly surprised after hearing the assistant's report, and Yuan really has some talent. Should we stop Miss AI Lin, Mr. AI? Why would we want to stop such a great thing that benefits the company? But if Miss AI Lin succeeds in her research, she might affect your position. That woman had deep roots in IMA Group. They had barely reached this point after great difficulty. They couldn't afford to let her turn the tide again. Her plan is indeed not bad, but unfortunately, this plan will end up serving my goals instead, AI Hui said casually. Mr. AI truly has far-sighted vision. Let those people work hard on R&D for now, and once they succeed, they will seize the final results. Chapter 167. Yuan, are you off work? I'll pick you up. Bian Qingzhou finally had some spare time to find his girlfriend. Are you done with all the difficult tasks? And Yuan was well aware of the current situation, so she didn't bother him unnecessarily. Yes, I'm done today. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. The man hadn't seen his girlfriend for a long time. He'd been so busy that he had no time to think about anything else. After finally managing to contain the Burt party, he still felt little relief as Jiang Mo was still nowhere to be found. He originally thought that the series of incidents orchestrated by Beidou and others were merely for safe departure from the country. Now they were gone, but there was still no word from Jiang Mo, which forced him to worry about his brother's safety. The incident at Xiwan, Jiang Mo's disappearance, and Bert's escape were all designed to distract Bian Qingzhou, leaving him powerless to stop Beidou and his group. Although the Xiwan incident didn't fully distract him, he did make significant preparations to control Bert's group from starting an internal war. Reclaiming the first core took considerable effort, but the outcome was positive overall. Luo Yan's 2 deputies did not betray him. They believed he was coerced by Flennard. Thus, Bian Qingzhou made an agreement with the 2 deputies. If Luo Yan led the entire first corps to repel the enemy, the military command would impose lenient punishment on him. Otherwise, if he continued aiding the traitors who had fled, the consequences would be obvious. Ultimately, the 2 deputies became thoroughly disappointed with Luo Yan and faced trial due to his actions. Since Bian Qingzhou was focused on quelling internal turmoil, he couldn't adequately deal with the Beidou. Reinforcing the border defenses aimed to intimidate them, preventing another major disturbance. After these matters settled down, strangely, there was still no news from the Solon planet. As he was preparing to go personally, Zhou Liang finally brought good news. The person had been found. Marshal Jiang Mo has been located, and he is already on his way back. How is he? Is he injured? You should ask him yourself, Zhou Liang replied with a peculiar expression. Ignoring this, Bian Qingzhou opened his holographic computer and sent a video call. The other side seemed to have been waiting. Marshal Jiang Mo gave him a salute with a complex look on his face. Seeing his friend intact and in good health on the projection, his heart finally settled. All right, what happened exactly? It starts from when I first arrived at the Solon planet. To prevent the pirate syndicate from getting their hands on this confidential file, Jiang Mo was personally assigned to retrieve it. After arriving at the interception point, he conducted a thorough recheck of the shipment from N family, but found nothing. Then he began interrogating the 2 temporarily detained responsible individuals. N's manager appeared cooperative but divulged no useful information. The one from Mu family refused to speak altogether, but Jiang Mo wasn't an ordinary man. He was the strategist by the war god's side. That night, with some clever tactics, he broke through Mu family's resistance just as he was about to question them again. Passing by the room where N family's employees were held, he noticed several people bullying a woman. In a rather cliched turn of events, Jiang Mo initially waved a guard to intervene, not wanting to personally handle it. But soon, cries of panic erupted from inside. Dead. She's dead. The guards came hurriedly to report. Colonel, the woman committed suicide by crashing into the wall. Although these people were under temporary custody, none of them had technically committed a crime. If this woman died, those guarding her would surely face Marshall's severe punishment. What are you waiting for? Send her for immediate treatment, Jiang Mo responded, now skeptical. Why would colleagues do such things to drive someone to death? Initially, he planned to finish questioning the Mu individual and then investigate this matter. However, the Mu person fainted out of fear and remained unconscious all night. Not wishing to force him awake, Jiang Mo decided to examine the other side. Surprisingly, he discovered the woman wasn't even an employee of N family. Due to lack of funds to buy a civilian ship ticket, she had traded with someone from incorporation to obtain an employee's access card, allowing her to board the transport vessel. Why didn't you mention this before? Jiang Mo still sensed something amiss. I have nothing to say to your group of pirates. The woman had lain in the treatment pod for several minutes. Her physical condition was fine now, but her spirit still wasn't in great shape. Her face was pale and frail, yet her defiant eyes shone extraordinarily bright. She actually mistook them for space pirates. Jiang Mo felt somewhat absurd about it, but thought again, their unjustified detention did seem a bit improper. I'm sorry, we mean no harm. We just need everyone on the transport ship to cooperate with us. Che, the woman only sneered in mockery, full of disdain, doubt, and hatred. It was clear she didn't believe his words. This made Jiang Mo's heart twist a little. It was the first time someone regarded him as a villain. This feeling was absolutely terrible. In a couple of days, I'll personally arrange someone to send you back, he explained carefully. There's no need for such noble lies. I'm just an ordinary person. Other than my body, I don't think there's anything you'd find valuable, but I will tell you that I won't let you succeed. The woman's deathly pale cheeks matched her resolute gaze, making Jiang Mo feel a slight tremor in his heart. Was she planning to kill herself again? No. How did they end up becoming the bad guys? Yet, they couldn't reveal their true identity to her. The normally rational and calm military strategist now felt extremely annoyed. Get a few people over here to keep an eye on her. After saying this, he was about to leave. It's useless, I won't do what you expect. The woman's shout echoed from behind. Captain, looking at her, it seems like she's determined to die. I don't think regular people can watch her properly. The team leader responsible for watching over her looked troubled. In that case, you guard her personally. Jiang Mo felt he couldn't stay any longer, or else he would surely get angry. But soon after he left, he was informed that the woman had collided with the wall again. He returned furiously to the treatment room, where the woman lay in the pod once more. Captain, the team leader said nervously. I truly can't handle her. You can punish me. He sincerely didn't want to continue this mission. He'd rather endure physical punishment. Hey, go fetch some women. Captain, it's useless. She has decided to die. Who comes won't make a difference. The team leader really sighed. Why not join the army with such determination? All right, you can leave and focus on your other duties. I'll handle this. Jiang Yimou felt incredibly frustrated. It seemed like he couldn't get anything done unless this problem was resolved. Not long after, the woman woke up again. But this time, she neither spoke nor engaged in extreme behavior, possibly too exhausted. However, this suited his intentions perfectly. I don't care whether you believe me or not. Things will be clear in 2 days. It looks like I have only 2 good days left. The woman's voice, calm without ripples, sounded like absolute silence. Jiang Yimou could hardly contain himself anymore. How could she be so radical and refuse to listen? By her tone, it seemed like she wouldn't abandon her idea of committing suicide. Chapter 168. To avoid any legal trouble involving fatalities, Jiang Yimou spent half a day stationed in the treatment room. The woman's attitude seemed to soften somewhat. She started to believe that these people might not be space pirates after all. You rest for now. I'll be back later as I have some things to take care of. I want to go out for a walk. Noticing a hint of opposition in the man's eyes, she quickly added, you can send someone to follow me. I just want to get a bit of fresh air outside. Given Jiang Mo's character, he wouldn't usually agree to such requests, but seeing the bright gleam in her eyes, for some reason, he didn't want to see her downcast gaze again. Fine, only 15 minutes. No problem, I'll stick to our agreement. For the first time, the tired look on the woman's face transformed into one of joy. Though it was merely a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, it was enough to influence Jiang Yimou. This is who she really is, he thought to himself. She looks quite nice this way. That gloomy state from before should never reappear. With that matter settled, Jiang Yimou prepared to interrogate Mr. Mu, hoping that this half day of waiting had cleared his mind. The interrogation went rather smoothly. According to what Mr. Mu confessed, this delivery of supplies was actually a cover-up. The main objective was to deliver certain documents to a specified location. However, when asked about the source of these documents and the contact person at the frontier, Mr. Mu claimed ignorance, insisting that these documents were provided by his superior. They looked like ordinary storage magnetic strips, and no one told him to whom they should be handed over. Where is that document now? It's in the hands of an. Also, the Mu family and the Yin family are on such good terms that you trust them with something so important. Actually, Supervisor Yin has no idea these documents exist. He just thought it was part of the inspection report for this batch of supplies. This was a deliberate move by Mr. Mu. As for what exactly these classified documents contained, even they didn't know. However, their superior emphasized its importance, stating that it concerned the future of the Mu family. He was afraid the Yin family would interfere, so he cleverly hid the files among Yin's inspection reports. After hearing this, Jiang Yimou immediately ordered a search and instructed that Supervisor Yin be summoned for reinterrogation. There was a possibility that Supervisor Yin wasn't entirely uninformed as he claimed. While waiting, he received news that the woman had attempted suicide again, leaving him almost exasperated. What on earth was she up to? Colonel, it seems Captain accidentally provoked her this time. The messenger soldier hesitantly followed behind explaining the situation. Aren't we just letting her have some air? How could that provoke her? Well, Miss tripped, and Captain rushed to help her. But she got scared, and without hesitation, collided straight into the nearby pillar. Shit, what a mess. Irritated, Jiang Yimou stormed back to the treatment room again, where the captain was looking extremely guilty. Pointing at him, he stuttered, unable to say anything coherent. Colonel, I'm sorry. Even the captain felt wronged and innocent. All right, go and rest. Feeling powerless, Jiang Yimou waved his hand to dismiss everyone around him to prevent such incidents from happening again. Not long after, the woman's eyelids fluttered slightly, though she did not open them fully. She thought she had disgraced herself today and felt too embarrassed to show her face. After a while, sensing there was no one around, she quietly opened her eyes. Phew. Why are you here? I'm worried you'll hit your head against the pillar again. The man stared at her expressionlessly. In an instant, the woman's cheeks turned crimson red. Bowing her head, she mumbled softly, I'm sorry. She knew how ridiculous her actions were earlier and vowed solemnly. I swear I won't do this kind of thing again. Jiang Yimou had been seething inside, wanting to curse and tell her to clear her head, but upon seeing her flushed cheek and gentle explanation, the anger dissipated as if the balloon had burst. It's good that you've thought clearly. You can leave the day after tomorrow. Really? That's great. Don't trick me, or I'll. So what? Are you planning to hit your head against the wall again? Jiang Yimou teased sarcastically. You're terrible. That's not what I meant. The woman, infuriated, blushed furiously as she glared up at him, forgetting her previous embarrassment. Jiang Yimou was seated beside the bed and watching her lively expressions, momentarily stunned. Her forehead still had a patch of bruised redness. His right hand instinctively rose and then abruptly clenched into a fist, covering up his sudden awkwardness. The woman seemed somewhat uncomfortable as well, slightly turning her head, asking aimlessly, And the others? Oh, I've sent them all away. Her eyes flickered. Did you do that for me? You're overthinking it. They have other matters to attend to. Jiang Yimou stood up somewhat awkwardly. Ahem, I'll go get you 2 nutrient doses. What flavor do you want? There's no need. There's still some here. They delivered a lot earlier. The woman got up, walked to the table, picked up the preservation box and shook it. Let's eat together. After saying this, she directly opened the packaging and handed it over. Jiang Yimou didn't refuse her kindness. He indeed hadn't replenished his nutrients today. As soon as he placed the dose in his mouth, he realized something was amiss, simultaneously feeling a slight sting on his neck before succumbing to unconsciousness. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Yimou, you actually fell for the beauty trap. Zhou Liang couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing about his experience on Sualon Star. No matter how he had asked before, the other party wouldn't divulge any details until now, revealing this surprising truth. Bian Qingzhou also couldn't hold back a chuckle, finding it hard to imagine someone usually so composed and rational ending up like this. Cough, did you find that woman? She ran away just in time. Otherwise I would have taught her a lesson. Jiang Mo's face darkened with humiliation as he growled under his breath. That woman must have known his identity all along. After knocking him out, she hit him and locked him up tightly, even forcing medicine down his throat every day to make him powerless, and he vowed to return this disgrace. Let's talk about this when you come back. Did you obtain the document? General, I suspect there's something wrong with the confidential document I retrieved. The true materials should still be in Shenyang. In the end, Jiang Mo recovered the file from Supervisor and, confirmed by Mr. Mu, yet he felt something was off. Bring the item back first. The situation in Shenyang has stabilized now. If the real data is still in Shenyang, we must find it at all costs. Yes, General. AOMO, come back soon. Watch out on your way. Don't let the spider demon lure you into the silk cave again. We're waiting to hear more of the story details, Zhou Liang reminded teasingly right before Jiang Mo was about to disconnect. Bian Qingzhou felt considerably relieved by the safe return of his good friend. Although this trip was a bit perilous, at least nothing serious happened. TSK. General, do you think he might develop a fear of women after this? That woman was quite fierce. Just to get AOMO's attention, she kept crashing into walls. What a wild beast. Zhou Liang kept going on nonstop. Drop that look of gloating. What if AOMO comes back and deals with you? I'm just concerned about my buddy. Then investigate that woman's background. Alas, it's such a pity. A woman who could capture our AOMO's heart turns out to be from a different camp. After sending the chattering Zhou Liang off, Bian Qingzhou suddenly yearned intensely for his girlfriend. Chapter 169. On his way to pick up his girlfriend after work, Bian Qingzhou habitually bought a bunch of pink sunflowers and a silk scarf. Actually, it wasn't intentional. There was just a very unique little shop next to the flower store, and he immediately spotted the emerald green scarf hanging at the entrance, feeling that it would be perfect for someone special, so he bought it. Have you arrived yet? If you're here, come up directly. I still have a bit more to finish. And Yuan glanced at the time, estimating that he should be there by now. All right, I'm coming up. Not long after, a couple who hadn't seen each other for several days finally met. As soon as they saw each other, their eyes locked on each other, reluctant to look away. Cough, cough. Then I won't disturb you two anymore. I'll take care of the rest. You haven't rested properly these days, so why don't you go home early today? Dai Guoguo graciously created some private space for them. Marshal Yuan, goodbye. When leaving, she greeted her idol very restrainedly. Do you know, Sister Dai really admires you. And Yuan found it funny when Dai Guoguo looked back at the door before leaving. I should act a bit more reserved in front of her from now on. Otherwise, if Shijie gets annoyed, he might just throw down the towel and quit over dissatisfaction. Bian Qingzhou turned around to close the door, then quickly walked up to her. Just by looking at the faint dark circles under her eyes, he could tell that she hadn't rested well recently. The man tenderly stroked her head with a hint of pain, then pinched her cheek. You've lost weight. There's no fat left on your face. Your waist is thinner too. As he spoke, his large hand had already wandered to her waist. Really? And Yuan followed along by pinching her own slim waist. Although in this star system, there are no longer any overweight people, and everyone doesn't need to rely on dieting or exercise to maintain their figure, she still kept her habit of maintaining a flat and lean waist. Unfortunately, I can't cook, but if I could, I'd definitely fatten you up just like Yang Yang. The man gestured, indicating that her waist was so thin that it could be circled by both his hands. His resolve grew stronger inside. He wanted to feed her well. No, I absolutely do not want to become fat. She firmly couldn't accept herself having watermelon-shaped hips. All right, stop talking about it. Let's go home first. If the kid knows you're dissatisfied with him, he'll probably be heartbroken. I doubt I'd ever dislike him. You did? You just said he was fat. I didn't mean it that way. But earlier, what you clearly meant was disliking being fat. Bian Qingzhou, are you deliberately trying to contradict me? And Yuan became upset, grabbing his arm with one hand while hitting him hard with the other. The man, with one hand grabbed by her, made no attempt to struggle, letting her bun-like fists fall onto him. Meanwhile, the other hand stayed behind her back, fearing that she might accidentally fall. Fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have teased you into getting angry. Amidst their playful quarrel, they arrived at the landing pad. The man opened the door, took out a bouquet of flowers, and said, I hope you'll like it. Be happy every day. This was the first time she had seen pink sunflowers. Plants here were no longer the same as those she originally knew. Yet every time she received a different bouquet, she would always feel as delighted as if it was her first time seeing it. Thank you, I really like it. By the way, why do you send me different flowers each time? Because I noticed that you show novelty and joy towards each kind of plant. I thought if I gave you different flowers every time, you would never get bored. Also, because each type of flower has its own meaning, he wished to send all kinds of blessings through time. You observe quite carefully, and Yuan felt incredibly sweet inside, knowing that only when someone cares about you deeply will they pay attention to every aspect of your life. But, it seems like I've never given you anything as a gift. Staring at the fresh flowers in her arms, she rubbed the bracelet on her wrist that he had made personally, feeling somewhat unqualified. True, I've never received a present from you. Bian Qingzhou pulled her hand in a slightly childish manner. I will make it up to you later. This person sure was bold. Usually others would say something along the lines of no need, you are my most precious gift. But thinking about all the various gifts he had given her, she also felt somewhat guilty. Then can I request a specific gift from you? The man directly asked. Of course, just say it, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. And Yuan proudly boasted, given her current wealth, it wouldn't be an issue. All right, I'll consider that as your promise. Bian Chengzhou smiled faintly and prepared to start the flight vehicle to return home. You haven't even told me what you want. What I want is very simple, you'll find out soon. You're so annoying. I hate people who ruin others' appetites. I just want to find a suitable occasion to tell you. Why can't you ask now and find the appropriate occasion later? The man, at a loss for words, good-naturedly pulled her hand and kissed it, his teasing manner obvious. Your pretty boy tactic doesn't work on me. Actually, that wasn't true. The tingling sensation transmitted from the back of her hand straight to her cerebral cortex caused her central nervous system to fail, leaving her limp. Fortunately, she was sitting on a chair now. Otherwise, that cunning man would have discovered her condition. Then let me tell you something interesting. Will you stop being mad at me? I'm not mad. She said this as though she were very petty. But go ahead, I want to listen. Chengzhou Bian didn't hesitate to betray his recently wounded good buddy by revealing how he had been completely outwitted on Plastar. That kid always thought he was the most rational one among us, but now he's getting teased to death by Zhou Liang and the others. Judging by your tone, it seems not only Zhou Liang, but also you find great pleasure in mocking him. And Yuan listened with rapt attention while mocking her boyfriend. She was acquainted with those few people, having quite a deep impression on them. They were, after all, Chengzhou's best brothers and right-hand men. Unlike Mon and Liao Shiji, these guys carried a heavy soldier vibe, exuding an aura of sternness around them, but they didn't evoke fear, rather a sense of reliability. We several once thought Jiang Mo didn't fancy women, so we privately warned each other not to discriminate against him for this reason. It turned out we were wrong. The man continued gossiping. Oh, so you think that since he got hurt so badly this time, he might become what you imagined him to be? She couldn't help but start speculating. Well, it could be possible, but whether he likes men or women, we can accept him. And Yuan opened and closed her mouth, not knowing how to respond, finally managing to dryly say, you really are good pals. Their acceptance capacity was truly remarkable. By the way, haven't you guys considered consoling him first or hiring a psychologist for him? She couldn't help but feel sympathy for that mastermind, Mr. Jiang Mo. In fact, I was just joking. This incident is also a reminder to a few others. Our regular training seldom covers this aspect, so it was also a chance for them to experience a different kind of danger. Bian Chengzhou pinched her cheeks. Silly girl, everything on her mind showed plainly on her face. Oh, that explained why he kept poking at others' wounds, originally to teach them a lesson. So did you encounter such a beauty trap in the past? I probably may have encountered it, the man replied uncertainly, noticing her changing facial expressions, quickly adding, since I never paid attention to whether those people were male or female, they're all the same in my eyes. I don't know which ones count as beauty traps. That's fine. Treating malicious people equally regardless of gender is absolutely correct and should not be tolerated under any circumstances. You did the right thing. And Yuan tilted her body, pressing down the corners of her lips, rising upwards, encouraging him to continue doing so in the future. She was satisfied with this answer. There must have been no shortage of people who, taking advantage of his identity, wanted to throw themselves into his arms, but judging by his looks, he indeed hadn't been deceived, so she felt reassured. You're right, I will continue to maintain this attitude in the future. The man pulled her back, seeing her bright teeth flashing with laughter, finding her absolutely adorable, and couldn't resist kissing her cheek. Chapter 170. After returning home, and Yunan was too lazy to cook, but on the other hand, she wanted to prepare a meal for her boyfriend who hadn't eaten at home for a long time. While she was hesitating, Bian Chengzhou pulled a chair over and sat her down on it. I'll take care of washing and chopping vegetables in preparation. Afterward, you only need to cook. All right, I'll stay here with you. Now she was satisfied because she actually enjoyed cooking but disliked the prep work beforehand. She also hated the cleanup after meals the most. Now all her worries were gone. All she had to do was her favorite part. Let's do some braised lamb ribs tonight. Good, I'll handle it. The man glanced up at the girl by the counter and smiled lightly. When he first ate this dish, he didn't share even a piece with others, and she remembered that he really liked it. Working together, they prepared a lavish feast. Char siu pork, chestnut braised chicken, floral lotus root, fresh bamboo, and ham soup. And of course, someone's favorite, braised lamb ribs. Inadvertently, the glow of twilight began to envelop the earth. No matter which dimension, the warmth brought by the lit-up homes was always an eternal heart's retreat. Your cooking is truly unforgettable. Then you should eat more. Next time might be a long way off. Bian Chengzhou expressed his greatest respect for the chef by clearing everything on the table. His long-absent eating spree made Yunan have one extra bowl of rice tonight. Burp, ate too much, it's all your fault. It's just that you don't eat enough usually. From now on, you'll have to eat as much as you did today, got it? The man pulled her outside to help her digest the food. I'm not like you, a real food bucket. No way. She leaned her body against his because she was too full to move. The man didn't argue with her, since he'd keep an eye on her later anyway. Her slight figure was indeed somewhat frail. You shouldn't go to the company these next 2 days. Take a good rest. As he said this, he gently rubbed the bruise under her eyes. I just finished being busy and have arranged everything else well. She planned to take a day off and then visit her maternal uncle in the suburbs. Well, could you find some time to go see little Fat with me? He's been clamoring non-stop about wanting to come find you. Bian Chengzhou mentioned this seemingly nonchalantly, but in fact, his nerves were stretched tight. Of course, I miss him too. Since she had taken care of the little guy for quite a while, she was disappointed when she didn't hear his sweet voice upon coming home recently. Wait, isn't Moxia paying with your parents right now? Then if I go see him, Wouldn't that mean meeting President Bien and Mrs. Bien? She spoke faster and faster, growing increasingly nervous. This meant meeting her boyfriend's parents. No, maybe another time. Don't worry. My parents already know about us. They like you very much and have been urging me to bring you home. Of course, the man detected her nervousness and immediately reassured her. I think it's not the right time yet. If those were the highest level leaders in the country, she wasn't prepared at all for such a meeting. You can call her cowardly or unambitious, but she was simply anxious right now. Just consider them as ordinary parents, and I've told them already. This life, I only want you. The man understood her inner unease. He held her soft hands, striving to let her see his sincerity. When did you tell them? Knowing the average human lifespan was more than 200 years, and that they were only in their 20s or 30s now, she lacked confidence to promise forever. Yet he had already decided. Right before I confessed my love to you, there was a shimmering light in the man's light green eyes. Originally, he had planned to resolve everything and then express his feelings, but the flutter in his heart couldn't be restrained. Before embarking on an important mission, he finally couldn't contain himself anymore. He told her that if he returned safely, there would be something he wanted to tell her. When leaving Shangyong, he sent a message to his father trapped in the presidential palace, saying he had found his lifelong companion. At that time, he received news about collecting evidence of Borwhite colluding with space pirates to assassinate him. The process was indeed perilous, but he still returned safely. Following this, he followed his heart and confessed to her. And Yuan recalled these events as well. At the time, she could feel his intentions and was waiting for him to break through this layer. During the time he was away, she felt uneasy and worried about him endlessly. But what she didn't expect was that he had determined her to be his back then. Her heart swelled with sweetness, making her feel both sour and soft. She threw herself into his arms. You've been so good to me. I don't even know what to do anymore. I did it on purpose. I want you to never leave me. So I will be even better to you in the future, and you just wait to get used to it. The man made no attempt to hide his ambition. In fact, Yunan was a girl who lacked a sense of security, both in her past and after coming here. As a child, her parents were too affectionate with each other and often neglected her and her sister. She had been very independent since young, and her parents paid even less attention to her, causing her to rarely open up to others. Accidentally arriving here made her more defensive inside. Though she quickly accepted everything here, she still found it hard to connect deeply with others. Meeting Bien Shengzhou was an unexpected twist within the unexpected. Yet, during their time together, she gradually started relying on him and trusting him, willing to share her secrets with him. Now, this man also gave her an overwhelming sense of security. So, she should take a step forward. Then, we'll find some time to go see the little guy, but you need to set aside time in advance to prepare the gift with me. The man felt extremely thrilled after hearing this, inadvertently losing control of his hands. My waist. There came a startled cry from his arms, and he quickly loosened his grip, gently rubbing it again with care. Hug. Sorry, I was just too happy. Didn't expect you to agree so fast. Are you saying I'm too rash? Then, let's talk about seeing Yang later then. She said and mischievously pinched his waist, where the stiff muscles tensed so hard that her fingers turned red. Bien Shengzhou pulled the small hand around his waist out and gently kneaded it for her. I feel I haven't done enough myself, so your agreement has almost driven me wild with joy. And Yunan looked up and saw his eyes filled with joy, sparkling brightly, a look she had never seen before. This happiness even resonated in her heart, making her tremble slightly, realizing how genuinely delighted he was. You're such a fool. Her smile blossomed uncontrollably. You look so beautiful. The man couldn't help slowly leaning down. Time seemed infinitely extended, as she slightly tilted her head back and opened wide eyes looking at the shadow looming above, feeling like the distance between them took ages to close. And Yunan suddenly tiptoed and actively leaned forward. Eminem. In the collision of lips, this soft, tender sound didn't clarify which one of them it originated from. At this moment, the man lost all self-control, with one hand tightly holding her waist and the other pressing at the back of her head, leaving no room for her escape. Chapter 171. At 6 in the morning, an abrupt and noisy alarm rang out, and Yuan lifted her pale arm and quickly turned off the reminder on her light brain, then flipped over and buried herself back into the soft quilt. A minute later, whoosh, the person on the bed bounced up again. She scratched her disheveled hair, sat upright for a few seconds blankly, then began to wash up and change clothes with drowsy eyes. The tasks for today were heavy. She forced herself to wake up. Knock, 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 came knocking sounds from the door. Nanan, are you all right? Bien Qingzhou's habit was to get up at exactly 6 every day for training. This morning, as soon as he arrived in the garden, he saw the light in the second-floor bedroom was on and was worried if something had happened to her. Aren't you supposed to do your morning exercise? Hurry up, don't waste time, said Yuan as she opened the door and shoved him out, preparing breakfast downstairs herself. Nanan, why did you get up so early when you're fine? Usually, as long as she wasn't working, this girl would sleep until 8 or 9 o'clock. Today seemed a bit abnormal. What? You even forgot what day it is today. Upon hearing the tone of voice, could today be some special occasion? He reviewed the various dates since they met. Their dating anniversary? Her birthday? Valentine's Day? Or maybe the anniversary of her parents' death? After thinking through them all, none seemed to match. But looking at her expressionless face, he didn't dare to ask. And Yuan frowned, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said fiercely, "What are we going to do tomorrow?" Bien Qingzhou suddenly understood. A few days ago, the two had planned to find time to meet his parents, and after many delays, she finally agreed to go home with him tomorrow. It's too early now. We have a whole day to choose a gift. Go back to sleep for a while. I'll call you when I finish my training, okay? Though he found it somewhat funny inside, he was more touched. This silly girl had been told countless times that there was no need to bring a gift. She herself was the best gift, but she wouldn't listen, insisting on spending the entire day specifically preparing gifts. Recently, she had been pestering him every day about the preferences of his family members. He also saw her secretly compiling several lists. He knew that she was afraid his parents wouldn't like her, but she didn't know that his entire family was just as worried. Forget sleeping. I'm making breakfast. Let's hurry out the door after breakfast. If she goes back to bed, by the time she gets up, it will probably be noon. There's plenty of time. Breakfast is on me. Sleep a little longer. The man pushed her back into the room as yawns came one after another. Still, she insisted on being strong despite everything. Then come call me once you finish your training. Seeing the soft and comfortable bed right in front of her eyes, she almost couldn't hold back. While warning him to wake her on time, she flung herself toward the big bed. The sky was dimly lit in dawn. The cozy villa remained quiet as the daylight gradually brightened. In the bedroom, however, there was still darkness everywhere, with regular breathing sounds coming from the bed. Bian Qingzhou returned from the morning exercise, took a shower first, then leisurely called for breakfast, and subsequently turned on the light brain to handle official business. In the harmonious and tranquil atmosphere, the person doing office work was highly efficient, and the person sleeping in the bedroom slept soundly. Time slipped away quietly until the man casually glanced at the time displayed in the corner, 10 in the morning. Sleepyhead, get up. Annoying. The person in the bed rolled over, curling entirely under the quilt. The man pulled the ball-shaped figure wrapped in quilts into his embrace and uncovered her little head in 2 seconds. Get up fast. Although it pained him to awaken her, he knew that if he didn't wake her up now, the consequences would be even worse when she woke up. Under his persistent harassment, Yuan finally opened her eyes. Stretched her body, then snuggled further in his arms. Sleeping late feels so good. Her muddled and sticky voice was exceptionally tempting to the man. Then why don't we sleep a bit more? As he said that, he lifted the covers and climbed back into bed with her. No, get out. The person inside kicked and pushed the man away, but failed naturally. Fine, you stay here. I'm getting up. With that, the slippery figure slipped out, rolling to the edge of the bed. After some playful tussling, Yuan finally got up successfully. Bian Qingzhou, it's already past 10. Why did you call me only now? I just finished an emergency meeting, and as soon as it ended, I came straight to call you. The man explained with an innocent look. I should have let Anshin come to wake me up since you're unreliable. Her robot housekeeper was much more reliable than some people, but she forgot that this small robot was also given to her by a certain someone. In a flurry, they spent 10 minutes tidying up and getting ready to leave. Nanan, wait. Eat before leaving, said Bian Qingzhou as he held back the person rushing ahead. TSK, we don't have time. Bring the stuff along. We'll eat in the spacecraft. After getting in the car, Yuan immediately opened her light brain to check the list she had sorted out a few days ago, planning the route while accepting food from Bian Qingzhou. Nanan, there are too many things on this list. I know you don't want to lose any courtesies, but these things on your list are really too much. You know our family's special status, so having too many gifts isn't very appropriate. The man said after feeding her breakfast, and seeing that she was still checking suggestions on the StarNet, he finally interrupted her. He knew that she had been preparing for tomorrow's meeting these past few days. Since there was no one around her to guide her, it made her nervous. He saw all of it. So he didn't stop her busy preparation these days because it could put her mind at ease a little bit. But looking at her now, it seemed as if they were about to present marriage offerings, which prompted him to speak up. Think about it. How severe can parents who have taught Xiao Fatso to be such an eater be? So you really don't need to worry too much. Left with no choice, he brought his younger brother into the conversation. Since Yuan agreed to go home with him to meet his parents, her heart felt like a huge rock was pressing down on it. She was very afraid that she couldn't please them and regretted impulsively agreeing to go home with him countless times. But after hearing what he just said, she suddenly relaxed quite a bit. Indeed, the little one was lively and not at all like someone from a family full of rules or strict upbringing. If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have been so nervous. Okay, it's all my fault. Previously saying so much sentiment turned out to be in vain. She hadn't listened to a word. In that case, help me look through this list and see what's inappropriate so we can adjust the plan quickly. And Yuan pushed the list toward him. Tea is good, my father likes it. As for the jade bracelet, forget it. My father would get jealous. He's very possessive and only lets my mother wear the jewelry he gives her. Alright then, I'll pass on the bracelet. And Yuan hadn't expected President Bian to have such a deeply affectionate side. Then this handbag should work, right? It's a very traditional and ancient handicraft. In fact, whatever you give them, they will like it. But you just said some things aren't appropriate. She glared at him with annoyance, clearly becoming impatient. I think if you can bring them a whole table of delicious dishes, they'd be happiest. Bian Qingzhou said sincerely. His parents listened daily to their son report menu names, and they even asked someone to secretly bring takeout from Baiwei Tower. He even suspected they were eager to meet her just to eat her cooking. I previously brewed a batch of fruit wine and several kinds of jams. If they don't mind, we can take some over. And Yuan suddenly thought the things she made herself showed the most sincerity. Qingzhou, let's hurry and finish buying things so we can go back home early. I want to make something tasty for uncle and aunt. Alright, follow your lead. The man looked at her confident expression and his heart followed suit in relaxing. These past few days, watching her anxious and restless, he feared she might change her mind at any moment. Now it seemed like she had finally settled her mind. Based on Bian Qingzhou's advice, and Yuan abandoned many expensive gifts, choosing a few more suitable ones instead. Then they went shopping extensively in the supermarket. After returning home, both were busy in the kitchen. Soon a sweet aroma floated out, then a rich meat fragrance, and shortly after came an intense composite spice smell. It took a long half-day before they finally stopped, and Yuan stared at the packed-up piles of gifts and felt fully accomplished in her heart. Though she did not come from a prestigious family or extreme wealth, she could treat them with the most sincere attitude. Bian Chengzhou embraced her gently from behind, his chin resting on her head and lightly rubbing it. His heart swelled slightly. How could he not know her intentions? Regardless of what she did, she was the person he had chosen. Chapter 172. The next morning, and Yuan still woke up very early. Although she was no longer timid, there was still a hint of nervousness in her heart. As a result, she didn't sleep well last night, and she had very obvious dark circles under her eyes. After applying high-tech eye patches, she began to take care of her face. She spent a whole hour on it until Bian Chengzhou returned after his morning exercise. Yuan, why are you up so early again? What would you like for breakfast? Xiaolong bao or scallion oil pancake? I just want a bowl of vegetable porridge and a piece of pumpkin cake. She wouldn't eat anything with a strong flavor today, because even though she planned to brush her teeth after the meal, what if she accidentally burped in front of his parents? After eating, the pre-booked stylist also arrived at the same time. Actually, Yuan knew how to apply makeup herself, but she thought that she might not be able to do it as well as usual today. Therefore, she wisely hired someone in advance. Bian Chengzhou felt rather helpless, but also pitied her. It was all because of him. Otherwise, why would she torture herself like this? But he vowed that this would only happen once. Another hour passed, and finally, there was movement upstairs. After the two makeup artists left, the main character appeared at the staircase, wearing a light green V-neck long dress, her jet black wavy hair reaching only to her collarbone. And Yunan's attire today was exceptionally fresh and graceful. She had no superfluous accessories, except for the emerald green silk scarf around her white slender neck given to her by Bian Qingzhou the last time, and the bracelet on her wrist. Is it good looking? No. Is it appropriate? Good looking, especially beautiful. The man was lost in admiration just now, and he took the initiative to hold her hand and help her downstairs. I'm wearing low-heeled shoes today, so it's easy to walk. Besides, the skirt reaches my ankle, and my arms aren't exposed either, she proudly told him while smiling. What are you thinking about, little one? It doesn't matter how you dress yourself. This isn't the olden times on Earth where such formalities exist. And Yunan suddenly became speechless. Sorry, I just overdid it, she humphed. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Dear, I am wrong. I spoke without thinking. Could you forgive me? Their playful bickering ended as they were about to reach their destination. And Yunan saw the distant majestic building ahead, feeling tense again. Soon, the craft circled around this imposing tower and reached the presidential palace at the back. So we're here. Suddenly, she wanted to back out. She wondered whether it was alright to cancel now. After passing through several stringent security checks, the vehicle finally parked in front of a flower-strewn small villa. This is our family residence. Let's get off. Having come this far, she could only steel herself and step down. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally unfastened the safety latch, ready to disembark. Ah, Sister Nan, you've finally come to see me. I missed you so much. Just as she stepped off the car before stabilizing herself, she was embraced by a soft, squishy bundle. There was no need to look. She already knew who it was. Yang, I miss you too. She gently stroked his fluffy curls. Yunan has arrived. Please come in and let's chat inside. Little fatso, release your sister. A kind and amiable voice rang out from not far away. And Yunan looked up and saw an elegant middle-aged couple standing at the door. It seemed that they had come to greet them. Right then, the man next to her lifted his chubby leg and took her hand to move forward. Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend, and Yunan. Uncle and Aunt. Hello, it's presumptuous of me to intrude. Although she was incredibly nervous inside, her smile and courteous greeting were impeccable. Ha ha ha. This child is too polite. Mrs. Yahweh reached out to lead her inside. Yunan, are you very nervous? Don't worry, I understand. Don't be afraid, you'll feel better soon. Seeing such a friendly presidential wife, and Yunan did indeed feel relieved in her heart. This couple really seemed approachable and without pretense. President Bian and the two sons followed behind. Bian Qingzhou held his younger brother in one arm and instructed the robotic steward to take out the gifts from the car. Brother, have you brought food? I haven't eaten delicious meals made by Sister Nan for a long time. Haven't you noticed I've become thinner? The little guy immediately associated the mention of gifts with food. Looking at the still round fat ball of a boy, his older brother mercilessly pinched his cheeks. You're so fat. Which part of you can be considered thin? Big brother. You're mean. The little guy shrunk away from his brother, running quickly to the sister he hadn't seen in a long time. Sister, I really have lost weight. The steward uncle has recorded my weight. You little fatty. Are you saying that mother hasn't fed you well? Mrs. Yahweh pretended to be angry and pinched his plump little arm. Mom, you've eaten Sister Nan's cooking before. You can't cook at all. How can you compare with sister? The little guy lay on in Yunan's legs and challenged his mom. Stinky boy, Yunan, I might as well give this son to you to raise. Xiaowei joked with a beaming smile. Yes. The little one was delighted. No. Bian Chengzhou expressed strong distaste. Wei, don't make mischief. President Bian was somewhat helpless. How could this be the demeanor of elders? It might leave a bad impression on others. And Yunan finally relaxed completely, her face wearing a heartfelt smile. Yang actually couldn't bear to let go of you two. He kept talking about uncle and aunt before. Sister, not at all. Yang insisted he wasn't a child anymore. Only infants clung to their parents. Okay, okay, it's sister's mistake. The little one suddenly twitched his nose. I smell something fragrant. Is it the beef jerky you made, sister? His eyes sparkled as he stared at her. You're too sharp to smell it from so far away. And Yunnan poked his little nose. Oh dear. Yunnan, why did you bring so many things over? It's truly, terribly inconvenient. Xiaowei noticed the butler at the door who had already transformed into a trolley just to bring in the stuff. Not really. These are just homemade snacks. Please, uncle and aunt, don't mind them. And Yunnan remained very modest. It's obvious that quite some effort went into making these. You're truly considerate. Did you brew these bottles of wine yourself, Yunnan? President Bien stood beside patiently accompanying earlier, but when he saw the wine bottles, he couldn't help himself anymore. Yes, these few bottles are fruit wines. They have a refreshing taste and low alcohol content. These 2 bottles are strong liquor with a high alcohol percentage. If uncle likes, I can brew more next time. Then I'll trouble you. Don't laugh at me, but I do have a weakness for drinks like this. Ha ha ha, it seems I'm going to have a treat in the future. Yunnan, I once drank a very colorful kind of wine. Can you try to replicate it? You better contain yourself. Don't scare her off. Xiaowei shoved President Bien to the side and grabbed her hand. Yunnan, ignore this drunkard. Let's chat over here. And Yunnan followed her back to the sofa. Xiaowei didn't inquire about her family background or company. She was merely curious about how she and Bien Qingzhou met. So when Yunnan told them the dramatic story of their first meeting, the president couple listened with great interest and occasionally criticized the behavior of their eldest son. The conversation was pleasant on its own until an insatiable little rat began crunching noisily nearby, and the scent drifted straight to their noses. Xiaowei's eyes had strayed several times to the plump little fellow. However, the little rascal didn't catch his mother's subtle hint. Bien Qingzhou saw it and instructed the butler to portion everything out. These are 5-spice beef jerky, soy sauce-flavored chicken feet, spicy shrimp, salt-baked chicken wings, shredded rabbit meat, vegetable crisps, cookies, yolk pastries, pineapple pastries, mung bean cakes. The little one introduced each item to everyone. President and Mrs. Bien were initially a bit embarrassed, but then realizing they were among family now, they dropped the pretense and imitated the chubby little one by helping themselves directly. With the living room bustling, everyone was busy eating happily. Originally, and Yunnan had planned to cook lunch to show off her skills, but Miss Ya held her down firmly. No way. Today being your first time here, we may have been a bit rude earlier, but we absolutely won't let you cook lunch. That's right, Yunnan, come sit here. We've arranged it in advance. Someone will deliver the meal shortly, as long as you don't mind. President Bien also beckoned her over from the side. Chapter 173. After meeting the President Bien and his wife, and Yunnan felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted off her shoulders. The couple gave her an extremely kind and approachable impression, making her look forward to the future with great anticipation. At the same time, after the two had met their respective families, the relationship between Bien Qingzhou and Yunnan began to gradually surface, although there was no large-scale publicity. After all, Bien Qingzhou's identity had already been made public, and almost every day various people came to try and befriend him. Naturally, there were also quite a few who came bringing their daughters in hopes of striking it lucky. Back when Bien Qingzhou was still known as the cold-faced Yama, he already had many admirers. After a year's worth of refinement, he managed to completely conceal the sharp edges of his personality, becoming more mature and charming. What was most important was that he was still the only candidate for the next presidency. As such, almost all political officers who had suitable girls in their families harbored some fantasies. However, the bis did not hide the fact that they had already met Bien Qingzhou's girlfriend. After obtaining Yunnan's approval, all those who came knocking with their daughters were informed of this fact. Even though many people expressed privately that Yunnan was not a match for Bien Qingzhou, no one dared say this in front of the Biens, because President Bien Qihuai's wife was originally a woman with no background, and she even paled in comparison to Yunnan, who had her own company. Nevertheless, this did not stop them from criticizing the Bien's judgment in private. Commander Bien is just like his father. His taste and level in women are as bad as his father's. That's right. President Bien once broke ties with his family over Xiaowei, and now his son has taken the same old path. But frankly, I do admire this family. President Bien reached his current position without any help from his family. That's truly something worthy of admiration. And it seems like they're quite satisfied with Yunnan. Doesn't that mean our chances are pretty slim? Bien Qihuai and his son Bien Qingzhou were nothing like the profit-driven leaders of the past. Their methods were strict and decisive. They wouldn't let themselves be swayed by interests. Because of this, Borviat took advantage of the situation and colluded with the powerful families to plan the incident from before. Now that he had failed and the Biens had returned, a large group of people would definitely face reckoning. So many people, while the situation hadn't fully stabilized yet, were trying to build relations with the Biens first. Since tempting them with interest was absolutely impossible, everyone started considering matrimonial alliances. But before they could delicately ask around, they were told that Bien Qingzhou already had a partner. Although on the surface, everyone offered their congratulations while expressing regret behind closed doors, deep down, no one had given up yet. After all, they were still just boyfriend and girlfriend. Who could predict what the future held? Unlike these politically cunning figures full of schemes, the general public's reaction when the news spread across the star net was rather amusing. First, they threw a fit, wailing and screaming that their male or female god had been taken away. Then they poured out their last confessions on the star net, and finally sent their blessings one after another. Then on the star net, speculations about their romance ensued. Everyone seemed to regard both Bian Qingzhou and In Nan with well-wishing attitudes. Some even put together pictures of the two, looking truly perfectly matched. As one of the protagonists of the story, In Nan finally appreciated the convenience of a blocking lens. She was now, like someone previously mentioned, unable to show her face whenever stepping outside. If I had known it would be this much trouble, I shouldn't have gone to the presidential palace. She nestled in her office, scrolling through her light brain, watching everyone on the star net weaving tales about her, admitting that some of them were really interesting. In Nan was originally a pearl covered in dust. One day, as she was busy working for her livelihood, a man descended from the sky, shimmering with golden light, exuding thunderous and dominant energy, and knocked her unconscious. The war god, Bian Qingzhou, having exhausted all his power after a century battle, turned into an ordinary person, unable to return to the divine realm. He could only temporarily reside in this barren planet. Oops, this human world. When In Nan finally woke up, she looked at the extraordinary handsome man in front of her and blurted out, "You accompany my braised pork with soy sauce." Upon reading this part, In Nan couldn't help but burst out laughing. These netizens were truly hilarious. She followed the other commenters online and urged the thread starter for updates, naturally using her alternate account. "Do I count as shipping myself?" she muttered to herself. "Yunnan, our food business, Sure Yuan, made twice the profit this month." Dai Guogua knocked on the door, entering with a beaming smile. "Is this what you call the celebrity effect?" And Yunnan quietly wiped away the tears she'd laughed out of her eyes. "That's great, but too bad for you. Daiji, you won't be getting your bonus for the whole year this year." Dai Guogua's smile immediately froze. How could she forget? It was as if she saw a scene of star coins slipping away from her. I didn't come for this matter. She tried hard not to think about it. "I'm thinking about your situation. You're not only the owner of Sure Yuan, but also the future first lady. So in the future, you may not be able to focus all your energy on the company. I think you should plan ahead." What you said makes sense, but I won't get married this early. I estimate it will take at least 10 years. But I can indeed emulate Bian Qingzhou and become someone who lets others handle the daily affairs. And Yunnan smiled while looking intently at the other. "You're right. You're only 24 and still very young. Marrying in your 30s is perfect. From your words, it seems like you want me to be your second in command." Dai Guogua did not beat around the bush, but directly pointed out her intention. "Exactly, Daiji, haven't you always been the general manager of Sure Yuan? I think that in the future, you should continue managing it." "Mizzen, thank you for trusting me so much, but I believe my abilities are not up to the task yet. Dai General Manager, currently many decisions in the company are still made by me. You tend to rely on me habitually, so how do you know whether or not you can manage it without trying? Moreover, I won't completely let go just yet. If you have any issues, you can always come to me for advice. Besides, isn't your significant other more capable than I am? He would be a good resource for guidance." And Yunnan fantasized about the days when she wouldn't have to work every day. "Well, then I'll give it a try." Dai Guogua was not a woman without ambition. Since the boss had such high regard for her, she certainly couldn't disappoint her. "Oh, by the way, build factories on all the remaining plots under our company's name. I'll tell you the reason later." And Yunnan thought that the previously shelved plan could now be implemented at the right time, though she still needed to consult his opinion first. On the other side, the other subject of discussion, Bian Qingzhou, seemed entirely unaffected by the outside world. In reality, no one dared to gossip near him. This war god gathered all the solemn and lethal aura within himself, making him even harder to read, which led nobody to dare approach and test him inappropriately. "Marshal, Jiang Mo has returned," Zhou Liang reminded Bian Qingzhou after seeing the shadow by the door. Marshal, Jiang Mo directly ignored those wanting to see the drama unfold and stated, "Here are the obtained documents. The two responsible individuals from family and Mu family were brought back too. What about the woman who kidnapped you? Did they find her?" Zhou Liang teased, throwing an arm around Jiang Mo's shoulder. "I suspect these materials aren't the real confidential files. The content inside isn't actually that important. It's hardly worth the risks for the Un and Mu families to commit. It's indeed not critical data. Even the encryption techniques are so elementary." Bian Qingzhou quickly cracked the password on the magnetic strip and began checking the file contents. Indeed, the documents meticulously recorded detailed information about several dozen financially robust companies in Shangyong, along with their ties to the political arena, all noted clearly. Though this document might not count as classified, its contents are not something just anyone could easily find out. The most important question is whether the records here are true or not. "Marshal, are you suggesting this document is a deliberate trap set up by someone?" Jiang Mo also felt that getting this material was surprisingly easy. Even though he had been abducted, the document was never lost. Chapter 174. We can't rule out this possibility. Bian Qingzhou quickly finished reading the documents. "We're investigating the forces behind political officials, and then this neatly organized file was handed to us. Don't you think it's suspicious?" "It is indeed quite suspicious," Zhou Liang chimed in. "That means someone set a trap for us a long time ago. Perhaps they did originally intend to send out a confidential document, but an unforeseen event occurred midway, forcing them to change their plan." Jiang Mo believed that the other party couldn't possibly foresee future events and could only react under pressure. "I also think so. Abedu likely intended to take over these materials to dismantle Bo White's alliance. But he didn't expect me to still be alive, so he had to continue hiding." Bian Qingzhou directly pointed out the mastermind. "But who exactly put together this information? But didn't you say there were problems with this data?" Zhou Liang was somewhat confused. The content inside is indeed half true and half false. However, whoever compiled it must be of no ordinary status. And the truly complete information might not even be known yet, Jiang Mo explained. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I'll expose these people. Once those century-old powers are dismantled, I'm sure the puppet masters lurking behind will eventually reveal themselves. Bian Qingzhou had been wanting to deal with those capitalists operating behind the scenes. Yes, it's time to teach a lesson to these self-righteous noble families. If we don't, they will keep arrogantly controlling everything. Zhou Liang clenched his fists indignantly as a sign of disdain. Commander, do you intend to start from family and move family? Of course, why waste a perfect opportunity? The family knew something was wrong when the transport spacecraft lost contact, but apart from Hong, no one knew that this shipment was just a ruse. What really mattered was this classified file. But Hong didn't know that this document itself was fake. After Abedu learned Bian Qingzhou's identity, he changed his plan, using the family to divert attention, even though they had already cooperated beforehand with Old Master. And Yin was completely baffled upon receiving the investigation report from the National Security Bureau. He knew that the family's previous cooperation with Berwait wasn't entirely reputable, but that batch of goods had been delivered to the border according to Berwait's requirements, to serve as military supplies. How on earth did this contain a classified document? How could we have access to such important information? And Yin paced back and forth anxiously in Grandfather N's office. The family must cooperate with the National Security Bureau within 12 hours. Grandfather, do you think Bian Qingzhou wants to make our family a scapegoat? What should we do? And Hong finally realized they'd been used by Abedu, but their transaction was shady anyway. With Berwait already gone, the Bian family's plan to weaken the noble families seemed inevitable. Does the Yin family really stand no chance of survival? No. And Yin, arrange a meeting with Yunnan. I want to see her. Grandfather, I think she won't help us. Moreover, how can she change Bian Qingzhou's determination? Although Yin had thought about finding her. When Man informed him about Yunnan's connection to Bian Qingzhou, he wanted to reconcile with that girl. However, Man told him that Yunnan had warned her not to let the Yin family disturb her anymore. Actually, Man had annoyed Yunnan last time, but she lied to the family saying that Yunnan detested them, thus advising them not to reach out. And Yin, although infuriated by the girl's cold-blooded indifference, didn't want to offend her again and hadn't attempted to meet her since. But I think she might care more about Uncle's matters. Why don't you tell her something related to our uncle and aunt? And Yin believed that if these two individuals weren't brought up, that girl probably wouldn't even pay them any heed. A faint ripple appeared in Hong's usually unfazed eyes, after having rarely thought about his youngest son who grew up being free-spirited and unrestrained, along with the woman who ruined their father-son relationship. Arrange a meeting for tomorrow morning. And Yin knew this meant he agreed, so he immediately turned around to make arrangements before rushing off to assist in the National Security Bureau investigations. Although the Yin family had many influential official friends, including some high-level ones, nobody dared to openly come to their aid at this critical moment. After all, most of them were like clay idols crossing the river, hardly able to save themselves. They were all key members of the Berwait faction and were anxiously waiting for the day they would meet their end. Who would dare oppose the future president? Thus, the various powerful figures whom the Yin family spent large sums of money cultivating disappeared without a trace, unreachable despite all efforts. What should we do? Anyan isn't even here. How can we save him? Anyan's mother Mayan sobbed as she sat on the couch. Originally from the Mu family, her situation was such that neither side could be relied upon in this crisis. You've had enough. Besides crying, what else can you do? Angzateo found her wailing aggravating. He originally thought their Yin family, as a mammoth force, would be unshakable, but unforeseen changes came too suddenly. Uncle and Auntie, please don't worry yet. Elder brother is just cooperating with an investigation. Once everything is clarified, he'll naturally return. Anzwa, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, spoke up to comfort them. But what if they deliberately frame him? It's so easy to accuse someone when one has a mind to. Ammon couldn't help but think the worst. In that case, let's wait for our family business to go bankrupt. Anyang, who had been wandering outside for quite some time, finally returned. He didn't believe Bian Qingzhou would fabricate things like this. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Second brother, is this really how you raise your children? Angzateo slammed the table in anger. Brother, this is not the time to dwell on such trivialities. You'd better consult father about what we should do. Anjiu obviously stood by his son, as their branch of the family had reaped most of the benefits. Now that trouble had struck, all grievances were directed at their second household. Grandfather isn't at home today. He must have gone out to find solutions. Ammon immediately remembered seeing the housekeeper leave early in the morning. That's right. As long as grandfather takes action, our family will be fine, and elder brother will return quickly. The family felt reassured at this point. In their minds, grandfather was always omnipotent. With renewed confidence, everyone dispersed. Angzu led his two sons back to their own small building. Where on earth have you been hiding for the past 6 months that you didn't even come home? Dad, this time I wasn't just out playing around. In fact, I'm quite well off now, and all of it was earned entirely through my own abilities. Anyang proudly displayed the information on the branches he'd opened in the last half year to his father and brother. Anyang is doing much better than elder brother in terms of business capabilities. Anzwa outwardly seemed happy for his younger brother, but deep down, he felt somewhat inferior. In terms of management skills, he couldn't compare to elder brother, and in culinary arts, he was far behind in Yunnan. Now, even his previously aimless younger brother surpassed him. His heart ached deeply. Elder brother, you're not good at business operations. Why did you agree to go to the company? Isn't this a waste of time? Anyang couldn't understand what was going through his brother's mind. You little brat. How do you know your brother isn't capable? Even Anyun wasn't born knowing these things. Your grandfather tried hard to nurture your brother, so stop interfering blindly. Angzateo gave his youngest son a smack on the head. Dad, you obviously use my brother as a stepping stone. How stupid can you be? Why continue wasting his time at the company when this time would be better spent improving his cooking skills? Anyang jumped up and down, trying to explain logically to his father. You brat, do you think after wandering around outside for a few days you suddenly became so knowledgeable that you start teaching your old man lessons? Angzateo rolled up his sleeves ready to beat him. Dad, Anyang is actually right. Answa stopped his father. I've also noticed this. Grandfather is deliberately creating a sense of crisis for elder brother by having me enter the group. Moreover, grandfather probably thinks I haven't made much progress in my cooking skills either. That's not true. Elder brother, you're clearly skilled in culinary arts. You're overthinking it. Once this family issue passes, you can simply continue doing what you love. Anyang patted his shoulder. Chapter 175. I can actually feel it myself. I'm starting to resist my craft now, and I don't know why I feel this way. Enzwa lowered his head so no one could see his expression, but from his confused tone, it was clear he was in pain. Nziyu and Inhao looked at each other, not knowing how things had come to this. Especially Nziyu, who couldn't help questioning himself whether he had forced the child into this situation. If you don't like going to the company, I'll immediately tell your grandfather for you. I won't pressure you anymore. Brother, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You should speak up instead of bottling things up inside. And Hao wanted to figure out why his brother had become like this. Seeing his two caring relatives, Nzwa calmed down. Actually, I just encountered some problems at Yuan Garden and kept avoiding them. But you can rest assured, I've thought through it now, and I will talk to Grandpa soon. Previously, he had been learning cooking from Master Indi Yuan, the inheritor of the in-family recipe book. Sometimes he would think of the evaluations that Master Chu and others gave about the in-family dishes. He once tried making dishes according to his own ideas, but was severely criticized by Master In. Master In said that in-family dishes must strictly adhere to the requirements of the in-family cookbook, otherwise they wouldn't be worthy of being called in-family dishes. As the inheritor of the in-family cookbook, he absolutely could not take liberties. So for a while, he felt very conflicted, thinking that what Master Indi Yuan said was correct, that only dishes made according to the in-family cookbook could capture the essence of the in-family's cuisine. But on the other hand, he also felt that it shouldn't be so rigid. Therefore, when he cooked, he often became distracted with doubts. Later on, he was even questioned by customers, after which he stopped cooking frequently. So when Patriarch arranged for him to join the group, he simply went along with it. But now, Enzwa feels that he can't keep avoiding the issue. He has decided that after helping the in-family get through this crisis, he will return to Yuan Garden to solve the problem at its root. Brother, it's good that you've seen it through. Anyway, I support you. If it comes down to it, I'll hire you as the head chef at my restaurant. And Hao began poaching talent within his own family. Alright, then brother will seek shelter under you in the future. While things were in turmoil within the in-family, and Hong met the person he invited yesterday, in Yunnan. Mr. In hello. And Yunnan greeted him politely upon seeing him. Actually, she had a rough idea of what the other party intended, and if Yin hadn't said that he would reveal information about her parents today, she wouldn't have come at all. You're becoming increasingly distant from us. The patriarch knew from her greeting that the girl wouldn't help them anyway. You're joking. Haven't we always maintained this kind of relationship? Trying to ingratiate herself now. Does she look like someone who's easily swayed? For a while, both remained silent. This was their first time meeting alone, neither knowing much about the other. There wasn't really anything else to discuss either, and neither wished to. And Yunnan slowly picked up her coffee and savored it carefully. It was terribly bitter. She didn't like drinking coffee at all. However, she didn't want to break the silence first either, especially since the other side needed something from her. After a long pause, and Hong suddenly took a box from the hands of the servant behind him and pushed it toward her. This is something that belonged to your parents. And Yunnan found this amusing. What was this supposed to be? Were they trying to test something with this item? Don't say she cared about such trinkets. Even if she did, there was no way she'd compromise for the in-family. Moreover, she wasn't the original protagonist. The thing the original protagonist yearned for deeply certainly wasn't this. Still, she took it and opened it to look. A necklace of an unnamed blue gemstone. This was a gift your father gave to your mother, and Hong explained from the side. Judging from his use of these terms, it seemed he didn't particularly like her mother, though this was something she had already anticipated. After appreciating it, and Yunnan returned the necklace to the box and handed it back to him, saying, since mom and dad didn't take it with them, naturally, I respect their choice. Upon hearing her rejection, and Hong frowned slightly. This girl truly didn't play by the rules and refused to engage directly. It originally belonged to your mother, so now it can only be entrusted to you for safekeeping. They were still alive. Why didn't you give it to them then? It has no meaning now. And Yunnan bluntly exposed his hypocrisy. Missin, you know nothing. How dare you speak to your grandfather this way? The servant standing beside them couldn't help criticizing her. You're right. I know nothing. I don't have the right to say anything. But I do know that in the first 20 years of my life, there were only my parents. And I also know that after their passing, I'm the only one who remembers them and sweeps their graves. And Yunnan's tone was steady, neither hurried nor slow, and no other emotions could be detected. However, her words were full of sarcasm. These people claimed to be her family, but from the moment she revealed her identity a year ago, no one had bothered to ask a single thing about her family of three. In the face of her sharp remarks, and Hong remained unperturbed, continuing to look at her with a benevolent expression, which almost made her lose composure in disbelief. I know you have complaints in your heart. You're angry that I drove them out of the family. Your feelings, I understand. I don't blame you. No, no, no. I should thank you for driving them out of the family. Otherwise, staying there would have eventually corrupted them. And Yunnan faced such shameless rhetoric without saying a word, just smiling falsely as she looked at him. The only way to beat magic is with dark magic. Let's see who can pretend better. And Hong nearly lost his composure when he saw her reaction, but he restrained himself. With her not engaging, he continued on his own. I don't want you to continue misunderstanding. I'll tell you clearly. He thought that girl would become excited hearing this, but why did she still look so unmoved? She was really too stubborn. Your mother's original name was Jiang Jinhui. You know that, right? Yes. I learned that when I came to Shangyou. Actually, she'd known it long before, but facing that old fox, she had to tread carefully to avoid getting manipulated into giving information away. She was originally from the Jiang family, one of the 5 major families in the past, and Hong wanted to know how much the girl actually knew. But this young lady was truly hard to deceive. This time, and Yunnan simply nodded. She didn't want to be led by him all the time. 30 years ago, the Jiang family went bankrupt due to poor management. To rebuild themselves, they set their eyes on our family's ancestral recipe book. Your mother was the only child of the last person in charge of the Jiang family. Unable to bear seeing her father's legacy collapse, she hid her identity and infiltrated our family to steal our recipe. Not long after she married your father, we realized her intentions. So, I demanded they separate. There's no need to elaborate further, right? She'd guessed all these things already, right? What she wanted to know was whether the family's cookbook originally belonged to the Jiang family. If it didn't, why would her mother randomly go and steal someone else's recipes? It seemed obvious that the other side would never reveal the inside story. It was highly possible that Hong also acquired the recipe book through questionable means. So ultimately, she would still have to find out herself. I deeply appreciate you telling me these things today. And Yunnan inclined her head slightly toward him in gratitude. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. With that, she prepared to depart. Missin, don't you have anything else to say? The steward stood beside her, blocking her way. Indeed, I think I've figured out why Mr. N dislikes me. So, in order not to bother him any longer, I plan to disappear immediately. Since continuing the conversation wouldn't provide more useful information, it might even get her into trouble by being manipulated. Choked by her words, the steward was left speechless and could only turn around to signal Hong. You're right. I indeed detest your mother. She took away my favorite son, so whenever I saw your face, which resembles hers by 7/10, I felt very uncomfortable. But after all, you are a Xian's daughter too. And Hong's tone was filled with complexity and emotion, reminiscing while tinged with regret. And Yunnan glanced at the steward blocking her way, then reconsidered and sat back down. With time to spare, it might as well be entertaining. Chapter 176. I don't know how to face you now. She played along with the other person. I didn't know my mom had such thoughts. Actually, Jin Hui is just too stubborn. She also can't bear to see her father blaming himself and suffering. And Hong generously spoke for the other side. Fortunately, Mom hasn't made a grave mistake yet. Yes, it's fortunate that she came to repent in time. But it has been tough on you, growing up on such a remote planet from a young age. Huh. And Yunnan couldn't help but scoff bitterly in her heart. He still hadn't mentioned a word about his beloved son, not even pretending to be loving. So apparently, he wasn't a qualified father. Seeing that she didn't respond, and Hong paused before continuing. I've finally come to understand now. Your mother is your mother, and her wrongdoings shouldn't involve you. To make up for the hardships you've endured over these years, I have decided to give all of the shares that should belong to Nzai Xian to you. The butler standing beside them, who had been pretending to be a pillar, was very surprised and looked up at Mr. N. He wanted to say something but stopped after tugging his lips, retreating back into his original stance. And Yunnan was stunned by this unexpected news. This definitely wasn't something that fell from the sky. There was no way the other party, even if dying of senility, would do something like this. So, there must be some deception involved. No, I can't accept this, neither will my father. He is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. The fact that he left the family calmly back then already shows he doesn't care about material things. Him not caring isn't important. I just want to compensate you for the 20-odd years of hardship you've gone through. And since you are now Bian Shengzhou's girlfriend, it's always better for you to have more assets. It's really unnecessary. I have the Shiwan group, which is more than enough. The Bian family won't care about these things either. The Bian family indeed won't worry about these. However, substantial wealth will make you feel more secure. Others won't look down on you. And Hong knew the girl wouldn't easily accept this offer, but mentioning Bian Shengzhou, he doubted whether she could remain steadfast. After much hesitation, and Yunnan felt what the other said did make sense. She wanted to be an equal match for him, but this didn't mean she needed to accept Hong's gift. On behalf of Dad, I thank you. But as for the shares and all, let's leave it aside. I'm still young, and it's far from certain whether things between me and Bian Shengzhou will work out. Who would think so far ahead? You have your own thoughts, so I won't say any more. But my promise today stands. You can come to me anytime to claim it. After saying this, and Hong didn't stay further, leaving with the butler. On their way back, the butler carefully asked, why doesn't that girl fall for our trap? That's fine, she'll agree eventually. And Hong closed his eyes, pretending to rest while inside, his heart wasn't as calm. Was he forced to use that method after all? Meanwhile, and Yunnan kept thinking why the other party wanted to give her shares of the group until Bian Shengzhou came to pick her up. She was lost in deep thought. The calculations of this old fox were truly beyond common people. What does he want with this scheme? She irritably threw herself onto Bian Qingzhou's chest, trying hard to burrow her head into him. Tell me what's on your mind. So when Yunan told him about her meeting with Grandpa today, he certainly can't be giving me shares out of kindness, right? Of course not. He chose this moment to give rather than another. It looks like he wants to cut off his tail to save his life. The man held the messy hair on the head buried in his chest firmly. And Yin is still in the security bureau, and the Yin family has gotten themselves into a big mess. So they're trying to take advantage of me. But clearly, I am on your side. I still can't figure out how they plan to use me. I guess En Hong is planning to take advantage of your control over the Shiwan group. His motivation for giving you shares in the Yin group must be to transfer the Yin family's assets under the name of Shiwan group. In this way, Yin group will only need to sacrifice a small part of its interests to ensure the preservation of the larger part. Wow, this cunning old fox is really crafty. Once the Shiwan group helps them preserve most of their wealth, they might probably try to grab the Shiwan group away from me. And Yunan shuddered in fear. It was truly terrifying. Yes, once the Shiwan group has helped them consolidate the assets of the Yin group, it's probably going to be time for the return of the chairman. So, in the future, you must never meet anyone from the Yin family alone. Bian Qingzhou pinched her cheeks. Even though he knew how clever this girl was, compared to the wily old fox, she still had a long way to go. I think you're not a good person either. And Yunan wriggled and squirmed out of his embrace. Since you can see through En Hong's schemes, it shows you're even more calculating than he is. Suddenly, I feel endangered myself. Ha ha ha, you just realized now? It's too late. You've already been sold out by me, and regretting it won't change a thing. Bian Qingzhou swiftly grabbed the slim waist of the girl who was trying to escape, pulling her back. Ah, so you admit it. Then tell me, what have you done that wrongs me? This is your only chance to come clean. And Yunan reclined back into his arms, taking this opportunity to snoop into his personal affairs. Let me think. The man wrapped one hand around her waist while the other played with her soft earlobe, looking into her wide eyes as he deliberately prolonged her anticipation. Except for hiding my identity, there's probably nothing else. Probably. Are you sure? Think again, broaden your scope. Of course I'm sure. How could I ever do anything against you? Oh dear, she naturally trusted him not to do anything that would betray her, but actually, she wasn't asking about betrayal. Determined, and Yunan pushed forward. Then how many girlfriends have you had before? Unrequited love counts as well. Puffed. Bian Qingzhou had long seen through her little plan, yet seeing her flushed cheeks and bright eyes made her irresistible, and thus, he couldn't help but tease her. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? And Yunan caught on to his naughty intentions. Look at you, such a bad person. She pounced on him, fiercely pounding on his chest. However, his body felt like steel, and all she ended up doing was hurting herself. Outraged, she began tickling him everywhere. Sorry, I surrender. I'll never do this again, please forgive me. Bian Qingzhou lay sprawled on the couch, his hands propping her on either side, and unable to move, he begged for mercy repeatedly. Exhausted from her rampage, and Yunan collapsed directly onto him, gasping for breath. Feeling his steady heartbeat under her palm made her feel quite envious of his resilience. Answer my question, she snarled ferociously, steering the topic back on track. The girl atop him looked like an adorable little fox throwing a tantrum, all soft and delicate, making him adore her even more. He tenderly caressed her back to soothe her breathing. There has only ever been you, sweetheart. Be it unrequited or first love, it's always been you. Whoa, seriously? For 30 years, there hasn't been anyone else who's caught your eye. And Yunan, typically someone who turns small favors into big claims, was inwardly elated but outwardly refusing to admit it. Isn't your standard set way too high? Bian Qingzhou knew she was indirectly complimenting him. I started my military service when I was 17, trained and served in the army until I became a general at 27. Then, I took charge of political duties in the military department until an incident occurred in my family, leading me to meet you. It sounds like I was the first woman you ever met in your life. This didn't sound remotely romantic. It can be said that way. In my world, there are only two types of women, mother and lover. Bian Qingzhou whispered softly into her ear. This sentence was indeed romantic. Yet, the warmth of his breath scorched her ears, making her shiver uncontrollably. Embarrassed, she buried her head in his chest, aimlessly chatting. What about our daughter in the future? Where does she fit in? Oh so, Nanan prefers daughters, huh? Alright then, we'll have a few baby girls then. The man deliberately pinched her slender waist. Idiot, stop talking nonsense. And Yunan scolded him, squirming to free herself from the large hand around her waist. SSS. Nanan, stop moving. The man tightened his hands to still the fiery little troublemaker. You, control yourself. And Yunan, flustered, couldn't dare lift her head, frozen stiff, afraid to act rashly anymore. Chapter 177. I have one more thing I'd like to hear your opinion on. And Yunan immediately sat up after the other side calmed down, putting some distance between them for everyone's benefit. What is it? The slightly hoarse voice of the man revealed his previous agitation. The self-control he prided himself on had crumbled entirely in front of her. Cough. This sound was so sexy that she almost lost focus again. It's about that instant noodles I made you before. I think we can start promoting it now. What do you think? Bian Qingzhou's eyes suddenly became profound. If this affordable and delicious food could be launched, its inventor would surely become a great figure who changes the history of the Star Alliance Republic. Is this girl bringing it up now because she wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? For a moment, he felt moved, proud, and heartbroken all at once. His heart ached tenderly. His mouth stammered for a while until he felt choked up. He couldn't bear to see her working so hard. but he also knew that his girl had a vision far beyond just personal affection. Alright. Oh, that's it. And Yunin felt something odd about his expression but figured he hadn't fully recovered from whatever happened earlier. Okay, then I'll start getting ready. Nan, thank you. I represent all the people in thanking you. Bian Qingzhou solemnly thanked her. Why are you saying this? Why should you thank me? You're making me uncomfortable. Is this man overreacting too much? But how could such a trivial matter have such a big impact? Seeing her changing expressions, the man knew there must be some strange thoughts running through her head. He couldn't help reaching out to gently tap her small head. Do you know if instant noodles were to become widespread, it will mark a major transformation for the Star Alliance Republic. And as the inventor, you would be an extraordinary person? Watching the confused look on the girl's face, he explained the implications of what they were discussing. Can it really be that exaggerated? I'm not that capable. It's just regular noodles anyway, and it wasn't even my invention. And Yunin felt extremely guilty. Instant noodles weren't invented by her, and she truly didn't deserve such praise. For you, it might just be an improvement, but having the courage and determination to share such a simple thing with all the people nationwide, this deserves respect from everyone. And it may even change millions of years of dietary habits in the Star Alliance Republic. So don't belittle yourself. Bian Qingzhou held her hands, looking earnestly into her eyes. She always underestimated herself, thinking what she did was insignificant, but the actual influence was enormous. With you lifting me up like this, I suddenly feel immense pressure now. If I mess this up, I'll feel like I've committed a heinous crime, letting down the hopes of the entire nation. And Yunin suddenly realized that she was being entrusted with a heavy responsibility, as though tasked with saving all humanity. Nan, you truly make me speechless. The man shook his head helplessly. I just don't want you to undervalue your own efforts. Who would have thought that trying to encourage her scared her instead? But you've already mentioned changing history. Of course, I feel pressured. Now things have worsened. She increasingly thinks she's gotten herself into trouble. It's fine, just do what you initially planned. If you're still stressed, just think. Anyway, only we two know about this. If it fails, it fails. Does thinking this way make you feel better? You caused trouble, so you have to comfort her. Not at all. And Yunin glared with gritted teeth at the instigator right before her. It's all because of his moral coercion that has added such a huge burden to her mind. What nonsense you speak. What kind of successor candidate are you if you don't consider the welfare of the public? All I wanted was not to give you too much pressure. The man carefully apologized. She remembered, this dog hasn't told her anything about being a candidate yet. She found out through someone else. Though she has accepted his many aliases, these names were disclosed by others. Thinking about it makes her angry. Mr. Dog Bian Qingzhou, upon seeing her increasingly angry demeanor as he tried to comfort her, keenly sensed something was amiss. Replaying their conversation, the problem lay here. Nan, I'm sorry. I planned to tell you I'm the next presidential candidate after introducing you to my parents. But you haven't found the chance, and then I found out from others, correct? And Yunin coldly finished his sentence for him. Puffed. You dog, same old story. It's true. I intended to tell you once I sorted out the matters at hand, so we could spend some time together properly comforting you. Bian Qingzhou hurriedly blurted out his plan. The reason he was in such a hurry to take her home to meet his parents was that he was worried that if this girl knew she would become the president's wife, she might change her mind, regret it, or even back out. That simply couldn't happen. So, no matter what, he pushed and pressured her into agreeing to meet his parents so that she could see that being the presidential couple wasn't much different from ordinary people. This way, he hoped she'd dismiss any uneasiness she had. However, some nosy person must have blabbed this news ahead of schedule and got it into her ears before him. He swore if he found out who told her, they'd be in big trouble. I truly didn't mean to hide anything from you. I've been preparing to confess everything to you. He helplessly revealed his little scheme. So how am I supposed to make it up to you? And Yunin didn't expect this sly dog to have all these twists and turns in mind. I think you're full of ulterior motives. Have I been tricked by you? No, I would never apply these tactics toward you. The reason I took you to meet my family is because I couldn't wait to introduce you to them as the girl I've chosen. Other thoughts were just secondary. Bian Qingzhou paused briefly. After you understand everything, I'll tell you about me becoming a presidential candidate. If you still choose to retreat then, I will respect your decision. After saying all this, he felt like he could barely breathe through his sorrow. How come I didn't know our war god actually gives up so easily? I thought even if I backed down, you would step forward and grab hold of me. But it seems you're just letting go so readily. And Yunin frowned, surprised at how this man could entertain such an idea. I don't want to let you go. I want to tie you to my side for life. Just imagining that there won't be your presence in the future days makes me feel like I would become a robot with no consciousness. Bian Qingzhou's eyes filled with pain. But I hate seeing you unhappy even more. I don't want to turn myself into your cage. TCH, that's just overthinking on your part. And Yunin gave him a sharp glare, amazed by this dog man's powerful imagination ability. No one can confine me, including you. Titles and positions are things I never consider. I like you as a person, regardless of how many identities you wear. They have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Yes, it's me overthinking too much. As someone who's falling in love for the first time, I always can't stop guessing wildly. The man, after hearing her confession, instantly cheered up. How could he ever abandon such a cute girlfriend? Dead or alive, he wouldn't let her go. In the future, just say what's on your mind directly. Stop scheming and planning behind the scenes. Look at all the chaos you create. For someone who talks so fluently, why do you keep missing the beat when it comes to relationships? This is a bloody lesson right here. Of course, she wasn't really mad. She was just silently reflecting. Did she fail to give him enough security? Hence, this dog man caused so much trouble. Yeah, I'm just too sensitive. I'll work on it. But I do have many other great qualities. Let's just move past this incident. Bian Qingzhou hoped she'd forget about this black history. Alright, from now on, we address issues openly instead of allowing you to brood over them alone. And Yunnan vaguely felt something seemed off. The dog man was that cunning little demon, while she was the scumbag who made him insecure. Nan, what are you thinking about again? Why does her expression look strange? It's nothing. Suddenly, Yunnan stood up and sat on his lap, cradling his face and planting a kiss on his forehead. She decided to give him more security moving forward. Bian Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds. It was the first time anyone kissed him on that spot. It felt odd, yet he quite liked it. A few seconds later, Yunnan noticed Bian Qingzhou's reaction and realized how special her actions could feel to him. It warmed her heart knowing her small gesture mattered so much to him. Nan. His voice trembled slightly, unsure whether he deserved such kindness from her. She shook her head lightly, smiling softly. It's all right, we'll figure things out together. Her reassurance brought him immense relief and hope. Bian Qingzhou embraced her tightly, finding solace in her warmth, grateful for the understanding between them. Chapter 178. After receiving confirmation from Bian Qingzhou, Yunnan began to earnestly make plans. Originally, she had intended to hand over this plan to Dai Guoguo, but now she felt that if she didn't do it herself, it would be a betrayal of the citizens. Moreover, she also planned to improve instant noodles again. After all, that man had said that this might become a milestone for the Star Alliance Republic, so every effort must be made to achieve the best results. Sister Dai, have the equipment and machinery in our newly built factory been fully equipped? Mizzen, the factory here in Shangyo is ready. Other planets will need about a week. What's your new plan? Sigh, Sister Dai, I am now stuck in a difficult situation where retreat is impossible. This plan must be completed. You'll know what it's about once I've finalized the plan. Can you help me contact Liao Shiji? We'll need Xingshir's help this time. Alright, I'll get on it immediately. This plan was not as simple as launching a new type of food. It marked the first time the Star Alliance Republic saw a food that could replace nutritional supplements. It wasn't that instant noodles were particularly extraordinary, but rather their price could match nutritional supplements, and the taste of these natural foods far surpassed synthetic reagents like those in nutritional agents. So she believed that instant noodles would undoubtedly be loved by everyone. Initially, she only wanted everyone to taste the flavor of natural food. However, since Bian Qingzhou thought this could become an event recorded in history, she couldn't help but give it 120% attention. Although instant noodles are known as delicious junk food, what Yunnan was planning to launch was not the traditional fried noodle cake. Taking nutrition into consideration, she avoided using unhealthy methods. The instant noodles she made were fresh noodles pressed directly by machines, retaining 80% of the nutrients in the food. Then they came with various side dishes of different flavors. Thanks to the highly advanced technology available now, the packaging used for instant noodles was simply a freshness-preserving box, which could maintain both the flavor and nutrition of the food while being harmless and environmentally friendly. A complete package of instant noodles contains a pack of fresh noodles, a pack of side dishes, and a bag of pure water. To eat, simply pour the water into the noodles and wait 5 minutes. There is an automatic heating device at the bottom of the freshness-preserving box. Once the time is up, add the side dish pack and start eating. After trying out many different methods, Yunnan decided on the taste of the instant noodles that offered the best balance of flavor and nutrition. As for the side dishes, initially, she didn't plan to make too many types. Only red braised beef, spicy chicken cubes, assorted seasonal vegetables, sour spicy ribs, and clear soup seafood flavors. Finally, the final sample was determined, just as Dai Guoguo's appointment arrived, and another person followed behind. Nan, it's been a long time. Why did you only invite Shiji this time? Indeed, the person following her was none other than the blonde man Moan. If you're here, then I'm curious. Aren't you the president of Taishan Enterprises now? Why do you still have so much free time? And Yunnan didn't hesitate to joke around with him intentionally. Yunnan, it's been a long time, Liao Shiji casually greeted. This guy told his dad he was helping Qingzhou, so Mr. Tai took over all his work. And then this guy took the chance to bother Xiao Miao. Dai Guoguo revealed the information. How would you know? My bok choy can't be so casually picked. And Yunnan felt like her daughter was about to leave her arms. Injustice. I've merely picked Xiao Miao up from work these past few days. We haven't even eaten together once. The blonde man felt very wronged. He hadn't even held hands, yet he was labeled as a lecher. The other three exchanged looks and couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Perhaps Xiao Miao has been busy recently. When she's on vacation, you can ask her again. And Yunnan couldn't help but offer some advice. Alas, Xiao Miao said she won't have any vacations recently. Do you think she doesn't like me, but because she's too gentle-hearted, she can't outright reject me? The blonde man looked somewhat disheartened. Maybe. Dai Guoguo didn't finish before being pulled lightly by Liao Shiji on her sleeve, but she still couldn't help muttering quietly. I think there's a possibility. Xiao Miao hasn't swapped shifts with anyone. Splash. The blonde man felt like someone poured a bucket of ice water on him, and his heart went cold. Could it be that she really doesn't like me, hence using this as an excuse? Don't guess blindly. Xiao Miao might have other things to deal with. After work today, go ask her face to face, and stop imagining things here. And Yunnan couldn't stand their habit of making assumptions based solely on imagination. No wonder he's someone's childhood friend. Yunnan is right. If you're a man, you should go straight to Su Miao and confess your feelings, so that both of you can understand each other's hearts. Liao Shiji pulled his straightforward girlfriend by one hand while consoling his good friend. Yes. If you listen to others in this kind of matter, It's very easy to cause misunderstandings. You should ask the parties concerned instead. Dai Guoguo regretted having said too much before. I got it. I will go find her after lunch to clear everything up. Nan, why did you call us here? Mon looked like he had made his decision. Of course, there is an important matter. And Yuan showed them the plan she spent several days on. Take a look at this first. The other three carefully reviewed the significant project displayed on the holographic screen in front of them, filling the meeting room with silence. After quite some time reading through the plan, all three remained speechless because the plan was indeed daring and carried immense risks. They couldn't believe she actually harbored such a world-shaking idea. Chengzhou asked me to cooperate with you no matter what before. I didn't know it was such a grand plan. The glasses-wearing man's mind could not settle for a long time. No wonder, Nan, you didn't call me over. Perhaps I truly cannot be of help this time around. The blonde man felt terrible. He wanted to get involved, but his background became his stumbling block. Mon, we do need you. I still remember when you once said we can count on you whenever we encounter difficulties. Don't back out then. And Yuan noticed his gloominess. Being friends, she didn't want him to feel alienated from their group. Certainly not. I've always been a man of my word. Indeed, after hearing her words, the blonde man felt better and even had the mood to tease. But I can understand. Since you are the boss lady of Shengshi Company after all, naturally it would be better for your family to take the lead in this matter. Yuan, I know if this plan succeeds, it will undoubtedly be a blessing for the entire nation. However, we will definitely face opposition from various parties. So are you prepared? Liao Shiji asked seriously. Once this plan becomes known by other capitalists, they will definitely try every possible means to obstruct it. First, it may become an alternative to nutritional agents. That surely wouldn't please the major production giants of the Star Alliance Republic. Moreover, once these low-cost natural foods hit the market, most capitalist interests will be shaken because they profit mainly from monopolizing natural foods. Now that someone breaks their monopoly, how could they possibly let it rest? Alas, right now, I can only say I'm mentally prepared. How could she blame him for putting her on such a high pedestal? Let's proceed step by step. The first stage, taking advantage of the fact that those capitalists from Shangyou don't dare make hasty moves right now. We must quickly launch instant noodles on all planets, then win them over before they realize what's going on. And Yuan analyzed the plan systematically. Yes, choosing the period around Chengzhou's succession as the president is indeed appropriate. Those with slight capital now dare not make big moves, fearing being noticed, so this is the best timing. Liao Shiji also expressed agreement. So, all I can do is restrain Taishan Enterprise, preventing them from opposing you guys, huh? Mon looked weary. What could he do, given his noble origins? Don't be dispirited. I still need your great help. Yes, Nan, what can I help you with? The blonde man instantly regained momentum. Chapter 179. After our first plan is implemented, people who realize it will likely have two kinds of reactions. The first group should be the capitalists represented by prestigious families. They will do their best to suppress us. The second type will be those with slightly weaker strength. They will probably want to cooperate with Shiwan to get a share of the pie. And Yuna had done a lot of analysis during this period. Correct, the prospect of this food product is indeed limitless. However, due to its very reasonable price, profitability might not be too optimistic. Without some financial backing, ordinary people wouldn't dare take such a risk. Liao Shiji quickly understood what the other party meant. So even if someone really likes this project, they may hesitate about whether to cooperate with us because of the low net profit. Is that the meaning? Dai Guoguo added. Actually we've done the budget before. Although instant noodles profit is extremely low, if the sales volume increases, it can still make money. And Yuna believed that she was also a businessman and would never engage in a loss-making deal. But small companies might take a long time to recover their costs, which represents a significant risk for them. So little Nan, do you intend for me to lead by example? Mayan now finally realized what they meant. Since the profit of instant noodles is extremely low, only adopting a thin-margin high-volume strategy could recoup costs. However, the initial investment for some small and medium-sized enterprises would already be very challenging, so usually they wouldn't choose such an aggressive project. However, Taishan Corporation is different. It is the industry belonging to Tainua family, one of the 5 major families, with solid strength and foundation. If they choose to cooperate with Shiwan first, it is believed that more companies would follow suit. I know, this might be quite difficult for you. Take your time to consider whether you can help. I don't want to use our relationship to pressure you, said Yuna. She knew her request wasn't entirely reasonable, but it was also helpful for the other party. The Bien family had made it clear that they were weakening the power of the wealthy families, especially those families whose influence stretched too far. They would definitely be cleaned up. Due to Mimoan's reasons, Tainua family managed to maintain some constraints. But if they intended to rectify the entire market of Star Alliance Republic, how could the Tainua family be an exception? Therefore, this plan was also their opportunity. If they could proactively cooperate with Shiwan to benefit the public, then the impact when subsequent cleanups occur would be minimized. However, it also indicates that they need to give up the highly profitable nutritional supplement market. The greatest profits of Taishan Enterprise originally came from this market, so there would definitely be people within the Tainua family strongly opposing. You have certainly given me a tough problem, but also a way out. Mon obviously knew the pros and cons. I will try my best to persuade the old man at home. Actually, this was easier said than done. To let the Tainua family abandon their most lucrative industry sounded incredibly hard. But for the future of Taishan Corporation, he must seize this opportunity. Alright, stop worrying too much. We still need some time to prepare. Liao Shiji was concerned about him having conflicts with his family. Damn, I feel like my head is going to explode right now. The blonde man lay sprawled on the sofa, frustrated by both his career and romance being obstructed. Yuna, our factory under Shengshi Group will need about 2 weeks to repurchase new machines. We can use these 2 weeks to recruit people, said the glasses-wearing man, actively informing her of the situation at Shengshi Group. So, has your group stopped producing nutritional supplements? This would result in losing a lot of money, and she always felt somewhat awkward, since Shengshi Group wasn't her own company. Although Bian Qingzhou told her not to distinguish so clearly, still, making others abandon their cash cow to earn small change with her made her feel like an imperial concubine deceiving the emperor into doing something unreasonable. In any case, it felt neither fair nor convincing. Not yet, stop overthinking it. Our big boss has already stated he'll cooperate with Shiwan's plans. He doesn't care about gains or losses, so you shouldn't worry for him, said Liao Shiji, who noticed her thoughts. However, won't the shareholders of Shengshi raise objections? Looking at his completely relaxed expression, she became curious as to how they managed to handle those money-obsessed guys. Haha, of course they wouldn't dare to object, said the blonde man sitting on the couch, restless with boredom, because Xiao Zhozhou has already revealed his true identity to them. Oh, I see. And Yuna thought they had devised some coercive plan, but didn't expect such a straightforward intimidation method. The time is almost up. I'm going to find Miao Miao first. You all continue discussing slowly, said Mon, who had something else pressing in mind. All right, go ahead and make sure to explain clearly to them. And Yuna reminded him. After the blonde man left, the remaining 3 continued to discuss. Yuna, should we contact Irene again? If Mon's side doesn't proceed smoothly, it would be good to have other backup plans. Dai Guogua suggested probing the intentions of the AI family. Indeed, the most influential in the business world were the 5 major families. If they could make them turn against each other, it would definitely create a significant impact. Now Shengshi Group was on their side, but they couldn't be absolutely sure about the Mo family. Having another ally would be the best. And family and Mu family were absolutely impossible, so only the AI family remained. Although it wasn't necessary to cooperate with them, understanding their stance was still possible. The one in charge of AI May Group is no longer Irene. The old man of their family has handed over the power to AI Hui. This person managed to defeat Irene in such a short time. His strategies and methods cannot be underestimated. Liao Shiji did not suggest having any contact with them at this point. What happened? Last time, Irene came to me saying there was an opportunity to reverse the situation, and Yuna had previously helped her come up with ideas, and she was used by the other party quite well. Why didn't Irene tell me? Not long ago, AI Hui led the research team of the AI family to successfully replicate and innovate their own fried chicken. Therefore, the person in charge of the AI family directly appointed him as the executive president of AI May Group. Dai Guogua and Yuna looked at each other. This AI Hui clearly snatched Irene's achievements by force, indicating that dealing with AI May Group in the future would require caution. Then forget it. We'd better prepare for resistance against the other few major families. President, you don't have to be so tense. Don't you have an extremely powerful expert helping you from behind? Find him if something happens. Dai Guogua intentionally made a face at her. Humph, wasn't it that dog man who put so much pressure on her? It's better to be fully prepared. Yuna is right. Always prepare for the worst to handle all kinds of unexpected situations. Liao Shiji expressed support for Yuna's approach. Can't you tell I was joking? Dai Guogua was dissatisfied that her boyfriend couldn't figure out her jesting. I'm a bit slow in reaction. Sorry. You really didn't get my meaning. I understand now. Isn't it late enough? And Yuna watched as the two bantered back and forth, feeling her mood brighten. You two chat slowly. I'll go back to the office first. As a considerate friend, she thoughtfully left some space for those who needed it. Chapter 180. Sally, I've come to pick you up after work. The blonde man here finally waited for the person he was waiting for. These past few days have been a bother for you. You've been picking me up every day. If you're busy, it's really unnecessary to go through all this trouble. Su Miao felt a bit embarrassed. She thought it was taking up too much of his time. I'm not busy at all. In fact, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you. I've booked a restaurant. How about we have dinner together? Sure, I haven't eaten out in a long time. She didn't think much of it, assuming that he just wanted to invite her for dinner. Mon led Su Miao to a high-end restaurant under his company. He had already arranged a table beforehand. The atmosphere of this restaurant was romantic and very suitable for a date, even though she hadn't agreed to him yet. The menu is here. Take a look at what you'd like to eat. I hope you try something you've never had before, suggested the blonde man. Oh, I thought you would recommend your restaurant's signature dishes. I'd actually like to try them. Su Miao ordered a few dishes that interested her. You helped me here before, right? You know their level of skill. I was worried you might criticize them and be disappointed in my restaurant. How could that happen? My master once said, cooking has no fixed method, food has no fixed taste, 100 people have 100 tastes. I wouldn't easily dismiss a dish made with care. The two ate and chatted amicably, looking no different from the couples around them. Sally, I suddenly feel like you've changed a lot. Mon thought that this little girl's way of speaking was completely different from before, as if she had undergone a transformation. Is that so? I used to be pretty shy and timid. It was only after meeting Master and all of you that I gradually became more open. Su Miao smiled faintly. She was glad to have met them. By the way, I should thank all of you. There's no need for such formalities between us. The blonde man felt that she wasn't just more open, but also carried an indescribable aura. Before, she was innocent and straightforward, but now, it seemed like she had grown more mature, not spilling everything anymore. Maybe I'm being too formal. Sally, I want to ask you a question. Please answer seriously, alright? As Mo placed his hand on the table, it started to sweat slightly. He tried hard to prepare mentally before finally bringing himself to ask. All right, go ahead. Su Miao seemed calm on the surface, but after realizing what he was about to say, her heart inexplicably began racing, and the hands resting on her thighs clenched tightly onto the edges of her clothes. You must have noticed that I like you, so I want to know if you feel the same way about me. Imoen blurted out the words he had thought over for a long time. After hearing this, Su Miao turned red from her cheeks all the way down to her neck in one swift sweep. Although she had anticipated that he might say such things, when she actually heard them, her body reacted instinctively. She felt shy and awkward, unsure of how exactly to respond. The blonde man who waited patiently did not rush her. Seeing her bashful expression, he knew she likely felt the same, and the heart that had been tense all along finally relaxed. Regardless, it seemed that she did have feelings for him. After quite a while, Su Miao softly replied, Master once told me, never easily respond to sweet talk from men. It's fine, what your master taught you is correct. I'm not in a hurry, it's not that. Imoen momentarily became incoherent, uncertain of what he was saying. What I mean is, I just want to know if you have any good feelings toward me. That's all, nothing else. He paused and organized his thoughts. He had called her his girlfriend in front of Yin Yunan before, but I'm willing to wait until you agree to become my girlfriend. Oh, Su Miao lowered her head, her face flushed red, unable to look up because of embarrassment. In reality, she liked him, but considering their vastly different backgrounds, she couldn't sincerely accept him. Are you done eating? Let's go for a walk after you're finished, then I'll take you home. Imoen knew that the other party might be shy, so considerately brought the topic to a close. Su Miao returned home in high spirits. Having a handsome, wealthy admirer was enough to make anyone happy. But soon, a message came that ruined her mood entirely. Let's meet when we have time. She immediately knew it was from that person. At the moment, she felt complex emotions. She regretted ever meeting this person, but at the same time, this person had helped her immensely in the past. And previously, she had helped him as well. Later, she learned that this person was AI Hui, the young master of one of the 5 great families, the AI Fan family, and now the president of AI May Group. She wasn't sure why he wanted to see her this time. Before this, Su Miao and her distant aunt from afar were deceived into causing significant trouble for Shi Yuan. Later, through her aunt, she met this person who helped resolve the major issues at that time. She had always remembered this favor owed to AI Hui. Knowing that not too long ago he had asked her to introduce jobs for a few of his relatives and friends, she helped arrange their positions in the company. To ensure they stayed, she even relaxed the evaluations in their favor. Because of this, the company was forced to abandon its promising fried chicken store project. Initially, she thought it was just a small mistake on her part, and she even resented Yunnan for being too harsh with her punishment. It wasn't until the company completely shut down all Hao Fu fried chicken stores that she realized the situation might be more serious. She then began to think carefully and investigate, during which she discovered AI Hui's true identity. Thus, she couldn't help but suspect whether she had been used, but without evidence, she didn't dare to tell anyone else, so she could only keep it buried deep in her heart. Su Miao originally thought that since she had already helped AI Hui once and repaid the favor, there wouldn't be any further interaction between them. However, after seeing the message on her optical brain, her mind still couldn't stay calm. Tomorrow evening at 7, meet at the garden downstairs. A message came through, and she felt meeting would be better as it could clear things up. The next evening, Su Miao arrived punctually at the garden downstairs. At first glance, she saw AI Hui standing there, appearing as ever the gentleman. In fact, she didn't want to believe that such a courteous man would resort to underhanded tactics. Su Miao, long time no see. How have you been recently? AI Hui said as if he didn't notice the slight resistance in her eyes. Mr. AI, thank you for asking. I'm fine. Su Miao found it difficult to call him as casually as before. You used to call me Big Brother AI. Why are we suddenly so formal now? Are you mad that I didn't tell you my real identity? AI Hui smiled tolerantly at her, as though addressing a younger sister throwing a tantrum. It's not that. Su Miao felt somewhat blocked in her chest. He looked like an older brother. He shouldn't have taken advantage of her, right? But that incident left a lump in her throat, making it hard for her to easily trust him again. You say it's not that, yet I can clearly see your resentment toward me. I can read the wariness in your eyes. AI Hui directly pointed out her feelings, adopting an expression that seemed deeply hurt and sorrowful. What misunderstanding? Could it be that she had misunderstood him? Wonderful. You're still willing to hear me out. I don't fear being misunderstood by you. I only fear that you wouldn't listen fully to what I have to say. AI Hui stood before her with apparent sincerity, looking as if he had been misunderstood by many people. I, of course, am willing to listen. Chapter 181. Actually, my biggest hobby is traveling. My wish is to visit all the planets in the Star Alliance Republic. In fact, I've already toured over 100 planets. Really? You've been to so many planets. Su Miao's eyes were filled with envy. There were still many places on Earth she hadn't visited. Yes, the scenery on each planet is beautiful, and I enjoy these journeys very much. However, the reason I can fully indulge in them is entirely because of my remarkable family background. AI Hui changed the subject and began to recount his own transformation. My sister AI Lin, you should not be unfamiliar with her. She is a very capable girl, and the elders in our family also hold her in high regard. I am grateful to her because it is thanks to her that I have the freedom to do what I want. Am I selfish? He hung his head, frowning deeply as if full of regret. No, Sister AI Lin should like the business world. I've heard this from my master. Su Miao felt somewhat guilty, realizing she shouldn't have guessed recklessly about him. AI Lin voluntarily joined the company herself. I don't know whether it's because of me that she took up this responsibility willingly. In fact, I have always been uneasy inside, AI Hui said, as if finally unburdening the thoughts he had long kept hidden in his heart. When I was traveling on another planet, I made a few friends who wanted to find work here on Earth. At first, I wanted to arrange for them to work at AI May Group, but I was afraid that AI Lin might think I was trying to plant people within the company. Therefore, I had no choice but to ask for your help, he continued, feeling even more guilt-ridden as he spoke. I didn't expect to cause such a huge trouble for Yuan. I'm really sorry. Brother AI, it's not your fault at all. Upon reflection, I should take the majority of the blame for not checking things thoroughly, which led to those issues later. Su Miao felt relieved after hearing his explanation. I should have apologized to you earlier, but around that time, something happened in my family. My father suddenly asked me to join the company. Even AI Lin urged me to return. After enjoying myself for so many years because of their sacrifices, how could I possibly refuse now? Oh, I see why you suddenly became the president of AI May Group. Su Miao imagined an elaborate drama within a patriarchal elite household where men are valued more than women. Although she empathized with AI Lin, Brother AI has also been forced into doing something he dislikes, making him also a victim. Sigh. I truly know nothing about the company's affairs. Fortunately, AI Lin is willing to help me. I feel both moved and ashamed. During this period, I have been under a lot of pressure. After talking with you today, I feel much lighter. It appears that I really misunderstood you. AI May Group and Yuan have always been good partners. Besides, Sister AI Lin and my master get along well, so that incident was purely coincidental. Brother AI, it's not your fault. I misunderstood you so much, yet you're still willing to open up to me. I feel apologetic. That's enough. Let's leave the matter behind us, shall we? Let's not mention it again. Okay, we are still good friends. Su Miao smiled. Her pent-up frustrations finally dissipated. AI Hui also curled up the corners of his lips following her, a warm laugh in his expression seeming to hide something beneath the surface. However, to make up for your loss, allow me to present you with a little gift. Saying this, he pulled a small box out of his pocket. Brother AI, actually Master didn't punish me too much. Nonetheless, she accepted the gift from his hands and opened it to reveal a delicate hairpin. Do you like it? I asked quite a few people what would be an appropriate gift to give to a younger sister. Yes, it's very pretty, I love it. So, this is what having a brother feels like. Truly great. Today, AI Hui achieved half of his objective. The girl really was naive, but precisely because of this, it facilitated their actions. By the way, AI Lin went to speak with your master about cooperation previously, but chairman and refused. Did they have some sort of falling out? Lately, AI Lin seems quite unhappy, and I'm a bit worried. Brother AI, you're thinking too much. My master probably has other plans. Who knows? Perhaps they will still cooperate with you in the future? She envied AI Lin for having such a caring older brother. That's good. AI Lin doesn't have many friends. I don't want her to lose another like-minded friend. Don't worry, Master likes Sister AI Lin very much. My master treats her friends kindly. This new plan will surely consider her friends first, and they'll certainly choose to cooperate with Sister AI Lin. After finishing, Su Miao thought it seemed inappropriate. She cautiously glanced at his expression, since the current president of AI May Group is Brother AI. Would saying this seem disrespectful toward him? I'm glad to hear that. It seemed like AI Hui didn't care about what others thought of him. AI Lin is much more capable than I am. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with her. You don't have to look at me like that. I'm very glad to have such an amazing sister. This made Su Miao feel even worse. Brother AI must feel terrible inside, being the legitimate president but falling short in everything compared to his own sister. Brother AI, why don't you represent AI May Group in cooperating with Yuan this time? This might help stabilize your position a bit. AI Hui was stunned for a few seconds. Then he showed a bitter smile. Xiao Miao, thank you for your consideration, but I can't do that. The cooperation between Yuan and AI May Group has always been handled by AI Lin, and I shouldn't interfere. Brother AI was truly too kind-hearted. Su Miao felt even more sympathy for him. This is a collaboration between two companies. Now that you're the president of AI May Group, you should be the one representing the company. This won't affect Sister AI Lin's friendship with my master. But it still feels inappropriate. It won't. My master has always been someone who clearly separates public and private matters. I believe Sister AI Lin is the same. Moreover, since you've already taken this seat, you need to shoulder your responsibilities. You're right. I've been so aimless before without making any effort. Now you've woken me up. I should also take on my responsibilities. Thank you, Xiao Miao. Brother AI, there's no need to be so formal. I feel useful helping you. In fact, she had been doubting herself lately, thinking she always brought trouble to Yuan and considered herself useless. But today, the stone she had been carrying was finally lifted as someone still needed her. Brother AI, if you need any help, come find me. Hee. Alright, then I'll really count on you. The fish was hooked again. Of course, I already consider you as my big brother now. That's not quite fair. I've always seen you as a little sister. That's because we haven't interacted enough before. I've always found you very approachable. Ha 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 ha, silly girl, I was just teasing you. Chapter 182. Well, it's getting late today. Let's go out and play tomorrow. AI Hui gently patted her head, then suddenly remembered something. Never mind. You'll probably be on a date with Moen tomorrow since it's your day off. We'll hang out some other time. I don't have plans tomorrow. He has been very busy lately, so he doesn't have time to meet me. I actually have the time now. Su Miao had just experienced a sense of care from her brother, and she enjoyed this feeling. In that case, I will pick you up tomorrow. I was just thinking about how I could secretly follow you too without being noticed. Oh, why would you follow us, brother AI? Because I don't trust leaving my sister alone with another man. I need to observe whether or not this guy is suitable. AI Hui looked at her with great affection. Su Miao suddenly felt a lump in her throat. For many years, she had been worried about her younger brother, but for the first time, someone was worried about her. She felt warmth and softness in her heart. Even after returning home, she was still immersed in that unforgettable warmth. Having a brother really made one feel at ease, she thought. The next morning, after sending her brother to school, she specially prepared a bountiful breakfast. AI Hui arrived at 9:30. AI brother, you're here? Come try my cooking, Su Miao said enthusiastically. Then I won't be polite. The culinary skills of sous chef from Baiwei Tower are rarely tasted by ordinary people, he said eagerly, sitting down on the left and picking up his chopsticks to start enjoying. So, does it suit your taste? Despite her absolute confidence in her culinary skills, she felt a bit uneasy at this moment. It's delicious. I've never eaten such tasty breakfast. Some of these dishes are even new to me. Xiao Miao, you're truly amazing. AI Hui sincerely complimented her. This girl supposedly has 80% of her master's abilities. He wonders how much more impressive the famous and Yu Nin must be. AI brother, I'm glad you like it. If you want more in the future, you can always ask me. Su Miao gladly offered to cook for her own brother. They both cleaned their table of breakfast completely, then were too full to walk, so they could only slowly digest at home. No wonder a seat at Baiwei Tower is worth 1,000 gold pieces. I think your skills fully deserve that reputation. Su Miao's eyes sparkled as her abilities received confirmation from brother AI. I'm not that great. All credit goes to my master. She is the best chef in my heart. It's because you have talent to begin with. Your master must think so too, right? I heard that your achievements in culinary arts even surpassed your eldest brother. Not that exaggerated, we're actually about the same. How could she possibly admit to these things? Your master must see great potential in you. Otherwise, she wouldn't value you so much. So you should work hard and not let her efforts go to waste. AI Hui taught her like an elder. Yes, I will. Upon hearing this, Su Miao felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. She thought her master treated her well not just because of her talent, but she couldn't help but guess. If she didn't have these skills, would her master still treat her so well? Seeing the deep in thought girl, AI Hui's lips curled slightly with a hint of satisfaction. By the way, didn't you say before that your master was planning some project? You should help with that, right? Make sure to take care of yourself and get plenty of rest. In fact, this time my master didn't assign me any tasks. Brother AI, do you think my master finds me useless? Su Miao's mood plummeted instantly. She only knew that there was a big move recently within the company, and that her master seemed to attach special importance to this project, locking herself in the research room for several days. She also didn't know what new product was being developed. Then did she ask your brothers to help? None of them either. This time my master is doing the research alone. This comforted her a little. It seemed her master didn't need their involvement. Oh, sounds mysterious. I look forward to seeing what kind of food your master will release this time. Is it that this little girl doesn't know either? I want to know too, but for some reason, it seems like few people know about this project. In the past, even during the R&D stage, there wasn't any confidentiality requirement placed on us. Su Miao was curious too. Could it be that her master doesn't even trust her? Did you ask him? He probably doesn't know either. Forget I asked. AI Hui wanted to know why Tenno's family hadn't kept pace with those two families this time. In the past, whenever Taishan Enterprise and Shengshi Group collaborated with Food Destiny, both would participate together. However, this time it seems only Shengshi is making any moves while Taishan Enterprise is silent. Su Miao's expression slightly changed as she recalled 2 days ago when Moen had come to her and confessed his feelings, mentioning that he had just come from Food Destiny after discussing matters with Liao Shiji and her master, who had also given him a difficult task. No, maybe Moen knows. It seemed that in her master's heart, this apprentice was really not as important as business partners. Projects she didn't know about were clear to others. It suddenly dawned on her that in their eyes, she wasn't even in the same circle as them. Su Miao felt an unbearable sense of betrayal by someone she valued deeply. AI Hui now confirmed that this girl did not know in Yuan'an's latest plan either, but this girl still had her uses, so he continued coaxing her gently. Xiao Miao, you look like something's troubling you. Are you feeling unwell? Could it be because we ate too much just now? Of course not. I'm fine. At least she still had a good brother to care for her. I'm just wondering what my master's plan is. If you want to know, why don't you go ask her directly? He wasn't sure what Yuan'an wanted to do, but his intuition told him she was planning something big. My master probably won't tell me. Su Miao believed that she wasn't considered significant enough by her master, so she shouldn't bother asking further. In that case, go ask Moen. Surely, he'll tell you right. This stubborn girl was proving quite troublesome. AI Hui was getting impatient. Both of them are alike. I won't be the one seeking them out. She felt excluded, so she decided not to make the first move towards them. But your mood appears very low. AI Hui persisted in trying to convince her. If you don't get clarity on this, I'm afraid you will brood over it. I don't want to see you unhappy. Just for my sake, please find out what you're wondering about. AI brother, luckily, I still have you who cares about me. Su Miao's eyes became slightly misty. She decided not to let those who cared about her worry. I'll follow your advice. Tomorrow I will go and ask them to clarify things. Great. I'll visit you again tomorrow. If you need help with anything, don't hesitate to tell me. AI Hui had already wasted half the morning and needed to take care of other matters. Chapter 183. And Yunan has been busy discussing the details of a new project with Liao Shiji and others recently. Since the matter they are about to undertake will have a huge impact, there are many factors they need to consider. Fortunately, Bian Qingzhou sometimes finds time to come and see them and occasionally provide some very useful suggestions. However, these days he needs to deal with an extremely important matter, trying former Secretary Berwider and others. After Jiang Mo returned, they have already sorted out the messy political circle more or less. Moreover, it will be only 2 months until the election. Before the new president takes office, some things need resolution, and it is high time that certain matters were revealed to the public. Far away in Bianson Star, Major Wu Chao and Zenoa received their superior's order, immediately escort Berwider and 2 others to Wanyong for trial. The 2 majors can't easily leave their posts now, so they dispatched their aides personally to transport the prisoners, while Bian Qingzhou sent Zhou Liang as backup just in case. This entire operation was conducted covertly. Although they knew a Beidou wouldn't dare take risks to rescue those people, they were still wary of any unforeseen incidents. There is no such thing as a completely hidden wall. Even though this action was highly secretive, quite a few people still found out. In a high-end villa in Wanyong, AI Hui informed the owner of this secret villa about the upcoming delivery of Berwider and his accomplices. Miss Burmala, what do you think of this? Thoughts? Huh? Burmala mocked coldly. What could I possibly think? Deserved punishment? Reaping what they've sown? What does it have to do with me? TSK, this selfishness truly doesn't disgrace your lineage as the daughter of Berwider. I admire your ruthlessness. AI Huey's smile never wavered, and his gaze showed genuine appreciation. You don't need to taunt me here. Burmala gave him a frosty glance. This man was the typical kind who hid daggers behind smiles, a hypocrite. If circumstances didn't force her hand, she would never want anything to do with him. You didn't come here today just to chat with me, did you? Doesn't Miss Burmala feel cooped up all day in this house? Wouldn't you like to go out and stroll around? AI Hui was not at all perturbed by her attitude. In fact, he had indeed come to stir up trouble. Can you manage that? Ever since her father and brother abandoned her, she'd remained confined within this villa, afraid to venture outside because she knew that if she showed her face, she'd be captured. Having spent so much time trapped in this small space, she naturally longed to get out. Even though she was aware that this man harbored no good intentions, she couldn't help but try. In reality, you'd be sentenced to at most 20 to 30 years based on your charges. You're only being implicated after all. Of course, I know Miss Burmala must not wish to serve jail time. Burmala glared fiercely at him. She, of course, did not wish to admit guilt, which was why she'd been hiding and dodging. What exactly do you want to say? I have a way for you to atone through meritorious service. AI Hui stopped holding back the suspense, but perhaps it might involve exploiting your father and brother. It's up to you whether you agree. What's your plan? Burmala did not instantly consent. It wasn't that she felt reluctant to use family members. It was that she feared this man might ensnare her as well into his schemes. I'll arrange for a prison break attempt, and you're responsible for turning on your kin. AI Hui briefly explained the plan. Are you asking me to kill them? Burmala felt shocked and frightened. Committing murder herself was absolutely something she could never accomplish. Oh, you're overthinking it. How could I ask you to do such a thing? My idea is for you to hand over the former secretary, who escapes once again, to Bian Qingzhou. AI Hui sounded extremely enthusiastic. Isn't it intriguing? When they abandoned you to be bait initially, you now have the chance to sever their hopes with your own hands. And you'll also have the opportunity to meet the one you've long pined for. How tempting is that? Burmala's pupils twitched slightly, and deep within her heart, a ripple stirred. Could she really meet him again? Even though she knew the man in front of her was intentionally provoking her, she just couldn't control her feelings. It seems this course of action isn't particularly beneficial to you, and it may even expose yourself. Why do you help me? Despite being somewhat swayed inside, she wanted to clarify exactly what this man intended to gain from this. I merely feel that the Bien family has been far too smooth in their success. I simply want to create some troubles for them. That's all. AI Hui shrugged, treating it as if it were just a game. Burmala knew this person wouldn't reveal his true plans to her, and asking further would be futile. All right, I'll go along with it. You can manipulate me, but if I don't achieve the results I desire, then I won't know what wild acts I might commit. I know my capability in this regard. Of course, since I've offered this, I will definitely let you regain your freedom. AI Hui naturally wouldn't underestimate this woman. After all, she managed to obtain such confidential files, so he wouldn't easily provoke her. However, it was fortunate that she wasn't without vulnerabilities. It takes 7 to 15 days from Bienson Star to Shanyang. It would be faster if it were a military ship. But this time the escort mission was conducted covertly, thus the aides took an ordinary private spaceship. 7 days later, this private spacecraft arrived at the star nearest to Shanyang, and according to plan, they needed to transfer here with Colonel Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, who had arrived earlier, already arranged for the port to be strictly controlled, awaiting the arrival of the starship from Bienson. The entire handover process went very smoothly without any unexpected or abnormal situations. After confirming Berwider and the other two's identities, Zhou Liang didn't linger and immediately returned to Shanyang with them. Another day passed, and finally, the group entered outer space around Shanyang. If anyone were going to rescue the prisoners, here would probably be the last best location. The team aboard the spaceship was fully prepared, ready to deal with any sudden situations. But nothing happened until the spaceship entered Shanyang's orbit. Uffed, I told you. In these times, who would dare rescue them? No one would dare oppose the marshal. Someone from the team relaxed. Yeah, now with the marshal leading us, no one would dare do something like that. All right, we still have some distance to cover. We can't let our guard down. Zhou Liang also felt that having reached this point, it was unlikely that anyone would come, but he still told everyone to be cautious. Yes, everyone stopped their chatter. Soon, The spaceship arrived at the dedicated port, which had been fully placed under lockdown. Zhou Yang personally escorted the 3 prisoners onto the armored aircraft sent by the military department. His task would be considered complete once he delivered them there. Just as they were about to set off, the aircraft suddenly filled with thick smoke mixed with a pungent smell. Reacting quickly, Zhou Yang activated the alarm and leapt off the aircraft. Upon stepping out, he found that the outside had also been tampered with. Everywhere was enveloped in smoke, and the troops sent by the military department lay sprawled on the ground, obviously affected by the knockout gas. It was due to previous drug resistance training that he could remain standing till now. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yang saw several burly men dressed in full gear rushing towards the vehicle. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to intercept them, smashing one of the kidnappers to the ground with a single punch. However, intense movement quickened his inhalation of the knockout fumes. Shaking his dizzy head, he tried hard to persist. Ultimately, though, he couldn't withstand the drug's effects, and just before fainting, he could only helplessly watch as a gang of people carried away Berwider and others. Marshal, it's all because we were careless that they found a way through our defenses. Upon waking up, Zhou Yang saw the person beside his bed and stood up immediately to take responsibility. You were indeed somewhat careless, but we can't place all the blame on you. There were changes to our subsequent plans that we didn't have time to notify you about. Jiang Mo patted him on the shoulder. So, you mean that Berwider's escape was within your expectations? You'll know afterward. Bian Qingzhou had more pressing matters to attend to. Now release all of the former Secretary General's crimes. As for those few, there will naturally be someone to send them back later. Zhou Yang looked confused at Jiang Mo, but the two had already started busy with other tasks as if their visit here was merely procedural. Chapter 184. After the sentencing of the former Secretary General and others, many forces that previously supported them started to become active again. Before, they had been afraid of drawing attention from the Bian family, so they stayed hidden and did not dare to move rashly. However, now all the crimes of Bo White and others have been fully exposed, and given the Bian family's nature of hating evil and injustice, it is unlikely that they will let them off. First in line are the Yin family, who almost became in-laws with Bo White. After Yin was summoned to the National Security Bureau for investigation, he came out not long after because the authorities did not have conclusive evidence to convict the Yin family. Despite this, everyone could see that the Bian family had already begun to act. The patriarch of the Yin family hasn't initiated contact with Yu Nan since last time taking care of her. Originally, he thought that girl wouldn't be able to resist such a great temptation, but unexpectedly, she showed great patience. Grandpa, how about asking how to talk to Yu Nan? They seem to have a good relationship. And Yin had no idea what to do now. The Bian family has made it clear that they intend to target their Yin family. Now the evidence linking Bo White and others as enemies is already public, and Bian Qingzhou has announced that Bo White will soon be executed publicly. Their family, once associated with traitors, surely won't end well. Although they haven't directly colluded with space pirates, during the last visit to the National Security Bureau, they learned that the Bian family intended to pin the crime of treason on them. It's also pitiful for this successor of the Yin family, who still doesn't know what exactly their patriarch did, naively believing that the Yin family has been falsely accused. That girl won't change her position just because of her relationship with Yin Hao. And Hong was very clear about this point. Then should we just sit back and let them randomly pin charges on us? Then everything the Yin family owns will certainly be seized. Yin's patriarch remained calm as ever, showing no sense of urgency. However, he knew deep down that the Yin family might truly be doomed this time. He had calculated thousands of times, but failed to foresee this exception, Bian Qingzhou. If he had known earlier that Bian Qingzhou was still alive, then he wouldn't have gotten so close to Bo White or even linked himself with another person. But he was one of the main culprits behind the accident involving the Bian family, who let President Bian constantly oppose the noble families and want to weaken their power. So he regrets not recognizing Bian Qingzhou's identity sooner. Despite being right under his nose, not a single person detected him. If he could have eliminated this variable earlier, the Yin family wouldn't be in this situation now. Now we can only try our best to preserve our hidden assets. Sigh. Originally, I wanted to transfer some shares to that girl before we go bankrupt for free, but she's too stubborn and refused to accept. And Hong wore an expression of having seen through everything. Grandpa, was your previous meeting with Yu Nan for this matter? And Yin had some suspicions in his heart, but he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Yes, I wanted to compensate that girl before the Yin family assets are confiscated, but she apparently doesn't need it. Well, that's enough. Then, should I try persuading her again? And Yin tentatively asked. It would be better if you go talk to her. You two can look out for each other in the future. The patriarch of the Yin family waved his hand to indicate he should leave. Then, Grandpa, I'll go first. And Yin respectfully left the study, and his face instantly became complex. His heart was filled with inner conflict. When he initially heard his grandfather mention transferring company shares to Yu Nan, he felt a bit strange. But thinking about the current predicament of the Yin group, transferring part of the shares to Shi Yuan before going bankrupt might prevent Bian Qingzhou from reclaiming that portion. Thus, at least, their resources wouldn't end up outside the family. But he also felt like there might be something else behind his grandfather's decision. Based on his understanding of the old man, it was possible, and he cautiously tested this theory by mentioning it to his grandfather. Sure enough, his grandfather indeed intended to transfer the Yin group's assets to Shi Yuan. Without a doubt, they would find a way to take it back afterward. Now that he understood his grandfather's plan, his mind was conflicted. He neither wanted to take advantage of Yu Nan, nor did he want the Yin group to disappear like this. Yet, there were no perfect solutions in the world. Moreover, he He didn't know whether Yunin was aware of his grandfather's intentions. Maybe he should send someone to test the waters? And how? You seem to have quite a few social engagements recently. Big brother, how do you have time to find me? Just want to remind you, things aren't peaceful at home recently, so try to stay indoors as much as possible. If you can't help yourself, you can go find Yunan. It's been a while since you've seen each other, hasn't it? Big brother, do you still think I'm as naive as before? If you want me to find out something, why not just say it straight? Even though Hao hadn't been home for half a year, he knew everything. Then I'll just come out and say it. I want you to persuade Yunan to accept Grandpa's gift. And Yin chose the interest of the family. And Hao didn't want to be involved in these matters at all. After all, the Yin family had wronged Yunan in so many ways. He certainly wouldn't help the Yin family bully her further. Even though he didn't know why Grandpa suddenly decided to give shares to Yunan, his instinct told him this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Big brother, I think Grandpa is being too partial. Neither my brother nor I have any shares, so why give them to that girl? He couldn't directly refuse his elder brother, so he used this excuse to block the other side. And Yin didn't expect his third brother, who never cared about external things like wealth before, to suddenly covet such assets now. Grandpa said this is to compensate for what the Yin family owes her. Even if she is Uncle Zhao's only child, isn't that too much? Moreover, she has her own company now. I think Grandpa should give more to me. And Hao presently acted like a frivolous rich kid overly concerned with trifles. Why don't you first ask Yunan to see how she thinks the shares should be divided? And Yin struggled to suppress his irritation, trying to convince him to sound out in Yunan. Why should we ask an outsider like her? Isn't it ultimately up to Grandpa to decide? And Hao pressed on relentlessly. I'll go find Grandpa right now and ask him clearly why he's being partial. That's enough. And Yin shouted loudly, scolding him. The family is busy now. If you can't help, at least don't interfere with others. Fine, there was no point relying on this troublesome person anymore. It seemed he still had to take matters into his own hands, even though he really didn't want to deal with that girl. But now, with the Yin family's survival at stake, there was no time to be choosy. After failing multiple times to contact Yunan, and Yin guessed that she might already know their intentions. However, with their grandfather's deep scheming, how could someone easily guess his plan? While he was spinning around anxiously, he received an invitation message from someone. Ai Hui. He had never dealt with this person before. What did he want with him? Was it to oppose the Bien family? At present, that seemed to be the only possibility. Mr. In, long admired. Ai Hui had been waiting at the agreed place for quite some time already. Mr. Ai, nice to meet you. And Yin recognized the man, but hadn't had much interaction with him before. However, the seemingly gentle and refined man in front of him would certainly not be as harmless as he appeared. I took the liberty to invite Mr. In over. I assume you can guess what this is about. I don't intend to play games with you, Mr. Ai, but I genuinely can't imagine why you'd seek me out. Ai Hui didn't mind the other party's vague attitude. Things aren't easy for the Yin family right now. Oh, I'm not saying this with any mockery intended. Chapter 185. I just feel as if I see the future of our AI family. And Yin confirmed that the other person must have come to discuss strategies to deal with the Bien family today. Since Mr. Ai has come for help, you should have some solutions, right? Not really. Ai Hui disliked this hypocritical way of speaking. It's because we don't have a solution, so I came to consult with Mr. In. Did Mr. Ai only come to me? At least 3 out of the 5 great families need to be united in order to counter the threat. Their 2 families alone might not be enough. Oh, does Mr. In think any other family would be willing? The Mu family depends on your Yin family to maintain its status. Their current strength may not even match half of Shi Yuan's. Ai Hui regretted coming to him a little. And Yin also knew that now almost all established companies were living in fear, and the 5 great families were divided. It was impossible to unite these scattered forces, so his Yin family could only devise plans independently to preserve their own interests. Since it's like this, Mr. Ai should go back and find ways to minimize the losses of Ai May Group. It seems the Yin family has also given up resisting the Bien family. I guess you were probably planning something against Shi Yuan. Ai Hui mentioned casually. However, and Yan's heart jumped. How did he know? Nevertheless, his facial expression didn't change much. Mr. Ai is joking, right? Everyone knows that Yunan's father has already been expelled from the Yin family. Strictly speaking, she has nothing to do with us. Then let's call it a joke. Ai Hui said no more. I know that Shi Yuan recently has an extraordinary project. If our AI May group could participate, perhaps we can avoid a calamity. And Yin didn't understand why he suddenly mentioned Shi Yuan's plan. No matter what projects they had, none of them could save the Yin family, which was under public scrutiny. However, why don't you just tell me what you want? You want to use Yunan, and I want to cooperate with Shi Yuan. These 2 things aren't contradictory, are they? We can certainly help each other. So how does Mr. Ai plan on mutual assistance? And Yin naturally wouldn't easily trust the other side, especially this man who seemed to know too much. The former secretary by White and others will soon be publicly tried. Your Yin family's time is also running out. I have a way to make Yun in conflict with Bian Qingzhou. I believe that at that time you naturally can persuade her. Of course, Ai Hui wouldn't tell the entire plan. If that girl suffered significant mental trauma, they could indeed take advantage of the situation. How do you plan to cause misunderstanding between them? Well, it may require Mr. An's small assistance. Ai Hui wasn't surprised by the other side's interest. You just need to cooperate with one person's actions. Who needs my cooperation? To tell you, this person is an old acquaintance of yours, Bo Mi La. It's her. This woman still dare to stay in Shangyu. Her guts are quite big, but how does this man know her? I'm not familiar with Miss Bo Mi La. This matter is also entrusted to me by her to find you. But this plan of hers seems urgent for the AI family, so I gave it a try. Alright, I'll see how it goes. And Yin didn't fully trust what he said, but Bamira's situation was similar to theirs, so he agreed to their plan. Good, she will contact you tomorrow. And Yin returned home with heavy thoughts. He was hesitating whether to tell the old man about what happened today, but after careful consideration, the Yin family doesn't have any better options at present, so he could only treat the dead horse as if alive. The next morning, he received a message from an unknown source asking him to purchase some daily necessities and deliver them to a certain villa. Although it was from an unknown ID, from the familiar tone, he guessed the sender was Bomila, so he acted according to the content of the message. Arriving at the villa by flying vehicle, Bomila, it's really you. Looking at this woman who was almost his wife, his heart felt mixed emotions rolling inside. Thank you for your help, Mr. N. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Bomila showed no special reaction, treating him as an old friend. And Yin followed her inside. But just before reaching the door, he suddenly didn't want to enter anymore. Recently there are many troubles in the Yin family. I'll visit you another day. Alright then, goodbye, Mr. N. Bomila seemed indifferent to his departure. After watching him leave, she sent out a message actively. Not long after, several armed flying vehicles arrived here with sirens wailing. After parking, 2 armed teams emerged, with Zhou Liang, who had failed a mission before, leading the group. After his body recovered, he had been searching all over Shanyu for the traces of Bo Wei and others. Although Bian Qingzhou and his team had already disclosed the crimes of the former Secretary-General faction, these individuals hadn't actually been located yet. There were only 2 days left before the public trial, but General Bian didn't seem worried at all. He even had time to go to Shi Yuan to be with his girlfriend. However, in reality, he was as restless as an ant on a hot griddle inside. They had already identified a mole in the military department based on the clues from that day at the port. Following this clue, they had uncovered several key members along with plenty of minor accomplices. They were just missing one last thread to find the people. General Bian consoled him, saying there would be someone delivering them directly to their doorstep. Initially, he didn't believe it, but this morning, the military department received a piece of information claiming that the whereabouts of Bo Wei and his group had been discovered. So without wasting any time, he rushed here with his team, surround the place immediately, scan for dangerous weapons. The rest come with me. Before they could confirm their operation orders, the villa door opened from the inside. Could it be Colonel Zhou Liang leading the operation personally? Bomila stood by the door as if waiting for them. This caught Zhou Liang off guard. How was this woman here? Since Bo Wei's group went rogue, no word about this woman had surfaced. They hadn't even actively searched for her, yet now she was right here in Shanyu. Someone. Despite being surprised, Zhou Liang didn't forget his duty. He ordered 2 female police officers to control the woman, thinking that regardless of the current situation, capturing her was important. They're inside. Bomila offered no resistance, willingly cooperating with the 2 policewomen, pointing out that she herself had reported it. Zhou Liang was more surprised than ever, but since he was going to conduct a search anyway, he had her escorted into the house under guard. Based on Bomila's indication, Bo Wei, Sun, and Flenate were found. When these 3 were discovered, they were all unconscious, which saved them the trouble of having to fight with them. Within 10 minutes, Zhou Liang had rounded up the criminals and left behind a few people to seal off the villa. Chapter 186. AI General, Bamira has been taken away. I know. AI Hui turned his chair to face the various buildings standing among the clouds outside the window. I don't understand why you asked Bamira to do this. What if she rats us out? The assistant was very puzzled by his actions. Relax. That woman has a brain. She knows what should and shouldn't be said. And the reason I did this? Indeed, it's partly to give Bian Qingzhou some minor trouble, but more importantly, it is to keep our influence hidden. The Bian family is about to find us, so I have to act first and wrap things up while giving them a bit of trouble too. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? So you involved in Yin just to let him take the fall for you? The assistant was also a very sharp person, catching on instantly. But the Bian family probably won't believe it, will they? It doesn't matter whether he believes or not. There will be no other result in this matter. AI Hui was confident he had cleaned up all loose ends. In fact, Bian Qingzhou didn't even interrogate Bamira. Even though Yan's figure appeared in the villa surveillance footage, he didn't send anyone to seek further details from Yan. 2 days later, as planned, Bertie and others were put on trial. A few days ago, when their crimes were announced publicly, everyone already felt anger towards them. Now during the formal trial, the citizens of the Star Alliance Republic were highly attentive to this moment. These 3 people had first conspired to murder the president of a country and its chief marshal, then engaged in endless bribery, purging political enemies recklessly, colluding with space pirates, etc., resulting in their ultimate death sentence for all their accumulated crimes. No one failed to applaud the final verdict. As for Bamira, who betrayed her own family, she was still temporarily detained in prison without being formally interrogated. After learning the final fates of her father and elder brother, her numb heart couldn't help but ache. Yet the outcome was expected when she made her decision. But she doesn't regret it. Her father and brother merely treated her as a pawn, something she had known since childhood. When she was young, her father taught her to please the heir of the Bien family. Later, she deeply fell in love with that handsome and heroic man, but her father, for his ambition, used her to trap the Bien family. Afterward, he tried to trade her off to the Yin family. Her life has never been in her own hands, and she hates her father and brother, so she gave the hard-won confidential documents to Abedu. When she learned that Bian Qingzhou was still alive, her heart filled with immense joy, but thinking of all the manipulation by her father, she felt unbearable pain. In the end, she almost felt relieved at being abandoned by them, but she dared not face him directly, choosing instead to flee. Now everything has settled into place. She knew it was all AI Huey's plan, but she agreed willingly. She doesn't want to live a life of hiding anymore. More importantly, she wants to see him. At this moment, Bian Qingzhou pushed piles of official duties onto others and went to Xiwan to meet his girlfriend. They hadn't seen each other for a few days, and he just wanted to check on her. How did you come? Just after the trial ended, shouldn't you still have many things to handle? And Yuan missed him too, but she didn't want to be a calamitous concubine causing national disaster. There's always work every day, but don't I deserve some rest time? I'm not a robot, the man said as he pulled out a bouquet of flowers from behind him. What is this? Tulips. Green flowers are common here, but green tulips were something she had never seen before. How have you been handling things recently? Bian Qingzhou felt pity for her, blaming himself for putting her under such pressure. Do you need any help? Yes. And Yuan didn't hesitate and sprawled on the sofa. Massage my shoulders for me. I'm not used to massage machines. All right, relax your body. The man walked over to the sofa and bent down to gently press on her back. I've prepared pretty well here. I plan to launch instant noodles in 3 days. Do you think the timing works? Yes. These next 2 days, I'll stir up more issues within the family, scare those restless guys, and ensure a smoother process for your side when the time comes. Hee hee. And Yuan suddenly laughed, perhaps because a ticklish spot was pressed. It feels great to have a reliable backing. The man lightly pinched her lily-white ears from behind. Silly girl. Only now you realize it? So in the future, whenever you have issues, you must look for me, alright? But honestly, I'm still feeling uneasy inside. This matter is massive. I'm not sure if I can handle it well. She doubted if she could succeed. It doesn't matter, don't worry too much. Taking this step already makes you incredible, and I'll be proud of you no matter whether we succeed or not. The man wasn't comforting her, but telling her his honest feelings. In his heart, she was truly that remarkable. Actually I'm not afraid of failure at all, but I want to do my best with this task. With your support, I feel full of energy. And Yuan turned over to face him, her eyes shining with bright light. Bian Qingzhou was captivated by her confident smile, and couldn't help leaning closer to her. I also feel so lucky to meet you. The thing I admire most about myself in this life is firmly holding on to you. After speaking, he gently pressed his lips against her soft, tender pink ones. He just held them together without making any other move, carrying absolutely no desire. He simply wanted to stay close to her quietly like this. A warm, tranquil atmosphere enveloped the two of them, and Yuan emptied her mind and thought of nothing at this moment, gently hugging his strong waist with her hands. She cherished such moments deeply. Neither of them cared about matters outside, they just stayed still like this. But their identities determined that they could not remain idle for long. Bian Qingzhou's optical brain soon rang. Commander, Bamira insists on seeing you. Zhou Liang began reporting the situation immediately after connecting the video call, but halfway through he realized there was someone else beside his boss, whose figure seemed to be the madam. The annoyed Bian Qingzhou had already been upset before being interrupted, and after hearing these words, his face darkened even further, like coal. Unconsciously glancing sideways at his girlfriend beside him as she rose and prepared to leave. Handle it yourself. Can't you even conduct a basic interrogation properly? Then he cut off the call and followed in Yuan. Have you finished handling it so quickly? And Yuan originally thought that she shouldn't interrupt while he dealt with official matters, and thus decided to step aside proactively. It's not a big deal. The man hesitated inside, wondering if she had heard anything earlier, and whether he should explain to her or not. In fact, he didn't have a deep relationship with Bamira, but they indeed knew each other from childhood. At that time, some people teased them about their relationship, so rumors had spread around. However, when the Birdie family acted to harm the Bian family, that tiny trace of friendship from childhood was completely severed. Still, he worried that some gossipy individuals might come forward to drive a wedge between them. And yes, he was talking about his childhood friend, the blonde man Moen. To avoid any misunderstandings again, Bian Qingzhou decided to confess openly. Chapter 187. Nan, there's something I want to tell you. It might come as a surprise, but I hope you'll listen carefully. He warned her beforehand. Go ahead. And Yunan had actually heard Zhou Liang's words earlier, but she didn't think too much about it at the time. Now, it seemed to be related to that Bermilla. So, the group led by Berwade has been arrested and sentenced. His daughter Bermilla has also been imprisoned, but the interrogation just started. During Zhou Liang's team's questioning of Bermilla, she made a demand. She wants me as the chief interrogator. At this point, he couldn't help but observe her expression, but it appeared she showed no change. So, he continued. However, I did not agree to her request because I have known her since childhood, so in this situation, it's inappropriate for me to get involved. Oh, so it turns out you not only have Mayan as your childhood friend, but another girl as well. Looks like you have quite a close relationship with Miss Bermilla. Otherwise, such an important interrogation wouldn't be necessary. And Yunan knew this man had nothing to do with Bermilla, but she liked seeing him rush to explain. Sure enough, once Bian Qingzhou heard her sarcastic tone, he realized she was probably jealous. Listen to me. When I was a kid, Berwade was still my father's secretary general. He saw I had no playmates, so he sent his 2 children to the presidential palace to play with me. But in fact, I often went out to find Mayan, so I occasionally met them. Later, I found we didn't really get along, so I played with them even less. After that, my studies became very tight, and then I entered the army. From beginning to end, I never paid attention to Bermilla. After saying all that, take a sip of water first. And Yunan watched him rattle off such a long string, feeling somewhat nervous inside. Nan, do you believe me? Are you not angry anymore? The man gulped down the water from her cup in one go, and looked at her pitifully. Cough. Am I such a petty person? Seeing his pathetic look, she couldn't help but laugh. Then she quickly stopped herself. I've already said that as long as you don't hide anything from me, I won't get angry. But if your relationship with her is so distant, I doubt she would ask to see you at such a critical moment. Though Yunin wasn't jealous, she was still suspicious. Bian Qingzhou knew his girlfriend was smart. Since he had explained most things, there was no need to hold back now. In my first year as marshal, Bermilla's mother happened to pass away. Back then, her mother and my mom were on good terms. So before dying, Bermilla's mother entrusted her daughter to my mom and said she hoped. Even without finishing, she could guess what he meant. She didn't expect such a cliched plotline would happen to her boyfriend, which left her feeling very stifled. Humph, there weren't many people present, right? After all, she was the wife of the Secretary General. Bian Qingzhou honestly replied, but my mom didn't agree. She only said she would take care of Bermilla, but promised nothing else. Indeed, how could Lady Xiao Wei, the First Lady of the Star Alliance Republic, let others manipulate her easily? Worthy First Lady, Auntie is truly amazing, and Yunin expressed her admiration without hesitation. After that, rumors between me and her spread around. Considering the Secretary General, we didn't bother managing these. Bian Qingzhou had now completely revealed the matter. Well, I'm not someone who likes to hold grudges either. Seeing his little wife-like attitude, it felt like he was accusing her of bullying him. Alright, she admitted she had a bit of bad intentions earlier, but this is part of the fun in any couple's relationship. So, I can rest assured, avoiding unnecessary gossips from certain small people in the future. That's right, he was still upset about being uncovered earlier. Do you really not want to see her? What if she knows something important? And Yunin thought that the woman could hide in Shanyong for so long. There must be someone secretly helping her. Anyone who could avoid official forces must be extraordinary. No, whether she confesses or not doesn't matter anymore. Since she has been pushed forward by the mastermind, they must have covered all their tracks. Even if we want to follow up, it's likely we will gain nothing. It's better not to waste effort on this. Bian Qingzhou already had some ideas about the person behind the scenes. How could Bermilla willingly cooperate? It takes great determination to expose family members. Handing over her father and brother who were running away would undoubtedly send them straight to the guillotine. Although this was due to their own actions, as their daughter and sister, Bermilla proved to be truly heartless. She was only sentenced to several years as the family member of a political prisoner, and with her bribery offense, at most 20 years. Now that she has provided clues about the whereabouts of the fugitives on her own initiative, she might be planning to atone for her sins by doing meritorious service. He was relatively familiar with this family. They were all selfish, mean people. Is this possible? Can it really offset her punishment? And Yunin had a bad taste in her mouth, wanting to get angry but not finding any reason. Of course not. At most she can be considered self-confessing, but since she has fled for such a long time, she will still be judged according to the law. As for the fact that she voluntarily provides clues, rewards would only be given after she serves her sentence. Phew, finally, the anger in her heart subsided, although she did not fully understand the current legal system. But since he said so, she naturally believed him. That makes sense. And Yunin looked contentedly at him. Then to reward your honesty this time, let's go back earlier today, and I'll cook you something delicious. Men still need to be flattered. Alright, as you wish. Bian Qingzhou felt great now. Henceforth, if there are any issues, he would absolutely disclose them promptly. Looking at how not only she wasn't mad this time, but also appeared extremely delighted. Watching the two leave, the employees of Shiwan couldn't help but sigh. Their boss was like an emperor whose soul had been lured away by a fox spirit. Almost every time this man came, their boss would skip work. Although the boss's working hours were very casual, due to Yunan's diligence, the employees subconsciously thought their boss was a workaholic. Worthy war god, even such a dedicated workaholic could be won over. Everyone's admiration for Bian Qingzhou rose another level. TSK. Looks like I have to work overtime again. Dai Guogua unintentionally brushed through the company chat messages in the office. Director Dai, even if you work overtime today, someone will accompany you. The assistant just knocked on the door and heard her complaint, then grinned and invited the person behind her in. I'll keep you company while you work overtime. Liao Shiji, standing at the door, smiled slightly. Chapter 188. After returning home, and Yuna pulled Bian Qingzhou into the kitchen. A man and a woman working together never get tired. Today she was going to make something special for a little guy in a few days. What do you want to eat today? Since she had agreed to reward him, it was natural that they should cook according to his preferences. Looking at what you have prepared, it seems you're going to make some desserts? Having been around her for so long, it was only natural for him to know what these ingredients on the table were for. But he himself wasn't really interested in sweets. In a couple of days, isn't it Meng Xiaopeng's birthday? I plan to make him a birthday cake. And Yuna replied without looking up. The thought made someone feel somewhat sour inside as he didn't receive this attention, but it was about to be given to that little fatty. How did you even know his birthday? I also know your birthday. I'll make one for you when it's your turn, alright. It was difficult for her to ignore this room, full of jealousy. I want fish stomach with vinegar, twice-cooked pork, boiled fish, and braised beef brisket. The man began slightly embarrassed, trying to change the subject. Alright, I'll make it right away. In the future, don't just eat meat when eating out. Remember to eat more vegetables. Each time she let him order meals, he would focus solely on the meat and completely ignore vegetables. She couldn't help but give him a lecture. Eating nutrient agents before didn't cause any nutritional imbalance, but now it's different. For health reasons, you cannot be so picky anymore. Alright, I understand. Bian Qingzhou liked listening to her nagging, but he still couldn't resist defending himself. It's not that I dislike vegetables, it's just that I find them less appealing than meat. I'll prepare a full vegetarian feast for you another day. As long as it's made by Nan Nan, I like everything. A man's mouth, the devil's trick. I'm speaking sincerely. The kitchen buzzed with lively chatter, filled with the warmth of domestic life. On the other hand, Zoliang, who had just been harshly hung up on by their boss, felt aggrieved inside. How would he know the big sister-in-law was right there? They were busy dying over here, but their boss sneaked off to meet his girlfriend. Was this just bullying all the single guys? Will I be disciplined by the boss? He whined, seeking comfort from other teammates. Yes. Don't worry, you're definitely going to get beaten. The other two faces showed sympathy, but the words cut straight to the heart. To ease your beating later, I suggest you voluntarily go question Burmala, Jiang Mo kindly advised. Actually, no one among them wanted to take this task. All right then, Zoliang could only accept the well-meaning advice with a grimace, silently praying that those earlier words wouldn't reach the ears of the big sister-in-law. Isn't this a bit underhanded? AI Waika found his conscience pricked. If anyone got into trouble over this, it'd be justified. Will you go with him? Jiang Mo raised an eyebrow at him. If I must, you too. AI Waika dragged Jiang Mo after catching up with Zoliang ahead. Good buddies, real comrades. Zoliang was deeply touched in his heart. I'm afraid the two of you idiots will be swayed by that woman. Jiang Mo rolled his eyes helplessly. This group of brothers harbored no good feelings towards Burmala. Rather, they despised her. During the old times when the boss was still in the army, she often came over. Back then, they simply thought she was a regular admirer. Later, when they learned her true identity, they still thought she seemed well matched with the boss. After her mother's deathbed words caused many to mistakenly assume the relationship between them, the boss explained to them that nothing existed between them. However, this woman grew increasingly clingy. When Berwait conspired to frame the Biens, this woman helped her father deceive the president and Madame Bien, causing Bien Qingzhou to fall into a trap and almost lose his life. Isn't this just me trying to pry some information out of her? Zoliang sheepishly murmured in a low voice. That morning during the first interrogation, after asking only 2 questions, he was tricked by her to contact the general instead. The general said we don't need anything else, just her confession. Why are you meddling unnecessarily? Jiang Mo thought he deserved it. Exactly. Do you think this woman is so easy to deal with? AI Weiken nodded beside him. For her to have evaded our investigation for so long, everyone knows someone is helping her. But now since she has exposed herself, it shows she's a discarded pawn. We won't learn much from her. As soon as the words were spoken, the others stopped in shock, looking at him. AI Waika, when did you become so smart? Could it be that someone else is impersonating you? Zoliang couldn't help but doubt. You're almost matching my intelligence level. Jiang Mo also found it miraculous. Move it. Don't prevent the guy from having a bright idea once in a while, AI Waika urged. When the group of 3 arrived at the interrogation room, Burmala had been waiting for quite a while. Seeing who had come, disappointment surged in her heart. That person was not among them. Zoliang, of course, noticed her glance sweeping around after lifting her head, scoffing internally. Did she think herself so important as to see whoever she desired? Burmala, are you aware of the actions taken by your father, former Secretary Berwait? Confronted with the 3 people brimming with authority, Burmala wasn't intimidated in the slightest. She didn't even spare them a glance, sitting there silently, acting as if she were still the pampered young lady she used to be. Did you use your father's position to facilitate favors in return for properties worth over 1 billion stargrams? Do you have any objection to this? Did you repeatedly enter restricted areas of the military headquarters and the general political department illegally? Regardless of what they questioned her about, Burmala remained silent. But no matter how much she pretended to be deaf and dumb, these facts backed by undeniable evidence made her admissions irrelevant. Considering your uncooperative attitude during this interrogation, we will proceed directly to a mental examination. Tomorrow, we will conduct a brainwave test, and within 3 days after the test, we will transition straight into the trial process. In other words, whether Burmala spoke or not was of little consequence now. The next day, an intelligent machine would connect directly to her brain. If no anomalies showed on the machine, she would face sentencing within 3 days. This finally brought a flicker of panic into Burmala's eyes. She knew that once the mental examination commenced tomorrow, whatever she said then would hold no value, and it would become even harder to see him. You cannot do this. I voluntarily handed over Berwait and 2 others. Shouldn't my contributions balance out my faults? Humph, you've done a great deed indeed, Zoliang responded with heavy sarcasm. So, after several decades in prison, you might receive an honor cup from the government. Maybe even a monetary reward. No, it isn't calculated this way. It should not be like this. I will never go to jail. Burmala became agitated. I know some very significant information. Just bring Bien Qingzhou here, and I'll tell you everything. We don't need to know anything from you regarding the group that helped you recently. Zoliang felt his grievances vented. It's impossible. Bring Bien Qingzhou here. You don't get to decide. It's up to him to be called. Faced with such a frenzied woman, Jiang Mo and his 2 companions felt no pity. It was all she deserved. Having someone take her away, they decided they wanted nothing more to do with her in this place. Jiang Mo, do you think we should also arrest the young man from the Yin family? Zoliang recalled seeing and Yin entering and leaving the villa where Burmala was hiding in surveillance footage. No need. It seems the ANS were probably manipulated as well. They're likely feeling uneasy right now too. Jiang Mo didn't believe the Yin family would dare or had the motive to attempt such things, nor leave behind such a glaring clue. Are the ANS really not involved? And Yin is, after all, Burmala's fiancé. Could it be possible that he secretly hid those people? AI Waika joined in the speculation. Jiang Mo glanced at him. Seeing you back to normal reassures me greatly. Then he continued to clear their doubts. The ANS wouldn't have the capability to snatch Berwait and the others right under our noses. Yet those individuals turned up in Burmala's villa, meaning the people who abducted and concealed them are one and the same gang. Oh, you're absolutely right. Looks like the Yin family has merely been framed as scapegoats, Zhou Liang quickly understood. So, that gang must have gone into hiding again, making it much harder to track them down. Shouldn't we interrogate Burmala again? AI Waika persisted somewhat reluctantly. These hidden informants really irritated them immensely. Burmala most likely doesn't know, or if she does, she won't say it. Zhang Yimou speculated casually. Shouldn't the general try? Zhou Liang cautiously suggested. Instantly, both Zhang Yimou and AI Waika gave him another admiring look. This guy truly loved risking his neck. Haha. Your suggestion is splendid. You should go ahead and try. Nah, never mind. I feel the generals would probably comprehended all this already. I'll stop meddling unnecessarily. Zhou Liang, sensing a chill run down the back of his neck, chose very wisely to abandon the thought. Chapter 189. Another overworked couple has also encountered a slight problem. It all started when Yuan and Bian Qingzhou, these two hands-off bosses, left work early. Dai Guoguo watched as the pair walked away. She felt a little envious for a moment, but then saw her boyfriend appear at the door, and that sourness quickly turned into sweetness. Why did you come over at this time? Do I have to make an appointment in advance to see my own girlfriend? Liao Shiji pulled out a bouquet of baby's breath from behind his back. It was something he'd learned from his boss. Wow, how thoughtful of you today. I really like it. Dai Guoguo was genuinely surprised. This man had become somewhat romantic. I'll get them for you often if you like. There's no denying it. In terms of artistry with sweet words, our General Bian would still surpass Liao Shiji by leaps and bounds. But under normal circumstances, these words were quite touching. Therefore, Dai Guoguo's face lit up with happiness. Yes, you finally learned how to charm girls. Are you very busy today? Need any help? The short romance soon passed, and the work genes in Liao Shiji's blood began to stir again. For the past few days, I've been super busy. Isn't there only 3 days left before the new product is launched? I still need to review everything carefully. Though Dai Guoguo wanted to chat with her boyfriend, the situation wouldn't allow it. However, just being together was pretty good too. Alright, I'll help you handle things. Although he wasn't from Yuan, this project was a joint effort between their two companies, so there wouldn't be any problems regarding confidential information. Both being elites of their respective companies, they handled the tasks efficiently. Dai Guoguo also felt very relaxed as she chatted while working. I think Yuan will soon become another Bian Qingzhou. She was no longer as awestruck by the war god. What do you mean? Are you talking about her contribution to the food industry? She is indeed quite talented. Liao Shiji didn't fully understand what aspect she was referring to. I mean, Yuan is learning from your boss to be hands-off. She kept saying earlier that she wants to dump all company matters on me. Oh, that means she trusts you a lot, and she recognizes your abilities. So, does that mean you support me now? Dai Guoguo was glad that her boyfriend thought this way. Of course, I'm proud that my girlfriend is so capable, okay? Liao Shiji truly felt happy for her. In fact, I'm not completely skilled enough yet, so you'll have to guide me more in the future. But later on, if I also become the head of Yuan, we might both be too busy to even see each other. It has always been hard to balance career and love. That's true. Handling the affairs of the entire group will definitely be demanding. So, you should prepare yourself ahead of time. Liao Shiji continued working on his task. Dai Guoguo frowned slightly. Of course, she knew she would be busier if she became the president of Yuan. But seeing his nonchalant attitude made her feel uneasy. Did he not care at all that this would affect their relationship? Then, we might not see each other frequently in the future. We may not even have time for video calls during busy periods. So, you'll have to get used to it. Liao Shiji's words were like pouring oil onto the fire. Don't you care at all? If the two of us don't meet or contact each other for long periods, wouldn't you worry that it could cause problems? Dai Guoguo couldn't help raising her voice. Guoguo, I thought you had already prepared for this. That's why I chose to support you. I believe in our feelings. His words slightly calmed her, but she was still unhappy inside. I'm glad that you respect and support me, but if in the future we're so busy that we don't even meet, I'm worried our relationship will grow distant and might even fade away. Liao Shiji finally stopped what he was doing. He looked seriously at her. What you mentioned is possible. I can't guarantee anything easily. I also can't selfishly ask you to give up your career. All I can do is support you and give you enough security. But apparently, I haven't done enough. In the future, I'll try harder. If I mess up somewhere, let me know, okay? After hearing his sincere analysis, Dai Guoguo's unease finally vanished. She knew that this man wasn't good at sweet talk, but those words he just said were the most moving ones she had heard since they'd been together. Okay, I understand. Let's work hard together. The tense atmosphere immediately melted away. Pink bubbles began to rise as the man's hand, without warning, touched her cheek. The distance between the two grew closer. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the door. Sister Dai, where is my master? She's not here. Su Miao had arrived before her words did, and she immediately realized it was an inconvenient time. You little brat, why didn't you knock before coming in? Dai Guoguo quickly shoved someone the moment she heard the commotion, but it seemed like she was still seen by others. Sorry, Sister Dai. Su Miao cautiously turned around, seeing the bright red face of Dai Guoguo and Liao Shiji, who was leaning on a chair. She felt very embarrassed and lowered her head. It wasn't intentional. Originally, she came to look for her master, but an assistant told her that her master had already left, so she had no choice but to come here. Cough. I'll leave you two alone. I have some things to deal with. Liao Shiji adjusted his clothes, stood up calmly, and greeted both of them. Mr. Liao, see you later. Su Miao kept her head low. Come in and sit down. Dai Guogua pretended as if nothing had happened and beckoned the young girl over. Phew, Sister Dai, did I interrupt your private moment just now? The little girl teasingly raised her eyebrows. If you know that, why don't you disappear quietly? Dai Guogua couldn't help rolling her eyes at this cheeky girl. So immature. Choking a bit, Su Miao pouted and picked up her water cup to drink, cooling herself down. Doing shameful things in public places. Little girl, let me remind you, this is my office, a private area. Besides, what's wrong with kissing? Oh, or are you jealous of sister? That's easy. I'll call Mo in right now and let him take you out on a date, so you can experience the thrill between couples. Dai Guogua was a bit annoyed because she interrupted her good moment. Sister, I'm sorry. It's rude of me. I shouldn't barge in without permission. Please forgive me. Su Miao was genuinely scared, and she also had things to do today. Alright, since you've admitted your mistake, that's enough. Dai Guogua still felt a little unfulfilled, but she shouldn't go too far. By the way, are you here at the headquarters today for something? Yes, I wanted to ask what Master N has been busy with recently. Is there anything I can help with? Oh, it's about that? There's nothing much. Wen took care of it herself, but I will pass on your goodwill to her. Was I too late? What is the master working on this time? Why didn't she call us for help? Is she still mad at me? Su Miao's eyes misted over, showing a hint of sadness. Xiaoming, you're thinking too much. Yuan hasn't sought help from anyone. She said she hasn't studied culinary arts for a long time, so she decided to take advantage of this opportunity to practice. Don't worry too much, Dai Guogua consoled her. Is the master really not blaming me for my mistake last time? Of course not. Yuan already punished you for that, so this matter is long closed. Just remember the lesson. That puts my mind at ease. Su Miao sighed deeply in relief. By the way, Sister Dai, what food is the master developing this time? I think I might know how challenging this new product is, whether I could make it myself. Out of curiosity for this girl, Dai Guogua didn't suspect anything. In her eyes, the girl just wanted to catch up with Yuan. But regarding the soon-to-be-released product, she didn't randomly tell others. Are you curious? Yes, I really want to try it myself. Su Miao eagerly nodded. I won't tell you, little girl. I want to tease you a bit. Sister Dai, please tell me, alright? Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep. Su Miao held back her frustration and flatteringly shook the other person's arm. Look at your round and chubby face. Skipping a few meals would be good for weight loss. Dai Guogua pinched the girl's cheek. Good sister, can you bear seeing me lose my appetite and sleepless nights? Just tell me, please. No. Who asked you to upset your sister today? You deserve to learn a lesson. After saying that, Dai Guogua ignored her and began handling her work. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Su Miao said, Alright, Sister Dai, carry on with your work. I'll leave first. Chapter 190. Brother, do you think Sister Dai doesn't consider me as one of them? I feel like they're guarding against me. Su Miao returned home with a belly full of anger, and the more she thought about it, the worse it felt. Just then, she received a video call from AI Hui, so she couldn't help but complain. What happened to you today? Did you hit a snag? Su Miao told him everything that had happened today. Dai Guogua is too much. Does she know who she is? So you didn't see your master, right? After hearing her words, AI Hui was also uncertain whether the people there were suspicious of this girl. Yeah, my master's working hours have been irregular recently. I've tried several times, but haven't found her. It's all shrouded in mystery. Then has MON come to find you these days? Although Su Miao wasn't clear why he asked these questions, she still answered truthfully. He previously told me that he would be very busy during this period, probably wouldn't have time to look for me. It must have something to do with his company. AI Hui fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Clearly, this move by Shi Yuan won't be small, but what puzzled him most was MON's reaction. Why hadn't he participated in Shi Yuan's project together with Shangshi? Could it be that this project was not beneficial to Taishan Corporation? Well, anyway, the new product will be on the market in a few days. I really want to know what they're hiding. Su Miao continued. Brother, don't worry. I'll convince my master to cooperate with you. Little Miao, thank you, but I still hope to achieve cooperation with Director and through my own efforts. Of course, if I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask. He just didn't want this idiot to meddle in it. Alright, I believe you can do it. By the way, you said that your new product at Shi Yuan will be launched in a few days? How come I haven't seen you doing any promotion? I don't know either. But products from Shi Yuan don't really need advertisements anyway. I don't know what my master plans to do this time. Besides, she is not only the boss of Shi Yuan, but also the girlfriend of General Yuan, so advertising is even less necessary now. Su Miao was quite confident in her company's fame. That's true, Director and status is now truly unattainable. AI Huey's eyes flashed slightly. I'm really curious how your master met General Yuan. How are their feelings towards each other? Brother, you're also curious about this? Many people around me often gossip about my master's affairs, and I didn't expect that you'd be interested too. Of course, curiosity is universal. This girl talks too much nonsense. My master was originally from Oroda planet, later accidentally saving General Yuan's brother, who was in peril. To conceal her identity, General Yuan stayed by her side ever since. Later, when my master attended the Galactic Chef competition, they both came to Shangyong. Anyway, according to my master, their relationship was formed through mutual rescues over time. It sounds ordinary enough, but they indeed have shared life and death experiences, so their relationship has been pretty good. After all that rambling, he still hadn't heard the information he wanted to know. Have they never quarreled? Especially in recent days. What do you mean, brother? Has something happened recently? Though she was upset about her master's recent coldness toward her, she was still concerned. It was just that a few days ago, Burmala, Belwit's daughter, wasn't imprisoned. She used to be General Yuan's fiancée. He stopped here, wasn't it obvious enough? No wonder my master has been acting strangely lately. She probably has no mood to stay in the company, and it turns out it's like this. Sun Yao felt she had figured out the truth. If you have time, you can accompany your master more. After all, you're her apprentice. Ai Hui certainly didn't sincerely want this fool to comfort anyone. He just wanted someone to stir up trouble. Yeah, I understand. You want me to go and give some warmth to my master, right? At this moment, Burmala, who was undergoing psychological interrogation, was still struggling. She just wanted to see him once again. Why was it so difficult? Before I enter prison, I want to see Bian Qingzhou once more. Please help me convey this as my last wish. Zhou Liang showed no kindness toward this woman. He imitated this person's behavior from yesterday and stared silently at the machine in front of him. Colonel Zhou, I beg you. If you can just help me pass the message along, I will disclose all the intelligence I know. Of course, this woman knows quite a lot. However, risking being beaten by the boss, Zhou Liang was somewhat reluctant. And who knows if this woman might play some tricks. Forget it, ignoring her might be better. I know all of Ibai's contacts in Shangyong. Burmala added more weight to her plea when she saw that the other party was completely unmoved. This is none of your business, Mississippi. We've already taken out several of these hidden agents. I know someone who's deeply hidden and unexpected by you. He has great influence and is definitely a formidable opponent. Burmala was not referring to Ai Hui, as she didn't dare to expose him. Zhou Liang became genuinely interested for the first time. Though he knew this woman was cunning, he also didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. If I just help you deliver the message, will you tell me? Yes, regardless if Qingzhou agrees to see me or not, I will confess everything. She knew she had succeeded. All right, I'll go find the general later, but your trial will continue, he warned. After leaving the interrogation room, Zhou Liang immediately regretted it. Why did he take on this troublesome matter again? He shouldn't have come today. Jiang Imo should have dealt with it. Now it's done. He didn't even know if that woman was deceiving him, but he had already agreed. Was he going to back out now? Impossible. He would never do such a thing. At worst, he'd just get a beating from the boss. Summoning up his courage, Zhou Liang entered the main political building and quickly arrived at Bian Qingzhou's office door. Report. Come in. General, you're here. Is the situation on the other side resolved? Bian Qingzhou asked casually. Not entirely yet. Zhou Liang quickly reported all about Burmala's case in one breath. So, you obediently came to deliver her message? Aye. Zhou Liang opened his mouth and found there was indeed nothing to defend himself. He could only bow his head to accept the punishment. All right, you've brought the message. Now, you can go interrogate her yourself. Bian Qingzhou neither said he would go see her nor that he wouldn't. Well, then, General, I'll leave. Originally wanting to ask what the boss meant, but upon second thought, he decided to keep quiet. Bian Qingzhou nodded. He wanted Zhou Liang to experience the feeling of being tricked personally, so he could learn a lesson. Sure enough, when Zhou Liang interrogated Burmala again, the woman cooperatively mentioned a few names, but those people were all the ones they had already caught from the group. You lied to me. General Zhou, are these people not allies of Ibai? Burmala understood that the man wouldn't show up after knowing the response. You. Zhou Liang realized immediately that she was deceiving him. Chapter 191. This day, after a busy day, Bian Qingzhou glanced at the outstanding official duties awaiting processing on his optical brain and thought for 2 seconds before decisively shutting it off. The work would never end, so it was better to go find his girlfriend. General Bian left his post with complete ease and confidently arrived at Shiyuan. Now, the company employees seeing him didn't get overly excited as they used to, although they still couldn't help but give him an appraising look. Our god is here to pick up his girlfriend again. Mizzen and General really make a great pair. Yes. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. What a sight. Amidst the constant whispers on his way, Bian Qingzhou very pleasantly arrived at the top-floor office. Knock, knock, knock. He did not immediately receive a response after knocking. A few seconds later, the sound of come in came from inside. It turned out there were other people in the office. General Bian. Sun Yao looked somewhat uneasy. She nervously stood up to greet the man at the door, yet her eyes kept darting away. Then I'll leave first. I don't want to disturb you. This girl seems off today. She used to be afraid of me, but not as seriously as today. Bian Qingzhou curiously asked after Sun Yao left. Maybe because she blabbed something behind your back and happened to be caught red-handed by you. She's afraid you will give her trouble. Anyway, this girl doesn't have much courage. And Yuan explained with implied meanings. You mean, she just spoke ill of me? The man simply couldn't understand. Was there anything about him that had blackened his history and he didn't know about? It's nothing significant, just the story you once told me. About you and that childhood friend, Miss Mila. And Yuan teased him mockingly. Bian Qingzhou felt incredibly relieved that he had already disclosed everything ahead of time. Otherwise, another disaster might have been expected today. Did this girl put any ideas into your head? Still, he had to verify if the girl exaggerated the facts. Not at all. It's roughly what you said before. Of course, that girl did say a lot of bad things about him, but those didn't need to be mentioned. You should rest assured, since you've already explained everything to me long ago, then I naturally wouldn't let it bother me. I feel relieved now. The man gently squeezed her little hand in his, and suddenly gave her cheek a quick kiss. I came late to see you today, and forgot to buy flowers. This counts as compensation, okay? What shamelessness. Clearly taking advantage of me, and you speak as if it were righteous. And Yuan shot him a fierce glare, but coupled with her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, it appeared more like pouting. Well, why don't you kiss me back? Saying this, he puckered up his lips, meaning being quite obvious. As if she was defeated by this brazen-faced man, withdrew her hand, and lightly twisted the ticklish parts around his waist. But she forgot that the whole body of his was hard muscle and absolutely unpinchable. Sonnen likes my abs and V-line, huh? Then go ahead and touch. I'm generous. Bian Qingzhou pulled her hands to his abdomen, seemingly agitated by something today. And Yuan indeed favored the feeling of his stomach, but she has dignity. Naturally, she was shy and wanted to pull her hands back, but the force of the opponent was far beyond what she could resist. Thus, her hands remained tightly pressed against that firm area. The sensation under her hands was warm and elastic, undulating beautifully. Unconsciously, she began to roam everywhere, sliding from top to bottom and then to both sides. It was truly getting more addictive the more she touched. Satisfied with the feel, a hot breath suddenly sprayed onto her ear, and at some point, the big hand pressing on her back had disappeared. This utterly embarrassed her, realizing how immodest she must seem, yet it wasn't something to be entirely ashamed of. Hence, she acted indifferently, saying, "Not bad, not bad. You should maintain this physique, you know. Ho ho ho, it's my honor to please Nan." Seeing her obviously flustered, trying to act as if she didn't care, the man felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness in his heart. "All right, get up, I still need to work." And Yuan felt a growing anxiety. Staying longer might make her behave improperly. "Okay, I'll be with you." Although Bian Qingzhou wanted to tease her a bit more, he also somewhat hesitated to do so. By the way, did Su Miao hear those rumors from Mon? If so, someone needed a good thrashing. Probably not. Mon is busy with company matters recently and rarely meets with her. I guess the girl probably heard it at Baiwei Tower. After all, those who frequently visit Baiwei Tower are usually wealthy elites, so they definitely know about that incident. These people are really full and have nothing better to do. The man felt quite annoyed, but still sensed something vaguely off. Ordinarily, upon learning what Bai White and his group had done, one would want to keep as far away from him as possible, and any mention of them would come with disdain. And these wealthy individuals weren't so lacking in brains that they'd associate him with Bo Mila at Baiwei Tower. This crowd already knew the Bian family had never acknowledged that matter. The talk about an unmarried wife all originated from the Bai family's own gossip. So they wouldn't dare bring it up on Shi Yuan's territory. So, where exactly did Su Miao hear this information? Anyway, don't waste time on these trifles. We're busy now, aren't we? And Yuan thought he was being overly nitpicky as she saw him still pondering. All right, I get it. Bian Qingzhou stopped thinking. Convenient noodles will be on the market in 2 days. Are you ready? I guess so. But actually, I can't predict how the market will react. Let's just take it step by step. She indeed couldn't foresee whether everyone could accept instant noodles as a replacement for nutritional supplements after centuries of habit. You're overthinking this again. If natural food is edible, who would choose tasteless, monotonous nutritional supplements? Stop worrying too much. Fine, my brain has been somewhat messed up lately. Maybe because I've been under too much stress. And Yuan realized she might need some relaxation. Okay, then stop working today. Let me take you somewhere to relax. Bian Qingzhou pulled her up, clearly planning another early leave. Half an hour later, the employees of Shi Yuan all wore expressions of "I knew it." As expected, whenever Commander Bian arrived, within no more than 2 hours, the couple would vanish back home together. Bian Qingzhou piloted the flying car, weaving among skyscrapers amidst the clouds. The scenery outside zipped past so fast it was impossible for the naked eye to capture clear images, but Yuan loved the exhilaration brought by the ultra-high speed. Soon, the flying car came to a halt. After stepping out, they found themselves atop a mountain renowned for its picturesque views. This place brimmed with colorful plants and featured many distinctive buildings. Wow, it's so beautiful here. And Yuan couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. This is one of Shanyong's most popular resort estates. We'll unwind here tonight. Actually, it was Liao Shiji who had recommended this spot to Bian Qingzhou, and it was also his first visit. Chapter 192. This was the first time Yuna had spent a night out, and in such a beautiful place at that. All her worries vanished from her mind, leaving only joy. You can come here often if you like. Bian Qingzhou embraced her waist from behind, his head lightly resting on her shoulder. The environment here is very comfortable. I love this feeling of emptiness. That's good. Look over there. Do you see that blue house? The man pointed to a villa on the hillside, the largest and most prominent one. I see it. Wow, is that a holiday hotel? It looks amazing. And Yuna couldn't help but exclaim. The famous resort area featured various uniquely designed hotels everywhere, but among these stunning buildings, the most magnificent and beautiful was the blue estate on the hillside, which covered a large area with an excellent view. However, it was said that this estate belonged to private ownership, and no one knew who it belonged to. It was already quite rare to own a piece of land here, let alone such a vast estate. We will stay there tonight, Bian Qingzhou said, clearly pleased with her reaction. Oh really? When did you book it? I didn't see anything about it. She seemed eager to go. We don't need to book, that estate has always been mine, the man casually mentioned as if it were nothing. And Yuna turned around sharply. Now she truly realized how powerful and wealthy this man was. Oh, so that's it. When did you build this yard here? A long time ago. The man seemed to be visiting for the first time too. When this area was planned as a resort, the developer was short of funds, and the project almost fell through. So I let Shengshi invest here, and that estate was specially prepared by the developer to thank me. You really have good judgment. Judging by the current number of visitors, this resort must have made a lot of money, right? And Yuna knew he wasn't initially focused on making money, but rather on supporting this development project. Of course, don't underestimate who I am. The man proudly led her up the hill. On the way, brightly colored flowers were visible everywhere, warmly welcoming each visitor. This was indeed a wonderful place to relax. Did you design this retreat yourself? Upon entering the courtyard, and Yuna began admiring the surroundings. No, actually, this is my first time here. If it weren't for Liao Shiji's reminder, I would have almost forgotten that I had property here. Not necessary, I like it just fine, and we don't come here often anyway. No need to make things so complicated. She was naturally someone who disliked trouble, plus she found the landscape design quite attractive here. As long as you're satisfied, I'm not concerned about these details. Bian Qingzhou himself didn't care much. Let's freshen up and go eat. Sure, I'm a little hungry. The two had just finished touring a nearby spot. Now it was indeed mealtime. There were several restaurants within the resort, most belonging to influential families' businesses. Their taste was unknown, but consumption would definitely be high. How about this one? It seems to be under Imei Group's catering chain. Is this restaurant alright? And Yuna just happened to notice a restaurant ahead. Of course, just leave it up to you. This makes me seem bossy, isn't it? And Yuna said insincerely. In fact, she appreciated his inclusive and indulgent attitude towards her. Not at all. I really like this side of you. The man affectionately ruffled her hair. And Yuna's cheeks flushed red slightly, showing some shyness, but deep down, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She firmly held onto his hand and pulled him into the restaurant. Although they both wore shielding goggles when they went out, they still booked a private room. Most people who could afford dining here were celebrities and dignitaries, and if they were recognized, they might get stuck in conversations. Therefore, to avoid disturbance, they both tacitly chose to enjoy privacy. Surprise, this restaurant even serves fried chicken and many dishes similar to what Bowie Tower offers. Should we try them today? And Yuna showed interest, unexpectedly discovering that even the restaurants of the 5 major families were now imitating their Bowie Tower. Bian Qingzhou's eyes flickered upon hearing her words, and he activated the holographic menu beside him to browse through. They do resemble the dishes from Bowie Tower, but I wonder how close they are in taste. Seems like our Bowie Tower is pretty great after all. And Yuna took pride while studying others' menu items. They ordered a few familiar dishes along with the restaurant's signature ones, and before long, the service robots began to serve the food. Crab powder lion's head, red braised yellow croaker, premium tofu, cherry goose liver, and duck strips with sea cucumber were successively placed on the table. The first 2 were common dishes at Bowie Tower, while the latter ones were specialties of the restaurant. And Yuna glanced at the delicacies on the table, her face revealing satisfaction as she nodded in approval. All of them look very nice, and they smell great too. Let's try them right away. With that, she picked up her chopsticks without hesitation, starting by tasting each of the restaurant's specialty dishes. To be honest, she was somewhat disappointed. The cherry goose liver lacked the fine texture and had a slight fishy taste, while the duck strips with sea cucumber turned out to be even more of a failure. The duck meat was too dry, and the seafood flavor of the sea cucumber was overshadowed. But the remaining few dishes tasted pretty good. I wonder how many times they visited our Bowie Tower to imitate these dishes so convincingly. Bian Qingzhou didn't touch those 2 signature dishes. It still doesn't taste as good as what you make, but it's almost comparable to what comes out of Bowie Tower. Then it seems they have indeed put in some effort. It would be even better if they took the initiative to innovate. Though their efforts undoubtedly brought in quite a bit of income for Bowie Tower, and Yuna still hoped they could independently research new dishes. By the way, are there really many other restaurants now copying our dishes? Not really. As far as I know, there aren't many restaurants in Shangyong that share your menu. Bian Qingzhou, with his numerous social engagements and banquets, naturally knew more than in Yuna, who was detached from the outside world. It seems this Imei group is rather smart then. But perhaps it's also because they're willing to invest more. After all, the consumption at Bowie Tower wasn't cheap, and allowing their chefs to continuously taste and experiment did require a significant expense. Have you ever considered the possibility that someone in your own ranks might be problematic? Bian Qingzhou clearly had a different perspective. Chapter 193. What do you mean? Are you suspecting someone leaked the recipe? And Yuman asked incredulously in return. That's the most reasonable explanation, isn't it? Bian Qingzhou knew she didn't feel good about it, but he still chose to explain the most likely situation. What he said made a lot of sense, but Yuman was unwilling to doubt anyone of Bai Weilu. Zhang Lei is her cousin. Su Miao is her favorite young apprentice, and although Dong Li's relationship with her isn't that close, he has been following her since the beginning. In fact, this is not a big deal. Even if they learned all the dishes of Bai Weilu, it doesn't matter. Yes, given the current status of Bai Weilu, these restaurants can't affect it. I just want you to be more alert so that you're not easily deceived. Oh, I understand. When I taught them how to cook, I didn't ask them to keep it secret. So, they probably didn't pay much attention to these aspects. Just don't think too much about it. And Yuman knew he had good intentions, but she really didn't care if the dishes were learned by other restaurants. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's have dinner. Bian Qingzhou knew she didn't take this seriously, so he stopped mentioning it, quietly putting it aside in his heart. After dinner, as night fell, faint lights floated in the air, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The two wandered hand in hand. Vegetation was lush and bushes were thick, and the air here was fresh and comfortable. Unknowingly, they came to a slightly remote, small hollow. The lights here weren't as bright as elsewhere, but this dim environment added an atmosphere. Let's sit for a while. Bian Qingzhou held her hand and walked to the middle of the grass. He took off his jacket and spread it on the ground, and Yunnan unceremoniously sat beside him using his support. From here, you could see the distant stars without even looking up. The stars here seemed especially bright. A gentle breeze passed, and the man reached out to embrace her as if he was worried about her being cold. Neither spoke again, yet a soft comfort and warmth surrounded them, with no hint of boredom. After who knows how long, Bian Qingzhou touched her little hands which seemed a bit cold. Let's go back, it's late already. Okay, let's go. And Yumon obediently stood up. If you like it here, we'll come again tomorrow. No, we must go back tomorrow. And Yumon insisted firmly. Didn't this man know what day it was tomorrow? Work can be done anytime. Don't push yourself too hard. The man thought she wanted to go back to work. Don't you remember what day it is tomorrow? And Yumon felt a bit sorry for little Pudgy. Of course I know, but it's not that important, right? It's just the little fatso's 5th birthday. Of course, he remembered it. You'd better remember to prepare his birthday gift. And Yumon said as if he still showed some signs of being a brother. What does a kid need birthdays for? Bien Qingzhou muttered under his breath. That little fatso always ruined his plans. But seeing his girlfriend's gaze fall upon him, he quickly nodded. Of course I'll prepare a present for the little guy. Only then did Yumon satisfactorily withdraw her gaze. When they returned to their private house, each chose a room to rest. Actually, the man was originally reluctant to sleep separately from her, but fearing he might do something improper, he reluctantly chose the room opposite hers. The next morning, after breakfast, they planned to leave. Before leaving, Bien Qingzhou grabbed Yumon's wrist, opened her optical computer, and shared the usage rights of the estate with her. You can come here whenever you want. Wow, really? And Yumon retrieved her optical computer and clicked open her private key, discovering an additional location. Then I won't be shy and will come often. She really liked the environment here. I'll give this place to you later. Unfortunately, it's not possible now. The man hinted subtly. How could Yumon not hear his innuendo? Was this dog trying to subtly pressure her into marriage? Never. She was still young and absolutely did not want to be tied down. Bien Qingzhou looked at her pretending not to understand and felt quite helpless. Now they were only boyfriend-girlfriend relations. Although their optical computers were bound to each other, it was limited to basic rights such as viewing. More intimate usage rights could only be exercised after the two formally registered their marriage. Therefore, even if he wanted to transfer the estate to her now, it was impossible. After returning to the city center, they received Ms. Xiaowei's message asking them to hurry over. The little one had waited for a long time, and Yumon immediately went home, taking the prepared gift box and cake from the preservation cabinet. Qingzhou, did you prepare a gift for the little one? She doubted that this man hadn't given it much thought. Of course, let's go. The man was not carrying anything, so the big cake box in her hands was taken outside as they left. When the two arrived at the presidential residence, there were already quite a few people inside. However, they seemed to all be acquaintances. The Mon father and son, Liao Shiji and Dai Guagua, Jiang Imo, Zhou Liang, Ai Wei, and a few others. There didn't appear to be any political figures today, which was a bit strange. Little Pudgy's birthday is not such a big deal anyway. My dad only invited these few friends with whom we have a close relationship. Others wanted to come, but our family didn't want to be disturbed, so we didn't invite anyone else. Bien Qingzhou noticed her confusion and quietly explained it in her ear. Yunan, little Zhou, why are you two just coming now? Still talking secretly at the door? Come on in quickly. Mon wasn't the first one to notice them, but he was the only one who shouted out loudly. Uncle, Aunt, sorry for being late. And Yunan leaned on Bien Qingzhou's arm, greeting the president's wife first. Not late, not late. They're all just idle rich compared to the two of you. Today it's all family, so don't worry about formalities. Ms. Xia openly showed her favoritism towards her future daughter-in-law by stepping on the others while praising her. Mrs. Xia, what you said really hurts us. The blonde man made a sorrowful face. No. I think the lady was simply telling the truth. Liao Shiji was unsparing in pulling down his act. Yes, we're indeed idle. Zhou Liang also hurried to show his support, determined to cling onto the thigh of the future sister-in-law. You bunch of shameless guys. Mon glared at the surrounding fellows fiercely. For brown-nosing, they truly didn't care about their own faces. All right. You young people go play by yourselves. Ms. Xia gently pushed in Yunan beside her. If those stinky boys dare to bully you, just tell me, and I'll deal with them. Chapter 194. Xiao Nan, you're pretty great. It's obvious that President Bien and Ms. Xia really like you. The blonde man teased casually. Well, of course. I'm a people person. Who wouldn't like me? Xiaowei had gone to meet President Bien already, so Yunan no longer had to keep up appearances in front of this group of acquaintances. Mrs. Xia looks even more elegant up close. She's also very kind and nice to us. She truly is a gentlewoman. Dai Guo finally relaxed too. Originally, she didn't want to come today, but someone insisted on bringing her along. Haha, you've never seen how Mrs. Xia punishes others. Trust me, it's unforgettable for life. Mon shuddered at the memory even now. The rest all showed expressions of curiosity. Tell us quickly, what did Mrs. Xia do that scared you so much? Under the insistent requests of everyone, the blonde man had no choice but to recall that dark chapter from his childhood. Back then, Bien Qingzhou was 6 and Mon 9, both the ages when kids often got into trouble. That day, True and Mon ran into little Qingzhou, who had also skipped class. The two decided to sneak off campus and took a public airship to the arcade where they played until 9 p.m. The Bien family became frantic with worry, sending out search parties everywhere. They finally found the famished duo in a restaurant at Tainua's place. President Bien grabbed little Qingzhou and delivered a severe beating, while normally wise and calm Bien Qihuai lost all his usual composure. Seeing this, Mon saw his chance to slip away. His parents had divorced not long after he was born, and his father was too busy with work to ever pay him attention. However, he wasn't counting on being sent packing by his dad straight to the presidential palace the next day. What followed were days of pure misery. Mrs. Xia gave him a 5-day holiday but forced him to sit in the gaming hall every day, playing video games nonstop for 12 hours a day. There were only bathroom breaks and meals allowed. Every hour, Mrs. Xia would show up with a warm smile. You look a bit tired. Are you getting bored with this game? Don't worry, we've got plenty more options. You'll surely enjoy these. Here, dear, keep going. This went on for 3 days without respite. Even in his dreams, Mo-in kept playing games. And every morning, Mrs. Xia would appear with her kind and patient encouragement. Keep going. Wow, I didn't know Mrs. Xia could be so tough, exclaimed Dai Guoguo in admiration. Auntie Xia is an amazing teacher, and Yuan said with respect. Yes, after that incident, this guy has never skipped school again. Bian Qingzhou gleefully added salt to the wound. Hey, do any of you have even a speck of compassion? That was my childhood trauma, and here you are making fun of it. Mo-in grumbled resentfully. What for friends? Zhou Liang watched enviously. Boy, don't let your good fortune go unnoticed. Getting educated by Auntie Xia was your lucky break. Had Zhou Liang been under her guidance as a child, he might be sharper now. Glancing at the time, and Yuan quietly stepped out to find the kitchen. It was agreed she'd be the one cooking today. I'll help you. Unbeknownst to her, Bian Qingzhou had followed her into the kitchen. All right, thanks. I could use the help anyway. You're just in time. Rolling up their sleeves, they began working together. Groups of people came to the doorway one by one, watching them cooperate so effortlessly before walking away. Yuan, there's no need to make things too complicated. In my opinion, let's just prepare a hot pot feast. It'll be easier. Mrs. Xia noticed in Yuan rushing around and couldn't bear to see her so strained. It's fine, Auntie. I haven't cooked by hand for a long time. Today, I just want to get some practice. Can you and Uncle handle spicy food? Of course, we love spicy food. Last time, we tried barbecue randomly, and the taste was absolutely unforgettable. Ms. Xiaowei smiled with nostalgia. That's perfect. I have a big platter of skewers prepared especially for you to enjoy later. Excellent. Don't hold back on me. Ms. Xia left shortly afterward, and the birthday boy of the day entered, drawn by the scent of delicious food. Sister Nan, it smells so good. It's been so long since I tasted something you cooked. In that case, Yang, you'll need to eat a lot today. Are there sweet and sour spare ribs? Yes, there are. What about chicken slices and chrysanthemum soup? Got it. Steamed crabs and ginger and scallion sauce? Sure. And Sichuan pepper chicken? Affirmative. Hey, this dish is a bit spicy though. It's my mom's favorite. She loves spicy food, and my dad prefers grilled fish. The little one winked at her mischievously. This little guy really knows a lot, and Yuan chuckled as she playfully patted his little head. Thank you, Yang, for telling me all this. She appreciated his effort. Who cares about his unnecessary actions? A certain man immaturely interjected. They would like you no matter what you do. TCH, why didn't you say that in front of the kid instead of muttering behind his back once he left? And Yuan didn't know what to say to him. I let him off because it's his birthday today. Do we need him here being overly attentive? Of course, he wouldn't dare utter the truth, that one shouldn't flirt with his brother's wife. Oh, Meng Xiaopeng knows to send some intel my way to please your parents. But what about you? And Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Naturally, she was aware of her advantage in cooking, but making dishes they liked would only increase their favor towards her. You don't have to go out of your way to win their affection. Just be yourself. Though Xiaopeng is kind enough to share the preferences of my parents, I don't want you to habitually think of others and forget about yourself later on. Bian Qingzhou hoped she wouldn't lose her sharp edges in the future. Trust me, I'm not someone who changes easily due to others' influence. And Yuan knew exactly what he meant. He feared she'd lose her natural personality, which was impossible. Despite their significant status gap, she wouldn't allow herself to change. I know. You've always been a tough and determined girl who never gives up. After exchanging words, the two returned to the kitchen again, where mouth-watering aromas began spreading around, drawing everyone's attention from outside conversations. All right, stop crowding here. Let's start serving the food. As Yuan called out, the crowd eagerly started bringing out dishes in an attempt to satisfy their cravings. Chapter 195. Today we all gather together to celebrate the birthday of our little star. Come on, let's wish little Bian Qingyang a happy birthday, Xiaowei said while holding her wine glass. Let's all give him our wishes. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Everyone blessed the little one. The chubby and adorable toddler stood on his chair laughing until his eyes turned into slits. Thank you, Mom and Dad, uncles and aunts, and all the brothers and sisters for coming to celebrate my birthday with me today. I am so happy. All right, don't be too formal, everyone. You've been craving since this morning. Go ahead and start eating. Xiaowei welcomed everyone to dig in. All the people present were close acquaintances anyway, no need for formalities. Yes, today all here are family. There is no need to be reserved. President Bian Qihui also waved at everyone to start eating. Then we won't hesitate anymore. After Mon finished speaking, he couldn't wait to start eating voraciously. It had been a long time since he last tasted dishes personally made by Nan, and he truly missed it. Seeing him like this, others started joining without saying anything further. If they didn't, this guy might finish it all before them. Actually, this table full of food was more than enough for them all. You brat, can you at least consider your old man's dignity? Mr. Tino saw how his son acted as if he hadn't eaten for several generations, finding it very embarrassing. He whispered this reproach into his ear. The blond man ignored his old man and handed him the fragrant fish balls in his hand, blocking his nagging mouth. As Mr. Tino was about to flare up due to his unfilial son, he was instantly captivated by the rich aroma bursting in his mouth, and immediately shifted his attention to savoring the deliciousness. For a moment, only the sounds of plates and chopsticks clinking could be heard at the table. No one had any spare time to talk nonsense. After gobbling down food for over 10 minutes, everyone slowed their pace. This spicy roasted fish tastes exceptionally good. President Bian Qihui thought it might have been rude earlier, and now started looking for topics. Yes, yes, yes. That spicy fish is excellent. I think the Sichuan pepper chicken tastes best. So does that boiled meat over there, and those double pepper strips of beef. Nothing on this table doesn't taste good. Xiaowei still held 2 skewers of grilled meat, being quite down to earth. Sister-in-law's culinary skills are impeccable. Each time she surprises us, our boss truly has good luck. Zhou Liang followed along in praising her. Indeed, this kid has great fortune. Moen's voice carried deep envy. He was still single, wondering when he could win that little girl's heart. Sigh, such is life. And Yuna was teased red in the face and could only lower her head to keep adding dishes for the cute chubby child. Nana sister, can you move to our house? I don't want to be separated from you. The chubby little one's mouth was dirty, his big eyes blinking and staring straight at her. Hee hee, Yang if you miss me, I can stay at my place for a couple of days. She really wanted to turn around and leave because the fiery gaze around her almost made her burn up. The chubby little guy was about to happily nod his head in agreement, but halfway through noticed a very intense gaze beside Yuna. His eyes spun. Sister, is it because you haven't married brother yet that you're uncomfortable moving into our house? Before Yuna could prepare an appropriate response, stunned by the lightning-fast language. Brother is too useless. Nana sister, when I grow up, I will come to marry you. Ouch. As soon as the words came out, the older brother whom he just complained about hit his head hard. You brat, if it wasn't your birthday today, I'd surely give you a beating. Bian Xingzhou pulled back the hand used for hitting. Would a little yellow whelp dare to steal his wall corner? Huh, never. And Yuna, seeing that everyone else took a sideshow attitude, decided not to stop these two brothers, even though it seemed a bit unfair towards the chubby little one. Perhaps this was just another way of showing brotherly affection. After the boisterous main meal concluded, the robot butler wheeled out the cake prepared beforehand, a 2-layered black forest fruit cake. Wow, so beautiful and sweet-smelling. Thank you, Sister Nan Nan. The little fellow hurriedly got up and ran around the cake. I ate so much just now. Now I can only eat a little. What should I do? The plump cheeks looked a little worried. Then just try the taste. Save the rest for later to enjoy slowly. Xiaowei was also interested in this cake with a refined design and strong milk fragrance. Okay, Mom makes sense. Can we start cutting now? Of course, you are today's little star, so you need to divide the cake among everyone. Xiaowei helped from behind the little one. Since everyone was already full from the earlier feast, they each only took a small piece. The rich and delicate texture instantly captured everyone's palate. The subtle bitterness balanced out the sweetness of the cake, enhanced by the fruity fragrance that added depth to the entire flavor. I want you to make me one on my birthday. Bian Xingzhou whispered his request into Yuna's ear. Aren't you usually not interested in desserts? She knew all too well that this man was an avid carnivore. Do you mean you don't want to make one for me? His tone sounded slightly sour. Of course not. If you want it, I can make one any time for you. She felt exasperated inside. What was this guy fussing about? That's his younger brother, who's decades younger. What she didn't know was that due to the average life expectancy in the star system being over 200 years, age gaps of 30 or 40 years between couples were very common. Well, forget about it then. I see how complicated and time-consuming it is to bake a cake. Doing it just for birthdays will be enough. Bian Xingzhou had witnessed the whole process. He didn't want her to go through the trouble because of his selfishness. All right, I'll make you something special then. And Yuna felt her heart soften, and her voice unconsciously became more gentle. While others were still indulging in the delicious dessert, these two had unknowingly moved away from the crowd. The man gently pinched her cheeks, and the girl laughed with a bright smile. Hey, you two are quite done yet. Moen walked over loudly with a group of people. Can't you stop showing off for just a moment? This is my house. Bian Xingzhou, interrupted, was somewhat unhappy, but the rest completely ignored his mood. Yuna, have you ever considered opening a few pastry shops? I'm sure your cakes would be extremely popular. Yeah, sister-in-law, we all love your cakes. It's just we never know when we might get to taste them again. If you open a few shops, it would be so much easier. Zhou Liang and others also expressed their admiration. Yuna, I think their suggestion isn't bad at all. Dai Guoguo adored sweets, and today's cake ranked #1 in her heart. Despite knowing the company was currently busy, she couldn't help but probe. We can start planning once we're less busy with other things. Chapter 196. And Yuna had already become accustomed to the way these foodies think, so she wasn't surprised at all by their proposal. But right now, she really didn't have the energy to consider any of it. Let's talk about it later. Don't try to fob us off. I'll be reminding you about this constantly in the future. The blonde man lived up to his reputation as the best thick-skinned person and showed no signs of giving up until he got what he wanted. Okay, Moen, you know very well how important the thing we're busy with recently is. Just don't meddle for now. Liao Shiji, seeing that the boss was about to lose his patience and strike, quickly interjected to stop the suicidal behavior of a certain blonde man. Oh, alright then, I'll just keep it in mind for now. Moen also noticed that someone seemed to be emitting cold vibes, so he quickly switched topics. By the way, I estimate that my old man will choose to support the plan from Shi Yuan after today. Really? Will Mr. Tane choose to cooperate with us? And Yuna didn't expect good news on this side before their new products were even on the shelves. The old man has actually been wavering for quite a while. After today's chat with Uncle Bian, he should be able to make a decision soon. Following the blonde man's gaze, President Bian Shihuai was sitting in a small pavilion in the garden chatting pleasantly with Mr. Tane. Though they couldn't hear the content of their conversation, and Yuna knew that at their level, a hint or two could reveal a lot. That's perfect. We're only one day away from going public. Hopefully everything will go smoothly from here. Don't worry, there are plenty of us. Sister-in-law, feel free to ask if anything comes up. While we may not be as rich as Moen and Liao Shiji, our skills are pretty strong. Zhou Liang was exceptionally proactive today and appeared to have gained the approval of the leader. I understand. Thanks for your support. And Yuna wasn't just being polite. She would genuinely seek their help if needed. After sending the group away in the evening, and Yuna was about to leave as well. Although the Bian family hoped she would stay, they understood that it wouldn't be appropriate. Thus, they repeatedly reminded Bian Qingzhou to take good care of her. Sister Nan, I want to go play with you for a few days, said Meng Xiaobang, tightly clinging to her thigh, reluctant for her to leave. No, we're too busy and don't have time to deal with you. Don't come bother us, replied an obviously heartless rejection. And Yuna was always concerned about their brotherly bond, glaring at the rude man fiercely before soothing the little one softly. I'll pick you up once I'm done with this. All right then, I'll wait for sister to pick me up. Miss Ya Wei found this amusing from the sidelines. This little fat guy talks about coming over every 2 or 3 days. I'm starting to doubt if he's really my son. Whether the little one is biological or not is debatable, but the older one certainly is. The habit of nicknaming people matches perfectly. After returning home, and Yuna felt somewhat exhausted, not mentally, but purely physically drained. 2 days ago, she went mountain climbing at the resort villa, and today, she was kept busy cooking all day. Her whole body ached. It's still because I lack exercise. It's no good staying in the office all the time, she mumbled to herself reflectively. Just then, Bian Qingzhou walked over with something in hand. Come here, let me give you a massage. It'll make you feel better. And Yuna lay back like a lazy fish on the couch. Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. How did you know I'm sore? I observe, of course, you've been massaging your shoulders and legs all day. You should exercise more. Why don't you join me for morning practice tomorrow? Although he was rather thoughtful, and Yuna firmly rejected his suggestion. No, I won't get up in time. Didn't you say you'd give me a massage? Do it. Having said that, she obediently turned around. Bian Qingzhou sighed, realizing there was nothing he could do about her laziness. Resigned, he opened the essential oil bottle he held, warmed it in his palms, and then lifted her shirt slightly to apply it to her skin. While you prepared massage oil, how considerate. She originally thought about yelling pervert when he touched under her clothes, but as soon as the oiled touch reached her back, she realized what was happening. Bian Qingzhou's hands were a bit rough compared to the delicate and smooth, translucent skin underneath them. He was careful not to use too much force, fearing leaving any marks on this soft and jade-like flesh. Using the lubrication of the essential oil, he started by lightly kneading her rounded and elegant shoulders, slowly working his way down to her beautifully shaped butterfly bones and her slim waist. Sweat had unknowingly beaded on the man's forehead. His Adam's apple moved up and down unconsciously. His palms felt as though they were on fire, and his body temperature was gradually rising, with a certain desire sweeping uncontrollably through him. It took all his strength to suppress that thought, reluctantly withdrawing his hand, then begrudgingly leaning down to kiss her between the shoulder blades. His hot breath lingered on her for a long time, but it seemed like she had no reaction at all. Bian Qingzhou was growing somewhat discontent when he glanced sideways. The woman was already asleep. This was the second time something like this happened. It was as if being splashed with a bucket of cold water. Was this girl putting too much trust in him? Should he be happy or angry because she wasn't treating him seriously as a man? After a long while of hesitation, Bian Qingzhou angrily bit her shoulder. This ungrateful woman. Then he carefully readjusted her clothes and gently turned her back around so she could rest more comfortably. And Yuna woke up feeling refreshed and energized after a sound night's sleep. She had slept so well last night. It looked like that man really had some impressive skills. She could enjoy them regularly from now on. If the man had known, he'd likely have been fuming with rage, as she clearly considered him merely as a masseur. Good morning, Qingzhou. What would you like for breakfast? You're up quite early today. Your mood seems good. Bian Qingzhou was still exercising in the garden. I have to thank you for the massage service last night. Your technique is unmatched. I don't even remember when I fell asleep. And Yuna shamelessly flattered him, as she would need to bother him again in the future. Thanks for your compliments. How about leaving a tip? The man let out an irritated cold laugh. However, and Yuna didn't catch the dissatisfaction in his tone. No problem. You can spend my star coins as you wish. She waved casually at him, completely forgetting that his net worth far surpassed hers. After their exchange last night, Bian Qingzhou once again found himself speechless. Never mind, he shouldn't overthink it. In the end, it was always him who got upset. He quietly gave up the argument. Are you going to come with me to the company today? It's the day for the new product launch. I'd love to if you have the time. And Yuna's eyes lit up. She originally planned to bring it up during breakfast, but hadn't expected him to be so in tune with her thoughts. This project was unlike anything they'd done before. It might very well change the culinary history of the Star Union Republic. Therefore, she hoped that he could take this first step with her. Chapter 197. Today, the atmosphere at Shiwan was exceptionally different. Everyone was on high alert at their posts, even though there wasn't really a need for this much tension. But after sensing the importance given by the big boss, who could still act casually? President, everything is ready. Several batches of finished products from the factory have already been produced, Dai Guogua reported solemnly in the office. And Yuan nodded. All right, let's start airing our advertisement now, and 1 hour later the instant noodles will officially hit the shelves. They had already coordinated with various platforms of the Star Alliance Republic, broadcasting Shiwan's food advertisement from 9 to 10 o'clock today. This was the first major move Shiwan had made since its establishment, airing simultaneously across national star networks, reaching even the remotest planets. Normally, every new product released by Shiwan would create waves of interest, with people habitually following their updates. Today's vigorous promotion pushed everyone's curiosity to an extreme peak. As predicted by Yuan and others after watching the ad, an unprecedented wave of excitement suddenly surged forward. For such inexpensive yet delicious natural foods, everyone held great anticipation. Faced with such unexpected good news, people were originally hesitant to believe it. But because of Shiwan's excellent reputation and undeniable innovation in culinary arts, most importantly, as the founder of Shiwan and Yuan, she was the girlfriend of the war god, everyone began to firmly believe that what was advertised must be true. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, waiting for an hour seemed unbearably long. People eagerly anticipated being the first to grab the latest products, and Yuan and her team gathered around in the meeting room, closely monitoring feedback online. So far, everything went smoothly, except Shiwan's official platform was overwhelmed with messages flying by nonstop. Under everyone's anticipation, finally, the time for the new item to go up arrived. In addition to having pre-arranged physical supermarket deals, Shiwan also collaborated with several online platforms, which immediately opened sales at 10 o'clock. Leaving aside the fact that online stocks disappeared within less than a second, people stationed outside supermarkets nearly started fights. Despite Shiwan implementing a policy limiting each person to buy only one package to prevent chaos, unforeseen incidents still occurred. In order to taste the new items as soon as possible, people employed all kinds of tricks, paying high prices to buy from others, finding backdoors through connections, or some more eccentric individuals even hacked sellers' star nets just for a single pack of instant noodles, which indeed amazed Yuan greatly. We are fully producing. Please be patient. Shiwan's website kept informing the public that they would ramp up production so everyone can enjoy. The lucky ones who managed to purchase the first batch of instant noodles immediately processed them into half-cooked forms as per the method shown in the ads. This is delicious. I never thought I'd eat such cheap and tasty food in my lifetime. Wah, this is the first time I've eaten anything besides nutritional supplements. I am crying in awe. The red braised beef noodle is absolutely scrumptious. It rivals restaurant dishes and at such a low price. I can make this my 3 meals a day. People upstairs, please don't be greedy. Let us who haven't even smelled it yet try too, alright? I only managed to snatch a sip of soup from my colleague, but it was worth getting beaten up. When can we all taste it again, sisterin? I bought the spicy and sour pork chop noodles. It's so tasty. Every bite makes me reluctant to finish it quickly. I got the spicy chicken chunk noodles. It tastes better than anything I've had at restaurants, except I only got one bite before it was taken away by my parents. I feel tempted to steal it back, disrespectful as it may sound. The mixed vegetable flavor noodles are amazing too, full of different veggies. And I adore the clear soup seafood noodles too. My family lucked out getting 2 packs, hee hee. Ah, you're all too lucky. Why do I always get bad fortune? The universe isn't fair. Nope, you're not alone. There are 8 people in my family, and we're all cursed non-African players, a net slang referring to unlucky gamers. Right now, I just hope I can get a whiff within 3 days. Oh, please have mercy on me, sisterin. Bossin, look at me. Sisterin, favor me. Mrs. General, notice me. Within 3 hours, the entire Star Network buzzed about Shiwan's new product, instant noodles. Yuan, how about we make instant noodles the employee meal today? We'll get free publicity while at it. Dai Guogua excitedly proposed as the employees below had already reacted many times. Thinking about the nearly 3 billion spent as advertising costs to make today's first step unexpected, and Yuan felt a bit heartache, but she was no longer concerned about this money. It's fine. We've kept it confidential for a while and haven't told everyone yet. Today, we must let everyone taste our new products well. Thus, that noon, the employees of Shiwan caused public resentment because they inadvertently posted on the StarNet that their work meal for the day was exactly the instant noodles everyone had scrambled for in vain, and these were supplied to employees without limit. Ah, what kind of divine company is this? Stop me. I'll quit and join them immediately. Does sister need more staff? Highly skilled and with super degrees. I don't want a salary, just meals every day. Me too. I'm an economics PhD, worked in one of the world's top 5 enterprises. I don't want a salary either. Damn, it's too cutthroat. Sisterin, look at me. Need any investments? Extremely high profits. Just send me a few more bags of instant noodles. The people in the meeting room weren't idle either, continuing to contact the factory to expand production and negotiate cooperation with the constantly increasing distributors coming and seeking partnerships. After the day ended, and Yunan and others remained in the meeting room for summaries, Dai Guogua glanced through the materials prepared by her assistant. So far, no company has approached us for cooperation. This was also within our expectations. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses. After all, the profit margin here is too low, and the risks are too high. Their concerns are normal. And Yunan thought today's start went quite smoothly. Based on today's reaction, people still have good acceptance of instant noodles. As long as we keep going, it will definitely become the inevitable trend. Sooner or later, someone will take the initiative to approach us. Dai Guogua beamed with excitement. That's right. I reckon those big companies can't sit idly now. In a couple days, after MON represents Taishan Corporation to partner with us, they'll probably feel even more anxious. I'll arrange for people to quickly investigate the family group. They won't dare to meddle. Yan Qingzhou knew what Yunan worried most was various powerful families uniting to cause trouble, and he wouldn't let this happen. I trust you. And Yunan smiled faintly at him. It was indeed he who understood her most, but you should be careful too. I don't want this matter to affect your prospects. After all, he was currently the presidential candidate, and she didn't want him tarnished with accusations of nepotism due to her. Chapter 198. The first day of a new product launch by Shi Yuan immediately drew nationwide attention. For nearly 100 years, this was the first time that the Star Alliance Republic had seen food that could replace nutrient solution. Of course, this was a moment worth paying attention to and commemorating. Unlike the eager anticipation of the general public, major nutrient solution manufacturers, represented by various influential families, immediately recognized the impact this new product would bring when they saw Shi Yuan's advertisement broadcast. If instant noodles were truly allowed to increase production further and even replace nutrient solutions, the impact would be significant enough to threaten their very foundations. As a result, these companies faced two choices: either abandon the current nutrient solution market and seek cooperation with Shi Yuan, which would require large initial investments and offer low profits, even running the risk of losses if things went awry, or, at the early stage when Shi Yuan was still establishing itself and before it fully occupied the market, completely stifle them in their infancy. However, behind Shi Yuan stood Bian Qingzhou, the future president, and the effects of the earlier Berwick incident were yet to fade, as the Bian family continued its thorough cleansing of the entire business sector. Each option had its pros and cons, making it difficult for the companies to make a decision, leaving all enterprises in a passive position. In a quiet study within the Yin family compound, "Grandfather, given Yunan's capabilities now, perhaps we should leave her alone," said Yin, who had been recently preoccupied assisting with official investigations. During this period, he gradually came to know some truths he had once refused to believe. He remembered hearing from grandfather and that people like Berwick had ties to space pirates, and he had always disdained such individuals deeply. Later, when the National Security Bureau required his testimony, although doubts about internal issues did cross his mind, he subconsciously overlooked these possibilities. It wasn't until recently, after frequently interacting with the investigators, that he slowly began to realize that grandfather and Hong, the patriarch of the Yin family, might have had long-term private dealings with Abedu. However, he couldn't directly accuse his grandfather. The Yin group is large and influential. Even after the purging, there will still be assets remaining, and Yin said, lowering his head so that the grandfather wouldn't see the complex emotions in his eyes. And Hong remained calm on the surface. "You have disappointed me greatly. You are not a qualified successor. Ensuring our family's century-old legacy continues, by any means necessary, is something you should engrave in your bones." And Yin silently stood there. He knew that everything grandfather had done was to protect the Yin family and help it rise higher. Perhaps he truly wasn't a competent successor. Unlike the old man, he could not adopt such ruthless measures. And Yunnan is indeed much smarter than I initially thought. Let's put aside the past events temporarily. There happens to be a good opportunity for the Yin family to catch its breath. Do you know what to do? Grandfather and didn't pay attention to his grandson's reluctance. Shi Yuan probably won't cooperate with our Yin family anymore. And Yin clearly understood what the grandfather implied. He wished to take advantage of this opportunity to establish a partnership with Shi Yuan, tying their fates together. The timing couldn't be better since Shi Yuan currently lacks an active enterprise partner, so they won't refuse. But I estimate they'll try to persuade the Taino family first. So, we may not be their best choice, and Yin still felt uneasy about it. And Hong furrowed his brows lightly, looking more displeased. So what you need to do now is to secure cooperation with Shi Yuan ahead of Tainan Enterprises, not hesitating here. And Yin lifted his head and met his grandfather's gaze briefly, trying a few times to open his mouth, but finally agreed reluctantly. "All right, grandfather, I understand." The intended advice stayed unspoken. Meanwhile, another family was also restless. "Mr. AI, this is quite a big move by Shi Yuan. What should we do?" On AI Huey's holographic screen, the advertisement for instant noodles kept looping. "What a big surprise you've kept from us. This is truly challenging indeed." This certainly posed a dilemma for every group involved. What to choose? Of course, we go with what the masses want. The assistant failed to fully grasp his meaning. Who exactly were the masses? Do you mean we should observe how other major families act? TSK, other major families. AI Hui laughed sarcastically. Take a look. How many real families are left? And family treading carefully, move family desperate to play it safe. Shengshi Group, not being a traditional aristocratic family, and Taino House having openly allied with the Bian family. Tell me, where's the value in following their lead among such a crowd? So, what should our AI fan family decide then? The assistant still couldn't figure out what he was thinking. If everyone loves instant noodles so much, we, naturally, will respect the demands of our customers. Oh, now he understood. His boss had chosen to cooperate with Shi Yuan. But the price of instant noodles is extremely low, there's hardly any profit. One small misstep, and they might lose quite a bit. Whom are you implying that I lack the decisiveness of someone from Shi Yuan? Would he really fear losing money on something someone else dared to do? Of course not. The assistant shook his head repeatedly. He knew what kind of person his boss was. I believe in your judgment. Tisk, but there's a stupid girl who seems unsuited for investigative work, so we'll just have her stick to what she does best. AI Hui raised an eyebrow, quickly formulating a new plan. You're right. Su Miao, that fool, couldn't even figure out what her master was doing. Luckily, her cooking skills are decent, so we'll just have her hand over the instant noodle recipe to us. AI Hui implicitly agreed with the assistant's view. This matter isn't urgent. I'll wait for her to bring it to me herself. Another family was also deep in heated discussion, the Taino family. As Moen had predicted, ever since Mr. Taino returned from the Bian family's birthday banquet, his father had already agreed to support Shi Yuan's choice. However, Tai Mountain Group, which had many family shareholders, didn't all agree with this decision. Especially after Sure Yuan's advertisement aired, and everyone saw the incredibly low price point. Many opposed with both hands. Are you all crazy? You're abandoning such a lucrative market for nutritional solutions just to invest in a project that may lose money. Shareholder A roared furiously. Exactly. This is insane, and I won't agree to it. Shareholder B chimed in. Just hold your horses for a second. I think Mr. Tino has reasons for making this suggestion. Why don't we hear him out first? Of course, there were supporters as well. Humph, then please enlighten us. I want to hear your reasons. Shareholder A sneered coldly. Mon sat beside his father, almost unable to restrain himself any longer. He'd been wanting to deal with these old guys for a while now. It was only because they shared the Tino surname that he had been holding back for so long. Today was a good opportunity to clean up the internal mess within the group. At his father's signal, Mon stood up and moved to the front. Dear leaders of Time Mountain Enterprises, I wonder if you've paid attention to the recent situation of Group. What do you want to say? Why bring up the Yin family when there's nothing wrong with them? Shareholder A was very upset at the mention of the Yin family, once a leading noble house. Mon's smile didn't reach his eyes. It carried a hint of hostility. I mean to say that if the Tino family doesn't change, we'll end up like the next Yin family. Would you all like to try that? Chapter 199. With his slap, Shareholder A stood up abruptly. You, how dare you speak? Mon shot back without hesitation. I'm saying that if Mount Tai Corporation continues to be controlled by you short-sighted old men, it's probably not far from bankruptcy. The elderly shareholder was so angry that his face turned red, as others tried to calm him down, while consoling and blaming the chief culprit in front of them. What had started as a well-conducted shareholders meeting suddenly turned into a chaotic mess. Mr. Tino helplessly adjusted his forehead and gave a harsh glare at the stubborn fool who knew no tact, signaling for him to tone down a bit later. The blond man showed no reaction after being hinted at by his father. He continued with his cutting remarks. The reason you all act so confidently is that you rely on my relationship with Bien Qingzhou, thinking that during the Bien family's cleansing of the business world, they will go easy on the Tino family. But let me tell you, it's impossible. These old fellows were certainly aware that the Bien family had been diminishing the power of influential families. They thought that through his relationship with Zhao Qingzhou, they could become the financial backers supporting the next president. What a dream. You probably don't know this yet, do you? The owner of Shengshi Group is actually Bien Qingzhou, meaning your plans have been wrong from the very start. This statement felt like thunder out of a clear sky, shocking everyone present speechless. Even Mr. Tino himself was utterly dumbfounded. He didn't know whether he should be astonished by the capabilities of the young Bien family member or upset over his own son's concealment. Is what you say true? Shareholder B painfully voiced the shared sentiment of everyone present. They knew deep down that anything said by the blond man must be true. Now losing their previous audacity, they resembled deflated balloons, listless and dispirited, because they understood that Tino now had absolutely no advantage. It was no longer an option to directly confront the Bien family. However, giving up the highly profitable nutritional agent market was still unpalatable to them. We can submit to the Bien family, but why do we have to choose to cooperate with Sure Yuan? Shareholder A was still putting up a spirited resistance. Of course we can, Mon grinned. Once nutritional agents are completely replaced by instant noodles, you can reconsider other options then. But by that time, his unsaid words conveyed a clear message. By that time, Mount Tai Corporation would likely have lost all its advantages. The dissenting shareholders began to waver. Indeed, the Bien family was currently like the sword hanging over their heads. Abandoning the nutritional agent market now was the only way to preserve Mount Tai Corporation, and cooperating with Sure Yuan was the only way for it to continue developing. After realizing these points, most of the shareholders ceased opposing Mon's proposal. Only a few elderly individuals, reluctant to part with the lucrative dividends, persisted. Standing in front, Mon took in every expression of the shareholders below. Seeing those two obstinately resisting old men, his patience was nearly spent. If you two are dissatisfied with my suggestion, you're entirely free to sell your shares at the current market price. I, representing the Tino family, agree with your actions. Normally, in such a family business, shares couldn't be sold casually. However, transactions between family members were permissible. What exactly do you mean? Shareholder A was enraged, though he was also somewhat swayed, but spurred on by irritation, decided to oppose the foolish young man again. Aren't the two of you afraid that, without the substantial income from nutritional agents, your future dividends will significantly decrease? Better sell your shares before the stock market falls. Mon glanced at the rest of them. Everyone here might consider this. I cannot guarantee that your future dividends will remain on par with today's. He preferred to make things crystal clear now with this group of people, avoiding endless trouble later, and simultaneously cleaning out the parasites within the company. Truly, a perfect plan that benefits both. Although Mr. Tino felt the boy's methods were too aggressive, there was no denying that his objectives had been achieved. All right, that's all for today. Everyone go home and think clearly, and we'll hold the final shareholders meeting 2 days from now. After the meeting was adjourned, the father and son returned home together. Why give them so much time? I'm waiting to give Nan a reply. Mon complained about his father being too generous to them. You brat, isn't it because you pushed things too far today? I'm just covering your back, understand? You ingrate. Mr. Tino swatted him angrily. Tisk, I've long disliked them. Hope they're smart enough to sell their shares. The blond man grumbled unhappily. You. Sigh. Mr. Tino helplessly poked his head. Well, anyway, this company is yours in the future. You can do whatever you want. His tone was full of resignation. Old man, rest assured, I won't ruin it. Mon playfully promised his father. While N was anxiously waiting for the big families to find fault, an unexpected person approached her. N, I didn't actually want to come to you, but since I am still a member of the N family, I must consider the future of our clan. After a day of hesitation, Yin finally came to Yuan. Does this mean you want to cooperate with Yuan? And N never imagined that the first person to approach would be from the Yin family. Even more surprisingly, they were not there to cause trouble, but to seek cooperation. Yes. The smile on Yan's face was somewhat forced. He too knew it wasn't entirely appropriate, especially after learning that Nan's parents, his own uncle and aunt, had died at the hands of space pirates, and yet his grandfather had connections with the pirate leader. He once thought he had no face to come meet her. But today, he still came, perhaps unable to bear watching the Yin family decline and unwilling to become just another ordinary person without prestigious lineage. You know the current situation of the Yin family. I hope to achieve a transition through cooperation with Yuan. Without holding back, Yin revealed all of his thoughts to her. Transition? Is this your idea or Grandpa N's idea? And N cut straight to the core of the issue. Though she wasn't sure what kind of transition he envisioned, it surely wouldn't leave the Yin family unscathed. I admit you are incredibly sharp. He seemed to be more suited for the business world than himself. Working with you is Grandpa's idea. Transforming the Yin family is my idea. To be honest, you might be daydreaming. And N said bluntly, the control of the Yin family still lies in the hands of the old man. Even if you have any ideas, it will be impossible for you to implement them. I understand. Everything you've said, I already know. But I can't convince Grandpa to change his mind. He regards Yin group as extremely important. He won't agree to a sweeping reform. Frankly speaking, and N didn't care at all about the rise and fall of the Yin group. All their misfortunes were self-inflicted. Seeing her indifferent expression, Yin understood she had no intention to cooperate with the Yin family. And having anticipated rejection, he wasn't overly disappointed. I know you don't feel much for the Yin family. Let me remind you, I always feel something strange about Grandpa's attitude towards you. I have a hunch that Grandpa may have some method that could make you compromise. Be cautious about this. As he left, he couldn't help but warn her one last time. Chapter 200. And Yunan's expression changed instantly after hearing the words. Was he talking about the Yin family recipe book? How did Grandpa know that she wanted the recipe book? Wait a moment, she stopped him. Thank you for telling me all this. If you can fully take over Yin group, I can consider cooperating with you. This would be her way of expressing gratitude, but on the condition that he could sideline Grandpa and seize the power in the Yin family. And Yin clearly understood what she meant. Though her words stirred his heart, he was well aware of his own limitations. Thank you for giving the Yin family this opportunity. Still, he didn't reject her proposal outright. The news of the Yin family reaching out to Yuan quickly spread across the entire business circle. What were they planning? Could they be trying to use their connection with Yunan to collaborate with them first? But how could they willingly give up their original highly profitable industry? Mon, why don't you go check on the situation at Yuan? Mr. Tai Nuo couldn't contain his uneasiness anymore. They had already decided to cooperate with Yunan, but since it was agreed in the shareholders' meeting to give everyone 3 days to think it over, who knew that the Yin family would beat them to it? Who knew whether or not they could secure the most advantageous terms then? Hey Dad, why so restless? After all, there are still 2 days until the second shareholders' meeting. No need to rush. The blonde man blocked his father with his own earlier words. You damn brat, is this really the time for backtalk? This concerns the future of our Taishan enterprise. The blonde man saw his old man was truly agitated, so he consoled him slowly. Relax, little Nan won't easily team up with the Yin family. Even if she did cooperate, it wouldn't affect their Tai Nua family. Just make sure you have everything figured out. On the Tai Nua side, things settled down after receiving the accurate information. Still, many powerful enterprises felt extremely anxious. For example, the already declining Mu family. Mu Haitian originally dreamed of using this opportunity to form an alliance with other major families, intending to suppress the newly established Yuan together. But this was merely his one-sided wish. Given the current complicated situation, no one was willing to lead the charge, especially since the Bien family stood behind Yuan. Mr. AI, may I ask what your plan is? Mu Haitian no longer relied on other families now, but this person was different. What is Mr. Mu talking about? Of course, I intend to keep running my AI May group well. AI Hui didn't even glance at the projection in front of him once. Do you plan to cooperate with Yuan? His tone was filled with disbelief. AI Hui, are you serious about this? Mu Haitian was utterly furious. Didn't this man know about the relationship between that woman and Yunnan and Bien Qingzhou? If the Bien family found out all the things this person had done, everything this person arranged in Shangyong would be ruined. When did my decisions require Mr. Mu's approval? AI Hui casually said one sentence, which instantly froze Mu Haitian completely. After a long while, Mu Haitian finally accepted the reality. If you need any help, Mr. AI, please let me know anytime. Although the Mu family isn't as strong as before, we're still useful. I'll remember that. AI Hui responded indifferently before hanging up the video call. Mr. AI, do we really want to cooperate with Yuan? The assistant carefully asked from the side. Of course. The new products launched by Yuan are unstoppable. They picked a great timing. In other circumstances, these powerful families united might have suppressed them, but now that's impossible. The Bien family continues reshuffling. Every faction is trembling with fear. This disorganized sand has ultimately no possibility of gathering again. so they could only go along with the current flow. So when should we schedule our visit with them? AI Hui revealed a delighted smile as if thinking of something. We don't need to make the first move. Someone will come knocking on our door. They had a very useful pawn in place. The assistant didn't quite understand his superior's meaning, but before he could delve deeper, he heard the light computer ringing again. Big brother AI, it's Xiao Miao here. Are you busy now? Am I disturbing you? Not at all. I'm happy to receive your call. At this moment, AI Hui's smile deepened further. He never expected this girl could contact him so soon. I'm on leave today, feeling a bit bored, so I thought about contacting you. Su Miao was indeed having nothing to do since Shi Yuan's new product launch. Everyone seemed very busy, and even Mo and hadn't contacted her for quite some time. How can you be bored? Your company should be quite busy, right? AI Hui smoothly led the conversation towards Shi Yuan's affairs. Yeah, they're so busy that their feet don't touch the ground, but it doesn't have much to do with me. She felt as if she wanted to help, but didn't know how. It was like she would only cause more trouble. She completely forgot about the 2 major accidents she had caused before. You can use your own strengths to help your master. Isn't your culinary skill pretty good? You can help develop more flavors. AI Hui guided her patiently. But this time, Master has been personally working on the research herself. She probably wouldn't give a damn about my skills. Su Miao felt a bit sour inside. Before, whenever her master did something, she would let her help on the side while also teaching her cooking. But this time, her master didn't even tell her a single word, let alone teach her anything. But I think with Xiao Miao's talent, you can totally figure it out yourself. I think your culinary skills are amazing and not one bit worse than your master's. Big brother AI, do you really think I'm not inferior to my master? Su Miao looked at the person in the projection with shining eyes. Of course not. AI Hui naturally wouldn't reveal his true thoughts. Yes, you're very gifted. It's just that in Yunnan overshadows your light. Actually, if not for being in Yunnan's disciple, they wouldn't have approached her. Thank you, big brother AI. Su Miao looked very excited. In fact, I've secretly tried to replicate some of the instant noodles my master made. I feel like the taste is almost there. AI Hui's eyes flashed with a keen insight. This girl already seemed quite dissatisfied with her master. I told you you're amazing. Big brother AI, will you try the instant noodles I made? I want you to see if they really taste the same as what my master makes. Of course I'd be willing. I haven't even managed to get hold of any new products from Shi Yuan yet. That's perfect. If you have time, why don't you come over now? Su Miao invited him eagerly. She dared not let anyone else know that she was making instant noodles, nor dared to let them eat it. So she could only ask AI Hui brother, whom she trusted a lot, to taste test it for her. Alright, I'll head over once I finish my current work, which should take a few hours. Yes, I'll wait for you at home. You go ahead and work, big brother AI, I won't bother you anymore. Su Miao quickly cut off the video call, determined not to waste a second. The assistant finally understood his boss's intention. Mr. AI, didn't you finish all your work for today? AI Hui didn't answer him. Waiting was always the most effective catalyst, and he intended to make that silly girl be extremely grateful to him. Chapter 201. Shi Yuan and Shengshi have been continuously expanding production, but they still cannot meet market demands. However, this process naturally takes time. 2 days later, Taishan Corporation announced another cooperation deal with Shi Yuan, to everyone's delight. Instant noodles are still in short supply, and most people haven't even had the chance to try the new food that can replace nutritional agents yet. Now, with another major company joining in production, it's believed that it won't be long before everyone gets a taste. Nan, are you really just going to hand over the recipe to us? This collaboration was again represented by Tai Nua on behalf of Taishan Corporation. The Tai Nua family had just finished a shareholders meeting yesterday. Shareholders focused on profit decided to sell off their shares, which was perfect as Mon intended to consolidate his group's control, so he spent over 100 billion star coins to buy them out. At the same time, this created a cash flow problem for Taishan Corporation, but he still had no intention of taking advantage of Shi Yuan. His father, who was indecisive today, only made him furious, so he came alone without bringing anyone else. Of course, am I not trustworthy? And Yunnan saw the blonde man come alone today, and thus spoke casually. I never planned to make money from the recipe. I just want to expand production. Aren't you giving me an unfair advantage because our corporation is having financial difficulties? The blonde man was conflicted inside. He knew she certainly didn't need the money, but he couldn't just accept something others might not care about without hesitation. Alright, stop overthinking. Bian Xingzhou shook his head at how much this guy has changed recently. In any case, instant noodles profits don't compare to nutrition supplements. If we charged you more, your Taishan Corporation probably wouldn't last more than a few years. Hey, our Taishan Corporation isn't as weak as you say. Mon no longer felt torn inside. You've just recovered 10% of Taishan's shares, right? How do you have extra money? Bian Xingzhou kept revealing the actual state of affairs. Of course I do. The Tai Nua family is one of the 5 great families. A few 100 billion star coins is nothing. The blonde stubbornly stood his ground. That's enough, you two. And Yunnan couldn't help herself and interrupted. Wasn't this supposed to be a discussion about cooperation? Why did it turn into a competition? With Tai Nua's leadership, there will surely be more cooperative parties knocking on our doors soon. Mon, you guys better hurry up and put everything into production. Rest assured, even if you didn't mention it, I'd take action immediately. I plan to seize this opportunity to build some credibility. Mon stopped paying attention to his good friend's teasing. Then go back to work quickly. Don't stand here blocking the view. Bian Xingzhou rudely began to kick him out. I should have known with you here. I'd visit another day. The blonde elegantly rolled his eyes. He's joking. We must share at least one meal together before you leave. And Yunnan suggested earnestly. Since Nanan has personally invited me, how could I not accept this offer? The blonde proudly arched his eyebrows toward the man beside her, clearly unwilling to do as told. And Yunin ignored these childish provocations and started arranging lunch directly. No need for all this formality. I just want instant noodles, enough to eat my fill. Moen quickly interrupted when she seemed to be making reservations at a restaurant. Haven't you eaten enough already? I thought Xiao Miao would have sent you a bunch. Miao Miao did send a lot, but my old man gave them all away as gifts. If you want to eat enough, just go straight to the warehouse and carry home a few crates to enjoy slowly. We're not accompanying you anymore. Bian Qingzhou didn't hide his disdain. Hey, Qingzhou, why are you targeting me everywhere today? What did I do to upset you? Yeah, you did something wrong. Bian Qingzhou directly took responsibility. And Yunin also found it particularly surprising that tensions arose between these two. Before the blonde could ask, they heard. You've already taken up hours of my girlfriend's time without any sense of guilt. If it weren't for our friendship over the years, I'd have thrown you out long ago. This ridiculous logic made the blonde laugh angrily. Cooperation was agreed upon early. It was mutually beneficial. How does it seem like he's reaping all the benefits? And today I'll stay precisely because of that. Another round of verbal battles followed, and Yunin listened silently, as if watching a comedy performance. Finally, Bian Qingzhou snapped. Go now? I'm taking my girlfriend back to rest. She's been running around all week nonstop. If you know what's good for you, you'll disappear quickly. Moen hadn't expected that his constant urge to leave was actually for this reason. Why didn't you just say that earlier? I thought you were crazy today. Just as someone was about to blow up again, the man quickly stood up. I won't disturb the two of you then. Little Nan, take care of yourself. I'll be leaving now, bye. With that, he instantly disappeared from the meeting room. He could already feel a cold breeze coming from behind, but thankfully, he ran fast enough. It's unbelievable that you two grew up together. Anyone else would have broken ties with you long ago. And Yunin looked at the rapidly departing blonde man and felt slightly exasperated with the man beside her. I'm just telling the truth. If you look at the dark circles under your eyes, it's clear you haven't rested well these few days. Bian Qingzhou tenderly stroked her cheek, feeling a bit pained. Things will settle down after this phase is over, and I'll take care of myself. And Yunin also knew he was concerned for her. With Taishan Corporation taking the lead now, things will surely go smoothly afterward. Don't worry so much. Go home early to rest today, alright? Okay, I'll listen to you. Thus, the two left Shi Yuan early again, and the company employees had long since become accustomed to their boss skipping work regularly. As they had just walked to the door, they coincidentally met Su Miao. Master, General, are you two going out? Little Miao, are you looking for Moen? Both in Yunnan and Su Miao spoke at the same time. I'm looking for you, Master. It has nothing to do with Moen. Looking for me? Then let's head upstairs and talk. And Yunnan glanced lightly at the man beside her and then pulled him back to the office together. If you had come earlier, you'd have met Moen. And Yunnan knew that neither of them had time to meet recently, and it was such a good opportunity missed, which she found somewhat regrettable. What did he come here for? Su Miao casually asked. Of course, it was to discuss cooperation with us. And Yunnan had no intention of hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Su Miao slightly lowered her head, a contemplative expression appearing in her eyes. Come in and sit down. And Yunnan had some tea brought in. What's on your mind? Master, Su Miao felt uneasy inside. She didn't know if what she was about to say would upset her master. I experimented with making instant noodles at home and wanted you to check how mine turned out. Originally, she wasn't bold enough to tell her master, but after inviting Elder AI to try them and listening to his words that day, she found them very reasonable. Chapter 202. That day, after Su Miao had made various flavors of instant noodles from Food Edge, she invited AI Hui to help her taste test them. She waited all day for him to finally finish his work and arrive. AI big brother, you've finally come. Come and try my cooking. Alright, then I won't be shy. AI Hui knew how eagerly she was anticipating his feedback, so he directly took the bowl she pushed towards him and started eating. This is extremely delicious, even better than what I've tasted in restaurants outside. He kept praising while he ate. Finally, Su Miao's heart settled, and she smiled happily. Then I can rest easy. AI big brother, there are other flavors here. Would you like to try them? Thus, AI Hui ended up eating 5 bowls of noodles. Although the taste was genuinely good, he almost felt like throwing up. Xiao Miao, you should have more confidence. The noodles you made are truly fantastic. What's the use of being tasty when I don't even dare let the master know? Su Miao suddenly looked somewhat sad. She knew that, in fact, the noodles she made were still slightly worse than those made by Yunnan. In fact, you could just tell your master outright, and let her also try your skills. I think she will be proud of you. Can I really tell her? Yes, trust me. Encouraged by AI Hui, Su Miao decided to go to the company as he suggested and find her master. After confessing everything to Yunnan, her heart leapt into her throat, afraid that the other party would be unhappy. However, Yunnan was delighted instead upon hearing it. Of course, I knew you were very talented. Let me see the instant noodles you made. Master, please wait a moment. I'll go get them right away. Finally at ease, Su Miao rushed off to retrieve the insulated box stored elsewhere. This girl truly has ambition. Watching her hastily leave, and Yunnan felt deeply gratified. Bian Qingzhou seemed to have a different perspective, but seeing her full of joy, he didn't say anything and simply concurred. Yes, after all, she's your most promising disciple. I hope she doesn't disappoint you. For the information he had uncovered earlier, he did not divulge any of it to her. And Yunnan thought he was referring to secretly studying culinary arts. I'm confident in her. You should give her a thorough test later. Within a few minutes, Su Miao returned with a burst of energy. Behind her followed a robot helping carry several servings of instant noodles. Once inside, she quickly handled them according to standard preparation methods. During the waiting process, Yunin casually chatted with her about her relationship progress with Moore. Upon learning about their snail-paced development, much like a curse, she silently cheered for the blonde man once again in her heart. All right, time's up. Master, come try this. Su Miao had been keeping an eye on the time and didn't want to wait another second before speaking. Afterward, she glanced toward the man who seemed somewhat unfriendly over there. And Yunan pulled Bian Qingzhou to sit by the table. Seeing the eager look of the girl beside them, she didn't delay further and immediately opened the insulated box in front of her. A surge of steaming hot water vapor instantly rose up, enveloped with a strong aroma rushing towards them. Just the smell indicated it was already quite excellent. Next, she picked up her chopsticks and began eating the noodles, which were the classic red braised beef flavor. The noodles were chewy, but not slippery enough, probably because the egg proportion wasn't quite right. Then she took a large bite of beef. The sauce aroma was potent, the meat texture firm and flavorful. It was already very good, but if the juice was reduced a bit more to lock in the taste, it would have been even closer to perfection. Finally, she lifted the bowl and sipped the soup. One could taste that it was a very authentic beef bone broth, but due to its overconcentration, it became a big flaw. If paired with some light vegetables, it would highlight the freshness of the broth. But since both the main topping and the concentrated bone broth were heavy, they dragged each other down. How is it, master? Are there any areas that need improvement? Su Miao humbly asked, but the pride in her eyes was impossible to conceal. All these achievements were entirely of her own research. But in Yunnan, to give her disciple face, was still busy finishing the noodles. No matter what, she had to finish eating the noodles personally made by the other party, even though she was already nearly sick of eating them earlier. While eating, she expressed her thoughts on the trial taste, as a teacher should point out the flaws in her students' work to make improvements possible. I'm really happy that you're actively studying these things. I think in the future, you can develop other flavors. When Yunin pointed out her problems, Su Miao's expression immediately soured. Her self-proclaimed most successful piece was criticized so harshly. Moreover, saying she should invent new flavors. Wasn't that indirectly boasting? Wasn't it mocking her for never being able to surpass the other? She felt incredibly angry. How dare her master humiliate her like this? But she quickly composed her expression, forcing a smile onto her face. Thank you for your guidance, master. I'll go and try again. You really are so talented, master. I wonder when I'll ever become as great as you. Observe more, study more, and practice more, and naturally, you'll improve. I don't have time to teach you every day, so it's up to you to comprehend and practice on your own. A teacher can only lead you through the door. The rest of the path depends on personal effort, so ultimately it comes down to oneself. I understand. How could Su Miao even listen? She still thought in Yu Nen was holding back, refusing to teach her the true skills. I've already disturbed both you and General Bien today. I won't delay your important matters any longer. I'll leave now. Are you leaving so soon? Is something the matter? And Yunin was just thinking about how long it had been since they last gathered with her disciples, and she wanted to invite them home for some fun. But Su Miao, who didn't want to stay another second, refused without hesitation. Yes, master, I need to buy some things for my younger brother. In that case, be safe on your way home. All right, master, see you later. After tidying up the office, and Yunan and Bian Qingzhou prepared to head home. That girl Xiao Miao is truly spirited. We should get her help in developing more flavors. There are only 5 flavors right now, and everyone will eventually get tired of them. And Yunan discussed with the person beside her along the way. Bian Qingzhou saw how far ahead she had already thought, and he couldn't bear to interrupt her. In the office earlier, he had watched her constantly shifting expressions from start to finish, especially the resentment in her eyes when she left. It was all clear to him. He no longer believed that girl was as innocent as before. How can you favor one over the other like this, master? You should also pay more attention to Zhonglei. He's your cousin after all. He has Grandpa Xiao's guidance now, so I naturally don't need to worry too much. But what you said is correct. I can let him help me develop different flavors together. After all, he is still part of the Jiang family, and Grandpa Xia has taught him for such a long time, so surely he can come up with some innovations. By the way, when are you going to introduce me to your Grandpa Xia? I've already met your parents several times, but I haven't visited your side of the family yet. That would be very disrespectful. And Yunin has always been independent. Before, Bian Qingzhou had used every trick in the book to tie her closer to him, neglecting her elders in the process. The in-family aside, there were already not many people left in the Jiang family, so he needed to carefully plan out the first meeting with the female side of her family. You want to meet my Grandpa Xia? This was too sudden. Though almost everyone in the entire republic knew about her relationship with Bian Qingzhou now, she hadn't personally told Grandpa Xia yet. So wouldn't it seem inappropriate if she directly brought him over? What's wrong? Is there an issue? Chapter 203. The problem is that I haven't officially mentioned you to Grandpa, and Yuna said bluntly. This time, even the usually resourceful General Bien was taken aback. He hadn't realized that his girlfriend had never mentioned him to her family. He believed that if it weren't for his high public profile, her elders might not even know of his existence. And yet, he had already started imagining how his proposal would go. You, find some time soon to have a good talk with Grandpa Jiang. His tone was one of exasperation. Okay, sure. And Yuna nodded meekly, aware of her fault, and thought to herself that she might seem like a scumbag man. No, a scumbag woman. Feeling guilty, she quickly shifted the topic. By the way, there are only 2 months left until the election conference. Are you ready? Are you nervous? Bian Qingzhou played along with her change in subject. There's nothing much to prepare for. I'm not nervous at all. I don't really covet this position anyway. If it weren't for the fact that the boat party's administration during their term had caused the removal of numerous officials, he wouldn't have been forced into this role. So aren't you about to have both military power and political power? And Yuna still felt somewhat surreal. This man was truly talented. He was practically standing at the peak of power. For a moment, she suddenly felt the distance between them was immense. He was right in front of her, but why did she feel like she couldn't grasp him? Duh. A dull sound came from her forehead. That hurts, she exclaimed while covering her forehead. It's good that you feel pain. What were you just thinking about? Bian Shengzhou gently rubbed her slightly reddened forehead, regretting the flick he had given her earlier. But seeing that girl's confused and uneasy look made him feel uncomfortable inside. He didn't understand why that girl suddenly seemed low-spirited. The vague mist in her eyes made him feel like he couldn't hold on to her. He couldn't allow her to have any kind of uncertainty. I'm just temporarily taking over. Once someone more capable comes along, I'll immediately resign as president. He wasn't overly passionate about power. If it caused her anxiety, then he'd rather give up the chance to be president. You're the candidate everyone hopes for. How can you be so capricious? And Yuna knew he had seen through her unease and could do these things for her. But she couldn't be so selfish. He was an exceptionally capable man, and she couldn't let his talent go to waste. Besides, for a long time, he had always been the one trying hard to get closer to her. Now, she didn't want to retreat or stay where she was. She also wanted to learn how to approach him. I want to take advantage of your success to further expand my food business. Bian Xingzhou's heart instantly settled down and even felt a bit warm and sweet. He heard the determination in his girlfriend's voice and was overjoyed. Then what about handing Shengshi Group to you instead? He silently added in his mind, as dowry. No way. And Yuna rejected it outright. She was looking forward to being the boss who just reaped the rewards without effort. How could she possibly take on another big responsibility? Fine, everything as you wish. As long as she stayed by his side, that was all that mattered. These two had firmly established their determination to move forward together, feeling even closer to each other. But while they were basking in sweetness, life wasn't as rosy for others. Take Mon, who had struck a deal with Food Edge. Upon returning to the company, he immediately gathered his team for a meeting to start putting the latest plans into production right away. However, because of the percentage of shares previously collected, if they wanted to go full-scale into production, the initial investment amount would be enormous, and the risks would be high. So many shareholders suggested keeping the initial scale small. But Mon wanted to achieve it all at once, leading to a deadlock between the two sides. Young man, you're still too rash. Let me tell you, this time, I vote against you. Mr. Tai Nua said sternly to his son after the meeting ended. It's you who are too stuck in your old ways. You've lost the adventurous spirit a businessman should have. Our Tashin enterprise needs to transform immediately, Mon told his father helplessly. Since they had already decided to abandon the original pillar industry, they needed to establish a new economic core as soon as possible. The longer they dragged on, the worse it would be for the company. After pondering for a while, Mr. Tai Nua was finally persuaded by his son. He sighed. I've become too complacent in these past years. Even the slightest disturbance makes me nervous. Thus, the future of the company will rely on you. All right, since I've already returned to the family, hand it over to me. Mon showed no intention of consoling his father. With Mr. Tai Nua's support, despite the continued opposition, under Mon's resolute attitude, they eventually managed to start the instant noodle line in full production as planned. As for Su Miao, who harbored resentment, she became increasingly angry after returning home. Still, she endured the frustration in her heart and, following her master's critique, reworked her recipe. After another taste test, it was indeed clear that her instant noodles were almost identical to those produced by Food Edge. In that moment, she acutely realized the gap between herself and her master. Perhaps my master is right. I might really be unable to surpass her. Thinking this, she felt even more deflated, feeling an immense sense of loss. Wanting to confide in someone, she initially thought of sending a video call to Mon, but, remembering his connection with Yuna, decided against contacting him. Big brother AI, are you busy right now? She then sent a video request to AI Hui. Not particularly. What's up? You seem a little down, AI Hui replied, having just finished a confidential conversation and not in the best mood himself. Still, he patiently connected with her. I want to see my master today. The instant noodles I made were dismissed as worthless by her. She even suggested I try developing other flavors, essentially implying that anything she makes, I can't surpass. I know I'm not as good as her, but does she have to be so harsh on me? Su Miao vented, speaking quickly in one breath. Do you want your master to look at you differently? AI Hui asked her directly. Of course I do, but right now, I can't make anything impressive enough to astonish her. Su Miao remained self-aware. I'll help you, AI Hui said confidently, an idea forming instantly. Perhaps they didn't need to collaborate with Food Edge after all. For now, follow your master's advice and experiment with some new flavors. Oh, all right. I'll listen to Big Brother AI, she agreed, though unclear about how he would assist her, knowing it would still be better than stewing alone at home. By the way, since Big Brother AI is helping me, I'd like to return the favor, Su Miao added, recalling how he had previously mentioned wanting to collaborate with Food Edge. Maybe she could play a role in facilitating their cooperation. AI Hui could easily see through her thoughts. Although he already had different plans, he did not reject the girl's well-meaning gesture, acknowledging that preparing for multiple options was wise. Thank you in advance. Big Brother AI, you don't need to be so polite. I haven't succeeded yet, Su Miao responded. Chapter 204. Now that Mount Tai Corporation has reached an agreement with Shiwan, you guys should hurry up too. Don't worry, I'll help you. Although Su Miao didn't know much about business matters, she understood the importance of seizing opportunities. AI Hui thought that given in Yunan's and Moan's relationship, even if he went to them now to discuss a partnership, it would probably still wait until Mount Tai launched their new product before anything could be finalized. He believed that in order to bolster Mount Tai, Xiwan would definitely do this. So even if this foolish girl were to say something, it wouldn't change anything. Xiaomiao, don't concern yourself with these things for now. It's better if you focus on developing new flavors. Only new flavors could capture everyone's attention and secure favorable market positioning. However, he wasn't ready to directly compete against Xiwan, so he still needed to find time to visit Xiwan. If they couldn't reach a deal, it would also naturally justify his launch of the newly researched flavors, without offending them too much. Big brother AI, my affairs can wait. They can be done anytime, but you're the president, and your matters are more important. I'll go to the company tomorrow and see if I can assist you. Su Miao thought since everything was centered around her, she had to help him secure the cooperation. There's no need. Just stay focused on what you're doing. I'm already connecting with Xiwan, and I want the partnership to depend on myself. AI Hui firmly refused the assistance, fearing that her interference might mess things up. Xiaomiao, I look forward to the new flavors you'll develop. I'll work hard on them, and once I'm done, I'll bring them to you for tasting right away. Su Miao felt her confidence return. Good, I'll wait for you. After finishing the video call, Su Miao re-emerged into the kitchen full of fervor to begin another round of experiments. At the same time, the Yin family was thrown into turmoil yet again. Recently, the companies under the Yin family's group had frequently encountered problems. Ever since Xiwan appeared out of nowhere, the Yin family's catering industry was affected, not just theirs alone, so this really wasn't a big issue. However, during the time and supported Berwider, they jumped to become one of the 5 most powerful families, making their actions increasingly overbearing and planting numerous trouble seeds. Once the Berwider clique fell, the hidden issues within the Yin family started to surface one after another. First came the fake goods scandal discovered at the Daily Chemical Company, then the astronomical amount of tax evasion by the film and television company. These successive mistakes led to the continuous shrinkage of the Yin family's industrial empire. All the higher-ups they used to have connections with had been cleared out, leaving no one left who could offer any help. The Yin family hadn't missed seeking out in Yunnan, wanting her to intercede with Bian Qingzhou, but all were intercepted by people sent by Bian Qingzhou. No matter how the Yin family cursed and spat, and Yunnan remained completely unaware of what happened. On that day, the shipping company under the Yin family also experienced problems. Illegal transportation of prohibited items through their port facilities was uncovered. Onqing Airlines, under the Yin family, was officially taken over, and the Yin family group was punished according to law. Despite being busy with many pressing issues, Yin returned to the police station once again. According to legal statutes, the Yin family not only had to pay a huge fine, but the relevant parties involved were sentenced to prison terms as well. Though Hong technically held the reins of power in the Yin family, it was impossible to let him bear responsibility. With frequent jail entries and frequent payment of fines, Yin had grown almost numb. After talking with Yunnan last time, he wasn't without thoughts about having the Yin patriarch relinquish control, but deep-seated compliance with his grandfather made him feel very conflicted. On one hand, he believed that his grandfather could manage keeping the Yin family intact. On the other hand, he thought if he took over, Yunnan might lend them a helping hand. Moreover, these endless troubles left him both physically and mentally exhausted. If things continued like this, the Yin family would inevitably fall apart, and by the time it survived, there'd probably be nothing left but an empty shell. Brother, what should we do? After paying a large sum in fines, Yin could temporarily go home. The moment he entered, he saw a man rushing towards him. To be honest, he'd rather stay in the police station than hear his family constantly asking him what to do. With an exhausted expression, he asked in return, "What do you think we should do?" The arrogance on Man's face had long vanished, replaced by fear and disarray. I don't know. Seeing the helplessness in her brother's eyes only increased her own anxiety. Or maybe we should try finding Yunnan again. She could only probe hesitantly. Yin took a deep breath. There's no point. I'll go upstairs to see grandfather. He thought it was time for a proper conversation. Standing outside the familiar study door on the 3rd floor, he hesitated for a while before finally deciding to knock. "Grandfather, I'm back." "All right, take a seat." And Hong's demeanor appeared no different from usual, but his gaunt cheeks indicated that he hadn't been faring too well recently. "What do you want to talk about with me?" the old man asked first. "Grandfather, at this point, do you have any solutions left?" And Yin wished to speak candidly and have a decent conversation with him. Grandpa turned his head towards the window, gazing into the distant sky. His gaze, however, was scattered, as if reminiscing over something. After quite some time, he brought his focus back. By now, there was nothing left worth hiding. "Do you know about the Yin family recipe book?" Before the grandson could react, Grandpa continued. "And Yunnan likely values that cookbook greatly. If we were to use it to bargain with her, perhaps we could save the Yin family." And Yan's mind immediately went into disarray. He understood each word clearly, yet couldn't grasp their underlying meaning at all. "Grandfather, what exactly does this mean? Given her current abilities, surely she doesn't need our Yin family recipe." The reputation of Baiwei Tower had long surpassed Garden. Hence, for Yunnan, the Yin family's recipe probably served absolutely no purpose. Grandpa paused. This recipe originally belonged to Jiang Baiwei. Thus, when he heard that Yunnan founded Baiwei Tower, he immediately realized that the girl must know something about the recipe. In fact, this was a misunderstanding. And Yunnan had named her restaurant casually, without realizing that it would confuse Grandpa. Snap! And Yin felt that none of the blows from the past few days compared to today's bolt from the blue. While he knew of the Jiang family, they had already withdrawn from the 5 great families 50 years ago, and now weren't even a shadow of their former selves. Even though he'd never heard of a connection between the Jiang and Yin families, he was still aware of the history of the Yin family. Relating this back to 50 years ago, when Grandpa Yin suddenly produced a cookbook to ascend to power, and Yin couldn't help but doubt its origins. What relation does Yin have to this cookbook? Despite his muddled thoughts, Yin didn't dare ask how the cookbook ended up in the Yin family. The girl's mother's surname was Jiang. She was the only daughter of the last person in charge of the Jiang family. And Hong's tone carried an indescribable emotion. Chapter 205. 50 years ago, the Yin family had been at the bottom of the 5 major families for over a decade. At that time, the person in charge was Hong's grandfather, who was about to select the successor of the Yin family. And Hong wasn't the one the old man favored most at the time, but his ambition did catch the elder's attention. In order to become the next leader of the Yin family, Hong devised a plan involving the Jiang family, who at the time had more prestige and power than him. He happened to know the Jiangs owned an extraordinary cookbook, and he thought if he could obtain it, it would definitely propel the Yin family even further. Through multiple calculations and manipulations by Hong, the newly appointed leader of the Jiang family soon became his friend, their relationship gradually deepening until they were almost like brothers. Then, a year later, when the Jiang family ran into minor business problems, Hong actively helped resolve them, deeply impressing Mr. Jiang. Consequently, Mr. Jiang eventually told Hong almost every secret. As competition within the Yin family reached its peak, Hong believed the timing was right. One day, seemingly casually, he mentioned to Mr. Jiang his curiosity about the Jiang Baiwei cookbook. Mr. Jiang, without any guard up, generously lent the cookbook to Hong, only for it never to return. With this cookbook, Hong directly expanded the scale of the Yin group further. The patriarch of the Yin family was quite satisfied with his actions and therefore handed over leadership to him. To further solidify his position in the Yin family, Hong claimed ownership of the Jiang family's cookbook. In order to elevate the Yin family further, he declared that this was a treasured heirloom passed down in the Yin family for 100 years. At first, Mr. Jiang refused to believe that his good brother, Hong, would do such a thing. Later, when he repeatedly sought answers and was turned away, he realized too late that he had invited a wolf into his home. After wallowing in self-reproach for some time, he finally decided to fight back properly, aiming to retrieve what belonged to the Jiang family. Hong knew that while having the cookbook, there was still no way they could surpass the Jiang family in the short term, so he started suppressing the Jiang family. Leveraging his past alliance with Mr. Jiang, he knew all of the Jiang family's weaknesses well. Soon enough, Jiang's group began experiencing numerous troubles, and Hong had already smoothed things over with other noble families beforehand. Thus, apart from Tai Nua House, which offered help, the rest chose to stand idly by with the Yin family. Within less than a year, the Jiang family faced bankruptcy and fell out of the 5 major families. Mr. Jiang lived in remorse and depression after that until the birth of his daughter, Jiang Jinhui. Only then did he slowly start to pick himself up, working together with the remaining members of the Jiang family to operate what remained of their industry. Jiang Jinhui felt since she understood her circumstances as a child, some relatives treated her warmly, while others detested her. Accurately speaking, they despised her entire family. Later, through some cousins, she learned about the events concerning the Jiang family and why, except for their uncles, the other Jiang family members hated them. So, she firmly resolved to reclaim the Jiang family's cookbook and expose Hong's dirty deeds to the public. 20 years later, the remnants of the Jiang family's industries continued to shrink. Now, there were merely dozens of restaurants left. Despite being the most talented chef in the Jiang family, because of the suppression by the Yin family, they had no chance of a comeback. During university, Jiang Jinhui unexpectedly met the young master of the Yin family, Zhixian. She instantly thought of a great way to infiltrate the Yin family. That was, to become Zhixian's wife. Though this method was cliched, it couldn't be denied that it was highly effective. Jiang Jinhui used her excellent culinary skills to draw Zhixian's attention step by step, then made him fall in love with her gradually. Everything went smoothly. However, one day, her father seemed to sense something. Jinhui, who is that boy? When Mr. Jiang saw the face of that young man, he immediately knew what was going on. He had always known his daughter's heart not. Dad, don't worry. I will surely get back what belongs to our Jiang family. Jiang Jinhui looked resolute. I'm not referring to that. I have let go of everything now. I only hope you and the younger generation can live peacefully. I don't want you to take such risks. Dad, I will never give up. I will certainly expose the evil deeds of the Yin family. Jinhui, I really don't want you to get involved. I'm afraid you'll risk yourself. Mr. Jiang kept persuading earnestly. Yet this didn't sway Jiang Jinhui's determination. Following that, she smoothly became Zhixian's girlfriend. Over this period of knowing Zhixian, she gradually recognized that this person seemed completely different from his father. He was sunny, straightforward, kind, and sincere, making her begin to feel uneasy inside. But seeing the current state of the Jiang family, she still couldn't give up her plan. Thus, under internal torment, she married Zhixian. During the time after her marriage, she lived happily. But when she saw the Jiang family members, she felt guilty, and seeing the Yin family filled her with anger. In this conflicted emotional state, several more of the Jiang family's restaurants were forced to close down. This caused Jiang Jinhui's wavering heart to finally decide again. After observing for several days, she eventually found an opportunity to sneak into Hong's study. Moreover, she had already learned from Zhixian about the hiding place of the cookbook, so she quickly found the safe hidden behind the bookshelf. However, at the same exact moment, Hong suddenly appeared, thus discovering Jiang Jinhui, along with her identity and purpose for coming to the Yin family. Then, Hong demanded that Zhixian immediately divorce her, but Zhixian refused, even after learning that Jiang Jinhui had married him with another intention. Similarly, Jiang Jinhui had also fallen deeply in love with the young master of the Yin family, who was unsullied by corruption. In the end, Zhixian took Jiang Jinhui and left the Yin family together, going far away to a remote planet called Aoda. Upon hearing this tale of events, Yin became completely dazed. His expression complicated. He looked at the old master before him, unsure of how to face him. I am telling you these things so that you understand. For the prosperity of the family, as the descendants of the Yin family, you must be unscrupulous. Hong no longer cared what his grandson thought about him now. To that girl, that cookbook is extremely important. You should take it to Xuan immediately. Do whatever it takes to ensure the safety of the Yin family. But Yin felt that he couldn't possibly have the face to go see Yuan again, let alone use someone else's possession to make a trade. After a few deep breaths, he raised his head again. Grandfather, there is another way to secure the Yin family. If you hand over your position right now. You. Hong's eyes first filled with fury, then began laughing loudly. Worthy of being my grandson, ambitious and knowing when to strike. Very good. Yin knew the elder misunderstood that he wanted power. However, he didn't want to explain it and reveal that it was Yuan's idea. So what are grandfather's thoughts? I can step down, but only after the crisis facing the Yin family has been resolved. Hong put forth the condition, which was also his final test for this grandson. All right, I understand. Yin said nothing more, nodded, and left. His eyes were calm, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Chapter 206. After Mount Tai Corporation, many other companies approached Shi Yuan for cooperation, and Yuan naturally welcomed them all. She had initially thought that the launch of instant noodles would cause dissatisfaction among many enterprises and possibly lead to a united boycott. However, the promotion of instant noodles went very smoothly and faced almost no obstacles. In fact, this was largely thanks to Bian Qingzhou's support behind the scenes. Everyone knew the relationship between the owner of Shi Yuan and him. Besides, they were also afraid of being remembered by the Bian family. So even if they wanted to suppress Shi Yuan, they did not dare to act rashly. Nan, have you talked about me with your maternal grandfather recently? Bian Qingzhou asked Yuan again one day. He wanted to visit her elder before he became president. Not yet. I've been too busy recently. In fact, she hadn't even thought of it. Well then, let's go see Mr. Jiang tomorrow or the day after. Which day suits you? The man directly gave her two options. He realized that if he waited for her arrangement, it might take ages. I can't. I'm busy. And Yuan refused without hesitation. It was a joke to meet her elders without proper preparation. I think your grandpa is probably waiting for me to go home and see him. Bian Qingzhou didn't feel awkward at all and followed her call. Look, our situation has already spread in the Star Alliance Republic, but you haven't formally introduced me to Mr. Jiang yet. He must be heartbroken. What he said made sense. Her time with her grandpa wasn't long, and she hadn't told the elderly man about such a big matter. If the old man misunderstood, it would be problematic. Seeing Yuan's expression seemed to change her mind, Bian Qingzhou quickly added, I will make Liao Shiji pay more attention to the company side. You just need to tell Daiguo what to care more. There won't be any issues. Since Bian Qingzhou considered everything carefully, and Yuan replied, all right, let's go see my grandpa together. She had nothing to worry about. Okay, we'll go tomorrow. Afraid of delaying, Bian Qingzhou immediately set the date for the next day. Rest assured, I have prepared the gifts properly. And Yuan swallowed the question she was about to ask. This man had planned everything beforehand. Crafty man. Yes, I have worried a lot about our future. He felt like he had a well-planned strategy. After arranging the company matters, and Yuan went to the suburbs early in the morning with Bian Qingzhou. My grandpa is a very amiable old man. He doesn't have high expectations for his juniors. He only hopes we live happily and comfortably. I really like him. On the way, and Yuan introduced her grandpa to her boyfriend. Don't worry, I'll definitely win Grandpa John's affection. Not necessarily. Don't think because you're a general or a president that Grandpa won't do anything to you. He will definitely scold and glare at you. And Yuan started giving him some warnings in advance. I know, I've been prepared. At home, his parents had reminded him countless times, especially his father, who recounted how difficult his future father-in-law was. It's good that you're prepared. And Yuan felt a little unbalanced inside. Why was she more nervous than him? An hour later, the two arrived at the small estate in the suburbs, where Zhang Lei was already waiting. Yunan, General, you're here. Please come in. Grandpa has been waiting. Zhang Lei, you don't need to meet me at the gate every time. We're not strangers. And Yuan walked inside with Bian Qingzhou. Yes, your family. But today you brought a guest over, right? They heard Zhang Old Man's unfriendly voice as soon as they entered the courtyard. From this tone, it was clear what attitude Zhang Old Man held towards someone. And Yuan glanced at the man beside her, giving him a look saying, handle it yourself. Then released his arm and cheerfully ran to the elder. Grandpa, we've come to see you. This is my boyfriend, Bian Qingzhou. Mr. Jiang, sorry to intrude without prior notice. Bian Qingzhou completely retracted his usual stern demeanor, displaying an elegant poise filled with modest respect. Every gesture showed a perfect demonstration of junior courtesies. Qingzhou conveys greetings from my parents to Mr. Jiang. This gentlemanly demeanor left Yuan speechless. It was the first time she saw him behave so ceremoniously, but indeed, he looked really good doing it. Cough, come in and sit down. Although Zhang Lao harbored significant displeasure toward this boy who had stolen his great niece, his facial expression clearly showed his disapproval. But out of respect for Bian Qingzhou's parents, he still invited them in. Sister Yunnan, Commander, please come in and take a seat. Zhang Yun was also at home today. She was extremely supportive of the couple, but as her grandfather had instructed yesterday to give the commander a hard time, she had to suppress her excitement. Sister Xiao Yun is at home today too? Surely you didn't take a special leave for this occasion. And Yunnan joked. No, Sister Yunnan, I just happen to have something to ask you. Would you mind coming upstairs with me? Zhang Yun led the person away as per her grandfather's instructions from yesterday. Of course, and Yunnan could see through the little girl's intentions. Sure, Grandpa and Qingzhou, you can chat casually while we step out for a bit. With that, she winked at Bian Qingzhou, leaving it up to him to handle things. Alright, the two young ladies can go upstairs and play then. Zhang Lao waved them off, and Yunnan dragged Zhang Yun away without any hesitation. Sister, are you not even a little worried? What should I be worried about? I'm only concerned whether Grandpa can actually challenge that man. Isn't it supposed to be worrying if the commander won't get Grandfather's approval? That man is full of schemes. He doesn't need my worry at all. There's no way even Grandpa could fail to recognize his potential. Yes, after all, he will be the future president of the Star Alliance Republic. Zhang Yun spoke with admiration. Wow, so Sister Yunnan, you'll be the first lady in the future. Oh my gosh, this is like a dream, too unbelievable. The little girl was lost in some sort of feverish state, repeatedly pulling in Yunnan and pouring out passionate exclamations. Xiao Yun, haven't you known about our relationship already? Please calm down. Sorry, got too excited. The little girl had shining eyes. Her face flushed red as she looked at Yunnan. You, or perhaps later, I let Qingzhou talk with you? No, I don't want to speak with him. I just like watching the both of you together. And Yunnan finally understood. She was here to root for their pairing. Slightly speechless, and Yunnan told her, at least keep it under control, or else Grandpa might hit you. Then Zhang Yun kept asking her questions about their daily life, probing into how they interacted privately, almost driving her crazy. It's getting late. I need to prepare lunch in the kitchen. No more talking. After saying this, she hurriedly rushed downstairs, finally managing to escape from that troublesome girl. Before Yunnan even entered the kitchen, she heard three men chatting amicably inside. Let's add 2 seafood dishes. Yunnan likes sea flavors. I'll handle the ingredients, and trouble Grandpa to do the cooking. That was the voice of her boyfriend. Chapter 207. Sister, Marshal Yuan is really capable. He handled Grandpa so quickly that even the way he addresses him has changed. Zhang Yun followed her sister downstairs. Humph. She knew this man was full of tricks. Go inside and help. And Yunnan was afraid this girl would start asking all sorts of questions, something she couldn't handle at all. Not yet. Sister, you should give brother-in-law a chance to show himself. Let those 3 men deal with it. That's true. Let little Grandpa give him a tough time. And Yunnan thought the little girl made sense this time. Under the 3 elders' efforts, the lunch was incredibly sumptuous. This clearly showed Grandpa Zhang's satisfaction with Bian Qingzhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated the young man like this. Wow, Grandpa, this is eggplant stew. Preparing this dish is such a hassle. Zhang Yun looked at the dishes on the table and felt quite surprised, evidently showing that her grandfather truly liked General Bian. If I had known that little Grandpa would make so many delicious signature dishes, I would have certainly sneaked into the kitchen to learn from him. And Yunnan also regretted not having done so. Ha 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 ha. Young lady Nan, if you want to learn, feel free to come to me anytime. I'd be more than happy to pass on all my culinary skills to you. Grandpa Zhang laughed heartily. I'll take your words seriously, little Grandpa. Don't get annoyed when I ask too many questions later. Of course not. It's rare for our Zhang family to have a prodigy like you. I will certainly teach you. Grandpa, saying that makes both me and my brother unhappy. After all, we are also certified master chefs, Zhang Yun said while stuffing delicious food into her mouth, but didn't forget to defend herself. Don't make excuses. Your brother knows hard work can compensate for his inadequacies, but you lack talent and don't bother to work hard either. Grandpa Zhang sighed about these two. Zhang Lei felt as though he'd suffered an injustice. He hadn't said anything, but was still implicated. Seeing his sister's plea for help, he had to intervene. Grandpa, Yun isn't especially interested in cooking. We should just let her follow her interests. How many people yearn for the talents she inherited? And she completely fails to put them to use. Little Grandpa, please calm down. I think cooking requires passion. If someone approaches it with aversion or resentment, the results won't be good. Since Yun lacks enthusiasm for cooking, she naturally won't invest effort in it, and Yunnan also spoke up on her behalf. Zhang Yun only had 1 year left before graduation. She studied art, but due to Grandpa Zhang's stubbornness, she was forced to learn cooking from him after graduating, causing plenty of conflicts between grandfather and granddaughter. That's right, Grandpa, I really dislike cooking. Even if you force me to study, I can't develop a real liking for it. Grandpa Zhang exhaled deeply, sounding rather despondent. I don't want to pressure you kids, but I hate even more the idea of our Zhang family's cuisine dying out. I'm afraid that within 100 years, Zhang cuisine will disappear. I'll try harder, Grandpa. Zhang Lei hurriedly expressed his determination. At the same time, and Yunnan said, it won't, little Grandpa. The Zhang family cuisine won't disappear. Hearing their words, Grandpa Zhang actually felt some relief. If only the recipe book were still around. But no matter, I am a living cookbook. In my lifetime, I will pass all my skills on to you too. We will study hard. Both Zhang Lei and Yunnan replied in unison. Yet, Zhang Lei's face reflected a bit of resignation, remembering his grandfather's merciless teachings from the past. But perhaps with Yuan around, grandfather might go easier on him. Little grandpa, is the recipe book you mentioned the Jiang Baivai recipe book? And Yuan couldn't resist asking, what Jiang Baivai recipe book? Does our family even have a recipe book passed down through generations? Jiang Yun was extremely curious. Why had she never heard of it? Jiang Lei was also curious, but he had a vague idea. It seemed to have something to do with their eldest grandfather and Yuan's maternal grandfather. Grandpa Jiang was surprised that she knew about it. After being silent for a moment, he asked again, did Jin Hui tell you? What else did she say? And Yuan wasn't expecting that little grandpa would not dodge this question this time, so she answered truthfully. Mom just told me to retrieve the Jiang family recipe book and said it was with the Yin family. That's all. So she had always been curious how the recipe ended up in the Yin family. What? What does little aunt mean by that? Jiang Yun shouted in shock. She had no clue what was going on. How does it shift from being the Jiang family recipe book to being the Yin family's? Grandpa Jiang's mood had originally been a complex mix of various emotions, very uncomfortable, but his outspoken granddaughter had destroyed any remaining atmosphere. Irritated, he glared at the girl who was shouting loudly. Go back to your room if you keep screaming like that. Such behavior shows no composure. Bian Qingzhou noticed the tension of the person beside him and quietly reached out to hold the small fist under the table, squeezing it gently. Little grandpa, what exactly happened back then? If you don't tell us now, it might give the Yin family a chance to exploit the situation and also make Nin feel restless. Grandpa Jiang looked at Yuan's tense expression, then glanced around. All present were his people. More importantly, the man sitting opposite was going to be the president of the country. He had the ability to protect the remaining members of the Jiang family. After pondering for a moment, Grandpa Jiang finally spoke. He slowly recounted the grudges and entanglements between the Jiang family and the Yin family from 50 years ago. Who would have thought that Hong was such a despicable and hypocritical man? Jiang Yun exclaimed angrily after hearing the story, her eyes red with anger. So the Yin family deceived Grandpa into giving them the recipe book, and Mother went to the Yin family to retrieve it. And Yuan seemed to be asking herself, but in fact, the truth matched her earlier suspicions. Even so, she felt dazed after hearing the reality. Alas, Jin Hui was too stubborn about this. Grandpa Jiang remembered the past and felt very sorrowful, but seeing the blank expression on Yunan's face, he didn't know how to respond. Nan, I don't want you to end up like your mother. That recipe book is meaningless. It doesn't matter if we have it or not. What matters most is that I hope you can live happily and contentedly. The old man earnestly advised the younger generations. Little grandpa, rest assured, I will take good care of her. Bian Qingzhou made his promise. Earlier, when helping the old man in the kitchen, he had already openly guaranteed to Jiang Lao that he would look after everyone in the Jiang family. Jiang Lei was also deeply moved by the complicated history of his family, especially hating the root cause and family. However, his mind remained rational, unlike Jiang Yun, who was quite agitated. Moreover, he could tell that his grandfather was very worried about them. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll make sure Yun doesn't do anything reckless. Brother, I may be angry and impulsive, but I'm not stupid, all right. She knew they were all talking as if she were a troublemaker. That's enough. I'm not telling you these things so that you can go seeking revenge. It's about making sure the legacy of the Jiang family is passed down properly. There was a hint of relief in Grandpa Jiang's voice, as if lifting a burden he'd carried for decades. We understand. Then Grandpa Jiang called Yuan aside. I know that with your current abilities and the backing of the Bian family, dealing with the Yin family would be effortless, but I don't want you to lose sight of who you are because of your obsession. You're still young. Don't let trivial things cloud your judgment. Little grandpa, rest assured, I won't resort to any unethical means just to get the recipe back. I will take it back openly and honestly. Chapter 208. And Yuan stayed until evening after meeting the elders of her boyfriend's family before leaving with Bian Qingzhou. Unexpectedly, this time she accidentally learned about a 50-year-old past. You must feel pretty conflicted inside, Bian Qingzhou said, seeing her distracted and not wanting her to hold her feelings in. Yes, although I was mentally prepared, I still feel somewhat choked up now. Especially since she is the common descendant of these two families, it makes her extremely annoyed. I understand your confusion, Bian Qingzhou patted her head. Anyway, the Yin family is about to fall, all because of old man An's retribution. You don't have to think too much. And Yuan also knew that the Yin family was currently not having an easy time. Fundamentally, it was all due to Hong himself. Causes and consequences, there's nothing to say. What bothered her was that she had previously promised Yin that if he seized power from Hong, she would help the Yin family out. However, now that she knows the truth of what happened 50 years ago, she completely doesn't want anything to do with the Yin family anymore. The current status of the Yin family actually came from the recipe that Hong initially deceived from the Jiang family. Later on, they continued to suppress the Jiang family. Just thinking about it made her furious. What if the Yin family takes out that cookbook and uses it to trade with others? Such a thing they are definitely capable of doing, especially when the Yin family is obviously about to collapse. Although Grandpa Jiang kept emphasizing not to be too obsessed with that recipe book, and Yuan had already promised the original hostess to help fulfill her wish. If she cannot achieve this, she will always have a thorn in her heart. Perhaps I should actively go find Yin and ask him, she thought, feeling that he wasn't entirely beyond redemption. After all, he reminded me to be careful around old man N, she exclaimed suddenly. Could it be that the leverage he mentioned earlier refers to this? Bian Qingzhou didn't understand what her muttered words meant, but his quick mind immediately responded. Are you saying that Hong already has plans? That's my guess. The Yin group is in constant trouble now, but the Yin family doesn't seem to be panicking. It's highly possible that old man and has other ways. Now other companies can't even afford to distance themselves from the Yin family, let alone helping them. Therefore, Hong can only offer the irrefusable benefit, the inherited recipe book, Bian Qingzhou added on to her thoughts. That's right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Do you think it makes sense? And Yuan looked at him eagerly, confident that her idea had merit. You're absolutely correct. Bian Qingzhou smiled as he watched her big, sparkling eyes waiting for praise, then leaned forward to give her a kiss on the forehead. Your analysis is spot on. Very smart. He. And Yuan felt the gloom in her heart dissipate instantly. You don't even have to say it. This is so obvious, it doesn't even require deep thought. Bian Qingzhou affectionately pinched her cheeks, happy to see the sparkle return to her eyes, making her once again lively and bright. However, I tend to believe that Hong is still scheming towards you. Compared to uncertain other companies, this recipe book means more to you. Besides, you also have me, your brilliant boyfriend. Bian Qingzhou couldn't resist boasting a little indirectly. But shouldn't he not know that I know about this recipe book? She had never mentioned it in front of any member of the Yin family. Even Hao, who got along well with her, hadn't heard her bring it up. It could be something he guessed by accident. Anyway, the Yin family should act within the next couple of days. We can just wait and see. But I still don't know what to do. What if they really use the recipe book to exchange conditions with me? I don't want to help the Yin family, but I do want to get the recipe book back. Thinking about how the Yin family almost ruined the Zhang family, she refrained from stepping on them because of her father. Now she certainly wouldn't help them. That recipe book originally belongs to the Zhang family. If they coerce you with it, then simply disclose the truth of 50 years ago. They might not be able to bear the consequences. Bian Qingzhou actually wanted to make the truth public. I also want the truth to come out, but the Zhang family only has my maternal grandfather's family left. I don't want their peaceful life to be disrupted. Allowing the Yin family to receive its deserved punishment is enough. And Yuan remembered how her maternal grandfather passed away early due to the shock. How could she not hate them? But she didn't want to reopen old wounds for her maternal grandfather. All right, I'll follow your decision. If members of the Yin family approach you, remember to call me. With me around, they would still need to consider certain things. Bian Qingzhou respected her choice. Yeah, who isn't afraid of a cold-faced Yin Wang? And Yuan grinned teasingly at him. Upon returning home, both felt somewhat tired. Bian Qingzhou had been cautious all day trying to please the elders, and Yuan was exhausted both mentally and physically. So without much ado, they directly returned to their room, washed up, and went to bed. After breakfast the next morning, the two started to busy themselves with their own affairs again. Director In, yesterday Mr. AI, the CEO of a May Group, came over to discuss cooperation with us. However, since Moan's instant noodles haven't hit the shelves yet, Director Dai didn't immediately agree with Mr. AI. The assistant still followed her habit of reporting work to Yuan. AI? Is it AI Lin or AI Hui? It's Mr. AI Hui. He is now the executive president of a May Group. I see. Please ask Director Dai to come over. She wanted to ask Guo Dai about the situation. Yuan, how was yesterday? Was your maternal grandfather satisfied with that person? As soon as Guo Dai came in, she asked curiously. I must say you two are moving pretty fast. Are both sets of parents going to meet next? So are you envious? Yuan ignored her teasing and countered instead. Should I have Qingzhou go and urge Liao Shiji for you? Are you showing off to me? Exactly. Look at your progress. You're almost catching up with Moan and Su Miao. Our pace is normal, right? Not like you two, who've only been dating for how long, but already met both families. That's because we found the right people. Cough, Director In. Did you call me over for something specific? Guo Dai changed to a businesslike expression, unwilling to suffer more secondhand dog food. Yuan raised an eyebrow and stopped flaunting. Was a May Group here yesterday? Yes, Mr. AI Hui personally came. His attitude was sincere, and their intention to cooperate was strong. I think they're a great partner, so we arranged to meet again in a couple days for detailed discussions. Yuan paused. Are they willing to produce on a full line? She felt that a May Group made its decision too quickly. Could AI Fan's family so decisively abandon the highly profitable nutritional supplement market? Even Moan, who had known about the plan earlier, took a long time to convince the Thai family people. Did AI Hui manage to secure everything in just a week? Yes, Mr. AI said he fully understands the current situation. Change is inevitable, and he wants to seize this opportunity first. I think this Mr. AI Hui has very forward-looking vision. Apparently, Guo Dai admired this Mr. AI. Is that so? Yuan believed this man wasn't ordinary. He must be resourceful and capable to replace AI Lin's status in a May Group within such a short period of time. I also want to meet this Mr. AI. Then let's go together when a May Group comes over to discuss cooperation the day after tomorrow. Okay, call me then. Chapter 209. After being busy for 2 days at the company, and Yunnan was about to forget the previous troublesome matter when suddenly a message came through on her Omni computer. Do you have time? Can we meet up? Hey, it looks like the Yin family has finally reached out. After reading the message from Yin, she thought about it for a moment and then turned around to inform Bian Qingzhou, so as not to upset him later. Upon receiving the message, Bian Qingzhou was naturally very satisfied with her decision to report to him this time. Wait for me a bit. I'll be there soon. After sending the message, he immediately had his secretary replan his work schedule and then left in his spacecraft without looking back. When they arrived at Xiwan, it wasn't yet noon, and Yunnan originally planned to prepare a small meal in the company kitchen for someone special, but Bian Qingzhou felt sorry for her and decided to eat in the canteen with everyone else. Alright, wait here for a bit while I go get food. Why don't we go down together to eat? No need for such trouble. Bian Qingzhou didn't understand. Because I don't want people staring at me like a monkey. Every time this man appeared at the company, he would always draw a lot of attention, and she didn't want to be stared at while eating. It will make my digestion worse. But Bian Qingzhou actually enjoyed appearing in public with her, simply because he wanted to flaunt their relationship. Unfortunately, the other party wasn't interested. Fine, I'll go get the food. You wait for me in the office. Unaware of the man's thoughts, and Yunnan was happy to be taken care of and relaxed in the office, waiting for someone to feed her. Bian Qingzhou confidently made his way to the company cafeteria. Along the way, he greeted and chatted warmly with the employees at Shiwan, not showing any hint of his usual cold, aloof demeanor as the stern general. As he carried the vacuum-sealed lunchbox away, he overheard some murmuring among the employees behind him. Green pepper shrimp slices, mixed seafood, bell peppers with meat shreds, fragrant lotus root. Wow, these are all Chairman N's favorite dishes. Yes. And the nutritional pairing is also perfect, really thoughtful. General Really is the model boyfriend of the Star Alliance Republic. Hearing these praises, the corner of the man's mouth involuntarily rose. Excellent, another day of dazzling brilliance. You're pretty quick, back in just a few minutes. Coincidentally, and Yunnan's stomach had just started to grumble. I am always highly efficient in what I do. I bet everyone let you cut the line. And Yunnan guessed that her staff must have competed to let him skip the queue. That's because they were impressed by my charm. Sure, you're right. And Yunnan couldn't be bothered arguing and quickly began eating. After finishing the meal, and Yunnan intended to discuss the afternoon meeting with Yin with him, but Bian Qingzhou picked her up and carried her into the private resting room inside. Forget everything else, take a nap first. This domineering behavior was hard to resist. Besides, she also felt a little drained, so she obediently nestled into his arms and closed her eyes. Make sure you wake me up on time. Of course, rest well. Bian Qingzhou softly leaned down and kissed her eyelids, one hand unconsciously gently patting her back. The room was dim, but the atmosphere was particularly warm and cozy. In such an extremely comfortable and secure environment, and Yunnan's breathing quickly became steady, her lips curling slightly upwards. The man's gaze remained glued to the beautiful face in his arms, unable to tear it away no matter how many times he looked. After a brief midday rest, and Yunnan stretched lazily full of energy. It was indeed incredibly comfortable today. For some reason, she slept much more soundly during her nap. Afternoon greetings. The voice beside her was especially gentle, his eyes seemingly captivated by whatever she did. Heck, in a good mood. And Yunnan happily leaned over and gave Bian Qingzhou a kiss on the cheek. There was no special reason. It was simply because she was well-rested and feeling great. This kind of greeting I enjoy quite a bit. Can we do this every time from now on? The man tasted the warmth on his cheek as he negotiated with her. That depends on Mrs. Mood. You seem in a good mood now, so let's redo the afternoon greeting. With that, the man pulled in Yunnan into his arms and slowly approached her. Their breaths brushed against each other's faces, noses inching closer. Sensing her lack of resistance, Bian Qingzhou's lips boldly met hers. The already disheveled bedclothes became even messier after a few moments. Alright, we should get up, and Yunnan panted, her voice softer than usual. We still have important matters later. With his shirt tail rolled high up, Bian Qingzhou's breaths were also slightly uneven as he gazed deeply at the person beneath him. Then you'd better take your hand off my abs first. With a whoosh, and Yunnan's face flushed bright red, her embarrassment peaking. But despite the awkwardness, she hesitated for a moment, reluctant to pull back her hand from the firm muscles before finally withdrawing it. The man couldn't help but chuckle at her small actions. If you like it so much, my abs are always here waiting for your approval. Who would treasure it anyway? That was what she wanted to retort, but the warmth of the touch still lingered on her fingertips. Words of denial seemed hard to come out of her mouth, so she simply shoved the person above her and said, "Get up." After all their playful wrestling, once they tidied up, the time had arrived, just in time for their appointment with Yin. It was still the familiar cafe, the same familiar seat, and the same familiar family. Fortunately, it was Yin this time, because if it were Grandpa and Yunnan probably wouldn't have shown up. Yunnan, you both came. And Yin noticed that she had brought Bian Qingzhou along, which irked him slightly. Yet, remembering the deeds of their own family, he felt quite ashamed. Mr. In, good afternoon. And Yunnan gave him a polite nod, maintaining her courteous distance. Bian Qingzhou simply inclined his head slightly without uttering a word, making it clear that he was merely accompanying her and didn't require any attention. But seeing how detached Yunnan appeared, coupled with the impressive figure of Bian Qingzhou standing guard by her side, and Yin increasingly found himself unable to say the things he had prepared to say. Sure, Yuan has been developing quite well recently. The impact of the new products might even change the culinary history of the Star Alliance Republic. Yunnan, you're truly remarkable. Thank you for your praise, Mr. In. And Yunnan responded indifferently. Reasonably speaking, what Grandpa and had done shouldn't be taken out on the younger generation, but as the heir of the Yin family, and Yin had benefited over the past decades from resources extracted from the Jiang family, making it difficult for her to remain calm and collected. Yunnan, you know, don't you? You know about what happened 50 years ago, right? From her current cold attitude, and Yin could easily guess the reason behind her transformation. Though previously she hadn't been especially friendly toward him, at least she used to offer him advice. Unlike now when every glance carried unmistakable disdain. Yes, I know. And Yunnan didn't deny it. She simply wanted to see how the other party would react. And Yin felt as though an enormous boulder had settled onto his chest, making it hard to breathe. He deeply adjusted his breathing and sighed. I'm sorry, I only found out recently too. The one who should apologize isn't you, and neither is me the person you owe an apology to. Grandpa and probably still didn't think he'd done anything wrong, while the Jiang family was now reduced to only uncle in them. I understand. No matter how many words I speak, nothing can make up for the harm that the Yin family originally inflicted upon the Jiang family. But I still owe you an apology. And Yan's complexion turned ghastly pale. Ever since learning about his grandfather's actions, a profound sense of powerlessness wrapped around him, leaving his mind muddled. Chapter 210. And Yunin silently stared at him. She was not one of the victims, so she had no right to forgive on behalf of those harmed members of the Jiang family, let alone that the person apologizing was not even the main culprit. I can't make grandfather bow. And Yin gave a bitter laugh. He had thought that the other side might be willing to consider compromise since he'd voluntarily disclosed those past events. But if they already knew everything, there was indeed nothing more for him to say. I brought along the recipe book from our Yin family. It's time to return it to its rightful owner. Saying this, he pushed a vintage sandalwood box across the table. The grand gesture made it seem like some kind of heirloom. And Yunin did not refuse, and instead reached out to open the clearly expensive antique. Inside was a rather thick recipe book. To her, it looked no different than books from old libraries. But now in the present, wasn't it truly a rare treasure? I'll return this to the Jiang family. And Yunin had no intention of keeping it herself. She wasn't particularly curious about the recipes recorded inside. In fact, this recipe has not fulfilled its due value in the Yin family all these years. And Yin couldn't help but mock himself. Perhaps grandfather and also knew the origins of this recipe were shady, gradually downplaying its presence after securing his standing in the Yin family. Its value will be reflected in the future, said Yunan. She felt somewhat satisfied with this eldest son of the Yin family. His sense of right and wrong was quite normal. What conditions do you have for your family? She believed grandfather and would never simply give something back for nothing. And Yan's pale complexion immediately changed, turning red and green in an instant. He hadn't expected the other side to be so direct, making him feel utterly humiliated, robbing others things only to use them to strike deals afterward. At that moment, he wished desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide into, but it was just a fleeting thought. Perhaps in her eyes, all members of the Yin family were as despicable as this. But in reality, he hadn't intended to follow what grandfather suggested, using the recipe to negotiate with her. I merely wanted to return what does not belong to our family. Hearing this, and Yunan's expression finally shifted slightly. Was he truly not seeking any advantage from her? This is probably not what grandfather meant, right? The situation of Yin group must not be looking good right now. Are you sure about the decision you just made? She pointed out the current state of affairs of the Yin family without reservation. Yes, the Yin family might need to step out of the ranks of the 5 great families. And Yin deeply felt powerless. Even if he listened to his grandfather and got help from Shi Yuan, he doubted it would sustain much longer. Instead, it would only offend the Bian family further. Let alone when grandfather attempted to swallow Shi Yuan by transferring shares, a pure fantasy. Not to mention and Yunan herself being a commercial genius. The men around her were none too easy to deal with either. Just recently, he learned that the famous General Bian was also the mastermind behind Shengshi Group, which meant in family's calculations were entirely off the mark. If he followed what grandfather said and further offended that young lady, the Yin family would likely vanish completely from Shangyou. His thoughts were clear now. Maybe this is retribution. And Yunan couldn't help but look at him with renewed respect. She hadn't expected that he could accept the downfall of the Yin family from their peak condition, but she wouldn't offer unsolicited sympathy. As he said, everything happening to the Yin family was self-inflicted. Even if Yin group goes bankrupt, the wealth accumulated by your family over the years is enough for you to squander on for the rest of your lives. I know. I've been prepared mentally long ago. And Yan's heart was now fully dead. It seemed the other party would not offer any help under any circumstances. It made sense. Although she bore the surname and her connection with the Jiang family was actually closer. This realization filled him with regret. If only they had treated her well and cared for her when she first arrived in Shangyou, maybe the Yin family's current situation wouldn't be so dire. But I suppose the rest of your family doesn't think the same way. Would they be able to accept the drastic fall from their lofty status? And Yunan thought this impossible, just considering that arrogant miss and would likely struggle to adjust. Regardless of whether they accept it or not, the decline of the Yin family is a foregone conclusion. Having exhausted all possible solutions, and Yin became unexpectedly calm in his despair. Since change was unavoidable, accepting reality was perhaps the better choice. And Yunan nodded, ceasing any further commentary. After all, she wouldn't provide any assistance to the Yin family anyway. Compared to the Jiang family who were constantly suppressed back then, the Yin family at least could still preserve a large sum of assets, already quite lucky. Finally, having retrieved this long sought-after recipe book, and Yunan felt an unreal lightness in her heart. Her initial purpose for coming to Shangyou was to reclaim this item for the original owner. In searching for the truth, she found another goal, to carry forward and promote fine cuisine here. Now that she had the recipe, she could finally be herself without any worries. Qingzhou, I'm so happy. It was because there were no more restrictions in her heart. Her future was free. Bian Qingzhou caught the girl who threw herself at him. He could see that she was genuinely happy, like a bird released to the sky, cheerful and lighthearted. I hope you can be like this forever. Hee, of course, finally resolving this major issue in my life. I will definitely be happy every day from now on. Her life would be entirely under her own control from here on. The man wasn't pleased at all. What kind of life event is this? Shouldn't the significant events in your life be related to me? How could such trivial matters become her life event? But this is my top priority. If she didn't fulfill the original owner's wishes, her heart would never find peace, so everything else had to take a back seat. TCH. So it turns out I am less important to you than an old book. The man seemed like a blowfish who had bitten into a lemon, both angry and sour. How can you compare yourself with something like this? And Yunan hurried to placate him. It's just an inanimate object. How can it be compared to you? You are much more important. Why isn't my being your top priority instead of this book? Bian Qingzhou continued to sulk. Should she tell him that this was the wish of the previous owner? See, you were just brushing me off. Seeing in Yunan's hesitation, the man felt even more wronged. You're always the first in my heart, but look at you. This book is more important than me. Do you even care about me? Wait, why did she feel something strange about this situation? Listening to his words, she felt as if she was the unfaithful partner, while he resembled a long-suffering wife. Poof, just thinking about it made Yunan burst out laughing. Honey, you've misunderstood. You are incomparable to anyone in my heart. Can you stop being mad, please? Then she started reciting the classic lines for manipulating someone emotionally, like those used by typical bad men. What? She actually called him honey. All the anger that Bian Qingzhou had pinned up disappeared instantly, leaving only a sweet, yet slightly awkward feeling in his chest. Are those all your heartfelt words? Still a little shy about the whole thing. Seriously effective? And Yunan was amazed, but she quickly responded. Of course. Don't you know me well enough? When have I ever lied to you? To prove her sincerity, she stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Now, where would the man find the heart to think about anything else? Of course, he would simply lower himself willingly to accept her proactive kiss. Chapter 211. The in-family estate was destined to experience an extraordinary day today. Although the household had been quite chaotic recently, today would clearly leave the deepest impression. And Yan, how dare you talk back to grandfather? Right? Aren't you usually the most obedient one to grandfather's wishes? Brother, you should quickly go and apologize to grandfather. And Zetao's family swarmed around and Yan anxiously. The ever-composed eldest son had today suddenly quarreled with the old man in the study, causing a sense of confusion and apprehension among them. I know what I'm doing. And Yan ignored their counsel. After bidding farewell to Yunan, he directly returned home, heading upstairs to the study where grandfather and had already been waiting for him. Grandfather, I've returned her cookbook. That girl probably wouldn't have agreed to our conditions so easily. Has she made life difficult for you? And Hong assumed things had already been arranged smoothly. What I mean is, I've properly returned her belongings. And Yin reiterated, knowing the storm that would inevitably follow. However, this was the choice he had already made. Sure enough, the grandfather finally grasped his meaning, his face turning dark as storm clouds gathered in his eyes, glaring at the person opposite without uttering a word. Even though Yin had prepared himself for punishment, being glared at icily by his own grandfather left him feeling suffocated and unable to move. Good, very good. And Hong, enraged, hurled the teacup beside him. Do you want to see the downfall of the Yin family? You don't deserve to be a descendant of the Yin family. And Yin hung his head low, allowing the teacup to land on him. In response to the elder's accusation, he did not offer a single word of defense. He had once held the old man in high regard, but now seeing him jump in rage, he felt less afraid than before. Our Yin family has been a century-old house. It's now facing a matter of life or death, and yet you dare to act recklessly? How can returning something settle your conscience? Foolishness. You will become the sinner of our family, condemned forever by our clan. This reminded Yin of the last leader of the Jiang family 50 years ago who had also met a similar end of betrayal from all sides. But grandfather, he said lightly, wasn't all of this caused by you? His offhand remark immediately silenced the grandfather's roar, and Han's complexion turned even graver. He hadn't expected his own grandson, whom he had raised, to speak to him like this. After a while, he swept everything off the table in fury, then calmed down. Get out of my sight. All right, grandfather, I'll leave first. Downstairs, the Yin family had gathered, startled by the noise coming from the study. How could you argue with grandfather at such a critical time? And Zetao looked troubled. And Yin, what exactly happened? And Zayu from the second branch also grew worried. Our family is about to face great trouble. You must tell us what we can do. Behind them, Enzwa seemed deep in thought. He knew the ancestral and family recipe book from Yuan Garden had been retrieved by the old master a few days ago, perhaps to use as a bargaining tool. Was the plan not completed? And Yin looked around at the gathered family members. Mom, Dad, Uncle, the Yin group probably cannot be saved. So please prepare yourselves mentally. What? How could this happen? Aren't you always trying to find ways? What do you mean, Yin? It's not the end yet. Are you just going to give up? Is this grandfather's decision? Both families crowded around him, endlessly asking questions, creating such a clamor that his head almost exploded. They believed the Yin family's influence would not fall so easily. After much arguing, noticing that Yin was half closing his eyes without saying a word, the Yin family gradually quieted down. Each face expressed its own difficulty, no one knowing exactly what they were thinking. After much silence, Man finally couldn't help herself. Perhaps we should ask Nan for some leniency. She might be our only hope now. Yes. After all, her bloodline ties to the Yin family run deep. Why not let Man try? Don't bother her. No one can save the Yin family right now, and Yin didn't want them dragging anyone else into this mess. If they annoyed the young lady further, things might get even worse for the Yin family. But, Zayu originally wanted his youngest son, and how, to attempt contacting her, but upon opening his mouth, he felt Enzwa tug on his sleeve, thus refraining. We won't know unless we try. If Man doesn't work, then let Hao go. And if that fails, we'll send your father. And Yan's mother was evidently unwilling to let go. Aunt, Since eldest brother has already said this, he must have already visited Yunnan. So we don't need to waste our effort, right? And Hao didn't want to do this task. Although he hadn't tried much to contact that girl during the last 6 months, they were still in touch. In his heart, the girl was his younger sister, and he didn't want to drag Yunnan into this messy situation. Are you even part of the Yin family? And Zhe Tao was dissatisfied with his attitude, as if he had nothing to do with the matter. Seeing another argument brewing, and Yin very patiently pressed his temple. If you all think the Yin family is not failing quickly enough, then go ahead. He couldn't tell them what their grandfather had done back then, but he also didn't want them thinking that Yunnan was cold-blooded and ruthless. It's because our family wronged her first. Now what are we trying to do by shamelessly begging? After hearing Yan's tirade, the Yin family finally stopped talking, but Man's face still showed some unrest. After all, if the Yin family went bankrupt, their family would suffer the biggest loss. Has the old master truly run out of options? At last, Zhe Tao and his wife were still somewhat reluctant. Why don't you just ask grandfather directly? Yan's patience was running thin. It was already difficult handling issues within their immediate family, let alone those relatives outside related to the Yin clan. It was exhausting just to think about it. Now, everyone fell silent completely. Old master and represented authority within the family, and no one wasn't afraid of him. Even Man, who was normally the most pampered, didn't dare to go upstairs now. After reprimanding his family, Yin began to ponder the next steps. Lately, they'd been looking for ways to preserve their assets. If the Yin group went bankrupt, these remaining assets would be enough for the Yin family to live a decent life. However, besides their large family, there were many other Yin relatives to take care of, another set of complicated issues. Eldest brother, can I come in? Late at night, and Hao quietly came to see Yin. Come in. What brings you here so late? Yin looked utterly exhausted. Eldest brother, given the current situation of our family, my brother and I can't help much. The least we can do is avoid causing trouble. And Hao actually didn't really like this elder brother before. After all, the old master favored him too much, leaving both Hao and his elder brother suffering plenty of paycheck. But only now did he realize how heavy the responsibilities on this elder cousin's shoulders were. He could act impulsively, but this person couldn't. Sighing, Yin took a breath. He sometimes envied this younger brother. Freedom and spontaneity were things he could never achieve. This is enough. If Man's bunch could behave a little more, it would save me a lot of headaches. Eldest brother, if incorporation really goes bankrupt, let's split up the family, and you don't need to give us any portion of the remaining assets. And Hao suddenly shocked him with his words. Over the years, we've accumulated quite a bit ourselves. Yin didn't expect him to bring up this matter. We'll discuss this later. If the incorporation collapses, the distant branches would rush in and fight over the remaining assets. What Hao was doing now was probably to warn others and give him time to take control of the situation. Chapter 212. The day after getting the recipe, Yun immediately sent it to her maternal grandfather. Maternal grandfather, guess what this is? She pulled out a retro sandalwood box with a mysterious look on her face. This girl has been visiting me quite frequently these past 2 days. Old Jiang was very happy that she often came to see him. What good things have you brought? As he spoke, he chuckled and looked at the antique on the table. Wow, this was actually extremely rare purple sandalwood. How could this girl be so casual about leaving such an artifact here without properly valuing it? Before old Jiang had the chance to fully appreciate it, he saw Yuna quickly open the box to reveal its contents. It was the Jiang Baiwei recipe. Old Jiang was momentarily stunned, unsure whether he was dreaming or not. Otherwise, how could this thing possibly be here? But even if it were a dream, he wanted to take another look at it. Old Jiang trembled as he extended his hand and gently picked up the old book. For over 50 years, he never thought it would return to him. And Yuna stood silently beside him watching the elder's complex emotions, understanding his mixed feelings, but unable to fully empathize with them since she hadn't endured his hardships. All she could do now was provide quiet companionship. Old Jiang's eyes reflected both joy and sorrow as he slowly flipped through the long-lost recipe, as if reliving the past through it. Finally, after finishing the entire booklet, the moisture in his eyes had nearly evaporated. Young lady, you should keep this thing for yourself. There are only a few of us left in the Jiang family. You all decide how to deal with this recipe. I'll leave it with you, maternal grandfather. Once you've thoroughly studied the dishes inside, we can directly ask you for advice. And Yuna didn't want to take possession of it because the original owner's obsession was to return it to the Jiang family. You're just being lazy. Old Jiang knew she intended to leave it with him, so he didn't argue further. You and Jiang Lei, the little brat, mustn't neglect your culinary skills. I'll test you later. Among the younger generation, only they showed promise, and he needed to carefully cultivate them. Rest assured, maternal grandfather, we will continuously improve. After returning the item, and Yuna felt lighthearted, as if she had finally attained true freedom, allowing her to do whatever she wished moving forward. Qingzhou, don't you think it's fine if I hand over the 3 Bai Pai Lu restaurants to Jiang Lei so they can revitalize them? No matter what, she still cared deeply about the Jiang family. Of course, the Jiang family used to be giants in the catering industry, so with your help, there won't be any issues. It's a pity that only maternal grandfather and Jiang Lei remain from the Jiang family. It seems almost impossible to restore it to its former glory. And Yuna felt saddened comparing the vast and powerful Yin family to the diminished Jiang family. They simply couldn't compare. The ups and downs of life are perfectly normal. You shouldn't worry too much about this. The man hugged her and consoled her. I'm just feeling reflective. Regardless, it's up to Jiang Lei to shape the future. After all, he already has advantages compared to those who start from scratch. And Yuna leaned into his embrace while idly playing with his fingers, which had clearly defined joints. You seem quite wise. I was worried that you might keep supporting that guy forever. Bian Qingzhou could tell she cared deeply about the Zhang family. Not at all. These 3 restaurants are my way of offering him a startup fund. As for the subsequent development, I won't meddle too much. She didn't want to use self-interest to test familial bonds. You made the right decision, but we still need to wait on this matter. After you finish handling your current affairs, then we'll discuss further. Bian Qingzhou believed it wasn't the right timing yet. Instant noodles had just hit the market recently, and though the response was fairly positive, the market was still unstable. With limited energy, she couldn't focus on too many things simultaneously. I understand. Having a heart-to-heart conversation before bedtime had become a habit between the two. They each had their own work during the day and sometimes wouldn't see each other for several days, so their only time for intimate talks was right before sleep. The next day, the two parted ways to go to work as usual. I remember today I'm supposed to meet with the representative from Amy Group, right? And Yuna asked while browsing her work schedule. Yes, and President, the meeting is scheduled for 2 p.m. General Dai has already made the arrangements. The assistant responded, multitasking. A few days prior, Mount Tai Enterprises had collaborated with Shi Yuan to launch instant noodles, leading to many companies seeking partnerships. Although most were medium and small-sized groups, the sheer number was significant. Therefore, if all contracts were signed, the instant noodle market could expand significantly. Among the cooperating companies, Amy Group clearly stood out as the major partner, and thus special attention was given to them. In the afternoon, Dai Guoguo prepared the meeting room in advance, and then came to the office to find Yuanan. It's almost time for the appointment. I'll go downstairs to pick up the guests first. And Yuanan glanced at the time. They should be arriving soon. Dai Guoguo must have picked them up by now. She prepared to head to the meeting room with her assistant, but just as they reached the door, the assistant received a message. President, it's not Mr. AI from Amy Group this time. Director Dai asked me to inform you that there's no need for you to attend the meeting. The assistant immediately reported to their superior. AI Hui isn't coming this time. And Yuanan turned back into the office. If the other side had only sent a manager-level representative, there was no need for her to personally entertain them. But last time, AI Hui clearly led the team, demonstrating their sincerity. Today, when they were about to finalize the cooperation, why didn't he come? Yes, President. Their attitude this time seemed strange, as if they don't value this cooperation much, the assistant noted after having joined Dai Guoguo in receiving the group. They certainly spoke far less politely today. Whenever something unusual happens, there's bound to be a reason. And Yuanan couldn't guess what the other side meant. Did they want to cooperate or not? However, she chose not to interfere with the conversation happening downstairs, trusting that Dai Guoguo had her own judgment. Half an hour later, a knock resounded in the office. Come in. Dai Guoguo looked calm at first, but as soon as she stepped inside, her face fell instantly. Yuanan, I think Amy Group is playing us. Last time, they seemed so keen on cooperation, but this time they kept nitpicking everything about us. And Yuanan poured her a glass of water, realizing how upset she must have been during the half-hour session. Don't worry, one less partner doesn't matter. We won't lose anything. I prefer dealing with AI Lin anyway. She's nothing like AI Hui with his scheming mind. What a fake smile tiger. Alright, without Amy Group, we can reach out to other companies. Don't dwell on it. And Yuanan agreed with the decision, as Amy Group clearly had issues. Still, I think we should investigate why they changed their stance so quickly. I also find it odd. How could their attitudes shift so drastically within just a few days? Meanwhile, after going through formalities, the manager from Amy Group returned to the company with 2 assistants. Mr. AI, your request has been handled. Shi Yuan voluntarily stated they do not wish to collaborate with us. That's good. You may leave now. AI Hui waved them away. Why did they have to cooperate with Shi Yuan specifically? They already had the instant noodle recipe. Why couldn't they simply do it themselves? Chapter 213. What? You mean a new brand has appeared on the market? Whose? When did it appear? Right from early morning, Dai Guoguo's blood pressure began to spike. The market department had brought the latest news. Yesterday, several new varieties of instant noodles hit the market. President Dai, we've already sent people to investigate. They are produced by Amy Group, and we've also bought samples back. The manager of the market department placed several packages of instant noodles on the desk that looked quite similar, then waited for her instructions. Alright, leave the stuff here. Keep people updated on market trends, and let the PR department monitor online comments at all times. All other departments will continue working as usual. Dai Guoguo briefly convened a meeting. After the meeting ended, she walked upstairs with several new flavors in hand. And Yuna had just seen the latest information too. Unlike the employees downstairs, she wasn't overly nervous. After all, instant noodles were a relatively simple food item. With a few tries, one could usually replicate them. If not for genetic restrictions, she would probably have directly taught everyone how to cook online. But now, to let everyone enjoy delicious meals, she could only start by making this convenient, easy-to-make delicacy to satisfy everyone's craving. President, did you see today's news? I understand why the people from Amy Group acted so arrogantly that day. They obviously had a plan. If I had known they were secretly developing our recipes behind our backs, I wouldn't have wasted my time receiving them. Dai Guoguo burst into a flood of complaints. You've been a little irritable lately. This isn't good for your health. And Yuna calmly poured her a cup of tea at her leisurely pace. I think you're the only one in the whole company who doesn't care. Dai Guoguo picked up the cup and drank it down in one go. Everyone is extremely nervous except for you. Yet you remain so calm. At noon, ask the canteen to prepare some mung bean soup to help everyone cool down. Seeing that the other was about to open her mouth again, and Yuna quickly changed the subject. This thing you've brought here, are these Amy Group's instant noodles, right? To me, they look like they come in different flavors than ours. This might be their only bit of self-awareness. If they made the same flavors as us, they'd definitely sell poorly. Who didn't know that Shiwan's instant noodles were personally developed by its founder, and Yuna? It was clear that the taste was not something easily imitated. In fact, there's no need for all of you to be so nervous. Amy Group isn't much of a threat to us, right? What are you doing? Why are you boiling so many instant noodles? When Yuna saw Dai Guowater open all 5 bowls of instant noodles on the table, she sensed trouble brewing and quickly moved to stop her. Knowing your enemy and yourself leads to victory in every battle. Although I trust your cooking skills 100%, we should still check out their level of skill. Dai Guowa was completely unaware of how the smell of instant noodles made her boss want to throw up. It seems like she hadn't listened to a word she said, and Yuna deeply sighed in frustration. Why are you being so vigilant against Amy Group? Isn't it taking them too seriously? Your anxiety just proves that you admit their competence, but I think they're nowhere close to matching us. While opening the ventilation system in the office, she attempted to persuade the other party, hoping that Dai Guowa would let her off the hook because she truly couldn't bear eating this kind of food anymore. I think what you say makes sense. Perhaps Amy Group doing this isn't necessarily a direct challenge to us. Dai Guowa appeared to agree with her view. The instant noodles are ready. Come try them and see how far apart they are from ours. In the end, there was no escape, and Yuna was forced to sit down at the table and begin testing the food under duress. I'll only have 1 bite of each. Sigh. Even as the boss, wasn't she still being pushed to do things she disliked? And Yuna very reluctantly pinched her nose and stuffed noodles into her mouth. Why did this flavor feel so familiar? Trying a few more bowls confirmed it. Without exception, she detected someone's distinct characteristics. Is something wrong, Yuna? Is there a problem with these noodles? Dai Guowa was closely observing her reaction. Seeing her serious expression, her heart jumped. Could it be that these noodles tasted even better than hers? And Yuna didn't believe it. She grabbed the remaining noodles from Yuna's hand to taste them herself. Slurp, after having 2 bowls in a row. The taste is indeed good, but it can't compare to yours. Then why does she look so pale? Looks like she hasn't noticed, and Yuna shook her head. Nothing serious. The taste is just better than I imagined. She didn't hastily reveal her thoughts. TCH, I thought it was something big. Rest assured, these noodles are definitely inferior to yours. This time, Dai Guowa relaxed. But Yuna fell into deep contemplation once again. She was confident in her sense of taste. The apprentice she had trained by hand. She naturally recognized the unique characteristics of the person involved. What puzzled her was how the instant noodles produced by Amy Group could taste like Su Miao's. Could it be that the girl had been deceived? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the girl might be in danger. And Yuna immediately sent a video call to Su Miao, but the other party did not answer. She then contacted the manager of the shop. Is Su Miao at the shop today? Mizzen. The manager saw the serious expression on the boss's face and didn't waste any time. Yes, she is busy in the kitchen. Should I ask her to come out now? No need. When she's done, ask her to come see me. All right, Mizzen. Oh, has the girl been acting strangely recently? And Yuna wanted to know if the girl was encountering any difficulties. Not at all. Su Miao is no different from usual. The manager felt a bit envious inside. No wonder she was the beloved apprentice of the boss, receiving frequent care, so the frequent tardiness and early departure of the girl in the recent period would better remain unmentioned. Thank you, said Yuna, and stopped prying further. After turning off her light computer, she still felt uneasy. She hesitated whether to tell Mon or not, but since there was no clue yet, she didn't know how to explain this to others. What if they misunderstood? While pondering, a man who should have been preoccupied arrived. Why did you come? Aren't you busy? I missed my girlfriend. Can't I just come to see her? Bian Xingzhou also saw today's news and specifically expedited his important tasks to free up time to find her. You underestimate me too much. This small matter doesn't even warrant attention. And Yuna guessed he came specifically because of today's news. I never doubt your abilities, but I still want to be by your side. In times when she needed help, he wanted to be the first person she sees. This incident seemed far more complicated than she imagined. It must be admitted that his arrival indeed improved her mood greatly, and Yuna shared her discovery without reservation. Do you think how Su Miao got herself used by someone? Getting isn't necessarily being used, but Bian Xingzhou didn't voice his thoughts since even if he said it, she wouldn't believe him. So, it's better for her to uncover the truth herself. Didn't you summon someone over? Maybe we'll know the answer soon. I'm just afraid that the girl herself doesn't even understand what happened. In her mind, Su Miao was still that shy and pure little girl who had no idea about the intricacies involved. Should I check AI Huey's side first? Nan, that man is much more dangerous than you imagine. Don't make rash moves, Bian Xingzhou earnestly told her. He'd been keeping an eye on that man for a long time, but hadn't caught him doing anything incriminating yet. And Yuna could also feel that AI Hui wasn't an ordinary person. Since he had already warned her, she naturally nodded obediently. All right, I understand. Chapter 214. Su Miao, who had just finished her work, was preparing to leave early, but she was stopped by her manager at the door, saying that Mr. N wanted her to visit the company. Feeling extremely annoyed, Su Miao changed her plan and went to Shiwan instead. Master, did you look for me today? Su Miao went straight to the top floor, where she saw not only her master but also the cold-faced general, which made her a little nervous in her heart. Every time she saw him, she felt a bit afraid, not only because of his intimidating aura but also because his pair of bright green eyes seemed as if they could see through the depths of one's soul. General is here too? She formally greeted both of them. Xiaomiao, come in and sit down. and Yuanan invited her inside. After a brief small talk about their lives, the topic finally returned to the main point of the day. Xiaomiao, during this period, have you tried making instant noodles with other flavors on your own? Su Miao's already restless heart jumped again. I experimented with it a few days ago. Haven't you told me to try developing new flavors myself? Don't be nervous. Of course, I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried that someone might take advantage of you. And Yuanan patted her back gently to comfort her. Did you do this at the company or at home? I did it in both places. I didn't pay attention to the location, sometimes at home and sometimes in the store. Su Miao's hands were tightly clutching the edge of her clothes, sweat continuously oozing from her palms. Xiaomiao, I think you should change your place of residence. And Yuanan suspected this girl had been under surveillance by people from the IMA group. Their recipe might have been obtained from her. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bian Qingzhou, who had remained silent until then. We suspect that the new flavor launched by IMA group is what you previously developed. Su Miao's body suddenly jolted, and her heart grew even more panic-stricken. She couldn't bear to look into the eyes of the cold-faced Yama, so she babbled toward Yuanan in defense. Master, what does Yuan Shui mean? I wouldn't give anything to IMA group's people. I don't even know any of them. Calm down, don't be afraid. And Yuanan consoled her while glaring at the man beside her. What he said isn't right. You misunderstood Qingzhou. His meaning was that the taste of the instant noodles produced by IMA group resembles your skills. So, master, you two think I secretly gave them the recipe? Su Miao immediately turned red in the face and loudly questioned. Not true. We don't think that way. I merely suspect that you've been followed by IMA group people. And Yuanan had never considered such a possibility. That's why I said you need to change where you live. It was like that. Su Miao slightly calmed down from her excitement. Sorry, master. I was rude earlier. Do you know AI Hui? The man suddenly asked again. This simple question instantly made Su Miao tense up again. How should she answer? She looked at Yuanan helplessly, asking for assistance. Though uncertain why he asked this question, and Yuanan understood her boyfriend well, he must have had some purpose, and thus didn't stop him. I only know he's the executive president of IMA Group, Miss AI Lin's brother. Su Miao carefully pondered over how to phrase her words since there was no other way. Bian Qingzhou gave her a light, fleeting glance, but it was sharp enough to seem like it pierced through her soul, revealing everything clearly before her. At this moment, Su Miao felt as if the time stretched endlessly. Her whole body drowned in suffocating fear, terror spreading throughout her being. She was certain this man knew everything already. What now? What could she possibly do? And Yuanan watched as Su Miao's complexion turned pale and her cold sweat poured out. Xiaomiao, are you unwell? I'll call for the treatment pod to be brought over. Just endure it for a while. He hurriedly left the room. Now, there were only 2 people left in the office, and the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Su Miao's heart nearly collapsed in this very moment. She had always been somewhat scared of this man, but at this moment even more. She desperately wanted to escape, yet her body refused to move. Do you really not know AI Hui? Bian Qingzhou once again leisurely asked. On behalf of his girlfriend, he intended to give her one more chance. Caught between Su Miao's overwhelming feelings and the pressure of his immense aura, her mind went blank, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Finally, unable to endure anymore, she recklessly declared, You already know everything. Why are you still asking me? Because your master trusts you deeply. Hearing this, Su Miao's guilt surged within her heart once more. She knew that her master, who was just 2 years older than her, had always protected and trusted her. But when had her resentment towards her begun? Perhaps ever since the founding of Xiwan, jealousy had planted its seeds deep in her heart. Despite being around the same age, their circumstances were drastically different. After a flurry of complex emotions, Su Miao instead grew calm. That's right. Without her, there wouldn't be the me of today. Perhaps she would still be that simple, timid, and easily bullied kitchen helper. Why doesn't General Bian directly tell Yuanan the truth? I want you to personally confess to her. Bian Qingzhou showed no interest in her regret or apology. He wanted this person to speak out what she had done herself. At this moment, Yuanan stood by the door with the treatment pod, having just arrived. She initially intended to walk in straight away, but when she heard their conversation, she was momentarily at a loss. It took her a while standing there to adjust her emotions before stepping inside, looking at Su Miao, whose complexion was still extremely pale. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Su Miao, who was prepared to confess according to Bian Qingzhou's demands, felt an indescribable shame when she truly faced Yuanan, making her unable to meet the other woman's eyes. Yes, it's me. The instant noodles produced by IMA Group use the recipe I gave them. She mumbled, keeping her head down. Why? Is there anything else? Bian Qingzhou and Yuanan asked simultaneously. Su Miao paused for a moment before continuing. Also, I previously taught some signature dishes from Baidu building to the restaurants under the IMA Group. And Yuanan stared deeply at her apprentice's profile, as if she had never truly understood this disciple at all. She didn't care that the culinary arts she taught might spread outside. She only felt chilled to the core. She believed she had taken great care in nurturing this exceptionally talented young apprentice, putting more effort into her than into any of her other disciples, and even considered her like a younger sister. But, somehow, she no longer cared so much about why this once pure-hearted girl had changed. Everyone has their own choices, and she couldn't force things. Fine. If it's like this, our karmic connection probably ends here, said Yuanan, though heavy-hearted, acknowledging that the situation should come to a peaceful conclusion. Master, Su Miao suddenly raised her head, not expecting such finality. Didn't Master always protect her? Didn't Master forgive her every time she made mistakes? Why, that's right. It was she who gradually erased their master-disciple bond. It was she who betrayed first. Ultimately, Su Miao felt too ashamed to say anything further. Before leaving, she deeply bowed to An Yuanan, saying, "Master, I'm sorry." Bian Qingzhou carefully moved to the side of An Yuanan, who had her eyes tightly shut, tentatively reaching out his arms to embrace her. Upon discovering that she seemingly had no intention of rejecting him, he quickly pulled her into his embrace. Immersed in her own grief-stricken thoughts, An Yuanan let the man touch her, knowing he wished to console her. But at the moment, all she wanted was quiet self-healing. Chapter 215. After quite a while, An Yuanan finally composed herself and asked curiously, "When did you find out?" The man who had been quietly accompanying her held the small white hand, lovingly pinching it back and forth. "I noticed she had some little secrets long before, but I didn't pay much attention at that time. I still can't figure out why she helped Amy Group. Was it for star coins? But now that girl shouldn't be short of money, right? She offered her employees the best treatment in the industry, especially to the head chefs whose annual salary was in the millions with additional dividends. So it should not have been for the sake of money." Looking down at the person who could not solve the mystery, Bian Qingzhou answered her question. "Because of AI Hui. Su Miao has known AI Hui for a long time. They've always been secretly communicating." "Is that really the case?" And Yunan was extremely shocked. "Then, their relationship must be quite good, right?" Her tone was particularly tangled. How could this girl be related to that person and even do so much for him? "Their relationship is indeed good, but not the way you think." The man looked at her expression that was utterly distorted, knowing what she was thinking. There's no romantic relationship between them. However, Su Miao does care a lot about that man. Their relationship is more like family. Han Yunan couldn't quite understand the development of events. How is that possible? You mean Su Miao considers AI Hui as her brother? That girl is truly consistently foolish. She was almost laughing in frustration. Where were these older brothers that dug pits for their younger sisters? What AI Hui was doing was clearly taking advantage of that foolish girl. It was just that she couldn't see it, going to great lengths to help conceal it. Yes, if she were smart, probably they wouldn't have approached her. Bian Qingzhou very much agreed with what she just said. And Yunan's mind was buzzing, assuming that girl had lost her mind over love, but it turned out nothing had happened on his side. This left her unsure of what to say. Does Moen know about this? Suddenly, she thought of another person, and also didn't know what these two would ultimately do. I estimate soon. The man wasn't worried about his good friend at all. In fact, Moen working at Mount Tai Group indeed started to suspect something. Not long ago, he finally persuaded various shareholders in the company to put instant noodles into full production. In the last few days, the market feedback has also been very positive, allowing him to relax a bit. However, this morning his assistant showed him a message. Amy Group was launching new products today, and these several flavors of instant noodles were all unique flavors not found at Yuan. He couldn't help but feel somewhat concerned. "President, I've had someone buy back their new product. Would you like to try it?" The assistant was a very thorough person. He initially wanted to contact Yunnan, but decided to try their stuff first to see what level they were at. So he let his assistant prepare 2 bowls of noodles for him. Slurped one bite down, and he felt this taste was so familiar. Then he meticulously ate both bowls completely. At this point, he was 100% sure who made this familiar taste. After all, that was the potential girlfriend he was working hard to win over. To impress the beauty, he put in a lot of effort, so he was extremely familiar with Su Miao's craftsmanship. But exactly what was going on here? Yuan hasn't collaborated with Amy Group, has it? Could it be that the girl was taken advantage of? Undoubtedly, his thoughts aligned perfectly with Yunan's, both suspecting Amy Group of mischief behind the scenes. Thus, Mon rushed to Yuan to inform Yunnan, just then bumping into Su Miao wiping away tears and preparing to leave outside the door. "Miao Miao, are you alright?" Seeing her in this state, the words on the tip of his tongue immediately changed. Judging by her appearance, perhaps she suffered some grievance? "I'm fine." Su Miao in low spirits didn't know how to face him. If he knew what she was up to, he'd surely be disappointed in her too, so she didn't dare to look at him. However, Mon, who had always been very devoted to her, would not just let her leave like that. "Miao Miao, I know you are sad, but this is not your fault. It's Amy Group that's too despicable." Su Miao instantly realized the other party didn't know the truth, making her heart even more complex. She was utterly ashamed. She did not deserve their trust. "I want to go home." She lacked the courage to confess again, but neither did she want this man to find out about her actions too quickly, so she had to try delaying things. "Alright, I'll take you home." Mon naturally stopped asking questions and sent her. On the way, Su Miao kept her head down and looked very low-spirited and dejected. The blonde man initially tried hard to tell her jokes to cheer her up, but when he saw that it had no effect, he fell silent as well, thinking perhaps she needed some time alone. After dropping her off, the blonde man still felt uneasy and stayed with her for a while longer until her younger brother came back from school before preparing to leave. "I'll see you out." Just as Mon was about to leave, Su Miao suddenly spoke up. Without waiting for his response, she got up and walked out directly. The blonde man naturally quickly followed, though he felt that her mood was very off. But considering what had happened today, he didn't think too much about it, deciding it was a good opportunity to have a proper chat with her. Su Miao had called him out of instinct because she didn't want him to leave. She knew that once he left, he would soon find out the truth, so she wanted to delay things a little longer, even if he would eventually know. "Baby, are you feeling particularly bad today? I understand you. If you want to talk about it, it might make you feel better," Mon said while following her downstairs and then around the garden in the residential area for a few rounds. Seeing that she still hadn't spoken, he could only say something himself. If you don't want to talk about this matter, let's talk about something else. I'm almost done with my current busy phase. In a few days, I'll have time. When you're on vacation, I'll take you somewhere to relax. Do you want to travel to another planet? If not, there are also many resorts in Shanyong where you can go. Where do you want to go? He went on talking incessantly, and Su Miao listened attentively but still did not respond. She couldn't react to any of it. She knew that their time together would be limited now. As the sky changed from dusk to pitch black, the night lights were just as bright as during the day, but time couldn't be turned back. Mon, Amy Group's new instant noodles were developed by me. I've known AI Hui for a long time. I've also taught their chefs under contract my culinary skills. These abrupt few words made Mon's mind freeze. He suddenly couldn't understand what she was saying anymore. He didn't comprehend the meaning. It took all of Su Miao's courage to say those words. She didn't want him to hear them from someone else, although she didn't wish to see his look of disappointment upon learning the truth. She knew she didn't deserve his earnestness. Finally, she wanted to face herself squarely and bid farewell to him properly. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Why? After a long pause, Mon finally understood what she had said earlier. Originally, he wanted to ask her why, but looking at the faint sparkle reflected in her eyes, he suddenly felt something change. He could no longer see the clarity in her eyes. Does Yunan know too? Yes. Su Miao nodded calmly, but a certain emotion suddenly surged within her, though she quickly suppressed it. It didn't matter now. Actually, Mon was furious inside and wanted to question her. Weren't they good enough to her? However, he still felt soft-hearted and asked, is Yunan very angry? If she was particularly upset, it would probably provoke a certain man. This completely broke Su Miao's restraint. Even now, all you care about is in Yunan's reaction. She already has a boyfriend. She's your brother's woman. No matter how much you cherish her, it's futile. She had always thought deep down that the blonde man actually liked in Yunan, and she was just his second choice due to unattainable love. You're speaking nonsense. How could I have such thoughts? Mon refuted hastily and angrily, confused about what exactly was happening. Chapter 216. I have always been a gentleman to Yunan. There has never been anything inappropriate between us. I don't know why you would distort the relationship between us like this, but you have truly disappointed me. I think you might have never really understood me. Mon felt as though a wound had been carved in her heart, causing pain and coldness. It seemed she had never seen how much effort he put into their relationship. She used to think it was because she wasn't aware enough, but later, it seemed she had never actively responded. I just thought you were too good to her. In truth, she was jealous of Yunan. She was jealous that she could stand on the same level as them, making Su Miao feel very inferior inside. These are all your excuses you make for yourself. The blonde man looked tormented. How could the girl he carefully held in his hands think of him like this? Since you have never believed in me, I will never disturb you again from now on. Mon took a deep look at her, then reminded her one last time. Be careful of AI Hui. Then he slowly turned and left. Su Miao's tears burst forth, blurring her vision. Watching his retreating back, she felt so heartbroken she couldn't breathe, not because she deeply loved him, but because she had lost another person who treated her well. After 2 disoriented days, Su Miao had no idea what to do next. Although Yunan didn't expose her situation publicly, and with her extensive experience at 100 Taste Building, she could still be highly sought after by many restaurants. She knew there would be no other company treating her as kindly as Shi Yuan did. Perhaps not even Freedom in the future. After much consideration, she still sent a video message to that person. Now, she only had him. Top floor office of AI May Group. AI Hui casually glanced at the glowing computer indicating an incoming call and rejected it without hesitation. Mr. AI, that foolish girl still has some value for us, sir. Let her be. She can only rely on me now. If I leave her hanging for a few days, she'll follow us more loyally. AI Hui's eyes were cold. There was no need to coddle that fool anymore. With several attempts at calling being rejected, Su Miao's mind was filled with anxiety. She consoled herself endlessly. Brother AI must be very busy with work. He's not refusing me intentionally. She didn't dare to delve deeper or consider other possibilities. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan suffered from losing her scatterbrain talent, leaving the branch of Baiwei Lu temporarily unable to operate normally. And Yunan was truly furious this time after being extremely irritated. While she didn't mind others imitating their company's products, she couldn't tolerate underhanded tactics. Sister Dai, please help take care of the company affairs for these 2 days. I'm going to give AI May Group something to remember. She planned to spend 2 days developing the new flavors. Then she intended to collaborate with Taishan Enterprise and Shengshi Group to mass-produce and list those items. She believed that with her skills and Shi Yuan's reputation, they would definitely push AI May Group out of the market. Okay, Yunan, leave it to me. Dai Guoguo was also infuriated upon knowing the truth. She had already grown tired of that troublemaking girl, but endured it for Yunan's sake. And now, she finally crossed the line. But as Dai Guoguo said, Yunan was still too kind-hearted. She only expelled her from Shi Yuan, didn't demand compensation, and deliberately concealed the truth to protect her reputation. That AI Hui is definitely not a good person. I wonder how AI Lin is faring now. Dai Guoguo secretly thanked heaven that they hadn't directly collaborated with him earlier. And Yunan paused for a moment. It had been quite some time since she last contacted Sister AI Lin. Judging from the current situation, things wouldn't be good. But since the other party hadn't actively sought their help, it seemed there wasn't a serious issue yet. After we're done with this busy period, let's gather together. Setting aside in Yunan's full commitment to the research of new flavors. On this side, Mo and deeply affected emotionally pulled his two good brothers to drown sorrows for several consecutive days. Bi Chengzhou and Liao Shiji sympathized with this childhood friend who fell hard in love for the first time and patiently accompanied him venting. Why? Am I not good enough? Why doesn't she tell me anything? I don't understand her at all. I didn't even know she knew AI Hui. Hiccup, I still remember her trying to avoid me when we first met. Hiccup, so cute, ah. Hiccup, I couldn't help but want to Hiccup tease her. Result, Hiccup, instead Hiccup, I myself got trapped. Mo had holed up in his room drinking for several days, with the two men sitting beside him listening to his constant rambling. Initially, they responded in turn but soon realized he wasn't hearing a word of it, so they just let him talk to himself. Are we going to stay here with him forever? Liao Shiji couldn't sit still any longer. The air was filled with the suffocating stench of alcohol, along with an incessant chatterbox, truly testing his patience. Wouldn't it be too unbrotherly to leave now? Bi Chengzhou surprisingly showed a shred of conscience, completely because his girlfriend had reminded him earlier to properly console this unsuccessful childhood friend. That said, do we both need to waste our time here? Brother's loyalty wasn't supposed to be shown like this, was it? You're right. Leave it to you. Once he sobers up, send me a message. With that, Bi Chengzhou got ready to leave. Wait, boss, I'm busy too. There's a mountain of work waiting for me at the office. Liao Shiji couldn't help but protest. Huh, are you busier than me? Fine, no contest there. You're the Grand Current Marshal of the Star Alliance Republic, and even the future president. Who could possibly be busier than you? Liao Shiji immediately shut up, watching as the other man left without hesitation. But the man who claimed to be swamped didn't head to the governmental building to work. Instead, he went directly to Shi Yuan like a seasoned regular. Why are you here? And Yunnan was preoccupied with dealing with the consequences brought by 100 Tastes building's closure. Marshal B has arrived. Let me take my leave then. Dai Guoguo was as always appropriately considerate, knowing from countless experiences that staying any longer would make her feel awkward. So she smiled, nodded, and left at once. How is Moen doing? His emotions have mostly stabilized, nothing serious. After this bout of drunkenness, things should settle down. As for the pitiful look-alike now, it wasn't necessary to tell her about it. Bi Chengzhou felt this response was perfect. Alright, I'll find some time later to see him. And Yunnan felt a bit guilty. After all, it was her student who hurt him. Even though the girl had severed ties with her, as a good friend, she still needed to comfort him. Maybe today he won't wake up. The blonde man hesitated for a few seconds. Just give him some alone time to think. That made sense. At this point, he probably didn't want to see anyone. And Yunnan was quickly convinced. You're right. For these couple of days, we won't disturb him. And I plan to dedicate myself to developing some new flavors anyway, perhaps allowing Mon to vent his frustrations while he's at it. Do you intend to teach AI May Group a lesson? Bi Chengzhou immediately grasped her meaning. Exactly, I absolutely detest their sleazy tactics. In running her business, and Yunnan always adhered to the principle of friendly cooperation for mutual benefit. It seems this time she really couldn't tolerate what AI Hui did. I support you. Do whatever you need to. Although AI Hui could be somewhat dangerous, Bi Chengzhou was confident he could protect her. And Yunnan sensed how non-trivial AI Hui was, but after hearing those words from the man, she felt completely free of concerns. She knew he would cover her back. Unbeknownst to herself, she was becoming increasingly reliant on him, and the man took great pleasure in this subtle influence. He was proud of her independence and self-confidence, yet also grateful for her growing dependence on him. The employees of Shi Yuan had grown accustomed to seeing Marshall be taking their CEO and away from work, the two figures walking off together matching each other perfectly, yet drawing envious glances. Chapter 217. Mr. AI, recently IMA Group's business hasn't been thriving as it should, but with your skills, Mr. AI, this is to be expected. I wonder if we have the honor of doing business with you. Leader, you flatter me. You know I'm driven by necessity. If it weren't for those two people, how would I abandon the highly profitable nutrient agent market and instead develop a less lucrative new market? In his study at home, AI Hui secretly connected to an unknown channel where the long-unseen pirate leader, Abudu, appeared. Since Bao White and others were dealt with according to the law, Abudu and his crew had tried everything possible to leave the Star Alliance Republic. Due to Bian Qingzhou's ruthless measures that fortified the frontier, they could no longer sneak back in, thus quieting down for quite some time. This time, they saw that Shiwan's newly developed instant noodles were indeed something good, and since the election was about to begin soon, they wanted to create some chaos for Bian Qingzhou. Mr. AI, given the relationship between us, there's no need for us to dance around each other. Let me be direct. I hope you can give me a copy of the instant noodle recipe. It won't affect you, right? After all, the pirates operated millions of light years away in an unknown star region, so no one would know what they were up to. AI Hui didn't immediately agree. Leader, do you know what would happen if I am discovered by Bian Qingzhou? Haha, I didn't expect Mr. AI to become so timid. Don't worry, since you are our friend, we will definitely ensure your safety, Abudu said with a pleasant laugh, though in his heart he already knew the person on the other end likely had another plan in mind. But that didn't matter, considering everything the other party had done before, they could never sever ties cleanly. Ho ho ho, I was just making a random comment. If it weren't for your help back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. How could I refuse your request? AI Hui knew he couldn't get rid of them, but he also believed they would ensure his safety since he held all intelligence regarding the pirates within the Star Alliance Republic. Thank you, Mr. AI. By the way, how is my good niece doing? Leader, are you still enjoying the drama? AI Hui smiled while teasing, also silently mourning for Su Miao, that foolish girl, who probably still did not understand her distant cousin auntie's true identity. Of course, Abudu wasn't truly asking how the girl was faring. To be honest, I really like that girl. Unfortunately, we probably don't have the opportunity to meet again. At this point, we felt something was off. He didn't think a renowned pirate leader would fall for such an average-looking and somewhat stupid girl. What attracted him must have been her culinary talent. After all, Abudu had previously eyed Yuan, but unfortunately, the Baowei faction fell too quickly, and she was already under Bian Qingzhou's protection. Therefore, the idea had naturally been abandoned earlier. But Su Miao was different. She was originally Yuan's most favored apprentice, having learned 60% of her master's skills. Though well protected, her own foolishness had left her isolated and without aid, giving them an opportunity. We wanted to bring her into Imei group, and Abudu naturally also wished to invite her back to their territory. It's simple for you to see her. In a few days, I'll have her work at Imei group, where you'll have many opportunities. We pretended to arrange things for both of them, but subtly hinted that the girl was someone he valued. However, Abudu wasn't ready to give up easily. Then I thank you again for keeping her for me. I'll take her back eventually. This statement implied the girl was only staying temporarily. We thought for a moment and agreed. He could find several high-level chefs to let Su Miao teach them her culinary techniques during this period. Leader, don't be so formal. During this time, I'll treat her well on your behalf. This indicated a compromise. At this moment, Su Miao, whose future belonged to the plans made for her, became increasingly anxious. She hadn't been able to reach her elder brother through video calls for 2 consecutive days, forcing her to consider other possibilities. Just as her thoughts began to spiral into despair, her light brain emitted a sound like heavenly music, the voice she wanted to hear the most. Mr. Elder brother why didn't you answer my calls these past 2 days? Su Miao's face was pale and tired, her eyes red and swollen, with evident accusations and grievances in her tone. I'm sorry, there was an accident at the factory, and I've been completely preoccupied. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrible? We asked her with great concern. I was fired by Shiwan. Originally, she resented him deeply. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been expelled by her teacher. But it wasn't entirely his fault. When she first developed a new flavor and eagerly handed over the recipe to him, he had refused initially. It was her own jealousy that drove her actions. She wanted her master to see that her skills were just as good, if not better. Hence, she begged him repeatedly to use her recipe for Imei Group's production. So, she had no right to blame him. Everything was her own doing. Now he was all she had left. What? What happened? Anything serious? Didn't Yuan find out you gave me the recipe? Or shall I go and explain to her? At worst, I can have Imei Group halt production. Originally, we hadn't planned to patiently deal with her, but with Abudu watching closely nearby, he had to be more careful. He needed this naive girl willingly to stay under his control. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Su Miao burst into tears again, touched by his kindness. Her dry eyes from 2 days of constant crying now brimmed with moisture once more. Big brother you are truly so kind. After sobbing for a while and gradually calming down from her recent restlessness, she sniffled and continued. Big brother there's no need for you to go to her. It would be futile. There is no longer any connection between us. She knew all too well Yuan's nature. This time, she had crossed a major line, and their relationship would never return to what it used to be. How could it have escalated this far? You look so upset. I should still visit Shi Yuan. Knowing the psychological manipulation of making someone desire something even more by pretending to abandon it, Hui said, I'll explain the situation to Yuan and make compensation. Although technically, he didn't need to offer any compensation at all. No, big brother this was my mistake. How could I let you do such a thing? I've already severed ties with them. Don't worry about it anymore. Su Miao's gratitude grew, thankful that he was still beside her. Well then, do you have any plans for your future? I don't know. All I know is how to cook a few dishes, nothing else. As Su Miao spoke in deep despair, she lowered her head, occasionally stealing a glance at him. Of course, Hui understood her subtle hints. He originally planned to bring her on board, but did not want to initiate it himself. With your title as a senior chef and these impressive skills, any place would welcome you with open arms. So, big brother would Imei Group welcome me? Su Miao was aware of her abilities and felt confident in finding another job easily, but she feared going somewhere unfamiliar where people might deceive or mistreat her. Therefore, her best option remained the person across from her. Are you suggesting you'd like to work at our Imei Group? Hui feigned surprise. Do you really wish to join our company? Of course. Why wouldn't big brother welcome me? Seeing his seemingly delighted expression, Su Miao felt secure knowing he wouldn't turn her down. I certainly do welcome you. I'm worried you'll change your mind. Hui subtly hinted at his ulterior motives, but Su Miao failed to pick up on his hidden meaning, assuming he was merely concerned she might regret leaving Shi Yuan. Never. I've been wanting to join your company for quite some time now. From now on, I'll dedicate myself fully to helping you. Haha, excellent. I assure you, Xiao Miao, I will treat you well. Hui genuinely laughed with inner satisfaction. Thank you, big brother I trust you completely. With this newfound confidence, Su Miao shed the shadow of her previous worries. Even without Shi Yuan, she would still thrive admirably. Chapter 2:18. Without mentioning the changes outside, Yuan spent 2 days developing a new flavor for instant noodles. Actually, it wasn't entirely new since these 5 flavors were the same as those launched by AIM Group, but they far surpassed AIM Group in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Wow, it smells so good. Let us try it quickly. Dai Guogua and a few assistants immediately gathered around her as soon as she came out of the R&D room. You eat it far away from me. Don't let me smell it. And Yunnan vowed that she would never touch this stuff again. After returning to the office, she glanced at the computer first. There was nothing urgent to handle, so without further ado, she prepared to skip work and go home. Yunnan, there's something I forgot to tell you. Su Miao is about to join AIM Group. Their company just released the news today, Dai Guogua said cautiously, wishing deep down to give that girl a severe beating. In fact, AIM Group's announcement was using Su Miao as a ladder to take advantage of their reputation. While the words were full of gratitude, the sarcasm practically indicated that they were riding on their popularity. And Yunnan hesitated for a moment. How can that girl still be hanging around AI Hui? Is she unaware that she's been deceived? This was sheer stubbornness. It might not be certain. That girl is now very smart. Perhaps it's her own choice. The treatment offered by General AI isn't worse than ours at Xiwan. Dai Guogua gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. That white-eye wolf wasn't worth their attention. And Yunnan wanted to say something more, but after a while, she really had no position to meddle anymore. Forget it. She's an adult already. She should walk her chosen path. Even if she wanted to intervene, the other party probably wouldn't listen, which could lead to counterproductive results. So let it be. By the way, has MON recovered these past few days? Suddenly remembering another person deeply hurt by love. He's fine, but he may need more time to get over it. Dai Guogua also felt sympathy for the man, while mentally punishing the white-eye wolf in times. Alright, I'll visit him this afternoon. And Yunnan originally didn't plan to come to work today. That's fine too. In a week will be the election meeting. I know your heart is no longer in the company, and I understand. You'd better accompany your future president then. It seems like it's only a week until the election conference. If someone hadn't reminded her, she truly wouldn't have noticed. Even that man didn't bother to remind her. When she got home, she realized Bian Qingzhou hadn't been home for several days. These past couple of days, and Yunnan was coming out early and returning late, so she didn't notice his movements. Apparently, he had been busy as well recently. Glancing at the clock, it was only a little past 10 in the morning, still early enough to prepare lunch. Ordering some fresh ingredients via her computer, she then entered the kitchen. Thinking about his hard work over the past few days, and Yunnan made several dishes in one breath. Glutinous rice, a treasure duck, human lamb, egg with shrimp, blanched choy sum, scrambled eggs with mushrooms, celery with lily bulbs, assorted spare rib soup, and each dish was in no small quantity. Fortunately, her home had large and numerous preserving boxes. She packed all the prepared meals, thinking for a second, and decided to deliver them herself. Although express delivery was fast, she had nothing else to do anyway, so why not take the trip herself? Piloting her aircraft to the solemn main administration building, she suddenly realized that perhaps regular people couldn't enter here. Looking at the towering buildings with sentries everywhere in front of her, she had no choice but to contact a certain person using her computer. A few minutes later, she saw a familiar figure appear in the distance. Under the sunlight, the man seemed especially attractive, tall and robust physique, determined and handsome features, all captivating her. Why don't you tell me you're coming earlier? Bian Qingzhou used their couple's exclusive permissions to open the aircraft. You're out here. And Yunnan had just been staring absent-mindedly at him, completely failing to notice that he had come inside. I'm here to bring you food. I forgot this place doesn't allow random entry. Actually, you could have come straight in. The man swapped places with her, driving the aircraft into the building. How could that be possible? This was the highest grade office building in the country, certainly inaccessible to random civilians. And how did you not directly tell me before? Do you know about the presidential palace at the back? When we went to my house before, my dad had already given you authorization. Therefore, both here and the mansion at the back are accessible to you freely. Bian Qingzhou gave a faint smile. As for why he bothered to pick her up, of course, it was because he wanted to see her sooner. Oh, it's like that. And Yunnan couldn't help but exclaim. She always thought this place was sacred. She rarely went to the presidential mansion, and she didn't expect that one day she would be able to come and go so casually. President Bian's actions had completely made her feel like one of them, which warmed her heart profoundly. By the way, after you become the president, you'll be moving home to live, right? After all, his safety would then become a national priority. Yes, there will be more restrictions afterward. He didn't care much about these minor inconveniences, but he couldn't bring trouble to her due to his own whims. Yunnan felt a little unhappy inside. They wouldn't be able to see each other every day from then on. She was already used to living under the same roof, and it seemed that now she'd have to face solitude again. But she understood this was something unavoidable. When you hold a position, you must adhere to your responsibilities. These constraints are for your own good. Bian Qingzhou didn't say anything more. He parked the aircraft on the helipad and looked at several large preserving boxes stuffed in the car, just about to look for some help. Boss, we've received your wife. Behind him, Zhou Liang greeted them with a broad grin on his face. Zhou Liang, AI Waika, Jiang Mo, what brings you here? And Yunnan turned around at the sound of their voices and saw that they were all here. Sister-in-law, we're here to greet you. AI Waika smiled and greeted her as well, though if you ignored his constant glances backward, she might believe it. Sister-in-law, you must be tired. Let's go inside quickly. Jiang Mo took over the two preserving boxes from her hands with a gentlemanly air, ensuring they wouldn't get kicked out by the boss. Seeing this, the rest hurried to gather around the vehicle and lifted down all the preserving boxes. The couple didn't even have to lift a finger. Bian Qingzhou gave everyone an intense glare. Are you all so idle? The group of pesky light bulbs hanging around showed absolutely no self-awareness. Boss, it's meal time, Zhou Liang reminded cheerfully. Needless to say, These few individuals came out together after knowing and Yunin had arrived. Obviously, they were here to free ride. However, and Yunin had considered them while preparing lunch and thus had prepared a large amount of food. The man was already dissatisfied with these people freeloading, and now he warned coldly before the meal. Eat quickly, no chit-chat. Finish eating and scram. No problem, boss. The three shameless men smelled the enticing aroma of the food in the air and nodded repeatedly. And Yunin was already accustomed to their ways and didn't even bother to dissuade them anymore. Silently, she began dishing rice and soup for everyone. The food on the table was eaten clean, as usual. After finishing, those few left very consciously, cleaning up the dining table along the way. Rest in my office for a while. Bian Qingzhou led her to his workplace. You should nap with me. It will help you regain energy for the afternoon. And Yunin briefly glanced around, feeling somewhat constrained in such a serious environment. All right, let's rest together. The man pulled her into the well-equipped resting room outside. Initially not intending to rest, but since she would accompany him, taking a short break was fine. After waking up, I plan to check on Mo-in and then come back to pick you up after work. And Yunin informed him of her plans before sleeping. And Mo-in is fine. You don't need to see him today. He'll be at Shiyuan tomorrow, so spend today's time with me. Puffed. And Yunin was amused by his jealous demeanor. Her emerald eyes looked a bit pitiful. All right, I'll spend the entire afternoon with you. Good, sleep now. Bian Qingzhou immediately knew her intentions when he saw her smiling eyes. In one swift motion, he grabbed her and pressed her to his chest, preventing any further mischief. And Yunin had been exhausted these past days. After a couple minutes of fussing, she soon fell asleep in his warm and familiar embrace. After waking up, she planned to visit Mo-in and then come back to pick him up after work. Upon waking, and Yunin shared her plan with him. Mo-in is fine. You don't need to go see him today. He'll be at Shiyuan tomorrow. Spend today's time with me. Puffed. And Yunin burst out laughing at his jealous expression. Her bright green eyes twinkled mischievously. All right, I'll spend the whole afternoon with you. Good, now go to sleep. Bian Qingzhou clearly saw the gleam in her eyes, and without delay scooped her into his arms, pressing her close so she couldn't cause any more mischief. And Yunin had been quite tired lately. After fooling around for just a few minutes, she soon drifted off in the warmth of his familiar embrace. Chapter 219. The next day, shortly after arriving at Shiyuan, and Yunin saw Mo-in, who had already lost at least 5 pounds. His cheeks were slightly sunken, showing the extent of his pain. However, from the brightness in his eyes, it was clear that his spirit remained decent. Evidently, he had adjusted well. You're here, come in and sit. Little Nan, long time no see. Mo-in sat casually on the sofa as he used to. Seeing his attitude hadn't changed much from before, and Yunin finally felt relieved. She had been worried that the girl's incident might create a rift between them. No matter what, I owe you an apology since I didn't educate Suyao well enough. Although the matter was over, she wanted to speak about it with him. This isn't your problem. Don't take everything on yourself, especially since the situation is all over now. The blonde man's eyes momentarily dimmed. None could imagine that pure-hearted girl turning into this. All right, we must look forward, especially you. What? Are you worried I won't love anymore? Mon returned to his carefree self. Don't worry. This young master wouldn't abandon an entire garden just because of one cherry blossom. With my status, what kind of woman can I find? Brother, are you being emotionally stimulated so hard that you've transitioned from fidelity to promiscuity? It's almost comical how worried I was that you might never like women again. And Yunin twisted her face and said, you'd better not turn into a scumbag. Her expression made the blonde burst out laughing. For such a young girl, how come you sound so old and experienced? And Yunin rolled her eyes rudely. Well, considering his recent mood swings, she decided to let it slide. Okay, back to business. I plan to give AI Hui a lesson, did you know? Now that Suyao has joined Ami Group, and Yunin wasn't sure how the blonde man would feel about this. I also want to thoroughly deal with this unscrupulous person. Do you have a plan? As a law-abiding citizen of the Star Alliance Republic and a close friend of the future president, there's absolutely no way he'd do something illegal like kidnapping someone and putting them in a sack. I made a replica of Ami Group's instant noodles these past few days. So you're planning to openly challenge them. Mon understood her intentions immediately. Good. I support you. Let's push them out of this market together. He was so excited he couldn't wait to get started. Sister Dai has already discussed this with Liao Shiji, and there's no issue on the Shengshi side either. With the 3 companies collaborating, it will undoubtedly put significant pressure on them. Then let's start production right away. The blonde was eager to take revenge. We aim to release the product tomorrow if possible. I think we should first investigate the market. We can't blindly produce large quantities, can we? There's no need for this trouble. Instant noodles are very popular right now. Every day they are in short supply. Therefore, we'll fully proceed without worrying about market demand. This was true indeed. People had already accepted food alternatives to nutritional agents, so nutritional agents would only be chosen when instant noodles were unavailable. Actually, and Yunin wasn't worried about this. She was thinking about Suyao. She wondered whether their actions would affect her. Even though she claimed to have severed ties with that girl earlier, feelings built up over so many years weren't easily broken. Mon also noticed her hesitation. Don't worry, that girl's culinary skills are impressive. AI Hui, respecting her talent, would treat her well. His feelings, too, were complicated as he thought about his first crush. How could he let go so easily? All right then, let's take action immediately. All these individuals were people of action. Plus, the interstellar technology was incredibly advanced, allowing the 3 companies to launch their new products the next day. Naturally, Shiyuan's brand reputation guaranteed widespread popularity, and the newly launched flavors continued to sell well. But within a short period, we still won't be able to hit AMI Group hard. After all, the instant noodle market is still quite underdeveloped, and taste isn't everyone's primary consideration yet. And Yuanan explained this beforehand, fearing MON might feel disappointed. Unless we find more businesses to cooperate with. Liao Shiji calmly proposed the solution, something they had been working on continuously. I'm not in a rush. The blonde looked somewhat helpless, though he wanted to teach AI Hui a lesson. He hadn't lost his sense of reason. And with current trends, instant noodles will eventually replace the nutrition agent market. We'll just have to wait for those companies to come knocking on our doors. You're right. No need to be overly anxious. And Yuanan thought that perhaps he had truly let go. Their plan was now stable, and they had not encountered any major obstacles along the way. They had originally thought some companies would form an alliance to give them trouble, but nothing happened. This was all thanks to Bian Qingzhou's deterrence. The Yin family was the first to bear the brunt. After a series of strict investigations, the Yin family was now on the verge of collapse. Since Yin returned the recipes, and Hong lost this leverage, resulting in a complete upheaval within the Yin family. Everyone in the Yin family was in a state of panic and disintegration, which naturally greatly diminished the authority of Grandpa. In order to save the Yin family, he even contacted Abedu, knowing they had their own influence in Shangyang. But the Yin family was now completely useless to them. Moreover, with Bian Qingzhou so tightly involved, no one dared to make a move. Grandpa, give up. If we declare bankruptcy now, we can still hold on to some assets. Otherwise, we'll lose everything. And Yin once again discussed with his grandfather. No, the Yin family cannot be destroyed by me. We cannot admit defeat. The usually calm and Hong could no longer regain his former rationality. By the way, what about Man? How are those people she was asked to socialize with? At this moment, Yin finally lost it. Grandpa, are you clear now? The Yin family is already finished. After he abandoned making a deal with Yunan, the grandpa immediately had Man go around contacting nobles. Of course, he secretly stopped her. Even if the Yin family had no money left, they wouldn't sell their relatives. You bastard. You don't deserve to be part of the Yin family. And Hong's eyes bulged, veins protruding on his forehead as he loudly berated, Get out. Get out of the Yin family immediately. Grandpa, I will declare the Yin family's bankruptcy on its behalf. Please be mentally prepared. And Yin did not intend to back down. At this point, only taking decisive measures would work, otherwise, the grandpa might still do something crazy. You dare? You have no right. And Yin ignored the roar behind him and directly left the study. This time, he needed to make his own decision. When he came downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Nzitao, and Ziyu, and Man, and the brothers Nzua, and Hao were quietly sitting in the living room downstairs. Still, Grandpa refuses? And Nzitao just asked but realized it was a wasted question, seeing his expression telling the result. The faces of the entire family turned even worse. They were gradually accepting the fact that the Yin family would go bankrupt. If Grandpa and still refused to let go, it wouldn't be good for them. And Yin, follow what you said before, declare bankruptcy immediately. And Ziyu stood up as the representative and patted his shoulder. The longer they waited, the more unfavorable the situation became. That's right, brother, we support you. And Man followed suit. She currently relied heavily on this brother. Without his intervention, she probably would have been sold off by her grandfather. And Yin nodded heavily. A century-old household was about to disappear. Chapter 220. Today, a major event happened in Shangyu, and Group declared bankruptcy. Although everyone already knew what Group had been up to these past few months, and no one really cared for the ANS anymore, it still evoked sighs to see such a colossal entity suddenly fall. With this, out of the 5 great families, 2 have now disappeared, the other being the Mu family, which had quietly faded long ago during the chaotic period when Bian Qingzhou emerged. At that time, he ruthlessly shut down the Mu family's operations. Now only 3 companies remain: Shengshi Group, Bian Qingzhou's business, Taishan Enterprises, the industry of his childhood friend's family, and Imei Group. The situation clearly favors one side over the other, ensuring that from this point forward, the leadership of the Star Alliance Republic will never again be dominated by aristocratic families. Yunan, the marketing department has just released their investigation and analysis report. Haha, ever since we launched those few flavors, Imei Group sales have indeed been quite affected. Dai Guo excitedly came into the office to share the good news. I understand. And Yunan carelessly glanced at the tablet screen being waved in her face, with obvious disinterest. Is that all you have to say? Dai Guo was a little dissatisfied. Never mind, I know you have something else on your mind. That matter was indeed more important, making this piece of news seem unremarkable. It's too much trouble, I truly don't want to deal with these things. It's so irritating. And Yunan felt somewhat frustrated. She wasn't interested in any bothersome commercial banquet, but somehow she ended up as the host party, not because she wanted to, but because that annoying man insisted on begging her. Since Group fell, the business community of the Star Alliance Republic has completely reshuffled. Bian Qingzhou, as the future president and hidden boss behind Shengshi Group, needs to resolve his alternate identity before taking office. The organization of the banquet should originally have been left to Shengshi Group, but he had some other thoughts in mind. Everyone also knows his relationship with Yunan, so there is nothing improper in him asking her to host. In short, he simply wants to take the opportunity to display that this girl cannot be coveted. Ho ho, you're quite extraordinary, don't you think? How many people in Shangyu would jump at the chance to secure this opportunity? If they saw how impatient you are right now, I wonder if they'd suffer heart attacks. Dai Guo was a little disappointed in her, afraid that she might give up halfway. I am genuinely not cut out for this kind of thing. And Yunnan has never even held a small birthday party, let alone a high-end cocktail party like this. I must warn you, considering Mr. President Bien's status, you'll probably need to get involved in this kind of event regularly in the future, said Dai Guagua, trying to prepare her mentally. Thinking about the days ahead where she won't be able to do as she pleases, and Yunnan felt suffocated and took a deep breath, deciding to leave future matters for another day. She already had enough headaches dealing with present issues. As she was agonizing over a planning proposal with a splitting headache, an unexpected surprise package was soon about to arrive. Meanwhile, at the presidential residence. Wow, it's Uncle Enrue and Uncle Dao. Little Ming's chubby cheeks flushed as he rushed toward the two robots in the courtyard. Haha, Yang, you remember us. Enrue extended two metal arms to catch the little fatty charging at him, fearing he might collide. Uncle Enrue, how did you two come here? The child was overjoyed to see them. Back when he and his brother had stranded on the Orota planet, aside from Sister Nan, it was Uncles Enrue and Dahu who took care of him. Although they were robots, in the little fatty's mind, they were no different than uncles. It was Mr. Qingzhou who transported us over, and Rue still used his old form of address, even though he had learned that the man who accidentally crashed into his vegetable garden turned out to be someone of such status. Madam Xia, please come inside. Summer Wei didn't feel comfortable calling the robot Dahu by name, feeling the first meeting might have been somewhat impolite. Mr. Enrue, sir, good morning. Enrue politely looked towards the couple at the door. Are these Yunnan's future in-laws? They look very kind, and their attitude towards these two robots is also very good. Yes, the girl has chosen well. There are several reasons why Bian Qingzhou brought these two robots over. 1. Yunnan often mentions them, always saying how nice it would be if they were around. 2nd, in a few days, he'll return to live at the presidential residence, and he is not at ease leaving her alone, nor does he want her to feel lonely. 3rd, the robot butler can help her deal with a lot of trivial matters. After undergoing strict inspection and upgrades at the Bian family home, Enrue and Dao finally could go and meet the person they wanted to see. Uncle Enrue, take me with you. As they were about to leave, the little ball of flab grabbed hold of Uncle Enrue's metallic leg. With his chubby curls and gem green watery eyes, he stared straight at him. This damnably adorable creature. No, not a pet, but cargo that was utterly irresistible. Even a heartless robot couldn't resist. All right, I'll take you along. After saying this, he suddenly realized it wasn't quite appropriate, and looked back toward the current president and his wife, hoping for their intervention. It's no trouble at all. Uncle Enrue, we trust you with the little fatty. Bian Hui waved cheerfully from the doorway. He had wanted to pack this little disruptor off, so they could have their private time. He'd considered sending him to the elder son before, but the elder one didn't want him either. Finally, someone would take care of it. Yes, let him spend a few days with you, Nan. He's been wanting to go for a while. Xia Wei chimed in with a gentle smile as she ushered them out, then asked the housekeeper to pack the child's daily necessities to bring along. Yunnan knew nothing of all this. She had mentally beat up a certain man who kept giving her trouble countless times and decided to quit again. Knock, knock, knock. There came a knock on the door. Come in, she said as she looked up. Uncle Enrue. Upon seeing the person at the door, Yunnan jumped up in excitement. How did you come? When did you come? I've missed you so much. Saying this, she threw her arms around the cool metal figure. Nan, we've missed you too. You look more beautiful after a year apart. And Rue gently patted her head with his big iron arm. The girl looked more mature, with a faintly stern presence hidden in her gaze. She must have gone through a lot this past year. You've endured a lot of hardships, haven't you, my dear? Not at all. I'm doing well. Since coming to Shangyu, I haven't suffered a bit. Yunnan shook her head. What she said was true. She immediately got a luxurious villa when arriving here, and she also received a lot of help in starting her business. Thinking back, the whole journey had been rather smooth. And how about you two? After I left, weren't you very bored and lonely? As she said this, she felt increasingly guilty and apologetic. While she was quite full and busy here, they could only stay by those colorful vegetable fields. And Rue knew she liked to report good news instead of bad. But thinking of the man beside her, he figured she should be doing fine with him around. We're not bored at all. Our hands are always full taking care of things in the field. You don't know, remember that special pepper in the hot pot mix you previously developed? Dahu and I have been busy cultivating that unique red chili pepper and earned a good amount of star coins. By the way, Uncle Enrue, how did you come here? Where's Dahu? Yunnan suddenly remembered this. Mr. Qingzhou brought us over. Dahu should already be home. At home in Shangyu? She foolishly asked. Yes, from now on, we can live together again. Enrue's tone was soft. Wow, that's great. Yunnan was now thrilled like a child, jumping around happily around Enrue. With Enrue's arrival, Yunnan's mood improved greatly. She dragged him around the restaurant Shi Yuan, showing him everything, and talking nonstop about what she'd done and experienced this year. It would be great if Dahu came too, but never mind. I'll bring him tomorrow. No need, I've recorded everything. I can show him when I get back. There's no need for another trip just for him. The pecking order in their family was evident just from the names, and Yunnan, Enrue, Dahu. Chapter 221. Although the arrival of her family made Yunnan very happy, the things that should be troubling still made her quite stressed. Nan, why are you doing the planning yourself? Enrue poured her a cup of warm water as he used to do, and upon seeing her look of annoyance, curiously glanced at the optical brain in front of her. These tasks can be delegated to an assistant. You just need to focus on the big picture. Oh, is that right? I didn't know. She reflected for a moment and realized it was indeed true. Blame that dog of a man for clouding her judgment. Nan, if you're worried about it, just give it to me. Tomorrow I'll come up with a perfect plan for you. said Enrue confidently. Previously, when he was at the presidential palace, the Bien family upgraded his system, allowing him to do more. Okay, Enrue, you're so good, thank you. This truly saved her life. Good thing he came. And Yuan quickly handed over all the materials to the other party and then relaxed, collapsing onto the sofa. Today she could leave work early again. After resting for a while and saying goodbye to her assistant, she prepared to go home with Enrue. Upon arriving home, they discovered Datu wasn't there either, but an old, unseen little cutie had arrived. When that man came back from work later, this situation would be exactly like their time on the Arota planet. Nan sister, you're back. It's been so long since you visited me, so I came myself. The little one chattered away around her. I'm sorry, sister really has neglected you. Then I'll contact Aunt Xiao later and let her know I want you to stay here for a few more days, said Yuan as she squatted down and pinched his chubby cheeks. The feel was still as comfortable as ever. No need. Mom has already agreed to let me stay. The little one pointed to a few bags of luggage on the sofa, clearly prepared for the visit. That's correct. Mrs. Xia has agreed, confirmed Datu, who just walked in from the garden and happened to hear their conversation. Datu, it's been such a long time. Hee, Nan, it's been a long time. Datu still looked as simple as before. Our family is finally together. Right, we're all together. Exactly. The small child with a sticky sweet voice chimed in forcibly, acting as if part of the family already. In order to welcome these two, and Yuan grandly prepared a large table full of delicious dishes and also invited a few close friends. Bian Qingzhou had also deliberately finished work early today, followed by 3 inseparable shadows. Boss, your sister-in-law invited us. You cannot drive us away, Beliang responded defiantly as the representative. Well, it doesn't make much difference with these few around. Sure enough, after getting home, many people were already there. Imoen, Liao Shiji, Dai Guogua, Jiang Lei, Jiang Yun, and more. Everyone naturally started helping prepare dinner. All those coming over for a free meal were familiar friends, and after introducing her 2 household robots, nobody thought it odd. With many hands, a sumptuous dinner was soon prepared, and everyone, as usual, set up the outdoor pavilion's dining table and gathered around warmly. As evening dimmed to yellow light and the courtyard remained bright with the family-style cuisine spread out across the table, a group of raucous friends brought a warm and harmonious atmosphere into the room. After sending off her good friends, Enrue skillfully began commanding the housekeeping robots to tidy up the mess inside and outside. Sitting leisurely in a rocker in the garden, and Yuan thanked him for bringing them to her side. With her family around, she felt a previously unknown sense of calm. So how do you plan to thank me? Bian Chengzhou squeezed onto the same chair with her, looking cramped with his long limbs. Can't you tell I was just being polite? The sentiment that had built up dissipated instantly. The man pretended not to hear and continued. If you really want to thank me, send him back. He pointed toward the little meaty lump running around nearby, his tone very unfriendly. While he wasn't paying attention, the irresponsible parent succeeded, and now this little thing was surely going to take half her girlfriend's attention. How can you be such a brother? That little fatty helped you countless times before. How could he be so heartless against such a cute little cutie? We spend so little time together as it is. Once he arrives, he will definitely hog all your attention every day. Bian Qingzhou's voice sounded no different from that of a 3- or 4-year-old child's, and Yuan loved how his current sulky demeanor resembled that of a little wife. She couldn't resist teasing him further. That little guy is your own younger brother. So what? If time could rewind, I would have gotten rid of him as soon as he was born. The man grumbled petulantly, knowing that he was just talking nonsense. After all, interstellar rules absolutely did not allow such behavior. He's only going to stay for 2 or 3 days anyway. And doesn't this remind you of our time on Arota? That situation was different. Back then they weren't a couple yet. Having more people around naturally wasn't an issue. But things were different now. Having 2 considerate robots was enough. 1 extra would just be too much. I'm going to look for a boarding kindergarten right now. He's already 6 years old, so he should learn to be independent. Saying this, she opened her optical brain to prepare for action. Hey, wait a moment. Isn't this a bit too cruel? He's still young. And Yuan quickly stretched out her hand to stop her. Bian Qingzhou's gaze deeply shifted to her face. Without saying anything, he just fixed his eyes on her, as if looking at an unfaithful woman who flip-flopped her intentions. Just let him stay for 2 days, then I'll send him back afterward. Is that okay? She felt slightly guilty without any clear reason. Today counts as 1 day. The man bargained over the trivial details with her. All right, it's up to you. Then tonight you can't sleep with him. Agreed. In fact, she wasn't used to having someone by her side while sleeping either. At this point, the man's expression finally improved somewhat, barely reining in his hostility toward the little guy. Just after appeasing the adult, a little one came running with a tap-tap-tap sound. Sister, tomorrow I want to eat small steamed buns. Could you please make them for me? Little chubby cutie snuggled softly against Yuan's leg. Of course I can. When did Yang become so polite to sister? Her entire demeanor unconsciously softened when she saw how adorable the little one was. Yang didn't have manners before, but Yang has grown up now. Since you've realized you've grown up, stop clinging on to people then. Bian Qingzhou coldly interjected from the side. If sister is very busy tomorrow, there's no need to bother. We can wait until sister has free time again. The little one angrily glared at his brother but ignored him entirely, chatting freely with Yuan instead. Sister isn't busy tomorrow. I happen to want to eat some steamed buns too. Let's simply boil a bowl of century egg and minced pork porridge, alright? Great. Excellent. Tomorrow I'll eat 2 plates of dumplings and 2 bowls of porridge. Your little tummy might burst. And Yuan enjoyed chatting with the little one, unaware of when the person beside her had left. When she noticed, her first reaction was, oh, he's mad. She didn't see that man again until bedtime. After putting the little one to sleep, she hesitated for a moment, but still quietly tiptoed to his bedroom door. Are you asleep? She asked timidly. After waiting a bit, there was still no sound from inside, so she directly tried pushing the door open. It turned out the door wasn't even fully closed, and the light in the room was still on. The man sitting on the couch heard the noise but didn't turn around, continuing to use the optical brain for work. Qingzhou, aren't you resting yet at such a late hour? And Yuan sat straight next to him. What do you want at this late hour? The man asked without lifting his head. I've come to pacify your jealousy. Otherwise, you'll sour yourself to death. And Yuan bluntly explained her purpose. Bian Qingzhou obviously knew why she had come, but openly pointing it out like this made him really lose face. I'm fine. Go rest early. His tone was icy, not reflecting any sign of being fine. Really? Then I'll go then. I originally thought about staying with you. Saying that, she prepared to get up. Hearing this, Bian Qingzhou immediately pulled her arm. Wait, don't go. It's late, so don't wander around anymore. And Yuan stopped accordingly, thinking this was probably the best way to calm him down, and she wasn't worried at all about this man crossing the line. Chapter 222. Even though Yuan said she wasn't used to having someone next to her while sleeping, last night after going over to coax a certain man herself, she fell asleep peacefully within 10 minutes. A good night's sleep. In the clear and invigorating morning, and Yuan went to work with a good mood. Furthermore, the banquet planning proposal that Rui handed her when she left home made her feel completely at ease today. After arriving at the office, she carefully examined this proposal, adjusted several details, and contacted her assistant to begin implementation. With the joint efforts of the assistant and Rui, this very important banquet was finally prepared. 3 days later, at the Guanting Hotel. Still the most luxurious and radiant hotel in Shanyang, but the difference is that it no longer belongs to the once renowned family. Now it's in Yuan's private property. But actually, she herself was unaware. When the family declared bankruptcy, it was mortgaged out. After Yin and Bian Qingzhou reached an agreement, the Guanting Hotel came under Yuan's name. The scale of today's banquet was huge, without setting particularly high thresholds. There were business tycoons, industry leaders, and small enterprises as well. This was also an opportunity provided by Bian Qingzhou for everyone to network. As the host of this event, Yuan wasn't as busy as imagined. With her current status, she didn't need to receive guests or handle emergencies. Due to Food Destiny's current standing, she could be considered a significant figure, let alone being his girlfriend. The people who came today had brains at the very least, and no one would cause trouble at such an occasion. I thought I would go crazy today. And Yuan lazily stood in the lounge upstairs, looking down through the glass wall. Looks like you're disappointed, right? Dai Guogua, as her friend and subordinate, unceremoniously joined her. Dai Ji, as the company president, don't you quickly take this rare chance to expand your social circle? She did not want to listen to the other person's nagging here. All right, boss has ordered. How dare I disobey? Then I'll go downstairs first. If you're bored, go find your man, said Dai Guogua. She straightened her dress and makeup, then winked at her before leaving. Nan, shall we go to Mr. Changzhou? As the planner of the banquet, and Rui also attended today. Later. Actually, she didn't want to disturb him on her own initiative, and these sky-high heels really exhausted her. Every minute less walking was precious. Before she could sit for a few more minutes, the man found her himself. It's about time. Let's go down together. Bian Qingzhou walked to the sofa and graciously extended his hand to invite her. So soon, and Yuan's tone carried some reluctance, but she still placed her hand in his, allowing him to help her up. The man smoothed the hair by her ear, then that hand slowly slid from behind her ear to her waist and clasped it. You can lean on me if you're tired. He knew this girl disliked wearing high heels. This way, she indeed borrowed some strength. And Yuan unconsciously stretched out her hand to adjust the position of his tie. Didn't you check yourself in the mirror before leaving? Your tie is crooked. What about your image? Bian Qingzhou's gentle eyes softened even more. Yes, what am I supposed to do without you? And Rui caught a glint in his eye. If he wasn't mistaken, this man just dropped his hand from his tie when he entered. However, such trivial tricks between lovers, he'd pretend he hadn't seen. Don't flatter yourself. Isn't your styling team only decorative? And Yuan rolled her eyes at him, not believing his words for a moment. Yet, the sweet and coy tone sounded just like coquetry, with those blushing and alluring eyes, each bit tugging at the heart of the man. The moment the two descended from upstairs, all the eyes present involuntarily gathered on them. Her dignified and elegant makeup combined with Yuan's natural aura of superiority matched perfectly beside Bian Qingzhou. Then compliments started pouring in everywhere. Wherever Yuan went, she could hear praise. Whether they were familiar or strangers, they acted as if they had the best relationship with her. Following Bian Qingzhou around the venue once, with him present, their conversations were more restrained and simple. None of the convoluted intricacies common in previous banquets occurred, preventing any missteps. Therefore, Yuan's mind was very relaxed, even allowing her to observe the ladies' attire present. Indeed, now the overall aesthetic standard was exceptionally high. Each one was a great beauty. Dai Guogua coincidentally followed Liao Shiji to this side. Seeing and Yuan observing everyone else, she couldn't help sneaking close and whispering into her ear, Yuan, it seems you're finally starting to take things seriously and know how to analyze the competition. And Yuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood what Dai Guogua meant. She couldn't help but feel somewhat between laughing and crying. However, she feared being dragged into a lecture, so she simply admitted, that's true. Based on my observation, None of them are an issue. That's indeed the case. The goodwill Yuan Shui has shown towards you is unparalleled, something that everyone can see clearly. There's no need to worry unnecessarily, as it might lead to misunderstandings between the two of you. Me. And Yuan felt a lump in her heart. She hadn't been thinking about these things at all. Weren't they just concerned for nothing? Feeling exasperated, she couldn't help but roll her eyes slightly. I think Shiji seems quite popular too. You should also care more. I'm not worried at all. Sister, my current status isn't any less than his, so the one who should be concerned is him. Dai Guogua had a fierce expression, a classic example of another career-driven woman. What you said makes sense, and Yuan nodded in agreement. That was why she had never worried whether there would be other women around Bian Qingzhou. She was never the type to lose herself over a relationship or force herself for anyone. It wasn't that she didn't love Bian Qingzhou enough. Rather, she could always stay true to herself, which was exactly what attracted Bian Qingzhou to her greatly. That's true, me. Just as Dai Guogua was about to drag her into a long discussion, Sister Erin, and Yuan suddenly spotted that familiar figure among the crowd. How come she came without even coming to find us? She paused for a second, realizing the obvious reason. Her status was different now. It was her first time publicly appearing together with Bian Qingzhou in such a grand occasion. What this meant was self-evident. But Erin AI was merely a rich family's daughter. Although they were friends, Erin's pride wouldn't allow her to initiate conversation with them. Erin AI did not come with AI Hui, but with her father, Dai Guogua whispered, hinting at some underlying significance. Today's event wasn't just a large social gathering, but also an exceptional opportunity for matchmaking. After all, it gathered all the elites from Shangyong's upper class. After hearing what Dai Guogua said, and Yuan seriously observed the movements of Erin and her group. Sure enough, Old Man AI kept introducing Erin to various gentlemen. The intention was crystal clear. Erin AI has ended up in such a predicament. Dai Guogua sighed regretfully. But with her skills, if she didn't want to become a tool for marriage alliances, she should have been able to escape on her own. There must be some unavoidable difficulties. And Yuan thought for a moment, then greeted Bian Qingzhou beside her politely, before directly deciding to go look for someone. Seeing this, Dai Guogua rushed to follow. She absolutely didn't want to stay and listen to the boring chatter of these men. Liao Shiji helplessly watched as the person he was supposed to keep company with left without saying a word. Though inwardly feeling helpless, he still maintained a warm smile on his face. This made Bian Qingzhou, who was slightly annoyed, instantly cheered up. Without comparison, there would be no happiness. After gloating for a while, he didn't forget to stab his friend in the back by saying, perhaps she had an emergency. You're watching her too closely. Liao Shiji adjusted his glasses, calmly ignoring the other's words. Speaking of watching closely, who could surpass him? But Bian Qingzhou was still his superior, so what could he do? Chapter 223. And Yuan and her companion pretended to pass by accident. As they turned their heads, they gave a surprised greeting. Sister AI Lin, it's been such a long time. How have you been recently? AI Lin's face showed some complexity. The other party's performance was too exaggerated. However, she understood their good intentions. It really has been a long time, said AI Lin. Yuan and Guogua. Since they had already come over, there was no need for her to be sentimental anymore. Originally, she hadn't planned on seeing them today because she was in rather a sorry state herself, but now they were here. Mr. In, President Dai, pleased to meet you. Beside AI Lin stood Mr. AI Fan, his eyes brightening as he thought this would finally be the opportunity to get connected with the person in front of him through that obstinate daughter of his. But the stubborn girl refused under all circumstances. Now wasn't this the chance? Mr. AI Fan, I've heard much about you, said Yuan. To tell the truth, she detested people like this who tried to gain advantage by manipulating others, even using their own daughters. Her tone naturally wasn't very friendly. She didn't intend to chat with him, but unfortunately, he could carry on a conversation all by himself, babbling on endlessly about one thing after another. At the other end where others were chatting, AI Hui unintentionally noticed the situation going on here. Holding his glass, he was ready to join in. Just then, Dai Guogua happened to be glancing around aimlessly, not wanting to talk to Mr. AI Fan. At just that moment, she caught sight of someone approaching. She casually nudged the person beside her. Following her glance, and Yuan frowned involuntarily. Mr. AI Fan, can we take Miss AI Lin upstairs for a while? Mr. AI Fan didn't want them to leave because the longer they stayed, the more attention they would draw from others. But when faced with her clear and piercing gaze, he felt a sense of pressure, so he reluctantly agreed. Of course, Director In. Thank you. Sister AI Lin, let me help you reapply your makeup, said Yuan, pulling her away. Upon witnessing this, AI Hui's expression darkened slightly, but he continued moving forward, asking, have you decided on any good ones yet? At first, there were several potential choices that weren't bad, but I want to wait a bit longer, replied Mr. AI Fan as he sized up AI Lin's figure retreating in the distance with the greedy eye of someone inspecting merchandise. That girl, if she goes out shopping with Yuan, her value will skyrocket. By the time she returns, I'll reconsider. Clearly lacking respect for this father obsessed solely with benefits, AI Hui replied quite indifferently. Then you'd better carefully consider your options. Meanwhile, the three ladies headed straight to the resting room upstairs. Sister AI Lin, you seem a little down. What's wrong? Asked Yuan straightforwardly. AI Lin laughed bitterly. I lost my job, and every day, my family is forcing me into blind dates. I know you mean well, but right now isn't the right time. I'll ask for your help when needed. Although unaware of the specific reasons, and Yuan didn't press further. All right, we're friends, you can always come to us. You are indeed not the kind to give in easily, said Dai Guogua, feeling relieved. On the contrary, I do have a small favor to ask of you both. AI Lin smiled, her resilience returning once more. Go ahead, stop stalling, responded Nguyen with a slight hint of annoyance. Hee, could you possibly help me bring Mr. Mo in here? AI Lin's mischievous smile widened. The other two immediately surrounded her curiously. What does that mean? Are you interested in Mo? Could it be that you've secretly loved him all along? Aren't you planning to confess to him? Isn't confessing inappropriate for today's setting? And Yuan and Dai Guogua chimed in, speculating, shocked, and also contemplating how to pair the two. What are you thinking? I simply need Mon's help. You're overreacting. Oh, I see. And Yuan sounded a little deflated. She wanted Mon to recover from his unfinished relationship sooner. Why should a golden-haired guy help when we're available? Dai Guogua became increasingly curious. It's like this. As you probably noticed, my father keeps pushing me into blind dates, intending to marry me off into a powerful family. So, I want Mon to play a part. Oh, you mean fake being your boyfriend? Realization dawned upon both Yuan and Dai Guogua. Indeed, considering family background and influence, the Tiano family ranked at the top of society, and Mon was undoubtedly the dream son-in-law Mr. AI fan yearned for. Of course, it's just my request. If Mon has concerns, I wouldn't force him either. AI Lin did not wish to damage their friendship over this matter. He's a man, and this kind of thing doesn't count as losing out. But the details still need to be discussed between you two yourselves. And Yuan didn't give an immediate promise, as both sides were good friends, and she couldn't favor any one of them. Alright, I understand. And Yuan directly asked Rui to help invite Mon upstairs. A moment later, a knock on the door sounded, and the three inseparable brothers came up together. Bian Qingzhou and Liao Shiji skillfully went to their respective girlfriends' sides, leaving Mon who shrugged at AI Lin and spread his hands wide, signaling he'd seen this scene many times before. Then Yuan straightforwardly explained the situation to the golden-haired man and left the room for the two to discuss privately. She could see that AI Lin didn't want to reveal her family situation, so Yuan and Dai Guogua pulled their own male companions out of the door with them. Have you forgotten who is today's most important character? Of course not. And Yuan said sweetly, clinging to Bian Qingzhou again, continuing in the same familiar tone laced with a bit of jealousy. I'll be by your side from now on. Wherever you go, I will follow. In fact, if you're tired or bored, you can tell me. The man knew she didn't like social events and felt a little pity for her wearing such high heels. I'm already a little bored. And Yuan leaned her weight onto him, playfully saying, all right, let's go to the entertainment hall upstairs. The man indulgently pinched her cheeks and embraced her, intending to change directions. Hold on, I was just kidding. We should still go downstairs, joked Yuan. If today he really took her to the entertainment hall upstairs, it would ruin the image of the future president. She didn't want to become a notorious concubine of history. So let's sit at the outdoor garden over there. Setting aside the couples who had gone their separate ways, the atmosphere in the lounge where the two remained was still relatively pleasant. The request from Miss AI Lin is only something within my reach, but I understand your concern. My father is indeed troublesome. If he knows you are my boyfriend, he would definitely hold on to you tightly. But please believe me, I'll deal with everything and won't cause you any trouble. I only need to borrow your name as my girlfriend temporarily. AI Lin calmly analyzed. She needed someone like this to intimidate the AI fan family, so she could save her aunt and get rid of the threats posed by the AI fan family. Fine, I'll help you out with this, Mon generously agreed. Although her brother was AI Hui, this had nothing to do with her. Moreover, this matter wouldn't affect him at all. They used to be part of the same circle, and he even admired her capabilities. They also shared mutual good friends. Rounding off, they might as well consider themselves friends. Thank you so much. I will handle the matter as soon as possible. AI Lin, despite having great confidence he'd agree, still felt somewhat uneasy deep down. Now her heart finally found peace. All friends, don't be polite. Whenever there's a need for cooperation, just say the word. Since Mon had made the promise, naturally, he'd offer his help when needed. Time flew by, and it was soon 8 o'clock in the evening. Bian Qingzhou brought in Yuan punctually to the hall. There was already a podium prepared up front, and everyone gathered around. The highlight of today's event was Bian Qingzhou's handling of the Prosperous Era Group. In a few more days, he was going to succeed as president. As the chairman of Prosperous Era Group, he could continue to take on this role, but it goes against his original intentions. His relentless weakening of noble family powers stems from not wanting political authority scattered into the hands of capitalists, so he couldn't leave such a large opening for capitalists. Following previous discussions, Bian Qingzhou split the shares under his name in half and respectively gifted them to Yuan and Liao Shiji. And Yuan would only take the dividends and not participate in management decisions. Chapter 224. His decision immediately caused a huge uproar, shocking everyone with his generosity towards Liao Shiji and surprising them again by not allowing his girlfriend to participate in the management of Shengshi. It was as if he had completely handed over the Shengshi Group. Soon after, Yuan also made a statement, donating all future dividends from Shengshi Group to contribute to remote and impoverished planets. This idea wasn't something that just popped into her mind. There were poor and backward classes in every era. The planet she used to be on, Oada, was a middle-class planet, but there were still many struggling families. One should bear the responsibilities according to one's capabilities. This was what she always believed. And so she did it. This seemingly casual decision ended up benefiting her unexpectedly later on and helped her deflect countless romantic advances. After the most important part was over, Bian Qingzhou directly left with his partner. Although others wanted to talk more, They didn't dare to stop him and could only watch regretfully as the couple left. However, luckily, the newly appointed chairman of Shengshi Group, Liao Shiji, was still present, which instantly redirected everyone's attention to him. Even though people knew Mr. Liao had a girlfriend, many ladies kept flirting with him relentlessly, making him feel quite overwhelmed. He looked up to ask his girlfriend for help, but turning his head, he realized that she had already moved to another side and was chatting enthusiastically with others. This woman, didn't she see that he was surrounded by women? Wasn't she at all concerned? Liao Shiji's gaze behind his glasses held a tinge of resentment. Things weren't like this before. Apparently, this matter had to be put on the agenda. Excuse me, I'll check on my girlfriend. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain, he said elegantly before walking gracefully toward the other side. Dai Guogua hadn't known about Yuanan's intentions. When she heard that she would donate all her dividends from Shengshi Group, her heart felt stung repeatedly. Though this money wasn't related to her, it still pained her deeply. But she understood Yuanan's character, so even though she felt the pain of losing a fortune, she fully supported Yuanan's actions. All she could do was work hard together with her on Shi Yuan restaurant. Inspired by these thoughts, General Dai quickly turned on her social charm mode, determined to cultivate relationships with all attendees as her network. She spent the entire second half of the banquet mingling in various circles. Even noticing some flirtatious interactions going on elsewhere, she chose to ignore them, thinking men would only hinder her ability to make money. Since Mr. Zhao is interested, why don't you visit our restaurant sometime to get more information? Yes, another one agreed, and Dai Guogua felt very accomplished. Smiling radiantly, she raised her wine glass, intending to toast to this new acquaintance. Suddenly, a hand reached out beside her and smoothly took the wine glass from her hand. Let me drink this cup on behalf of Guogua. Would you mind, Mr. Zhao? It was Liao Shiji who had arrived right then. Seeing his red-faced girlfriend, knowing she'd already consumed quite a bit, he without hesitation took the glass away from her. Of course, I don't mind, Mr. Zhao replied with excitement, eager to make an impression on this man. Mr. Liao really cares for your girlfriend. You two truly deserve the title of the most talented pair in the circle. How enviable. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhao. Initially feeling adverse towards the man, Liao Shiji softened because of Mr. Zhao's comments. Placing one hand on his girlfriend's waist, he resumed engaging with propriety. Afterward, Dai Guogua never got another chance to act alone, as the man's hand on her waist remained firmly in place. However, since he kept introducing valuable connections to her, she decided to let him stay. When the banquet concluded, both their forced smiles finally faded. Finally over. I'm heading straight home to sleep. Okay, we'll arrive home in 20 minutes. Liao Shiji pulled her onto the flight vehicle. Because they both had been drinking, the autopilot mode was activated, which would take longer. My place. Dai Guogua slumped into the seat, emphasizing her choice. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed the man's eyes, but he responded verbally. Understood, this is the route to your place. The somewhat drowsy person failed to pick up on the underlying meaning of these few sentences, hearing merely about returning home being relieved enough to nod off. Meanwhile, the still clear-minded man stared pensively at the rosy-cheeked woman, lost in thought. You used to be so attached to me. Why have you changed now? The heart of a woman is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. After arriving home and being carried inside, Dai Guogua finally woke up. She glanced around and saw that she was indeed at her place. I'm home already. Thank you. You should go back and rest early. Her tone clearly implied that it was time for him to leave. Was this a use and discard situation? Liao Shiji couldn't believe it. It's too late today. I'll just stay here for the night. They had been cohabiting for a while now, but she insisted on returning to their separate homes. He wasn't sure if there was someone else involved or not, so he decided to take advantage of her drunken state to get some answers tonight. Do you want to stay? Dai Guogua slowly opened her eyes and gazed at him with a hazy look as though trying to understand his meaning. The face before her was familiar, her boyfriend. It didn't matter either way. Sure, you're not a stranger anyway. Upon hearing this, the man felt much better inside. Familiar with the routine, he immediately scooped her up into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. Go ahead and sleep. I'll help you freshen up. Dai Guogua mumbled in agreement, finding herself unable to keep her eyes open amidst discomfort. She simply gave up fighting and let herself relax. Liao Shiji gently laid her down on the bed and fetched makeup remover tools to clean her face. But the person lying there wouldn't stay still, so he decided to carry her straight to the bathtub. Leave me alone. I want to sleep. Alright, we'll finish quickly, then you can sleep. Hurry up. The drunk version of her seemed much gentler than usual, speaking softly as though teasingly asking for something. She was also unusually compliant and obedient. You shouldn't drink so much again, alright? Understood. And another thing, when you attend parties in the future, always be mindful of the women around me. Don't give them any chance to approach me, remember? Remembered. You also can't arbitrarily separate like that anymore, got it? Understood. Liao Shiji didn't expect her to cooperate so well. Just as things were about to escalate, he struggled to suppress his building heat and hurriedly wrapped her delicate body with a towel, placed her back on the bed, and rushed off to the bathroom for a cold shower. When he returned to the bedroom, both his mind and body had calmed down. His gaze shifted as an excellent idea struck him. It was a perfect opportunity now. Guogua, why did you decide to move back these past few days? He cautiously wrapped his arms around her from behind, embracing the sleeping figure. By this time, Dai Guogua had already fallen deeply asleep and could no longer hear what was going on around her. However, the warm breath brushing against her ears made her feel inexplicably ticklish inside. Seeing that she didn't respond, The man hesitated for a few seconds, and then continued his harassment resolutely. First, he turned her around to face him, and started poking her sensitive waist area, all while repeatedly whispering into her ear, "Why did you come back? Is it because you don't like Liao Shiji anymore?" Eventually, he managed to pull her out of her slumber. Dai Guoguo's consciousness remained blurred. She could only feel the itching sensations on her body and the words endlessly repeating by her ear. Wanting nothing more than to have peace and quiet, she responded vaguely and unclearly to the questions from the man beside her. To keep things fresh, yes, I still like him. Her murmurs were somewhat indistinct, but Liao Shiji distinctly heard the word, like. In an instant, his mood soared from a low point straight up into the clouds, experiencing extreme excitement after the sudden highs and lows. Guoguo, I love you. As he watched his girlfriend fall back asleep in his arms, he felt overwhelming joy within. At the same time, he began considering the feasibility of that one particular matter. Chapter 225. In the blink of an eye, it was the most important day for the Star Alliance Republic, the election day. On that morning at 9 o'clock, everyone turned on their light brains to wait for the opening ceremony of the election. However, this year's election was different from the past because there was only one candidate due to special reasons. However, the entire nation did not have many complaints about this. Instead, they were filled with anticipation for this future leader who was historically the youngest and most handsome. After a series of routine processes, the next step was the election speech. But due to the lack of competitors, this part would be solely carried by Bian Qingzhou for the next hour. The solemn National Assembly Hall was filled with people's representatives from various planets. At the front were high-ranking members from the military department and political circles. Bian Qingzhou, dressed in a neatly tailored suit, stood upright on the podium with a stern and dignified expression. Unlike traditional self-praise, he did not narrate his remarkable feats over the years in front of all the people, nor did he deliberately flaunt his heroic deeds that reversed his fate. Instead, he directly analyzed the various issues existing within the country and then proposed major reform directions for these problems. During this hour, no one took their eyes off the light screen. The usually dry and boring political speech was explained clearly and understandably by this young president-to-be. And Yunnan, who had been invited, felt very fortunate to be able to attend the event in person. Her gaze was glued to the man on stage. As a business representative, her seat wasn't particularly close, but the design of the conference hall was scientifically sound, allowing her to see the person on stage clearly even from the middle. Today, she witnessed a new side of the man. His resolute face looked exceptionally responsible, and his determined eyes inspired great trust. Even after he finished his speech and calmly descended the steps, she still couldn't help but stretch her neck to chase after his figure. At the same moment, the man on stage glanced this way as he descended. She wasn't sure if he was looking at her, but Yunnan felt like their eyes met, and her heart suddenly felt scorched. She instinctively pulled her head back. Originally, after the opening ceremony, there would be 3 continuous days of voting and tallying, but because Bian Qingzhou was the only candidate, this part was naturally cancelled. Thus, today was both the election day and the inauguration ceremony, simply because the person didn't want the trouble. After the conference ended, and Yunnan exited with the crowd, her emotions surging. She knew today someone would surely be extremely busy, so she had no intention of disturbing him. Instead, she sent him a congratulatory message. Just as she reached the door, she saw an assistant standing by the road beside Lady Xiaowei. After spotting her, the assistant quickly approached. "Missin, do you have anything scheduled next?" "I don't have anything in particular. Is Lady Xiao looking for me?" "Yes, if you're free today, please come with me." The assistant politely guided her along. Now that Bian Qingzhou had officially become the president, former President Bian Qihuai had basically nothing left to do, and consequently, Lady Xiaowei also had nothing much to occupy her time. The two of them had long wanted to travel around. So, on the very day their son took on the heavy responsibility, they began arranging their outing. "Yunnan, you've arrived, take a seat first." Lady Xiaowei seemed quite busy, commanding the robot butlers to pack things while ordering the assistant who had just returned to organize documents. Turning her head, she saw her husband leisurely sitting on the sofa sipping tea, and couldn't help but shout, "Bian Qihuai, do you still want to go?" The former president, who had just exchanged a few words with his future daughter-in-law, choked on his tea. Cough, cough, cough. "Isn't this me giving some instructions to Yunnan?" Under the glare of his wife, the formerly dignified ex-president retained his elegant demeanor as he nodded goodbye to Yunnan and walked away with the butler at an easy pace. "Yunnan, I asked you here today because there is something I want to discuss with you." After shooing her husband away, Lady Xiaowei put on a kind and amiable smile as she sat opposite Yunnan. "Bian uncle and I have been busy enough these past years. Now that the burden has finally been lifted from us, we intend to travel around." Lady Xiaowei seemed too eager to start traveling and didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. "Cheng Zhou is steady, and we don't worry about any aspects concerning him. You're a smart and clever girl, and we don't have much to worry about either. Xiao Yang is my personal assistant. If you don't mind, let her follow you in the future. What do you think?" As Yunnan listened, she digested the information. "Is it really okay? Would Miss Yang agree?" This was the private assistant to the First Lady. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had seen the working ability of this sister. When the whereabouts of President Bian Qihuai and his wife still needed to be kept secret right after they were rescued, this sister had acted as the second secretary to President Bian and quietly helped deal with many things. "Of course, Missin has outstanding talent and remarkable ability. It would be my honor to follow you." This Ms. Yang, who looked to be in her 30s but was actually over 60, respectfully replied. She was still young at heart, and didn't want to retire with the former First Lady just yet. That's wonderful then. Thank you, Auntie, and also for your trust, Miss Yang. And Yunnan smiled broadly, as if she'd just stumbled upon a great fortune. Well, if you two want to chat, please do so in the garden outside. Don't disturb me while I pack. Mrs. Xiaowei shooed them away immediately after giving her instructions, waving at them like she was chasing flies. Then Auntie, we won't bother you further. Have a pleasant trip. And Yunnan cheerfully stood up. All right, when we come back, we'll bring you presents. Mrs. Xiaowei ran off briskly, like a bird set free. The two remaining individuals exchanged smiles, and then obediently moved to the garden. Missin, just call me Secretary Yang from now on. After all, this would be her future boss, so her attitude naturally had to become more serious. To address someone with your experience as Sister Yang isn't inappropriate, and I will certainly need Sister Yang's guidance in the future. Teaching is not something I dare to claim. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Since we're going to work together in the future, let's drop all this formality. Actually, I dislike such formalities most. And Yunnan could tell that the other party sincerely wanted to stay by her side. Fine, we'll act more casually in private settings. Secretary Yang also appreciated this generous and unpretentious character of the new boss, which quickly eliminated any worries in her mind. She decided to stay genuinely and faithfully by the other's side. With this seasoned secretary by her side, and Yunnan felt as though her capabilities had multiplied manifold. But what the highly capable Secretary Yang hadn't anticipated was that her first task on the job would prove quite challenging. Mr. and Mrs. Bianchi left directly for a tour of the galaxy on the evening of their eldest son's first day on the job without even attending the celebration banquet. It wasn't until after the banquet that the brothers, big and small, learned about this matter upon returning home. Mom and Dad go out to play and don't take me along. Sigh, I'm no longer their favorite. Little Fatty looked deeply mature as he sighed. Then the little one made an outright demand without hesitation. I don't want to live with brother. I want to go to Sister Nan Nan's house. I wish I could. Bian Qingzhou hugged his girlfriend, extremely reluctant to let her return home. Stay here with me. The unhappy president took out his frustration on his younger brother. I'm going. I don't want to live with brother. The kid was undaunted by authority and fought for his freedom. How about letting young Master Yang go back with me? You are busy now. How can you have time to take care of him? And Yunnan negotiated with the giant next to her. Then wouldn't the presidential mansion have only me left? The man stared pitifully at her, looking like an abandoned big doggy. Could you bear it? Oh my goodness. And Yunnan simply couldn't control the large-sized guy deliberately acting cute. No, I couldn't. Her voice trembled slightly. This hit her too much. Sister Nan Nan. The little fat boy saw that she started wavering and instantly became upset. Cough cough. Well, I can't think of a perfect solution either. You two discuss it yourselves. And Yunnan came back to her senses and felt a bit awkward, so she could only timidly dodge the issue. Chapter 226. In the end, and Yuna took Meng Xiaopeng home with her. Thus, Mr. Bian Qingzhou, the new president living alone in the presidential mansion, was filled with resentment. Secretary Yang, as the personal assistant of the future First Lady, it's your responsibility to remind your boss to always be mindful of the distance she keeps from her future younger brother-in-law. Secretary Yang looked at the 5-year-old child lying in the boss's arms with exasperation. The president was really being unreasonable here. And why didn't he dare to tell his boss directly? All right, Mr. President, I will remind Missin. Despite inwardly disdainful of his pettiness, she still respected him since he was the president of the country. That's good. Also, make sure not to schedule her itinerary too tightly from now on. Mr. Bian Qingzhou's orders were influenced by his personal biases. As a highly intelligent elite, Secretary Yang naturally understood his words thoroughly. Was this man trying to monitor his boss's whereabouts? This made her situation somewhat difficult. Although they had already publicly announced their relationship as a couple, they weren't married yet and legally weren't family. From a professional standpoint, as Anne's employee, she could not disclose her boss's personal information. However, her ties with the Bien family were also significant, especially considering this request came from the president. Have you discussed this with Missin? After careful consideration, she decided to ask further clarification. Mr. Bian Qingzhou frowned for a moment, quickly realizing that she misunderstood him. Miss Yang, I do not have any intention of prying into my girlfriend's personal privacy. You're overthinking this. He appreciated the abilities of the former secretary to the previous First Lady. But, he continued, Yuna is very different from my mother, just as my behavior differs greatly from my father's. Therefore, let me point something out to you. I may indeed act strongly and dominantly in many areas, but not when it comes to emotions. That's something you need to observe and understand on your own. Yes, Mr. President, I understand. Thank you for enlightening me. Secretary Yang became more cautious and respectfully thanked him. The president was warning her not to underestimate Missin. Yang Ji, are you done discussing? And Yuna stood at the door with Meng Xiaopeng in her arms after waiting there for a while. The little guy was already starting to nod off. After taking office, Mr. Bian Qingzhou's schedule grew even busier than before. Although he had been handling governmental duties prior, the people under him were working overtime and fiercely showing their loyalty to him, dragging him along in the process. Meanwhile, due to the previous commercial banquet, various large and small enterprises swarmed to Yuna's food company, Edgy Foods, and partnerships with dozens of companies were established during this time. Nutrient agents were now rare on the market, replaced by all sorts of flavors of instant noodles, which most families could easily enjoy. This was seen as an affordable natural food source. Missin, Starnet is raving about your achievements everywhere. I think our PR department needs to keep track of public reactions during this period. Secretary Yang presented her compiled list of comments to Inyuna. Since founding Edgy Foods, Inyuna had devoted herself to diversifying interstellar cuisine and promoting the food culture of the Galactic Alliance Republic. In the last year, through subtle influence, everyone witnessed these contributions. Online, someone had meticulously listed her contributions over the past year, gaining widespread approval. But as the world was vast and strange things occurred without exception, those who enjoyed nitpicking could find reasons to critique even where there seemed none. Amidst all the praises, there were still some dissenting voices. You're all blind. Haven't you seen how much Edgy Foods' market value has increased? From start to finish, Inyuna has been nothing more than a selfish capitalist, exploiting others for her gain. And you fools are blindly praising her. Sister is clearly a kind-hearted and benevolent entrepreneur. She donated all the dividends from Shengshi Company. Perhaps the floor above suffers from undeveloped brain function, unable to recall anything important. They talk nonsense based entirely on imagination. Exactly. We all owe so much to Sister because we get delicious instant noodles now. Look at restaurants where a bowl of plain noodles costs thousands of star coins while instant noodles cost only 10 coins or so. Calling Sister a capitalist makes no sense. If anything, she should be considered a philanthropist. Sister is truly great. I've heard that Edgy Foods once almost dismissed Sister over the price issues of instant noodles, but fortunately, a mysterious man appeared at the right time and helped her resolve everything. Oh, that mysterious man must surely be the one everyone knows about. Sob, sob, sob. The image of a hero rescuing a damsel instantly flashes in my mind. Isn't it clear to anyone else that Sister pairs perfectly with him? Wow, what an ideal couple. Her husband serves the nation, while Sister serves the people. You on the floor above are not alone. I've been a supporter of this couple since long ago. The first time I got to know about their relationship was when the identity of Sister and's partner hadn't yet been revealed. Back then, her husband-to-be followed behind President and with a tall and upright posture, looking like a perfect match between a beautiful businesswoman and her close bodyguard. Inyuna didn't read any further after this because the thread had deviated too much, and one random glance even found some hidden hints at fabricated stories for the two of them, which made her instantly feel incredibly embarrassed just from glancing at it once. Men's strong aura mixed with the soft pants of a woman. Cough. Secretary Yang, I think you're overthinking this. We don't need to pay attention to those disharmonious voices. But miss, the president has just taken office. There must be no stains on your image, or this will become a stumbling block for you in the future. After all, being the first lady is not that easy. Only because of these different opinions do the compliments seem more genuine and fair. Don't you agree, Secretary Yang? Although Inyuna greatly respected her and understood her good intentions, she still had her own considerations and ideas, and would not blindly accept every suggestion. It is I who considered it insufficiently. Your decision, Missin, is very correct. Secretary Yang sincerely bowed to her at this moment. She had initially worried that opponents of food bonding might deliberately tarnish her name, wanting to cut off the source before something happened. But in fact, suppression was not as effective as channeling in another direction as a solution. This 24-year-old girl was truly extraordinary. Secretary Yang couldn't help but admire her deeply at this moment. In the next few days, there aren't many important matters. You can take a good rest. This reminded her of an earlier instruction from the president. Sister Yang, you've worked hard too. Take a break these days as well. And Yuna stretched lazily and continued handling documents on her photonic computer. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. President, I'd like to ask for a few days off. Dai Guogua felt a bit awkward, not knowing what that odious man was thinking, insisting on taking her out to play. A few nights ago, after bringing his girlfriend home, Liao Shiji had tried every way possible to stay. Guogua, let's find some time over the next few days to go out and relax. Dai Guogua thought about it. These days were almost done being busy. Then this weekend should be fine. 2 days won't be enough. I want to take you out to play for a few more days. But I can't spare so much time. Pleasure Nan has already handed many things over to me. I can't let her down. Just 3 days. Please tell Pleasure Nan. But some things must be handled by me personally. Let's wait until we have time later, okay? You've been so tired these past few days. I just want you to relax. Edgy Foods won't fall apart without you, and it's only a few days anyway. Liao Shiji, you're also a CEO. How could you say such words? Don't you understand me? Because of this, the two had a big argument and went Cold War for a day. Thinking back on how previously it was always the other person giving in and compromising, Dai Guogua started to soften and couldn't resist coming to request leave. Sister Dai, why are you being so polite today? And Yuna thought it was her assistant. Sister Dai, you're our president now. If you want to rest for a few days, just send me a message. This is because there are still some things unresolved within the company recently. Dai Guogua touched her nose, feeling somewhat uneasy asking her boss to handle work while she took a vacation herself. That's settled, Sister Dai. Just enjoy a good trip with President Liao. I didn't say I was going with him. Chapter 2:27. Mo, help me contact the best flower base in Shanyo. I only want those primitive pink roses. Brother Bien, could you lend me a few bottles of red wine from your wine cabinet? Mo and Bien Qingzhou, who should have been at the government building, were now gathered in Liao Shiji's house. The originally neat and tidy living room was now filled with messy clutter, abandoned flowers scattered all over. How many proposal plans have you designed so far? Do you even have a definite number? The blonde man sat on the sofa, irritated. He was the last single guy now and was forced to help his buddy propose, which was just too cruel. But the president sitting alone showed no sign of impatience, treating it as an opportunity to learn. Liao Shiji, usually immaculately dressed, had his hair sticking up in all directions, his shirt crumpled, and didn't even wear his glasses that symbolized sophistication. I think none of these plans are perfect, Aya. What's the rush? Aren't you two still in the Cold War period? There's plenty of time. Bian Qingzhou had no intention of helping. I guarantee that Guoguo will ask Yuanan for leave in the next few days. Qingzhou, how about you asking her for me? Liao Shiji looked at his friend imploringly. All right, seeing your pitiful state, I'll help you. It was because he would definitely need this later too. Be sure not to let Yuanan say anything wrong to Guoguo. The disheveled Liao Shiji added worriedly. Just then, they were video calling in Yuanan. Hey, where are you? A garbage dump. And Yuanan couldn't tell where it was at first glance. No, I'll pick you up at noon. We can have lunch together. Calculating, it had been several days since they last saw each other. The man unblinkingly stared at the projection. She seemed to have lost some weight. Sure, someone recommended a restaurant to me. Let's try it out. As soon as they met, they couldn't help chatting for a while longer. On the side, Liao Shiji, who wanted to hurry them along but dared not, turned red with frustration. Finally, Bian Qingzhou caught sight of him through the corner of his eye. Nan, has Dai Guoguo asked for leave yet? Liao Shiji wants to propose to her, so I'm asking for help. Before she could ask any questions, he quickly explained everything. Really? When is it? How could you do something like this without telling me? And Yuanan jumped up excitedly. Sister Dai took 3 days off this morning. Oh, so you're at Liao Shiji's house. She finally figured out the background. Do you want me to help? Without waiting for Bian Qingzhou's reply, Liao Shiji, who'd been eavesdropping on the sidelines, boldly squeezed in front of the holographic computer despite his disheveled appearance. Yes, I've long wanted you to come and help. Could you come today? Of course, no problem. I'll come after lunch. And Yuanan enthusiastically accepted the invitation, completely ignoring the stinkiest expression possible on her boyfriend's face. It wasn't until lunch that the man's expression became slightly better, but Yuanan was immersed in the joy of her best friend being about to get proposed to, utterly ignoring the man beside her. Wow, I didn't expect them to get married so soon. Hey, do you think Sister Dai might reject Shiji's proposal? That's what I blurted out. Don't tell him, or else I might suddenly become a bad luck charm. Sister Dai was just worrying about how to reconcile with Shiji, never thought he was secretly planning such big moves behind her back. After listening to her chatter for a long while, Bian Qingzhou could no longer bear it. This has nothing much to do with you. Why are you so excited? Because I'm curious. I want to see the romantic scenes during proposals. Thinking about it got her excited again. The man still couldn't understand why she was so thrilled about others' weddings when it's not even their own. He wondered if she would be this excited when it came to their engagement. He was just going to casually probe into her thoughts on marriage. We're here. This is the place. This is the restaurant I want to take you to. And Yuanan interrupted with a surprised shout. Thus, the previous topic had no way to continue. Bian Qingzhou walked in somewhat annoyed. Since the two of them were also public figures now, and Yuanan made reservations for a private room beforehand. Now the two directly entered the elegantly quiet room. Upon opening the menu, she found it strangely familiar. It seems very similar to Bai Wei Tower's menu. The similarity reaches 80%. The man confirmed positively. What's the background of this restaurant? I don't know either. I just saw good reviews online about it, and thought to bring you here for a try. Who would have thought that even the name was familiar, but she didn't know whether the taste would match expectations. Alright, since we're both here, let's just order a few dishes randomly. The man pinched her slightly disappointed little face. This place didn't seem so simple at first glance. Not long after, the robot brought out the dishes they had ordered. Neither of them spoke as they picked up their chopsticks and began tasting. As soon as Yuanan took a bite, she knew exactly who had made the food. She lost her appetite instantly, but kept forcing it down anyway. After eating a few bites, Bian Qingzhou called over the nearby service robot. Could you tell us who your head chef is? Respected sir, our Century Restaurant's chef is Miss Su Miao, the most talented apprentice taught by the famous chef in Yuanan. And then came a torrent of flattery. Alright, thank you for your introduction. And Yuanan interrupted quickly because she couldn't bear to hear any more. So, this is an industry under AI Group. She sulkily poked at the food in her bowl with her chopsticks, her mood plummeting immediately. This is an AI Group's restaurant. It's Su Miao's personal property. Bian Qingzhou had just received some information from his secretary. AI Hui paid a hefty price to sign Su Miao. I don't know the details of the contract, but one clause was that AI Group would unconditionally gift her 5 restaurants, and this is one of them. AI Hui clearly intended to ensure Su Miao held nothing back when transferring her skills to whoever he arranged. These several restaurants were indeed something that could win the girl's heart. But, it's pretty good. And Yuanan didn't know what else to say. She instinctively felt that AI Hui wasn't so kind-hearted, but now that Qingzhou had discovered that these restaurants' owner was the girl, she wasn't sure what was going on either. Well, I'm telling you all this not to make you upset. I'm saying that Su Miao is no longer the simple girl you remember. From now on, don't meddle in her affairs anymore. Otherwise, she'd just be putting in effort for nothing. Okay, I understand. Originally wanting to warn the girl once more, and Yuanan abandoned that thought instantly. It seemed the other party wouldn't listen to her anymore. After an indigestive lunch, the two were recalled by Liao Shiji's persistent calls. With Yuanan joining the team, the wedding proposal plan finally fell into place. With everyone's united assistance, Liao Shiji managed to complete all the preparations just in time for the arrival of the most important day. I've already booked the hotel in the resort area south of the city. Let's get packed and leave. Liao Shiji followed his plan and led the group away. Alright, let's go. The resort in the southern part of the city was the best leisure entertainment integrated location in Shangyo. Dai Guoguo couldn't wait. The rest of them carried various props and followed behind discreetly according to the plan. They had only half a day to prepare the venue, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, the most crucial moment would come. Fortunately, there were plenty of people helping. Jiang Mo, Zhou Liang, Ai Weika, among others, came along just for fun, plus many employees from Shengshi Group and Shi Yuan quietly arrived as well. Hurry up, that position is wrong. The decorations are done on that side, don't let passers-by destroy it. Alright, it's completed. Time's almost up, let's hurry and leave. In the last 10 minutes, everyone worked against the clock to finish setting up the scene, then scattered as fast as they could around the vicinity, aiming to find the best viewing spot. Meanwhile, Liao Shiji led the leading lady of the evening unintentionally toward the direction where everything was prepared. Not bad, top-tier resort area in Shangyo. The environment here is really excellent. Dai Guogua happily admired the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, all the lights around went out, leaving only a deep darkness. Chapter 228. Yes, it was such a cliché plot that Yuna had strongly opposed but was unanimously passed by a few men. What's going on here? How could this situation occur? Dai Guogua felt a bit nervous. Actually, Liao Shiji was more nervous than her. His hands began to tremble. He reached out hesitantly towards her and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Even those 4 words were delivered with a shaky voice. Dai Guogua didn't feel much fear at all. Feeling the person's sweaty palm, she thought he was probably scared of the dark. Let's get in touch with the resort management. Saying so, she was about to open her light computer to make the call. At this moment, Bian Qingzhou, who had been lurking around the perimeter and couldn't bear to see it any longer, immediately came to assist with a snap of his fingers, initiating the arranged performance without further ado. In the darkness, a glowing sphere suddenly appeared in the air, slowly moving towards the two. When it drew near, Liao Shiji lightly poked it, and instantly, colorful luminous bubbles floated all around them. Numerous gentle, vibrant small spheres swayed slowly with the wind, illuminating this patch of land. Meanwhile, the large bright sphere beside them transformed into a gracefully dancing butterfly. Dai Guogua was utterly stunned by this beautiful scene, losing herself in admiration, completely oblivious to everything else. On the other hand, Liao Shiji, unable to focus on the surrounding spectacle, finally calmed himself after a deep breath and reviewed the draft he had memorized multiple times. Wow, this is so beautiful. Guogua, will you marry me? Initially planning numerous heartfelt vows and practicing repeatedly, as the moment approached, all he could utter was this one simple sentence. Just as Dai Guogua was about to share her discovery of the area covered with pink roses with the person beside her, she suddenly heard these 3 thunderous words. For a moment, everyone froze, including the friends and family hidden around. They couldn't believe that despite their hard work setting up the venue, the dogman had failed to take full advantage of it. Shouldn't he have deeply recounted their shared history, analyzed his own inner emotions, and concluded with sweet vows before proposing? Realizing how abrupt he had been, Liao Shiji finally recovered himself, saying, "Guogua, I know it's sudden, but I've long wanted to do this." "Yes, I accept your proposal." Dai Guogua interrupted him before he even finished speaking, making a decision not according to the norm. You really agree?" Liao Shiji stammered, unable to believe it. "Are you regretting this now? Then maybe we can." No, I'm so happy I'm about to go crazy." Liao Shiji, whose hands were trembling like someone with Parkinson's disease, nervously fumbled in his pocket for the ring box to slip it onto her finger. Seeing his less than coordinated state, Dai Guogua directly extended her hand to grasp his, preventing him from trembling indefinitely without managing to put the ring on her. "Guogua, I won't let you regret marrying me." "Yes, I'll remember that." Bang, a series of continuous firecracker sounds erupted nearby, fireworks exploding in the sky in various patterns. "Congratulations, Dai sister. Congratulations, Shiji. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations." At this point, the people hiding around popped out, joking that if they stayed hidden any longer, they'd just end up cleaning up the mess. Is it already over? Back at the hotel, Yuna still felt a sense of unreality, feeling there was something lacking. "You look disappointed." Bian Chengzhou hugged her from behind as they stood together by the window looking outside. "I just feel." She wasn't sure how to describe it. She thought Dai Guogua agreed too quickly, but since it was between them, she didn't want to say much about their relationship. "Are you dissatisfied because you think Shiji's proposal was too simple, failing to express some touching words to Guogua?" The man seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. Some things don't need to be said aloud. Like the things Shiji previously prepared, the supposedly touching words, they're all for our ears as spectators. Truly in-sync couples don't need those prior speeches. And Yuna, initially sympathetic for Dai Guogua, instantly eased. He was right. No amount of romantic language could rival the daily little attitudes in life. Alright, I get it. Except for the 2 soon-to-be married couples with good news, everyone else would have to rush back the next day to continue being corporate slaves. Even Bian Chengzhou, who managed to spend a rare night together, was returning alone to the vast presidential mansion. Deciding to stay a bit longer wherever possible, he drove an air vehicle early in the morning to drop her off at home, then continued to stay under the guise of interrogating his younger brother. "Brother, you should go to work," the young one kindly reminded. "I haven't eaten breakfast yet." The man gave him a stern glare, emphasizing his dissatisfaction, then reached out to pinch the chubby cheeks of the young lad. "Alright, I'll go make it for you." And Yuna finally understood why this person had refused to eat the breakfast prepared by the hotel just now. "Sister, I want to eat pan-fried dumplings." Meng Xiaoping quickly shrank on the sofa, planning to follow his sister to the kitchen. Staying here would only result in being bullied by the big demon, Humph. However, before the little guy had taken 2 steps, he was lifted up by his clothes. Without even looking, he knew it was that big bad brother called brother. Let me go. Meng Xiaopeng struggled with his 2 short legs kicking in the air. I have something to say to you. Bian Qingzhou returned to the sofa with the little fatty, suppressing the little one's resistance with one hand, and then said in a commanding tone, think of a way to get your sister Yuna to move into the presidential mansion. No, we won't live with you. The little guy was now firmly on this side. Although he couldn't beat his brother, he could annoy him. Then I'll take you home. The man continued to threaten. Big bully. The little guy angrily jumped around and started punching his brother with his small meaty fist shaped like mantu, shouting, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Bian Qingzhou stood firm as the little tyke vented his anger, but he didn't feel a thing. After exhausting himself from all the thrashing, Meng Xiaopeng could barely move anymore. Sister can't randomly stay over. People will talk. Since fighting wasn't effective, he resorted to reasoning. This little fatty is quite clever, thought the man who was somewhat surprised. He suddenly came up with an idea which seemed feasible based on the child's intelligence. Meng Xiaopeng, being stared at intently by the big demon, suddenly felt cold down his spine. What was his brother planning to do now? Brother, if you really want sister to live with us, then marry her earlier, the little boy coaxed carefully. Not a bad suggestion. Originally, Bian Qingzhou had been joking with his younger brother. Unless they got married, and Yuna wouldn't be allowed to spend nights at the presidential mansion. But why should he be the only one living alone, while this little fatty not only gets fed well, but also monopolizes his girlfriend? Scaring the kid a bit would make him feel better. Alright, both of you come over to eat. Just then, and Yuna finished preparing breakfast, rescuing the little one trapped under his brother's shadow. Sister, I'm coming. Meng Xiaopeng immediately trotted off toward the dining room, as if chased by some ferocious beast. After eating, even and Yuna left for work, but Bian Qingzhou hadn't gone yet. He pulled Enrui aside and spoke about something unknown. I'll make systematic arrangements for the courses for little fatty, but the physical training will start today. I don't have time to supervise him every day, so I'll trouble you to help monitor. Mr. Qingzhou, Yangyang's daily exercise actually suffices. These chubs will be gone once he grows 2 more years older. And Rui thought he was worried about Xia Fatty's health and wanted him to lose weight. No, I intend to improve his physical fitness. I'll send you the training schedule afterward, and henceforth I'll depend on you. Bian Qingzhou quickly planned out a series of training plans. Understood, Mr. Qingzhou. I'll try my best to help Yangyang finish the training. And Rui didn't ask the reason. In the future, call me by my name like Yuna does. Qingzhou. Little Fatso was still struggling with the pan-fried dumplings on the table, unaware of the fiery days ahead. Seeing his brother getting ready to leave for work, he politely waved goodbye. Brother, see you later. Okay, I'm leaving. Eat more. Treasure these peaceful days before tomorrow. Bian Qingzhou cheerfully stepped out the door. Chapter 229. Mr. AI, it's been a long time. It seems you've been in good spirits recently. All thanks to the leader. AI Hui knew that Abedu was here this time to rush him, so naturally he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although AI May Group had launched its own new brand, relying on the unique taste that was unparalleled in the market at first, the sales were very impressive. But good times didn't last long. Ever since Xiwan launched a similar taste to theirs, their market started to be squeezed out. He originally thought Yuanan would give Su Miao some face and wouldn't develop the same product as them. Who would have known that the other side came with great force, teaming up with various companies to squeeze them out? It must be known that AI May Group's brand was independently established by themselves, which could not compare to Xiwan, an enterprise dedicated to the food industry with an excellent reputation. Besides, the instant noodles produced by their company simply couldn't match the brands under Xiwan's portfolio in terms of flavor. Once the market became saturated, natural competition began, and their less desirable tasting brands were affected the most. Luckily, he hadn't invested too much capital in this area. So far the losses weren't significant. Now that Mr. Bien has successfully risen to power, it's best if we reduce our contact as much as possible. So, it's best if we settle things today. Abedu knew that security in the Star Alliance Republic would become increasingly strict, and this secret channel would eventually be discovered. I thought the same thing. AI Hui certainly wanted nothing more than to cut off ties with the other party. The first matter, bring Su Miao over. The second, secretly investigate the movements of Mr. and Mrs. Bian Qihui. The third, establish relations with Xiwan. Alright, I understand. AI Hui meaningfully agreed, but whether or not he would follow through was another story. Recently, a few new restaurants had emerged in Shangyou. It was rumored that their flavors were comparable to Baiwei Tower, drawing crowds to line up. Restaurants of Baiwei Tower's level aren't easy to get into even if you have money. But these few places were different. Not only were they affordable, but there were no barriers for entry either. So of course, people wanted to taste dishes that could rival those from top-tier restaurants. However, the result was greatly disappointing. Either the taste wasn't good, or it felt like being deceived. These restaurants did indeed offer better flavors than average ones, but they definitely couldn't compare with Baiwei Tower. As the owner of these few restaurants, Su Miao didn't care one bit about these bad reviews. Regardless of what they said, the number of people coming to her place was not decreasing at all. In reality, it was a one-off deal. Anyone who tasted it once would never come again. Seeing the rapidly rising turnover, Su Miao became elated and even wanted to use Yuanan's name to stir up some buzz. But she was stopped by her still sensible assistant, Ms. Su. With Ms. Yuanan's status now, she is someone we absolutely cannot offend. She will be the future First Lady. I'm sure she won't let anyone use her name. This young assistant deeply understood the grudge between Su Miao and Yuanan, so she tailored her words to appeal to her boss's preferences. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Miao snapped back to reality. Humph. That hypocritical woman. She just relies on connections. Well, we can't afford to tangle with her. In the future, try not to involve her in our affairs. Thinking about the man behind her made her tremble with fear. She dare not target Shuan anymore. For her short-term marketing tactics akin to killing chickens for eggs, AI Hui had nothing to say. He was just pushing hard for her to teach the restaurant chefs everything she knew. Little Miao, you've worked so hard lately. Let me take you out for a while to relax. Really? Su Miao was thrilled. But the restaurant has had great customer flow recently. At the same time, she was somewhat reluctant to part with the daily influx of money. Aren't there still the chefs in the store? Haven't you already taught them? AI Hui probed. No, I've given them everything I know. But isn't having one more person mean we can serve a few more tables? AI Hui gave a contemptuous snort at her stingy nature. But since she had already taught them everything she could, the rest didn't matter much. Money is something you'll never finish earning. But this is the only chance to go on a trip. In that case, I'll go with Brother AI. Su Miao quickly agreed, hearing that traveling is the best catalyst for fostering feelings between two people. She had always thought that her feelings for Brother AI were purely familial, but now realized they had already changed. Unconsciously, she had fallen for him. This was just the right opportunity to confess properly. Su Miao's face flushed red as she pondered quietly. AI Hui had achieved his goal for today, thus there was no need to stay longer. I still have things to handle at the company. I'll get in touch with you later. Alright, Brother AI, see you later. Su Miao was thrilled as she began to imagine her upcoming trip with Brother AI. Thinking about it made her decide to dress up for the occasion. She immediately took a public flyer to Water Sky Interstellar Tower. This was her second time visiting this top-notch shopping mall. The first time, and Yuenin had brought her here. That was on her birthday, when Yuenin took her to pick out a birthday gift. At the thought of that day, she felt a little lost in reverie, but soon became fascinated by the luxurious items in front of her. She actually had quite a bit of money already, but had always been hesitant to spend extravagantly. But at the idea of going on a dual trip with Brother AI, she no longer hesitated, gritting her teeth and stepping into a jewelry store. As she approached the door, she noticed two very familiar figures, Mo An and AI Lin. What were they doing together here? Mo An picked up a bracelet. How about this one? Or maybe that one? AI Lin's lips twitched. This store was considered the lowest-end jewelry shop in the area, and yet this young master was buying a full moon gift for his own sister here. You, have fun. TCH, I've already given her enough face by coming to select a present for her personally. Mon raised this emerald green jade bracelet next to AI Lin's hand, as if comparing their skin tones. Well, this will do. Since you're here in person, why don't you take your time to choose carefully? Wasn't this too perfunctory? It doesn't matter anyway, as long as I show up. The gift could even be a broken bowl, and they wouldn't dare say a word. The blonde man's attitude was disinterested. His stepmother had given birth to their third child. This was his third younger half-sister, after a set of twin siblings younger than him by several years. When he was around 7 or 8, he impulsively filed for divorce because he couldn't bear his father focusing all his time on work. A few years later, his father remarried. There wasn't much affection between him and his stepmother. They just maintained a basic relationship for appearances. You don't have to go if you're not happy. AI Lin understood there was resentment within him. I'm going precisely because I'm not happy. I want to see how they have to flatter me even though they clearly don't welcome me. Mon explained with an evil grin. You truly are. AI Lin shook her head and laughed. Such a nasty temper. Their cheerful conversation appeared irritating to Su Miao, especially the man who was laughing happily while claiming he liked her earlier, but never sent her any expensive gifts. And now he had even brought this woman here. What a liar. It was good she hadn't agreed to become his girlfriend. As for this woman, isn't she supposed to be a career woman? How had she started trying to cozy up to rich people? What made her think she could compete with Brother AI for power? She was so utterly delusional. Su Miao followed the couple for a long time from behind, growing angrier with every passing moment. Buying jewelry wasn't enough. They were eating and strolling together. What kind of relationship did they have? In the end, she left empty-handed, her chest filled with fire. Feeling unsettled, she sent a message to someone. Brother AI, you need to watch out for sister AI Lin. Today, I saw her with Mon. I'm not sure if she is planning to use Tai Nua's influence to restart a power struggle against you. AI Hui gave a casual glance at the information on his hollow brain without intending to click through and read more. Marrying AI Lin off to the Tai Nua family had been their long-planned strategy. Why would he need that stupid girl to remind him? I'll come to get you tomorrow morning. Now it was high time to send this girl away, lest that man came to pressure him again. Got it, Brother AI, good night. See you tomorrow. In that instant, Su Miao's mood soared to its peak. There was only one thing on her mind now. Tomorrow, she was going on a trip with Brother AI. Chapter 230. Zhang Lei, I'm planning to spin off the 3 Byway Tower restaurants under Shi Yuan and let you operate them independently. And Yuanan finally found time to bring up a plan she'd been thinking about for a long time. Yuanan, what does this mean? Why split off Byway Tower when it's doing well? Because I don't want Jiang family cuisine to be lost in the tides of history. So I want you to revive the Jiang family restaurant. Well, I want our family business to rise again too, but I can't just accept these restaurants without repayment. Zhang Lei was a man of principles, and he didn't take advantage of easy opportunities. I'm not giving it to you for free. Consider it as a loan for your entrepreneurship fund, said Yuanan, who knew that her friend wouldn't agree readily. After all, I'm also part of the Jiang family, am I not? What she implied was, if Zhang Lei recognized her as family, then he would have to accept her support. This put Zhang Lei in a tough spot. He considered Yuanan as family, But the market value of Byway Tower wasn't insignificant, and its brand name was invaluable. I need to discuss this with Grandpa, was his eventual uncertain reply. All right, bring Grandpa over another day, we'll talk about it properly. She had anticipated this result. Originally, she had planned to discuss with the old man anyway. Inviting Zhang Lei today was merely to inform him beforehand. The next day, Zhang Laozi already pulled on his grandson's earlobe, bringing him straight to Shi Yuan. And Yuanin hadn't expected their arrival so soon. Clearly, the old man also wished to see the Zhang legacy flourish once more. Since both sides shared this sentiment, an agreement was reached quickly. People in good spirits always feel refreshed. Concerned that his grandson couldn't carry the Zhang family's banner, the old man decided to return from retirement, personally becoming the chief chef of the Zhang-style Byway Tower. Then, Yuanin took the opportunity to promote the legendary history of Mr. Zhang, revealing to everyone that he was also one of the 5 great chefs of the Star Alliance Republic. On the day of the rehanging ceremony, the other 4 chefs came to celebrate again, and Byway Tower's reputation soared even higher. Brat, if you had half of Yuanin's talent, you'd be alright. Such a fool and still lazy. In the kitchen, old Master Zhang stood tall and full of energy, yelling at Zhang Lei while holding a ladle. I've told you to practice more often, and I know you haven't slacked off little. Poor Zhang Lei stood humbly before the cooking counter, enduring his grandfather's criticism and random drops of the big iron spoon. He wondered where on earth his grandpa had dug up such ancient cookware. Sister, are you not working today? Meng Xiaopeng was practicing boxing in the yard, envying how he hadn't had a good rest for several days now. It seemed this routine was to continue. Why did there have to be creatures like elder brothers in the world? Miserable. That's right. Sister has just resolved another matter recently, so I deserve a few days off. And Yuanin made her justification for being idle sound very dignified, just to bamboozle the little guy standing in front of her. So sister, can you? No way. Before the young one could finish his sentence, and Yuanin knew exactly what it was. Regarding Xiaopeng's educational issues, she really didn't have the qualification to participate, especially since she understood Qingzhou's actions were for Xiaopeng's benefit. It was important for him to know self-defense. But in order to reward Yang Yang for following training diligently, sister will make egg tarts for you tonight. How does that sound? Great, great. Sister, make plenty of them. All for me. No sending some to brother. The little guy hated that monster deeply. Although Yuanin had promised only to make egg tarts for Meng Xiaopeng, she also baked many cookies for a certain man. Seizing the time while the child took his midday nap, she quietly left home. Chengzhou, Yang Yang is only 5 years old. Isn't this training intensity too much for him? Snap. President Bian Qingzhou thoroughly enjoyed the treats delivered by his girlfriend during her unexpected visit, but he wasn't happy about her immediately speaking up for the young kid. I went through the same thing when I was little. Truth be told, at his age, he was running wild with Moan causing trouble everywhere. But counting on the fact that nobody around knew the true story, the president shamelessly started boasting about himself. So, you really worked hard back then. Naturally, and Yuanin felt extremely sympathetic after hearing this, even agreeing to spend the afternoon with him. But then came her, but, since you went through hardships when you were young, why don't you ease up on little fatso? The man nearly choked on a biscuit. I'm doing this for his own good. You can't push things too hard either. Everything should come step by step. At this age, he should be playing and making friends. You shouldn't suppress his nature. And Yuanin expressed her opinion. Perhaps this was how elite families educated their children, but she truly couldn't approve. President Bian Changzhou swallowed the small cookie in his mouth and fell into deep thought. Perhaps he really was wrong. The series of plans he had devised for the little fatso were all out of his own selfish desires. He wanted to quickly cultivate the little guy so that he could pass on his burdens to the chubby child and then be free with Yuanin to do whatever they pleased. Maybe he was too hasty, failing to consider the boy's wishes and acting according to his own thoughts instead. I was wrong. I'll readjust the little one's study plan. You've actually done quite well already. You're a great and responsible brother. And Yuanin patted his head encouragingly. She thought he was truly remarkable, not only managing national affairs well, but also taking care of his family. It seemed like Meng Xiaopeng had always been under his management. Humph, are you trying to flatter a kid? The man's tone was tough, but his hands subconsciously moved to the other's waist. Yeah, I am flattering big baby Bian Qingzhou. Men always become childish and unreasonable around those they like. Then this big baby wants to sleep with sister Yuanin tonight. The man shamelessly picked up where the other person left off. And Yuanin was startled by his brazenness, and after a moment, said, if you're lonely, I can send Yang Yang back. No need, the little troublemaker will stay with you. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist harming the kid if it came down to it. After the short nap ended, President Bian once again dedicated himself to work, while Yuanin sat quietly in the reception area, browsing her light brain. Each doing their own thing, yet glancing up they could still see each other. The atmosphere was comfortable and harmonious. Ring. While browsing her light brain, and Yuanin suddenly saw a notification pop up. AI Hui was heading to Cobalt Star with Su Miao, suspected of having ties with space pirates. She shot upright upon reading the message. What did Sister AI mean? Qingzhou, take a look at this. She immediately sent the news over to the man working on the other side. Her meaning is that AI Hui has ties with space pirates? And what does taking Su Miao along signify? Could it be he intends to make some kind of deal with them? And Yuanin guessed wildly. AI Hui has been in contact with Abaid already for some time. As for bringing Su Miao along, it might be that he's exhausted her usefulness and now plans to throw her into the fire. And Yuanin was furious. There was no way AI Hui would take that girl on an adventure without reason. The only explanation being that he planned to hand her directly over to those people. It serves her right. Bian Qingzhou showed no sympathy for the ungrateful wolf. Don't think he wasn't aware of the mess she stirred up recently. He simply chose to ignore it. But since it involves space pirates, aren't you going to handle it? I'll arrange for the capture of the space pirates, but I won't pay special attention to her. If they manage to catch her, she will receive legal punishment accordingly. After all, she had already been associated with the Babe before, but due to certain misunderstandings known at the time, it wasn't publicized. This time is different. She's gotten too deeply involved with the space pirates. I understand this. Actually, I can't help her much anyway. Let's just leave it to her fate. And Yuanan still hoped deep down that the girl would return from her straying path, though the possibility was small. At this point, Su Miao, who knew nothing of her destined future, was excitedly looking around the starship. It was her first time leaving Shanyo planet, realizing how amazing the outside world truly was. She was filled with curiosity about everything. Chapter 231. Several days later, they finally arrived at their destination, Cobalt Star, a planet renowned for its abundant gemstones. Wow, this place is so beautiful. As soon as Su Miao came out, she was stunned by the sight in front of her. Gemstones of great value were decorating buildings everywhere here. It seemed that various gemstones were no different from ordinary stones here. I will definitely buy 2 big boxes to take back when I leave. Her eyes glowing, she started looking around excitedly. She had never seen such wonders in her entire life. Brother AI, let's go around first. She simply couldn't get enough of it. Let's go to the hotel first. AI Hui was getting somewhat impatient. He didn't have time to waste here with her. Once he delivered her to the designated location, he would have to leave immediately. Well then, we were also quite tired on the starship these few days. Let's rest first, and then come back to shop. Su Miao was still staring at the surrounding buildings, so she did not notice AI Hui's irritated attitude. They got on the flight vehicle prepared earlier, and within a short while, they arrived at a suburban guest house. The environment here was peaceful, and there weren't many neighbors around, clearly showing it was a private location. Arrived, please get down. Brother AI, is this your estate? Su Miao could not help but secretly rejoice inside. It looked like it was his personal residence. Come in. AI Hui did not answer, directly leading her inside. This is your bedroom. Please rest first. Brother AI, I'm not tired. Can I look around here? You may. I'll arrange someone to send food first, and after you eat, you can start exploring. All right. Thank you, Brother AI. Su Miao smiled immensely. His considerate behavior meant he must be interested in her too, right? AI Hui gave her a scornful glance and resolutely turned around and left. His mission was finished up to this point. He didn't have to worry about anything else after this, as he sent out a message. Miss Su, Mr. has arranged for the lunch to be brought to you. A robot pushed a dining cart to the door. Come in. Su Miao felt slightly disappointed that it wasn't him who personally delivered it, but seeing the lavish lunch made her quickly forget the slight disappointment. The robot neatly arranged the food before she started eating without reservation. After being hungry all morning, she was capable of finishing everything, but before she took a few bites, she suddenly felt dizzy and eventually lost consciousness. Far away in Shanyo, and Yuanan felt somewhat anxious, estimating that the silly girl might have been deceived and was probably helping count the money herself. She had secretly sent Su Miao a message after her departure to watch out for AI Hui, yet she wondered why the girl hadn't taken it seriously. Well, don't keep thinking about those things. Bian Qingzhou pulled her to sit on his lap, agreeing to come and accompany him. Do you not need to worry about the matters over there? Pirates have already infiltrated into the territory. This president doesn't seem to take it too seriously, does he? They are being monitored on Cobalt Star. The military also needs this opportunity. After all, military honors are increasingly difficult to earn now, and those few major generals are likely watching for this chance. In fact, far away at the border, the 2 majors Wu Chao and Zenoria indeed found themselves arguing, both wanting to command the Cobalt Star capture operation. And as capable assistants to the Marshal, Jiang Yamo, Zhou Liang, and AI Waika had all established some notable military achievements during the rebellion's suppression, hence several ranks of them were promoted twice. Jiang Yamo happened to replace the former Luo Yan's position and became the 3rd major general, and since he was newly promoted, he wasn't suitable to compete for this opportunity with the other 2. How about you 2 settle this through a fight? Common resolution methods in the army. How long do you think we can fight? Are you trying to seize the task yourself, little boy? Wu Chao eyed Jiang Yamo warily, initially offering advice out of kindness, but it seemed they weren't grateful. Do as you wish. If you hesitate any further, you'll miss the best time. Jiang Yamo rolled his eyes and sat down instead to observe. Then let's choose scientifically. Zenoria stopped their verbal sparring and proposed a solution. What kind of method? Wu Chao asked. It's the oldest and most effective method, drawing lots. Jiang Yamo felt deceived. Wu Chao regretted asking. I agree then. Now there was truly no other choice. 10 seconds later, Zenoria confidently strode towards the command room. Jiang Yamo, did you tamper with it just now? Wu Chao, who drew blank, angrily started venting his anger. Get lost. Whose fault is it that you had bad luck? Both of them threw a punch each, beginning their battle. At this moment, Cobalt Star, which was being closely watched by various forces, was experiencing some undercurrents. After leaving the estate, AI Hui did not want to directly contact the people over there. So after having someone deliver the drugged lunch, he didn't linger a moment longer and returned to the port to prepare his departure. Just as he had boarded the starship and arrived at his own rest cabin, he saw 2 muscular men inside. Before he could react in any way, the 2 men rushed over quickly and controlled him. Don't move. We're from the National Security Department. AI Hui's mind raced. How could they be here? Had those pirates revealed their tracks? No, it wasn't necessarily them. It could also be that he had long been suspected. So when did all this start? And how much does the higher-ups know about what he has done? I'm the executive president of AI May Group. Are you guys arresting the wrong person? Shut up, we're arresting you. One of the officers harshly warned him. It seemed he had indeed been under surveillance for quite some time. AI Hui lowered his eyelids and started to think about what to do next. Even though I don't know why you're arresting me, can I slightly change my position? TCH, stop pretending you. The officer hadn't finished speaking when his colleague pinched his arm, and he immediately realized he was saying too much. He glared at AI Hui fiercely and tightened his grip on his hand. Seeing this, AI Hui couldn't help but feel the situation was extremely bad, otherwise their attitude wouldn't have been so rude. Just as he was arrested, Su Miao, who was left behind and unaware of the situation, was quietly moved from the estate to the port by a group of people. There was a starship prepared privately waiting for them at a private channel. They were going to use this private spacecraft to transport her away. With the 3 crew members and Su Miao, they weren't particularly noticeable. The port had already been arranged beforehand, so they left Cobalt without much trouble, heading toward a more distant frontier. On the way, they changed spacecraft several times, and their route seemed unfixed, making it obvious they had anti-reconnaissance experience. Yinggu, we've traveled half the distance. We should find a place to resupply. Isn't this girl a chef? Why not wake her up and let her cook us something good? Another one suddenly came up with a good idea. What do you think, Yinggu? These two both thought it feasible, but they didn't dare make decisions on their own. This man known as Brother Yin was one of Ibaudu's capable assistants, the pirate leader. He had previously infiltrated Shanyong together with Ibaudu, so he still had a fairly high standing among the pirates. No, we'll soon arrive at Aruoda Star for supplies. Yin Lei disagreed with waking Su Miao. Once she woke up, it would cause complications. They couldn't afford to be distracted now. Understood, Yinggu. Despite their difficult-to-determine location, this was still within the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance Republic. Zenoya sent out 3 professional reconnaissance teams, continuously trailing not too far behind. The reason General Zenoya didn't arrest them immediately was also to fish big ones with a long line, letting them successfully rendezvous with the border force before capturing everyone at once. This would also reveal any loopholes in the defensive line. We should extend the line even further, let these guys go back. Then we follow them and directly locate their hideout, catching them off guard. Wu Chao's mood was still a bit off after fighting with Jiang Yamo, and he had been itching to take action for a long time. Huh, with your ability? Do you think Ibadu will wait for you in one spot? Idiot. Jiang Yamo, whose face still bore marks of the fight, snapped irritably at him. That day he got beaten badly by the other man. Hey, are you chicken? Wu Chao, whose face was covered with bruises, flared up again. Alright, if you want to argue or fight, settle it outside. This is the command room. The only victor, General Zenoya, said calmly. Chapter 232, the grand finale. Today, a huge piece of news swept across the entire Star Alliance Republic. The executive president of AI May Group turned out to be the most deeply undercover contact person for the Star Pirates. The whole country was in an uproar. What in this world could still be trusted? Even the famous heir to the AI May family became a traitor and a sellout. Could life ever go on peacefully again? Of course, as people raised their doubts, the government quickly disclosed the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that this young master had known Abeidu for quite some time. A year ago, he used the strength of the Star Pirates and quickly took control of the family business from his younger sister, AI Lin. At that time, Abeidu wanted to expand his forces in Shanyu, so it was a match made in heaven with AI Hui. Just as they were planning to take action against Bo White's group, all of a sudden, Bian Qingzhou, who was thought dead, came back to life. This completely disrupted their plans. Abeidu was forced to leave Shanyu, and AI Hui had no choice but to carefully hide himself. When Bian Qingzhou cleared up the situation, he knew that there was a hidden force of Star Pirates lurking in Shanyu. Through a series of clues, he began to suspect AI Hui. However, because the other party was too cautious, they couldn't catch him red-handed and could only keep a close eye on him. Not long ago, they finally found a chink in his armor. They cracked a secret communication channel and learned about AI Hui and Abeidu's plan, which was why everything was prearranged. After the truth was revealed, everyone finally felt relieved. It turns out those problems were indeed remnants from the Bo White era. Still, it was wise and valiant Marshal Bian, or rather President Bian, who was the most reliable. Few I wonder if AI Lin will get implicated. And Yunan said worriedly as she continued to keep up with the news. And that dimwit, when will she come back? I find you always have a knack for worrying about others' affairs. Dai Guoguo had finally managed to persuade her to come out shopping today, but the other person kept pondering other things. With AI Lin taking over the AI May Group at such a time, there will certainly be many troubles. But there's no need for you to worry. Isn't someone already helping her? Dai Guoguo regretted dragging her out. Could she buy an appropriate gift for tomorrow's meeting with her fiancé's parents? You're right, with Mo1's help, we probably won't be needed anymore. And Yunan decided to create more opportunities for these two. Maybe this couple would succeed. I ask you, can you focus a bit more on me? Tomorrow I'll meet my soon-to-be mother-in-law. Don't you think Liao Shiji would be the better company? Wouldn't that appear insincere? No, and he understands his family's preferences better. Let him give you some advice. Then you can buy gifts that suit the elders better. That makes sense. Then I'll contact Shiji right away. Look, he's already here. No need to search any further. And Yunan tilted her chin slightly, indicating that man was over there. In that case, Yunan, you should head home first. I'll go with Shiji. Dai Guoguo looked toward the man with excitement, wondering how he knew she was here. The abandoned and Yunan pitted herself for a second. That woman, obsessed with men, didn't even give her the keys to the flyer. After returning home via public transportation, she discovered that the man who was supposed to be at work was actually at her place. You skipped work again. All work is finished, so it's perfectly fine to leave early, the president declared boldly. Is Su Miao still at the frontier planet? And Yunan couldn't help but inquire. Not long ago, after being drugged by Yen Lei and others, Su Miao was directly taken to the frontier. They were very cautious along the way, taking numerous detours before finally reaching near the frontier. They waited several more days, ensuring the surroundings were clear before contacting the people involved, then started evacuating according to the plan. But just as the group was ready to act, a large army suddenly appeared and surrounded them. To allow Yen Lei to take Su Miao and escape, the rest stubbornly resisted. After a brief exchange of fire, all-star pirates were captured except for Yen Lei. While fleeing, he brought the target of this mission, Su Miao. Su Miao had been unconscious all along, but during the battle, she was accidentally injured. The snow fell heavily on her body, and much of the drug was expelled with her blood. Combined with intense pain, she unexpectedly woke up. She soon realized something wasn't right. This man she didn't recognize, it seemed like she was kidnapped, but it also felt off. Afraid the other party might discover she had awakened, she dared not make a sound. While dodging capture left and right, her fear reached its peak. At another instance when she was dragged to evade pursuit, she couldn't suppress a scream. Yen Lei immediately shot her, then dropped her and fled. In the end, Su Miao was naturally unable to escape, but it took quite some time before her injury was discovered. Thanks to the advanced medical technology now, she who only had a faint breath at that moment is now still lying in the treatment chamber receiving treatment. Yunan, I don't intend for her to come back here. Bian Qingzhou paused for a while, and then continued his explanation. Even though she knew nothing about everything behind AI Hui, she still needs to pay for her ignorance. And I don't want you to be implicated because of her. And Yunan, as Su Miao's former master, would definitely be affected if that girl's actions were made public. Therefore, the best way was to let her stay at the frontier until the end of her decades-long punishment, by which time, it wouldn't be impossible for her to return. I know you're doing this for my own good, but I still want her to make the choice herself. Whether to stay quietly at the border and accept punishment or return to Shanyu to face strict legal sanctions. Bian Qingzhou silently observed her for a moment, realizing that she wouldn't change her mind. So he could only concede himself. All right, it will be as you wish. He also wondered how the other party would choose. If she stayed there, what she did wouldn't be known by too many people, and she might live well even after returning. But if she chose to come back now, perhaps she was counting on Yunan. After all, Su Miao must know that if she returned now, her situation would certainly be terrible, and she would involve Yunan as well. In order not to be implicated, maybe Bian Qingzhou would turn a blind eye to her. It depends on her choice. Actually, giving Su Miao this choice was also giving her an opportunity. If she obediently stayed at the border, and Yunan would take good care of her younger brother. Otherwise, she would have no more compassion. In fact, Su Miao's first thought upon learning the truth was indeed to return to Shanyu immediately. She knew that Yunan still cared about her, but after calming down, she chose to stay there and accept punishment. When the dust finally settled on this matter, AI Lin also regained control over the management of AI May Group with Mo1's help. However, due to AI Hui's influence, the AI May Group of today was just an ordinary medium-sized comprehensive enterprise. With that, the 5 great families officially became history. All things are finally over. These short 2 months felt like 2 years. And Yunan, wearing a swimsuit, leisurely lay on the deck chair. On either side of her sat Dai Guoguo and AI Lin respectively. The trio of sisters planned to vacation at the seaside star. Just among them, they wouldn't bring their boyfriends along. Dai Guoguo loudly proclaimed with quite a bit of adolescent drama. Indeed, the world is finally at peace. Ha ha ha, you're so silly. AI Lin unhesitatingly mocked her. Singles have no right to mock others. Although not knowing the logic in this, Dai Guoguo could also think of no other words to counter her. Single dog, are you talking about me? AI Lin innocently blinked, while digging a little trap. But Dai Guoguo, as someone who already served as a president, naturally picked up on the slight trap in her words. That single dog refers to you. I may disappoint you there. I'm no longer single, AI Lin calmly announced. What? You have a boyfriend? And Yunan and Dai Guoguo both suddenly sat up and began questioning her around. Who's the guy? Do we know him? When did you start dating? To silence their chatter, AI Lin quickly confessed voluntarily. It's Mon. Last week, I confessed to him. The one who made the move was you. Indeed, women chasing men is like breaking through a layer of silk. A new round of gossip started. 5 years later. Yunan, I'll bother you again to watch Baozi for a couple more days. We still have some things left to settle over here. Dai Guoguo lounged comfortably under the sunshade on the beach chair far away in Seaside Star, enjoying herself. Yet, she didn't dare initiate a video call with the person on the opposite end, and could only send a nervous message. And Yunan, who was currently soothing a child to sleep, found herself amused and exasperated at the news. This immoral couple used an excuse of being on a business trip to both go on holiday, leaving their 3-year-old son in her care for a whole week. Don't you dare come back. Sister, I'm back. The chubby little cutie who turned 10 was already becoming a slim young handsome lad. His pudgy face gradually changed, his features becoming more defined, and increasingly resembling a certain man. However, the friction between these two brothers remained the same as ever. They disliked each other just as much as always, bickering whenever they saw each other. Around 10 years old, the young boy seemed to have inexhaustible energy, frequently running back and forth between the presidential palace and in Yunan's home. Yang, why do you come at this time? Did you eat lunch? And Yunin was confused. Wasn't this supposed to be the time he was in class? You skipped class again, / Why can everyone else play during the holidays while I have to stay home studying and training every day? I won't listen to the great demon lord anymore. Bian Xingyang, now an older child, was very bu-fu cheap, unwilling, taking a glance at the little one on the bed, feeling extremely envious inside. And Yunin knew it must be that the two brothers started competing again. She still stood by her own boyfriend as usual. So you just ran out here? It's the big brother's fault. He's been adding more and more training every day. I'm going to die of exhaustion. What's worse, his parents didn't intervene either, though they rarely did so before. Anyway, I don't want to go back. Sister, can I stay with you this summer vacation? Of course, no problem. And Yunin gave a quick sideways glance at the small bed beside her. Can Yang help me with something? Sister, feel free to give me any task you want. He already knew that she was an angel who would surely agree to his request. Baozi's parents are on a business trip. Can you help sister look after him for 2 days? Rest assured, sister. Leave it to me. I will take good care of my young nephew. As long as he didn't have to return for his devilish training, he'd do anything, and immediately went to the bedside to check on his little nephew. In the afternoon, Bian Xingzhou finished work and came straight here. Seeing his younger brother was no surprise at all. If this kid didn't come every few days, that would actually be surprising. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Yunan, they left without asking any questions, heading out for a date. Flying through the sky past densely packed high-rise buildings, and Yunan still marveled at the scene, occasionally spotting some familiar structures. Over these years, Shi Yuan had grown into the top enterprise in its field. Specializing in the food sector and not branching into other industries, it continuously brought new cuisines to the Star Alliance Republic. What would you like to eat for dinner? Asked Bian Qingzhou. I want to eat hot pot. It's been ages since I last ate it. And Yunan retracted her gaze and turned to look at him. You're really a great brother to leave your younger brother alone at home. Although she just remembered this fact now, she wasn't about to accept blame for it herself. He should actually be in a boot camp right now, but I didn't send him back there yet. The man continued to show disdain for his younger brother. In fact, I've always wanted to ask, why do you keep forcing Yang to learn in a cramming way, as if you want him to master everything? Previously, Yunan thought that he merely wanted the boy to learn how to protect himself, but now it seemed the intensity of study was too much. After hearing her question, the man didn't answer, only gazing deeply at her with emerald green eyes, appearing almost aggrieved within them. Aggrieved? How could this be? And Yunan was a little confused. How could she read such emotion from his eyes? However, for some reason, she inexplicably felt somewhat guilty. Haha, I know you're definitely doing what's best for him. You can rest assured. In a few days, he'll return obediently on his own. She tried hard to flatter the man and earn favor. Bian Qingzhou sighed inwardly once again. These years, their relationship remained steady, stable to the point of being exactly as it was 5 years ago with absolutely no progress. A close friend's son was already 3 years old, and another buddy's wedding was scheduled, leaving only him pining every day to marry the person by his side. But knowing she enjoyed being single, he had never directly expressed his feelings. I know you'll help me. Qingzhou, is there something bothering you? And Yunan noticed his distracted state, unsure whether it was related to work. Nothing. I'm just thinking what gift to give Mon for his wedding next week. The man cleverly used this as an excuse. With your great relationship, there's no need to stress over the gift, or let me prepare it for you. Instead, we could give a joint present together. Liao Shiji and his partner only sent one, and we don't want Mon getting better deals than us. While saying this, the man subtly observed her expression. If you say so, fine then, let's do it. And Yunan instinctively felt something odd, but didn't delve further. With their mutual relationships, none of them usually minded these kinds of things anyway. They indulged in a satisfying hot pot meal, and then held hands to stroll around a bit. It hadn't taken 2 days before Bian Xingyang was driven nearly insane by little Baozi. Finally unable to endure it any longer, he proposed to return home and continue his studies. 2 days later, and Yunan left early in the morning on her own initiative. As the bridesmaid for Ai Lin's wedding the day after tomorrow, she needed to accompany her during these couple of days. Hey sisters, I'm back. Dai Guagua returned not from vacation, but rather from a business trip, beaming as she embraced the two women. TSK, you even remembered to come back. And Yunan cast an annoyed glance at her, guessing she might have forgotten about having a son. Hehe, how could I miss Ai Lin's wedding? So, if it weren't for Ai Lin's wedding, you would just keep wandering out there? How could I do that, Nan? We've secured a crucial partnership with the seaside planet this time, so it took some time as usual, right? Dai Guogui shamelessly hugged the other woman's arm. On the side, Ai Lin noticed someone's pleading look and intervened to change the topic. Alright, let's check out my wedding dress. Come on, we'll take a look at your battle robe for tomorrow. By the way, we're the brides who flow while Nan is the steadfast bridesmaid. I wonder when she will have her turn to wear the gown. The girls were chattering and giggling in the makeup room, while downstairs in the living room, a group of men gathered together chatting. Little Jojo, sorry I can't be your best man anymore. Moen's tone was apologetic, but paired with his smug expression, made him look very deserving of a punch. Do you still want my help the day after tomorrow? Bian Qingzhou's face was grim. It was his second time being a best man, and he hoped there wouldn't be another. Liao Shiji pushed up his glasses. Qingzhou, when are you planning to propose to Yunan? Do you need us to help design a plan? Yes, tell us if you need any help. Mon immediately nodded. Not necessary, handle your own business. Bian Qingzhou felt somewhat annoyed inside. Was he not wanting to? He really wanted to get married too. After 2 busy days, the much-anticipated moment finally arrived, and Yunnan, now an experienced maid of honor, calmly accompanied Ai Lin, occasionally comforting her, and inwardly teased herself about becoming almost a professional bridesmaid. Arriving at the church, she quietly stood aside witnessing this most important moment of her good friends. Their eyes were full of love and excitement when they gazed at each other, and Yunnan sincerely rejoiced for them, quietly blessing them in her heart. When the groom placed the ring on the bride's finger, she mysteriously felt touched and couldn't help but feel delighted for them. Just as she was about to applaud for them, she realized her hand was held by a warm and firm hand. "Let's go down." Bian Qingzhou pulled her away quietly. The thunderous applause around them contrasted sharply with the quiet between the two. Bian Qingzhou continued leading her further out. Nan, we go on vacation in a few days." The man seemed to have made a certain resolution. "Sure, shall we go to Seaside Star? I heard from Guagua that the scenery there is quite unique." And Yunnan was also looking forward to seeing the landscape of other planets. "Good, we leave tomorrow." He didn't want to wait any longer. A month later, the official platform of the Star Alliance Republic suddenly posted an announcement, a marriage certificate for the president. What? Our male god and female goddess got married. They just quietly tied the knot like this, without even a grand state wedding? Sob. This isn't what I imagined. I've already designed more than 10 versions of their wedding plans. All of them might be useless now. There is no more perfunctory presidential announcement. Not even one decent wedding photo. I bet our president doesn't want to show us his goddess's most beautiful side. I think what the floor above said makes sense, but all the elaborate weddings I've been looking forward to for years are gone now. Regardless of everyone's complaints, President Bian's mood now was floating with happiness, and Yunnan finally agreed to marry him. To prevent accidents, he shamelessly flattered in Yunnan and had them get the marriage certificate first. Unable to suppress his excitement, he directly announced the news. Immediately afterward, he began gathering people to start planning for the wedding, determined to give her an unparalleled spectacle. All right, since we already have the certificate, the wedding doesn't need to be too extravagant, and Yunnan stopped the excited man. I don't want too much attention. But, anyway, it can't be too overblown, otherwise I won't do it at all. And Yunnan crossed her arms. She merely wanted to wear the wedding dress, and nothing else was important. Moreover, she didn't want things to become overly complicated. Do you really dislike it? The man asked carefully. Don't you know me yet? I don't like trouble. Okay, I'll go change it immediately. Bian Qingzhou calmed himself a bit, blaming himself for being too excited. I'll simplify the wedding as much as possible, and we can decide it together, all right? He extended his hand to grasp the soft little hand of hers. All right, let's decide it together. Another month later, people who thought there wouldn't be a wedding were suddenly informed that the president's wedding would happen in a few days. For the act of getting the certificate first and then holding the wedding, everyone silently scolded President Bian inside, before beginning to cheer. Although this wedding was carried out rather conventionally, for everyone, it was already an unexpected joy, and hence they appeared more excited than the principals themselves. In the auditorium, Yunnan walked slowly forward with Grandpa Zhang's arm, and waiting for her at the other end was an incomparably handsome and radiant man. 10 years later, on a sapphire blue beach by the sea, a young couple strolled hand in hand. Ring, ring, ring. Your communicator is ringing, and Yunnan reminded him. Ignore it. Bian Qingzhou knew who it was without looking, showing no intention of paying attention. I finally understand why you arranged such an intense study plan for Yang back then. It was to let him take over your business sooner. Having raised him all these years, now is his time to repay me. The man said this with utmost righteousness. He's only 20, and, before she could finish her reproach, Bian Qingzhou hoisted her onto his shoulder and dashed toward the sea. They were drenched by incoming waves. Meanwhile, Bian Qingyang, ignored on the other side, resigned himself to continue working. As the youngest administrative commander of Shanyang, he still had to handle various governmental affairs instead of his irresponsible older brother. Later, Bian Qingzhou found that with his younger brother shouldering important responsibilities at home, he grew even more confident about taking his beloved wife out for travels far and wide. The end.